A delivery driver received a mysterious order. Can you help deliver a world map to Yingzheng? I can't learn English for a day. That night, Yingzheng really received a world map. Europe, America, Oceania. Is the world really this big? Yingzheng looked at the map, doubting his life choices. This is something he can't finish in his lifetime. Seeing Yingzheng focusing on the elixir of life, Yu quickly intervened, saying, Brother Zhang, let me introduce you to the 3 essentials for horse riding: saddle, stirrup, horseshoe. With these, the cavalry's strength will skyrocket overnight. And don't forget about salt and potatoes for sufficient food supplies, making warfare easier. Yingzheng and his court officials were stunned by these suggestions, but you then pulled out paper making, printing, and gunpowder making processes from your delivery box. You even went to the Tang dynasty to give Li Bai a bottle of liquor, letting him experience the modern drink's aftertaste, and to the southern Song dynasty to give Qin Hui a brick, knocking him out in the snowy night. All because you awakened the delivery system of the ages and became a struggling delivery driver running errands in various dynasties. At this time, you have received another strange order to deliver a bowl of millet porridge to Yingzheng. Address Qin Kingdom Palace. With the note, I don't want to learn English anymore. Please delivery person. Remember to also deliver a world map, if possible. Subtly hint to Qin Shi Huang about the downfall of the second emperor of Great Qin. And after the task is completed, a 5-star rating. Inside the delivery box, in addition to the millet porridge, there is also a world map from the Qin dynasty period. At this time, Yingzheng, who was handling state affairs in the Xianyang Palace, was startled by a sudden unfamiliar voice. It's this late and you're still not asleep. The moment he heard the voice, Yingzheng looked up and almost simultaneously placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. The attire of the newcomer was out of place for this era, carrying a large box, and beneath the concerned gaze was a hidden clarity of foolishness. Protect the king! Protect the king! Zhao Gao beside him was like the most loyal guard, vigilantly watching over Yingzheng. No need. Yingzheng's voice rang out. I have always been good at judging people. He is definitely not an assassin. Assassins are not this foolish. You couldn't believe it as you pointed at yourself. How could Yingzheng be so sarcastic? Zhao Gao still seemed somewhat uneasy. Your Majesty, even if this person is not an assassin, shouldn't we take him out and execute him for suddenly appearing here at this time? Yingzheng didn't even lift his head, continuing to deal with the state affairs at hand. What? Zhao Gao, how should I act? I still need you to teach me? Hearing Yingzheng's seemingly calm voice, Zhao Gao broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his overstep. I dare not. You thought to yourself, this is Zhao Gao. Great. You cleared your throat a few times, took out the map from the takeout box, and spread it out on the ground with a rustle. The map was large, and almost immediately after it was spread out, it caught the attention of Yingzheng, his gaze fixed on a small area on the map, which was his Qin country, next to the already conquered Han and Zhao countries, as well as the Wei, Chu, Yan, and Qi countries waiting for him to conquer in the future. Even though these 7 countries combined seemed small on the vast map, Yingzheng exclaimed, What is this? You took a step forward and replied, This is a gift from the future. A world map. Since you aspire to be the ruler of the world, it is only natural for the future to support your dream. Yingzheng shook his head with some regret. Ruler of the world? I'm afraid I will disappoint the future. My life is not enough. In the end, Yingzheng let out a sigh. He thought the world was only so big, and he was confident in becoming the ruler of the world. But tonight, someone presented a map, revealing the true extent of the world. Zhao Gao, standing beside him, was a bit confused. He considered himself quite intelligent, but why did he find it hard to understand the conversation between the king and this person? Why did the king believe in the future's gift? What was the deal with this map? Is the world really that vast? Let's not think about the matter of being the ruler of the world for now. You should eat the porridge first, and we can chat while eating. You took out the bowl of millet porridge from the box and placed it in front of Yingzheng. The delivery was very timely. The porridge was still steaming hot. The temperature was just right, and it wasn't too hot to eat. Your Majesty, let me test for poison. Zhao Gao quickly found something to do for himself. The food that the king eats always needs to be tested for poison. But before his hand could touch it, Yingzheng stopped him. No need. Zhao Gao looked puzzled and astonished as Yingzheng silently drank the porridge. They had just met not long ago, yet there was already such trust. Even after serving by his side for many years, he had never gained such a high level of trust. Your eyes lit up. I can stay here for a while longer. Do you have any questions? You added with a smile. Feel free to ask, as long as the tip is enough. I don't mind selling you a little more information. Yingzheng looked at you speechlessly, but it was normal for you to have requests. Even people from the future, offering help with dreams and delivering food late at night. Yingzheng couldn't believe there was no ulterior motive at all. Even a sage would have their own motives. I want to ask you, How far ahead in the future do you come from? Yu replied, I come from over 2,000 years later. Over 2,000 years later. Which means the heritage on this land will still continue over 2,000 years later. He didn't ask whether the Qin dynasty still ruled at that time, but pondered for a moment before asking, what achievements did the second emperor of the future Great Qin, established by me, make? As the words fell, your expression became somewhat strange. His greatest achievement was probably conquering the seventh state that even you couldn't conquer. Zhang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Well said, my child. Wait, where did this seventh state come from? Zhang suddenly had a bad feeling. This seventh state is naturally the Qin state. Zhang stood up abruptly, staring at you intently. Are you suggesting that the great Qin established by me in the future will perish in the hands of the second emperor? Yes, second death and all that. Death by two. Impossible. How could he? Fu Su, Zhang subconsciously retorted, but he heard another person's name in Kong Xing's mouth. If it was Fuso, maybe not, but the problem is, Qin Ershi, it's Hu-ha. Zhang? Zhang stood still in dismay, his brows becoming more and more furrowed. How could it be Hui? But I've always been a good judge of character. Could it be that? Is it that Hu-hai has done something big behind him that made me change my mind? Kong Xing was a bit surprised, listening to these words. It seemed that Zhang had planned to let Fu Su take over from him a long time ago, casually glancing at Zhao Gao, who had knelt down in horror as early as when he heard of the death of the second. He continued, I'm not sure if Hu-hai he did any great things during your lifetime, but after your death, he did a lot of great things at someone's suggestion. For example, there are historical records that 12 of the princes died in Xianyang City, 10 princesses died in the pillar, and the number of people connected to the sitting cannot be counted. Only Duke Gao, in order to protect his family, requested to be buried with the tomb of the first emperor, which saved him from being exterminated by Hu-hai, slaughtering hands and feet. This is the great thing that Hua did, slaughtering hands and feet. Zhang's hand tightened on the hilt of the sword at his waist. You just said that Hu-hai, he did it at someone's suggestion. This person, who is it? Kong Xing didn't say anything, just looked at Zhao Gao wordlessly. The moment is silent. Even if Kong Xing hadn't said anything, Zhang already knew. Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao was terrified and confused as he kept begging for mercy, and Zhang's voice at the moment was like a death wish from the king of hell. He had some trouble figuring out how he was suddenly going to be gone. Your Majesty, you are really quite accurate in reading people. Kong Xing arched his fire nonchalantly from the sidelines. He holds a grudge against Zhao Gao for suggesting to Zhang that he should be beheaded. And now, he's the one who got decapitated. Zhang shook his head. No, he was left to me by the late king, who said that he was intelligent and could be used, and that I should take care of him. He is the one who misjudged him, not me. The widow has always been a good judge of character. Zhao Gao was soon dragged out and beheaded by a few guards stationed outside the hall. Zhang sat back down in front of the case and continued to deal with political affairs. His face no longer showed the rage that he had felt earlier. It is a basic skill for a qualified monarch to be able to curb his temper at all times. A monarch's joys and sorrows, unless necessary, should never be easily detected, for they can easily be exploited by those who wish to do so. For a king, there should be no anger, no fear, no joy, no sorrow. Seemingly remembering something, Zhang looked up at Kong Xing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's getting late, so we won't talk much. There's not much more the widow wants to ask. The widow is never stingy. Tell me, what do you want? Kong Xing sat face yen 3, then naturally, the more valuable and expensive, the better. Zhang nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Soon the reward was brought. That's what you said. Ungrudging reward? Inside the hall, Kong Xing's incredulous voice resounded through the hall, almost deafening the ears of Fu Su, who had just been summoned to the side. You this. Kong Xing's face was so complicated that he opened his mouth, swallowing the word stingy hard. Who's a good monarch who sends his own son out as a prize? This is said to be given as a reward, but the little heart hidden in this is clear. People in later generations knew that Fusu was too benevolent and righteous, and Zhang's purpose was obvious when he sent Fusu as a reward after knowing that Kong Xing came from later generations. Zhang asked in return, didn't you say that the more expensive and valuable it is, the better it is? Kong Xing, yes, that's the way to play it, isn't it? If that's the case, then don't blame me for bringing Fusu down when the time comes. Back to the whirling dervishes for an encore. We've got a lot of grudges. Fu Su, don't worry. Since Father King asked me to protect you, I will definitely fulfill it very well. Kong Xing for Fu Su's assurance did not refute, although later generations know Fu Su benevolence and righteousness, but he also knows the history of Fu Su, another portrayal of toughness and courage. So Fuso has a force value. I just don't know if it's high or not. Okay, then Zhang, you rest first, and if there's a chance later, we'll catch up again. Without waiting for Ying Zhang to react, Kongxing disappeared into the hall with Fu Su. Ying Zhang? Brother Zhang? What kind of name is that? It always feels a bit strange, but I can't put my finger on it. Could it be that this is the uniform name for widows in later generations? Ying Zhang guessed in this way. It wasn't until one day, after he learned from Kongxing about some of the other names that some people in later generations called him, that his expression was extremely complicated. He spent a long time not being able to figure out that it was just fine for someone to want to address him as his father to get close to him. But what exactly did he do wrong? And how did someone else want to call themselves wife? Ying Zhang tried to understand the thinking of those who came after him, but unfortunately failed. Something's wrong, winky face. Man, how can you bring it back to modern times as a reward? Hissing, did Unibond lose money? After returning to modern times, the system seems to have just reacted like an urgent bug fix. Kongxing, TSK. That was a quick response. And then he looked with interest at Fusu, who looked like a curious baby looking around his room. With all this novelty, surely he's going to ask me questions, right? Then it's only reasonable that I charge him a small fortune for answering his questions, right? This is a living Fusu, the eldest son of Qin. I guess he's rich. At this moment Fusu in the eyes of Kongxing that is a fat sheep to be slaughtered, just waiting for the fat sheep to open their mouths to ask, and then justified charges. But after waiting for half a day, I didn't see Fusu ask a question. No. Fuso, aren't you curious as to what these are? Aren't you curious as to why this lamp, which clearly has no fire, is still lit? Kongxing was a bit impatient. He didn't ask. How else could he pit? Ahem. Charges. Ha? Fuso looked at Kongxing with some confusion. If you are curious, do you have to ask? Father said it was 2,000 years later. So much time has passed. Surely a lot of things exist that I don't recognize or know. It would be exhausting to ask about each one. And, if I ask, do you always know the answer? Does your answer have to be right? Seems, not necessarily. So it's better not to ask. I'm not stupid. I can see and find out for myself. Why? Do I have to ask you? Or am I as stupid a being as you are in your eyes? Kongxing, greater than or equal to petri dish less than or equal to. I'm not ing stupid. Fusu, oh, really? Then let me ask you. If you want to use one word to describe it, what do you think I am like? Kongxing looked Fusu up and down and gave a very pertinent evaluation. Very cool. Fuso, I appreciate the compliment, but you should know that's not what I'm asking. Kongxing, excessive benevolence? Hearing this answer, Fusu smiled. Is this what you think? Or is it what the vast majority of later generations think? That's just it. It doesn't matter. But it's also clear from your answer that it wasn't wrong to call you stupid. Kongxing? Fusu, you don't have to tell me I know where you are confused. Do you think that I've been deeply influenced by that group of people from Confucianism? Well, according to what I discussed with my father before, if nothing goes wrong, it should still happen later that I contradicted my father's decision 3 times and even said that I want to recreate the Zhou dynasty's division, right? So the question is, my father, he has always been a good judge of character. Do you think he would make a mistake in finding a teacher to teach the eldest son? Confucianism. I'm just borrowing from Confucianism. What they want, I pretend a little, attach a few times, and then I can use the momentum to get a firm foothold in the imperial court, and then expand my influence among the civil officials. It's very cost-effective, and what they want will definitely be different from what father wants. All I need to do is to act a little extreme, and father will find a good reason to put me into the army, and in just a few years, I will be able to gain the support of those military generals again, and then I will pretend to be Pan Ran Awakening. You say, at that time, with the dual support of the civil ministers and the military generals, wouldn't it be easy for me to sit on that seat? Kongxing looked at Fusu with horror. Wow, this, is Zhang and you behind all this? Fusu, if father wants to be that world's common lord, it is inevitable that the people of the 6 kingdoms will hate him, and that is when a crown prince with a good reputation among the people will be needed as a second pacifier. But royal rivalries are easy to get into, and these, too, are the smoothest, most perfect methods father can think of. Benevolence. Mercy, do not rule the kingdom. If not for the need of Qin, the need of my father. Just, say more you do not understand, but I really have a question to ask you. Can make any big political achievements? Can I dishonor my father's reputation? Well, when you were stationed at the Great Wall back there, you received a posthumous decree from Brother Zhang, which said that it wanted you dead. Fuso? What the hell? Why doesn't this script match up with what father discussed? Chapter 3, Thornku Assassination of Qin. Father, he want me dead? Fusu looked at Kong Xing full of incredulity and begged for confirmation again and again. Kong Xing, that's right, that's indeed what that posthumous decree says. No, how could he possibly want me dead? This can't be right. Is there some plot that requires the sacrifice of my life? Fusu's brows were deeply furrowed. What kind of scheme should require his own life to pave the way? Looking at Fusu, who was in deep thought, Kong Xing did not say anything to disturb him. Yawning towards the bed was a lie. It's a sleepy night, and it's going to be light soon if I don't get some sleep. As for Fusu sleep or not, Fusu he is not stupid. Sleepy self will go to sleep. However, before he could sleep for long, Kong Xing felt a sudden force scooping him up in a daze. Fuso, yeah. Before the exit words were finished, a jade pendant that looked like it was worth a lot of money appeared in front of him. How bad it is for the body to stay awake in the middle of the night. Kong Xing naturally took the jade pendant, a sincere smile swirling from the corners of his eyes, and froze to change the second half of that sentence that hadn't even left his mouth yet. Although it was rude to suddenly pick up a sleeping person, for the sake of the jade pendant, it wasn't impossible to forgive for a moment. You can't mess with money if you can't mess with anyone. Fusu's eyes were suffused with a layer of red blood, and he didn't know if it was from staying up all night, or if he couldn't think straight and held it in like this. I have thought long and hard about it, and I cannot think of what kind of plotting it should be that would require father he use my life to accomplish his purpose. You're a man of the afterlife. Tell me honestly, what was that plot? Or, there's something wrong with the decree? Kong Xing was stunned for a moment. No, that is to say, you also have doubts about the authenticity of that posthumous decree, right? Fusu, there are some doubts. Wait, is there really a problem with the last decree? Kong Xing nodded his head, and then he gave a general account of what was recorded in history that after the death of the first emperor Zhang in the sand dunes, Zhao Gao persuaded Li Si to change the last decree together, and embraced the second emperor Hu Hai to succeed the throne. Fusu realized, sure enough, only a royal family feud can explain it. Father, how could he possibly harm me? It's just that I didn't realize that father underestimated Li Si's obsession with legalism. TSK, you say, does this count as Father Qingyun looking away? Kong Xing, I do think that Zhang also underestimated your loyalty and filial piety. When Fusu heard this, he held the opposite opinion. Are you asking me why I foolishly cut myself when I was doubting the authenticity of the last decree and was at the Great Wall in the north, when I could have led my army back to the court? If I could, don't you think I'd want to go back and see what's going on? But the border guards, they can't be moved. The fact that the authenticity of the current monarch's last decree is in doubt means that something big is definitely happening in the country that's going to break the sky. If I bring my army back, even if it's just a portion, do you think that such a movement can be hidden from the Xiongnu, the Great Lunar Clan, the Eastern Hu, those people? I'm the eldest male. Those people will definitely be secretly watching my every move. I can't afford to gamble. In case, what if they unite and take this opportunity to attack Qin together? At that time, there will be internal trouble and external trouble, not to mention what the end result will be, but the ones who suffer will definitely be the people. Maybe you'll also say that if I solve my internal problems fast enough, I'll be fine, but as usual, I can't afford to gamble. I die. The border defense as usual, have Meng Tian in the north without worry, so that, even if the internal turbulence occurs again, it is also the internal affairs of their own family, the external enemy, meddling with not come in. So it was in the best interest of the people of Great Qin for me to die at that time. Who let? I favor the eldest male. At the end of his words, Fuso let out a long sigh. The name of the eldest son sounds loud and clear, but there are too many things to carry, too many things to consider. The above is purely a personal opinion. The real reason in history is because Fuso is too loyal and filial, or he cares about the people, or both. Who can say? Perhaps only Fuso himself knows. Ding. Settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host on a successful first delivery and a 5-star review. TBAE kindly reminds you that new system features will be unlocked when the number of 5-star reviews reaches 20. Isn't that something to look forward to? Kong Xing. It's not right. Only good reviews. Where's the delivery fee? Amount. Delivery fee. The jade pendant. Yes, the jade pendant the host is holding. It's worth a fortune. Kong Xing sadface hashtag. Do I look like the kind of person who is easy to fool? Don't need to think to know. This united son absolutely took the stuff for himself almost without hesitation. Kong Xing launched a cordial greeting to the system. Qin, Xianyang City. Zhang held that world map for almost the entire night. Only when he was about to go to court did he put the map down with great reluctance. Wouldn't it be great if I could knock down all these places in my lifetime? But Zhang knew that it was unrealistic. His time, for one thing, was not enough. I also wonder if there are any methods of longevity in the latter days. This is probably the first time that Ing Zheng has thought about immortality. I, Jing Ku, pay my respects to the king of Qin. My king wants to make peace with Qin, and offer the head of Fan Yuji and the map of Dugong. Foreign Minister, please open the chart of Dugong and honor the king of Qin. In the great hall, Jing Ku's voice rang out, and in his hand, he held that map. Seeing the map in Jing Ku's hand, Ing Zheng froze for a moment. A dedication? Another picture contributor? Almost subconsciously, Ing Zheng would compare the Jing Ku who offered the picture to Kong Xing. There was no way to think about not comparing them. And Kong Xing's dedication of the map was only something that happened 2 hours ago. It was only a short time before the present. Impressive. If it were normal, Ing Zheng might have been very happy to hear about the dedication of the map. But after looking at the world map for nearly 2 hours, he found all the other maps tasteless. There's no comparison between the two. Okay? Kong Xing's copy of the world map was very detailed, with mountains, rivers, deserts, grasslands, glaciers, all clearly labeled. The one in Jing Ku's hand, although he had never seen it before, he could guess what it was made of from a distance. Sheepskin. Is Prince Dan so poor that he doesn't even have thick silk? It seems like there aren't many thick silk maps in the hands of the oligarchs. That stuff is too expensive. However, since he had come to present a map to seek peace, the proper courtesy should always be given. Thinking of this, Ing Zheng nodded slightly. In that case, then spread out the diagram so that all the ministers can see it. Jing Ku? What? Spread out? All the ministers are watching? That's not a good look. Jing Ku's hand that was holding the map was shaking a little. The eyes were full of dismay and confusion. How is this not what you expected? Shouldn't it be customary and polite for me to come forward, approach a bit closer, and slowly explain the diagram as it unfolds? Seeing Jing Ku's delayed action, Ing Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. Kong Xing had directly spread out the diagram for himself to see. Why doesn't this Jing Ku store? What? Could it be that in this diagram of yours, it's not hiding anything, is it? Thorny. Chapter 4, The Gears of Fate begin to turn. Jing Ku's eyes were filled with horror that he couldn't hide. How did he know? How did he know that something was hidden in this chart? Is it because I'm suspicious because I didn't lay the map right away? Or, is there a spy in Yen? At this moment, the eyes of the ministers in the Great Hall looking at Jing Ku gradually became sharp. Yes, the king asked you to unfold the diagram and never did. Which must mean there's a ghost in your heart. Wang Jian even went straight forward and snatched the diagram away. And soon, a dagger appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wang Jian, peace? You're not begging for peace. You're assassinating me. You're not begging for peace. You're just assassinating. Wang Jian was afraid that Jing Ku would have gotten his hands on him by now if the king hadn't been so smart. Ing Zheng froze for a moment as he looked at the dagger. The corner of his mouth twitching as he secretly said, that's why I said Kong Xing would never be an assassin. An assassin? How could it be anything like the one in front of you? Hidden dagger assassination in the figure offered. This kind of thing, Kong Xing he would not be able to do. The dedication charts, he's all laid out straight away. Sometimes fate is just as magical. If Kong Xing hadn't offered the map first, perhaps Jing Ku would have been close to Ing Zheng by now, instead of being as frightened and embarrassed as he is now. Wang Jian, your majesty, how should this man be executed? How to execute? Just chop it up? The corner of Ing Zheng's mouth was slightly raised. Since his good friend was going to send assassins to kill him, he, as a friend, had to give something in return. He then looked at Jing Ku. In the past, in Handan, he used to come up with questions to discuss with the widow. So today, I will give him a question as well. You go back and tell him he might as well guess how the widow knew there was something wrong with the chart. Jing Ku, Delta, crap, there really is a Qin spy in Yen, and the spy must be of high rank. How else could he know the truth about this great assassination plan? Jing Ku was soon dragged out of the hall by Wang Jian with his men, and he would be deported back to Yen. Ing Zheng didn't care how much trouble he would cause Crown Prince Dan with this casual remark, and instead, he was minding his own business, intending to continue the court meeting. However, right at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Bad review. How can you not have a winding post? Where's the winding pillar? How else am I going to get good reviews without a winding column? Could it be that this is the change in history brought about by that caterpillar effect? Host, do you think there's a possibility that that's the butterfly effect? Kong Xing, huh? Don't butterflies become caterpillars? When Ing Zheng sniffed at the sound, he saw a crying Kong Xing holding up a square box and carrying a takeout box, as well as Fusu, who was carrying 3 big bags full of stuff beside him. Seeing the 2 people who suddenly appeared in the courtroom, the ministers all froze for a moment, and if they hadn't seen that Fusu had also appeared next to the stranger, at this moment, they would have already begun to yell for protection. What is this winding pillar? Ing Zheng was a bit confused. He always felt that something was strange, but he didn't know why. and he couldn't tell exactly what was strange. Kong Xing coughed dryly twice and took out the takeout from the takeout box he had with him. So what, Brother Zhang? I'm bringing you breakfast. Distribution tasks. 3 neat sandwiches were given to the first Emperor Ing Zhang. Address, Qin Palace. Task remarks, strongly request the delivery man to capture the photo of the Qin Wang around the pillar. Do not shoot, do not give positive feedback. Now the positive feedback is definitely gone, but the takeout is still for Ing Zhang. Originally, Kong Xing thought that 25-star positive reviews were good to save, but he didn't expect to get a positive review on this second order. Ing Zhang called out to the eunuch who wanted to take the meat sandwich from Kong Xing's hand and then present it to him, signaling Kong Xing to go straight forward and give the takeaway to himself. He was comfortable with Kong Xing. The court meeting has actually been going on for a long time, although there is no precedent of eating it this time, but it's fine. He is the king of Qin, and now Qin is in charge of its own affairs. It wouldn't hurt to indulge just this once. Fusu also began to distribute the 3 large bags in his hand to the ministers at this time. These, Kong Xing purposely went out to buy after receiving his second order of takeout. 3 whole big bags of buns, 2 for 1, regardless of position. Every minister who comes to court gets 2, even some high status, high official positions, such as Wang Jian, Li Si, Feng Jiaji. A few people can be an additional share of a drop of savory dishes given by the owner of the breakfast store. 3 large bags were sent out, just right, no more, no less. Looking at the 2 white bread buns in his hand, Li Si's entire body was stunned. Had he ever seen such a white bun? This look is an absolute delight. Hesitantly, I broke off a small piece to taste it tentatively. Yum, yum. I'm afraid only the king can enjoy such a good thing, right? On this side, Ing Zhang took the 3 meat sandwiches from Kong Xing but didn't eat them immediately. Instead he took out the biggest one and handed it to Kong Xing. Test the poison. Kong Xing froze for a moment and didn't think much of it. After all, in his opinion, what the monarch ate was meant to be eaten by someone to test the poison before eating it. Now it's just a matter of trying the poison yourself, which is normal. Taking it, he broke off a bit and threw it in his mouth to finish it. Kong Xing, it's not poisonous. It's edible. But Ing Zhang refused to comply and insisted that Kong Xing finish the meatloaf before giving up. Kong Xing still didn't think much about it and continued to eat, while the eyes of Fusu on the side flashed a glint and moved over to this side, getting closer. Father, my son hasn't had breakfast yet either. Kong Xing froze, slowing down the speed at which he ate his meat sandwich. Ing Zhang had absolutely no intention of sharing one of the meat buns with Fusu as well, but instead looked towards Li Si, who had just finished a steamed bun and seemed to be planning to bring the last one home for Li Yu to try. Lise, give the one you're holding to Fuso. He hasn't eaten yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. I should have eaten this one too. Fusu silently took the steamed buns from Li Si's hands, then glanced at the nearly finished meat buns in Kong Xing's hands, and then looked at Ing Zhang, who was holding 2 portions but had not opened his mouth to eat them, and gradually became a little bit sultry. Differentiation. That's differentiation. Indignantly, he took a bite of his bun, a little choked up. Chapter 5, Crap. Traitor. For the first time, Fusu felt the first signs of falling out of favor. Although there are many siblings in his own family, but usually, if there is any delicious food or fun, the father will think of himself first as much as possible. But nowadays, buns, meat loaf. The contrast is obvious. Even the steamed bun that he was now eating in his own hand, he still got it from Li Si. Both still haven't eaten breakfast. Is this what they call intergenerational kinship? The more generations you have, the closer you are? Fusu wanted to estimate roughly how many generations separated the 2,000 years, but gave up halfway through the estimation. 30 years for a generation. 2,000 years, it's too much to count. The morning court ended with Fusu's somewhat grudging gaze. According to the usual practice, after the court, it was the time for Ing Zhang to meet with some ministers individually. During this time, any ministers who wanted to talk to Ing Zhang alone could ask for a meeting, and sometimes Ing Zhang would also name the ministers who wanted to stay behind to explain something. This period of time could also be said to be the most relaxing time of the day for Ing Zhang, apart from the time when he ate and slept. As soon as the morning court was over, Wang Jian begged for an audience with some of the savory dishes he had been assigned. He was also curious about Kong Xing's origins, and this time he came to ask for an audience. In addition to representing the group of ministers to inquire about Kong Xing side by side, to figure out what kind of person he really is, and secondly, he wanted to ask him if he still has any more of this kind of savory, and if so, how much he can provide. This Yen Crown Prince Dan have sent Jing Ke to assassinate. The back of the two countries will certainly be at war, and salt has always been a war shortage of supplies, and this with steamed buns sent down salted vegetables, so that the war consciousness is very strong. Wang Jian smelled a hint of opportunity. Pickles. Kong Xing's eyes swished and lit up. There is, and I can get a lot more. I wonder how much General Wang Jian is prepared to ask for. Things like pickles, in the latter days are casually bought to buy a lot of them, and no more. Kongxing will also pickle their own. If the system doesn't pay for delivery, we'll make our own extra money. This Wang Jian is also a rich man. After all, it's written in history that Zheng gave him many rewards. Lots and lots. What the? Supporting the volume that hits yen? Kongxing's eyes widened. Single. Indeed a big single right. But I can't seem to get it right myself. As if. Kongxing sad face hashtag, pickles. General Wang Jian. When you say you want pickles, you actually want salt, right? Hey. Coincidentally, I can't provide that much if you ask me for pickles, but salt, easy peasy. And it's still refined salt. I just don't know how much petty cash money you can give. Wang Jian is confused. Fine salt? Does he know what he's talking about? On the side, Ying Zhang, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't help himself. Turning his head, he glared at Kongxing. Do you know what you're talking about? You don't talk to the widow about something like refined salt. You talk to him? What? To rebel? When the word rebellion came out of Ying Zhang's mouth, Wang Jian was shocked and subconsciously tried to defend himself so that he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. But then he heard Kongxing say, but he asked me for salt, not for the technology to make refined salt, so it should be okay to talk about it, right? Wang Jian? Ying Zhang couldn't remain calm. Technology? Do you know the technology of making refined salt? Kongxing, I learned more or less when I was in school in the past, although it's not as good as the kind in the latter days, but it's definitely a descending blow at this time. Do you want to buy it? I'll give you an acquaintance's price. I'll give you a discount. Just this much. Kongxing silently stretched out a finger. 1,000 taels of gold? That's fine, but I want to see a sample. Ying Zhang was nice enough to give the offer. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Kongxing still messing with money like this as a later generation. Instead he felt that it was only normal. Kongxing was a bit surprised that it was worth so much money? No problem. When I come over next time I'll bring some salt over for you. Brother Zhang, the monarch is a man of his word, and if he says he'll give 1,000 taels of gold, then he definitely will. Kongxing thought in this way, there is no need to make a note or something like that. On the side, Fu Su, however, as if he had suddenly figured something out, slammed his hand and looked at Kongxing in shock. You were planning to earn two people's money before? Selling salt to General Wang Jian and technology to my father? Crap. Shady businessman. Ha? Ying Zhang, I'm afraid it's more than that. Maybe he'll sneak over to me and use the salt produced by the technology one bought to sell it to Wang Jian. Something like that. I always feel like he can do it. Ying Zhang thought about this, but considering that Wang Jian was also present, he didn't say it out loud. Keep quiet about the salt until it's finalized. Yes, Wang Jian answered and got up to leave. And not long afterward, Kongxing watched in horror as several big men carried in a large box of bamboo slips. These are all the political affairs that Ying Zhang has to deal with today. Kongxing, there's so much to deal with before we've even finished fighting the Six Kingdoms? Then if the fight is over. Thinking back to the weight of Ying Zhang's daily review of Zhengfu recorded in the history books, I only felt my scalp tingling. It's not a day or two. It's consistent from start to finish. This could probably be considered the oldest ancestor of the first 007 work mode to be carried out. Right? Brother politics. There's no end to the political affairs to be approved. It's not good for you to always do everything yourself like this. You have to properly decentralize a little bit, and give other people a chance to shine for the country, right? Otherwise, why does the country support so many people? What's the point of the court paying those people's salaries? As Kongxing spoke, those small eyes began to glance towards Fu Su. Fu Su suddenly had a bad feeling. Kongxing, why don't we try it for one day to see the effect? It's only one day anyway. It won't have much of an impact, don't you think so? Ying Zhang thought seriously for a moment, handing over the political affairs in his hands to other people to deal with this kind of thing. He had never done it before. In the past, it was always himself who came personally. Seeing that Ying Zhang was pondering, Kongxing knew that there was a chance for this. So he continued, if you're still not at ease, why don't we do this, and leave this to someone who is trustworthy? For example, what do you think of Fu Su? No one is better than him, right? Anyway, he will have to approve these one day, so it's good to get in touch and get used to it in advance, isn't it? Fu Su was confused, shocked and terrified. He looked toward the government affairs that made people's legs weak when he looked at them. These, to be approved by himself? Father, you can't answer this. Granted. Before Fu Su could finish his sentence, Ying Zhang finalized the matter. In most of the kings, even their own children were not allowed to touch these affairs. If you touch it, it will cause the king to be unhappy and even suspicious. But Ying Zhang is different. He just wants to give the best of all worlds to Fu Su. Fu Su bitterly hailed his face. but I'd never touched these before. I'm afraid. Ing Zhang, there's no harm in letting go and doing it. I'll be your guardian and guide. What are you afraid of? Fusu, but there are so many that I can't finish today. Kongxing, that Reese would be perfect for it too. Give him half of it over. He'll be so happy to see this. This represents your trust in him. Brother Zhang. No one else will have a chance to touch it if they want to. If he's a little reluctant, there's no need to threaten. Just paint the cake. Say, do a good job and give him a promotion and a raise. He is absolutely energized. Chapter 6 Dumplings, above. Kongxing gave his opinion extremely seriously. But he's not quite accurate on one point. Where's the pie in the sky? If Ing Zhang says he wants Li Si to do something, will he dare not do it properly? He wouldn't dare. Over here, Li Si, who returned home from the morning court, had not yet sat down and warmed up his buttocks when he received several large boxes full of political affairs. The eunuch who came to deliver the message explained. The king said that these are in your hands, and that he wants to see them tomorrow morning. Li Si was flattered that the king he let himself approve these? Sure enough, the king, he thinks highly of me. Especially the eunuch said before leaving the sentence good job promotion and salary increase is to make Li Si full of energy. With one's current official position, going further up the ladder. That would be prime minister. A promotion and a raise. A promotion and a raise. Kongxing stayed for a few moments before heading back to the modern era. He wanted to look up some information to organize some things and broaden his knowledge level in order to better earn extra money. 2 orders of delivery were completed. But because this time he failed to capture the famous scene of the Qin King wrapping around the pillar, the number of 5-star reviews Kongxing has received is now still 1. And after these 2 orders of delivery, Kongxing also saw some clues. He ventured a guess that all the takeout delivery orders he would receive in the future would, he feared, be less than decent ones. And that suspicion was confirmed when he received his 3rd order. Ding dong! You have a new takeout delivery order. Please process it promptly. Please be careful on your way to the delivery. Distribution tasks. A freshly cooked dumpling with pork and cabbage is presented to Ing Zhang. Address, Qin Palace. Mission note, to ensure the freshness of the ingredients as well as food safety. Please also delivery boy do not be surprised. These are normal. Kongxing looked at the mission notes on the small ticket, looked down at the pots and pans and other kitchen utensils that had just appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but kick the fat pig next to him who was grunting and snorting non-stop. That's right. Hogs. Alive. Besides this pig, there were 2 large bags of flour and 3 large baskets of cabbage. That is to say, to ensure the freshness of the ingredients, I need to slaughter them now? Kongxing's forehead collapsed into 2 veins and he couldn't help but kick the fat pig again. Whose takeout is this whole thing? It was even equipped with a pot for cooking dumplings. Oh, and a simple wood-burning stove. Taking into account the actual situation in Qin, do I get a compliment for being sweet? How can I bring so much stuff over there? And this pig, TSK, I should have known that I wouldn't let Fusu batch the government affairs there, or else how good it would be to just throw it to him. Although he had only left for half a day, Kongxing somewhat missed Fusu as a free laborer. Xianyang Palace. Fusu was reviewing the government affairs under the guidance of Ing Zhang, and as he became more and more skillful in the business, the speed of reviewing was much faster than at the beginning. But the age of Fusu is there. The bamboo brief is very heavy, although in the clenched teeth, but the speed is still with the delay of time a little slower. And just as Ing Zhang was pondering whether or not to let Fusu rest for a while and batch it himself, a grunting and snorting pig squeal suddenly rang out. Fusu subconsciously looked up. Just one glance. His mouth opened wide, and the pen in his hand fell uncontrollably. Only Kongxing was seen moving a simple stove with some effort, and a large pile of things were stacked on the fat pig on the side. Fusu saw the dishes on top of the pile, and an extremely sharp bone chopper. Oh, and I think there's a tripod-like contraption. Ing Zhang looked at the pig in silence. In later times, did they use this to pull their loads? In the latter part of the world, more than 2,000 years later, is there even a horse to carry things? Kongxing's expression stiffened slightly as he put the stove down. This is an ingredient. It will be slaughtered for food later. Pork and cabbage stuffed dumplings. They're delicious. I'll make them for you personally, Brother Zhang. In a little while, the ingredients are absolutely fresh and safe. Ing Zhang's eyes widened slightly. Food. Ingredients? Alive. Is this how honest people are in later times to keep ingredients fresh? I'll give you a hand. Fusu's eyes brightened slightly, dropping the political affairs in his hands and running over to threaten to help. Instead of making a sound to stop him, Ing Zhang sat down and silently dealt with the political affairs that Fusu had not yet finished. After unloading everything from the pig's back, Fusu excitedly picked up the bone-chopping knife and held it tightly, as if he was afraid that Kongxing would grab it from him. How do you kill this ingredient? Is it better to just chop off the head? Or do you mean eat whichever piece you chop without killing it? Listening to Fu Su's excited words and the sound of sharpening knives, Ing Zheng roared, "Mouth, do you two have to kill in front of the widow? Pull out and behead." The ambiguity of language is sometimes so clever. As soon as Ing Zheng's words left his mouth, a group of guards rushed in and grabbed towards the duo of Fu Su and Kong Xing. Fu Su, Kong Xing, Ing Zheng. Sooner or later, day by day, the widow is going to die of your stupidity. The widow is talking about that ingredient. Drag it out and behead it. Not to drag them both out and behead them. The guards who came in felt embarrassed. They almost made 1,000 years of injustice now. Grabbing both of the fat pig's forelimbs, he skillfully dragged them out to the open space outside. Extremely professional, hand up, knife down. The pig didn't even have a chance to let out a scream before it hiccuped. Let's go. Time is short. Hurry up and dismember the ingredients. The task of dismembering and chopping is yours. Kong Xing pointed to the part of the meat of the front leg of the pig. The meat here is used to wrap dumplings with the best flavor. A kitchen knife was also handed to Fu Su's other hand as he spoke. Fu Su held a bone chopping knife in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. And the person was a little confused. Chopped? I've never cooked myself, so how is this going to work? Kong Xing, you just click and chop. The more you chop the better. It's not very technical. Fu Su nodded. He understood what Kong Xing meant. What about you? I'll make the noodles. I have to take care of the cabbage later. And I have to mix the filling, roll out the dumpling skins, and wrap the dumplings for the pot. Sounds like a lot of work. Can we get it done before dark with just the two of us? Why don't I call for some help? Fu Su looked up at the sky and gave his opinion. Kong Xing nodded, good. Chapter 7, Dumplings. Below, Fu Su went looking for help fast. It didn't take long for a huge pile of people to appear in front of Kong Xing. What's the matter? I heard my elder brother say that he wants us to cook food for father tonight. Is it that all the royal chefs have been slaughtered by father? Degree Shuanglu, you don't say. It's really possible. Why else would we be asked to come over and cook? Winky face, forget about the imperial chef karma, no karma for now. The question now is, out of the few of us, does anyone know how to do it? No one answered. All of them looked at Fu Su in unison. Brother brought them here. So brother should. He knows how to order. Doesn't he? They were a little less sure. Cooking is not a subject in the 6 arts of a gentleman either. Kong Xing was quite surprised to see the people in front of him, listening to this conversation between each other. Fu Su was calling all of Zhang's sons here? Hey no. The number is not right. Why is there one missing? Fu Su sad face asterisk. Why is there one missing? You don't know. How about this? Are these enough people? It's not enough. I could have called my sisters too. Enough is enough. Alright then. I'll chop the stuffing and go. These you can use as you please. Anyone who doesn't listen, you turn around and tell father that someone doesn't want him to eat dumplings. Crowd. Kong Xing then divided up the work among these people. Even though these people have never done it before, the skill level of wrapping a dumpling is not high, and they are not looking for how good the wrapping looks. They can just look good. So the people are quick on the uptake. Dismembered, de-blooded, de-feathered, cleaned. After making sure that the meat in front of him was taken care of, Fu Su excitedly picked up the knife and started chopping. For a while, the sound of dang-duang was endless. Fu Su even got more and more energized the more he chopped and the faster he went. This feeling of watching the meat in front of him slowly turn into meat foam was a great relief. Fu Su was excited, but Ing Zhang, who was still reviewing the documents in the palace, had a vein on his forehead. What the hell is going on out there? Can't we go somewhere else? So noisy. Unable to be still. Putting the Jingji down, he stood up long enough to carry his own sword and walked out. Ing Gao, who was learning how to make noodles with Kong Xing, subconsciously looked up when he heard the sound of the door being pushed open, and then saw Ing Zheng carrying a sword with a grim face walking step by step towards Fu Su, who was still excitedly chopping up the stuffing without any knowledge of the situation. Ing Gao, what to do? Should I warn my brother? Looking at father, it's obvious that he's angry. If you don't remind him, are you going to eat your elder brother's seat? Would it be your own seat to eat if you were reminded? Ing Gao was a bit torn for a moment. A slapping leg kick lands for Shogun. Shogun? Before the question could be uttered, he also saw Ing Zheng with his sword. The brothers' eyes met and exchanged glances with each other. Ing Gao, quickly, think of a way to remind your elder brother. Shilu, does he also want to make mincemeat? Don't tell me. I want to do this chopping too. Unfortunately, my elder brother said it's his job. No one can take it. Now that father is here, maybe I'll have a chance? Shilu thought like this, and his eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Ing Gao is a bit confused. Why are you so excited? Are you happy that your brother is going to die? Seeing that Ing Zheng was about to walk behind Fu Su, Ing Gao simply gave up his eye contact with Jialu. At times like this, you have to look for outside help. The elbow disliked Kong Xing's rib bar and signaled Kong Xing to look up. Kong Xing looked up a little confused, and it was at this time that Ing Zhang slapped Fu Su on the back of his head. The widow tells you to go out and do it, and you run here? Just the movement. Are you afraid the widow won't hear you? Since you're so dutiful, get to work. When you're done approving them, go to bed. Understand? Fu Su nodded his head repeatedly. Understand. Kong Xing turned his head to look at Ing Gao, who was also a bit confused. What are you trying to show me? Ing Gao, no. We're carrying the swords, but we haven't opened the table yet? After dealing with Fu Su, Ing Zhang had no intention of going back to continue reviewing the Zhangfu, and took a step forward to Kong Xing. Kong Xing's eyes brightened slightly. Are you going to participate in this too, Brother Zhang? Ing Zhang shook his head slightly. I've come to see if you've added anything to it that shouldn't be there. Kong Xing, there is strength in numbers. A large pot of dumplings was cooked and divided. The rest of the pork that couldn't be used this time was also cut up by Ing Zhang and sent to the ministers in the court. As for how they would speculate about Ing Zhang's intentions after getting the raw pork and how they would eat it, these were not Ing Zhang's concern. His entire attention was now focused on the packet of salt that Kong Xing had used when mixing the filling earlier. He couldn't even be bothered to eat the big bowl full of dumplings on the side. Salt, at this point in his life, was something extremely important? It's not that there was a shortage of salt. It's just that most of that salt contained toxins and was called poisonous salt and was not edible. There was very little salt that was safe to eat. Even the salt that Ing Zhang usually ate had a faint hint of bitterness, but what he could eat was already the best in the whole of Qin. Now that he saw this packet of fine salt with no odor, Ing Zhang's fists hidden in his robe tightened and tightened. This is important to the widow. So are you really sure that those poison salts are also edible salts that can turn out like this? Kong Xing guaranteed this. That's natural. I didn't learn physics and chemistry in school for nothing, and I did some research before I came here. So don't worry about it, Brother Zhang. With that, he handed the piece of paper with the method written on it from his coat pocket to Ing Zhang. I just don't know if you, Brother Politics, are you ready for my little money? Ing Zhang looked at the note in his hand, resisted his inner surprise and delight, and greeted Ing Gao to his heel, whispering a few words of instruction. Kong Xing tried to prick up his ears to eavesdrop, but unfortunately, Ing Zhang's voice was so low that he couldn't hear it. Ing Gao, just come with me after eating the dumplings later. Father has explained everything to me. Upon hearing this, Kong Xing immediately stuffed his bowl full of dumplings into his mouth in 3 tries, and after sweeping it clean, he couldn't wait to pull Ing Gao's wrist. Let's go. I'm ready to eat. Ing Gao, after hurriedly eating the 3 dumplings he was given, he left with Kong Xing. On the side, Fu Su stared with one eye as he counted the number of dumplings he was given in the bowl over and over again. All 4 of them. You've been working all day, and you only have 1 steamed bun in the morning, and only 4 dumplings in the evening? This comparison with the handful of 20 that Kong Xing had just eaten, Fu Su became a bit sultry. Looking to my own brothers who have 3 dumplings per capita. Sometimes too many brothers isn't a good thing. After eating the dumplings, some still want to eat. Zhou looked around, saw Fu Su delayed to move chopsticks, excitedly came over. Brother, are you not hungry? Then I will help you solve it. With that, he took Fu Su's bowl straight away. Fu Su's sad face froze for 2 seconds. Shogun, you big shot. Put the bowl down. Zhou obediently put the bowl down, and his mouth bulged, revealing half of the dumplings. Fu Su's sad face mouth, my dumplings. He didn't leave me a single one. Wow. Ing Zhang sighed slightly and gave 5 or 6 dumplings to Fu Su from his own bowl. Fu Su was greatly moved. Indeed, it was still his father who was good to him. Ing Zhang, eat quickly, and then go and read the report. Fu Su, Chapter 8. The king must have his deeper meaning for doing this. Are you sure that this is the 1,000 taels of gold? Confused, Kong Xing followed Ing Gao around the royal palace and was eventually led to a palace. Ing Gao pointed to the palace in front of him with his big hand. Just tell me this, is it worth 1,000 taels of gold? This is a lot in the royal palace. Not only the high cost of construction, high security, this ordinary people, want to live cannot live in. Kong Xing's face gradually became somewhat distorted. Take the house against the money. Didn't you say a promise is a promise? He's a king of Qin, and he can't even come up with 1,000 taels of gold? Ing Gao, father, he really can't get it out. Nowadays, we are in the war stage. Father King, he is anxious to complete the achievement of the unification of the 6 kingdoms, and fighting a war is very costly. And what's wrong with taking it against it? Father has said that this is a permanent right to live and use it. As long as this exists, you have the right to use and live in it for one day. Do you know what this amounts to? Ancestral home. When you go back, everyone else's ancestral home is at most a few hundred years old. But you're different. It's more than 2,000 years old. And it's the royal family's version. There's no comparison between the two. Okay? Kong Xing. At first glance, it seems great, but the problem is, a guy in the back had a fire and burned down the Xianyang palace. Ying Gao was still selling the goodness of the palace in front of him. Just now Ying Zhang had explained to him that he must convince Kong Xing to accept this, or else the 1,000 taels of gold would have to be deducted from his future monthly money, pocket money. 1,000 taels of gold. With the monthly money one currently gets each month. SSSH. I'm afraid it's all going to be deducted for the rest of my life. Ying Gao, in order not to be deducted, can be said to have said all the benefits he could think of, and what he could not think of. That is hard to make up, also to name too. Kong Xing leaned on his chin. Degree, in other words, brother Zhang, he's giving me this land, right? That's fine. Turn around and write a note for it. I'm afraid he'll back out. Ying Gao nodded his head repeatedly. He was more afraid that Kong Xing would back out. After all, this was about his monthly money. Kong Xing's gaze moved away from the palace in front of him and fell elsewhere. Since we have to steal concepts like this, brother politics, how much of your palace here do you think will be left in the end if you go on with this whole thing? Paper making, printing, gunpowder, war horse trio. Oof. Kong Xing vaguely felt that if it went on like this it could be a book. Opening techniques for palaces. Aspiring to make the beginning emperor sleep in the street. It's definitely going to blow up. But such a thing can only be thought about. Ying Zhang would not let himself be reduced to sleeping on the street. It's about time. I'm heading back. But, before this goes back, seeing as how Qing has been so good to me, I'll just give him a free message. Kong Xing seemed to have thought of some damaging idea, and took out a pen and paper from his pocket, wrote down a paragraph, then folded the paper and stuffed it into Ying Gong's hand. Show this to Qing, and only to him. Understand? Understood. Ying Gao nodded his head seriously. It didn't take long for the note to be brought to Ying Zhang by Ying Gao. It still looks like the whole star when it's finished folding. News? What kind of news can only be read by the widow? Ying Zhang muttered and unfolded the note. The script on it was Qin seal script, but the person who wrote it didn't seem to be very good at it. It was crooked, and although the characters were ugly, it didn't affect reading. Political brother, you probably do not know it. Your emperor's tomb in the latter part of the world has been archaeologically excavated for many years, and is still continuing to be dug. The kid is not talented. I have the honor to form a group to go in and pop in with my friends. The word archaeology was a little hard for Ying Zheng to understand, but words like excavation and group bouncing were very understandable, and Ying Zheng understood them. Proposal. Looking at Ying Zhang, who suddenly rose to his feet and even drew his sword to slash, Ying Gao was in a panic. What exactly was written on that thing that could make his father so furious? Ying Zhang sad-face comment. What is the later generation up to? Digging graves all the way to the widow's head? Group. Listening to the meaning of this word, it seems that in the latter days anyone can pop up on the widow's grave? The digging of a grave and the presence of a man at the head of the grave, which is somewhat unbearable in the eyes of modern people, is even more unbearable in the eyes of Ying Zhang. And, what do you mean? Digging for years? What do you mean? Still digging? How many more years do you future generations want to dig? Fusu, who had just finished eating the dumplings and continued to review the government affairs, froze for a moment when he heard Ying Zhang's furious voice. Father's grave was dug up in the afterlife? Crouched down. Is it that exciting? Father, calm down. Calm down. It's not good to be angry. Fuso stepped forward and counseled. I don't know whether it was because of Ying Zhang's excellent chi cultivation, or Fusu's persuasion, or because Ying Zhang had thought things through, but he really calmed down a little bit. Digging graves? There must be a precedent for such treason. Don't let the widow know who started this. Fu Su, you must pay attention to this matter when you follow Kong Xing out in the future. Yes, and again, on this side, those remaining pork has been sent to the minister. But since Ying Zhang also didn't say which part was to be sent to which minister, he simply sent it at random. But, monarchs who give things as rewards to their ministers often have a deeper meaning behind them. This also led to our Feng Goji, looking at the pig's head that had been served before him, falling into a deep thought. Your Majesty, he sent such a thing for me to consume at this time. What is the deep meaning behind this? Feng Goji thought about many things for a while, but just can't figure it out. The king's move must have had his deeper meaning in it. I didn't think of it. It must be because I didn't have enough information in my hands. Men, go check. What exactly to look into? I don't know. One can only gather as much information as possible. Well, it didn't take long for a family member to report that 3 large baskets of governmental business had been seen being delivered to Risa's house. What? Politics? The king gave Li Si permission to touch politics? Feng Jiqi was shocked. Family General, I got in over the wall and heard him excitedly shouting something about promotions and raises. A promotion? Feng Deji couldn't calm down. With Li Si's official position today, if he moves up, he'll be the prime minister. How many prime ministers can a country have? 2. Li Si has now been exposed to political affairs, and Qin is now in the critical period of unification of the world. If this continues, when the world is united, then Li Si, wouldn't he be on top of himself? The more Feng Zhaiji thought about it, the more frightened he became. I can't believe that Li Si looks like a good guy, but he has such a big plan behind his back. You want me to curtsy to him? No way. At this moment, Feng Zhaiji looked at the pig's head again only to feel the thoughts of the king to send this over must be to remind himself. Get your head out of your ass. Don't be upstaged. Feng Zhiqi earnestly bowed in the direction where the royal palace was located to thanking Zhang for his reminder. Humph. Reese, do you think you'll make it? I will definitely get more credit than you. Between the two prime ministers, that's also a distinction between honor and inferiority. Feng Zhiqi was confident that he could overpower Li Si. It was from this point on that an inexplicable wind of involution danced through the courtroom, and it came about simply because of a pig's head. Chapter 9 Provisions. All must be obeyed, no matter who they are. Modern. Father, his royal tomb, has it really been dug? Of course. How could I lie to you about this? In this case, if you don't believe me, Fu Su, then just go with me to take a look. Kong Xing said, tucked in the car keys to bring the charging treasure cell phone data line, pulling Fu Su out the door. Close the door to your home behind you. Press the elevator button at the door, and wait patiently. Ding! The elevator door opened and Kong Xing took the lead. Fu Su surveyed the elevator in amazement and followed Kong Xing's example and walked in. And then he saw Kong Xing press twice on the side of the door. A button with a symbol lit up, and then the door slowly closed. A slight falling sensation came slowly. Fu Su's eyes widened slightly, and before long, when the door opened, it was no longer near Kong Xing's entrance, but a different scene. A wide, parked field with lots of steel boxes on wheels. The duo stepped out of the elevator. Kong Xing took a general bearing and came near an iron box and pressed the button on the car key. Tick-tock. Lights flashing. Fu Su's eyes widened for a moment. Come on, get in. Kong Xing opened the door of the car and then directly sat in it, fastened the seatbelt and put his hands on the steering wheel, already ready to go. Seeing that Fu Su stood frozen in place and didn't move a muscle, he slammed his head. TSK. Blame me. I forgot that you're not a modern person. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he opened the door and got out of the car, opening the passenger door for Fusu and making sure Fusu's seatbelt was fastened as well before returning. It didn't take long for the vehicle to start and move slowly through the underground parking lot. SUANB 666. Bon voyage. The vehicle recognition access control system at the entrance of the district detects Kong Xing's vehicle and automatically opens the gate to release it. Coming outside, the car picked up speed. There were also more iron boxes that Fuso saw. After watching for a long time and seeing more, Fusu gradually had a glimmer of realization. So this kind of thing would be one of your latter-day mobility devices, right? Like the horse-drawn carriages of my time. Different classes should have different means of transportation, Fusu said, pointing to the pedestrians riding bicycles and electric cars outside. It's just like in my time. Carriages aren't something that anyone is qualified to sit on. Most of the people rely on their feet. The slightly better ones do have donkeys to ride. Kong Xing, well, most of your analysis is correct, but there's one thing you didn't say very accurately. What we have more of at this time of year isn't class-limiting tokens. It's money. The ones with more money are just equipped with private jets. Okay? Airplane? Fusu keenly sensed that the meaning represented behind this word was not simple. It's a mobility device that allows you to go up in the air and fly to catch a ride. Fly? Fly. Fusu's eyes swished brightly. In your latter days, you can really fly? Kong Xing casually replied. Yes, more than 2,000 years have passed, so times are naturally different. Nowadays, not to mention flying in the sky, you can even go to the moon to sit on it. Where to sit? The moon? More than 2,000 years have passed. This moon, is it the one in the sky? Fusu was a little confused and asked Kong Xing for confirmation. After all, after such a long time had passed, it was inevitable that there would be some things that existed in the ancient and modern world. Flying is acceptable, but how can anyone be calm about something like going to sit on the moon? That's the moon. Sky stuff. Kong Xing sad face. Which one could it be if not the one in the sky? But don't get your sense of expectation too high. It's been proven up there that you can't grow vegetables. Fusu was stunned. No gardening? What's the point of going up there? Fusu's inner thoughts of going to sit on the moon instantly vanished into thin air. What's the point of going to a place where you can't even grow vegetables? To drink the northwest wind? Fusu, that's the one called the airplane. Why don't you take me for a ride someday? Kong Xing slightly shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work yet. You belong to the black family here with us. Can't even get an airplane ticket. We can't just stick you in a suitcase and check you in. Can we? Fuso? Black? degree muff degree, I'm black? Am I not one who has also lived in this land? And according to seniority, you will have to call me an old ancestor. What makes me black here? Fu Su was instantly silent and wordless, silently looking out the car window. Taking advantage of a waiting for a traffic light, Kong Xing turned the navigation on. The place he was going to this time was a bit far away from here, and he really didn't have much certainty of finding the place without turning on the navigation. Lack of virtue maps is starting to navigate for you. There's a red light violation photographed 600 meters straight ahead at the intersection. Listening to the voice announcement all the way, Fu Su was greatly surprised, and was about to ask something, when he only heard a voice announcement sounding. The current road speed limit is 60. You are speeding. Fuso Sigma, degree muff degree, are you breaking the law? Kong Xing took a look at the current vehicle travel speed. 63. No panic. Small problem, not a big deal. In addition to some trucks, buses, school buses and other special vehicles, the general private car speed limit is less than 10%. No fine and no demerit points, but will receive a warning penalty, which is also to be dealt with in the traffic control department. It's not a matter of big or small things. It's a matter of safety. Fuso was serious about this. In his opinion, since there is this speed limit in place, there must be a reason for its existence in it. The rules, whoever they are, must be followed. Never cross the line just because you think it's no big deal. It's very easy to get into trouble with that mindset. Kong Xing nodded and slowed the car down a bit. And just then, the afterglow caught a glimpse of something strange approaching in the rearview mirror at high speed. Fix your eyes. Sigma, LLL, ostrich, ostrich? Fusu also looked at the fast-approaching ostrich with quite a bit of amazement. This kind of creature he had never seen before, but it didn't affect him at all to watch the fun. What marvelous roads you have in the latter days. Even these animals can be used for traveling. Ha, it even turns corners? The ostrich was not slow and darted through the traffic in style. Many drivers noticed the darting ostrich and almost subconsciously slowed down their cars. It would be bad if this ostrich hit the car. Just when everyone thought the ostrich would continue on its current path, it suddenly made a U-turn at a stoplight. It's like it knows which way it's going and where it's going. Kong Xing, hey, is this the traffic police? There's an ostrich running a red light. Do you care? Answering machine? Chapter 10, it's probably worth it too. A palace. After a couple hours of driving, it was mid-afternoon when we reached our destination. Until before arriving at the ground, Fusu was disbelieving about Kong Xing saying that there were many people who could go in and visit the bungee, but when he came to the site, he was shocked to find that Kong Xing was exactly right. It's only partially open, but there are a lot of people who come here to pop in. Even Fusu saw some outsiders whose looks were markedly different from the appearance of the people in this land. Not only can our people get in, but these people can too? Fusu's worldview was strongly impacted. Kong Xing nodded. Fuso, leave me alone. Think about how you're going to report this to father when you get back. Come to all come. Kong Xing simply also found a tour guide to take Fusu a piece of the inside to stroll around. The guide was very professional. We all know that there are 4 major ancient civilizations in the world. Ancient Egypt, Ancient India, Ancient Babylon, and Huaxia. The reason why we don't carry the word ancient in front of ours is because those 3 have already disappeared in the river of history, and only our culture is still being passed on. What is cultural confidence? Cultural heritage is not enough if it relies solely on cultural figures, so it needs the strength of the whole country. When the Qin Emperor unified the writing system, the unification of the writing system led to the unification of people's thoughts. So we have a sense of cultural belonging and identity. Each of us considers ourselves a child of China, and we are a whole. The reason why we have not had much internal resource grabbing despite the vastness of our territory, but instead have had the West-East gas pipeline, the South-North water pipeline, and support from all sides in one party's distress, is because the first Emperor Yingzheng planted a seed in the hearts of all of us in the future generations? That is, the ideology of great unity. Fu Su listened to the guide's explanation. Originally some emo heart gradually became hot. The corners of his mouth could not stop rising. This man is praising my father. My father really is the best. But before I was happy, I heard an inappropriate voice. Isn't Yingzheng a tyrant? What's so great about a tyrant? The smile on Fu Su's face froze. Storming, June. Almost instantly, the gazes of all the people around them were deadlocked on the one who spoke. Kong Xing's eyes were slightly chilled as he nonchalantly questioned. Reason? What is your reason for thinking he is a tyrant? Kong Xing had thought that it would be that such as burning books and burying scholars or some other reason, but he did not think that the man looked very angry. Reason? He destroyed 6 countries at once. That's 6 countries, not 6 villages. Who's a good ruler who destroys 6 countries at once? Kong Xing. Fuso sad-face mouth, hiss. Are you a descendant of those 6 kingdoms? No. My ancestors were Huns. That is, the wave that was defended by the Great Wall. Fuso, huh? Hans? You can't argue with those two reasons. Carrot. On the side. A big brother who originally also wanted to argue for Ing Zheng slammed his thigh. Oops. If you want to say so, then my ancestor is still from Baiyu. So do I have to follow suit and curse a tyrant? After all, in a sense, my own ancestor is still an enemy of Ing Zheng. And this ancestor's enemy, cursing him seems. No, I can't do anything against my conscience. Just make a decision that goes against my ancestors. Anyway, that's the grudge of the ancestors. How can the things of the ancestors be brought to the future generations? The elder brother said, as if he felt his words were not too strict, and added, the matter of the small days doesn't count. That's a blood feud. But Ing Zheng is a good emperor. His crime is in the present time, but his merit is in the future. Fusu's eyes brightened slightly. What a great phrase. The crime is in the present time and the work is in the 1,000 years. There's nothing wrong with it. Just a little life? Fusu keenly captured this keyword. What kind of thing can be described as a blood feud? I'll take you somewhere else and you'll see. How can a pale narrative be more shocking than witnessing it? The next morning, looking at the words 300,000 victims in front of the memorial, Fusu's eyes were bloodshot. Xianyang Palace. Ing Zheng was surprised to find that Fusu seemed to have changed. It's not so much a change in appearance, either, but the kind of dramatic shift that comes with temperament. It's like it grew overnight. Kong Xing, you wouldn't have taken Fuso to the ladies' lounge for a stroll, would you? Kong Xing's eyes widened. Slander. I'm a 3-good teenager. How could I do something like this to teach a little kid a bad lesson? Ing Zheng, 3 good teenagers? Which 3 good? Good sex, good money, good power? Fuso, or it could be good gold and money and wealth. Kong Xing. After a short period of joking, Ing Zheng began to talk about business. The widow of the salt has already sent someone to try to get a batch out using the method you gave. And yesterday it was already given to the inmates in the prison to eat. So if there are no problems with the follow-up, then it can be safely produced. Although this method is obtained from Kong Xing, and Ing Zheng knows that Kong Xing has no reason to harm himself, but after all, the matter is important. So there is no room for sloppiness, and the procedure should still be taken. As long as there is really no problem, then the price of salt will also fall under Qin's control to the extent that all the people can afford to eat it, instead of being that expensive again. Even if operated well, such salt could be used to suppress a wave of yen, wei, chu, and qi for a wave of economic warfare. Incidentally, this term economic warfare was still something he had heard from Kong Xing. This was the first time that Ing Zheng had heard that fighting a war was not only limited to killing on the battlefield, but that the lifeblood of a country could also be strangled by such means. It would be fine if it was something unusual, but the problem is, it's salt, it's refined salt. Nobody leaves the salt. That 4 countries originally, although there is also salt, but that kind of salt, not to mention the taste, the price is very high. Now there is a better and cheaper salt. How to choose the little cute? All know. And as soon as one but chooses the salt of Qin, then the latter is very good. Ing Zheng, it's amazing. I seem to see the possibility of destroying the remaining 4 countries without bloodshed. Kong Xing, then I'll congratulate brother Zhang first. Don't congratulate the widow yet. I was about to ask you, how do you build something like this? Ing Zheng took out the 2 pieces of paper that Kong Xing had given him earlier. He had taken a bamboo slip and transcribed the same content afterwards to compare. It could be completely described as a descending blow. Not to mention the fact that if all the governmental affairs that were approved every day were written in this kind of thing, one's work efficiency would definitely increase a lot, and one would also be able to save more time for oneself to do more things. Oh, paper making you say? What can I say about this thing? It's probably worth a palace. Chapter 11 is probably so big. A palace? The color of Ing Zheng's face was visibly gloomy. How could he not know what Kong Xing was playing at? Trying to trade away all my palaces so I have nowhere to go? Oh, want a palace? Ah, can. The widow has always been very good at talking. Wei, chu, yen, qi, these 4 countries you can pick at will. Widow granted. Kong Xing? What the hell? Fusu's sad face hashtag, it's still father who's awesome. Fusu's eyes were filled with admiration. Kong Xing wanted a palace, but he didn't say that it had to be Qin's. Could it be that the 4 countries are not palaces? Kong Xing's sad face, fine. If you're going to play like that, brother Zhang, then I'll take Qi. Fusu was a bit uncertain. Why Qi? Qi is far away from here. Ing Zheng, why else? Qi is the richest and most wealthy. Qi is by the sea, and commerce is the most prosperous of all the countries. Which means, in layman's terms, that Qi has a rather large treasury. Even if Kong Xing did not exactly state that he wanted that treasury, his intentions were not hard to guess. Ing Zhang vaguely felt that there should be other reasons for Kongxing to name Qi. After all, Qi, apart from its commercial prosperity, also had a very famous Jishi Academy. There were quite a few Confucianists. For example, a certain well-known Confucian figure who taught Han Fei and Li Si of legalism, Sun Zi, also known as Xuanzi. There seems to be something strange. Papermaking, Confucianism, Jishi Academy. Ing Zhang, it always feels like Kongxing is planning to do something big. Kongxing, papermaking is at stake, and its emergence is bound to have an impact on today's situation. So, Ing Zhang, so I can't use the papermaking technique I got from you right away? I still need to review the government affairs as I did before? Kongxing shook his head. Don't worry, it won't take long. At most, just a year? 1 year? Ing Zhang was furious and laughed. Who would want to use bamboo slips when there was something better? Fu Su was a bit confused. How come this dialogue is suddenly encrypted? Why can't it work? Why did it work a year later? Fu Su's tone gradually became a bit grumpy. There were just the three of us present. Is there anything that I can't know? Kongxing was a bit surprised. Hey, don't you understand? It can only be so obvious. Can't you guess? Don't be sold at the time and be counting the money for others. No matter. You don't have to be too intelligent to be a king. You just have to be able to use people. Ing Zhang sighed slightly. He was still a little disappointed that Fusu hadn't been able to see through this matter. I can only comfort myself that Fusu is young. Still too young. And needs to experience and grow up. Fuso, you're the one with the low IQ. I don't believe it. Can't we crack this encrypted conversation? Fusu immediately fell into contemplation, intending to rely on the only clues he had to find the answer. Kongxing and Ing Zhang just glanced at Fusu again before ignoring him, continuing the encrypted conversation between the two. Ing Zhang, 1 year. How big a deal are you planning to make? Are you sure? Do you need my help? Kongxing thought for a moment, reaching out and gesturing in the air. About this big? Ing Zhang watched wordlessly as Kongxing drew circles in the air, a little confused for a moment. In later times, is this how all communication is done? Kongxing seemed to have sensed something wrong, and gestured a bigger circle. This is the matter that you are going to destroy the 6 countries and unify the Central Plains. Brother Zhang. Ing Zhang's pupils suddenly shrunk. That little circle from earlier wasn't much smaller than this one. You're going to make something that big? Can you handle yourself? It should. Right. Kongxing wasn't too sure. After all, it wasn't like he had experimented or had any experience. Instead of pursuing Kongxing to find out what exactly he was up to, Ing Zhang asked about the price and cost of the paper. The cost is low. Low cost, Ing Zhang murmured, and connecting it to his earlier guess, he could probably guess what Kongxing was planning to do. Is it to subvert the position of Confucianism? Or are all the schools of thought going to be involved? Confucianism. What a coincidence that the widow just happened to look at it in a bad light. This is too big. The widow will help you. Kongxing seemed to be hit by surprise. Eyes crystal bright. Really? No regrets, Ao. Of course, I'm not that kind of small-minded person. And when I make a lot of money, I'll share 10% of it with you. Ing Zhang? Making money? What does subverting Confucianism have to do with making money? Are you trying to overthrow Confucianism and support business? Before Ing Zhang could figure out how Kongxing was going to make money, he heard Kongxing say, then I'd like to trouble you, Brother Zhang, to first order that from today onwards, within the borders of this country, no matter what position or official personnel, they can only use the Qin seal script. Ing Zhang was stunned for a moment. That whatever position is intriguing. Kongxing of folks are mixed up. It doesn't matter which country's characters are used, even if they are created by themselves, they are free to do so, but as long as you want to hold an official position within the Qin territory, civil ministers or military generals, you have to be able to know the Qin seal scripts. By then, even if Ing Zhang didn't use strong-arm tactics to achieve unification, as long as Qin Zhuanzhuan's weight was heavy enough, the people themselves would slowly complete the unification. In time it will largely be the difference between the official common language and the dialect. Allow for existence. Allow for continuity. Allow for innovation. Kongxing preferred this subtle and silent method than using strong-arm tactics to reach his goal. Text. Ing Zhang shook his head in dissatisfaction and rejected. How can just a single text be enough? I don't like trouble. If we're going to do it, we have to do it all. Notify them that in the future, those who want to come to Qin to seek an official position will not be wanted if they don't know the Qin seal, and those who come to do business will not be wanted if they don't use Qin's coins. And, Ing Zhang rambled on for a long time, almost saying that he didn't want anyone who wasn't of Qin's bloodline. I also don't know what the mood of foreign ministers such as Li Si in the Qin courtroom would be if such a notice was sent out. Will you be glad that you came early? Seemingly remembering something, Ing Zhang looked at Kongxing, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Oh yes, and don't take the ones with ugly characters either. So, in order not to be thrown out by the widow, practice writing. I'm in a good mood today, so I can teach you how to write the Qin seal script. Kong Xing. A moment later, Fusu slammed his thigh, looking extremely excited. I know, father, that you are in. The unfinished words came to an abrupt end. Fusu stared up at the two people in front of him in a daze. At this time Kong Xing, sitting on his knees in front of the case holding a pen, is practicing, and his dear father seems to be really can't watch it, is wrapping his right hand around Kong Xing's hand, leading him to practice. Only, due to the height difference between each other and the fact that the case table was very short, so from Fusu's perspective, it looked very much like Ying Zhang was lying on Kong Xing's back. Fuso, did I miss something exciting? Chapter 12, The Swing. It's not right. It's very much 12 times wrong. Fusu vaguely felt that there was something strange, but he just couldn't tell. Kong Xing, underscore 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 dot, underscore underscore underscore. The Qin seal strokes are so much better. Calligraphy. Kong Xing has learned a little bit of skin. It's also just skin deep, roughly at the stage of being able to read the font and recognize it. Sigma, degree delta degree. Nope. Then if I get a list from another dynasty in the future, won't I have to practice your handwriting? The rest is fine. Even the cursive is acceptable. But, Kim Moon, a bone. Think of it all blowing up. However, there was a news report that a bricklayer offered a high-priced bounty for those who could recognize the unknown oracle bone inscriptions, with a prize of $100,000 for a single character. Kong Xing's eyes lit up quietly. Hey, Zhang, do you know oracle bones? Masaru is so all around, so good. Surely he can do it, can't he? Ying Zhang? Ding dong. You have a new takeout delivery order. Please process it promptly. Please be careful on your way to the delivery. New day, new handouts. As the number of times Kong Xing traveled to and fro increased, that palace that belonged to Kong Xing himself also underwent a heavenly change. Duong, Duong, Duong. Hammer up, nail down. After driving the last nail in, Kong Xing stood up and rubbed his waist, which was somewhat sore from the long hours of woodwork. The takeout delivery orders that have been coming in lately are getting weirder and weirder. There are those who want to steal a floor tile from the palace, those who want to pour crushed candies into Ying Zhang's cup in front of him, and those who want to ask whether it is a deer or a horse when Ying Zhang goes to the court. Kong Xing didn't take too many kicks. As for the one in front of him, purely handmade a swing, and pink, this is sent out. It's going to get kicked in the pants again. How do I stop getting kicked in the ass? Kong Xing looked around and his eyes quickly locked onto Fu Su, who was holding a book under the shade of a tree and studying well. Yo, you're reading. So serious. What are you reading? The Whirling Words. Fu Su raised his head and raised the book in his hand. I found it from your house. I feel that this book is quite suitable for me. It's just... A hint of confusion flashed in Fu Su's eyes. Why does this book say that it's the genuine article? And the Confucian one? The pirated one? Seeing the whirling dervishes in Fu Su's hand, Kong Xing couldn't help but rejoice. The ploy has worked. It wasn't in vain that he had gone to Spellblade specifically to buy this. Kong Xing compelled. It doesn't really matter which version is correct. What matters is which version is more suitable for contemporary times. Fu Su was thoughtful. I have realized, even if neither is genuine, it is the only genuine one as long as the powers that be need it. Kong Xing nodded. That's right. In layman's terms, the final interpretation right belongs to Brother Zhang. Fu Su looked down at the whirligig in his hands, his face showing a hint of entanglement. But the problem is, isn't that not too good for the reputation of the husbandman? His old man? Good? Not many people's reputations are all words of praise and song. Even Masa's reputation in the afterlife is a mixture of black and white. But if you're really worried about that, the solution to the problem is simple. What method? Nail the coffin board of the husband. Fuso, Kong Xing, all for all oh. Alright, let's not talk about the whirligig or the Analects for now. Here, I've finished the swing. I've got other things to do, so I'll be counting on you to deliver this to Brother Zhang. Fuso raised his eyes to the pink buring swing, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The color. Kong, asterisk people. Where are the people? Where is Kong Xing's shadow beside him? Only a wisp of breeze. The swing swayed slightly, issued a squeak-a-light sound. How are we going to deliver this to father? You'll be beaten, won't you? No. If he says he wants me to deliver it, do I have to do what he says? Allow me to think. Which side of the palace did he live in? Shunglu? A few hours later, a sharp pop rang out from the palace. Ying Gao, who was drying the pulp, scratched his head in confusion. Strange. Why do I hear Shui Lu screams? Shouldn't it usually be the one called Kong Xing at this time? Why the change today? Then again, that Kong Xing guy said he can speculate this kind of thing called paper to a sky-high price of 300,000 big bucks. And for that cost, it can be sold that expensive? Which little cutie would buy it? Ing Gao muttered and continued drying the pulp. He wanted to see how Kong Xing was going to accomplish this impossible thing. He had a bet with Kong Xing on this matter. The bet, 10 taels of gold. Well, the solid gold kind. Your Majesty, those salts made earlier have been given to the prisoners in the jail for most of the month, and no symptoms have been found. Ing Zhang listened to his men's report on the previous experimental salt, and nodded slightly. You can step back first. This is something that I am aware of. Soon, only Ing Zhang, Fu Su, and Kong Xing were left in the hall. Ing Zhang, salt is a very important matter. Who do you think is more suitable to handle this matter? Kong Xing deadpanned his inner excitement and froze without uttering a single word, but instead disliked Fusu with his elbow, signaling him to speak first. Fuso, how about? Leave it to Shogun. He just got beat up yesterday, so a sweet date would be comforting at this point. What the hell? Want me to sell salt? Shulu, who was lying on the bed recuperating from his wounds, heard the eunuch's words relayed on his behalf and instantly became taut. You've been living a comfortable life catching birds and crickets and listening to music every day, and now you want to put yourself to work? It would be fine if father named him, but what do you mean by that? What? I haven't even gotten back at you for yesterday's swapping, and now you're doing it again. What a great brother I have. Shilu, you tell my elder brother that I'm bad at arithmetic and tend to lose money. Can't do this. The eunuch left in a hurry to deliver the message, and it didn't take long for him to reappear. Shenglu, how? What did he say about my brother? Eunuch, elder eunuch, he said it's okay if you're not good at arithmetic. He's enrolled you in a class and wants you to learn it tomorrow. Shogun, there is also the fact that the eldest prince and the king have suggested that if you don't learn, then the cost of that learning will have to be deducted from your monthly money. Prince, the king allowed it. Shogun, father, he allowed it? Yes. Shenglu's expression suddenly became twisted as he took a deep breath, rolled out of bed, found a sturdy wooden stick to carry in his hand, and waved it around tentatively, nodding in satisfaction, and then looked at the eunuch. Do you know which of the teaching teachers he found for me? Brother? I have arithmetic problems I'd like to ask him about. The eunuch nodded and began to lead the way. It didn't take long to bring Shulu to Kong Xing, who was deliberating with Ing Zhang and Fusu. Bam! The sticks fall. Chapter 13, Fishing Today. Kong Xing looked down at the wooden stick, looked up and then looked at Shogun, thought for a moment, and said, in this case, I'll give you a question. If you get it right, this matter will be over. If you don't get it right, Brother Zhang, what kind of behavior does he fall under? Can he be labeled as an attempted assassin? Shogun snapped to his knees, sweating like rain. Assassination? That's not a good thing to talk about. I'm so good at arithmetic. I'm sure I can get this one right. Kong Xing, oh? Really? But just now when the message was sent, you didn't seem to say that, did you? Shuilu's brain spun quickly. I was being modest. Modest? Kong Xing, okay, then may I ask, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, what's the final result when you add up all the way to 100 like this? Shogun, that much? It doesn't add up, but words spoken are like water thrown out. They can't be taken back. Under the pressure of the charge of attempted assassination, Shogunate took a pen, used a counting chip, and ran off to the side to do his work. Kong Xing, humph, there's enough for you to count. When we have a grudge, we take it on the spot. Fusa glanced at lying not far from the counting sweating General Liu, slightly lowered his head, broke a few fingers, and then sat toward the side of the whole star, as if to ask for confirmation, lowered his voice and said, 5,000,050. It is this one, right? Kong star, dash, that fast? Yeah. Huh? What? Shogun looked up in confusion. What wasn't it? He was a little too far away to hear. Ing Zhang sighed slightly. It's nothing. Go on and do your math. And if you don't get it right, I'll punish you. Shogun, looking at the General Liu who continued to be busy, the three shook their heads in unison. This person afraid of appearing to contrast. There is a contrast. This gap came out all of a sudden. Ing Zhang, do you two think it's really appropriate to give him the salt business? Kong Xing continued to play dead, still saying nothing. Salt is too significant for a country, destined to be state-owned. But any thought of private ownership, tomorrow we'll have to report to Hades. This question from Ing Zhang appeared to be asking Kong Xing and Fusu, but Kong Xing was not stupid as to who exactly he was asking. Ing Zhang had poured too much expectation into Fusu, and Kong Xing also wanted to give Fusu more opportunities to perform to return Ing Zhang's expectation. Fusu, whether it's suitable or not, only when it's done will we know. Doubting people is not a good idea. Using people is not a good idea. My son believes that Xuanlu will do a good job in this matter. Besides, more than anything, this matter requires a royal identity, doesn't it? Ing Zhang nodded with some satisfaction. but I think it's more appropriate to leave this to you. Fusu, what do you think? Fuso, huh? For yourself? Father, my son believes that at this stage, it is not suitable. Zhang's words were clear to Fusu, but he already had too many things, and the crown prince was almost a foregone conclusion. He had to give the other brothers some hope, and give those ministers who wanted to support the other brothers some hope that they might be able to harvest some big fish. Well, what my son says is true. Zhang was very satisfied with Fusu, although many of his ideas were a bit young. It was already very good for him to be able to think of them at this age, and what Fusu lacked now was experience. This is also the reason why Zhang asked Fusu to follow Kongxing. After praising Fusu, Zhang turned to Kongxing. What? Do you have no opinion on the salt issue? Without speaking, Kongxing reached into his coat pocket and pulled out another folded piece of paper, snapping it onto the case table. A palace within a salty palace. Zhang, taking a deep breath to calm his violent emotions, Zhang slowly opened the paper. The first thing that catches the eye is a few crooked sheen seals. Regulator. After patiently reading what was on the paper, and carefully placing the paper close to his body, he picked up the wooden stick that Shenglu had brought with him. Hands out. Didn't the widow say last time that if the characters were so ugly again, he would hit 50 big planks? Kongxing thought back and realized with horror that there did seem to be such a thing coming. Ugly characters are deserving of punishment. Decisively extend your right hand. It was grabbed by Zhang with one hand, palm facing upwards, hand up, stick down, pop. Listening to the sound that came out, Fusu was confused for a moment and pulled out his ears, coming closer to listen carefully. Pop. Again. Fusu was furious and turned his head away from looking at it again. You can tell by the sound. It's just for fun, okay? It's not even hard. When I was young, I was beaten for having ugly characters, but my father really beat me, and my hands were swollen for 3 days. What is this? Fuso, I'm a million times sure that I'm definitely out of favor. Even Shuanglu looked up in a similarly dumbfounded manner, and asked without the slightest thought, Father, have you not eaten? Obviously when he hit himself yesterday, he wasn't so gentle. Zhang, are you done with your problem? It's okay if you haven't finished counting. Come here and take your punishment first. Within a short time, the wailing of the shoguns resounded in the great hall. Ding! The current number of positive reviews is 19/20. After nearly a month of hard work, looking to meet the 25-star reviews, ushering in the system to unlock new features, Kongxing is quite excited, but also full of energy. Let's see. What's the note on today's order? Take a fishing rod and go fishing. And whatever you catch, what will you make for brother politics to eat? Looking at the mission remarks, Kongxing was somewhat silent for a while. Fishing, it's an amazing thing. Let's not talk about the Air Force or not. Let's talk about the catch. It's not even sure if it's edible or not. Thinking back to his night fishing in modern times, when he had once caught a corpse, Kongxing winced fiercely. This fish, it's better not to fish in modern times. The unknown factor is too high. It's better to go to Zhang's place. Fuso, do you know where there are the most fish? Where the most fish are, I do know a place. It didn't take long for Fusu to lead Kongxing to the side of one of the pools with the most fish in the royal palace. There is a saying. There are hundreds of fish in the pool, but all of them are like empty swimmers with nothing to rely on. At this point in the pool's view it is just that. Aside from a bit of decorative aquatic grass, it's all pedal to the metal fish. If we can't catch this, there's no way in hell we're going to catch it. Hey, 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 hey. Nesting and nesting. Kongxing was quite excited to start the action. Fuso stood aside and watched for a while. His face was torn, thought about it, said nothing, turned around and was ready to leave, but in the next instant saluted and shouted in horror. My son greets my father. The sound was so loud that it was obvious that he was tipping off Kongxing. Rang Kongxing didn't get to Fusu's point at all, flinging his fishing rod into the pool with a beautiful parabola. Without looking back, Brother Zhang, see which fish you want to eat. I'll try to catch it for you. Zhang, fishing? Kongxing, do you think there is such a possibility that this pool is used by the widow to keep ornamental fish? Kongxing froze, but it only froze for a second before dumping the pot. What's wrong with me fishing? I just wanted to catch a fish for you to eat. Brother Zhang. It was Fuso who said there were lots of fish here, and he was the one who brought me here. Fuso, that, father, let me explain. I'd say he only asked me where there were more fish, not that he wanted to fish. Would you believe me? Chapter 14, Starboy Online Pua. Your Majesty, Li Si seeks an audience. Just as Fusu thought he was going to suffer, a voice like a savior rang out. Fusu, father, Li Si must be looking for you to discuss something big. Everything should still focus on state affairs. Just as the words fell, Kongxing's unhurried, hilarious voice rang out from the side. In ancient times, Those who wish to be bright and virtuous in the world first ruled their country. Those who wish to rule their country first aligned their family. Fuso. Zhang nodded his head quite approvingly. The minister can be summoned again in a while, but if the child isn't beaten in time, he can't turn around and say that he'll forget about it. Xing, you can make that Westlake vinegar fish you mentioned last time, right? If you can do it, I will eat this in a while. If the cooking is not good, the shape is the same as this person, Zhang said, pointing to Fusu who was hanging upside down from a tree. As this was the royal palace, Zhang was not afraid that someone would see this scene, which would affect his and Fusu's reputation in the outside world. Westlake vinegar fish? Xing's face was ashen. What was the difference between this and being sentenced on the spot? What's with that look? What? This food isn't good? What's the point of keeping a dish that doesn't taste good in your latter days? Zhang was a bit puzzled. Since he knew it wasn't tasty, wouldn't it be better to just kick it out of the menu? This is not the only way to prepare fish. Xing wasn't sure. Not removing the name, maybe, to highlight that the other dishes are delicious? It must be that your latter-day living conditions are better and your tastes are tricky, or else you're not a good cook. No, it's not a matter of my cooking skills, or authenticity, or tricky flavors, it's that it's inherently awful. Zhang didn't believe it, so he asked Xing to make one for Fusu to try. Fuso? Is there something wrong? No, wait, father, don't go yet. Why should I eat the food you ordered? Zhang's pace, however, was faster, muttering something about having to attend to official business and not keeping Li Si waiting. Fusu has always thought of himself as a non-fussy eater, and although he is the eldest son of Qin, he also treasures food. Normally, he is also gentle and modest, but until that first mouthful of Westlake vinegar fish into the mouth, Fusu suddenly realized that he turned out to be a picky eater. Turns out it will still be so cranky. Xing, okay, you have cursed that dish cursed the afternoon. Over and over again. Is that a few words? You do not mind tired of it? Fusu sad face comedy comment. If I am king in the future, the first thing I will do is to kick this dish off the menu. Xing D, very ambitious. Kudos to you, my lord. Li Si seeks an audience. Outside the temple, the sound of the guard's announcement rang out. Lass? Fusu scratched his head, a little confused. At noon, didn't Li Si just meet his father? Why did he come to see me now? Let him in. Soon a figure fell in. Liz, _sadface tired and skeptical. Your Excellency, can you speak to the king on behalf of my minister and give me 2 days vacation to rest for a while? What are you? Fusu looked at Li Si in front of him with a yellow face, deep-set eyes, and a look as if he was about to karma over soon, and his entire body was confused. What's going on? What kind of workload could make even Reese this tired? Seemingly remembering something, Fusu sucked in a breath of cool air. Don't tell me that you have handled all the political affairs for the past half of the month? If so, then that explains how father had time and leisure to go to the fish pond to feed the fish today. He is usually too busy to have time, right? Liz, I'm not going to lie. That's just the way things it. At first, I thought it was because the king valued me. Plus I was swept away by that promotion and pay raise. But who knows? This batch, it's most of the month. Reese couldn't really strain himself either. No promotions, no raises, not even a word of encouragement. Only the regular big man who delivers baskets and baskets of government every day. If not for the fact that he really could not hold out, he would never have come to Fusu and let Fusu give him a favor. The Kong singers went numb. He said earlier that there was paper making but not paper right away, and that Zhang had to approve government affairs as before. But surprisingly there was little opposition. He thought it was because Zhang was used to the 007 work system and couldn't be bothered for a while. But now he looks again. So it was Li Si who took on everything. Didn't you go to father today? And what did he say? At the mention of this, Reese held his tongue even more for a moment. I kindly advised the king not to play with things, and the king said that he would punish me for presuming to talk about the monarch. And then the king punished the minister, continued to criticize, saying that it was to give the minister a chance to make amends for his sins. Fuso, Xing, crouched down. You can do that? Xing was overwhelmed with emotion. If Air Feng had done the same thing back then, I wonder what would have happened to the one called Wei Zhen. With the system in place, I think I'm bound to receive orders from Datong in the future. So maybe I can try to operate it then and see what the buzz is all about. Think it will be extremely exciting. Your Excellency, you must make a decision for the minister. Fuso's face is torn. How can he decide this? The pleading eyes immediately fell on Xing. Fusu, you have a lot of heart. So say a few words to get rid of people. Xing successfully received the signal. Ahem. Li Si, right? I heard that you have great talent. There is one thing that I do not understand. I would like to ask you, what is the meaning of the word minister? Liz? I'm here to complain and try to get the prince and the king to beg for a vacation and rest. And you're around to quiz me? Li Si was a bit annoyed, but his good education still let him patiently and casually cope with Kong Xing. As a minister, one should share the king's worries and difficulties. Kong Xing, too superficial, I think, for the minister. When living in the height of the temple, he worries about his people. And when in the distance of the rivers and lakes, he worries about his king. First the world worries, then the world rejoices. Least sigma, degree mouth degree. What a great line about worrying about the world first and rejoicing in the world later. Pithy, so eloquently put. Fuse's face was a little odd. Such profound words, how to listen to it does not sound like Kong Xing's original, but more like he took someone's words from the latter days and said them in advance. I don't know whose word this is. So unlucky. Kong Xing continued to pua. Do you know what it means to bow and die? Taking a vacation? How do you have the nerve to take a vacation at your age? Do you want future generations, when they want to know about you as a person, to find out from the history books all about you? Li Si, taking a leave of absence? The prime minister of the current dynasty is already old. If you don't seize the opportunity to perform now, when else do you want to wait to perform? Waiting for Feng Jiaji to become the prime minister first and then perform? 3 words down. Reese renewed his electricity again and became energized. If Li Si rests, does it not give Feng Jiaji a chance to overtake him? That's not good enough. Fusu, you don't need my son to ask my father to grant you a leave of absence? Reese, no need. I feel very good now. It is perfectly possible to serve Qin for another 20 years. Kong Xing pulled his fingers together and counted. Well, 20 years? That's pretty accurate. P.S. History records that Li Si died in 208 BC. Chapter 15, Assassin. Ding. The current number of 5-star reviews is 2020, which has satisfied the opening of the new function. The system is being updated. Updated. System space unlocked. Lucky draw screen is open. Menu function enabled. Ding. The number of favorable comments required for the next upgrade is 100. Current number is 0 out of 100. Kong Xing sad face hashtag. Not bad. Not bad. Could be an upgrade. System space. Well understood. A trash can. The draw screen is a bit more interesting. It's a draw that costs the number of stars you get from positive reviews, and a single draw only costs 1 star, and there is no conflict between the stars spent and the number of 5-star reviews accumulated. Kong Xing always felt that there was a big pit in this lucky draw interface. How could a stingy system that could embezzle the proceeds of its own distribution be so generous? Kong Xing intends to try the water next time he draws. As for the pick list feature, it's even more interesting. For most of the month it's usually been the system that sends out whatever orders Kong Xing accomplishes. And now with this feature, it's possible to triple check and choose the right order to deliver, such as distribution order number, distribution order number, distribution order number, distribution order number. Delivery task: a moonlight to sphere. Delivery time: late night. Remarks: the moonlight is very beautiful tonight, and I think the minister is still awake. It would be a very romantic thing to invite the minister to enjoy the moon and walk with each other in the courtyard. After this is accomplished, I will give you a 5-star review. Kong Xing. Don't let him know where all these rare orders are coming from. Letting yourself go to Li Si in the middle of the night to enjoy the moon? What kind of? That's not true. I don't think the note says you have to go to Reese's to enjoy the moon by yourself. Does it? Degree, well, I guess it's okay if I let Fuyu go, right? It's not nice to intrude in the middle of the night, but his father is Qin Wangzhan, Li Si's boss. Kong Xing pressed down the excitement of wanting to take this order, and patiently continued to look at the next order. Distribution order number 2. Delivery task: strategies of the warring states to Emperor Yingzhang. Remarks: I've got a belly full of fire. Please help the distribution little brother to ask the rightful owner. That Tang Ju does not dishonor the mission is really a historical fact? Don't shame me? The memories of the old days of struggling to go to school and memorize text strike again. When I first learned it I just buried my head in the sand, but now that I look back on that article in detail, it was spooky in every way. Not to mention that at the end of the article, the king of Qin was colorful, and kneeled down to thank him. Let's just say that this foreign minister met the king of another country. How could he be armed with a sword? Note: color, face, scratch, yield, long kneeling. The ancients sat on the ground with their knees on the ground and their hips on their heels. If one knelt down, one would shrug one's shoulders and stand up, and one's body would appear to be taller, longer. So it was called long kneeling. Thank you. Admit your fault. Apologize. Didn't you see how Jingke hid the map to bring the weapon? It wouldn't make sense to say that the sword was also hidden beforehand. It's a sword, not a dagger. Where would you hide something that long? In your stomach? This detail it just can't find. The more you look for this article, the more it looks like a fake. The more it looks like one of those little essays written with intent to discredit. Perhaps there are historical facts in it as well, and Kong Xing reckons that there shouldn't be much written about it. Distribution order number 3. Delivery task, a bag of white bread to Zhu Yuanzhang. Distribution time, 1380. Remarks, it is said that he got the idea to think about things because of the famine. And at that time, it was New Year's Eve when he could have a mouthful of white bread. Then, if this big bag is sent over, it shouldn't choke to death, right? Ming Dynasty's Shan? I'll take it. Almost without hesitation, Kong Xing directly chose the third delivery order, and nothing more, just to nag Zhu Yuanzhang, and incidentally, to hear, what are his award-winning words about having a bunch of oddball emperors in his own family. Come on, Fusu. I'll take you to another dynasty to grow up, let you also learn to learn how others were emperors and monarchs. Kong Xing gripped the sleeping Fusu from the bed with one hand. In ancient times, men had the habit of growing their hair, so it was very good for gripping. Fuso, Sigma, Aga you man. I'll go back to father and have him beat you up. 50 lashes. Kong Xing did not take Fusu's threatening words of snitching to heart, because he knew that Ing Zhang had asked Fusu to follow him because he guessed that he would have the opportunity to go to other dynasties, and wanted to take this opportunity to let Fusu have more experience and gain more knowledge. I just don't know what Fuso will grow into by the end of it. Don't believe me. Father, he loves me. If I say I'll let him fight, he'll definitely beat you up. Ah yes, you're right. Kong Xing perfunctorily replied back, his eyes falling on the bag of white flour steamed buns that appeared out of thin air by his feet. It came in an oversized woven bag. How big is it? You can stuff both Kong Xing and Fusu in one breath. Kong Xing, the bags I thought were at best supermarket plastic bags turned out to be. Well, it's true that this takeout delivery order it's not a normal one. Fusu was also confused when he looked at the bag of steamed buns. Are we going to another dynasty to provide disaster relief? How can this be enough for disaster relief? This is to be fed to a later emperor named Zhu Yuanzhang. For one person? Are you sure he won't choke to death on that much? He won't be the first emperor in history to choke to death on steamed buns, will he? Kong Xing, 1380. That is, the 13th year of Hangu. The prime minister Hu Weiyong was executed for conspiracy against the emperor, and Zhu Yuanzhang thus abolished the setting up of the Jiangsu province and the prime minister, and replaced it with the emperor's personal administration, directly supervising the 6 ministries. Later, he strictly ordered his descendants to kill without pardon those who presumed to set up a prime minister. The prime minister system was abolished, and all major political affairs of the country were handled by the emperor himself. In a sense, Zhu Yuanzhang this time also followed the example of the first emperor, Ing Zhang, and started the 007 work system daily. The huge daily workload kept Zhu Yuanzhang busy. Xu Biao, father, you have to take care of your body. This labor goes on, the body will not be able to eat, or put. Before he could finish his words, Zhu Yuanzhang glared over. Shut up, since it's your first time, we'll spare you. Next time, Empress Ma, what? Are you planning to follow the example of Emperor Wu of Han? No, what we mean is, the next time, he'll be punished for facing the wall. And why can't we handle this kind of business? What's wrong with being busy? What's wrong with being busy? If the Qin emperor could handle it, so can we. We're not even close to him. Outside the hall, Kong Xing and Fu Su, who had inadvertently overheard the content of the trio's conversation, looked at each other in unison, somewhat silent. In the next instant, a cry of alarm rang out from the guards. Men, escort, there's an assassin. Chapter 16. The Emperor who rebelled because of famine. Thanks for the invite. How do you get caught as an assassin in the opening game when one is in the Ming? How can I fix it? There are so many people. I can't beat them. Fusa shook his head inside slightly. He really hadn't encountered such a scene before. It's okay. This emperor is different from the others. We can say we're here to sue the emperor. Let's see. What corrupt officials were there during this period? Corrupt officials? Well, Zhu Yuanzhang's ancestor had a rule that if you embezzled more than 60 taels you could just be pulled out and beheaded. Come to think of it, there's a huge wave of people being beheaded 5 years after this period. Corrupt officials, dying 5 years early and 5 years late isn't much of a problem. Just sue them. The corners of Fu Su's mouth straightened. Taking the life of a corrupt official to solve the trouble of being treated as an assassin. What an absolute. But there's a 5-year time lag. What if those people haven't started to get greedy yet? And you need evidence to file a complaint, right? What evidence do you need to sue the emperor? If you really need evidence, just take a look at the house. Fuso has a point. Soon, the two were brought into the hall by the guards who arrived. Sue the defense? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the Kong Xing and Fu Su in front of him a little confused. he did allow the people to sue the royal court, and even can directly tie the corrupt officials over to sue. But look at these two people dressed. We may be grassroots, but we're not stupid. What kind of person has Zhu Yuanzhang, who fought his way up from the bottom, not seen before? Just a glance knew what these two people were playing. Wanted to get angry and directly let the guards drag these two liars out and behead them. But considering that Empress Ma was still next to them, he held back, intending to listen to these two again to see if they had any last words they wanted to say. Fusu, see, I told you. People won't believe me if I tell the royal petition. What kind of a fool is there who is an emperor? Kongxing, the emperor, is still really stupid. Fuso? Kongxing, what would you say if you don't tell the court that you are the eldest son of Qin, Ing Fusu, or that I am from the afterlife, more than 600 years later? You guys, ahem. Zhu Yuanzhang was so shocked by Kongxing and Fusu's last words that he almost failed to renew his breath. I've seen last words begging for forgiveness. I've seen last words confessing, but it's the first time I've seen a mouth full of crap like these two. What's all this? Fusu of the Qin dynasty? And one from 600 years later? Then let's say we're the first emperor of Qin. On the side, Xu Biao looked at the two with a gaze full of sympathy. What a pity about the two. They were so young. Why did they go crazy? How can a person prove himself in Damien? Kongxing was in deep thought. At that time, when I first met with Masamune, it was quite smooth, and I didn't wonder if I was from the afterlife. How is it that you need to self-certify when you get here? Oh, I see. Definitely poor IQ. As for how to prove it to yourself, that would require a little shock. Carry on trash can. No. System space isn't unlocked for nothing. Middle school chemistry wasn't for nothing. Swish. With that wave of the small hand, two blue flames danced on Kongxing's palm and followed closely with the wave of Kongxing's hand. Fuso. And you know fairy magic? It's just a mere fire control technique. And everyone in the afterlife knows it. After all, we're the ones who gave Xian. Ahem. You know, the best way to prove yourself is when the fire imperial art comes out. At least, there would be no more suspicion of assassins. Of madness. The fire control technique. This kind of immortal magic. Is it true that everyone in the later generations will know it? Xu Bei's eyes were crystal clear. Zhu Yuanzhang did not say a word. He had seen too many people, and it was not as if he had never met a Jianghu cheater. His heart was always skeptical of Kongxing's words. Nowadays, the tentative belief is only because he thinks that a person who can defend the fire magic will not be foolish enough to do this kind of assassination. If he had tried to commit an assassination himself, he would have thrown a fireball directly at the Great Hall and the success rate would have been absolutely high. And now since this man says that he is a man of the latter days, let's listen to his words down the line for now. Unlike Xu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma had the highest degree of belief in what Kongxing said. It wasn't because of any woman's intuition, but rather Kongxing's face, which was also a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, and those eyes that were wise with a bit of stupidity in them. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and they can't be fooled. Aha! You want to learn? I'll teach you. Kongxing eyes flashed a bright light. But it is just white phosphorus spontaneous combustion. That is, usually said ghost fire, more high temperature in the summer, commonly found in graves. Such a simple chemical common sense of life. It seems that it can also be used to earn some extra money possibly? Bill, come back. Zhu Yuanzhang vaguely feel that something is not right. Quickly called back Xu Biao, raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of the Kongxing, that is, the afterlife. Do not stay in your time. Run us here is what do you want to do? To tell you the truth, I'm a takeout delivery man. Someone ordered a meal for you, ancestor, and I'm here to deliver it. Kongxing said, pointing at the oversized woven bag. Bring us food? Zhu Yuanzhang was a little confused and signaled his guards to come forward to open the woven bag for inspection. A big bag full of white bread. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned in vain. Some people in later generations say that you, the ancestor, came out of the famine, and that the heartache and suffering of this past of yours is known to later generations. Therefore, I have been entrusted to send this bag of steamed bread, and I hope that you will not mind it. Famine. How can we be too much? We couldn't be happier. After seeing this big bag full of steamed buns, Zhu Yuanzhang's last doubts about Kongxing were gone. The tide of memory also engulfed Zhu Yuanzhang. If our parents and brothers are not dead, see these, we'll be happy to die. We then eat a white bread. Is the new year ah? Empress Ma stepped forward and assisted Zhu Yuanzhang. It's alright. It's all in the past. She is considered one of the most knowledgeable people about Zhu Yuanzhang's past. He, is the one who had no choice but to rebel because he was almost going to be starved to death. His family, too, were starved to death. That year, there was a great drought in western Huaishi, and the land was 1,000 miles red. Accompanying the drought were successive plagues of locusts. And that day, when locusts flew up from all over the sky, made Zhu Yuanzhang's life unforgettable. It was as if the locusts were man-eaters, and wherever they passed, not an inch of grass grew. Too many people died in that disaster, and the plague raged. Zhu Yuanzhang's father, mother, and elder brother were the ones who all died in just 10 days or so. Those who haven't experienced it simply don't understand the feeling. For someone like Zhu Yuanzhang, wasting food is a crime and his conscience will be condemned. We appreciate the good intentions of the latter. This steamed bun, from where you brought it, send it back. No way. With his 5-star review at stake, Kong Xing said nothing. Xu Bei, father, at least this is a token of appreciation from the later generations. Let's take it. Where's the courtesy of returning something that's been sent here? Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the big bag of steamed buns, fists creaking. So, you are hoping that we are choking to death, and then you good on the throne, right? Xu Biao panicked and knelt down to admit his mistake. I absolutely did not mean this. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the bag of steamed buns and felt nothing but heartache. How can you eat so many buns if you can't return them? In the past, I would never have imagined that I would be worried about eating too many buns one day in the future, right? With the summer heat, food cannot be stored for long periods of time. Then the buns, just distribute it to the people of the city. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but praise his own wit. Father is wise. My son will go and send it now. Xu Biao said as he shouldered the woven bag and was about to rush out, but was called back by Zhu Yuanzhang. Son of a, get back here. Don't you know to save two for us? Chapter 17 asked about the livelihood of the people, and then asked about daming. After leaving a few steamed buns to eat, the rest of those were taken out by Zhu Biao to distribute to the people. What? Why don't you say it's for the minister? Zhu Yuanzhang said in this regard. First control the people, then control the subjects. Is his old Zhu family fine tradition? A fine tradition. Kong Xing was somewhat silent for a while. Daming, but there is a heavenly son who calls the door. Ancestor. These words, it's better not to say too much. It's better to leave some wiggle room. Kong Xing kindly reminded Zhu Yuanzhang of this, and Zhu Yuanzhang was completely unconcerned, but instead began to ask about the things he was most concerned about. How is the life of the people in the latter days? Are there still famines? He broke out of the famine and his main concern. Food. Kong Xing, you can rest assured that the 140,000 people in the latter days, all is well. Famine has become a thing of the past. That's good. That's good. There's no famine. How much did you just say? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened. 140,000 people? His daming is also only now. How can we feed so many people? How much food does it take to feed them? Young man, don't lie to us. It's a matter of people's livelihood. You can't be sloppy. Fusu on the side was also shocked by this amazing number. He followed Kong Xing although he had spent some days in the modern era, but he really didn't know much about some of the things in the modern era. Almost subconsciously, it was compared to the size of his Qin population. Fuso, like, not even a fraction. Kong Xing, that's how much. In the latter days, Huaxia was the world's #1 in terms of population. Well, no. In the last 2 years it was overtaken by that one that likes to drink Ganges water. Now it's second. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but roar, mouth, this is the first and second question. What we are asking you is how to feed so many people. Kong Xing, with more grain, production is brought up and naturally fed. All of this is thanks to Yuan and his research team. Well, there's also that trader who risked his life to bring the potato vines in the late Ming period. Chen Jinlong. Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a moment. This is still his Ming thing na? Potato vines? Zhu Yuanzhang secretly wrote the word down, intending to ask Kong Xing in detail later to find out what was going on. Ask about people's livelihoods and then ask about Damien. I wonder which of our Ming emperors was on duty at your time. Before Kong Xing could answer, Fusu excitedly interjected. His era, your daming, died long ago. Boom! Zhu Yuanzhang only felt cooching a thunderclap on the brain. Brain melon buzzing straight. Half a day did not come back to God. Damien. Dead? Shigehachi, are you alright? Empress Ma was concerned. Nothing. Zhu Yuanzhang slowed down, grudgingly accepting the sad news. And even more so, giving himself a reason to feel self-compassionate. If the dynasty changes hands, then it will change hands. As long as this territory remains the same, then our great Ming has not died. The sun, moon, mountains and rivers are still there, and the great Ming river and mountains will always be there. It's called a pattern. At the end of the day, Zhu Yuanzhang successfully pulled himself, and even had the leisure to ask about Fusu. I think the first emperor should have known about the death of the second Qin dynasty, right? Does he have a pattern like us? Fusu didn't reply, but turned to Kong Xing, after Ming. What is it? It's clear. Qing? Zhu Yuanzhang eyelids wildly jumping, vaguely have a hint of bad premonition. And this premonition more and more intense. Fusu, Qing? Who built this? Aizen Jaro Huang Taiji. But there is another theory that Narachi was the founding emperor of the Qing. Zhu Yuanzhang. The name. Is the foreign enemy fighting in? Zhu Yuanzhang's forehead veins popped. It was so hard for him to send away a yuan. This is followed by another Qing established by a foreign enemy? Asshole. What are the future generations doing? How could they let a foreign enemy come in? Fusu, calm down. Calm down. Pattern. Pattern. Didn't you just say that the sun, moon, mountains and rivers are still there, and that the great Ming River and mountains will always be there? It's just a change in the dynasty. The Ming dynasty. It's not dead. Not dead? If it is a matter of our own family, naturally, it is not counted as a death. But this has run into the hands of the foreign enemy, even if we get it back later. So what? It's still dead. Not to mention the fact that it was still a foreign enemy that Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't accept more than the death of the great Ming that had struck in. The news was worse than killing him. Zhu Yuanzhang, who fought against the yuan, knows too well what kind of hell on earth it would be for a foreign enemy to fight its way in. Fusu also at the sight of the non-stop comfort. Genxan1ZZ, calm down. Calm down. Pattern. As an emperor, you have to have a pattern. My father, he doesn't have a big picture like you. At the mention of Ying Zhang, Zhu Yuanzhang broke his defense even more. He was aware of Ying Zhang's decree that the border troops would not be allowed to return to the court even if the sky fell at home. Queen Ma, it's fine. Haven't things happened yet? Isn't it fine to just get rid of things that might come up ahead of time? A word to the wise. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. His eyes brightened slightly. Yes, nothing had happened yet in his period. It's not too late. Everything is still in time. My son, please show us a place, and we'll clean it up in advance. Kongxing is a bit torn. Now that the Ming has only been established for 12 years, 101 things are waiting to happen. Is it not a bit inappropriate to fight over now? After all, there's more than one fight coming in behind this one. Fusu, it's better not to ask first. It's easy to collapse the country by fighting in the past. It's better to develop steadily for a few years before fighting. Zhu Yuanzhang nonchalantly disliked. If you have a grudge, you have to avenge it on the spot. What did your father teach you? Yes, if you were educated like this, no wonder you wiped your neck at the Great Wall, and no wonder Qin died in the Second World. Fusu, fine, fine. You want to fight, right? Kongxing, do you have a picture? Show him the diagram. Kongxing had prepared a world map of the Ming dynasty period before coming here, and now that he heard Fusa say this, he immediately got it from his carry-on trash can. Ugh, the map was taken out from the system space. Spread out. Zhu Yuanzhang a sigma, LLL, this big? Zhu Yuanzhang was instantly silenced after seeing the area that Daming covered on the map and those lands outside the map that hadn't been knocked down yet. He now knew why Fusa had advised him to take his time. There's so much ground to cover. One bad move and the country is truly screwed. Fighting a war is too costly in terms of men, money and food. But Zhu Yuanzhang has a very active brain and quickly found himself a suitable step down. What we mean is, let's look for places that have a worldly grudge to fight first. There are so many places out there. They can't be full of feuds, can they? 3 or 4 at the most. No more. Zhu Yuanzhang was about to praise himself for his wit when the next instant he saw Kongxing pull out a pen and keep circling the diagram. Hit Sijuan first, right? This island. It's a blood feud. Here, and here, and here, and here. Oh yeah. And this one. Hit it too, by the way. They like to steal. Looking at the circled countries and regions, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression gradually became complicated. Fusu was cheering Zhu Yuanzhang from the side. Go for it. I believe you can definitely do it. Chapter 18, will break his legs. Zhu Yuanzhang did not bother to ask why there were so many world enemies, because weakness is the original sin. Since the foreign domain wants to fight in, then in order to prevent the incompetence of future generations of descendants, the simplest and crudest way is to destroy the entire foreign domain, so that in the end, even if there is still a fight, it will still be a matter of the own family. There are so many places, and the Ming is still in a state of flux, so I'm afraid that this life is. Zhu Yuanzhang murmured, seemed to have thought of something, eyes flashed a glimmer of light, looked to Empress Ma and said, Sister, you say, if we give Deer a little bit of military power, and then throw him to the outer regions, tell him that how much territory he fights down is how much territory he will be given, and how much territory he can get is all up to his own ability. So, what will happen? Zhu Yuanzhang, the more he thought the more he felt that this idea is good, although Zhu Di is now only 20 years old. But its military commander-in-chief talent has been the first glimpse of the future. More by many veteran generals. The future can be said to be a bright future. When Fu Su heard Zhu Yuanzhang's proposal, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For some reason, although this proposal was none of his business, he had a feeling that his father, Ing Zhang, would have come up with an even crazier idea than this one if not for the fact that he was young and the world was not yet unified. Fu Su, Kong Xing, you have to help me. Kong Xing, huh? Kong Xing was a bit confused. Help you? Oh, I see. You want that kind of treatment from Masa too? Well, if Zhu Di, there's still a chance that he'll run into the matter of Zhu Yuanzhang's ancestor rebelling later on, and the fight will turn into a white-knuckle fight in the end. But if you, I think, as long as you don't have a brain fart and rebel, this is something that he will definitely support you strongly. The first son, the default heir of the dynasty. His teacher was a famous scholar at that time. He was allowed to go to the court to discuss politics. He was allowed to make friends with the Meng family who had military power in their hands. And even if he was transferred out, he was also sent to the side of his acquaintances who had 300,000 troops in their hands. And the above buffs were casually stacked on the back of the emperor's son besides Zhu Biao. And he would have to be chipped in the rhythm of death in a few minutes. This shows how much hope Ing Zhang gave to Fu Su. Fu Su waved his hands repeatedly. No, I don't mean to. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhu Yuanzhang. What do you mean? What do you mean? We will back out later? Are we the kind of people who would let deer work for nothing? Kong Xing thought carefully and nodded, still feeling that it was highly likely that Zhu Yuanzhang would backtrack later. Ancestor, don't be angry. I will think so that naturally there is a reason. You may not know your son Zhu Di too well. He is, in fact, quite capable of fighting. In later times, a number of people have jokingly referred to him as the Crown Prince's Great General of the North. Hearing the term Prince's Great General of the North, Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned for a moment. I do not know what scene was brainstormed, and not angry, happy, pulling Kong Xing to sit down, so that he can talk in detail about how in the end Zhu can fight. For his part, Fu Su heard the flavor of melon from this word, and under the influence of eating melon, he unconsciously threw the thought of trying to explain to Kong Xing his true thoughts of seeking help to the back of his mind. How can Zhu fight? Kong Xing weighed his vocabulary for a moment, and in the calmest tone possible, he told the astonishing historical fact. His most capable of fighting is reflected in the fact that he had the Crown Prince supervise his country and made many imperial expeditions to the north to conquer Mongolia. Zhu Yuanzhang? Zhu Yuanzhang's entire body was confused. How is it that we can understand every word, but when we put them all together, it doesn't understand them? Let the Crown Prince oversee the country? The royal army? The royalty? Young man, we have a weak heart. Are you sure you're right? Is it really the Imperial Army? Kong Xing nodded his head extremely seriously. That's right. It's him, Zhu Di, the Imperial Emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang roared sad face, mouth, impossible. Bill is the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince oversees the country. And he, Zhu Di, the Imperial Court? You're not kidding. Fuso, wow go. Wait, if I remember correctly, the one that just left seemed to have been called something by him? Jubilee? Fu Su thought back to how Zhu Biao looked just now. That looked to be in his early 20s, right? Thinking that the one called Zhu should not be much younger than him. SS. Is the world so blasted? Fu Su had a feeling that there would be a melon to eat after the term the Crown Prince's Great General of Conquest of the North. But he never expected that it would be such a big melon. This is a simple substitution. As if you were supervising your own country, and Xu Wei Lu was sitting in his own father's seat, and was on a royal expedition to conquer the Huns in the north. This substitution was so beautiful that Fu Su dared not continue to imagine it after just a moment of substitution. Not to mention Kong Xing just mentioned the word multiple times. What do you mean by multiple times? 3 or more times to be called multiple. What does that mean? What kind of fantastic succession to the throne is this? 2 sons, 1 to be the crown prince, 1 to be the royal emperor? Could it be that these 2 people are too good to choose between them? So they played this set? The main fight, a bowl of water and flat. Do two-handed preparation is it? Fu Su tried to find reasons to try to understand Zhu Yuanzhang's intention. Ing Zhang had told himself to learn more when he followed Kong Xing to other dynasties, especially to learn well from those who were emperors. This one in front of me is at least an emperor. He must have his own intentions for doing this, right? Kong Xing, did I say that the current prince is the prince behind? Zhu Yuanzhang was even more confused. What do you mean? We changed the crown prince at the back? This can't be right. This can't be right. It's not impossible, unless Biao revolts against us. But the problem is, with his temperament, we feel that even if we cooperate with him in the revolt, he'll hesitate. We still don't think we'll change the prince. If he's there, naturally, he won't be replaced. But if, on the other hand, he's not, as soon as Kong Xing's words fell, the 3 of them froze in unison. It's gone? Fu Su was the first to react. Hiss. Right ha. That would make sense if he left early. I told you, In this world, how could there be two brothers, one imperial and one being the crown prince's supervisor? Well, it's nice that the world is still the way I know it. It's so nice. Fu Su sighed in relief. But the news fell on the ears of Zhu Yuanzhang, and Empress Ma was another reaction. Zhu Yuanzhang, surprisingly, was it too early to leave? Leaving early. No wonder, no wonder, Zhu Yuanzhang murmured. At this point in time, he rather felt that it might as well have been the previous fried guess. At least that would mean that his standard son, his eldest son, was still alive and well, instead of dying young. So, after Bill left, we made Day the crown prince instead, right? Kong Xing shook his head. Not really. Zhu Yuanzhan? What the hell? The prince, and not Day? Then who is it? Fuso, aha? I can't believe it's not? Who's that? Kong Xing, after Zhu Biao left, you instead established Zhu Biao's second son, Zhu Yunju, as the crown prince. Fuso, what? Establish a grandson? The crown prince is the grandson? Why the royal grandson? Ha? Fuso couldn't figure it out. He went over his son's head and set up his grandson? Isn't he afraid of his son's opinion? Nope. Zhu Di's imperial army and the crown prince's supervision. Oh, I get it. Kong Xing. It must be that he overstepped his son to set up an imperial grandson to cause the Zhu Di's dissatisfaction. And then that Zhu Di turned against him. Right? Kong Xing, yes and no. Fuso? Right is right and wrong is wrong. What do you mean right and wrong? Kong Xing, I mean, Zhu Di. He did resent it, and he did rebel later on, but his rebellion was purely forced. Zhu was against it. Sensitive words captured instantly by Zhu Yuanzhang. Comedy, how dare he revolt against us? It's not yours. It's to rebel against Zhu Yunju. Kong Xing corrected. Does it make a difference whose rebellion it is? Someone bring us that bastard. Maisie, don't stop us. This touches our bottom line. No one can stop us. We'll break his legs no matter what. Chapter 19, that idiot, what did he do? Don't be in a hurry. It's better to listen to me finish my words first, he countered. He really has a bitter reason, purely forced. What's more, you have also decreed that, in the future, if there are any treacherous ministers in the dynasty, the vassal kings from all over the world can lead their troops into the capital to serve the king. That's strictly speaking, he's still following this will of yours. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed back in anger. Bitterness? He can have what bitter feelings? Going to the capital to serve the king. We're talking about serving the king. Is he doing it like this? Ha? Good. Bitterness? Right. Let's hear what bitterness he can have. This hearing does not matter. The bigger melon was shaken out by Kong Xing. Cut the clan. The king of Zhou was abolished as a concubine and exiled to Yunnan. The king of Dai was deposed as a concubine and placed under house arrest. The king of Qi was deposed as a commoner and confined to the capital for 4 years. Then restored to the throne, but once again deposed for misbehavior and placed under house arrest in Nanking until his death. King Min was abolished as a concubine and migrated far away to Zhangzhou. King Xian was forced to set himself on fire. Zhu Di, king of Yan, escaped this disaster only by pretending to be crazy. Kong Xing, the new emperor, ascended to the throne. Anxious to establish authority and centralize power is understandable. But such a cut in the law, who can stand it? Just a few months, even cutting several people, and eventually cut their own throne is not. In a sense, this Zhu Yunju is also counted as the first person to cut the clan. Zhu Yuanzhan was speechless for a while. First, I learned that Zhu Biao was short-lived. Zhu Di rebelled. And now I know that Zhu Yunju cut the clan. No, that can no longer be called cutting the clan, but killing the clan. The amount of information gained in this short little while was too much, and he needed to slow down a bit. Zhu Yuanzhan, this, how could? Yunju clearly seems to be a well-behaved child. How could? Kong Xing, brother Zhang said that Hu Hai also looked like a good boy when he was young. Zhu Yuanzhan's face darkened slightly. The yin and yang mocking meaning outside of Kong Xing's words. He understood it. If Zhu Di had not rebelled and saved the Ming dynasty from the fire, then Zhu Yunju would have most likely turned into the second Hu Hai, and the Ming would have died in the second world like the second Great Qin. Therefore, his rebellion was meritorious to the Great Ming. No such thing as contributing to the Great Ming. Why would we think that? TSK. Our thoughts almost got sidetracked by you. We don't care what kind of bitterness he has. To rebel is wrong. Maisie, when we break his legs in a while, you cooperate and stop us a little on the side. Queen Horse, ring and equal to ring and equal to ring and equal to, A. Although Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth was still yelling that rebellion was his bottom line, his attitude had eased up quite a bit after the incident and Kong Xing's veiled reference to Great Qin too. When you think about it, compared to the possibility of Ming dying in the second world, it seems, Zhu Di's rebellion is not unacceptable. Estimating that Zhu Di would not arrive until a while later, Zhu Yuanzhang continued to ask about Kong Xing. behind it should be what you said about D's imperial expedition and the crown prince's supervision of the country, right? If our guess is correct, after Deer succeeded to the throne, he should have made Kuair Zhu Gaoqi the crown prince, right? Kong Xing nodded, that's right. Do you know how brilliant your son, Zhu Di, who is jokingly referred to by our later generations as the prince's great general of the conquest of the north, is? How good? Is it possible to be better than us? During his reign, he compiled the Yongle Grand Dictionary, sent Zheng He on 7 expeditions to the west, 5 expeditions to the desert north, and a southern expedition to Annam. He spent his entire military life opening up more than double the territory for the Great Ming. It is said that to seal a wolf as Hua Zhaodong did is the highest honor for a general, and he is the only emperor in Chinese history to do so. But he has hit the banks of the Goodwill River. You are no stranger to the name of this place, I suppose? What? Goodwill? Zhu Yuanzhang's whole body almost jumped up when he heard it, and all of a sudden it was as if he was 10 years younger. He was more than familiar with the name of the place. That's where the Yuan ancestors got their start. Empress Ma, Shigehachi, lighten up. It wouldn't be too much of a joke for future generations to see you like this now. Zhu Yuanzhang, Maisie, that's the bank of the Goodwill River. Deer hit their ah. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my son, he's just got it. Zhu Yuanzhang looked extremely happy, but Fusa came in coldly at this point. Oh, now it's your good son? Kong Xing, why do I remember who just said that they want to break Shu's legs? Zhu Yuanzhang. The pleasant atmosphere was instantly ruined by Fu Su's sentence. Empress Ma looked at Fu Su with some surprise. She always felt that this Fu Su in front of her and the one Fu Su said in the history books were somewhat not quite the same, but it's a little hard to tell exactly what's not quite the same. Kong Xing, history books recorded that in Zhu Di he fought to the good offices of the river had said a sentence. These 500 years, the fight to this place, only I. But what he doesn't know is that 500 years down the road, the only one who hits here is still him. The smile on Zhu Yuanzhang's face stiffened slightly as he listened. Having heard another important piece of information from Kong Xing's words, what do you mean by, for the next 500 years? Ho Cheng, that's not right. Since day had already hit there by that time, how could it be further back, right? Kong Xing, sorry, I'm not quite accurate. There was a monarch in the back who was jokingly referred to as the god of war of Daming by us in later times, and he went further afield. Zhu Yuanzhang subconsciously nodded his head, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. That's right. As we said, our children and grandchildren are definitely not cowards. As soon as Rant's words left his mouth, he heard Kong Xing add, it's just that unlike your son, Zhu Di, he was tied up in the past. Zhu Yuanzhang? Fu Su was once again shocked by the big melon Kong Xing had thrown out without thinking. A generation of kings being tied? Fuso, yikes. I can't believe there's a captive emperor in your family. That's rare. Later, I'll have to tell father about this. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was chillingly grim, and his anger made his voice a little low and hoarse. Capture the emperor? Our old Zhu family has a captive emperor? Tell us honestly, my son, is it a captive emperor like the one in the Great Song Dynasty? The Song Dynasty? There were captive emperors in this dynasty? Fusu silently wrote this dynasty name down. He followed Kong Xing out this time not to lose up a lot of insight. Kong Xing carefully compared them and thought for a moment. In a way, it's actually about the same. He was known in later times by other names besides being jokingly called the Great Ming War God. One of them is widely recognized as calling the door Tennessee. Calling the door Tenchi? That idiot, what did he do? He told the guards to open the gates so that the Werat army could enter. Chapter 20 Fu Su, your old Zhu family so wonderful? Tell the guard to open the gates and let the enemy in? This is no longer simply capturing the emperor. This is a traitor. How could he, the Zhu family, to produce such a thing? Ah! Zhu Yuanzhang completely lost control of his emotions, casually took off a shoe and accurately smashed it on the door of Zhu Di's head, who had been summoned earlier and had just walked in. Chu, what's going on? Before the brain could figure out what was going on, the legs dropped to their knees with extreme skill. Almost subconsciously, Shu began to reflect on whether he had committed another offense during this time. Captives, traitor. Zhu Yuanzhang's breath came out in one sharp sound, and his panting became thicker and thicker. Unexpectedly, we have beaten the foreign enemy out with great difficulty, and behind this, there is such an asshole. It's a shame for the Zhu family to have such a man as emperor. It's a shame for the Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't bother with Zhu Di, rushing to Kong Xing's body. His blood-red eyes locked with Kong Xing. What about the back? That guard, can you open the door? Kong Xing shook his head, not really, but, back there, that Walla killed under the capital city. What? Walla? Zhu Di, who was recalling what mistake he had made again, instantly looked up. He didn't bother about the identities of these two people. Kong Xing and Fusu, Nor did he bother about the authenticity of the information in Kong Xing's words, because none of these mattered in the eyes of Zhu Di, who was a war fanatic, identity or not, whether the information is true or not. His father and his big brother will worry about that. All he cares about now is, "Father, my son requests to lead the northern expedition against Walla. Swear not to return until you destroy the Wara." "Shut up," Zhu Yuanzhang roared. "Don't delay us from obtaining important information from the later generations here." The afterlife? Zhu Di froze for a moment before he seriously sized up Kong Xing and Fusu, and his pleading eyes looked at Empress Ma at the same time. "Zhu, what future generation? My father wouldn't have been cheated by a charlatan, would he?" Queen Ma then stepped forward and gave a brief account of what had happened earlier. Zhu Di's gaze also subconsciously fell on the map spread out to the side along with Empress Ma's narration. Stopping briefly at the circled places, no one knew what Zhu Di was thinking at that moment. "Zhu Yuanzhang, what about the back? Don't tell us that Ming is gone because of this asshole." Kong Xing returned. The capital was defended. For at that time in the great Ming, an unearthly genius was born. Who? The Minister of War of the Ming Dynasty, Yu Qian, Yu Xiaobao. He, almost by himself, renewed the life of the great Ming for 200 years. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head, and the emotions that had been raging just now were finally eased a bit. But it was only just slightly eased when Kong Xing's voice rang out once again. Unfortunately, later on, it was cut down by Zhu Qizhen. "Oh, Zhu Qizhen is the great Ming god of war and calling the gate son of heaven that I just mentioned." "Zhu Yuanzhan? What the hell? Back there's still this asshole thing going on? Ho Cheng, don't tell us that he went back to the Ming as emperor in the back." "Kong Xing, that's right, he came back later. After all, compared to a bright emperor, this dim emperor is very popular with some people, let alone one like the great Ming war god. In the eyes of those people, holding an emperor is tantalizing, just like why Zhao Gao chose Hu Hai over the other princes. Isn't it because it's better to hold?" Zhu Yuanzhang felt that his mood at this moment, like a sailing ship encountered a storm at sea, a moment slightly eased, a moment, and then was a huge wave to fly. Kong Xing's voice continued to sound. "To put it in detail, this Yu Qian and Marshal Yu Fei are both equally bitter people. Both fought for their country, and both died on trumped-up charges. The plot is a misdemeanor, and we welcome the establishment of a foreign clan. It's ridiculous. A man like that would plot against us? Would he welcome a foreigner? Much ado about nothing. Heh, we have been worried that the latter-day Daming will repeat the end of the Great Song Dynasty, but to our surprise, the latter-day Daming has brought us such a big surprise. The emperor was not only captured, he became a traitor. Not even a charge like trumped up. Such a great Ming. The decline has been finalized." Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head and sighed. Further back, he no longer wanted to hear. Too much disappointment to be interested anymore. "Say something that makes us happy. Didn't you say earlier that Di's royal chariot was on the march, and it was Zhu Gaoqi who was his overseer? How is he?" Zhu Di Sigma. "What the hell? The royal army?" With some anticipation, he asked. "Father, do you intend to establish the crown prince instead? What about my elder brother?" Zhu Yuanzhang, "Shut up. Did we tell you to talk? Ever since I was a kid, I love to interrupt. Still like this. No mark of stability at all." Zhu didn't dare to be angry or say anything, shrunk his neck and honestly continued to kneel. "Kong Xing, Zhu Gaoqi Hia, is a very rare good emperor, benevolent ruler, one of the few emperors in Chinese history who took Ren as his temple name, but sadly, he was only emperor for 10 months before he died." Zhu Yuanzhang, 10 months emperor? 10 months, and it's gone? Zhu was also confused. Queen Ma asked with concern, "Do you know for what?" Kong Xing, "Don't worry, it's fat death. Small problem. Just be careful to avoid getting too fat in the future and exercise more to lose weight." Zhu Yuanzhan? Chu, Queen Horse? Fuso looked like he had seen the world and said in amazement, "This world is really wonderful. There are not only traitorous emperors, but also fat dead emperors nah?" Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that he couldn't help disliking him. "Hey, then Ing Zhang is still the first emperor to be poisoned to death after taking an elixir." "Fusu, you." Kong Xing patted Fusu's shoulder. "Don't be so anxious to be on fire. Their family's oddball emperors are quite a lot, and their hobbies are different, such as fighting crickets, cultivating alchemy and jerking cats, and being a carpenter. There are so many oddballs that they could be introduced in a single book." Fuso sad face, "Their family, is it that wonderful?" Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened with flesh. "Cricket? Jerking off a cat? Carpenter? What's going on here? How could he produce such a thing in his family? Aren't there any normal people besides us?" Fusu didn't know what came to his mind and looked a little agitated. What about that fallen king of their family? At the mention of this person, Kong Xing let out a long sigh. We have this phrase in later times to describe the Great Ming. A bowl for the opening and a rope for the ending. Chapter 21, this is not a fake, is it? A bowl for the opening and a rope for the ending? Zhu Yuanzhang some unclear. This opening a bowl is okay to understand. One can say that he started from nothing, hard to fight up, but this ending, a rope? Zhu Yuanzhang gradually had a bad feeling. What kind of ending could be tied to a piece of string? Fuso sad face, rope? Didn't hang himself, did he? Kong Xing nodded. The end of the last monarch of Daming was that he took a rope himself and hung himself under a crooked neck tree. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu, Fusu, not knowing what he associated with, stepped forward and affectionately shook Zhu Yuanzhang's big hand. Aya. So it seems that there are still many similarities between your Daming and father's great Qin. Zhu Yuanzhan? What similarities? At the end of Qin, it was me who wiped my neck and cut myself, and at the end of Ming, it was your old Zhu family's monarch who hanged himself. Isn't that the similarity? Zhu Yuanzhang's face became even darker and he was shaking with anger. Almost subconsciously, he was about to take off his other shoe to greet Fu Su, but after the shoe came off his hand, he paused instead. It's an ancestor coming in, not his own child. He can't be beaten, but after all, the shoes are already in hand. The fire is not sent out. The heart is not painful. So Zhu Yuanzhang extremely skillful towards Zhu Di greeted. Zhu. Fusa looked at the scene where Zhu Yuanzhang took Zhu Di's anger and was a little envious. Not that there's any masochistic tendencies. Himself, he had the experience of being taught a lesson by his father. But my own father, that's a thorn whip. That's one blood mark per draw. This is the first time I've seen this smoking with a shoe. And looking at Zhu's reaction, it was clear that it didn't hurt much. Even if it hurt, it was within the range of tolerable. The envious Fusu couldn't help but speak. Zhu Di, right? You have a good father. Unlike my father, who was whipped with thorns. It hurts all the time. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a moment, stopping his movements and looking at the shoes clutched in his hands, pondering. Zhu Di, however, became a bit alarmed. A person? You're still a human being. Are you really Fuso? You're not an imposter, are you? What's written in the book is clearly not what you look like. Father, you mustn't listen to his slanderous words. Thorns and all. Never make it. Northern expedition. Yes, I still have to lead the northern expedition. That what walla, but also a pot to end it. This would not be good if I were to be injured by the draw and therefore miss the opportunity to fight. Zhu Yuanzhang came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked at Zhu Di. How? Do you think that the northern expedition can't be done without you and our great Ming? Or do you think that now that we know so much about the latter-day Daming, we'll make you the crown prince instead? Heh, then shall we draw up a decree now and give you the seat? Zhu Di was so scared that his forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he repeatedly stated that he did not mean any of this. At the same time, his eyes for help looked towards Empress Ma, who was the only one present who could really persuade Zhu Yuanzhang. Next to him, Fusa pulled Kong Xing's sleeve. Hey, do you think he'll follow his son's example and have an imperial expedition with the crown prince overseeing the country? This emperor who can start a kingdom in a chaotic world is obviously also capable of northern aggression, right? Kong Xing thought about it and shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. Anyway, if it were me, I would have just abdicated and let him be the emperor. And then I myself would have continued to go out and open up new territories with the gang of the class that had fought the world with me. Fu Su was a bit confused. Between the two, is there a difference? Kong Xing, there is although the imperial army is good, but with the emperor this identity in many places will be tied up. This point can refer to the monarch of the Great Tang. He was originally extremely capable of fighting, but since becoming emperor, he needs to consider a lot, such as what to do in case of his own accident. In the battlefield will not be as open as it used to be, and all his talents are also limited by this. But getting rid of the identity of the emperor is different. Anyway, there is already an emperor at the back, and his own familiar team is also around. There is no worry about the aftermath. Then you can completely let go and start. And then there's this. When you become an emperor and win a battle, there's no money to be had. But the kind of path I'm talking about, there is money to be had. Although the emperor is his own child. But this when the father won the battle. In reason, this reward money, how can not give less, right? Listening to Kong Xing's wave of analysis, the corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched. I'm afraid it's not in Kong Xing's eyes that being able to get money is the most important thing, right? Next to them, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di were both stunned and almost subconsciously voiced out at the same time. Can you get the money? There's still money to be had here? Kong Xing sad face, yes, why not? As long as you get rid of the identity of the emperor and the crown prince. Then to put it bluntly, you're a wage earner, and when a wage earner has a good track record, of course you can get paid. This blood brothers have to be clear accounts. Why? In your place, after winning the war and expanding the territory, Is there no money to take? Kong Xing thought back to the pitifully low salaries of the Ming courtiers, sighed slightly, and was about to say something else when he saw Zhu Di rubbing his feet. Father, so, is there a reward for winning a fight? What about my money? Xu Yuanzhang, ahem. Wei, didn't we send you a beautiful woman, but you sent her back again? Also, we've made you king of Yen. Isn't this reward enough? Zhu Di had the intention to talk back, but after seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's calm eyes, he subconsciously stepped back. He was afraid of Zhu Yuanzhang. That is, since he was a child. At this point, Fu Su gave his own ghost idea. What are you afraid of him? It's just a beating, and will not be killed. This should be asked for money. It will have to ask. You're not worried that he'll come back to you for money after he actually gives you the seat and leads the army to war, are you? Are you nuts? Don't you still have an older brother? Yes, the one called Zhu Biao. You could have given him the seat again. Anyway, this seat is also in the hands of our own family members. Then you let the seat also go out to war, and come back to win the reward money. Is it not less difficult to ask your brother for a reward than it is to ask your father for money? Zhu's eyes were incomparably crystalline, smashing his hands and exclaiming heartily, right, I still have my brother. What am I afraid of? If father won't give it to me, I can still get him to have it. The more Zhu Di thought about it, the more he felt that Fu Su's idea was a good one, especially now that his own older brother, Xu Biao, that was the crown prince of the Great Ming. The crown prince, it's one step away from that seat. Xu Yuanzhang listens to Fu Su's ghostly ideas and looks at Zhu Di's somewhat intentional reaction, and hastens to speak out. Wait, Daer, calm down first. Don't you still want to compete for the throne? Don't you have any thoughts about this seat? Fu Su, crown prince? Emperor? Does it have money? If you want to be an emperor, you can always rebel. But this opportunity to expand the territory and take money from your family, miss this wave, it will be difficult to have the next time. Zhu Yuanzhan? You, is it really Fuso? It's not a fake. I'm afraid. Chapter 22 ***. Not only did Zhu Yuanzhang have such misgivings, even Kong Xing had a slight doubt about it. The stranger is like jade. The gentleman is matchless. This kind of description feels a bit, it doesn't fit. Seeing that the situation seemed to have a tendency to develop towards a crooked path, Kong Xing pulled Fu Su, who was still somewhat interested in continuing to make trouble. It's getting late. We'll leave first. See you next time. See you next time. No need to send. You guys talk, take your time out. As soon as the words fell, the two of them slowly disappeared into the great hall, as silently as they had come. The three people in the hall stared blankly at the scene happening in front of them, and it took a long time before they came back to their senses. Zhu Yuanzhang, is there even such a means in the later generations anymore? Immortal magic, bad. We forgot to ask him where the immortals are. And about that potato vine. Zhu Di, what's the point of asking where the immortals are? What? Dad, are you trying to follow the example of the first emperor in your quest for immortality? Know the place so we can call it, right? Fight through, and those immortal laws will naturally be Daming's. Zhu Yuanzhang said, suddenly shouted towards the outside of the hall, come on people, find us a few thorns that are handy to come over. Zhu, father, what do you want with the thorns? It's not to whip my son, is it? Zhu Yuanzhang, don't be afraid, we just want to ask you, what did you just say? What did you just say? That we should follow the example of the first emperor in pursuit of immortality? What do you mean by that? Are you expecting us to die a violent death like the first emperor? My son never meant to do that. My son is just worried that you, father, are pursuing longevity and don't be fooled by a con artist like Su Fu. Oh, you mean we're dim-witted and gullible? No. My son is thinking that the single-minded pursuit of a nebulous immortality would be a mistake for the country. Just now, didn't that later generation say that among the strange emperors in the back of our Daming, there were those who practiced monasticism and alchemy? So what you're saying is that we shouldn't pursue longevity. We shouldn't want to live longer. We should live a shorter life, shouldn't we? Zhu, tell me, do you want us to die early? Zhu Di still stopped talking. He kind of this is a father, want to beat his own child a meal, want to find a reason. Too easy. Zhu Di, it's just that the shoe whip has turned into a thorn whip. It's just a little more painful. And you won't be killed anyway, so don't be afraid. Zhu straightened his back and was ready to be smacked. But the psychological construction again enough. See the barbed thorns with his own eyes. Zhu Di feel fear again. This thing, it really doesn't kill people? That Fu Su guy was really whipped with this by the first emperor? He's not making this up, is he? Zhu Yuanzhang took the thorns and swung them tentatively in the air, nodding with satisfaction that they were very handy. Decided, in the future, just like the first emperor to be on par with, switch to using thorns to beat their own children. But after all, It is the first time to do so. Zhu Yuanzhang also do not know the specific weight, coupled with Zhu Di and more important, cannot afford to lose, so they listened to Queen Ma's advice, called a large group of eunuchs. The entirety of the eunuchs who were called in were confused. To ask them to watch His Majesty whip King Yen with thorns and keep an eye on the state of his vital signs in order to prevent him from being killed by His Majesty's carelessness? This is unheard of. Ding. Settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host on the successful dispatch. The current number of 5-star reviews is 1 out of 100. Will the 5 stars earned this time be used for the raffle? Just after returning to modern times, the system's beep sounded right on time. Distribution fees continue to be garnished by unscrupulous and black-hearted systems. Kongxing had previously had the desire to try the lottery as a means of determining whether or not the system's lottery function had any big pits, and had directly agreed to the lottery. Kongxing, 5 consecutive draws or forget it. Take a star first to test the water. It didn't take long for a virtual pattern of a colorful roulette wheel that only Kongxing could see to slowly emerge. A pointer exists at the center point of the roulette wheel, and those colorful roulette wheel areas vary in size. By normal logic, the colored area with the smallest footprint, the better the stuff that comes out. Kongxing, I don't think the black-hearted tutelary would be so bad as to give me a turn, right? I'd bet 10 years of Su Fu's life on it shipping. Buzzing. The virtual roulette wheel onomatopoeically produces a spinning sound. Soon, the pointer stopped at an extremely small red area. The system's beep sounded at the same time. Ding. Congratulations to the host's luck. He has successfully drawn a cat ear hair band *1. Cat ear hair bands. After the founding of the country, no one is allowed to become a demon. But you can become a demon by wearing a cat's ear hairband. The specific role is still for the host to explore on their own. Cat's ear hairband has been put into the system space. Is it extracted? Kongxing was confused for a moment, but in the end, he planned to take the cat ear hairband out of the system space to see what was going on. The hairbands in general looked no different from those sold in some modern stores, except that the cat ear part looked extremely real, as if it was really made from material taken from some cat demon. After casually flinging Fu Su's whirlwind language for him to continue to study and learn, Kongxing slipped into the bathroom with the cat ear hairband in his pocket, and after finishing unlocking the door, he tentatively put the hairband on his head. Just after bringing it on, Kongxing felt that his head was suddenly strangely itchy. My head itches. Am I going to grow cat ears? Why does the top of my hindquarters itch too? Kongxing immediately looked up into the mirror of the bathroom sink and realized that his image in the mirror had changed drastically. First, the human ears on either side of the cheeks disappeared. In their place, a pair of plush cat ears with white fur on the top of their heads, and their hair had become somewhat whitish. And then there were the eyes. The pupils no longer looking as familiar as they had been, but becoming vertical like a cat's eye. The feet are unknown what they have become for the moment because of the shoes, but the hands have turned into cat's paws. After Kongxing tried a few times, he was easily able to control the stretching of his claws. As for this last change, Kongxing hesitated for a moment, reached out, and with a dig in his pants, a white cat tail was grabbed in his hand. Of course, in addition to these obvious changes in appearance, there were also some other hidden changes, such as clearer vision, stronger power, etc., the specifics of which would have to be slowly explored and developed by Kongxing in the future. After reaching down and removing the cat ear hairband, Kongxing changed back to his original form. All in all, it's a great thing if you look at it with all those form factor changes aside. Su Fu's 10 years of life that was sacrificed out was not in vain, but if you just look at the shape change, Kongxing, cat-eared boy, cat demon, mouth, hiss. No, I must never be seen by a second person in this state, especially if you go to other dynasties to deliver takeout. You must not be exposed, if Masaru, unless it's critical, as a last resort. With this look, in the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't be arrested as a demon. What is there that can't be shown to a second person? Why don't you open the door and let me take a look? Fuso's voice sounded outside the bathroom door. I think I just heard you say something. Cat demon? Kong Star. Chapter 23, I think it's a lie. Yeah, cat demon. Are you sure you want to see it? The bathroom door was half open, and Kongxing poked his head out, his words smacking of compulsion. Curiosity killed the cat. This applies to anyone. The way to keep a secret is not to continue to hide it after being overheard, but to bring the eavesdropper down with you. Not curious as to why the cat demon? You'll know when you put this on your head. Here, I'll put it on for you. Sinful little hands put the cat ear hair band on Fuso's head, and before leaving, they didn't forget to rua the cat ears. A strange and tingling sensation rushed straight to Fuso's heavenly cap. Fuso's sad face Phi Omega Phi, don't touch my ear. This feels weird. Raising his hand to slap away Kongxing's hand that was once again reaching out, Fuso stared at himself in the mirror only to feel the world collapsing. cat's ear, cat's claw, cat's tail. Fusu, my damn curiosity. Why in the world did I have to lie outside the door to eavesdrop? Kongxing picked up his cell phone and clicked pictures while reminding. Here, Fusu the cat demon you want to see. Nice, isn't it? I'll take the picture back to Brother Zhang and share it with him. Cat demon. That's a rarity. Fusu's face became even more twisted and complicated. So, what you mean is that you're going to tell my father that his favorite eldest son, the future ruler of Qin, is, well, this? Don't worry. You'll be able to change back by removing the hairband, Kongxing said, reaching out to take back the hairband and stuffing it into the system space for safekeeping. Seeing himself in the mirror return to his original form, Fusu sighed in relief. Fortunately can change back. However, in the next instant, Kongxing's voice rang out, so what do you think? Should I share these photos with Brother Zhang? A good thing. It has to be shared. Even if we don't show it to Brother Zhang, Shui Lu, Ying Gao and a few of them, I think they should be very interested in these photos, right? Fuso, there's something to be said for that. What do you want? Kong rubbed his little hands together in anticipation and hemmed and hawed, you got it. Fuso's face was tangled, guilty of not being able to, this will work. Give the hair band to father to wear. If this is discovered, I'll be absolutely killed by father. Kongxing? Why is it such a dangerous idea? Kongxing was a little confused and worried. Fusu would not be reading the whirligig and be open to the two chakras and develop something strange and weird, right? Brother Chang was so relieved to give his son to himself to bring him up, but he ended up bringing him up like this. Brother Chang won't be angry with himself, will he? In that case, Kongxing, what do you think of this? It's impossible to wear it for father. I'll try to help you fool a few more people into wearing it. How about that? How about my dozen or so younger brothers? In order, wear them one by one. If that doesn't work, I'll go to Reese, fight for it, and get him to wear it too. As Fusu's new proposal was recounted, Kongxing's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yes, then, you'll take the lead and be responsible for fooling people, and I'll be in charge of getting the money at the back. After it's done, we'll split it 20/80ths. If you have something to report, you can leave the court without it. Above the courtroom, Ying Zhang's majestic voice resounded through the hall. Almost the moment Ying Zhang's words fell, a wailing sound from Li Si rang out. Your Majesty, I want to impeach the elder duke. He collaborated with the thieves and openly extorted the minister for a whole 20 taels of gold. Reese is being blackmailed? Or were you blackmailed by Mr. Fuso? The information contained in Li Si's two short sentences was so shocking that everyone's eyes fell on Fusu, who had been allowed by Ying Zhang to attend the court to discuss politics. Even Ying Zhan was a bit incredulous when he heard this. Fusu, what Li Si said, is it true? Fusu, my son thinks this is false. Let's not talk about whether or not such a ridiculous thing can be done by the child minister, but let's talk about the amount of money. Given the amount of his monthly salary, after removing the expenses he normally spends in Qin over the years, I'm afraid he can't save that much money. Can he? When Fusu said this, he looked at Li Si with a smirk. You have slandered me for extorting 20 taels of gold from you. So dare I ask, where did such an amount of money come from? Where did it come from? This point comes down to privately raised protégés, and their own accumulated network of contacts. Although Li Si is not the prime minister now, he is obviously not far away from that position as he has been utilized by Ying Zhang. The court is full of people, and this is all about favors and early investment. The way in which this is done is not to be stated explicitly. If you say it explicitly, you'll lose your head. A trace of dismay flashed across Li Si's face, as if he had reacquainted himself with Fusu. Equally dismayed, there is the Confucian gang in the courtroom. They were keenly aware that the Fusu they had been controlling seemed to have a tendency to go out of control. It seems that the familiar, extremely benevolent Prince Fusu of the past is going to be gone for good. In the circle of military generals, Wang Jian just raised his head and glanced at Fusu before quickly lowering his head, seemingly without much interest in the matter. Say, how did you get that 20 taels of gold? And who instructed you to slander my lord as having blackmailed you? In the face of Fusu's repeated questioning, Li Si's face was extremely complicated. It can be a pain in the ass. It's a matter of, it's not easy to say. Li Si had no choice but to look at Ying Zhang for help. Your Majesty, you know my minister. I can never do such a thing as slandering others. Fusu, father, you also know my son. My son is such a refined and easygoing person, and would never be able to do anything like extortion. Ying Zhang. After a moment of silence, Ying Zhang's voice rang out, but he didn't pay any attention to the two of them, but said, Men, go summon Ying Gao and Shulu into the hall. Soon, Ying Gao and Shulu were summoned. My son has met my father. Free, the widow and ask you, recently, can be what people extortion has been? No need to worry much. With the widow, Just say so. Don't worry about getting into trouble. Shungla hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Yes. Ingao even pointed his hand directly at Fusu and complained. It's him. He extorted 100 taels of gold from me. I couldn't get it out, so I was forced to sign a 3-year contract. Xuanlu froze for a moment and glanced at Ingao. You've only signed for 3 years? What? You're not? I'm 10 years. Ingzhan listened to the accusations of Ingao and Xuanlu. Fuso, is there anything else you want to say? Fusu glared at Ingao and Sholu, and slowly spoke out the words he had already thought of beforehand. Well, it was my son's doing, but my son is doing this for a reason. A few days ago, the official who controls the corn approached my son and said that the state treasury does not have much money, so I am afraid that it is difficult to support the military expenses for the invasion of Yen. The attack on Yen is a major matter, and I am doing this to do my small part to raise money for the army and to share the king's worries. The history of corn control? Have I ever approached Mr. Chang? Looks like there isn't one. Ingzheng, Chapter 24, After the Fall. This is a move to raise money for the military? Looking at the confused and perplexed eyes of the inner officials of the corn control, Ingzheng knew that this reason was made up by Fusu. Sighing slightly, he saw through it and kept some of his original persona for Fusu, praising against his will, saying, well, my son has a heart. Fusu sad face __, thank you father. Ingao, Tagalas. Okay, that's the way to play it, isn't it? This must be that so-called Battle of the Crown, right? I just didn't realize that while other countries are all about bloodshed and knives, this is the pattern on our side. With these words, Ingzheng has sort of uncovered the chapter of Fusu's extortion, but Shula wasn't going to let it go. Ingao was fine with 3 years, not too long and not too short, but he had signed for 10 years. How many decades are there in life? If it's all the same 10 years, maybe the shogunate can put up with it. But what makes it 3 years for him and 10 years for me? Shogunlu, well, since the money matter is to raise money for the army, how are you going to explain that heartless labor contract, brother? Fusu did not say anything, just moved his lips. Will Lu look at that mouth? Clearly is the word photo. Shogun sad face. In the end, between social death and resting on his laurels, Shogun chose the latter. Ingao looked back at Xuanlu in dismay. You too? Pitted? Ingzheng raised his eyebrows and looked at his 3 sons. It was obvious that there was something behind this that he didn't know about. Ask the few parties in front of you and odds or you'll just get one made-up lie after another. Then ask the other one. Has Kong Xing come today? Regarding Kong Xing's origin, the ministers in the courtroom more or less knew something about it. After all, in the past month, Kong Xing hadn't been hanging around in the court. Every time he came, he would bring some breakfast to the ministers attending the court. It's a good way to get acquainted. Fusu, it's hard to say. He can now go to other dynasties in addition to running to our side. If he didn't come today, either he doesn't have a list or he's gone to other dynasties. There was another reason Fusu didn't say, and that was that he and Kong Xing had pitted many people with their cat ear hairbands in the past 2 days, especially his own brothers, none of whom had been spared. Kong Xing needed to take shelter from the wind these past few days. Ingzheng, can we go to other dynasties already? Then why aren't you along for the ride? What did I tell you? Ha? Fusu, my son had followed a few days ago. It was to a dynasty called Daming about 1800 years from now. Gained a lot of insight. More than one. 800 years from now? The sound of praise and commendation from the ministers was unceasing, and they all stretched their ears. They were curious about the afterlife. Li Si, dare I ask you, Your Excellency, how is that dynasty called Daming compared to Qin? Fusu, what I know is not much, but in casual conversation with the founding king of Daming, I found out that he went to worship his father. Ingzheng nodded slightly. His mood was quite pleasant. It was a delightful thing to be admired by the monarchs of the latter. But, as they say, good moods come and go quickly. Fusu, in later times, there is this word that describes that emperor called Zhu Yuanzhang, called the most righteous. It says that he is the most righteous emperor who has ever been given the throne. Ingzheng, comedy comet, ever, getting the most out of the position? Fusu, do you mean that I, the widow, is not in the right position? Fuso, it's not me talking, it's the afterlife. The widow asked you to follow Kong Xing to study, and that's all you learned? Good nah. Men, escort Fusu to the prison and behead him in the fall. As the words fell, Fusu looked up at Ingzheng in disbelief, and without struggling or begging for mercy, he let the guards fork himself out. The king thinks twice. Make it impossible. Your Majesty. The ministers opened their mouths to plead for mercy for Fusu, especially those Confucian officials who were the most vigorous. Ingao and Xuanlu also panicked and began to put in a good word for Fusu. Ingzheng took in the reactions of the crowd, and his gaze finally rested on Wang Jin. It was hard for Ingzheng not to pay attention to him. After all, He was the only one in the entire court who didn't intercede for Fu Su. He didn't even open his mouth to follow the trend and fool around a bit. Does General Wang Jian have anything to say? Hearing that Ing Zhang named him, Wang Jian hurriedly saluted and said, I think it is most appropriate to attack Yan in the fall. My lord is willing to lead the troops to attack Yan. Yun. Xuanlu pulled Ing Gao's sleeve in confusion. You should be pleading for your elder brother. But why are you talking about Yan? Ing Gao sad face asterisk, you ask me. Who do I ask? How do I know what they're talking about with encrypted calls? But I think the odds are that brother will be fine. Shogun, but what if? Ing Gao grabbed one of Shuang Lu's hands and stretched out a finger to write and draw on his palm. Shui Lu stared at the center of his palm, his pupils suddenly shrinking. It's not good, is it? Ing Gao, what's wrong with that? Let me ask you. According to Qin law, what will happen to this act? Shuang Lu subconsciously replied, raise 3 clans, and then froze. I probably get what you mean. Ing Zhang glanced at Shuang Lu and Ing Gao, who were muttering and discussing something under the stage, and didn't pay too much attention to them as he continued the court discussion. Modern. Bah! This thing it's poisonous. I knew it. How could a black-hearted tally pop out good stuff? Spitting out the duck neck in his mouth, Kong Xing cursed for 10 minutes before giving up. These few days of temporarily avoiding the wind did not receive any normal orders. Kong Xing simply studied the cat ear hairband in detail, and roughly clarified its greatest use. The body increases in all directions. It's probably about a factor of 3 or so. Unsystematic training data. But good things often come with some side effects. When you wear a cat ear hairband, you have an Achilles heel. Besides scratching at the side of a duck neck. Well, this catnip doesn't seem too pure. It's not as good as the one I bought last time. I don't think I bought a fake, right? Kong Xing muttered, unbelievingly holding his newly purchased catnip and sucking it hard again. Phi Omega Phi Holy. It's a fake. Flying out his cell phone to find the business that sold his catnip. The money is endless, selling catnip and selling fakes? Have you no conscience as a businessman? Merchant, dear, could it be that your cat is not interested in catnip? Money in the air, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a cat. I can't tell if I'm interested or not. You're a fake. It's not even addictive. Merchant? Addiction? Addicted to what? The merchant sensed a hint of something wrong. Half an hour later, Kong Xing, who was still wrestling with the merchant, heard a knock on his door. Opened the door and checked the water meter. Chapter 25. Check the water meter? I remember paying my water bill on time last month. After Kong Xing removed the cat ear hairband and stuffed it into system space to change back to its original form, he muttered and opened the door a bit, intending to see what was going on. Before he could see it, a force hit him and Kong Xing came into close contact with the floor. Kong Xing? After an inventory check. I'm really sorry. It's because we didn't figure it out beforehand. After testing the catnip again and again, in the police station, the several officers who had previously broken into Kong Xing's house apologized to Kong Xing with extreme sincerity. Kong Xing, so, that businessman mistook me for a white powder sniffer and called the police? It's okay, 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 it's okay. So, that, by the way it's not illegal for this guy to suck on catnip, is it? Officer, man. Catnip? Glancing at the half-dozen boxes of catnip that had been tested over and over again, he pushed down his doubts and shook his head. After leaving from the police station holding his large half-box of catnip, Kong Xing stood on the side of the road with his entire body still in a bit of a trance. I can't imagine that the first time in my life I rode in a police car and went to the police station was just because of this box of catnip that was suspected to be fake. Do you want a shot, man? Let's have a round. The stars keep saving up will only fall to dust. And the accumulation of positive feedbacks is not in conflict with the lottery. So, you want to take a shot? The system's compelling voice kept ringing in his head, playing over and over again. After looking at the balance of 4 stars, and remembering my own marvelous experience of being in the station just because of a cat ear hairband, I hesitated and decided to pike it. Big deal. Draw another pitiful thing and don't use it yourself. Kong Xing, I would like to bless a good product with another 10 years of Su Fu's life. Buzzing. The virtual roulette will onomatopoeically produces a spinning sound. Soon the quadruple draw is over. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. Congratulations to the host on his stroke of luck, successfully extracting the skill climber. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. Kong Xing, obviously, while pokies are a form of wisdom, they are also very risky. 4 draws in a row. Round 3. Not bad for a black-hearted Suko. Climber, going up to the house, climbing trees and pulling out birds, your choice. Kong Xing, standing on the side of the road holding a large half box of catnip and sighing silently, Shufu's 10 years of life were sacrificed in vain. Ding! You have picked up a new order. Please dispatch in a timely manner and be safe. Delivery mission 1 Moonlight to Sphinx. Delivery time, late night. Remarks, the moonlight is very beautiful tonight, and I think the minister is still awake. It would be a very romantic thing to invite the minister to enjoy the moon and walk with each other in the courtyard. After this is accomplished, I will give you a 5-star review. Of the 3 lists that all seem to be out of the ordinary, Kongxing chose the last one that he had been a bit impressed with. It's been a few days since we've taken shelter, so I guess the tail end of things has been taken care of by Fuso, right? What the hell? You said that your elder brother, Shin's eldest son, Fusu, was put in jail by brother Zhang, and to be beheaded after the fall? No way. Absolutely not. You've got to be kidding me. To put it mildly, brother Zhang, he's just beheading the 2 of you, and there's no way he's beheading Fusu, Tagalas, Ingao. But the truth is that the elder brother is indeed imprisoned. If you don't believe me, just follow me to the jail and take a look. Alright. Just as Fusu really want to be political brother after the fall to ask the decapitation of it, then you two for this, there is nothing. Idea? Xuanlu and Ingao looked at each other, shielded the left and right, and closed the doors and windows tightly to make sure that there was no one else in the vicinity before they lowered their voices and said, yes, we are ready to rob the court. Kongxing, Sigma, degree, what? Robbing a court? Ingao, Shu, keep your voice down. The matter of robbing the court is important. Keep it quiet. We're still in the planning stages, and need some help from you. Need my help? Kongxing froze for a moment. This robbing the court sounds quite exciting. He has never even seen it before, not to mention experiencing it. I don't think I'm going to have to do a hand robbery, am I? Shogun, a truth be told, there is indeed an intention to do so. After all, you're from the afterlife, and father seems to favor you extraordinarily, so if you go to rob the court, the odds are that you'll be fine. But we thought about it again, and felt that this is, after all, our own family's business, and it's better to solve it ourselves if we can do it ourselves, so just rest assured that there's no need for you to rob the court. Kongxing nodded and asked again, it's good that I don't need to rob the court, but, what about you guys? Won't you be penalized if you rob? Ingao, you don't need to worry about that. Shin law stipulates that anyone who robs a court of law is liable to be raised to 3 clans at the least. With our status, do you think father will order the raising of the 3 clans? Kongxing sad face mouth, hiss, is not going to ha. Hey no, since you two are already so sure, what favor do you need from me? Ingao sad face, although theoretically, father wouldn't, but in everything, we are afraid of an eventuality. After all, he's the king of Qin, and he's in charge of all of Qin. So, in order to prevent that scenario, you'll be needed for this final insurance policy. Kongxing was uncertain, picking up the tea on the case and taking a sip. Then what should I do? Shogun, it's simple. Come and tie the knot. Kongxing surprised face, greater than or equal to 3 less than or equal to, O equals puff. Late afternoon. Your Majesty. Kongxing seeks an audience. Ha, he knows to come after all these days. No see. Yes, the guards answered and were about to leave, but before they could take a few steps, they were stopped by Ing Zhang. That's just it. Let him in. It wasn't long before Kongxing walked in, his expression looking rather complicated, with a tangled look on his face. Ing Zhang, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you're being bullied somewhere? No matter. You can just talk to the widow. I have the widow to back you up. Kongxing shook his head. It's not really bullying. It's just to deliver today's order. It's rather odd. I was told to go in the middle of the night and get Li Si up to enjoy the moon in the court. You say, if I go, Reese, he shouldn't be able to beat me up, should he? Although, I just pitched him 20 taels of gold with Fusu, but Fusu himself called the price. Well, it has nothing to do with me. Yeah, it's none of my business. Ing Zheng. Kongxing continued. I feel that there's a high probability that he'll beat me up, so I'm just going to ask a male to accompany me. But Fusu was imprisoned by you, so I had no choice but to seek out Gengzi Gao and Gengzi Shuanglu, and they, well, gave me an idea. I was a little unsure, so I came to you. Ing Zheng smiled, showing a look of having seen through everything. After saying so much, it's just that you want to plead for Fusu, isn't it? No. I just wanted to come and ask what I should call you instead if I were to befriend Shui Lu and Ing Gao. Ing Zhang, mouth hashtag, huh? Chapter 26, this shortcut is not a good idea. A bonding? Is it the bonding that I was thinking of? Why did you have the idea of wanting to befriend them both? Ing Zhang was hard to understand and was greatly shocked. Kongxing, not me, this one was both of their ideas. Saying it's a tie is good for me, and good for them. What benefits? Ing Zhang subconsciously inquired. The fastest shortcut to becoming a king. Ying Zheng. Kong Xing continued. It's a pity that the three clans don't include people who are bonded together, or else they would still be able to receive a monthly allowance. Ying Zheng, the widow, however, feels that they are wrong about one thing: the fastest shortcut to becoming a king and being crowned is not this. Kong Xing's eyes brighten slightly. Then what you mean is, Ying Zheng's sad face ring in equal to, you want to be a king and a vassal? Yes, I can fulfill that wish. Kong Xing's sad face, really? Naturally. What I say, not only will you be given a marquis, you will be given a fief. It's just that I don't know. Do you like the Marquis of the Grasslands a little more? Or the Marquis of Baiwet a little more? Kong Xing equals the ing husband of the steppe, the husband of Hayakoshi. Not to mention that this grassland can have any serious monkeys. Let's talk about this fiefdom. This listen to the name to know. The grassland marquis corresponds to the fiefdom Fear is not nowadays Xiongnu's territory. As for the husband of Baiwei, it naturally corresponds to Baiwei. That's a loud reckoning. Ying Zheng, what? If you are not satisfied with these two, I can still make you the Marquis of Antarctica. It's a big fiefdom. From what you said before, there's also the Aurora Borealis over there. You'll absolutely love it. Kong Xing, all of a sudden, I feel that in this life, it's better for people to come by what they put together on their feet. This shortcut. So much for not leaving. Kong Xing, look at this. We've started sealing Antarctica. If this goes on, I'm afraid we'll have to seal the moon. Right? Hey, wait a minute. If this fiefdom is the moon, then in the future, can't others enjoy the moon and collect a wave of petty cash money? Kong Xing had some regrets after he finished speaking. He probably should have waited a bit longer. Losing money, you actually have this realization? Ying Zheng was a bit stunned. Good. I respect your choice. In that case, then you will take the credit and exchange it with the widow. Like, military credit. Kong Xing froze for a moment. Sigma, degree mouth degree, I told you. How can you spare the question of decapitating Fusu after the fall? So the next thing should be some kind of guilt by association. Running to the front. Picking up the slack. Right? It's all right. Everything's right. That's why I heard Shuanglu say that Wang Jian wanted to send troops to attack Yin in the fall. And Zhang also agreed. So it was to pave the way for Fusu? Fusu didn't beg for forgiveness or anything when he was forked out of the courtroom. So I guess he understood Zhang's intentions. Right? Ying Zheng, however, shook his head. Not really. Fu Sui said that. The widow is really angry. Then again, I was about to ask you, how is it that Fu Su's feeling to the widow has changed so much in this month with you? Kong Xing, what changes? Ying Zheng, if I were to use one word to describe it, it would be cheap. Kong Xing smiled awkwardly. You can't describe it like that, right? As the saying goes, it's like 3 days apart. It's normal to have changes. Normal? You call punking all your brothers normal? You call extorting 20 taels of gold from Reese normal? Say, are you really not involved in this? Kong Xing looked serious, sad-face mouth. I swear on Su Fu's 10-year lifespan. This really has nothing to do with me. Ying Zheng, degree I knew it. Fu Su's current ability to make up lies off the cuff was learned from you. Don't learn from the good. Learn blindly from the bad. Deserve to be locked up. Wait, who's Su Fu? He has a grudge against you? You swear on his lifespan? Kong Xing, Su Fu. Well, in a sense, in the original history, he was the one who killed you. As for this specific killing method, you can ask Fusu later. I told him about this, and he laughed at you for a long time after hearing it. Ying Zheng, the killer of widow's murderer? Fusu, he dares to mock the widow? Ying Zheng didn't bother to ask Kong Xing why he didn't just talk to himself, but instead told himself to ask Fusu. His entire focus at the moment was on these two things. Great, good for you na. Su Fu, right? I remember. Trying to calm his grumpy emotions, he continued. Then how did Xu Wei Lu and the others willingly get screwed? Tell me about it. I want to hear it. Kong Xing waved his hand. I'm afraid this won't work. Those who have received money should keep their word. I thought you said this had nothing to do with you? Yes. I mean, this is something Fuso he received money for. Keep your word. What does Fu Su's keeping his word have to do with you? Besides, there are no outsiders here, and the widow is just trying to find out how her own children are doing. Kong Xing still shook his head firmly. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't understand. If you want to ask, go ask Fuso. This has nothing to do with me. Ying Zheng, ring in equal to. It's just a matter of not asking. I don't think it's a big deal. Seeing that Ying Zheng suddenly stopped speaking, Kong Xing was a bit anxious and rubbed his right index finger and thumb together, the meaning of which was more than obvious. Ying Zheng's gaze lingered on Kong Xing's right hand for a split second and quickly moved away, as if he hadn't read it, and continued to ask about what he cared about. So the bonding, you were involved? No. Why? Didn't I say it earlier? Kinky name calling ah. Of course, if there's nothing wrong on your side, it's not too late for me to go find them both to tie the knot. Then why would they want to be bonded to you? Is there a benefit to them? There is. What's in it for me? Set a life-preserving lock for the next hijacking of the court. What? The two of them are preparing to rob the court to save Fusu, and told me to keep it quiet and not to tell outsiders. Well, the widow knows. The widow will take care of it properly. It's out of your hands for now. Go have fun. Good. Kong Xing got up and was about to leave, but was called back by Ying Zhang. Aren't you fretting about how to rationalize getting Reese out in the middle of the night to enjoy the moon? The widow allows you to temporarily borrow the widow's name. But don't go too far. Kong Xing, thank you Zhang. P.S. Kong Xing, may you all be as bright as the stars, flashing the long river of time, elegant and calm, a life of well-being, peace and joy, and unlimited money. Happy holidays. Superscript 3, Jojo Heavy Heart exclamation. Chapter 27, the minister has not yet gone to bed. Is Reese's oldest brother home? Reese? Reese. In the thick of the night, Kong Xing tapped on the door of Li Si's house, but there was never a response, and even the concierge didn't come out. Bang! A kick at the door elicits barking dogs. Woof woof woof. Didn't yell at you. Don't yell at me. You little brat. Open the door, open the door. Open the door. Bang! Kong Xing kicked again, holding his foot and jumping. Hiss, almost broke my big toe. Seeing that the gate was of good quality, Kong Xing slowed down and looked up at the fence of the Li's family compound. Activating the skill climber, he managed to flip in 2 or 3 tries. Climber, go up to the house and climb the tree and pull out the birds. Your choice. With the help of the climber skill, it didn't take long for Kong Xing to touch Reese's bedside. Liz sad face 3, phew. Within the bedchamber, Li Si was sound asleep. Kong Xing, why are you still sleeping? Sleeping in the middle of the night. Li Si, you're wasting your time. Don't you want to be the prime minister before Feng Daiji? Shaking his head slightly, he grabbed Reese's shoulders with both hands and violently pulled Reese to a sitting position. Reese? Sleep-dazed Reese looked at Kong Xing in confusion. Something wrong? Kong Xing heatedly smiled. The moonlight is just right, and Si Xiang has not yet gone to bed, so let's walk with each other in the courtyard. Can't sleep. Walk together? Reese's eyes fell out when he heard this. Me? And you haven't gone to bed yet? You call this not sleeping yet? However, seeing as Kong Xing addressed himself with the phrase Si Xiang, Li Si temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. Kong Xing seemed to have responded as if he had already done so, and said indifferently, Ancestor Ying Zhang, greetings to Minister Si. When Li Si heard this, the corners of his mouth straightened, and he hurriedly got up and got out of bed. That he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and while walking, he put his clothes on and his shoes on. It's a nice moonlight night for a walk. Reese stood in the courtyard, looking up at the gray, dark, moonless night sky against his will. Kong Xing, right? Brother Zhang, he also said that the moon is nice tonight. It's perfect for enjoying the moon. The king, he really said that? It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lise, Pete, on the other side, the king said that the moonlight is good tonight, and granted the prince permission to go out of the prison to enjoy the moon for half an hour. Inside the dungeon, the jailer's voice rang out. Ha! Fusu rubbed his sleepy eyes together to confirm that he was awake and hadn't misread or misheard, and then pointed at the dim night sky. Father said that the moonlight is good tonight? There isn't even a moon. Where does he see the moonlight is good? Here, tell me. This moon, where is it? And the moonlight, of which the father spoke, where is it? Jailer, the king said that the prince should carefully try to figure out the king's deeper meaning, and tomorrow, the king will come over to take the test. Fuso froze for a moment, speculating, on the deeper meaning? What's the significance of the hammer here? But father is coming tomorrow to test the school. So, even if I don't see it, I have to make it up? Geez, Kong Xing, how long did you actually enjoy the moon with Li Si yesterday? What's wrong? At the court meeting today, Li Si he dozed off. Has the money been deducted yet? Ahem. Also, not much later, it was still light when it ended. That is, the one that ended before the beginning of the pilgrimage? I am curious to know how you managed to borrow the name of the widow to keep Li Si from beating you up after spending so much time with you in the darkened courtyard. Nothing, just, play a little emotional card. Say a few words. Just like that? Just so. Ying Zhang was obviously unconvinced by Kong Xing's words. Last night, the widow gave Fu Su something to do as well, asking him to try to figure out the deeper meaning of the widow's request for him to enjoy the moon on a moonless night. Do you want to go over with the widow to hear how outrageous he can make up? Kong Xing's sad face, that's definitely something to hear. The carriages that traveled in Lu were quickly prepared. Ever driven a carriage? Ying Zhang turned around and asked before boarding the carriage. Kong Xing shook his head. Ying Zhang asked again. This kind. Have you ever sat on it? Kongxing shook his head again. Then you've always ridden a horse, haven't you? Neither. None of them? Then how do you practice the 6 arts of the gentleman? I'd like to practice, but the test it doesn't test. An exam? Once again, Zheng keenly captured a new word. In that case, then, in this way, you come up, and the widow allows you to ride with the widow. Zheng, when he gets in the car, I'll ask him what the test is about. Kongxing, however, shook his head and extracted the motorcycle he used to get around in modern times from the system space. No need. I have my own car. The currently unlocked system space wasn't huge, but it was perfectly big enough for Kongxing to stuff in something that didn't take up too much space. Motorcycles, 4-1. Zheng stared blankly at the motorcycle Kongxing had pulled out of thin air, and he did not know whether he was shocked by the fact that Kongxing had transformed the object out of thin air, or because of the motorcycle's exterior design. Ease your mind and say, just, whatever. It wasn't long before the sound of horses' hooves rang out, driving the wheels to gradually accelerate forward. Without hurrying, Kongxing put his helmet on, sat down across it, inserted the car key and turned it. Through the window of the carriage, Zheng was about to turn around to see if Kongxing was following him, and if he should ask the carriage to slow down and wait for him, when a roar that resounded through the palace suddenly exploded. Voices from far and near. Soon a figure flashed by the wagon. Zheng stared wide-eyed at what was happening in front of him. Sigma, LLL. Suddenly, Zheng understood somewhat why Kongxing had never driven a car or ridden a horse. Who cares about that when you have this? Zheng, what should I do? I have some cravings for this and want it, but we're about to send an army to attack Yen, and funds are tight. Do you want me to trade a palace with him? I always feel like I'm going to end up on the street sooner or later if I keep changing like this. No. This brat refused to ride with the widow to engage in this. It is likely to hold the intention to continue to change palaces with the widow, so that the widow will soon be on the streets. Zheng's fists clenched and cackled. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Kongxing's true purpose was this. Masa. A call pulled Zheng's thoughts back. Zheng raised his eyes to look out of the carriage. It's the Kongxing who returned again halfway through. Count your heart. You still know to come back and wait for the widow. Kongxing wanted to say something, but didn't tell the real reason why he didn't know the road, and rode his motorcycle to follow the carriage without saying a word. After an unknown amount of time, the large prison where Fusu was being held appeared in Kongxing's field of vision. Let's hope Fuso has already made it up. Kongxing thought this way. Chapter 28 Reading Comprehension. What's going on? As soon as he stepped into the cell, Zheng caught sight of Fusu, who was lying on a haystack, his face a little pale and sickly. Your Majesty, forgive me. It was cold last night, and the prince should have caught wind chill. The terrified jailers clattered to their knees. Zheng sad face comedy comet. If you can't do this well, what use do I have for you? What are you waiting for? Why don't you go and summon the imperial doctor's order over here? There's no need to summon the eunuch. Kongxing went forward with the self-contained medicine box in the system space. But it's just a small wind chill. I'll see what's going on. Zheng, you know medicine? I've known it for a long time. More or less. Kongxing half squatted down next to Fusu and reached out his hand to touch Fusu's forehead. It rolled hot. Taking out the thermometer gun, he measured at his forehead under Fusu's confused little eyes. 42.3 degrees Celsius. Kongxing, equals, oh, that high? Disbelievingly, I took another test. 42 degrees Celsius. Does it really burn that bad? In order to troubleshoot whether it is a thermometer gun failure, Kongxing gave himself a measurement. 36.6 degrees Celsius. And then to Fusu measurement. 41.8 degrees Celsius. Kongxing, it seems that the temperature measuring gun should not be malfunctioning. Fuso, he is really. No. What was the first measurement? How did it drop so fast in this short period of time? Kongxing sensed a hint of something wrong. Why does this situation feel so much like the tricks I used to do when I was a kid? Pretending to be sick in order to be lazy and not go to school? So this move, or is it an ancestral technique? Kongxing sighed and waited for a while longer, giving Fusu another measurement. And as expected, the temperature dropped again. Kongxing stood up, and after storing everything into the system space, he looked at Zheng who was worried, and winked quickly. Brother Zhang, the fever is too high. It's hopeless. Let's just eat the mat. Zheng was stunned for a moment. How could he not see what Kongxing meant? Lamented, it's a shame. Sewer, go in peace. The widow will take care of everything. Fuso? What's hopeless? What the hell is this? And father, am I not your favorite son? Do you really believe everything he says? At least call for a doctor's order. I promise. It's better absolutely first fastest in history. Kongxing, Fusu at his age. Underage? That's good. Brother Zhang, if you're not worried about the national treasury, I have a plan. As for us, Let's publicize the fact that Fusu is sick and dying, and make the banquet a bit bigger as well, and take advantage of the opportunity and also collect more fees. As for the dishes on this table, there is a dish in later times called fried pebbles, that is, fried stones. What do you think of this dish? And for the burial session later on, I think we can arrange a rationalized viewing of the remains for a fee. What? Did you say mausoleum? What kind of mausoleum does a miner's son need? If I say so, I don't even need to prepare a coffin. Just find a mass grave and bury it. Save money. When it comes to how to make money and save money, Kong Xing can always tell a few of his personal and unique insights. Kong Xing, it's a pity that he only died of wind chill. It would have been better if he died because of the plague. Ying Zheng, why? Kong Xing, the plague dead is more contagious. At that time, think of a way to divide Fusu's body and send it to the king of the remaining several countries. Maybe with luck you can still infect a few. Take away 2. Ying Zheng. The Fuso people are dumbfounded. Bouncing to his feet, he yanked on Kong Xing's collar and roared. I'm not dead yet. Where did you get this living hell? Is it a person? Using himself to raise money for the treasury and throwing himself into a mass grave. Fusu tolerated all these. But he couldn't stand the idea of giving his dead body to the king of another country. Kong Xing, yo, not pretending to be sick anymore? Fusu, sh, what pretending to be sick? I can't understand what you're saying. Still not admitting it? All that you're playing with now. That's all I had left over from when I was a kid. Kong Xing said, breaking Fusu's hand that was tugging at his collar and straightening his clothes. If you want to pretend to be sick, come to me. I'm very experienced. Ying Zheng sat face, playing sick with a lot of experience. Is that something to be proud of? Fusu, do you have the answer to the question I gave you? Fuso was silent and bowed his head. Kong Xing, this look is not it. If we had the answer, why would we have to pretend to be sick? Fusu, small voice chatter, moonless night to enjoy the moon, but also ask the deep meaning of why. This is clearly difficult to people it. Ying Zheng, difficult? Kong Xing, come and tell him why the widow wants him to enjoy the moon. Kong Xing, I came here to have fun, not to do reading comprehension. It's just a matter of making something up since brother politics asked. Kong Xing dryly coughed twice. Can't you see such a simple fusuma? Let me ask you, why couldn't you see the moon last night? What else could it be because of? Bad weather and thick clouds. Fusu answered honestly. Kong Xing, so you didn't think the clouds that obscured your view last night looked like anything? Fuso? Subconsciously, he asked. Like what? Kong Xing, don't you think it looks like the hundreds of years of tumultuous wars, the obstacle to the unification of the world? Fuso, what the hell? Fusu a whole shock. That call you so say, blow the clouds away, can see the moon, represents the world unification. World peace? Kong Xing grinned. Degree, not bad. Not bad. The children are teachable. So, what Brother Zhang means is that he wants you to work hard to become that cloud dispenser, to end the world strife and make the world peaceful and unified. Fuso. Ying Zhang's expression also changed from initial consternation to shock. Even began to wonder if he really had such a layer of intent in mind. Kong Xing smiled smugly sad face. It's just reading comprehension. And that's a much easier question than the fish with the weird glowing eyes. A simple question like this, just make it up. It's a passing grade at worst okay. All those years of reading comprehension weren't for nothing. Fusu, it is my foolishness that I have not been able to fathom my father's intentions. Ying Zhang, nothing. Let's not talk about this. Fusu, why did I hear Kong Xing say that you mocked the widow? Fuso, bull ********. Nothing of the sort. Don't you listen to him. Kong Xing, however, pulled out a recorder at that moment and opened it. Is my dad that stupid? I didn't expect my father was wise for a lifetime. But in the back of the world, he was deceived by a square? Cough. Don't worry. I'm fine. I just choked on my laughter for a bit. Just take it easy. TSK, my father, is he even that easy to fool? The elixir, longevity. Ouch me. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. For that matter I tell you, I could laugh at him for the rest of his life. The recording played quickly. Fusu's small face was pale. How happy you were before. How miserable you will be right away. Chapter 29, Father's kindness, Son's piety, Brother's friendship and brother's respect. Father, let me explain. That Su Fu, really the is not a thing. You don't know. He fooled you. Lulled, pit. Fusu was sweating with anxiety and had the intention to explain clearly, but the words he spat out caused Ying Zhang's anger to rise. Swish. The accompanying Dear Lu sword was drawn by Ying Zhang and pointed straight at Fusu. Degree, unspecified currency sad face, : Father, calm down. Fusu tries to call Ing Zheng back to his senses through affection. The effect is minimal. The space in the cell is narrow, and Ing Zheng, holding the Dear Lu sword, is closing in on Fusu, constantly squeezing the space he has to dodge. Come on, really? Seeing that the space to hide was getting smaller and smaller, Fusu was also getting more and more panicked. Fusu's sad face, surname Kong. What are you still standing there for? Kong Xing, what for? Watching a movie. Of course. Watching a movie? Fusu was so angry that a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. He's going to get himself chopped up. And he's got the heart to watch the show? Wait, what's that in his hand? Melon seeds? I blanch. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. Seeing that Fusu was almost cornered by Ing Zhang, and there was no more room to hide, Kong Xing let out a small sigh and put away his unfinished melon seeds. A sliding step over, snapping a hold on one of Ing Zhang's thighs to keep him from moving forward. Fusu seized the moment, half-catting his body. The soles of his feet generated the wind, and slipped away as fast as he could. In the twinkling of an eye, he slipped out of the cell and escaped. Seeing that Fusu had already escaped from prison, Ing Zhang then put away the Dear Lu sword. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see Kong Xing let go. Only helplessly, I said, how much longer are you going to hold it? Kong Xing replied, Fusu, he is considered to have escaped from prison, right? Ing Zheng, well, what I want is for him to break out of jail, escaped from prison, enlisted in the army, and sent to the front. It's a bit of a deviation from the original plan of wearing out the guilt, but the general direction is still pretty much the same. It's just the difference between having or not having a soldier close by. It's pretty much the same. Anyway, you won't let the widow's eldest son die, will you? Kong Xing was confused for a moment. What do you mean? I'm going to the front line too? Ing Zhang, what you did just now was to assist Fusu in escaping from prison. Kong Xing, have no fear. The widow allows you to act cheaply. When you return, the widow will keep her promise and give you a reward according to your military merits. Kong Xing remained silent. Ing Zhang's patience was wearing thin. Do it cheaply. Understand? Understood. Kong Xing nodded. Ing Zhang's forehead crumbled into two veins. If you understand, then why are you still hugging me and not letting go? Cheap, Kong Xing said, hugging a few more times tighter. Swish, Dear Lu's sword was pulled out halfway. Almost at the same time that Ing Zheng drew his sword, Kong Xing flew his hand back. So what, brother Zhang? Won't you give Fusu and I a little bit of action money for the road? Cut. Dear Lu's sword was pulled out another notch. Do not give on, not give it. Small master, I pull their own sponsorship to go. Stingy Lu. Kong Xing spat out a sentence, turned around and left. Almost as soon as he stepped out of the dungeon, he saw Fusu, who was being detained by a team of jailers. Yo, isn't this Mr. Fusu who just escaped from prison? Why, didn't he run away? Fuso, run? Heh, where am I going to run? The whole Qin kingdom is owned by father. How can I run away under his nose? Speaking of which, how is father in his mood now? Won't cut me again, right? Kong Xing made up a serious nonsense. Political brothers word of mouth, want you to leave on the same day. Go to Qi, as a hostage, to promote the friendship between the two countries. Fuso? Ing Zheng just left the prison. I regret that I should not have given him the right to act on the cheap. Dumbfounded, Fusu looked up at Ing Zheng, then at Kong Xing, and asked, why do you want to go to Qi? Kong Xing, naturally because Qi has a lot of money. How unsafe it is to put so much money in Qi's treasury, and as Qi's best friend, I think it is very much my duty to keep it for it. Fuso, Ing Zheng, Fusu and Kong Xing were secretly sent out of Xianyang City by Ing Zheng overnight. How secret is it? It wasn't until 5 days later that Ing Gao and Zhang Lu, who felt that Kong Xing had probably revealed their plan and switched to a prison robbery instead, realized that Fusu had escaped from prison a long time ago. Ing Ko's sad face. Brother didn't resist at that time, so it was to hold back the big move? Shogun, Sigma, degree, brother, he escaped from prison and ran away? Why didn't he tell us when he ran away? No, he broke out of prison and ran away on his own. Why would father lock us both up? Ing Gao, in order to claim to the public that we have a deep bond. Brother, he was released by the two of us instead of escaping from the prison on his own. I can kind of see that. We shouldn't have bothered with this in the first place. Shiraku was thinking, so now we're part of their plan? No, could father be any more biased? Why is he so good to his brother? Ing Gao was silent as he pulled out a lemon from his robe. Eating fruit? Kong Xing gave it to me earlier. I heard him say it's delicious. Try it. Shungla didn't even think about it and just took it. Remove the dagger that was prepared for the purpose of the prison robbery. Cut the lemon open. Scoop out the pulp. And shove it right in your mouth. Acid. Extra sour. The unique tartness of the lemon continues to stimulate the taste buds of the shogun. Xuanlu's eyes instantly turned red. It was only by holding back the tears that he didn't let them fall. Ingao flew away, sad face. Omega, how was it? Doesn't it taste good? Shogun, comedy Ingao. Don't run if you can. See if I don't beat you to death. Inside the cramped cell, a new round of brotherly love was underway. Pete, on the other side. Chi, outside the Jishi Academy. Standing is the Kongxing and Fusi duo who rushed in all the way in disguise. In order to make this investment more certain, Kongxing once again in the black heart of the tutelage for 5 consecutive draws. Kongxing, I would like to bless the shipment with another 10 years of Su Fu's life. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. Congratulations to the host's overwhelming luck. Successfully extracted the skill of Fraud Master. Congratulations to the host on his stroke of luck. He has successfully extracted the rare item, Black Brick. Fraudster. When you say things that are logically normal, it increases the credibility of the listeners somewhat. Su, the north of Maine needs you. Black Brick. It was a plain black brick, rumored to be the exclusive weapon of the Holy Fire Meowth cultists. The specific use is still for the host to explore on their own. Kongxing. Chapter 30, The Two Sacred Objects of the Holy Fire Meowth Sect. Fraudster? Kongxing was a bit puzzled as to how someone with such a normal outlook on his own 3 views could have extracted such a skill. The previous skill climber was fine. This fraudster, as soon as I heard the name, was criminal. Could it be because the sacrifice for betting on the system to come out good is the reason for Su Fu's 10-year lifespan? After all, in a sense, Su Fu is a fraud master. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind for the time being, he instead began to check out the rare item he had just extracted, the black brick. To be able to be prefixed with the word rare by a black-hearted tutor, one would think that it should not be a mortal product. With a thought, the black brick was extracted from the system space by Kongxing and carried in his hand. Black brick, as the name suggests, is dark in color. Bumped it up. It's not very heavy and looks like it should be good quality as well. A brick down will certainly help one to have a good dream. This thing. Fu Su's curious and increasingly expectant gaze looked directly over. That eye-rolling look was so close to saying that this is something I've got my eye on. Kongxing. TSK. This is mine. If you want it, you'll have to trade something for it. Fusu, that's good to say. In this case, I won't share the bill with you this time. All the proceeds will go to you. How about it? Almost at the moment Fu Su's words fell, Kongxing stuffed the black brick into Fu Su's arms, so fast that it was for fear that Fu Su would turn his back on it in the blink of an eye. Exchanging a black brick that one could use or not use for a large sum of money. This deal was obviously extremely cost-effective. Just Kongxing does not know is that this black brick in the future was Fu Su completely carry forward. Of course, these are afterthought. Today's GK Academy is forced to shut down because of the war. However, despite the suspension, in this neighborhood, many Confucians can still be seen. Kongxing came here to squat on these Confucians. It's a pity that Sun Fang is no longer around, or else things would have gone a bit more smoothly. Kongxing sighed slightly. Sun Jian's thought seemed radical at this time, but it was just right in later times. It could only be said that his thinking was too far ahead of its time, especially since he actually tried to seek the possibility of integrating Confucianism and other schools of thought at this time. Why is Sun Fang involved? Wait, you shouldn't be planning to. Hiss, you don't have to say. This surname of yours is really convenient. Fu Su seemed to have guessed something and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Here, can be said to be Confucianism's home base is not too much to say. Borrowing their own surnames, mixing into the Confucian circle inside the pool investment. This is really, it's so exciting. Fu Su's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. In his teens he was at the moment at the age where he liked to pursue excitement. They are the ones who study the Analects of Confucius. Our faction is the ones who study the whirling dervishes. There's nothing wrong with that. Kongxing sat face, although, I'd love to do this, but this is after all someone's home base. It's easy to be swarmed by a group of people selling whirligig here. We're just here to pull investment, not to seek death. You directly watch me perform on the line. Saying that, thinking of what would happen next, Kongxing let out a small sigh. I just didn't expect that what I memorized during my school days could be used in such a way. Fu Su, are you sure you know how to write in Chi? Fu Su nodded, although the writing is not unified. I know the writing of all the countries. That's good, Kongxing said, extracting pen, ink, paper and inkstone and other things from the system space. In a moment, I'll speak. You write, understand? Fu Su's gaze lingered briefly on the paper, remembering his own brother Inggao's supervision of papermaking day and night for the past month, as well as Kongxing's earlier mention of a one-year plan. He knew that Kongxing was starting to act. The second thing that should come here this time, besides pulling investment, is to create momentum for the paper and publicize it. Zhang nodded, understood. Soon, the table was set up, and some of the trustees that had been purposely sought out by Kongxing also gathered around one after another. Although Ying Zhang did not prepare any traveling expenses for the two of them, Fusu was also the eldest son of Qin, and had saved a lot of money over the years. The expenses for hiring the trustee were paid by Fusu. People, they are curious, all like to get together, especially when there are onlookers nearby who seem to be watching something. Most people who see the scene, that is, they will also go over to see what the matter is. The crowd of onlookers was getting bigger and bigger. Seeing that it had already attracted quite a few Confucians, Kongxing immediately turned on the skill fraud master and began his self-imposed outrageous introduction. The two of us are from the Sacred Flame Miao cult, and we have come here to honor our sect master's order to auction off two of our sect's holy relics, the Wenshi Quan pill and the paper here in 3 days' time. With that, Kongxing picked up a piece of paper in one hand and a chocolate bean in the other and showed it to the onlookers. Fusu tried to hold back his laughter. God Miao and Si Quan Chi pill this kind of nonsense. How can anyone believe Of course, no one will believe it, but with the trustee, plus the drug testing demonstration session and the system skill fraud master, under this triple effect, no one will believe it. Will also believe. Soon an arranged trustee asked, Holy Fire Miao Miao cult? What kind of school is that? I've never heard of it. And what's the function of the Wenshi Quanchong pill? Is it possible that after eating it, one will be able to write a superb essay? Kongxing sighed. Truth be told, everyone, our Sacred Flame Meowth cult was originally one of the 100 schools of thought as well, but unfortunately times have changed, and now we've fallen so far that we need to auction off the holy relics of our cult in order to perpetuate the church. As for the Wenshi Hui pill that everyone is concerned about, in this way, I'll try the pill myself and come to show you all, on the spot, the wonders of the two holy relics of our Sacred Flame Meowth cult. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nodded their heads in agreement. Fusu was also ready at this point, just waiting for Kongxing to write the content after he spoke, only to see. Kongxing first sincerely said some ambiguous words. According to his explanation, this was the clearing and awakening words of their Sacred Flame Miao cultists. After reciting it, one would be more enlightened in their thoughts, and better utilize the medicinal effect of the Wenshi Yuquan pill. Because Fusu was a bit closer to Kongxing, he was able to hear some of the inaudible words of those onlookers. Fusu, wealth, democracy, civilization, harmony. It's amazing. What is this thing? Following Kongxing's silent recitation actually felt that his brain was clear. Good things, naturally, you have to share them with father when you get back. Fusu silently wrote down the content, intending to share it with Ying Zhang when he returned to Xianying later. Unfortunately, Kongxing was unable to read minds, and naturally did not know what Fusu was thinking at the moment, or he would have found Fusu a mass grave with a better environment in advance. Kongxing solemnly took the literary thought pill, closed his eyes, and after brewing for a while he lightly spat out the words, Heaven and earth and the universe, the sun and the moon are in full bloom, and the stars and hosts are in full bloom, cold comes and goes, fall harvests and winter storage. Kongxing, let the latter-day 1,000-character classic give these people a little shock. Chapter 31, A Gentleman Loves Money, Takes What He Wants. As Kongxing's voice continued to ring out, the people on the sidelines were fine, just listening to the fun, but those Confucians changed their faces in unison. Sigma, degree mouth degree, LLLL. A layman looks at the scene, while an insider looks at the doorway. The more educated a person is, the more he feels that Kongxing's essay, which was written on the spot, is not simple. Each forward sentence is catchy and its content is based on the I Ching and the 5 elements of yin and yang, teaching goodness, bravery, integrity, respect for elders and other good qualities. It's already a masterpiece of enlightenment. A masterpiece of enlightenment that can truly philosophize. This article alone is enough to make a name for itself and for generations to come. Everyone was dumbfounded. This holy flame Miao Miao's literary thinking pill. Is it so amazingly powerful? Kongxing took in the crowd's reactions and continued to recite the contents of the 1,000-character essay. But after memorizing it, I got stuck at about 200 words. Fusu was writing happily when he suddenly realized that there was no more afterword. Looked up at Kongxing, and impatiently knocked on the table. What about the afterword? Where's the back? You don't want to get stuck in the text. Kongxing's face stiffened slightly, since it is to demonstrate the full effects of the Wenshi Quanchong pill's medicinal effects. Just this one article is naturally not enough. Therefore, I will change a few more flavors next. Saying that, after eating a literary thinking pill again, he signaled Fusu to change the paper and continue recording. Fuso was thoughtful. Is this the only thing Kongxing can memorize? Without much time to think about it, Poem after poem popped out of Kong Xing's mouth. Don't you see? The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky. The country breaks down in the mountains and rivers. The east wind releases 1,000 flowers at night. Don't listen to the sound of leaves beating through the forest. 10 years of life and death. Everyone, 3 days from now our sacred flame Meowth sect will conduct the auction of these 2 holy items here, with a limited number of them going to the highest bidder. After carrying dozens of poems, Kong Xing left those filled papers directly where they were, pulled Fu Su and left. The people in the crowd of onlookers just sighed that they had seen a good hustle and bustle today, adding to the after-dinner conversation. The Confucian students, on the other hand, stared at those papers left behind by Kong Xing, recalling what they had just seen, not knowing what they were thinking. A very few of the more lively brains has secretly carried 2 pieces of paper, quietly left. Do not know where to go. Kong Xing, just the 2 of us. The auction in 3 days? Are you sure you won't run into any robbers, blackmailers, on the way out? Fusu was worried about the auction in 3 days. If the auction was in Qin, naturally you don't have to worry about this. But now that you are in another country, you have to think more. What are you afraid of? We're in the delivery phase, so we can always go back to my place and get out of the way, right? And, Kong Xing said, smiled, and took out an electric stick from the system space. Times, they've changed. What's this? A weapon? Give me a look, Fusu said and was about to come over. Before he could touch it, the electric stick was taken back into the system space by Kong Xing. Kong Xing, this stuff is dangerous. Kids shouldn't touch it. Fusu grunted and bristled, voicing his displeasure. Yes, I'm a child. You're an adult. So the question is, with your height, how come you're not much taller than me? Kong Xing. Fusu continued to poke Kong Xing's heart. Right now, I'm a bit shorter than you, but at my age, I'm all but certain that after 3 years, I'll definitely surpass you. But you're not growing at your age, are you, Fuso? What potatoes? Fusu is puzzled. But see Kong Xing looked suddenly solemn. Fusu, you know the high-end national war to be how to fight it? Fusu, there are high-end and low-end national wars? Then how do you fight a high-end national war? Kong Xing, steel is treasury. Steel is military funds. The war of nations, to put it bluntly, is about money. Food costs money, weapons and armor costs money, and soldier recruitment and training costs money. Just cut off his money so he can't afford to fight and worry that he won't win? Fusu was stunned. Other people think of the most is the divisive plan. You this directly cut off his money? Is this the way a high-end national war should be fought? It's not right. Why? I would feel that what you're saying makes sense. Kong Xing, between the 7 countries that are family members, naturally, we have to use some of the high-end national war should have to play. Do not forget, our goal is global unification. For the sake of that ambitious goal, it is natural to save as much as you can. These people, in the future, can be the people of Qin. Do you want you to take over a kingdom that still needs to recuperate for a decade or even a few decades? Or do you want to open up a dynasty that will soon be able to expand its borders and expand its territory? You and I don't survive money. We're just money movers. What Kong Xing said naturally made sense to Fusu. Fusu, let's not talk about how the 2 of us can empty Qi's treasury, and how we can break in and move it. But let's talk about this location. Do you know where it is? Kong Xing, the treasury is about the lifeblood of a country. With you and I, we naturally can't move it. But, just because we can't move the treasury doesn't mean we can't move other people's. Those Confucians. But they're all busy raising money now to prepare for the auction of those 2 items in 3 days. And, just now the onlookers can be quite a lot. 3 days, enough for public opinion to ferment and attract more big fish, then to participate in the auction. In order to prevent someone from messing up and affecting the auction, it's not too much to ask for an on-site check. Right? As soon as the capital check is done, Fusu, at this point in your life, but you don't have paper money yet. It's not easy to hide the money raised by those fish. Fusu couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. I originally thought that you were going to come and pull in investments just to keep an eye on a few people's money. I didn't realize that you were keeping an eye on everyone's. We're doing this. Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate? Kong Xing, what's wrong with that? We can't find or get rid of the national treasury. But with so many people and so many forces losing their money at the same time, how can we not give the Qi King a headache for a while? But brother politics said that this trip can be done cheaply. It's just that if there's a real mess, there's still brother Zhang. What are you afraid of? Fusu subconsciously nodded, gripping the black bricks hidden in his robes, feeling a lot more at ease. A gentleman takes what he can get. Kong Xing, you're right. I'm done with you on this one. The gazes of the 2 intertwined and collided in the air, both full of cunning. Kong Xing, up the road out. Then let's discuss the specific details of the operation next. Here's what I intend to do. Chapter 32 Wanted. The 3 days quickly flashed by. This day, Qi Wangjian, who was known as the Qi abolitionist king in later times, was conducting a court meeting in the fish in troubled waters style as usual. I was expecting another day of doing nothing and moping around. However, this time, a large portion of the ministers of the court have collectively submitted a report, saying that all of their homes were burglarized last night. Great king, you are not aware of it. Not only we people have had bad thieves in our homes, but those vendors who participated in the auction have also had bad thieves one by one. Those traitors are lowly and naturally irrelevant. But we are different. We have worked hard for Qi and labored all our lives, and in just one night's work, most of our family's wealth is all gone. Your Majesty, that thief is arrogant. You don't know. He even stole the bed I sleep in. Is it a problem that you lost your bed? Who can be as miserable as me? In order to facilitate the court meeting, I always sleep in my official clothes on the first night. Goodness, I'm wearing it so that even the thieves can pickpocket me. And look at this bump on my head. Ha! I'm asking you, who's worse off than me? Your Majesty, you have to do it for us. Wanted. Must be wanted. The king. Enough. Be quiet. All of you. The king of Qi let out a roar, and the courtroom quieted down quite a bit. King Tianjian of Qi felt quite a headache. It's understandable that the house was burglarized. It is understandable that the number of thieves is high, as they are the subjects of Qi. But, what a thief! How poor must he be to steal a bed, even a court dress? Arrogant. It's just too arrogant. This is a provocation to Qi. King of Qi, so many of you have been robbed. Does anyone know who the robber is? What does he look like? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and shook their heads in unison. Your Majesty, last night that thief was too professional. It's really... King Tianjian of Qi had more headaches for a moment. And are there any suspects? Back to the king. Yes, the ones who were robbed were all people who participated in the Holy Fire Meowmonger sex auction yesterday afternoon. So we have reason to suspect that this matter and the Holy Fire Meowmonger sect can't be unconnected. King of Qi, what mooling religion? What auction? Just as he was about to continue his inquiry, he saw his eldest son, Tian Shang, directly barge in despite the guard's obstruction. Father, my son, I've been tricked by those two liars of the Holy Fire Meow cult. What literary thought pill? I didn't realize until I ate it. That's a kind of candy I've never seen before. Father, my son implores my father to split these two liars into 5 horse corpses to quench my heart's hatred. Hearing Tian Shang's words, those ministers who had participated in the auction all stared wide-eyed. What the hell? That Vinpocalypse pill? It's a fake? It was too late to think about why that man could write so many exquisite poems and essays after eating them. All the ministers had only one thought at the moment, to recover their family's wealth and split the thieves' bodies. Soon, under the recollection and narration of the ministers and Tian Shang, the painter of Qi drew the appearance of Kong Xing and Fu Su and started to arrest them. They're both males. Why is this such a big difference? They opened their mouths with a bit of 50 taels of gold. And then look at you. TSK, tisk. Kong Xing glanced at Fu Su with some disgust and shook his head. Fu Su, I don't have much pocket money. That's because father wants the world to be united. And it costs a lot of money. And since Qin is to the west, it's naturally not as rich as Qi. But then again, even though I said I didn't want you to give me a cut this time, you wouldn't have been able to get out of those clothes last night if I hadn't swung that brick. And that person would have seen us. Would you? Kong Xing, seeing is seeing, even if it is really taken to the wanted. According to the portrait to find, but also cannot find people. After all, it's the cat demon who swings the brick and the Teletubbies who strip the clothes. So what's it got to do with us? In order to prevent being seen, but also in order to facilitate the action. Kong Xing and Fusu last night from house to house pulling sponsorship when not only their own changed into their usual wear one-piece Teletubbies pajamas, but also put the cat ear hair band for Fusu to put on. As for whether the thieves would be suspected in the auction if they could not be found, Kong Xing was not worried. After all, the Self and Fusu were in disguise at that time. Otherwise, with Fusu's face alone, not to mention blending into Qi, he would have been detained halfway and threatened Qin in turn, right? Looking at the portraits of himself and Fusu on the wanted notice hanging on the wall, Kong Xing shook his head. Not having paper is just inconvenient, and it's the first time I've seen a wanted notice like this myself. Wanted. Slowly wanted. Go slowly according to this portrait. He's lucky to find it. Fusu, Kong Xing, this top has the sacred flame Meow cult wanted as well. Kong Xing did not care about this. Originally, it is just nonsense. A holy fire Meow Meow religion. As long as we want, we can change the name to other sects. For example, what do you think of dodgy maidenism? Fuso, with the investment sponsorship fees from all the good people, the duo strutted through the gates of various cities in Qi, watching the bounty on his wanted notice rise. So much so that Kong Xing was so moved that he wanted to kidnap Fu Su and send him over to collect the bounty. What was left of his sanity told Kong Xing that he couldn't do that. This is someone's favorite eldest son, and doing this would definitely get himself beaten up. It's a little boring. I say, Kong Xing, do you have any more interesting lists these days? Preferably the kind where you can go to other dynasties. I'm so bored I'm growing grass. Interesting list? Looking at the system's randomly swiped 3-choice order today. It's still there. Fu Su froze for a moment. He just casually asked this question. But really? Fuso, Meg, yay! I get to go out and see the world again. Excitedly, he asked. What's the list? When are we going? Is there anything I should be aware of? Kong Xing sad face, what needs your attention? You'll know what to look out for when you get to the place. This is an interesting list today. Oh yeah, Brother Zhang said you know martial arts, right? Then I wonder what your exact force value is? Fu Su, force value? Why are you asking that? Is there something else that needs my hands? Kong Xing, in that case, I'll ask in a different way. Can you beat Bai Qi? Fuso? Sigma, degree mouth degree, Bai Qi? Wanjin? Are you sure you're not kidding? It's not like we need you to fight him. To be precise, we need to tie him up in front of your high grandfather. Ing Ji. It's important. It's about my 5-star review. How's that for an interesting list? Fuso. Chapter 33, how do you prove it's yours? Tying up Wuan? And you have to tie it in front of Ing Ji? Fuso almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Grimly and quizzically, he asked, have you misunderstood the word interesting in some way? The man, does he just have to be tied up? Better change it. Kong Xing, however, shook his head, don't bother. This is fine. That Ing Ji doesn't cherish talent. Brother Shang does. Or do you also think that a general who has fought for his country for several years and fought more than 70 battles, large and small, without ever losing a battle, will end up being given death by the king he serves? Fu Su, don't try to tie me down with moral abduction. Those who are kings and kings are not destined to be morally abducted. As if unforeseen, Kong Xing took out one of the hands he had been tucking away, revealing the recorder at work. What a great phrase for a king for a king. Do you think that if Brother Zhang heard this, he would think that you have thoughts of plotting against the king? Fuso, benefit, vocal. It's the damn recorder again. No, when did you turn it on? You didn't leave it on all the time, did you? The more Fu Su thought about it, the more he felt that with his understanding of Kong Xing over the past month or so, he was completely capable of doing something like this, or even mess up and have multiple recorders as backup. You can't morally kidnap someone, so you play with threats, right? Fine, you win. In that case, let's each take a step back. I promise to go with you to kidnap Wanjin, but we really can't do it in front of my high grandfather. Think about it. What's the difference between tying up Wanjin in front of him and snatching the tiger's talisman in front of my father? The risk factor is really too high. You think about it? It's the biggest concession I can make. Fu Su had thought that Kong Xing would have to think about it for a while. Yet Kong Xing grabbed Fu Su's hand. Fine. No problem. It's good that you promised. Go over there and listen to me for all actions. No backtracking now. Ding. You have picked up a new order. Please dispatch in a timely manner and be safe. Distribution tasks. A thief pulls a sturdy linen bag to give to Bai Qi, the ruler of Wuhan. Remarks on the mandate. I dug in Ing Ji's corner, and found a Wanjin to tie up and bring home. Kong Xing this, is called the information gap. The exact content of the mission was known only to Kong Xing, who was bound to the system. This also leads to, Qin, 257 BC. Late at night, Fu Su looked at the linen bag handed over by Kong Xing full of confusion. Fu Su, degree mouth degree, you want me to go in with this linen bag and lasso Wanjin away? Kong Xing, if you don't go, who will? You're the only one who knows where Wanjin Bai Qi's home is, and you're the only one who has seen his portrait and can't mistake him for someone else. Here's the deal. You put the cat ear hairband back on in case you get your ass kicked. Fuso, is it a matter of wearing a hairband or not? I'll sneak over there and lasso the guy. What are you in charge of? Kong Xing rightfully said. Of course I'm standing outside looking out for you. Fusu gritted his teeth. Tell the truth. Kong Xing sighed slightly. Well, I actually wanted to see if Lu Buwei was around at this time. After all, we're out here this time to pull an investment. Before Kong Xing could finish his sentence, his entire body was carried by Fu Su, who had already transformed into a cat demon, and headed straight for Bai Qi's residence. In order to reduce the sound and better sneak in, Fu Su even directly didn't even wear shoes, and the meat pads on the cat's paws stepped on the ground, which could have a very good muffling effect. There is a curfew at night in Qin. There was no one to be seen in the middle of the night except the usual patrols. At night, a cat's eyesight is far superior to a human's, not to mention its keen sense of hearing and smell. Fusu perfectly utilized the all-around increase in his body brought about by the cat's ear hairband, carried Kong Xing, and quickly arrived on the roof of Bai Chi's house. Everything went extremely well. Fusu lowered his voice and said, "That's just Wanjin. He's known for his ferocity. No one has the guts to come and hit him. Look, such a large courtyard. The family generals have not even arranged a few. You and I are kind of unique." Without a word, Kong Xing lifted the roof tiles off the room, or by luck, and looked down through the moonlight, right above the sleeping Bai Chi. Goo hee hee hee. Doesn't that make it easier? Fusu grabbed the linen bag with one hand and carried the black brick with the other. His round pupils reflected Bai Chi's sleeping appearance, and inexplicably got a little excited. Father wants to send me to the front line of the Yin invasion to save military honors and increase my prestige in the army. So, it's reasonable for me to tie up Lord Wuan for a small favor, isn't it? I'm Bai Chi, Qin Generals. The world honors me as Wuan Jun. Of course, there are those who say I'm evil and a human butcher, but none of that matters now. What matters is, Bai Chi sad face, I don't care whether what you two are saying about traveling into the future is true or not, nor do I care about where this place really is. I just want to ask one question right now. Kong Xing, you say? I just wanted to ask, who between you two hit me with this bag on my head? Fuse's sad face 3, Kong Xing. It definitely couldn't have been me. It was definitely him who did it. Bai Chi. Kong Xing. Okay, so next question. According to you guys, I suddenly traveled here while I was sleeping, right? So, can someone explain to me how these clothes of mine, have they grown legs and traveled to the future with me? Kong Xing eyes fluttering. Yesterday when the action. See the action extremely smooth on the sack Bai Chi. See the time is still abundant. Bai Chi has no signs of waking up, so Sex and Fusu together to Bai Chi packed a little luggage to take away. Seeing that neither Kong Xing nor Fusu answered, Bai Chi did not have the intention to continue to pursue the question and closed his eyes. He needed to slow down and rationalize his thoughts after what happened in this short night. After a long time, Bai Chi reopened his eyes. Looking to Fusu, you say you are the eldest son of the later generations of Qin? How do you prove it? Jade pendant. I have a jade pendant to prove it. Wu and Jun should recognize it, Fusu said, subconsciously touched his body, but touched nothing. Luckily, he quickly remembered and poked Kong Xing with his elbow. Jade pendant. Take it out. Kong Xing was a bit confused and didn't react for a while. Fusu hastily reminded, it's the jade pendant that I gave you to make amends for the night I went to your house for the first time. After I gripped you up in the middle of the night. Kong Xing slammed his hand. Ow. If you're going to say that I remember. There is such a piece. Kong Xing rummaged through the system space. Luckily, he hadn't exchanged this jade pendant for a small amount of money yet. Bai Chi took the jade pendant, looked at it, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He naturally recognized this jade pendant. Indeed, it is a jade pendant that only a prince of Qin has. But therein lies the problem. How can you just give this to anyone? I can't even use it to make amends. This jade pendant, is it really yours? Bai Chi had a hint of skepticism about it. How can I prove it? Fusu's sad face degree? Chapter 34. Fusu was a little confused. How do I prove my stuff is mine? Hey, Kong Xing, don't just stand there. Hurry up and think of a way to help me prove it. Kong Xing, I say, Fusu, are you stupid? This jade pendant isn't the only way to determine your identity. Then he looked at Bai Chi and continued. You should know General Wang Jian, right? Bai Chi nodded. He had a deep impression of Wang Jian and knew that this was a good seed suitable for leading soldiers into battle, and he usually made a point of cultivating it when he went out to fight. Kong Xing, since you know each other that's good. Counting the time. It's almost time to get over here. Go, find him, Kong Xing said, patting the back seat of the motorcycle, signaling Bai Chi to sit on it and take him there on his own bike. Fusu, wait. You two rode off. What about me? What about me? Kong Xing sad face, it's okay. I'll ride slower. You should be able to keep up. Fusu, over here, in the barracks where the army is temporarily stationed for rest and recuperation. Wang Jian looked at the secret letter from Ing Zhang in his hand and felt his head spinning. When Fusu was ordered by Ing Zhang to be sentenced to death in the fall, Wang Jian knew Ing Zhang's intention and replied that he would cooperate with Ing Zhang's plan to attack Yen in the fall. There is still some time to go before the after fall that I mentioned that day, but I have already started to travel most of the way. Not because there is a more suitable opportunity to fight, but purely because Wang Jian suggested that Yen be attacked in the fall, and Ing Zhang thought that his suggestion was very good, but he did not accept it. After seeing the world map in the first place, Ing Zhang now only felt that every day of delay was a waste of his few lifespans. Moreover, Kong Xing and Fusu have long set off to cheat of pull investment. This side of the army left a day earlier. Fusu's safety can also be more a point. All these factors have led to the fact that Wang Jian has traveled here with his army to conquer Yen. Wang Jian, it's a bit uneconomical to attack Yen at this time. If we come back after the fall harvest, there will be more food and provisions then, and the army will be able to sustain the battle for a longer period of time, and perhaps, with a bit of luck, we will be able to destroy Yen in one fell swoop. This is the time to come. It's a bit of a small fight. Just as he was muttering, a cry of alarm rang out from outside the barracks, and Wang Ben, who had been brought along by Wang Jian to follow his training, rushed in headlong, shouting excitedly without any rules, "Father, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, it's alive Wanjin." Pop! Wang Jian threw a slap in the face. "What's all this yelling? There are no rules. Disregard for military law. You'll be punished later." Being hit by Wang Jian like this, Wang Ben sobered up. "Father, go out and look. Duke Chang and that Kong Xing are right outside with Junwuan." Wang Jian was a bit confused. "Wanjin? Which Wanjin? There's no such thing as a Wanjin in Qin now." "Wang Ben, who else could it be?" "Bai Qi, the Wunan emperor. Alive." Outside the tent, Bai Qi was about to walk in to catch up with Wang Jian. Seeing that Bai Qi somehow froze outside the tent but did not go in, Fusu, who had just finished his wild run, gasped for breath, grabbed Bai Qi's arm with one hand, and brought the man inside. "Water, water, Wang Jian ah, bring me some water. Goddamn Kong Xing, this journey almost didn't kill me." Fuso screamed for water as soon as he came in, but Wang Jian stared incredulously at Bai Qi, who had been brought in by Fusu, and froze in place. "Is it really Wan Kuan, alive?" Bai Qi's face became even darker. "What, you've seen dead ones?" Wang Jian subconsciously nodded his head, then realized that something was wrong and hastily shook his head to cover it up. "Bai Qi." Fuso spoke up again, "Water." Wang Jian seemed to have just heard it and glared at Wang Ben, who was standing still. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear that the eldest son wants water? Go now." Wang Ben skimmed his lips and turned around to bring Fusu some water. Bai Qi froze for a moment as he listened to Wang Jian's address to Fusu. Is he really the current eldest son of Qin? Wang Jian nodded. "That's right." Bai Qi didn't say anything else, only that the eyes that looked at Fusu were a bit complicated. Fusu's side was sitting down for a drink and rest when Kong Xing, who had parked his car outside, walked in. "I just thought about it. Do you guys think that by spreading the word to Yan's side that Bai Qi is still alive and is coming to invade Yan, we can ask them to send someone to negotiate?" "Negotiation?" The crowd froze. "Wang Jian, do you mean to use the prestige of the Wanjun to ask them to pay compensation to the Qin? But this army is here. Just a few cities, isn't it a bit? Bai Qi, why talk about judgment? Just fight. How nice to have the whole thing down." "Kong Xing, anyway, it will take some time for the army to arrive at the place. It's better to negotiate first, and it's not a waste of time. Maybe after this negotiation, people will directly surrender?" "Talking about surrender?" Bai Qi scoffed at this. "How could it be so good? What's the point of fighting a war if you can negotiate the enemy's surrender?" But there was no objection to anything. A little negotiation wouldn't be a delay anyway, and it would kill the enemy's morale to get the word out about his existence. Soon, under Wang Jian's deliberate control and arrangement, the news reached the king of Yan's ears very smoothly. "What? Bai Qi? He's not dead? No way. How can he be alive?" Although many years have passed since Bai Qi's death, the impact of his battle in Chongping was too great. The fierce reputation of Bai Qi, the god of killers, is still terrifying. "Your Majesty," the Qin army side said that if we don't accept their negotiation, they'll have Bai Qi personally come over to negotiate with you. "Your Majesty." Threats. They are threatening the widow. "Do you really think I'm afraid of him? A Bai Qi? Your Majesty." Then this negotiation. Yan Wang's expression stiffened as he squeezed a word out of his mouth. "Talk." A few days later, Kong Xing ah. "Father didn't teach me how to negotiate with enemy countries either. So why don't we get someone else?" "Don't be nervous. The two countries' negotiation, just pay attention to the words, is to speak to be elegant, so as to show the Qin country's big country's temperament. A moment you despite play is, play not good also does not matter. Have me with you." Fuso was thoughtful. Self-appointed elegance and great power. "Got it." Soon, the hour of negotiation agreed upon by both parties arrived. Fuso was dressed in white, very eye-catching, and still seems to be the elegant, easygoing and courteous look that Yan is known for. After taking his seat, he first smiled at the representative Yan sent to negotiate, and then with a shake of his cuffs, a black brick was carried in his hand and smashed on the case table with a duong sound, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Fu Su, degree mouth degree, what are you looking at? This prince has only one request today. I want half of your Yin kingdom." "What are you staring at? What? You don't like it? Or don't you agree? It's fine if you don't want to obey. Do you want this eunuch to call Wanjin here so that he can come and have a good talk with you?" At this moment, Fu Su was extraordinarily arrogant. completely lacking the previous elegant and easygoing. Kong Xing sucked in a breath of cool air. Hey, 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 hey. I'm telling you to play as much as you want, and this is how you play. More or less tighten up. Chapter 35 Negotiations. Not only Kong Xing, who was confused by this sudden slam from Fu Su, but the Yen people on the opposite side were also confused. How is this different from the Fuso in their intel? But at this moment, it was too late to think about it. Fu Su asked for half of Yan's territory, which was definitely not agreeable. Yen official, impossible. That is my Yen territory. It will never be given to you. Fu Su, your country's territory? If you don't want to give it, you can. If you have the ability to send soldiers to fight for a while. But my lord here can remind all of you that we, Wuan Jun, never take small orders. Let that king of Yen send more troops. Not enough for Wuan Jun to warm up. I'll just ask you guys if you dare? Oh, you don't dare. You're afraid of Wanjin, or you wouldn't have agreed to this negotiation. Guts, ghost. You. Vulgar. The Yen official was furious, pointing at Fu Su for a long time before he could stifle such a sentence. In the past, when the two armies were at war, which time was not peaceful and courteous, but this time is different. Fu Su came up and slapped the brick, and his words are full of yin and yang and mockery. The poor Yen officials have never experienced this, not to mention not knowing how to curse, fell into the wind. Fu Su, I'm vulgar? I've seen your faces for a long time. Why don't we just suspend the negotiations for now, and wait for me to call Wuan Jun over from the back of the barracks, so that he can participate in the negotiations as well. I think that Wuan Jun should be very interested in the negotiations. It's just that I don't know if you guys will still be able to go back when he comes. So, how about this proposal from my son? Do you want to do it? Before one of the Yen officials on the opposite side could finish his sentence, Fu Su slammed another brick on the desk with a loud thud. Fu Su, what are you? Please realize the situation you're in. Right now. It's Jun Wuan who wants to beat you. It's my father who wants to beat you. The two of them are hell-bent on doing something that my lord can't stop. Just this person too benevolent, not used to fighting and killing, so just give you some face. As long as you half of the country, this is not cost-effective? You give finished but still left half of and not give finished on the death of the country. Look how much I'm looking out for you guys. Yen officials. Why? By the sound of that, I have to thank you, my lord? Fu Su, a great favor is not appreciated. In this case, you guys kowtow to this Gungzi twice. Show your gratitude to this eunuch with your actions. The Yen officials were furious and clenched their teeth. Who on earth is spreading false rumors that Fu Su was elegant and easygoing? Do you call that being nice and easygoing? Fu Su seemed to have remembered something, and continued, as you can see, Jun Wuan has brought his army all the way here, and this is a lot of money to spend on the way there and back. So, in addition to that half of the country, you also have to pay my Qin army to start the capital. You, shameless, if you're going to do this whole thing, then how can we talk about it? Fu Su snorted sad face, there was nothing to talk about in the first place. My lord has just one word, give it or not. If you don't, then fight. Opposite Yen officials anger straight up, seeing that already rolled up his sleeves seemingly ready to fight. Fu Su thoroughly excited, stood up, lifted the case table, black bricks carried in the hand, strides to charge forward, but was stopped by Kong Xing in time. Fu Su, angry anger, why? Stop me for what? Give me a little time. Allow me to reason with them some more, and surely they will agree. Kong Xing sad face, no you negotiate like this to be so much. They are not stupid. How can they agree? It's better if I do it. Dryly coughing twice, he looked across to the Yen officials, everyone calm down. In this way, since you all won't give the country, then, I don't know the price of your Yen king? Everyone was confused at this statement. Fu Su, what are you doing? Buying his family's king? Kong Xing, however, did not answer, but continued to those Yen officials, if the price of the king of Yen is not easy to set, then I wonder if those few generals of your Yen are worth more, or if half of your Yen country is worth more? Yen official, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Kong Xing laughed and clapped his hands, and soon a small group of Qin soldiers he had previously arranged for came in carrying box after box of gold, silver, and jewelry. Kong Xing, see all this? You all think you have quite a few connections in Yen, don't you? As long as you all can find a way to escort those generals to our side, we will not only revoke Jun Wuan, but this money will also be sent to you all privately as an indemnity for the unreasonable behavior of Prince Fu Su earlier. And if we can get one more crown Prince Dan, then our side will also promise to sign an agreement with Yen on this basis, and the king will no longer send troops against Yen. Looking at the box after box of belongings, several Yen officials were ecstatic. Really give it to us? Will it really undo Wanjin? Is it true that there will be no more troops against Yen? Kong Xing raised his right hand. Of course. I, Su Fu, hereby swear to the heavens that if what I say is half false, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Fusu's sad face degree? Fu Su was familiar with those boxes of belongings, because these are the ones that he and Kong Xing had gotten some time ago when they were pulling investments in Qi, tempting one enemy nation to sell out its own general and crown prince with the money of another. Is this the kind of fight that Kong Xing says a high-end state war should be? With the money and the poisonous oath Kong Xing swore, these Yen officials made full use of the network of contacts they had accumulated over the years in Yen, and at dawn the next day, they delivered the person Kong Xing wanted to the outside of the barracks where the Qin army was stationed. Wang Jian counted and made sure that the few generals he knew from Yen who could fight were here. Bai Qi looked at the scene in front of him a bit confused. Still really sold? Kong Xing, it can't be helped. Your fierce reputation is too big, and I've given more than enough. Besides, it's just a general, so look for it well, cultivate it, spend some time, and you'll still be able to find out a new batch of them again. People, all of them are profit seekers. And it's a good choice between a few generals and half of Yan's territory, which is more cost-effective. All they have to worry about is also not being sure if our side will renege. That's why I swore a poisonous oath to put them at ease. It's just that. Fusu, it's just that they never expected that there would be an old six taking a poisonous oath in someone else's name. Then what do we do next? Should we hit Yen before it has time to find a new general to replace them? Kong Xing shook his head. People, how can you go back on your word? Even though it was sworn on Su Fu's name. It's not good to go back on your word like this. Say revoke Wanjin then revoke Wanjin. So, Kong Xing turned his head to look at Wang Jian. When a general is out, the king's orders are not to be taken. I don't think General Wang Jian should mind all this, right? Wang Jian laughed. The back is all my Wang Jian's behavior alone. It has nothing to do with the king. Or Qin. When we get back, I'll apologize to the king. On the side, the bound crown prince Dan's eyes widened as he kept struggling out. Times, hoo. Fusu was annoyed to hear Crown Prince Dan's gibberish, and a black brick slapped him over. Don't be in a hurry. This prince will take you back to Qin, and have a good catch-up with my father. Chapter 36, the widow wants to see him. Counting the time, Wang Jian is almost at the place. I don't know if the matter of felling Yen is still going well. Listening to Ying Zhang's slightly worried words, Ying Gao and Xuanlu, who had just been released from jail across the room, rolled their eyes in unison. You say you're concerned about Wang Jian's invasion of Yen, but you're really concerned about Fu Su's safety, aren't you? Ingao, why don't I ride over on a fast horse, take a look at the situation, and then come back to report to you? Father? Ying Zhang, are you idle now? How's the paper mill coming along? How is the paper production? The paper versions of those books, can they all be printed? Ingao froze for a moment. A book? And to print books? Ying Zhang's gaze gradually became dangerous. Why? Don't tell me you don't have a print. Ingao, how? How do you print them? Do you copy them by hand? Ying Zhang, I don't know how to print. Won't I go to Kong Xing and ask? Ying Gao, but the problem is, if you ask him, the cost will be as small as a gold bar or as large as a palace, and I don't have much money in my pocket. Speaking of this, Ying Gao seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes brightened slightly as he glanced at General Lu. General Lu has made quite a lot of money selling salt recently, so I just don't know if he's willing to subsidize my son a little bit. Shogun? Shulu was a bit confused, obviously was chatting about paper printing books, and has nothing to do with himself. But in the end how so Silky Smooth began to think about the small amount of money I earn? Xuanlu, you're in charge of making paper and printing books. I'm only in charge of selling salt to subsidize the state treasury. So if you don't have any money, what's it got to do with me? Want money? No way. Ying Gao, are you sure you don't want to give it? If you don't give it, then I'll wait for Kong Xing to come back and tell him about how much money you've made. Money? Where's the money? Who would be so kind as to send me money? As soon as Ying Gao's words fell, a figure leapt in from outside, and it was none other than Kong Xing. Almost simultaneously with this, there is also the angry voice of Fu Su outside. I am the eldest son of Qin. Why are you stopping me? Father's not seeing anyone? Then why did you put him in? Differential treatment. You are treating people differently. Ying Zhang's sad face. That's just it. Let him in. With Ying Zhang's permission, the guards let Fu Su in. Why are you two back so soon? Don't tell the widow that you two are running away from the battlefield. Fusu, my son is back to claim his credit. Ying Zhang, merit? What credit can you get? Fusu, I wonder, is this capturing Crown Prince Dan alive considered a feat? Capture who alive? Prince Dan? Ying Zhang was a bit confused, so he looked at Kong Xing for confirmation. Kong Xing, political brother, you do not listen to his nonsense. From beginning to end he swung that Prince Dan a black brick, or in the case of people are tied up to swing, which is considered to be captured. But that Crown Prince Dan and those generals of Yen were bought back by Fu Su and me. It's out there right now. Do you want to go check it out, Zhang? Zhang was even more confused. Buy? How can I buy Prince Dan and Yan's generals? Wait. I remember that you guys were planning to go to Chi to pull in some sponsorship at first. Hiss. Don't tell the widow that the money spent here is that sponsorship? Kongxing nodded. That's pretty much the source of the money for the purchase, but the specifics are much more complicated, and it all starts with the Holy Fire Miao cult. Zhang? Gao. Shui Lu's sad face. Then, Kongxing and Fu Su told how the two of them had held an auction in Qi, how they had taken advantage of the night to rob the rich and give to the poor, and how they had mounted the official bounty order of Qi and then swaggered and continued to toss it around. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Kongxing even took out the stripped-down Qi official uniform and showed it to the crowd. Zhang, the Jishi Academy is a great place for learning, and the auctions are really something for you. Kongxing heatedly smiled, thanks for the compliment. In fact, it's nothing. Originally also thought about whether to learn from Su Fu, to that king of Qi sales of longevity medicine, but afraid of time is too late, in case the king of Qi is screwed up, and then not good to get out of it afterward. So it was shelved. Zhang's face darkened again. When Fu Su saw that the situation was a bit off, he hastily opened his mouth. After leaving from Qi behind, my son felt bored, so he and Kongxing went to other time and space to dig in and tied someone up. Zhang was stunned, sad face. Digging in? Whose wall did you dig? Is it the afterlife? Fusa shook his head. It's Wanjin. My son has taken the high grandfather's wall. Zhang. But Wanjin by Qi? Zhang couldn't remain calm any longer and stood up. Where is he? Where is he? The widow wants to see him. He's going for the bill. Kongxing's not-so-big voice resounded in the hall. On the way back he said he was well liked, and I didn't believe him, so I made a bet with him about 100 taels of gold. When I returned to Xianyang, I had Wanjin write a few notes and put them on the doorsteps of those old friends of his, one by one, and not one of them gave any money. He should be at the monk's house at this moment. At that moment, Fusu also took out a note written by Bai Qi and showed it to Zhang, only to see that it read, I am Wanjin Bai Qi. In fact, I did not die. That year was only fraudulent death. Now the time has come. I return again. But unfortunately the political situation changes, and the original expected has been a little bit not quite the same. Now I need you to prepare 100 taels of gold as a startup capital for my another expedition. When you are ready, hand the money to Mr. Fusu, and he will bring you to me. Zhang, the curious Gao and Shui Lu. Gao, with this content, it's a wonder anyone would pay. Is this a test of good or bad connections? This is clearly a test of intelligence. Shuanglu, so Wanjin is now going to the door to ask for money? No way. I have to go see such a nice hustle and bustle, Shulu said, and was about to slip out, but Zhang called out to him, prepare the carriage. Wanjin is back in Qin. It is only right that I should go and see him. The shilluk answered, and the carriage was quickly prepared. Zhang walked out of the palace, and before boarding the carriage, he remembered that Fusa said that Crown Prince Dan was outside, so he looked around, and just at a glance, he saw not far away that Crown Prince Dan, who had his upper body tied up, and was at the moment frantically running around the trees, as well as Jing Ku, who was chasing behind him with a branch. That's right, Jing Ku, who was sent back to Yan by Zhang after the assassination attempt, was sent to Yan as a spare head this time. For some reason, Zhang felt a trace of eerie familiarity as he looked at the scene in front of him. It's like, this scene has something to do with itself. It should be an illusion. How could this possibly be relevant to you? Thinking so, Zhang boarded the carriage and sat down. Chapter 37, Spear him away from me. Confinement. Over here, looking at the Xianyang city in front of him, which had not changed much from his own memories, Bai Qi was in a slight trance, as if he was still in that time and space, still serving that person. The man's voice seemed to echo in his ears. What's he talking about? Whitey, listen up. He's saying, if the king doesn't work, I hate the king. Nothing seems to have changed. Everything seems to have quietly changed again. It felt, well, subtle. Wu, Wanjin? Looking at that Bai Qi who appeared in the courtyard of Meng's family, Meng Wu was shocked as a whole. Bai Qi looked around and asked, where is Meng Artery? My father is no longer with us. Not anymore. Has so many years passed already? Bai Qi sighed. Speaking of which, back then, he was still working under me, and I have always been very optimistic about your Meng family. Meng Wu was about to say something to comfort Bai Qi not to be sad, when he heard Bai Qi turn his words around and show the note he wrote. Your father, and I, not to mention our positions, are old friends. Then, here, let me ask you, Junior, why not pay? Do you think that I, Bai Qi, would be one of those charlatans? Even if you weren't going to pay for it, why didn't you even send someone to the mail to ask? Also, if you think this thing is made up by a charlatan of the jungle, then please tell me which charlatan. Who dares to name the gongzi to collect the money? Ha! You tell me. Which charlatan? He would be so bold. Or do you suspect that this was written by the male? So here's a new question. If you suspected it was the male, then why didn't you give it? Didn't even send anyone to ask? Do you disregard me? Or do you disregard the prince? Speak. Mute. Bai Chi's series of life-threatening chain questions scared Manhwa to death. Officials are big and they crush people. It can't say such things as it doesn't regard the eunuch in its eyes. Manhwa's brain spun fast, and he quickly found himself the right words to say. I'm not doubting Wanjin, nor am I doubting your excellency, but I just think that this is very much like the handiwork of that later generation. Bai Chi knowingly asked, the afterlife? Which afterlife? Which else could it be? It's the one who saw the money and brought Lord Fusu to a crooked latter-day life. You don't know. Wankuan. That before the afterlife came, Gongzi he wasn't what he is now. Just like last month, he came to my house to find those 2 rabbits in the tree to pull out bird eggs. In the past, that would never be done. But since that man came, everything has changed. Hollowing out birds' eggs? Hearing this, Ying Zhang, who had just gotten down from the carriage and was about to quietly go in to watch the fun, turned his head and glared at Fusu at the back. Is this something you've done? Fusu, slander. Father, he slandered me. The one who pulled out the bird's egg was obviously Meng Yi. It has nothing to do with me. Ying Zhang, is it an illusion? Why does the widow see another person's shadow in Fusu? Kong Xing, that's right, brother Zhang. He slandered me. What do you mean I'm blinded by money? What do you mean I've brought Fuso astray? Did I instigate him to dig up bird eggs? No. So none of this has anything to do with me. Fusu, well, yes, that's right. I can testify to that. Kong Xing he only taught me how to go up to the room and set people in sacks. Ying Zhang was even more silent for a while. He suddenly felt that perhaps it was a mistake to let Fusu follow Kong Xing in the first place. My lord has met the king. Manhwa flew forward and saluted. Ying Zhang nodded his head slightly, be excused. And then he looked at Bai Chi and was about to say something when he felt his arm being pulled by someone. And when he looked down, it was Kong Xing. Something wrong? Kong Xing, brother Zhang. Hurry up and ask him if he will give that 100 taels of gold if it's not written on that note that it's not Wanjin Bai Chi. But you, brother Zhang? Ying Zhang, Manhwa, Ying Gao, Shu A Lu. Fuso couldn't help but applaud straight away, exclaiming from the bottom of his heart, good question. So, you'll definitely give it, right? Right? Manhwa blackened his face and nodded stiffly. Kong Xing, words are no proof. Better have some actual proof. Manhwa's face darkened even more for a moment. Soon, 100 taels of gold were taken out and received by Fusu. Fusu grasped the gold, only to feel a little unreal. These really don't need to be returned? Kong Xing, why should I return it? It was given to Mr. Zhang voluntarily. Manhwa, am I volunteering? If I shake my head, what if the king gets upset and drags me out to be beheaded? Fuso looked at the gold and pondered. Father, if you don't have anything to do today, why don't you accompany my son and go to console those ministers? My son remembers that Wuan Jun has written notes to quite a few people. Which one is next? It's not too late, let's. Ow. Before Fusu could finish his sentence, he let out a cry of pain as he clutched his head. Father, what are you hitting me for? Don't you think it's a pretty quick way to make money? Ying Zhang, take a deep breath to calm the cranky emotions. Ying Gao, come here and spear him away from me. In consideration of your merit in capturing Crown Prince Dan alive, I will punish you with 3 days of confinement. Ying Gao answered and immediately stepped forward to try to drag Fusu away. But he heard Fusu argue with reason. According to the Qin law, confinement and restricting other people's personal freedom is against the law. Those who violate the law, that is to be. Ying Zhang sad-faced degree, to what? Say, let him talk. Fuso, 3, 2, to what? Hey, Kong Xing, what's after what you taught me last time? I have a bad memory. I forgot. Kong Xing, vocal. When the hell did I teach you to say that? That's what's wrong with me. Feeling the increasingly icy gaze that Ying Zhang shifted to himself, Kong Xing's brain raced. Look at my technology transfer topic mastery. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the food comes first. I suppose this matter of food and grass losses during the march to war is a big headache for you, brother. Politics? It doesn't matter. It's not just a loss of grain and grass. The wooden oxen and horses of the latter days, understand? Another drawing was held by Kong Xing and shown to Ying Zhang. On top of that, it was exactly the detailed instructions on how to make the wooden oxen and horses. Even underneath, there was a matching picture of its appearance. A food deficit? At the mention of fighting the war, Bai Chi raised his head sharply, his eyes burning as he looked at the paper in Kong Xing's hand. Just this thing, it can solve the grain and grass deficit? Manhwa also looked excited. Transporting grain and grass is often a long way. In addition to the soldiers who carry the grain to eat, those who carry the grain to the livestock also need to eat, plus the road bumps loss, encounter natural weather damage. This resulted in a ratio of 1 to 30. For example, if 1 stone of grain is transported to Dai County, 30 stones will be consumed on the way. This is horrible attrition. Therefore, Bai Qi and Manhwa felt that this thing called the wooden bowl Luma was already a divine means if it could reduce this loss by half. But Kong Xing said that the attrition, it could be lower. However, to Kong Xing's surprise, Ying Zhang didn't seem to have much interest in the wooden oxen and horses, and just looked at them for a few moments before throwing the paper to the generals at the side. Then he looked at Ying Gao. Why are you still standing here? What did I just tell you? Ying Gao reacted and immediately dragged Fu Su away. Fu Su, hey, don't pull me. Wait till I take another look. Just one look. Really? It's just one look. I have a feeling I'll be getting a melon in a few moments. However, Ying Gao did not listen at all and called 2 guards to take Fu Su away and put him in confinement. Chapter 38. I knew. That day, it definitely had melons. Fu Su, who had been locked up for 3 days, had just been released, and he saw Bai Qi, who was pulling Ying Zhang's personal guards in a drill. How can you protect the king with this level of skill? Go on. Seeing Fu Su, who was heading this way, Bai Qi dropped a few words of reprimand before welcoming him. My lord has met the prince. Fu Su froze for a moment. A little stunned, if I remember correctly. It seems like you wanted to go back on your way here. Jun Wuan? What? Is this a change of heart? Not going to go to high grandfather him? Bai Qi, your high grandfather. My lord? Who is he? She doesn't know and doesn't want to know. Fu Su. Just, Ying Ji ah. Bai Qi, Ying Ji? I don't know him. I only know the king. Fuso. Through the brief exchange of 3 words with Bai Qi, Fu Su was once again sure of one thing. He had definitely missed out on some big melon. In particular, Wan Kuan, you mean to say that you have been living in the palace for the past 2 days? Not, my father, he promised. Bai Qi shook his head. No, the king refused my request to stay close to him, and did prepare a place for me to live in Xianying City, but that place is too far away. Luckily, Kong Xing said he has a spare palace here that he can rent to me to live in. Wait, Kong Xing? Rent? Fu Su was stunned, and after roughly understanding what happened, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What kind of palace are you looking for him to rent? You look for me. My price is definitely much cheaper than his. Bai Qi, does your excellency have any plans for today? Fuso thought about it and shook his head. Rather no. In that case, the king's word of mouth is that from today onwards, you, your excellency, will be required to listen to the teaching arrangements from the start and complete the appropriate academic requirements. My lord, please. Fu Su was confused. Father wants me to learn from you? Learn what? Can I refuse? Bai Qi shook his head. This is something that the king personally ordered. You don't have the right to refuse. My lord. Fu Su gritted his teeth. Teaching one person is teaching. Teaching 2 people is also teaching. How about this? You wait for me for a while. I'll pull someone over and learn from you. How about it? Bai Qi did not object. Soon, Fu Su used a gold bar to lull the unsuspecting Kong Xing over. Fu Su, jia, come along and have fun studying. Kong Xing. Kong Xing looked at Fu Su, then Bai Qi, and shook his head. Some other day. I don't have time today. Fuso, no time? What are you going to do? Going to another time and space to distribute? Kong Xing shook his head. Yesterday, I had an appointment with Brother Zhang. He took the time to teach me writing and shooting this afternoon. Bai Qi, is the king going to teach you writing and shooting? Then, my lord, I'm afraid today's lesson can't take place, and I'll have to follow the king's side. Fuso, nothing. Then, it's good to be together. As it happens, the art of mounted archery. I need to brush up on that too. The sound of horses' hooves. Draw the bow and strike the arrow. Whoosh! With a beautiful parabola. The arrow was accurately inserted into the target in the center of the martial arts field, hitting the red center. Fusu, Omega? Asterisk. How was it? Father, my son's horsemanship is not bad, is it? But Fusu waited for a long time and didn't hear the praise he wanted. All he heard was the exclamation of someone who was scared out of his wits. Ayahayawa asterisk. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Get out of the way. Brake. No. How do you break a brake horse? Looking at Kong Xing, who was crashing straight towards his side, as well as the crazy horse on his crotch, the corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched. Deftly, he drove his horse and moved to the side, just out of the way. Bai Qi looked at the scene in front of him with a worried face. Your Majesty, why don't you let the last general, Ying Zhang, no need. I have called the imperial doctor's order for him, so I'm not afraid even if he really falls. It's just that the widow didn't realize that he really hadn't ridden, and not in modesty. Kong Xing? terrified and confused. He glanced at the imperial doctor orders who were standing by not far away, and asked suspiciously, Fusu, is this what he used to teach you, Brother Zhang? Fusu, I'm now incredibly glad that when I wanted to learn this as a child father he wasn't available and found me a teacher. Kongxing, oh, my dear host, you seem to be in a little bit of trouble right now. Why don't you come and draw a prize? When things don't work out, raffle them off. Let's do it. The system's voice rang out at the right time, and Kongxing couldn't care less at the moment even if he knew there would be a pit. The stars obtained by digging Wanjin Baichi out of Ingji have yet to be used, but hopefully I'll be able to draw something that can solve the problem at hand. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. I'm sorry, but the host didn't draw anything this time. I'm sorry. Congratulations to the host for his overwhelming luck, successfully extracting the skill, Psychic. Psychic. All things have a spirit, and the spirit communicates with all things. Warm reminder, there really are no ghosts in this world. Kongxing? What the hell? What have I got here? It was too late to think about it, and almost subconsciously, the skill, Psychic Master, was turned on. Almost at the same time that the skill was turned on, a voice rang in Kongxing's ears. Trample him to death. Drop him. No one can ride on Master Horse's back. Master Ma will never be a slave. Kongxing was thoughtful. Holding the horse's neck he couldn't free his hands and with a fierce look, he bit down on the horse's ear. Ow ow ow. Horse's ears. Let go. Let go. Looking at the horse that was even crazier than before, Fusu's entire body was confused. It's the first time he's seen a horse so tame. Straight to the mouth and ears? Father, why don't my son go over and help him? Look at how anxious he is. He's starting to panic. Yingzhang nodded. Good. As soon as the words fell, he saw that the horse was strangely quiet, not moving at all, and the horse's eyes were filled with panic. Food? What food? Whose food? And no horse told me I'd be eaten as food if I didn't let it ride. Horse meat is not good. Let's ride. Let's ride. Don't eat me. Kongxing froze for a moment and poo-pooed the horsehair in his mouth. Humph. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? Fu Su looked at Kongxing, who was proudly pinching his waist, and then looked at the incomparably eerie and quiet crazy horse. A whole lot of shock. Crouched down. Is it true that biting a horse's ear can tame a horse? It's a long time coming. Fu Su, equals smiley face, awesome. Awesome. This is the first time I've seen a horse tamed like this. I can't believe you actually made it. Kongxing. Chapter 39, Tongue Scratching. Ding dong. You have taken a new order. Please complete the delivery in a timely manner. 123 BC. Inside the Han army tent. Uncle, all the generals are out seeking war opportunities. Why put me only in the camp? Before I left, His Majesty personally instructed you to have me join the war. If you don't let me go now, that would be disrespectful. Disrespectful? Inside the tent, Wei Qing's forehead veins rolled. Degree good. I'll give you a chance. Now you lead your 800 horsemen to capture a few tongues and bring them back. Many thanks, Great General. My 800 elite cavalry have long been ready, just waiting for the Great General to give the order. Saying that, he was about to immediately walk towards the outside of the tent, but Wei Qing called out, Wait! Remember, don't run too far. Don't worry. I know in my heart that I won't get too far. With that, he turned and left. Wei Qing did not take this matter to heart. In his opinion, the other party is just a teenage doll who just went to the battlefield. And what can he do? It's only because of his kinship with him and His Majesty's favor that he came to the battlefield to gild the lily. It was not only Wei Qing who thought so, but almost all the generals. And over here, Hua Daisy, who had gotten Wei Qing's permission to go out and catch tongues, was extremely excited. Soon he came to the clearing where his own 800 cavalry were resting, and found the two men who had been hidden by themselves. I'll say it like you taught me, and my uncle he has agreed. I am to take these 800 horsemen and capture a few tongues. Fu Su, catch a few tongues? This looks like a random way to get rid of you for fun. Kongxing, there is a hierarchy in catching tongues. Fu Su, watch and learn. How exactly should the Huns fight? Fu Su didn't think so. Just 800. What tongue can he catch? But thinking that Kongxing is a person of the later generations, he should know something, so he asked, You give me a bottom. This one called Hua Zhaodi. What is the situation in the end? Hua Zaiwei, however, stopped Kongxing's revelation. No, don't let me know the result in advance. That would be boring. Kongxing nodded his head. It's also good. You're playing fast anyway. It won't take long to find out. Fu Su, no, just reveal it to me, or else you can just give me a little bit of color. Kongxing, however, acted as if he hadn't heard and began to tinker with the things he used for self-defense. This time, he himself was going to follow him over to catch his tongue, and although Hua said that he didn't need to worry about it, the preparations that should be made should still be made. Brethren, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but an hour to use it. Today, I'm going to make a surprise attack. Do you dare to come with me? Dare. Then mount your horses and march with me. Hiya. The sound of horses' hooves gusted, and they soon detached themselves from the barracks, going to who knows where. Wait, where was this? Should we stop and look at the map before we go? Fuso rode his horse all the way to follow, but as he traveled farther and farther, his heart became more and more unsettled, so he suggested to Huazaizi, who was beside him, to take a look at the map before going. Huazaiwei, where to? I don't know where to. Harm. What do you care? We're just here to catch tongues, not to fight the Hun's lair. What map are you looking at? Just follow me and keep charging forward. Kill the enemy on sight. But remember, never fight. After all, there are only 800 of us. Fuso, it feels like he's making some sense, but it seems like something isn't quite right. Turned his head to look at the side of the Teletubbies. Look subtle. I said, is not a cat ear hair bandit. You can rest assured boldly wear it. I have worn how many times. You really do not have to do this. You look like the target is more obvious. Put the battlefield that is a live target of good? Kong Xing did not say anything, but just casually took out the riot shield from the system space and lit it up. Fuso. Huazaiwei's eyes brightened slightly when he saw the scene of Kong Xing casually pulling out something. Brother, there is a request that I don't know if I should speak or not. Kong Xing, I know what you want to say. You can, but there's a charge. Huazaizi, I don't have any money with me. How about I exchange favors with you? Kong Xing answered with his mouth full. Good. After traveling for some more distance in an unknown direction, Kong Xing's skill, Psychic Master, which had been on since he followed Huazaiwei, had a surprise feedback. Who are these bipeds? I don't know. It looks different from the ones over there. It's new, I think. Hey, how come there's something I've never seen before in this herd of two legs? Yeah. What's that weird thing? Shoo, don't talk, go home. That weird guy's looking this way. Unlike the voice of that crazy horse in Sheen, the voice Kong Xing heard at this moment was more childish. Psychic, all things have a spirit, and the spirit communicates with all things. As the name suggests, this skill allows Kong Xing to hear the sound of everything, and even communicate to a certain extent. Looking around, the source of the sound was quickly pinpointed with the vision bonus from the cat ear hairbands. A couple of hares are desperately trying to get to their holes. It seemed to be in too much of a hurry to get stuck at the hole, and a few rabbit legs were still stomping desperately, trying to get themselves in, but the hole is small and there are many rabbits, so it's obvious that they can't squeeze in a short time. Kong Xing also had no intention of trying to carry these rabbits out for interrogation, having just gotten the key information from these rabbits' conversation. In this neighborhood, there are Huns. Go sick. The tongue you're trying to catch, it's around here somewhere. Huo froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, are you sure? How did you know it was in this neighborhood? Kong Xing pointed to the rabbits that were still stuck in the hole. They told me. Walking around the world. It makes sense for me to know an extra foreign language, doesn't it? Fuso? Huazaiwei? A few days later, inside the Han army tent. Why? No word from Zhao Xin, Su Jian, or Huozhua's two routes? Someone please tell me where they all went. Everyone shook their heads. No one could give Wei Cheng an answer. At nightfall, news of Zhao Xion's defection was brought back, but there was still no news of Hua Xiaodong. Just catching a few tongues. I said I knew I wouldn't go far. Why haven't you come back yet? Something can't be wrong. Just when Wei Qing thought that Hua Zhaodi had died in the battle, and was agonizing over how to go back and explain to Lu Che, an alarming cry came from outside the tent. Colonel Fiao Yao has come back. The next moment, Hua's voice came from outside. Great General, I've got the tongue you wanted me to capture for you. I left too quickly before, and you didn't say what tongue you were going to catch. So, I don't know. Will this uncle of the great monarch of the Huns, the Minister of State, be okay? Originally there was also Grand Monarch's grandfather, but the old man had a bad mouth and was always cursing, so I couldn't see past that and cut him down. Oh yes, I also brought 2028 Hun enemy heads. The great general shouldn't blame me for accidentally cutting out so many tongues, should he? At this moment, seeing that Huazaiwei who appeared in front of him alive and well, Wei Cheng's expression was extremely wonderful. Chapter 40 Food Drawing Big Pai Su. With an equally wonderful expression, there was Fuso. It was also the first time he knew that scratching his tongue was supposed to be like this. Fuso, if he scratches his tongue like this, what will the other generals think when they find out? Kong Xing, I don't know, but if we put it in that period 700 years or so back from his time, it would make the military generals play hard to get rolled up. If you don't capture a few enemy leaders, you're embarrassed to call yourself a soldier, and if you don't destroy a few countries, you're embarrassed to call yourself a military general. Fuso was confused for a moment, There are times when a military general rolls like this in the back? I'd like to see it sometime. Said. Fu Su seems to think of something. Look solemn, we have known each other for so long. Your history books. Give me a look? Don't give me that crap about not showing it to me for my own good. I don't believe that. You definitely have another agenda. Kong Xing was helpless. There was a reason why he hadn't allowed Fu Su to read history books. As for what reason? Fu Su, you should know about the Xiangnu's Wolf Jushu Mountain, right? No. In later times there is a word known as the crowning achievement of ancient generals. Namely, to seal the wolf. He, Hua Daisy, at the age of 21, led an army of 50,000 men to attack the desert north, annihilated 30,000 enemies, drank horses from the sea, and returned home with the seal of the wolf, drinking a horse from the vast sea, sealing the wolves. Fu Su couldn't calm down anymore. These few phrases alone were already enviable, let alone concentrated on one person. 21. Seal the wolves. Is that strong? Fu Su looked toward the 2,028 Hun heads piled up like a small mountain in the distance. With only 800 he did such a great job. Such a person. Kong Xing. Quick, give me a sack. Ha? What do you need a sack for? Nonsense. Such a talented person. Of course he should be poached. Dig. No. Fu Su. Calm down. He is not the same as Wu Wenjun. This is someone else's Han. Not Qin. How can you just dig all? Kong Xing hurriedly spoke out to persuade Fu Su. Not to mention other things. Now can still be in other people's barracks. How can there be directly from other people's barracks to kidnap people? Fu Su, Dahan, can't dig. No. Didn't he ask you to store something for him and owe you a favor? Kong Xing. No wonder father said you were smart. Or you thought it through. Arranging all of this in advance. Owe you a favor. So it's logical to ask him to go to Qin. Perfect. What a perfect ploy. Kong Xing. Leaving aside the fact that I wasn't going to use the champion marquee favor in this way, to take a step back. If you want to take him to Qin, don't you have to consult him first? After all, he is different from Wu Wenjun. Wu Wenjun was originally from Qin, and had a few old friends who knew each other after he went there. But if he went there was no one he knew except for you and me. Even you and I are the only ones he knows. It would be a strange place for him. Ask, and if he agrees, then take it away. Fu Su thought about it and decided that Kong Xing had a point, so he patiently waited for Hua Dewei to finish reporting out. What do you mean he'll take it if he agrees? This single note didn't say anything about abducting the mission target either. Kong Xing, Tuanzi you don't understand this. After delivering a takeout order, it's not uncommon to help out with small tasks. Like in my case, I had to help take out the garbage, didn't I? It seems to be the case. Something's not right. Tuan Bao still feels that something is not right. The system's programming was a bit misplaced. It always felt like it was about to be taken down a bizarre path. Tumblr remembers, Tamba is the Wanchao takeout system, not the Wanchao dig on-site system. Right. Hua Daisy quickly finished his report with Wei Qing. After leaving the tent, that walk was with the wind. Uncle didn't even get anything in the past few days. TSK, he's going to be scolded by His Majesty when he gets back. Hua was in a very good mood and was even more excited about going back next. Whether or not he would be rewarded by His Majesty was secondary. Seeing one's own uncle being lectured by His Majesty was not rare. Just as he was prettily fantasizing about the scene where his uncle would be reprimanded, Hua Daisy's hand was suddenly grabbed by Fu Su. Why is it? I wonder if you've ever thought about jumping ship. Hua Zaiwei's entire body was confused. Jumped ship? Fu Su, well, you come back to Qin with me. You're really strong. Much better than whoever I know. Hua Zaiwei, who are you talking about? But Meng Ten? Fu Su, yes, that's him. Don't be modest. You're really much better than him. Anyway, he couldn't catch that many tongues if I gave him 800 men. You are very young and your future accomplishments are unlimited. But here, your period of Dahan will limit you. The great general in that tent is your uncle? Your Majesty honors him, doesn't he? You know about meritocracy, don't you? How many people throughout the ages have been ruined by that word? By the monarch's suspicion? With your uncle around, you just have more merits and more victories. How much reward can you get? Can you really bear the suspicion of a monarch? Can you be so sure that your Majesty is not that kind of person? Hua went a little silent. Fu Su continued, but if you come with me, that's different. You're from the later generations. You should also know what kind of person my father he is. A high meritocracy? Doesn't exist. Under my father, you don't have to worry about any of this. The only thing you have to worry about is whether that old fox Wang Jian will steal the battle from you. Look at your Majesty. He has only given you $800. $800? What is that enough for? But if you come with me, I'll give you 80,000. Not to mention 8,000. If he, my father, won't give it, I can give it to you. The Northern Great Wall garrison is at your disposal. The pie that Fu Su drew was getting bigger and bigger, and Kong Xing's tape recorder that he didn't know when to turn on diligently recorded it all. What Daisy, who was fed with a big cake, simply couldn't think about the question of whether or not Fu Su has military power now, and his brain was a bit dizzy. The Northern Great Wall garrison. Do you mean that the 300,000 that were to be given to Meng Tian can all be given to me to command in the fight against the Huns? A matter of this magnitude. The first emperor, he can agree to it? Fu Su, what do you care about my father? Can't I just say yes? I'm the eldest male. Who will that 300,000 strong army listen to in the future? And isn't it still up to me? Casually, another large pie slammed down. Kong Xing looked at the two people in front of him in silence. I don't know if Huo will be attracted away by this big sheet of cake, but Fu Su is sure to get his ass kicked when he goes back. The pie. He is really daring to draw. Chapter 41. But your majesty, he's always been good to me. Huo was a bit intrigued, but more hesitant. Fu Su, as good as your majesty treats you, can he find you any great people to teach you and maximize your abilities? The person who can teach you, odds are he'll be hard to find, but it's different on my side. There's Wu and Jun Bai Qi. Bai Qi, you know, right? Just jumped ship a while ago. Don't you want to learn from him and refine it? Hua Zhaodong is even more intent. His own majesty and uncle will only let himself read the Book of War. But the Book of War, that are for the weak. The strong, that are written by themselves. Bai Qi is the strong man, never lost a battle in his life, having fought more than 70 battles of all sizes. His experience in marching and fighting can be said to be extremely rich. He should be able to learn a lot of useful things if he discusses and exchanges with him. Hua Zaiwei, your offer is really tempting. But His Majesty, he really treats me well, and my uncle is also very good to me. Kong Xing, there are soldier fairies. What? Hua froze for a moment. Kong Xing, Han Xin. You know him. He's only a few years old at this point. Do you want to be a teacher for the future soldier fairies? Xiang Yu's words, it's difficult, but it's not without hope. I wonder what you, think? Hua directly broke away from Fu Su's grip on him and grabbed Kong Xing's arm. The whole person looking extraordinarily excited. Can you really make Han Xin recognize me as his teacher? Kong Xing, not to mention getting him to recognize you as his teacher. If you want, I can even get Brother Zhang to capture that Lu Ji, Lu Bang, and kowtow to you. Masa, he's very nice to talk to. Grabbing someone is just a matter of catching them. He'll definitely satisfy you. Let Lu Ji, Lu Bang, kowtow to me? Hua Zaiwei, kowtowing and all that. It's not good, is it? He's still. Kong Xing, at your time yes, but not at Zhang's time. This, is called time difference, so if I go with you, can I come back? You can naturally return when you have the chance. Hua Zaiwei seriously thought about it and gritted his teeth. Fine. I can go with you guys, but I'd like to stay here a while longer. Next time, when I step on the Hun's Wolf Jushi Mountain, you remember to come and get me then. Kong Xing, okay, pulling the trigger is a deal. If I come to fetch you then and you don't come with me, I'll let Fusa put you in a sack and load you away. Hua Zaiwei, good. Let's make it a deal. Their little thumbs hooked together in front of Fuso's eyes, and the pact was made. Fuso, what went wrong? Was my pie not big enough? Why was I hesitant after all I said? But Kong Xing agreed as soon as he said it. What went wrong? Yes. This is for you. Eat it slowly. Beware of tooth decay. Duong. A large box of candy crashed to the floor. Kong Xing patted the box of candies in front of him which came up to his thighs. Full of derision, it's all yours. Happy? Hua Ji Wei. Happy. But that's too much. I don't know if it's an illusion, but looking at this big box full of candies in front of him, Hua Zaiwei feels that his teeth are starting to ache vaguely. Eat slowly. Go ow. And don't forget, I'll pick you up when you seal the deal. Bye. Well, goodbye. Masa, I say to you. Fusu, he has a backbone. Double standard. Junwoo and you are double standard. Why is it that Kong Xing he can go in straight away and I have to be informed to see my father? This is the king's order, so please don't be annoyed by the eldest prince. Once again, Fuso was stopped. Unlike last time, this time Ming Zhang did not agree to let him in after hearing his voice. Instead, he looked at Kong Xing and signaled for him to find a place to sit before asking. You just said that Fusu has a backbone? How is that? Kong Xing, it's like this. These few days, Fusu and I went to the Han dynasty more than 100 years later, where we made the acquaintance of Hua Zaiwei, who with his 800 elite cavalry decapitated 2028 Xiongnu, captured Xiongnu's Grand Monarch's uncle, the Minister of State, and also slaughtered Xiongnu's Grand Monarch's grandfather. Speaking of his experience in the past few days, Kong Xing's eyes were extraordinarily crystal clear. Ing Zhang, bring 800 and fight the Huns? Aha! Beheaded more than 2,000? And slaughtered the grandfather of the great monarch of the Huns, and captured his uncle and the minister of state? Aha! Just you, and Fuso? You two aren't cut out for this either, are you? So, for this merit, it's the one called Huazaiwei, and you two are just sort of following along to rub it in. 100 years from now, how good would it be to have such a talented person at my disposal? I don't know which king in the latter days is so lucky. Only brought 800, and 2 dragons. Such great talent. You two didn't think to dig it over for the widow? Kong Xing smiled impolitely and remained silent. Ing Zhang, how many did you kill this time? Kong Xing, didn't kill. Was going to go up there too. But was said that I hadn't experienced battle and that if I went up there rashly, I would only add to the chaos. Just let Fuso and I find a place with a good view and watch him perform. Ing Zhang was somewhat silent. Soothingly, he said, nothing, and you shouldn't be too concerned. That Huazaiwei was right. The enemy is outnumbered and it's dangerous for you to follow them up. Kong Xing, muttering in a small voice, but it's also his first time on the battlefield. Ing Zhang subconsciously nodded his head, then realized something was wrong. What do you mean? It's his first time on the battlefield as well? You can take 800 to war for the first time and fight like that? What does Fu Su do for a living? Wan Jun, he even dared to dig over to the widow. Such a talent. Why didn't he? Could it be that the man has a family attached to him? Kong Xing, he was a little younger than me when we fought this battle. Ing Zhang's pupils suddenly shrunk. To be so young? Young, that should be easy to trick over. Don't tell the widow you don't have a way to trick him over. The widow doesn't believe me. Kong Xing, don't worry about this brother Zhang. He promised me. It's Fusu, isn't he? Well, brother politics. Listen to the recording. This backbone of his, it's not small. Kong Xing said, pulling out the recorder, and soon, the dialogue from when Fusu drew the pie for Huozhuo rang out. Look at your majesty. He has only given you $800. $800? What is that enough for? But if you come with me, I'll give you 80,000, not to mention 8,000. If he, my father, won't give it, I can give it to you. The Northern Great Wall Garrison. Mobilize as you wish. The Northern Wall Garrison. Do you mean that all the 300,000 that were to be given to Meng Tian can be given to me to command in the fight against the Huns? A matter of this magnitude. The first emperor, he can agree to it? What do you care about my father? Can't I just say yes? I'm the eldest male. Whom does that 300,000 strong army listen to? And isn't it still up to me? Chapter 42, The Golden Eagle. What do you care about my father? Can't I just say yes? I'm the eldest male. Whom does that 300,000 strong army listen to? And isn't it still up to me? Inside the great hall, Fusu was kneeling on the ground, and the sound looped by the recorder clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Ing Zhang, 300,000 troops. If you say so, the widow says so. Fu Su, you're not small. Fu Su lowered his head deeply, not daring to look up at Ing Zhang, and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. It's all because Kong Xing taught us well. Kong Xing? Kong Xing, who was standing on the side high on melon seeds and watching the fun, gave a sharp start and looked at Fu Su in dismay. Fortunately, Ing Zhang seemed to have gotten used to it and skillfully took the thorns from Bai Qi, the old rules. You only have one incense stick to escape. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Ing Zhang's words fell, Fu Su had already leaped out and escaped. The speed is amazing. Kong Xing, hey? Aren't you going after him? Chase? Why should I go after it myself? The whole palace is full of widows. Within a few moments, Fu Su was escorted back by a team of guards. Fuso, no martial arts. For several days in a row, Kong Xing didn't see Fu Su's shadow when he delivered delicious food to Ing Zhang. After asking at Xiao Wuan's place, I realized that the injury from the last beating had not healed yet. It's going to take a few more days to raise. These days, Kong Xing had also completed quite a few distribution orders, but after pokey draw, all he got were some immodest contraptions. The only thing that still looks good is, Ichi-yo. An extraordinarily robust and huge golden eagle circled over the Xianyang royal palace, letting out a shrill whine. The king says the eagle is too noisy and interferes with his rest, and wants you to take care of it, or else he'll stew it up and reward Li Si with a meal. Listening to Bai Qi's transmission, Kong Xing's face stiffened slightly. Alright, I know. Turning on the skill, Psychic Master, he took out the enhanced megaphone he had extracted from the system and turned the volume up to the maximum. Come down. At that time, in the Zhangtai Palace, Ing Zhang, who was deliberating with Li Si, frowned. That sound, it's even louder than that statue. Men, go tell Kong Xing that he will be fined 3 gold for making loud noises in the royal palace. Yes. A guard soon went over to deliver the message. I know you're hungry. But those are Qing's horses. And Qing raised the fish. You can't eat them. You want to eat? You gotta learn to make your own money to go. Money, you know? You've got to bring money so I can take you to a good meal. Kong Xing looked at the golden eagle in front of him, teaching it how to stand on its own feet and support its family. Golden Eagle, Prime. It was a golden eagle that had been nudged by an unknown power with great potential. Warm tip, this statue has an IQ of excellent and is extremely rare. Jean, you know what I mean, don't you? The golden eagle. The little gold in Kong Xing's mouth stomped its feet angrily and let out a disgruntled chirp. You who? You're still upset? I'll put it on your record that your mouth is uncovered and fine you 1 gold. You have until tomorrow to pay it. It was at this time that the same guard who had sent the message came over and informed Kong Xing of the 3 gold fines. The golden eagle tilted its head, seemingly understanding the content in the guard's words, and not knowing if it really understood. It moved to Kong Xing's side with a small step, stretching out one of its wings to pat Kong Xing's head in a very humane manner, and letting out a light caw. Penalty. Kong Xing's face was a bit ugly. Feeling the force coming from the top of his head, he twisted his head to look at the golden eagle on the side, his eyes slightly widening. It was the first time he had ever seen such obvious mockery on the face of a golden eagle, without even having to rely on the skill, psychic, just by looking at this expression. I can tell that this statue, right now, is saying something comforting. Kong Xing vaguely also had a general idea of the system's given IQ of this sculpture being extremely superior. If IQ is so high, if you don't learn some math, won't it be a waste of such a high IQ? Golden eagle? The morning sun drew back the curtain on another gorgeous, colorful morning that descended upon the earth with freshness. After the collective salvation of the imperial doctor's orders and this period of recuperation, Fusu had once again become alive and well. Open your hazel eyes and feel the first rays of the morning sun warming your face. Everything is so beautiful. Bang! A strange sound. A guy with a huge physique squeezed in through the window, taking small steps over to Fusu, who was still trying to stay in bed for a while. He bent his head and searched for a moment on the megaphone slung across his body, found the switch, and turned it on. The next moment, Kong Xing's voice came from the speaker. Fuso, get up! The sun's on your ass. What followed was an extremely shrill sound of a sham. It's not so much that the oboe is unpleasantly played as that it's harsh, but purely because of the brief introductory line before the sound of the oboe. The sham is a very beautiful, 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 beautiful. Next up, please enjoy the wake-up bell, the oboe solo, crying spirit, Fusu, getting dressed, tucking the black brick skillfully into his robe, and after a brief wash, Fusu went out the door. The golden eagle sat behind Fusu with a megaphone, and I don't know if it did it on purpose or forgot to turn it off. The sound of the swan just rang all the way until it came to the outside of the Zhangtai Palace. And only when it saw that Bai Qi had the gesture of pulling out his sword did it lowered its head and turned off the megaphone. My son has met my father. I.O. The golden eagle also followed Fusu's example and bowed to Ying Zheng in greeting, quite politely. With this polite and knowledgeable appearance, it was hard to believe that its lord could be Kong Xing. Father, my son wants to sue Kong Xing. Listen to this. Does he set the wake-up bell to wake up others like this? Fusu said, turning to the golden eagle. Come on, play the damn wake-up call again. The golden eagle was extremely intelligent and quickly understood, lowering his head to turn the megaphone on. Only unlike last time, it seemed to have pressed other buttons. Soon the uplifting prelude sounded out of the speakers. It was none other than the Volunteer Army March song. Fuso? No, that's clearly not what just happened. How can it be so positive when it's an underworld song? Ying Zheng's expression was extremely complicated as he listened to the sound coming out of the speakers. Suddenly, the widow feels that Kong Xing came here with other purposes. Fusu, isn't it obvious? He's here to make money. Stupid. You've only seen what's on the surface. This deeper level. You don't have the slightest inkling of it? What? Fuso was a little confused. And just then, Xue Lu walked in with a grave expression on his face, and in his hand, a piece of paper. Father, Kong Xing, he said that the iron smelting technology, too, is worth a palace. When Fusu heard this, he suddenly realized he is trying to change all the palaces, so that you, father, can sleep on the street? Yingzhang, get lost. Okay. Fusu answered and dragged the golden eagle away. Chapter 43, The Big Project. Pete, on the other side, how can you, a male, not have money? All the money goes to make paper and print books. So that means you're now very short of money? It's good to be short of money. Kong Xing put his arm around Ying, who was a bit panicked. I have a good program to make money here. I don't need you to invest money. Just show up and say a few words at the critical moment. After it's done, I'll give you 30%. Gao, it's not illegal, is it? I don't think it's about me digging up ancestral graves and getting rich, is it? I can't do that. You find, yes, you go to Shuanglu. He's bold. He can do it. Kong Xing, TSK. Are you sure you want me to go to him? It's a big project. Kong Xing said big project a few words in a particularly serious voice, and even stretched out his hand to draw a watermelon-sized circle, about this big. Gao was silent. After a while, Gao thought of a brilliant method. For this project, I listened to my father. If it's okay on his end, I'll agree. Gao, I don't need to invest money. Just show up and say a few words, and even give me a share of the money later. How in the world can such a good thing happen? If you don't want my money, then you must want my reputation, my royal status. It's a big, bright pit. Father, he won't be able to bear to let me fall into it. Even if he really fell into it and there were any bad consequences, he could still salvage things a bit with the help of the fact that it was something that father had agreed to. The more Gao thought about it, the more he felt that his method was good. Kong Xing could also guess what Gao was thinking. Only that, while Gao's idea was good, he had overlooked one point. In the afternoon, Fusu was ordered by Zhang to get $500,000 from the tycoon Zhou, and sent it to Gao as the initial start-up capital. Gao, father, agreed? Didn't he realize it was a pit coming? Fusu, when Kong Xing he approached father at noon to talk about this, it just so happened that I was also present, so I can only say that you are not thinking about the hierarchical side of the problem enough. Father, he asked Kong Xing only one question at that time. Is this matter, in the interest of the country, favorable? Guess, Kong Xing, how he answered? Gao was stunned and let out a bitter smile. Is it still necessary to guess? In the country's favor. Since it's good for the country, then this pit, I have to jump without. Nope. When Gao reached a critical point, he suddenly reacted and grabbed Fusu's wrist. Brother, since this matter is beneficial to the country, why doesn't father leave it to you? Fuso, because it will tarnish my image in the folklore. Gao, what do you mean by damaging your image among the people? I'm not as stupid as Shuanglu. This is something that, for the people, will only be beneficial? What's detrimental is the interests of those who are powerful and wealthy, and that's the root cause of saying it's a big pit. With father protecting you and this status of your eldest son, you would be afraid of those powerful people? The folk are well informed, but among the powerful, your image of gentleness has long since crumbled to pieces these past 2 months. There are whispers coming from Yen that you smashed the table during the negotiations, foxing and being extremely arrogant and domineering. Fusu's face stiffened slightly. Gao continued, so, since this is good for your image in the public, and you're not afraid of those powerful people, it's a beautiful thing for you, with no harm done, and you'll only have to swat a few annoying flies in the middle of the process, so why doesn't the king give it to you to do? I can't figure it out. For checks and balances? Or to test me? To test whether a few of our brethren have the heart to compete for the crown? Fuso, it's not that complicated of a reason. As I said at the beginning, I was present when Kong Xing approached father. Father wanted me to do it, but I was too much trouble, so I pushed it to you to do it as Kong Xing started out. It just so happens that you're also short of money. The best of both worlds. Gao gritted his teeth in anger. Too much trouble? Have you ever thought about what will happen if things get out of hand and those powerful people jump over the wall? You're the eldest son. You're not afraid of that. But what about me? Fu Su, calm down. Kong Xing said that he will take control of everything and asked you not to worry. You are at least a male son. And when you find the first signs of something wrong, won't you ask father for a team of men and go ahead and raid the house? Gao was completely shocked, recalling the size of Kong Xing's comparison in the morning. He had already thought about the matter as seriously as possible, but wasn't what he thought serious enough? What he thought was that Kong Xing had touched the serious interests of those powerful people, and was jointly petitioned to have his father demoted to calm the anger of the people. But, a raid? If you see the first sign of trouble, you raid the house? For some reason, Gao recalled what Kong Xing had said in the morning. After it's done, I'll give you 30%. Mouth, hiss. When he said he'd split 30% with me, it wouldn't be a copycat split, would it? Gao felt that he had found the truth of Kong Xing's big project. The prince is leading a raid. Isn't this a big money-making project? Pop. Fu Su slapped Gao on the side of the head. What do you think? Copying the family is just a follow-up precautionary measure. It doesn't have to be a copy yet. This 300,000 big money can be given to you. Kong Xing said to let you first take this money to do the preliminary preparation according to what he wrote on this piece of paper. Fu Su said, pulling out a folded-up piece of paper and handing it to Gao. Gao subconsciously reached out to take it and opened it, and just the first paragraph made Gao call out the traitors. I heard Fusa say that in your town. Littering is branded as a crime? Why don't you try a reward and punishment system? For example, if I report you for littering on the street, I can get $20, while you'll be fined $60 and have to clean the street for 3 days. In the middle of this, I can still net $40 and get 3 days of free street sweeping labor. Wouldn't that be great? Ying Gao was not stupid. He understood what Kong Xing wanted to do from this example. Put some of the not-so-serious penalties in a different way. Just like littering. For example, it would be nice to change to this model of punishment. Only, with this change, it means, Ying Gao, has Father King read this paper? Fuso, read it. Father, he agreed to do this? Fuso nodded. Ying Gao let out a long sigh of relief. Continuing down the page, another frown came to his face. Are you sure Father really read it? Holding an auction for royal royalty. And this, Father agreed? And this one, saying that in order to encourage the development of the civil and martial arts paths, a competition pavilion will be built in Xianyang City, divided into civil and martial arts dual tracks, encouraging all people to enroll, with an enrollment fee of only $50. But anyone who can beat the town hall will be awarded 1,000 taels of gold? Wait, there's a line after this one. Suggest that the town hall owner send Li Si and Bai Chi. Liz and Bai Chi? Okay, this one's okay. Fusu, the imperial goods one. Kong Xing said, which one is the imperial goods? It's still not up to us? He said, it just so happens that some time ago he and I went to cheat a pool investment along with the ones we brought with us. There was no place to throw them away. Give it an imperial label to sell it at a high price. It's quite good. Better yet, it would be nice to return things to their rightful owners. Unfortunately, that's not very realistic. Those people don't always come. Rather a pity. I was kinda looking forward to seeing what the expression of that person who was stripped of his official uniform would be when he auctioned off his own. Ying Gao's entire body was confused. Still, you can still do that? Traitor! In this regard, Fu Su was quite agreeable, and he even had a premonition that this auction would probably be like the one in Qi. After all, there's no such thing as paper money these days. Ying Gao slowed down his mind, took the money, and started to go and do the preliminary preparations according to what was written on Kong Xing's paper. There are a lot of things involved in the early stages of a big project, and you can't get it done without half a month. This also led to Ying Gao reacting only after a few days of busy work. No, I remember he told me at that time that he only needed me to show up at critical moments, right? So, what have I been up to the last few days? What have you been up to? Chapter 44. This day. Put. Po ha 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 ha. Are you off to jump in a mud pit? In the palace of the king of Xianyang, Fuso let out a merciless scoff. Standing in front of him was Kong Xing, who had turned into a mud man. It looks extraordinarily miserable. The motorcycle behind him was also covered in mud and water. Fuso sad face. Come on, tell us the story of your sadness in the afterlife these days, so that we can have some fun too. The golden eagle on the side also nodded its head in a very humane manner and flicked its wings, indicating that it also wanted to eat melon. Kong Xing, silently looking at this person and statue in front of him, he raised his head and then looked toward Ying Zhang. The eyes were full of care for himself. Really nah, it's still brother Zhang who is the best for himself. Ying Zhang, did you hurt yourself in the fall? Kong Xing shook his head, stating that it was just a minor injury and was unharmed. Ying Zhang, since there's nothing to do, go change into clean clothes and come back. I'm sure you have a lot to say right now, and I'm happy to be your listener. Kong Xing, I felt like this and you, happy? Ying Zhang didn't say anything, his face remained calm. Next to him, Fuso's laughter barely stopped. Kong Xing turned away in silence, and when he reappeared he had already changed his clothes, and besides Ying Zhang, Fusu and the Golden Eagle, Xue Lu was also in the hall under the cover of reporting on the sale of salt. It is human nature to eat melon, watch and listen to gossip. This one, it applies to everyone. Kong Xing, in fact, it's not a big deal. Is a rainy day, slippery roads, cycling down from the dirt slope did not break. Coincidentally, next to a ditch, even people with the car fell into the go. Not passed away. It's been great. The car isn't broken either. It's just that the headphones I just bought flew off and I couldn't find them after looking for them. That's it? Fuso looked a little disappointed. Shulu hurriedly said, brother, don't say that. It's bad enough to ride a bicycle into a ditch on a rainy day. Ying Zhang did not say anything as he listened to Kong Xing's narration. He knew that Kong Xing was definitely hiding some crucial information, but did not pursue the matter. He seemed to be just Kong Xing's listener, just as he had said earlier. A qualified listener naturally listens to what others say. Those who take the initiative to ask questions and reveal people's scars, whether intentionally or unintentionally, are not qualified listeners. Kong Xing, I'm not going to tell you that dirt slope was navigated to lead me there. What kind of crap navigation? The big road does not guide the small road. We're not good to go guide where. Fusa seemed to remember something and slammed his hand. I remember I heard you talk about it. What's the saying in your latter days? Oh yeah, come to think of it, did you go out without reading the calendar? Yellow calendar? Kongxing skimmed his mouth. Thought, that's not feudal superstition. This year, who do things according to the yellow calendar? Though he mentally spat this out, he took out his own cell phone and looked it up. Immediately, his eyes widened. Quit traveling. Check in more detail. For the time period corresponding to your own trip to the ditch, the horoscope is foul. Kongxing, Sigma, LLL, is this what happens when you don't read the calendar? Fu Su, what's wrong? I see this expression on your face now. Could it be that yellow calendar? It's nothing. Kongxing quickly slipped his cell phone into his pocket, and then took out a few boxes of cranberries from the system space and distributed a box to Fu Su. Taste it. It's sweet. Sweet? Fu Su was skeptical about this, and it was not until he saw Kongxing give another box to Zhao, and put the rest in front of Zhang, that he picked one up, but did not rush to put it in his mouth, but said, Zhao, you should eat it as well, and don't let down the person who is so kind to you. Shoryuken hesitantly picked one up and popped it into his mouth. Wavy dash, it tastes good. It's sweet. Hearing this, Fu Su was relieved to take the fruit into his mouth, and in the next moment, he put on the pain mask. Shulu, however, opened his mouth wide at that moment and spat out the fruit that he had hidden in his mouth and had not eaten. Goose, ha 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 ha. I knew it. You want to screw me over? No way. Eat a pad and learn. I planted a pit in a lemon. How could I possibly plant the same thing twice again? Fuso, Sigma. Fine. Fine. You fake eat, right? Then next time I'll fake eat too. Let's see who can beat who. Zhang, Shulu, eat all of this one of yours. If you don't eat something that is stained with your saliva, who will eat it? The smile on Shogun's face froze. Eating it without knowing what it tastes like, and eating it when you know, are two states of mind. Fuso, that's right. This actually tastes good. Eat it quickly. Eating more of it is good for your health. Xuanlu looked at the cranberry that had stuck to his saliva, and turned his head to look at the golden eagle beside him. Brother Eagle, it's not healthy for you to just eat meat these days. Have some? The golden eagle looked at the imported fruit with wide eyes and let out a chirp of indignant dissatisfaction. Itchy yo. Itchy yo. Under the effect of the skill, Psychic Master, Kongxing heard it clearly. All friendly greetings to Shogun. If the golden eagle doesn't eat that, Kongxing, let me ask you, you haven't given this fruit to Gao yet, have you? Not given yet? That's great. Shulu immediately got up, and after bidding farewell to Zhang, he took the fruit with him and came to Gao, who was still busy with his work. Yo, busy? Ahem. Father's word that you've done a good job these past few days, and that this cranberry is a reward for you. Hearing that it was an order from Zhang, Gao did not have too much doubt and accepted it directly. Subconsciously, he picked one up and dropped it into his mouth. The expression twisted and there was a long silence. Decisively putting down the unfinished business at hand, he sought an audience with Zhang. Father, Xuanlu, he has a backbone. Your oracles. He's opening his mouth now. I don't know who he learned it from. Speaking later, Gao's gaze swept past Fu Su and lingered briefly on Kongxing before moving away. Listening to Gao's accusation, Zhang's expression remained calm. The widow knows. You go down first. And then looked at Kongxing. You have a lot of ghost ideas. How do you think Shui Lu will be punished? Kongxing, how about, have him write a 5,000 word essay on cranberries? The write while you eat kind? Zhang agreed, and added to the word count to 20,000. It must not be perfunctory and requires truthfulness. Deadline, 2 days. Shogun sad face. Chapter 45, the first man to fly. 20,000 words. Write and write. And I would ask now, who was it that suggested to my father again back there that I should write a copy of it in each of the 7 kingdom scripts? Inside the Yiwen Palace, all the males kept their heads down, pretending to be busy, and no one answered. Shuelu sad face hashtag, but you must hide it well. Don't let me find it, or I'll. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Fu Su's voice suddenly rang out. Shilla twisted his head to look, only to see that Fu Su was holding a paper book called Whirligig in his hand, looking at it with extreme seriousness, looking at the paper book in Fu Su's hand, and then looking at the bamboo slips in his own hand. Shilla was a bit silent for a while. Paperbacks so wanted. No, the Whirligig? It was at this time that someone asked Fu Su for advice in vain. Brother, what was the meaning of the words you just recited? Fu Su, in the morning I know your hiding place, and in the evening I can go to your house with the news of your death to report the funeral and eat the banquet. Ha, brother, I'm young, don't lie to me. What you're saying is also different from what Mr. Teach. Fu Su raised the Whirligig in his hand. That's what I wrote in this book. This book of yours, where did you get it? Fu Su, Kongxing's house found Tagalas, crowd of dukes. However, Ying Gao revealed a piece of news at this moment. Tomorrow, Xianyang City will be very busy. I need a few helpers to collect money. I wonder if any of you are free. Fuso, tomorrow, you have all that ready? Ying Gao nodded. After working for so long, naturally he was ready, just waiting to open and collect the money. What's what? What is it that we don't know? Xuanlu only knew about Fuso coming to his place to take away 300,000 large sums of money in accordance with Ying Zhang's order, but it was not clear exactly what it was used for. He just knew that Ying Gao had been very busy in recent days, and he guessed that it should have something to do with the 300,000 and what Ying Gao was busy with. Ying Gao, it's nothing really. It's just that tomorrow you can buy paper in Xianyang City. Well, paper books naturally. Can I use the paper? The eyes of all the princes are bright. They have been looking forward to this for a long time. But Fusu frowned. He remembered that Kong Xing said to wait for a year. But now how long has it been? Could it be that there's some kind of change? Rewind the clock back to the day before. A year is too long. The widow has a limited lifespan and doesn't have so much energy to waste on such things. As long as it's beneficial to the country, just go ahead and do it. As long as the widow is still around, the sky won't collapse. Ying Zhang looked at the map of the world that Kong Xing had sent him in the first place and only felt a little annoyed. There's still so much ground left to shoot down. It's uncomfortable to watch. Kong Xing was a bit hesitant. Are you sure you want to start this matter of enlightening the people now? Kai, what? Ying Zhang's body stiffened slightly. Kong Xing, enlighten the people. Foolish people is convenient to manage, not true. But in the long run, it is more harm than good. Not to mention other things. Let's talk about this court officials. Brother politics. Let me ask you just the ones you are now using the most smoothly. How many of them are local to Qin? Not to mention Li Si, but even Meng Arnold back then. Didn't he also come from Qi? You don't want the new ones in the court in the future to be recruited from the outside, do you, brother politics? In this case, this time is long, in case the court is full of foreigners. Then to put it bluntly, this court, can it still be regarded as our own? Pop. Kong Xing received a direct slap on the head from Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang said, you don't have to give me an example if you don't know how. I know what you mean. Isn't it the enlightenment of the people? Kai, the widow still has that vigor. Kong Xing, we still have to build the school palace later, find teachers, and compile teaching materials. All of these require money. Do you have any money, brother Zhang? You just go to Shuanglu. He's made a lot of money selling salt. The sales have even gone over to Chu. This is going to take a lot of money. And if he doesn't want to give it and wants to cut the price, can I say it's your order? You have no other tricks to get money out of his pockets than the widow's orders? Kong Xing realized, this was to pit himself. It's a trick that you're familiar with. Out of this, the world's first flying man? After finishing the day's schooling in Yuan Palace, Shilo looked at the golden eagle in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. Behind them, the rest of the males did the same. Kong Xing immediately turned the skill, fraud master, on and said, see that historian over there? That's the one I got brother Zheng to borrow with great difficulty. Today's deeds will be truthfully recorded in the history books, passed down through the ages. There can be only one title for the first person to fly in this world. Originally it should have been given to brother Zhang, but those ministers didn't agree. You didn't attend the morning court. You don't know. Li Si even forced him to die, so it's your turn to get this good thing. There can be only one spot. It's not that there can only be one person who wants to fly like that, but the world usually only remembers the first. No one cares about the second. Ying Gao always felt that something was not quite right, and looked at Fusu, who was beside him, elder brother. In this morning's court, did Li Si force himself to die? Fusu was the only one among all the princes who was allowed by Ying Zhang to go to the court to discuss politics, so he knew very well what had happened in the morning court today. There's no such thing as a death wish. There's no such thing. But Fusu was not going to say so, but sighed, if it was just a Li Si stopping like this, it would be just fine. But Junwuan also did the whole thing like this, saying that flying to the sky is risky, and that if father insisted on doing so, he'd die as a thank you to the spirit of the late king. It's such a big deal? Ying Gao sucked in a breath of cold air, and the crowd also believed in the world's first flying man. Then brother, are you going to be the first person to fly in this world? He can't do it. Kong Xing said. Brother Zhang said in the morning court that since he can't do it, then naturally Fusu, the eldest son, can't do it either. Fusu was stunned for a moment, looking sympathetically at his brothers, his eyes finally resting on Shulu. Yes, that's right. I couldn't do it if I wanted to. Father said he could do it if I could, and if he wanted to do it, none of the ministers would agree. So, you guys, who's coming? The historian on the sidelines had duly moved a few moments closer, as if to make a better record for himself. I'll do it. What do you mean you're coming? It should be me. The big one has to let the little one go. Or I do. It's the first time we've both been human, so why should I have to give in to you? Competition is fierce. Except for Ying Gao, who still feels a bit uncomfortable. Everyone wants to be the first person to fly to the sky. There are not many chances to make a name for yourself in history. Right now it was hard to come across the easiest one. So naturally I couldn't let it go. Kong Xing, however, pointed at Ying Gao at this moment and said, "Very good. Not fighting or grabbing. It's rare that you can still keep your heart in the face of this kind of temptation. You're the one." Ying Gao? Gentleman, huh? Fusu also confused. Why is this different from what he thought? Shouldn't this be a time for the highest bidder to win? Seeing that the golden eagle was coming towards him step by step, seemingly ready to take him up to the sky, Ying Gao's heart had a bad feeling that was getting stronger and stronger. In a hurry, he said, "It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid of heights." "Yeah, I'm afraid of heights. How about this? I'll have Shogun take my place. How about that?" Xuanlu was so excited that he hugged Ying Gao and was so grateful. "Good brother. You are really too good to me." The other gentlemen were a bit reluctant and were about to say something when they heard Ying Gao say, "If you're grateful, will you reimburse me for the money I spent on the paper-making workshop?" Tagalas. The rest of the males shut up decisively. The golden eagle reversed its direction and came to Shogun, extending one of its claws to signal Shogun to hold on. This golden eagle from the system sweepstakes reward was so large that it was perfectly capable of carrying Shogun up into the sky. It's just that it hates being ridden. Stretching his paw for Shogun to hold onto himself was the biggest concession he could make. Soon the golden eagle flew up into the sky with the Shogun, circling constantly above the royal palace, and the historian recorded the scene as it happened. Only, due to the fact that he was grasping the golden eagle's claws and being taken flying into the sky, Shilu's 2 feet were dangling in the air. The golden eagle didn't know if it was intentional or not. Flying net was getting higher and higher, which made Xu Wei-lu feel more and more insecure. "Brother eagle, shouldn't we go down?" "I-oh." The golden eagle let out a sharp chirp. On the ground, Kong Xing, who heard the golden eagle's voice, decisively pulled out his reinforced megaphone and shoved it to Fusu. "You tell him that flying is free, and if you want to come down, you'll have to pay extra." Fuso's sad face equals smiley face. Ying Gao sucked in a breath of cool air. "I knew it. When things go wrong, there must be a pit. Good thing I'm resourceful." The rest of the males took a few steps back and stayed far away from Kong Xing, vowing that they would never deal with this person easily in the future. So treacherous. The historian, who had wanted to leave, immediately stopped in his tracks when he heard this and continued to record truthfully. Kong Xing's sad-faced mouth, hey, you wait, remember what? Don't run. Did you memorize something you shouldn't have? Give me a look." The historian's legs and feet are extraordinarily nimble. Kong Xing chased for a while but did not catch up, so he had to stop and did not continue to chase. That night, a cat demon felt its way into the historian's house in the night. No one knows exactly what happened. Chapter 46 Daily. My name is Ying Zheng. According to later records, I was born in 259 BC in Handan, the state of Zhao. At that time, Qin and Zhao had just fought the famous Battle of Chongping. The two countries fought each other, and the reputation of Bai Qi, who killed 400,000 surrendered soldiers, was even more fierce in the past. The Zhao people naturally hated the Qin people, so at that time, I was struggling in Zhao, so to speak. Everyone was shouting and chasing me, and at that time, all I had to learn every day was how to evade these people's pursuit and how to survive. I don't want to reminisce about that past, nor do I want to mention it again. In 251 BC, I returned to Qin. In 246 BC, I ascended the throne. It was a happy event. I was only 12 or 13 years old at the time, and although I had to face a situation in which the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji handled the imperial government, assisted by the Prime Minister Lu Buwei, I was confident that I could handle it all. I know that my life is a mystery to many people. Who of my brothers and sisters have ever looked at me with a straight eye? It doesn't matter. I don't care about any of that, and I don't need to prove myself to them about anything. I am the king of Qin. I am Ying Zhang. What I have always wanted is the unification of the world and eternal prosperity for all generations, and I've been working hard for that. In 242 BC, Qin captured dozens of cities in Han, Zhao, and Wei, bordering Qi. A year later, led by Chu, the last combined column sent troops to attack Qin. After that, there was the incident of the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji's obscenity in the harem, as well as the rebellion of Cheng Jiao. During that time, I didn't have a friend or a minister to talk to about all my anguish, pain, and irritation. I could only speak of these with myself. In 238 BC, I was pro-regime. In 231 BC, my years of enduring humiliation were not in vain, and I waited in peace for the right moment to remove Lu Buwei from his ministerial position and force him to enter Luoyang. Many people say that that year was the time when a teenage son of God really rose to prominence. However, I still didn't have a single friend by my side. Widow. I really seem to have become a loner, but I have no other way to go. In front of me, there were 6 countries looking on, and behind me, there were people in danger and ministers who didn't really trust me. The only thing I can still truly rely on is always myself. So, send out the troops. Destroy each and every one of these nations, each and every one of these enemies that stand in the way of my majestic domination. Han, 230 BC, died. Zhao, 229 to 228 BC, died. In a short period of time, 2 countries were destroyed in a row, but the widow's side still has no friends. This year, it's 227 BC. In order, it's time to hit the next 3 threes with a king? Looking at the card that had just been played out by himself, Ying Zhang's entire body froze. Widow, why did you make such a mysterious maneuver? Kong Xing on the side was also confused. Looking down at the cards in his hand, he grasped his hair in annoyance, his brain running fast, thinking about how to play the cards in this situation and still letting Zhang win. On the opposite side, Fusu was so happy that he slapped his thighs and urged Kong Xing to hurry up and play his cards. Kong Xing was even more annoyed for a while. If only I could cheat. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to do it himself, and he didn't draw such a skill at the system. Kong Xing, if I can't do it, I'll go back to the back of the table and lift the table. And right at this moment, the golden eagle that had been watching the game from the side seemed to be unable to watch any longer, and flapping its wings, it flew to the desk where the 3 of them, Kong Xing, were sitting around in one go, and came to a golden eagle independence. Fuso, Ying Zhang, while the trio was admiring their look, they reach out with a sharp jab and snatch the card Fuso was holding. Fuso froze for a moment. After reacting, the black brick fell into his hands between the shaking of his robe, and he had the momentum to directly shoot over. Seeing this, the golden eagle flew to protect Kong Xing to his body and let out a sharp cry. "Oh, don't hurt my lord." Feeling the information that came back from the skill, psychic master, Kong Xing looked back at the golden eagle that was behind him in a daze, his mouth slightly open. On this day, he had a whole new understanding of the golden eagle's intelligence. After the golden eagle messed up so much, there was obviously no way to continue playing cards. Ying Zhang's gaze was fixed on the black brick in Fusu's hand, and the latter quickly hid the black brick back into his robe after noticing Ying Zhang's gaze, and started the topic diversion technique. "Father, today's Xianyang city is not normally bustling. Do you want to go with my son to take a look?" Ying Zhang thought about it and nodded his head. "Then let's go and take a look." Taking his guards with him and followed by Bai Qi, Ying Zhang soon rode in a carriage and arrived outside the royal palace. Just arrived at the place, before the guards dispersed a safe place. From a long distance, I heard the exasperated voice of Shogunlu. "Ying Gao, have you gone crazy for lack of money? Ha? I parked my wagon right here for a little while, and you're giving me a ticket?" There's also Ying Gao's voice. "More than that, according to the relevant provisions of the trial new law for the city of Xianyang, to travel by car, you will also have to get the appropriate driver's license and register your vehicle information with the relevant authorities. Driving without a license is not only going to get you a ticket, it's going to get you a few days in jail. If you don't want to live in a cell, you can just add some money and get a bondsman to come and bail you out. Do you want to add money? I'll add you to the list. Insulting a royal family member is a grave offense. Men, take him to jail and wait for his father's punishment. A few more men come with me and confiscate his family's property." Listening to the conversation between the 2 brothers, Ying Zhang, who was sitting in the carriage, looked at Kong Xing on the side with a subtle expression on his face. "This is your idea? Kong Xing, it's not my fault. There are so many males. He's the only one who had to come out and make this mess on his own. It's really not my fault if he doesn't learn from the pit yesterday. Oh, he had to come along for the ride himself." Ying Zhang repeated the words Kong Xing had said, and soon realized a hint of something wrong. "You are thinking of the widow as well?" Kong Xing sad face 3. "It was Fusu who invited you to come. Brother Zhang, it has nothing to do with me." Ying Zhang, "In that case, put it on Fusu's account." "Ha? What?" Fuso, who was driving, was confused. Kong Xing coughed dryly twice and increased his voice. "Brother Zhang said that you'll pay for all his expenses in a while." Fusu, "I pay? No, why should I?" Ying Zhang, "What? You don't like it?" Fusu, "No, absolutely not. That's just it. My son didn't bring much money with him when he went out, I'm afraid." Kong Xing, "Hey, this is okay. I have taken all the circumstances into account. You can first put the account on your head. When you turn around and settle the money again is also okay. It's fine if you can't settle it all at once. You can still settle it in installments. Just that you'll have to pay an extra amount of interest that way. Also, it's fine if you can't afford to settle it in a short period of time. You can go for a loan, or take the name of your eldest son or the palace you're living in now as collateral. Anyway, Fusu gritted his teeth. Anyway, you won't lose money no matter what. The one who loses money is me, right? Kongxing nodded his head rather approvingly. I don't know what to do. **** and degree Celsius dollar. Ingzhen listened wordlessly to the daily bickering between the two, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The widow, it seems, has become less lonely. It felt, and seemed, pretty good. Kongxing, can the widow trust you? I don't know. It depends on how much money you have. Anyway, I believe in you unconditionally. Masa, Chapter 47, pointing a deer at spending 5,000 taels, gold? Father you, what did you buy? Fusu, who had been halfway distracted by Ingzhen to retrieve Zhalu from prison, had just returned and learned of the bad news. Didn't buy much, just some worthless trinkets. Even the worthless ones cost 5,000 taels, so how much would it cost if they were valuable? Father, are you sure you didn't fall for that Yakuza contraption? Kongxing's eyes widened slightly, incredulously pointing at himself, and then looked at the system's three-choice order page that was refreshed today. With a hard look, Brother Zhang, lend me a horse. I have a very interesting list to deliver, and I'm sure Fusu will be very interested in it as well. Ingzhen nodded. His heart already had a rough guess. Yun. Fusu, however, was confused. What is it that I would definitely be interested in? So what? If I go with you, can you spare me the 5,000 taels of gold? Kongxing smiled and didn't say anything. Mission. Go to a historical scene and call a stag a horse and ask the person concerned what it is. Note, the more exciting the scene, the better. Your Majesty, the old minister has recently found a sweat-blooded horse for Your Majesty, and I wish to offer it to Your Majesty today. Above the courtroom, Zhao Gao's voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present, and at his side, a merganser was curiously surveying everything around him. Is it? But how do I see? This is clearly a plum deer. Hu Hai's voice came, but for some reason, this voice in Zhao Gao listened to some trembling and some distortion. Seems to be in fear of something, as if this sentence is someone is forcing him to say. Zhao Gao looked up to the front. That dragon chair and today somehow more set a screen. Zhao Gao did not think much. Hu Hai's nature he is aware of. If it is not necessary to go through the process, symbolic discussion, Hu Hai absolutely can do. Never go to the court. At home with the concubines to sleep things to. I just hope that this time, I can cooperate with myself to complete the process, instead of finding it boring again like last time and leaving the court halfway through. Today's process is an important one for yourself, Zhao Gao, but in my eyes, this is indeed a sweat-blooded horse. It should be that Your Majesty is too tired to see the wrong. Why don't you let me ask the group of ministers to try? Let them say it's a sweat lodge, or a deer. And then he turned his head to look at the 100 officials. Gentlemen, I think this is a sweat-blooded horse. Don't you? That's a deer. This is clearly a sweaty blood horse. Bull ********. Are you all blind? This is clearly a deer. You're the one who's blind. It's a horse. Where's the deer? Have you seen the deer? There's clearly no deer. Yeah, it's a horse. For a while, two waves of people appeared in the courtroom. Some called it a deer. Some called it a sweat-blooded horse. Both sides argued for their own opinions, but it was clearly visible that the number of people who said that it was a horse was in the vast majority. Zhao Gao looked approvingly at the ministers who said it was a horse, and his gaze at the other wave of ministers who said it was a deer was full of ice. His hand rested on the antlers, gently caressing them, and he looked ahead with a smile. Your Majesty, at this moment, would you say that this is a deer? Or a horse? Snap! A sudden burst of applause came from behind the screen. Wonderful! Just wonderful! A figure applauded and marveled as it stepped out from behind the screen into view. Zhao Gao's eyes widened. Pointing at the figure all but lost his previous reckless image, and angrily rebuked in horror. Fuso? I thought you were dead a long time ago. The smile on Fusu's face quickly converged, striding up to Zhao Gao, accurately grabbing the fingertip that was pointing at him and wrenching it upwards, only to hear a crisp clicking sound pass by, followed by Zhao Gao's agonized cries. Hasn't father ever told you that the thing that bothers me most in my life is people pointing at me and yelling at me? Fusu said, releasing his grip on Zhao Gao's hand and tugging on his hair instead, placing his forehead against that plum deer. Duong, Duong, Duong. After 3 headbangs, Zhao Gao only felt a huge headache accompanied by a strong sense of vertigo, and in a trance, he also sought his own milk. Aha! Too much milk? No, don't come over yet. The ministers looked at the scene happening in front of their eyes and sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. It's not like Zhao Gao didn't cry out for someone to go over and save him, but the problem is, Not to mention that Fu Su's identity is there and they wouldn't have been able to make a move on Fu Su. Let's just say that Fu Su, the way he looks right now, he's just too ferocious. Here, let me ask you, this thing you're leading here, what is it? After a black brick knocked Zhao Gao's two incisors flying, Fu Su seemed to remember the main event. Pointing at the plum blossom deer with one hand and strangling the back of Zhao Gao's faithful neck with the other hand, asking a question affectionately, Zhao Gao shivered and said, This is a deer. Duong. Another headbutt. Deer? But didn't you just say that it was a horse? What? Do you think I'm a little cutie, and so easy to fool? It's a horse. It's a horse. Zhao Gao hastily changed his words. Duong. Another headbutt. Zhao Gao, What's wrong with the horse? Where is His Majesty? I want to see His Majesty. Zhao Gao finally remembered Hui's existence. Duong. Another headbutt. At this moment, Zhao Gao's forehead had become blood-spiked and whirling. His Majesty, he is somewhere. What have you done with His Majesty? Isn't the answer obvious when I show up here? Zhao Gao. After Fu Su learned the details of this order from Kong Xing, he proposed with Kong Xing to go a little earlier. The two took advantage of the night and skillfully touched into Hu Hai's bedchamber, inflicting a 10,000 point blitz on Hu Hai's body and mind. The words of Hu Hai in the courtroom were also recorded in advance with a tape recorder to make it easier for Fu Su to catch fish. As for where Hu Hai himself is today, these are all the money I've stashed away over the years. It's all here. Hua's face was swollen as if he had an extra head. The cheeks were red and big, and it was scary to look at. What about Zhao Gao's? Kong asked expectantly. This way, follow me, follow me. Hu Hai subconsciously wanted to use I as his title, and decisively changed his words after noticing Kong Xing's gaze that suddenly became dangerous again. Lead the way in earnest up front. What Fu Su went to do? He didn't want to know and didn't dare to ask. He was traumatized by last night's experience. Who would have thought that the two consorts who ordered it got up after half asleep intending to continue enjoying it, but it turned out to be replaced. Kong Xing, TSK. Zhao Gao just couldn't have thought that the answer Fu Su wanted was actually SpongeBob SquarePants, right? Come to think of it, there's no SpongeBob SquarePants in Dichin, so where would he guess? Come on, what the hell is this thing you're leading around? In the courtroom, Fu Su was still grasping Zhao Gao and kept asking questions. Chapter 48, Torture in Handcuffs. Ding. Settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host on the successful dispatch. Current number of 5-star reviews 47 out of 100. Is it a raffle? Ding. Congratulations to the host for his overwhelming luck in successfully extracting the new item, Anything Goes Mask *1. Now deposited into the system space. Masks at will. I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like I used to? Remarks, the real or fake Monkey King can be tortured and handcuffed. With a heartbeat, taking the Follow Your Heart mask in his hand, Kong Xing's mouth opened wide. Isn't this the legendary human skin mask? Isn't it a little inappropriate to give me this? However, before Kong Xing finished being shocked, a new system tone popped up again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's overwhelming luck. Successfully extracted the skill, Sound Mimic. Vocalist. There is a good ventriloquist in the capital who will have a big feast for the guests. Remarks, the specific role of the host to experience on their own. Kong Xing sad face equals smiley face. What happens when Mask at Will is paired with Voice Mimic? Let's just say, Toon-chan, you're trying to lead me down a crooked path. Turning the new skill on, he changed his clothes, put on the mask, and with a thought, the mask quietly changed. Looking at himself in the mirror, Kong Xing nodded with satisfaction. With such a divine skill, there shouldn't be anyone who can still recognize it, right? Kong Xing, what are you trying to pull again? In the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zheng only looked up for a few moments before recognizing the true identity of the visitor. What Kong Xing? Me? Fu Su. Ying Zheng. With a slight sigh, Ying Zheng gave a revised opinion. You don't have the details in place, so if you go out like this, you'll just be fooling those little cuties out there. The height, the physique, the tone of voice, and the little subconscious habits that Fu Su usually has. These, you don't have. I still recognize what the widow's Fu Su looks like. There's a lot of improvement you need to make if the fake wants to become the real thing. Kong Xing was confused. There were still so many things to pay attention to in here? Isn't that barbecue? Those two together can't fool anyone. Why don't you try adding the skill, Fraud Master, to it? Just as he was thinking about it, outside the door Shuanglu asked for an audience. My son has met my father and elder brother. Shuanglu bowed to Ying Zhang and Kong Xing one by one. Kong Xing, hey? That's what Masa calls those cuties who can be fooled, right? Ying Zhang. What do you want with the widow? Xuanlu gritted his teeth. These 2 days thanks to someone's blessing I have spent in Xianyang City. A lot. My son is not that foolish. Dare I ask my father, but do you want to use Xianyang as a trial point to open up the commercial road and trade routes? Ying Zheng gave Xuanlu an approving glance. It was already very good to be able to notice this. Shulu, the status of merchants has always been low, and they are also regarded as strange and skillful people, and are reviled by the public. Father wants to do business. Should be after careful consideration. This matter should be beneficial to the country. But I do not know. Those powerful nobles, and the ministers in the court, if the opposition to how to? Ying Zheng, objection? I am the king of Qin. What the widow wants to do, they dare to try against one? Xuanlu, but father, if there are too many people who oppose it, they can't all. It won't. Kongxing interrupted Xuanlu's words. As long as the money in their pockets is no longer enough to feed a family, the imperial courtside will then introduce appropriate policies at the right time, such as charging a commercial tax after opening up a commercial road, raising the salaries of officials or something else, and they'll happily approve of this matter. Sure luck, huh? Shulu froze for a moment. Those ministers, those powerful people, which family didn't have less than a few dozen mouths to feed? After all, in addition to their own family members, their families also have a lot of subordinates who do things. If you count the retainers, the guards, and the unseen dead soldiers, that's a lot of daily expenses. Just letting them have so little money in their pockets that they can't feed these people and are forced to need to go into business to enrich their pockets. That's something. I'm afraid that's not going to go over well, is it? Ying Zheng was able to roughly guess what Kongxing was planning to do. In this way, tomorrow morning court widow will mention this matter. You write down the list of opposition. At night, widow will let Fusu cooperate with you to act together. After the matter is accomplished, I want 70%. Don't think your share is small. 30% is already the biggest share I can give. Kongxing thought about it and nodded, yes. Xuanlu was even more confused. What do you mean by letting Fusu cooperate and act together? Fusu, isn't it right in front of you? However, after seeing Fusu's face blur for a moment, it changed back to Kongxing's original appearance. Kongxing, do you want to bet on whether or not I'll use your likeness for my action tomorrow night? Shogun. Although Xuanlu hadn't yet figured out how Fusu had turned into Kongxing, he heard the threat loud and clear. Shilu, Yi, Sigma Kongxing, listen. Father, he threatens my son. It's him who, in the past 2 days, has pitched away all the money that my son has managed to save over the years. More than that, my son now owes him 100 taels of gold backwards. Ying Zheng, you still owe him money? Well, LV, driving trip now is not to test what driving license it. The son of the minister in accordance with what he said to go to the test. The test will also be given to the carriage on what the license plate photo. Carriage that is. A license plate photo is a license plate photo. He can still classify me into 3, 6, 9 classes. This identity of my son. Surely I should use the best, right? A sign numbered 666. He asked me for 60 taels of gold. Said it's some kind of welfare number with a good meaning. So it's expensive. I didn't want it. So he sold it to some other male. All these miscellaneous expenses add up to 100 taels. No more. No less. Speaking of this, Shula turned his head to look at Kongxing. That said, have you prepared father's license plate photo? Kongxing, are you nuts? Why does brother Zhang need a license plate when he's traveling? Who would check if he has a license plate? Xuanlu was stunned, and became even more furious. Then if you say so, the mail travels, and no one dares to check. Then why are you still selling my license plate photo? Kongxing, but Ying Gao is checking on you. Have you forgotten? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. #** and degree Celsius dollar. And just then, Fuso's voice came from outside the door. What, there's already a long mail in there. Let me in. I want to see my father. With a thought, Kongxing transformed into Ying Zheng's appearance in front of the shocked eyes of Xuanlu. And then he turned his head to look at Ying Zheng and grinned. Degree, cooperate? Ying Zheng got up helplessly, shaking his head slightly as he walked towards the side hall. There were too many loopholes. How could Fusu not see it? Over here, Kongxing came and sat down on the seat where Ying Zheng had previously sat, and after signaling Xuanlu not to reveal himself, he opened his mouth and said, "Let him come in." Soon, Fusu was let in by the guards. My son has met my father. Ha, you're here too. Shiroku? What's wrong with you, Shiroku? No, what do you mean you're holding your laughter? No, nothing, it's just, suddenly something really funny came to mind. Chapter 49, with him around. You can't be rich. What is it? Tell me so I can have some fun too. Ha, it's really nothing. Shogun pinched his thigh and shook his head desperately, trying to keep from laughing out loud. Seeing that Xuanlu didn't say anything, Fusu didn't have the intention to continue to pursue the matter, and looked at Ying Zheng, starting to talk about the main matter. First of all, I will be a few days ago with the whole star business trip refers to dear for SpongeBob thing said a little bit, highlighting someone that wave of fat, rolled away a lot of money. There is a passing reference to how he went crazy and knocked Xiao Gao to death. My son has come here with a small request in addition to reporting with father on his experiences over the past few days. Father, can you talk to Kong Xing? Anyway, the back is sooner or later to know. Let him show his latter history books to my son, so that my son will go out with him later, or know which people need to be dug over. Even if I don't show it to my son, isn't father curious about the history books of the latter days? Wouldn't father want to take a look? He didn't show it to you either, did he? Fusu said father and son in one breath. Kong Xing vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong, and on the side, Xuanlu was still trying to control his expression, until a gold bar was placed on the counter in front of Fusu, indicating that it was a filial honor to his father. Kong Xing was a bit taut. Recognized again? How did he recognize it? But don't say. This one sentence father is really delightful nah, especially this gold bar. The value of pleasant emotions is instantly pulled full well. Since Fusu had already cooperated like this, then he himself had to give something back accordingly. Kong Xing thought about it and a big light bulb lit up in his head. The next moment, several pieces of paper were placed in front of Fusu. Fusu picked it up and looked at it, and at the very top were a few large, clear and unmistakable words. The Hyun Armor Army. Fusu, looking at the detailed introduction underneath, as well as the accompanying pictures on the next few sheets of paper, Fusu became more and more flustered. Such an army, such power. Father will beat me to death. It's something, does he? No? Whether he knows it or not doesn't really matter. What matters is that the widow has decided to give this it to you. How is that not important? Fusu was a bit frantic. No. This, leave it to me? Do you know what you're talking about? Widow believes you can do it. And you have to have faith in yourself too. Let go and do it. What you can make it look like and how big you can develop it is up to you. On my own? What skills? The ability to rebel? On the other side, in the side hall, Ying Zhan was a bit confused by the content of their conversation, which seemed to be talking about something very dangerous. Xue Lu curiously came up next to Fu Su and stuck his head out to take a look, and sucked in a breath of cool air. You too? Is it a rebellion? Xue Lu didn't know much about military stuff, so he couldn't exactly know the gold content of this Xian Armor Army. But even if it was a trashy war force, after being added to the word army, everything would have a different meaning. What? Rebellion? Precisely capturing the key words. Ying Zhang returned from the side hall and questioned. Who wants to rebel? Him. Fuso sad-face mouth. Oh Kong Xing. Looking at the two of them pointing at each other, Ying Zhang decisively picked up a thorn, and they instantly changed their words. Father, it's definitely him who wants to rebel. Look, he's still wearing your face. What is it if he's not trying to rebel? I rebel. Why would I do that? Can I get rich or what? Wait. It seems like rebelling can really make you rich. Ying Zhang, reaching out, he took the pieces of paper away from Fusu's hand and looked down to scrutinize them, while Kong Xing also lifted the effect of the mask of whatever you wish for at that moment and waited for Ying Zhang to speak. Xuanjia army? The widow knows. The widow has no problem with this army being given to you. It is granted by the widow. Fuso, aha? No. Father King, are you not reading it carefully? It is written on it that if played properly, it can beat 100,000 with 3,000. Father, do you know what this concept is? Ying Zhang, what concept? I know better than you what the concept is. What the widow wants to give you. You take it, no need to worry. But you can't take what the widow doesn't give you. Understand? Fu Su nodded his head. He naturally understood such a shallow reasoning. Just, Father, do you really trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that my Xian Armor Army will rebel when it gets bigger? Fu Su thought that Ying Zhang would say something touching, but in response, Ying Zhang just looked at Fu Su lightly and spat out. You don't have that kind of money. Fuso sad face. The generals on the side also reacted at this moment. The expense of raising an army was not small, especially the stronger the fighting force. The more money needed to be spent would only increase. Fu Su, so, you are so relieved with me just because my son doesn't have that much money? But I am the eldest son, and if I want money, isn't it an easy thing to do? Oh really? Then when will you pay back the 5,000 taels of gold you owe me? Kong Xing's voice rang out at the right time from the side. Fuso, Shenglu, brother, with him around, even if father allows it, you can't be rich. Fusu became even more silent at the sound of it. In addition to the reason of money, there is another reason that Ying Zhang did not say. Rest assured that the emergence of a thing is naturally due to the fact that there is something in hand to check and balance or even crush it. But right now this thing Fu Su was not that qualified to know. Ying Zhang, I spent 5,000 taels of gold to get it from Kong Xing. How can I tell others so easily? even though that money was credited to Fuso. By the way, tomorrow you and Kong Xing have action. Ing Zheng informed Fusu of what he had previously agreed with Kong Xing. Fusu was a bit torn. It's not good, is it? Screwing them out of their money like that in order to accomplish a goal and then turning it into a monthly paycheck to send back. It's not right, is it? What if things fall apart? Kong Xing, it's okay, you forgot. Didn't Ing Gao promise at the beginning that he would show up and even speak when he was needed? So, with a thought, Kong Xing turned into Ing Gao's appearance. There's no need for any laborious disguises. Tomorrow you'll lead the way according to the list, and then ask Ing Gao to find some reason to gather those people together to chat with him. In this way, it's no matter if people see their faces. Let them guess which one is real and which one is fake. Ing Gao is a prince. You need sufficient evidence to suspect or impeach him. If you can't provide valid evidence for your suspicions, Brother Zhang, won't this be a justifiable reason for plagiarizing the family? Ing Zheng, Fuso sad-face mouth, hiss. Chapter 50, Unexpected Gains. Perhaps in the beginning, Kong Xing's original intention was not like this, but after extracting the mask of whatever you wish for, the original plan would naturally have to be changed in due course as a result. The next day, looking at the long list of opponents in his hand, Ing Gao was in a bit of a dilemma. So many people, civil and military, what reason can I find to gather them all here? It's going to go on all night. Hey, if you two are asking me to cooperate, can you at least help me think of a good reason? Reason? Fusu raised an eyebrow. This is simple. Just say that father's birthday is coming up, and you've received the exact news that I'm going to set up the Xuanjia army to rebel on that day, and that you don't know how the matter is going to be handled. So you'll gather everyone together to discuss it, and it's best to show some more ambition for the throne. And, anyway, you'll just make a big deal out of it. Just go for the whole thing. Ing Gao? No. This whole what if. There are no eventualities. Go for it. I'm watching you. Fusu patted Ing Gao's shoulder as a sign of encouragement, then put on a cat ear hairband and carried a black brick, and Kong Xing waited for the right moment to visit each of them. Ing Gao was left alone with the list in his hands. It was getting dark. Duke Ing Gao was suddenly summoned, which caused many people to link the incident with Ing Zheng's outburst in the morning court. Li Si, what do you think Gong Zi Gao is trying to do by summoning us in the middle of the night? He also said that if you don't come, you'll have to bear the consequences, and the whole thing is still weirdly scary. Von Degenerate walked up next to Li Si and whispered an inquiry. Li Si frowned slightly. I don't know, but I reckon it has something to do with what happened in the morning court. Didn't you notice that all the people who came were against it? Feng Shiqi, do you think there is such a possibility that in this morning's court today, apart from Wuan Jun Bai Qi, there wasn't a single one who would have agreed? Lise, in any case, something as bizarre as doing business should never be brought to the table. Well said. An approving voice came from outside, and as the crowd looked around, the visitor was none other than Ing Gao, who had gathered them together today. Greetings, Your Excellency. No offense. No offense. I asked you to come here today with such urgency. Do you know what it's for? Feng Shiqi, I'm stupid, so I'd like to ask Your Excellency to clarify. Ing Gao didn't rush to say why, but first poured himself a cup of water and took small sips. His primary mission tonight was to stall for time. Naturally, it's as slow as it gets. If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight the other side to match, he would have wanted to make these people wait half the night again before they showed up. After finishing the second cup of water, Ing Gao said without any haste, "Don't you all know what day is coming in a few days?" The people looked at each other, relieved that they didn't seem to be talking about the morning court. Just, in a few days? Is the next few days some kind of important date in Qin? When no one answered, Ing Gao was furious and smashed the cup of water in his hand in front of Feng Zhaiji. Is this how you behave as subjects? You don't even remember the important date of my father's birthday, do you? You deserve to be in this position for so long. Why don't you have any eyesight at all? My lord is truly disappointed in you all. Crowd, huh? The king's birthday? Li Si, this. Duke, it is not that I don't remember this day, but, the king has not asked for it all these years, saying that he wants to save all unnecessary expenses. Ing Gao, oh? You remember my father's birthday? He asked not to have it? Exactly. It's changed this year. The king is organizing a birthday banquet this year? Li Si felt a little surprised. Ing Gao, it's not that my father wants to organize one, but we, the dukes, intend to pool our money to organize one for my father as a token of our appreciation. Your Excellency really has filial piety na. I admire you. One after another. Ing Gao waved his hand. Since you guys admire us gentlemen so much, then what? The money we put together is still short of a portion. I don't know. Crowd. Reese hesitantly asked. I don't think this was that Kong Xing's idea for you, was it? It was no wonder that Li Si was so cautious. Nowadays all things that might have something to do with his pocketbook. He had to wonder if it was related to Kong Xing. He was really scared of being pitched. Ying Gao, do you think that if it was his idea, he would only organize a birthday banquet for his father? Do you believe that if he comes, he won't spare any of us dukes and princesses from the birthday banquet? When they thought about the number of children their king had, the ministers all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison, and then they have voluntarily pulled out their money bags and chipped in. Ying Gao received the money, and his heart was quite complicated. No wonder someone has been intoxicated. This collection of money is a real pleasure. After collecting the money, Ying Gao looked serious. What I am going to say next is very important. It concerns your future career paths, so if anyone doesn't want to hear it, now, you can leave. The crowd looked at each other, and none of them dared to leave. Li Si, dare I ask what is the matter with you? Your Excellency? Ying Gao, confirmation, my elder brother, Ying Fusu, is going to set up the Xuanjia army on the day of my father's birthday to rebel against my father. Ha? The crowd was confused. The eldest prince rebelled against the king? Are you sure, Your Excellency? Meng Tian subconsciously asked after him. Not that he didn't believe it, but the truth of this news was even more false than the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Feng Jiji, Xuanjia army? What is this? I've never heard of it before. Ying Gao, the information is absolutely accurate, although I don't want to believe it either. It is indeed true that he is preparing to become the Xuanjia army. That's why I've called everyone together in such a hurry. I want to hear your opinions on this matter and how it should be handled. Li Si, ask us about such a big matter? Your Excellency, you're too kind to me. It's not good for us to get involved in this matter. In my opinion, it would be better to inform the king of this matter at the first opportunity. Yes, it's better to leave it to the king to go up and deal with it. The others chimed in, thinking back to what Fu Su told him before he acted. Ying Gao gritted his teeth. To be honest, he told me about this, father. Otherwise, do you think that I, a male, could suddenly summon so many of you here in the middle of the night? All this, with father's tacit approval. Father, he's fuming right now and doesn't know what to do about it. When Ying Gao said this, everyone realized, that makes sense. Years of training to prepare for his eldest son to be the crown prince suddenly want to rebel. This is anyone cannot be how this is handled is indeed tricky. After all, it involves the position of the crown prince. Wait, of all the males, why did the king ask you to summon us to figure out what to do? Maybe, father wants to, Ying Gao stammered, then suddenly shook his head. No, I really don't have any idea about the crown prince or anything else. It's fine to be an idle prince. Really, I really can't. So what? What do you guys think of Xuanlu? Father must have meant it when he gave him the salt business, right? How about we? In the meantime, on the other side, Fusu led Kong Xing to collect the money from door to door in the order on the list, the upturned corners of his mouth almost reaching the roots of his ears. I don't know if Kong Xing searched too cleanly or what, but Fusu had an unexpected harvest. Oh, look, what's this? So it's a letter exchanged between the trader and the Chu side? TSK, Kong Xing, would you say this is a windfall? Fusu looked at the letter in front of him, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Chapter 51, Copying the Family. One night later, looking at the unexpected harvest of letters in front of him and listening to the reports from the bystanders last night, Ying Zheng rubbed his brows with some annoyance. Are you saying that last night? Ying Gao persuaded a large number of ministers to make a joint petition to ask the widow to make Jianglu the crown prince and send Fusu to the border? That's right, the old slave eavesdropped that last night in accordance with your orders, Your Majesty. He even told the story of how Ying Gao had taken a lot of money from those people on the pretext of organizing a birthday banquet for Ying Zhang. The information he gave out was very precise, even down to who and how much money they had taken out. Ying Zhang, why didn't the widow realize before that he was still a talent? Send Fu Su to the frontier. The Great Wall is a frontier, isn't it? I've found a good reason to send him there. The Crown Prince, Shogun, tell you what, go tell him this message and see what his reaction is. Yes, soon. Shogun, who was checking his bills with an abacus, heard the bombshell news. Incidentally, this abacus was still the one he had bought from Kong Xing, and it worked extraordinarily well. The Crown Prince? What kind of goddamned idea was this? Xue Lu was furious and jumped straight to his feet. The Crown Prince. It looks like the scenery is infinite. But what's the saying? Everything in destiny. That is all marked up with a price. The safety of the Crown Prince, that is the future ruler of the country, is the first thing to be considered. Not to say that the travel to be restricted, cannot go to dangerous places, but also have a large group of people to follow. Say this every meal. Know what is called food but 3? That is, each dish can only eat a maximum of 3 bites, but also cannot show the likes and dislikes of a dish. In order to prevent the use of people poisoning and so on. The crown prince also has to pay attention to his image, because it represents the image of the future king, with his own father's strict requirements. That would definitely not be able to tolerate the emergence of a dim king. And the worst thing is, the father always hoped that his own child can be more excellent than himself. Even if it cannot reach, at least cannot be too bad. That's where the problem lies. His own father's accomplishments are just too high, so his expectations and demands on the crown prince are extremely high. It's already a lot to ask, until some miscreant comes up with homework, and then every day is busy as hell. Originally, after this male son of his had finished his daily coursework, he could spend the rest of his time busy with his own things, free, but once this homework came out, along with the salt being handed over to himself to take care of, that daily workload was rubbing off on him. Sholo couldn't even imagine how busy he would be every day if he was made the crown prince. As for the saying that it will be fine when you take the throne later, that's just a trick to fool children. That's one to be poked and prodded for generations to come if you don't handle this one well. Shui Luk considered himself too thin-skinned to bear being reviled by future generations. So, father, do you think that with my son's level of intelligence, you are, in fact, comfortable leaving the country in my son's hands? Now does not mean the future. The widow will teach you personally. Don't. Shoryuken subconsciously voiced out. Zheng, you don't like it? No, what I mean is that Father King is in charge of so many things day in and day out, and there are still so many political matters to deal with every day. So it's better not to add to Father King's trouble. There is no harm. Kongxing recommended a few talents to the widow a few days ago, which can share many burdens for the widow, and can also be used as a squad for you to use in the future. No, Sonny, my son. Xuanlu's brain spun fast, and he quickly found himself a way to say that Kongxing must have received money for recommending talents to Father King, right? In that case, how about I reimburse you for your father's expenses? And those few people, my son will go and invite them. My son will personally go and invite them, to show Qin's respect for talent. Yes, my son is on his way. Zheng deeply glanced at Jialu. He had asked Kongxing earlier when he and Kongxing chatted, what should be done if all these sons of his had ambitions for the position of the crown prince? Zheng intended to ask Kongxing if there was anything he could learn from the later generations to deal with the situation, but Kongxing said that his own identity dictated that these people wouldn't dare to compete at all. Originally, Zheng did not believe in it. What kind of person does not like supreme power? But look at it today. Can't you be a little ambitious? Isn't the widow just a little more demanding? What? You can't do what Fusu can do? As soon as the words fell, before Shilo had time to say anything, the voices of Fusu and many ministers came from outside the door. Father, it's a big deal. My son's house has been burglarized. Your house was burglarized last night too. Mr. Chang, are thieves so rampant these days? How dare they even steal from the royal palace? No, I don't shout like that. What if father doesn't see you? It's a small matter if you lose something in your house, but if I lose something too, then this means it's not the same. Isn't it different? You're the one who lives in the palace, and you've been stolen by thieves, so that means that Masa isn't safe either. Listening to the voice coming from outside the door, Zheng instantly fell silent. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that handing it over to Fusu didn't seem too reassuring to him. Father, you're here, aren't you? My son's house has been burglarized. You must decide for me. Fusu continued to shout, but after a long time he didn't see Zheng summoning him, so he began to mutter. Kongxing, do you think father could be pressed into service? In or out? Why don't you just go in and see? This can't be done. Father said this is called etiquette. This is called rules. Without father's permission. Zhengtai Palace that can't be wandered around. Oh, well, you guys wait here then. I'll go in and check it out. Kongxing said, greeting the golden eagle following beside him and walking in together. Zheng looked up at Kongxing and the golden eagle and did not say anything, but pushed a prepared decree over. Kongxing picked it up and looked at it, slightly widening his eyes and looking in dismay at Xuanlu on the side. Then at Zheng. Zheng nodded. Kongxing understood, and after putting on the anything goes mask, he transformed into his appearance in front of Shogun's horrified gaze and walked out of the Zhengtai Palace. It wasn't long before Shogun's voice came from outside. Father said that he knows all about you, and that he will take care of it and give everyone a satisfactory answer. So now, come on man pull out these traitors whose names I've named and behead them directly. Li Si, you follow this Gongzi over to copy the family. Chapter 52, Vacation. What traitor? Your Excellency, I am dedicated to the state of Qin. You can't do such a thing as unloading a donkey. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? After Shula flashed out those accidentally seized letters, those people instantly stopped talking. one leg shaking like a little leather band. In the face of hard evidence, all the nice talk is useless. Soon guards came and dragged the men away like dead rats, ready to send them on their final journey. But it was called off by Fuso. What's that? I heard Kongxing say that there was a punishment in the latter days. What was it called? What was it called? The one where it took 3 days to scrape a person to death with more than 3,000 cuts? The corners of Shogun's mouth twitched. Lynching. Fuso slammed his hand. Right. That's it. And then looked at the guards. More than 3,000 slashes. Can you do it? Can't do it. Ha? That's a shame. But it's okay. There are so many people. Take it for practice first. And try to make it one day. Yes. The guards answered and went to find a place to practice. The rest of the ministers who were at peace with each other took several steps backward in unison and stayed far away from Fusu. Fusu, hey, why are you all standing so far away? What? To treat a traitor? Do we still need to talk to him about benevolence and morality to sensitize him? The ministers were silent. The reasoning may be this, but the words come out of your mouth with a sense of horror instead. Especially Meng Wu. He had previously heard Meng Tian talk about last night's events and still didn't believe it. Who doesn't know about Fusu's filial piety? How could he possibly want to rebel? But now that I look at it, maybe, I can't say, he's really got it in him. Xuanlu and Li Si went forward with a team of men to go from house to house. That's a clean copy. It was a raid on everything except the dowry of the mother of the house. Even the pathetic gatekeepers who hadn't figured out what was going on were pulled away to be censored for hard labor. Li Si has never seen such a style of plagiarism in all his years of life. Others just searched for wealth. But this one is different. He even copied the land. Said what these ready-made mansions will be used as high-grade residence to rent to others. Or as a reward to which minister. That is extremely cost-effective. Pete, on the other side. Shula looked at Ing Jiang with some horror. Father, are you planning to let him replace my son? You want him to replace my son as the crown prince of Qin and take over the country in the future? What about? Where is he? Where is my son going? I'm not going to accompany my 18th brother. Am I? He himself was not well known in the folklore. And he wasn't even very familiar with those ministers. It would be really easy for Kongxing to replace himself. I'm afraid that apart from father and elder brother, no one would be able to recognize that it was a fake. Right? You're overthinking it. The widow is just asking him to help you change your former image. What you have now is not suitable for the path the widow is going to set you on. Besides, the widow asked him about it, and he said that it would prevent him from making money. And you really moved on that, father? Shula was shocked, but at the same time, he was also relieved. Listening to his father's meaning, he still wanted Fusu to be the crown prince, while he himself was going to assist Fusu to manage the country according to his arrangement. You did just say you were going to get those people for the widow, didn't you? Then these two are all yours. A slip of paper with 2 names on it appeared in front of Shogun. Xiao He? Han Xin? My son understands. Fat and chubby is the sun. Bulging is the hillock. Windy path. 3 hangers on. 1 aspires to be a pillar. 1 digs into business. And 1 is blessed with good fortune that is just a bit too much. Under the setting sun, the golden eagle nodded his head in satisfaction as he listened to the music coming from the stereo. Not far from the tower, 2 men hang upside down. Ing Gao, you're really my good brother, aren't you? You're really good with your hands. You managed to make those roller skates in one go, but I asked you to make it for me to wear for fun. I didn't ask you to offer it to father. This is good, but also what to organize the birthday banquet? You are so capable you simply follow Jing Ke to learn it. He did not do things you froze to do half-ah. What's all the bickering about? Fusu, if you keep bickering here, Brother Zhang has said that he'll extend you another hour. Under the tree, Kongxing, who was hurriedly passing by, couldn't help but angrily rebuke, and Fusu immediately shut his mouth. Ing Gao, who was also hanging upside down, was silently counting the time. As long as he could hold on for another half an hour, he would be released. Oh yes, Ing Gao. Brother Zhang said he wants you to write a 150,000 word apology letter later. Only if it's so genuine that it can move him to tears and forgive you. If you can't meet the requirements, keep writing until you do. Kongxing left in a hurry after he finished speaking. He had been extraordinarily busy these past 2 days. Ing Gao, in the bedchamber, Imperial Dr. Xiao Wuan was so anxious that he was on the verge of tears. Your Majesty, please spare me. This rubbing through the skin thing, I froze according to the king. Your request to say is a fracture. And now, you asked me to declare to the public that this injury will take a year to heal. If I really say that, I will be put on the grounds of medical incompetence tomorrow and be dragged off to do hard labor. Your Majesty, you do not know pulled by him to do hard labor. Not even a son, not to mention, will also inexplicably owe him money. That is, he doesn't arrest the people or the innocent. or he would surely have gotten rich faster. Hearing Xiao Wuan said so, Ying Zhang was a bit annoyed. Not because he wanted to use this matter to set up some kind of scheme, to pull out the scourge in the court or something, nor did he want to give himself a few days vacation to rest, but purely because he found that the food sent by Kong Xing in the past few days was extraordinarily sumptuous. There are a lot of them that you've never had before. You don't have to worry about those messy requirements for eating these things, let alone being poisoned. He won't harm himself. You don't have to hide your dietary preferences as much as you used to, but you can reveal some of them appropriately, even though one is not picky about meals. King, if you are worried about not being able to eat at the back, you can totally take him in as your royal chef. Really, you really don't catch me alone anymore. He is now seeing me once and asking me once when you can be good. As a chef? Ying Zhang's eyes brightened slightly, but he quickly shook his head. Not good. Imperial chef, that's to be paid for. Pete, on the other side, after many tests by the system, there's really nothing wrong with him. I know. I was the one who picked him up that day. Can I not know if he's okay? What's this about the host? He wants to do what he wants to do, then it's done. It's no trouble. Oops, no more. I'll try the soup made from the freshly picked mushrooms first if it's ready, Kong Xing said, picking up a spoon and taking a taste. Well, it's cooked, eatable. As for whether it's toxic or not, the sharp-eyed Kong Xing caught a glimpse of General Liu, who had just brought Xiao He and Han Xian to Xianying to prepare for his return to Ying Zhang. Shiru, would you like a bowl of fresh mushroom soup? Without thinking much about it, Xue Lu took the mushroom soup that Kong Xing had served and ate it. After a series of 2 bowls went down, Kong Xing asked with concern, Shiru, do you see any little people that dance now? Or hear trees that talk or anything? No, that's great. No poison. You can send it to Qing. Shogun? No. What do you mean? Chapter 53, Xue Lu waiting online. Urgent. Open trade routes and collect trade taxes. Reese, why do I get the feeling it's not quite right about our collective thievery the other day? On this day, after the morning court, Feng Zhaizi called Li Si to stop and sidestepped him to try to inquire about some things. Li Si paused and held out a few coins with a small sigh. I knew about this 2 days ago when I went to collect last month's salary. See the mark on this? That was given to me last year when I was drunk, and it has been put away by me alone behind, and not spent, but it appeared in the salary I received this time. Do you say? Weird or not? Feng Goji's eyes widened. You mean, all that money we lost was, Li Si, otherwise, do you think the king would be so kind as to agree to raise our salaries? This increase, that's where it comes from. Feng Zhiqi, it doesn't take much thought to realize that this is definitely that Khan's idea. He's really good at doing business with no capital, isn't he? How can he still want to open up a trade route? If I say, let's collectively oppose like last time, and resolutely fight him to the end. Li Si shook his head. How can you compete with him? Not to mention the fact that the king is on his side. But the premise of the king's salary increase is to open up the trade routes and allow the people to engage in business. So if you cut it off, can you still feed your family with the original salary? Now everyone has no money in their pockets. It's a damaging ploy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and money involved can't play his game. Feng Daji looked ruthless. No, you are wrong about Li Si. If he wants to do business, from now on, doesn't he also have to pay taxes to Qin? How many of these taxes for doing business can stand up to scrutiny? You mean, check him out? That's right. Who on the stage wants to sue the widow? In the Zhangtai Palace, Ying Zhang looked at Li Si and Feng Zhaishir with interest. Are you the ones who want to sue me? Ha? Feng Zhiqi was so confused that he thought he hadn't made his words clear, and reiterated. I am trying to implore the king to thoroughly investigate Kongxing for any tax evasion. Check him? Feng Goji, do you think there is such a possibility that he was hired by the widow to do business in place of the royal palace? Employment. Feng Zhiqi's cold sweat came straight down. If he was hired, then if he wanted to investigate him, wouldn't it be the same as suspecting the royal palace and the king himself? Although the new decree said that all the people of Qin could engage in business, if the royal palace followed suit, it would be a bit of a fall from grace, but hiring Kong Xing to do it would be different. If Ying Zhang didn't say anything, who would know that the royal palace was also involved in business? On the side, the corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of employment is that? The cooperation to share the money froze and was modified to mean something else. Hello? What? So the 30% profit share for Kongxing is actually your salary for hiring him, father? Fusu was greatly amazed. This was the first time he felt what was called the profundity of language. Learned. Today is another day of knowledge day in and day out. Why don't I see you two putting all this thought into dealing with politics? I don't know what kind of stuff you guys are up to all day. I might as well reveal to you in advance. The rest of the 4 countries destroyed. When the world is united, the Prime Minister's position is certainly to be replaced. be able to live. Understand? Fonggoji and Li Si nodded their heads and repeatedly assured themselves that they would work hard and would never fail the king's expectations. If there is nothing else, then retire. I will retire. After the two of them left, Ing Zheng turned to look at Xiao He, who was standing somewhat restrainedly in the corner. Don't be nervous, what the widow said just now will work just as well for you. Xiao He, I understand. Fusu pondered, 2 chancellorships, 3 people competing. This is what Kong Xing said when supply is less than demand. There will be competition. And there will be crazy inward rolls, right? Shaw. Father said that it would be fine to have his birthday banquet in the mode of a family banquet, and that it didn't have to be too ostentatious. A family dinner? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go there? Father, he said that you were cheeky enough to go over there, and for a few of us to make sure we took you with us. Yes, that's right. Father says you make great meals. Most of all, the birthday banquet, that is to have a gift, right? If you don't have a gift, you can pay for it. It's not easy to get money from you. Kong Xing, my father's birthday. Have you thought about how much to give? Listening to the words of the gentleman, Kong Xing's face stiffened slightly. Gifts, the money, on the contrary, was prepared. That is, scratch out what? Depending on the widow's luck? Looking at the small card Kong Xing handed to him, Ing Zheng raised his eyebrows. Kong Xing, it's just a plain little prop. Scratch cards left behind by the gods of mold. You never know what it will scrape out of the next one. Current remaining usage 3/3. This scratch card was one of Kong Xing's recent system lottery proceeds. Originally, Kong Xing wanted to keep it for himself, but when he looked at the prefix of the prop, God of Mold, can anything involving the God of Mildew be good? Maybe they'll scrape up some big surprise that will leave them empty-handed. Ing Zheng put the card away. Let's have dinner first. There's no hurry about scratching the card. The food won't be good if it gets cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow flashed in front of Ing Zheng's eyes, and when he looked down, he saw that one chicken leg was missing. Turning his head, he glared at Fusu, who was at the side. You never had a face to eat when you were a child, and now you dare to grab food? Fusu's sad face, chicken legs. It's not my son who eats them. Kong Xing mouth corner straight draw. Sophistry at least also first put the mouth of the bone spit out again. Ah, that is also more a little persuasive. Ing Zhang, no rules. Rules, father. If we really follow the rules, by the time we start eating, this dish will be cold. Fuso quickly pulled off another chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Didn't you say earlier, family dinner, how to be comfortable? Ing Zhang, I mean I can be as casual as I want, so that's why you ate all the chicken legs? Chicken legs are not for children. And what's that in your mouth? It's chicken. Put. Shogun Lua didn't hold back his laughter. The next moment, 2 gazes glared over Shulo's sad face. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat unfavorable, Ing Gao suddenly stood up with his wine cup raised. Father, my son wishes you to be as constant as the moon, as the sun, as the life of the southern mountains, no qian or collapse, as the pines and cypresses flourish, without fail or commitment. Shogun, crouch down. What should I do? I'll just say a good birthday. Kong Xing also stood up. The color of the mountain is endless, and Gong Shou is also like a mountain. Fusa pulled off a chicken wing, live with heaven and earth. Live with the sun and moon. The crowd's expectant and hypnotic eyes fell almost simultaneously on Shogun. It's your turn, Togulas. Chapter 54, The Scratch Card of the Moldy God. My son's words are in the juice. My son will drink first. Feel free. Tun tun tun. A whole bottle of fruit orange down the drain. Kong Xing's entire body was stunned. I've seen the bottle of wine blowing. I've also seen the tea instead of wine. But, so big bottle of fruity oranges. 1 gulp. And it's all gone. I seriously suspect now that he's trying to take all the juice before pretending he has no words to say. Fusa nodded his head rather approvingly. I feel the same way. Shundla tried to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but let out hiccup after hiccup. Shui Lu bad. The juice dazzle fierce. Burp cannot stop. Ah, what do we do? Kong Xing looked up at Shui Lu's current situation and casually took out another large bottle of fruit orange from the system space. Drink slowly. There's enough to go around. Togulas. Fusa frowned and muttered in a low voice. Kong Xing, isn't drinking water with hiccups also a relief? Kong Xing whispered back. Drinking water doesn't suppress hunger. Drinking juice is different. It's more satiating. If you fill this waif up, won't there be one less person to share this big table of food? Fusu, it makes sense. It makes sense. Togulas. You say, is there a possibility that I'm not deaf? This distance, I can hear. It wasn't long before there was this strange appearance at the feast. The roasted chicken on the plate had only 1 head left besides its body, and 2 wings and 2 legs were magically missing. Ing Zheng silently looked toward Fusu, who was rowing wine fists with Ing Gao on the side. and his gaze finally stopped on the small pile of chicken bones in front of Fusu. Life must be happy. Don't let the golden bottle be empty to the moon. Come on, Zhang, have another drink. Ha? Drunk? No, no, no. I'm not drunk. I'm wide awake. I am not drunk with 1,000 cups, but we'll have to drink 300 cups at a time. Drink. Fill it up. Fill me up. Shengli took small sips of his juice. With Kong Xing, who had drunkenly come over at some point, hanging over him, it was half pressed on and oddly heavy. Well, it didn't take long for Kong Xing to stagger drunkenly to his place. You can't hold your liquor and you still drink so much? Ying Zhang snapped. But see Kong Xing walking suddenly, also not wobbly. Look around. Sneak closer. From the arms to touch out 3 money bags as well as some jade pendants and other portable valuable objects. After revealing it for a moment, he put it away again, and resumed his previous appearance of great drunkenness, spitting out a few lines of poetry and saying something off-key every now and then. Ying Zhang, after freezing for a split second, he started checking to see if he was missing anything. Luckily, Kong Xing was still conscientious, and he hadn't been missing anything. After the feast, Ying Zhang bypassed the 3 males who were looking around for their lost belongings and dragged the heavily intoxicated Kong Xing out of the area. The scratch-off that Kong Xing had given him, he hadn't used it yet. He was excited about what goodies he could scrape up. With the widow's luck, she can't scrape up anything too bad, can she? Ding! The scratch card left behind by the God of Mold was successfully scraped. Successfully scraped new item Physician's Remedy Collection. Physician's Remedy Collection. This is the finished product of an unknown practitioner's painstaking efforts, who, for some reason, has been unable to find a suitable heir. Warm tips, doctors don't do it themselves. Currently, the remaining number of times the scratch cards left by the God of Mildew can be used, 2/3. Looking at the collection of prescriptions that appeared out of thin air in front of them, the two of them froze in unison. Ying Zhang, this seems, it's a good thing. I told you how I could possibly scrape something bad out of it. Kong Xing, stained with mold god items scraped out. Really no problem? Kong Xing was not too assured to open the collection of remedies to check. Although it was a collection of remedies, it was complete and included remedies for the treatment of almost all known diseases. Just, Brother Zhang, I don't know much about Chinese medicine. Can this hiccup and cough be treated by taking laxatives? It always felt like something wonderful would have happened if I had followed this up. Ying Zhang was stunned for a moment, vaguely having some bad premonitions. Men, go find Xiao Wuwen for the widow. Soon, Xiao Wuwen appeared in front of Ying Zhang. My humble servant pays his respects to the king. Be excused. You come over and show the widow that this collection of prescriptions. There is nothing wrong with it. Yes. Xiao Wuwen didn't dare to be slow, immediately picking up the collection of prescriptions and opening it to check. Layman watching. Insider looking at the doorway. This look down. Xiao Wuwen is more and more alarmed. Your Majesty, may I ask which physician authored this collection of prescriptions? This person, the king may kill or keep, but he must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the enemy. Ying Zhang, why do you say that? Xiao Wuwen, in our line of physicians, just like the MO clan has the MO warrior and the MO defender, there are also assignments. I don't know if the king has ever heard of poison doctors? Poison doctor? Ying Zhang's gaze changed. You mean, poisoned? Xiao Wuwen shook his head. What you said, that is a poison master. Only poison masters are keen on using poison to harm people. Poison doctor, poison master. The difference between one word, but two very different. Poison doctors likewise play with poison, but their philosophy is to fight poison with poison, and use poison to save the world. These kinds of people, their medical attainments are not bad. After all, they are playing with poison, and those whose medical skills are not good, they play themselves to death. But although their medical skills are not low, but after all, it is to play with poison, often not accepted by the world. Coupled with the example of poisonous masters posing as poisonous doctors to harm people in, the minister is now also do not know. This school of people whether there are still heirs in, poison doctor and poison master. It's hard to distinguish between true and false. I can't be sure whether the person who wrote this collection of prescriptions is a poison doctor or a poison master. Your Majesty, this person must not be left in the hands of foreign enemies. Ying Zhang nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. You can go down now. The microcosmic minister excuses himself. Xiao Wuwen turned away. Kong Xing pondered over the words Xiao Wuwen said, looked at the collection of prescriptions in front of him, and couldn't help but speculate. The reason the physician couldn't find a successor in the words given by the system, it couldn't be because of the poisonous master posing as a poisonous doctor, resulting in a victimized popularity and no one to learn it, could it? And the warm tips in the doctors do not self-medicating. Not self-medicating it, if you really follow this prescription. Afraid not to eat a cold, right? No. Wait, Impersonation. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. Toon-chan, are you sure this is a physician's collection of prescriptions and not a poisoner's Yama sticker? Something scratched out of a scratch card left behind by the god of mold. What do you think? Host? Kongxing's sad face. Chapter 55, Robbery. Ding. You have received a new order. Please deliver it in time. Instead of using the remaining 2 uses of the scratch card immediately, Ingzhang put it away. Kongxing, on the other hand, carries the system's takeout box and starts a new journey of delivering orders. The time and space we're going to today is 1142 years. Southern Song. Fuso, don't look for your lost bag of money. Let's go. Fight. Fighting? Coming. Hey no, weren't you just so drunk you couldn't walk? Fuso quickly realized what was going on. Gritting his teeth and pointing at Kongxing, you're a real thief. Looks like I'll have to stay away from you from now on, too. Hey, what do you have in this box? It doesn't look like food. What's the delivery this time? Kongxing, it's nothing. It's just an anesthetic shot. A dose that can put down an elephant. Fuso sad face degree? Putting down elephants? Kongxing, you just said you're going to fight. Who are you ing? Hey, what are you doing with a shovel? Burying someone? Burying people? Sir, did you just say that you are going to bury people? Passing by. Bai Chi stopped in his tracks at the sound of the voice, and cast his eager eyes over. How many to bury? Do you want me to help? Don't bother Jun Wuan. It's enough for me to bring Fusu and the Golden Eagle over. The Golden Eagle was a product from the system, so Kongxing could naturally bring it along. Even from a certain aspect, it was considered to be the traveling tool that the system had equipped Kongxing with. Delivering orders across time and space had been carried out by Kongxing many times, and he had thought that this time it would go as smoothly as usual, but there was still a slight accident. Achoo! What a lot of snow! I'm still wearing short sleeves. Surname Kong, tell me the truth. Are you actually trying to trick me into coming here? Freeze me to death, and then take that shovel and bury me after impersonating me back in Qin? Fusu was also frozen to the bone, and in just a moment, his nose was red from the cold. Io. The Golden Eagle on the side scoffed mercilessly. With its natural feathers, it's not afraid of the wind and cold at all, right? Kongxing stared straight at the Golden Eagle's feathers, frightening the Golden Eagle so much that it immediately protected Fusu to its body. Io. Only then did Kongxing avert his gaze from the Golden Eagle. He was not yet capable of doing something like pulling out his fur to keep the cold at bay. As early as when he obtained the system's carry-on space, Kongxing had been storing some emergency things in it, and naturally he had prepared a set of clothes to protect himself from the cold. Take it out and put it on immediately. The body instantly felt warmer. And this time, let his shrinking in the Golden Eagle under the wings of the Fusu some anxious. Hey, you still have clothes ah? Give me one. No more. So what am I supposed to do? There's going to be a fight later. I can't just go up there like this, can I? Kongxing did not reply, but took out binoculars from the system space and looked around. According to the system's intertemporal teleportation mechanism, the people involved in this order should not be far away. Sure enough, it didn't take Kongxing long to find the target of this mission near a pavilion. Hey, Kong, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Really can't you give me that cat ear hairband? Let me transform first emergency also can ah. Don't worry. See that guy over there? Kongxing said as he handed the binoculars to Fusu. See, then, isn't he just warm in that outfit? Fuso sad face mouth, hiss. That's not good, is it? There's nothing bad about it. He's the target of this mission. Qin Hui? Fuso keenly perceived a hint of murderous aura flashing underneath Kongxing's eyes. What? Is this person's popularity very bad? More than bad. Zhao Gao. You know what kind of person he is now, don't you? This one called Qin Hui is just like him. When Kongxing said this, Fusu didn't even need to ask about specific deeds, and instantly became clear about what kind of this person was. Taking the binoculars and double-checking the enemy situation. The number of soldiers is not too many. Wearing cat ear hairbands plus the Golden Eagle's aerial cooperation. Feasible. After asking Kongxing to ask for a cat ear hairband to put on, Fusu carried the black brick, greeted the Golden Eagle, and rushed over. Tai. I started this mountain. I planted this tree. To pass through here, leave your clothes behind. Kongxing. I'm afraid this child is going to be wasted. Do you have to shout like that? Next to the windstorm pavilion. Qin Hui was stunned and looked at the Fusu who rushed over. He had thought about whether or not he would encounter those who came to rob the court, and even went through a lot of effort to arrest a large wave of people in order to prevent being robbed of the court. But he never thought that instead of robbing the court, he would meet the bandits who robbed his clothes. Clothesjacking? That's unheard of. What are you all waiting for? He's only one person. Why don't you take him down? The soldiers reluctantly followed Qin Hui's orders and greeted him. These people of theirs are naturally clear about what kind of thing they are here for today, and they are also very hopeful that someone will come to rob the court. But they are the soldiers of the Great Song dynasty. Ah, this layer of identity, pressure. They can only choose to listen to the orders of the current emperor. And the orders of the current emperor is to ask them to act in accordance with the words of Qin Hui today. Want that person to die. The two sides had only just made contact, and Fusa clearly sensed that something was wrong. Although there is a cat's ear hairband, but these soldiers after all, the number of people in that, they want to bypass these people close to Qin Hui is not a very easy thing. But this contact after the feeling brought to Fusu has 2 points. The wave of people in front of them were either really not very strong, or they are letting off steam. It was the first time he had seen a soldier in such a state. Qin Hui, what are you people for? With so many people together, how come they haven't taken him down yet? Yeah. It's unprofessional to take someone down after all this time. Deductions must be deducted. Yes, deductions. Turn back and I will go to face His Majesty. To whom? Qin Hui subconsciously echoed, halfway through his words but realized that something was wrong. Turning his head to look, beside him there was an additional person he had never seen before. He was about to call out an alarm for the soldiers to come over, when he saw the man fasten something around his neck, and his vision dimmed. Snap! Qin Hui fell headfirst into the snow. That's a pretty good anesthetic. Unfortunately, the system only gave 1 copy. Turning his head towards Fu Su who was still trying to break through the soldiers' encirclement, Kong Xing silently did not care about the progress over there, and began to skillfully touch the corpse. If you say you'll leave clothes for Fu Su, then you'll definitely leave only clothes for him. You, not here to rob the court? A voice filled with doubt rang in Kong Xing's ears. Robbing a court? That's not the kind of thing you do to lose your head. So what are you guys? The whirling dervishes say that a gentleman loves money and takes it in the right way. We're robbers. Fu Su, who carried a black brick and managed to knock out all the water-letting soldiers over, said excitedly. Kong Xing hesitated for a moment, agreeing with Fu Su's statement, nodding his head slightly. That's right. We're robbers. Robbing money, robbing clothes, and robbing you. Chapter 56. Good night, Omega. Hijack. Me? Why? Do you know who I am? Kong Xing. Who is this guy? Can you really take him? Didn't you say that you can't just rob anyone? Fu Su vaguely guessed something and inquired to Kong Xing. Kong Xing, if other people naturally cannot just rob away, but this emperor blind don't want, naturally you can rest assured to rob away. Oh, Fu Su realized. That's what you call that, picking up the pieces, isn't it? Kong Xing. You Fei. The emperor is blind. Don't want it. How apt. Since you know about Mr. Yu, aren't you afraid of this robbery and that you'll be hunted down by the court? Kong Xing didn't answer, but started shoveling snow with the shovel in his hand, pouring it on Qin Hui, said to bury him then to bury him. No burial. It's indecent to die here in broad daylight like this. Fu Su, hunted down by your court? How? I'm not even a member of your court, and there's a gap of more than 1,000 years between us. If they can really come after me, then let my father arrest them all to build the Great Wall. Yu Fei frowned, reluctantly raised his hand and placed it on Fu Su's forehead to feel it. This is also not burning. Strange. Could it be that there is some kind of hysteria? Fu Su felt a piece of coldness passed over his forehead, and subconsciously took that hand in his hand, wanting to rub it and help warm it up, but he was violently stunned. New old, all the injuries. Mr. Kong, have you buried it yet? Almost done. Hurry back. Good thing too. It was late at night when he returned to the Qin Palace. Ever since he had gotten used to staying in Qin, Kong Xing had negotiated with the system to set the default destination for every return here. Looking at the suddenly transformed scene in front of him, Yu Fei was stunned for a long time. Here, where is it? No one responded except the Golden Eagle. Both Kong Xing and Fu Su were busy with other things at this time. Bang! The gate was kicked in by Fu Su. Xiao Wuan was lying on the bed sleeping soundly when he heard the movement, and was about to open his eyes in a daze, when he suddenly felt a huge force picking himself up from the bed. Choke! A sharp longsword rested on Xiao Wuan's neck. Instant sobriety. Elder Duke, if you have something to say, don't use force. What is the matter you are looking for with your humble servant? I will definitely cooperate. Fu Su did not reply, but held his sword like this and pulled Xiao Wu and dragged him to Yu Fei. Unspecified currency sad face, : My lord asks you, these injuries of his, can they be cured? Xiao Wuxia's entire body was confused. Such a big battle. Even the sword on his neck thought something big had happened, but in the end, he just wanted himself to come over to treat his injuries? Fu Su, what? Can't be cured? If you can't cure it, you have to cure it for me. This is my knocked out a lot of people to snatch over. If you did not cure, I will send you to the surname Kongs to do hard labor, believe it or not. Xiao Wui, it can be cured. It can be cured. I'll go back and get the medicine. There's no need to go back and get it. Kong Xing led a team of people and carried over boxes of medicinal herbs. Fu Su, where did you get so many herbs? Masa gave it to me. You, just went to my father? Aha. You went to him at this hour and he didn't blow you out of the water? Nope. What? You ever get blown out? Fu Su was a little unbalanced in his heart and continued to pursue. Is it that he hasn't slept yet? No. Why? Differentiation. So you've been blown out by him. Kong Xing sighed, not caring about Fu Su's shouting, and turned his head to Xiao Wu and said, Brother Zhang said that if there is still a lack of any medicinal herbs, directly talk to him, he will think of a way. You don't have to worry about the medicinal herbs, you just need to cure him. If he can't be cured, the Great Wall side is still quite short of people. If all the people in your family go over, they should be able to fill in a little bit. Summerless and, I know, politics? Seemingly knowing something extraordinary, Yu Fei's eyes widened slightly as he sought confirmation of his suspicions from Kong Xing. You mean, Yingjiang? This is Great Qin? To be precise, this is the Qin kingdom before the Great Qin, and there are still 4 other countries that have yet to be returned to the Qin soil. Does it make a difference? Yes. For example, Han Xin is still young, a good age to learn, but Wang Jian is away at war, and Bai Qi, the ruler of Wuan, doesn't have the heart to teach, so the post of teacher is still vacant. There's still Wanjin Bai Qi here? Isn't this a bit off? Yu Fei finished, realizing that he had been robbed to come here, and the appearance of a Bai Qi seemed like a reasonable thing to do. Wei, Bai Qi is all here, and I've been robbed of all of them. So Hua Daisy, Wei Cheng, Li Jing, Guan Yu, aren't they there too? As soon as Yu Fei's words fell, Fusu violently turned his head to look at Kong Xing, already dug over too. Then, Kong Xing, I told you, you can't just dig. I get it. It shouldn't be too hard to dig up those who jumped ship voluntarily, that no one else wanted. That fit one of the 2 points above. Backwoods, should it? Kong Xing, it's not hard to find, so if you want to poach talent over, why don't you poach the Great Ming War God one day? Great Ming War God, no, 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 no. Thinking back to what he had seen and heard earlier when he followed Kong Xing to the early Ming dynasty, Fu Su shook his head straight. Damien? Yu Fei vaguely felt something bad. Fuso, that's right. Your great song is dead. Kong Xing, why hasn't he spoken for days? Was he struck by my earlier remark? Fusu had some regrets, and he should not have been fast-talking. What kind of person cheers the death of the other country in front of others? I'll go apologize. Apologize? Why apologize? Yu Fei was a bit confused. Fuso, huh? Weren't you shocked by what I said before? You mean this? Mister, you didn't put too much thought into this. After all, Great Qin, too, is dead. The first emperor's Qin could die, and it would be bizarre for a song counter like that not to die. Fuso, yeah ha. In the original history, everyone, all died. Essentially that's all the same. Wow. Kong Xing, my Great Qin died pity me, the eldest male. Who doesn't even know how Great Qin died? Fu Su hugged Kong Xing's thigh and cried out in a fake manner. Kong Xing somewhat disgustedly brushed Fu Su aside and handed over a randomly selected book from the latter-day history books that Fu Su had been pining over for months. Fu Su joyfully took it and turned it over, looking at it again and again in disbelief. Don't you not shame? What asshole is this maliciously smearing my father? The strategies of the warring states? Kong Xing, that's what your later history books have recorded? Fu Su's anger was rising at the moment. Kong Xing shook his head. This can only be considered a historical document, not a history book in the strict sense. It's just that in later times a lot of people read it as a history book. Kong Xing didn't say anything about the fact that the article still appeared in the textbook. That would only make Fu Su even more furious, maliciously discrediting the former dynasty and promoting the benevolence, righteousness and morality of the present dynasty can be said to be the usual trick. Although it is an old trick, it works extremely well. And after Qin, it was Western Han. Chapter 57, Language is a double-edged sword. Black expatriates are the usual trick, aren't they? Rumor-mongering opens one's mouth and disproves it. If you all like it so much, don't blame me for being mean. Fu Su's eyes were full of ice-coldness as the scheme continued to improve and take shape in his mind. A few days later. What? Yan Wanxi likes to run around naked in the middle of summer? King Tianjin of Qi liked to gamble, and once bet the capital of his country against others, and in the end denied it when he lost? the king of Chu and his family's great general that year. That month, those events has been sold to Wei? In the palace of Zhongtai, Kong Xing was dumbfounded as he listened to this blast of news. Ying Zheng's expression was extremely complicated. The speed of news delivery during this period of my life was actually very slow, but I never expected that it was not the road that limited the speed of message delivery, but the content of the message. It's only been a few days. Kong Xing, do you know how outrageous these have already spread? Kong Xing shook his head. The process of passing on news could easily have some subjective things added to it. That is, it would lead to news that would become more and more outrageous. It could be this version 1 second and something else the next. No one can be sure what outrageous rumors will end up being spread. Masa, did you find out where all this is being circulated from? Don't you already have a target of suspicion in mind? Really, is it really Fuso? Go and ask him for the widow what he wants. Kong Xing answered and turned to leave to go find Fusu. Soon, it came to Fuso. Before he could open his mouth to explain his intention, he heard Fusu excitedly say, Kong Xing, you've come at the right time. Quickly help me think about how to write this threatening letter. I haven't written this stuff before either. Kong Xing, threatening letter? What do you want? Fusu, naturally, I finished writing and sent it to the king of Wei, asking him if he would surrender. If not, he has heard the current windfall of these other 3 kingdoms, and this prince doesn't mind helping him out as well. This one. It's called, Let the Language Go to Battle in Armor. Kong Xing. It seems that one can already imagine the reaction of that king of Wei after receiving Fusu's letter. And just then, Shenglo walked in. Ha, Kong Xing, you're here too? Just in time. I have a question I want to ask you. That King Qi, did he really have a bet with you on the capital of the country, and denied it when he lost? Kong Xing? As soon as Shilo saw that Kong Xing did not reply, he thought that this was indeed the case and began to spit out. How can this person who has become the king of the country still be so roguish? He should have been prepared to lose when he staked the nation's capital. Why? Didn't our side make a bet with the national capital as well? The stakes are the same. How can you be such a scoundrel? If you can't afford to lose, then don't play in the first place? Really? Kong Xing. Wordlessly, he looked back at Fuso who was pretending to be very busy. Fusu, Aya, this day is really good. Look at the sky. It's so blue. Look at that bird. The clothes in its mouth look somewhat familiar. Kong Xing looked up at the sky outside the window. The golden eagle flew by in a panic, grabbing some unlucky guy's shirt under his paws. It's cooling down, so I borrowed it to build a nest. Shiroku, that looks like your clothes. Still spitting on Shogun? Snapping her head up, she scrambled out the door after him. You stupid bird. Put my clothes down. What are you doing with my clothes? Why don't you take Kong Xing's? Masters, to pay, no money. Kong Xing, what are you standing there watching? Why don't you come over here and mind your bird? Aha! My clothes. Shocked. The clothes of a prince of Qin have recently been brutally stolen. And the thief is actually Pop. Shoryuken slammed the newspaper in his hand shut and closed his eyes in agony. This thing called a newspaper is a novelty that the asshole older brother made up out of an idea he got from the whole traders. The entertainment gossip section of this latest issue of the newspaper featured his own eagle chasing incident from 2 days ago. Now the entire city of Xianyang knew that their clothes had been taken to build a nest by the golden eagle that Kong Xing had raised. What's even more infuriating is that today, when I went to Yuan Palace for class, I met 17th brother on the way, and he was singing a brand new nursery rhyme at the time. Little golden eagle, fly, fly. Will Lu in the back blind ing chase, 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 can't catch up, chase, can't catch up, sad face. Father, you're going to give my son. Before Xuanlu could finish his words, 2 reports of success were communicated to Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, General Wang Jian has sent a good report. Yen has surrendered. Congratulations to the king for expanding his territory by another country. Your Majesty, happy news. The king of Wei has submitted a letter of surrender to the eldest prince. The smile on Ying Zheng's face stiffened slightly as he looked at the soldier. A letter of surrender. This kind of thing, that king of Wei, why is it submitted to Fusu? Could it be that because submitting it to father or to the ministers under your hand, father, is considered to be father's merit, but by handing it to your elder brother, a hint of controversy arises as to where this merit belongs, and that king of Wei is planning to use this controversy to disgust you? Shenglu guessed. Ying Zheng, what you're saying is not out of the realm of possibility. If this merit is really put on Fusu's head, just thinking about it makes Ying Zheng feel a bit horrible. How old is Fuso now? Nope. What's with the drop all of a sudden for good reason? I remember that at the beginning of the year, that king of Wei still said that he would fight against Qin to the end, and was determined not to surrender. It can't be because, thinking back to the outrageous rumor after rumor that had been sent back by scouts from various countries during this period of time, Zhang vaguely felt that he had discovered the truth of the matter. I can't help but sigh. Language. What a double-edged sword. This merit, if Fu Su wants it, then credit him, but remember it clearly for the widow. Do not allow any point to be missed. This last sentence was said by Zhang to the historian standing next to him. Just don't worry, Your Majesty. Guarantee that not a single detail will be missed. Years later, Fu Su, who had retired from the imperial throne, could finally look up the records of the historians, spreading rumors and writing letters threatening the king of Wei to surrender. There's a record of every rumor? No, that historian is sick. Why did he record it in such detail? To the side, Shogun, who was also a bit curious, was also looking through it. Black history. This is pure black history. There's really no need to write down my 17th brother's nursery rhymes as well. No, I'm going to go to my father's tomb right now and howl a couple of times for him to make up his mind for me. Chapter 58. But when dabbling. Forbidden City. This is the place where the gentlemen take their lessons on weekdays. Only now it has become a little less so than earlier. This is demonstrated by having to attend an extra hour of class each day. The teaching content of this extra lesson could be said to be all-encompassing, with some of everything. In order to prevent the lessons from being boring and not conducive to digesting the knowledge and completing the day's coursework, Kong Xing also gave a class schedule. Shui Lu, good news. Kong Xing said that because we each had teachers in the first place, he'll only be teaching 5 days a week and will only be responsible for teaching 5 subjects. Bad news. All 5. There's coursework to complete and, we can't seem to learn any of them. Gao sighed slightly. If I could learn it, would I need him to teach me? It's because we don't even understand it that father wants him to teach us. Speaking of which, brother, didn't you go to father yesterday? And what did he say? Fu Su, father, he said, I do not want to be a doctor of the Bible for the evil. I want to be a doctor. But I want to be a dabbler and see what happened in the past. You say much business. Who is as good as Lone? I always read. I think it is very beneficial. Last night in the Zhangtai Palace, Zhang persuaded Fu Su in this way, and finally succeeded in sending Fu Su away. Fu Su, who was sent away, did not notice that there was an article on the desk in front of Zhang. It was called Sun Quan's Persuasion to Learning, and it was a gift from Kong Xing. Zhang, it's always beneficial to read and learn more, so you may be able to use it someday like I did. Shui Lu nodded his head quite approvingly. Father, he has a point. But when dabbling, understanding the past, growing insights? Gao also agreed with this. They are the sons of the king who are complaining about their suffering and fatigue, but the king is even more tired than they are. But he never complains about his suffering and fatigue, which makes them the sons of the king who don't know what they are doing. How can you think of slacking off first instead of thinking of helping Father King share some of the burden? You're still busy. Masa? Aha. I'm going to give Fuso and the others a lesson. Aha. Holding his textbook in his arm, Kong Xing was about to leave after greeting Zhang as he always did, when his footsteps suddenly gave way. Why? Something for the widow? There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. Everyone has the right to cry out in pain and tiredness. And it's not pretentious. It's really okay to shout about being tired. As long as you keep on the road and keep moving closer to the life you want, that's enough. And until then, got to learn to care for your body and take care of your emotions. Most importantly, learn to let yourself breathe. So, brother politics, if you ever feel tired and have no one to complain to, then come to me. I can be your listener, and I promise I'll never secretly record anything. Zhang, you swear? Well, I'm using Shufu. Ha, I swear on my money trail that I would never secretly record. Aha. Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Across the street, Reese, who was reporting on his work, was dumbfounded, swearing so hard. Don't you want to die? Kong Xing, hey, don't record. Didn't say you can't videotape jia. But when dabbling, see the past. Father's original words were true. But, what anomalies does water exhibit between 0 degrees Celsius and 4 degrees Celsius? Hot and cold. It's heat contraction and cold expansion. Anomalies. What do you know about anomalies? Fuso, what's so funny about you baring your teeth? How did you write yesterday's homework? The title asks, if one day there is a treacherous minister in rebellion and the court is in turmoil, and the king of the country sends a request for help to you, who has millions of soldiers guarding the borders, and that treacherous minister wants to turn against you, what should you do? Here, read out loud to everyone what you answered. Almost in a matter of moments, the gazes of all the eunuchs fell in unison on Fusu's body. This question, which was also in their homework, was not a good question to answer. Fusu began to read out his answer. Write a letter of consent to both sides. Go undercover on both sides. Play a game of espionage. Why? Is there a problem with this answer? Is that okay? But father taught me to answer this question this way. and he said that no one who could be king of a country was a little darling. He said, "How is it possible that a treacherous minister can suddenly start a rebellion? And how is it possible that someone can have millions of soldiers? If this situation does happen, the first thing to think about is whether the king of the dynasty is a cutie pie. If not, then we have to consider whether this is a bureau that the king of the country is doing intentionally. And the second thing to consider is whether the traitorous minister is extremely deep in the city. And to be able to make such a big commotion so quietly, it's bound to not be a simple character either. When the two fight, someone will be hurt. Anyway, with millions of troops at hand, the first thing to do at this point is not to blindly enter the game, but to look at the situation and analyze it. Of course, double-crossing has its risks, and it's also a gamble that those two aren't working together to undermine themselves. Crowd a sigma, LLL, wasn't it an either slash or question? There's so much to consider here. On the side, the more Shagunla thought about it, the more it made sense. How can there be such a thing as a million soldiers? What king would dare to put so many soldiers under the command of another? Even if there was, it would have been cloth with a backhand in it. Maybe while he's still crunching away on his side, some soldier will feel into the tent in the middle of the night and knife himself, and then replace himself. Of course, cootie, except for the king of the country. Wait, so if you say so, as recorded in the history books, when Zhang promised Wang Jian to bring 600,000 troops to conquer Chu, he had a backstage plan laid out? Fuso was shocked. Kong Xing, how much did you just say? How much is in the history books? $600,000? Felling Chu, do we need so many troops? Father, he gave it back? Then this must have been set up as a backhand, with so many troops taken away. If it suddenly backfires. No, that Wang Jian is very shrewd. If it was someone else, Brother Zhang might have to set up a backhanded plan, but he doesn't need to. Kong Xing quickly rejected his previous speculation. After all, before each of Wang Jian's campaigns, he had explicitly and implicitly shown Ing Zhang where his weaknesses were, so that Ing Zhang could rest assured. As to why 600,000 were really given, it was naturally because the one with 200,000 troops was lost. When the gentlemen heard this, there is a story here? They all said that they wanted Kong Xing to tell them a story. It was when Zhang asked how many troops were needed to destroy Chu. Wang Jian always insisted on 600,000, while Li Xin said he only needed 200,000. This more or less. Zheng thought if Wang Jian was old and confused, so he sent out Li Xin with 200,000 troops and lost. Shiraku, why does this plot sound familiar? Ing Gao, nonsense. Back then, when Grandfather Gao was so ambitious that he didn't listen to Jun Wuan, didn't he lose the fight? In the back, Wanjin even satirized Gao grandfather for not listening to him before he lost, and Gao grandfather couldn't stand it. So the next step was Wang Jian satirizing his father for not listening to him, and he was punished by his father and had to go out to fight Chu to take the blame? Kong Xing shook his head. This is where Wang Jian he is shrewd. He started faking it, in order to escape this calamity, instead of following in the footsteps of Wanjin. But what he never expected was a late-night drive-by raid by Political to check on his condition, and said to him, though the general is ill, can you bear to abandon me? Fusu's sad face degree. The reason why Wanjin had to follow his father ever since he was dug in. Found it doesn't that work a lot better than someone's line? Chapter 59, Threads That Multiply. What general wouldn't be confused to hear just that? I could have destroyed the 6 kingdoms one by one, not to mention Chu. After the gossip, let's move on to the questions. Shogun, does the windward slope receive more precipitation or the leeward slope? And what are the reasons for this? Shungla slowly got up. The windward slope has a lot of precipitation. As for the reason, degree, that's because the location of the ritual for rain is on the windward slope. Rituals for rain? Fuso, pohahaha. I think Shunglu he's got a point. I've decided that when it's time for the ritual prayers in the coming year, I'll suggest to father that he go up and give us all a show. Ingao also clapped his hands with joy. Good idea. From now on, if there's a drought, send him over to ask for rain. Tagalas. Kong Xing's sad face. God damn it for sacrificing for rain. I talked to you about the science of geography, and you talked to me about theology and sacrifice? What's that? Theology is the end of science, isn't it? Well, since you're so neat, don't blame me for turning on the big guns. You know the circle of heaven, right? No, the dukes nodded in unison, and Fusu recoiled with a hint of a bad feeling. In the next moment, Kong Xing was seen pulling out a spherical object that was half a meter tall out of thin air. This one. It's called a globe. Today, instead of learning about topography and landforms, let me tell you a little bit about what the Earth is. What it means that the Earth revolves around the sun, and that the moon revolves around the sun at the same time that it revolves around the earth. I will use modeling experiments to tell you what the truth is about the Tengu eclipse of the moon. As the lesson unfolded, the smiles on the faces of the crowd were draining away bit by bit, and their faces gradually became dull. The worldview is gradually crumbling apart. The world is not a big plane, but a ball. This ball revolves around the sun in the sky, once a year, which is called a revolution. Because of the rotation, there are 4 seasons of the year, and while rotating this ball under the feet likes to rotate and spin, producing alternating sun and moon. Shui Lu was very regretful, and more than a little devastated. This turns and that turns. Why does it like to spin around so much? I was wrong. I shouldn't have messed up pulling for rain. Please let us return to our original classroom and continue to learn about topography and geomorphology. Kong Xing tapped the small blackboard he had propped up behind him with a smile on his face. Smiley face. Remember this, all of you. The Earth's actual rotation time is 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds. The rotation is 365 days, 6 hours, 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Ingao, mouth, how come there's a 0 and a hole here? On this day, the males clearly realized how important it was to prohibit disruptions in the classroom. Ding! You have received a new order. Please deliver it in time. Skillfully picking up the takeout box that appeared out of thin air. I picked up the small ticket and glanced at it. Great. Familiar style again. Distribution. Some thread noodles of local origin. It really reproduces. Thread face. Kong Xing opened the takeout box and took a look. Good lord. Half a box. How long do we have to eat this? It was something he had eaten, and the experience was, to say the least. It doesn't say exactly who it's for, so just give them all some. Taking out a small notepad, he wrote on it that he was going to cook thread noodles to serve to the crowd, and after asking each person exactly how many bundles they wanted to eat, he handed the notepad to the golden eagles, so that they could ask them over one by one. The golden eagle flies very fast and saves a lot of time. Along with the notepad, which was taken away by the golden eagle, was a small packet of samples of a bundle of thread surfaces. Thread face. It's just a small bundle, and Kong Xing suggests not to order more than 4 bundles? 4 bundles, how can I eat them? 8 bundles. Is this the right size for my meal? With an extremely confident wave of his hand, Fu Su wrote down the number of bundles of thread and surface he requested on the notepad. Unlike Fu Su, Ingao held a different attitude towards Kong Xing's suggestion. Be advised, experience has taught me that this meal is definitely not easy. Just 2 bundles of goodness. After receiving the notepad that the golden eagle had brought with him, Shui Lu carefully looked at the number of line and surface bundles that had been ordered by the few who had come before him. Brother, he ordered 8 bundles. Then I'll have 1 bundle, so that even if there's a pitfall, there's still room for maneuver. Threadbare? You just have Kong Xing watch over it. Ing Zhang did not fill in the exact number of bundles. He felt that thinking about how much he was going to eat was an irrelevant matter. If there was not enough, he could add more, and if there was more than he could eat, he could give it to Li Si and Feng Zhaiji. These were all routine operations. Fu Sui dares to order 8 bundles. Kong Xing looked at the contents of the notepad and sighed. This is more courageous than when he did not listen to advice. Why isn't there any for Ching? Doesn't he eat? The king says master you watch and come. Kong Xing nodded. Okay, then I know. He was about to tell the golden eagle to go and juggle to the side so as not to interfere with his noodle cooking when he saw the golden eagle raise one of its claws and point at the threaded noodles. What? You want some too? That's right. You're a carnivorous raptor eating this? Is this appropriate? Bundle. Just a taste. Kong Xing. Soon it was time for the meal. 8 bundles of thread noodles. That doesn't look like much. Fu Su glanced at the amount of noodles in the bowl and did not care. Turning his head to look at Ing Gao and Shuanglu, he shook his head slightly. Is this all you two need? Is it enough? Don't ask me if it's not enough. I don't even know if it's enough. 8 bundles of thread noodles aren't enough for you? Kong Xing's eyes widened slightly. Fu Su, remember what you're saying now. You're not going to have anyone to share it with you if you can't finish it later. Fu Su, that's all. How can I not finish it? 8 minutes later. Fu Su looked at the amount of remaining noodles in the bowl and panicked a little. Why do I feel as if it hasn't diminished? 15 minutes later. Fu Su, no. This is very wrong. Why do I feel like the more I eat it the more it becomes instead? Kong Xing, it's normal because it will reproduce. Breeding? You didn't say anything so big. Didn't I suggest no more than 4 bundles at most? And you didn't listen. Ing Gao, why? Brother, are you unable to finish it? Who said that 8 bundles are not enough for you to eat? Fu Su, I was wrong. I should have listened to advice. Good brother. Help me share some of this. I really can't eat anymore. Ing Gao shook his head, silenced the coccyx, and offered a bottle of vinegar in friendship. Some? A digestive aid. Fuso. Chapter 60, the $600,000. This day, Wang Jian returned to Xianyang with a letter of surrender from Yen. Your Majesty. Fortunately, this is a letter of surrender from Yen. Please have a look at it. Well, put it over there for now. The widow will read it when she has time. Zheng didn't raise his head, continuing to look at the book in his hand, occasionally picking up a pen and jotting down something on a piece of paper to the side. Seeing this, Wang Jian respectfully saluted and retired. Strange, how come it feels like the king doesn't seem too happy? Since leaving Zhongtai Palace, Wang Jian muttered in a low voice. It's reasonable to think that this should be happy to destroy another country. As he was thinking about it, he bumped into Fuso head-on. Greetings, Elder Duke. Wang Jian, you're back? See this? A letter of surrender from Wei. Don't be surprised. It's what you think. Wang Jian froze for a moment as he looked at the letter of surrender from Wei in Fusu's hand, and he probably understood why Zhang was not too happy. Fusu, you're out there fighting with Yen. You don't know how much this duke has paid for this. Wang Jian. Those rumors that were going around. He was aware of some of them. He even received a letter of war from Xiang Yen. After all, that book, the king of Chu and his family's great general that year, that month, those things, was selling extraordinarily well. Although the entire content is unnamed, it's really easy to think more about the title of the book. By the way, turn around and pick 100 simple-minded, four-legged soldiers for me. I'm useful. Wang Jian, huh? Simple-minded? What is this request? What you mean, my lord, is that you don't need to be too smart, but you must be in exceptionally good health? Fuso sad face, yes, that's what I meant. 100 ha. I can't afford more than that. May I ask what the gentleman is planning to do? There's nothing I can't say. I plan to set up the Xian armor army and build a career. Don't worry. He knows about this father and supports me. Wang Jian, if the king knows that he still supports his son, why does he only need 100? Are you kidding me? You can't even hear the sound of it when you go to war. Can you? Fusu, to be precise. It's you picking 100 for me, another 100 from the Meng family's side, and then adding some of the personal guards around our princes. A total of 250 people, adopting a final elimination system, and ultimately leaving only the most outstanding 100. Less is less, but there's no way. It burns too much money. I can only expand later when I'm rich. I won't talk to you. I have to go cry to my father and try to get a few hundred good horses. Hundreds of horses? Wang Jian was even more confused. What is the situation of this Xuanjia army? With Fusu's status and financial resources can only afford to raise 100 people? You even had to go and cry to the king for patronage? Soon, Fusa came to the Zhongtai Palace with Wei's letter of surrender. No more superfluous pleasantries, Child Minister. Child Minister will just say it straight. Child Minister's Xuanjia army urgently needs 2,000 good horses. Zhang, 2,000? You can't use that much. Fusu, why can't I use it? The Xuanjia army is very depleted of horses. And, just now, my son met Wang Jian, who promised to recommend a large number of soldiers for my son to use to form the Xuanjia army. His influence in the military you also know, as long as he said so, that there must not be a lot of people want to add money to come in through the back door. Ah, you mean there is a backdoor phenomenon in the military? Ah no, that's the analogy my son made. Anyway, 2,000. It can't be less. Said you own full responsibility. Too many people cannot afford to layoffs cannot? Run to the widow here cry what poor. But father, if you lay off the troops, you can't bear to see my son just charge into battle with 100 or 80 men. Can you? That would be too shabby. The one in the latter days who went into battle for the first time came with 800 men. Makes sense. 800 then. No more. Thank you, father. Fusu hurriedly thanked him and left as if he was afraid of Zhang's backtracking. Zhang, as if, give too much. Fusu, Omega, hiya. Kong Xing was really right. Presenting an impossible promise first makes it easier to talk afterward. 600 expected. Give 800. Earn it. I can be a bargaining genius. Within a few days, the men and horses needed to establish the Xian armor army were assembled on the martial arts field. The supporting weapons and equipment required by the Xuanjia army are still in the preparatory stage of construction. For this reason, Fusu has robbed over a lot of high-quality talents from the Mozi family and the Gongshou family in various ways. The training of the Xian armor army was undoubtedly the most demanding, but the treatment was equally eye-catching to all. Fusu felt that it would be better to have something more practical than sharing the pain with the soldiers underneath. If you can share the same pain, but you can't win the war, which soldier will still be willing to follow you to the end? Xin focuses on military success. That's what the soldiers came here for. But if you analyze the nature of the two, what they are trying to do is actually a word of profit. And the easiest, most appealing thing to these people is money. There will be an examination every month, and those who rank in the top 3 will receive 5 taels of gold. If you can reign for a few months, the position of vice general of this Xian armor army is vacant. The Xuanjia army adopts a final elimination system, leaving only the best 100. Each one that is left behind can enjoy the Xian armor army's exclusive share of the war profits. What does that mean? It means that for every battle the Xian armor army fights in the future, 70% of the loot captured will be turned over to the state, and the remaining 30% can be internally digested. One eye-popping reward regulation after another was uttered by Fusu, and the motivation of everyone present was greatly mobilized. They've never seen a prize so high. As long as you stay in the Xuanjia army for a day, not only will you have no worries about food and clothing, but you will also have the opportunity to get money and make a fortune. Where can you find such a good thing? Elder brother, are you sure you won't lose money if you do this whole thing? Xuanlu was a bit worried about this. Kong Xing and I have done the math, and in the long run, this is actually a very profitable deal. Very profitable? You mean, still profitable? Shogun Lu was shocked. Let's not talk about this. You keep an eye on the training on the Xuanjia army side for me first. 3 laps around Xianyang City and not one less. I have to go to the morning court to go. Yesterday I heard from Kong Xing that Father King intends to ask the military generals about their opinions on destroying Chu today. Shulo nodded his head in response, and it wasn't until Fusu had walked away that he realized with a jolt that something was wrong. 3 laps around the city is not. How do I keep an eye on it? Naturally, he was the first to run along. Kong Xing yawned as he passed by from the side. This whole time, Fusu, he's been staring like this. Sigma, degree winky face, animal, on the morning court, in the face of Ying Zhang's inquiry. Wang Jian, based on his knowledge of Chu and the letter of war he received from Xiang Yan, gave a safer answer. Your Majesty, to destroy Chu, you must have an army of 600. 000. Does it have to be 600? $000? Not $600,000. Ying Zhang frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied with Wang Jian's answer, and turned to look at the other military generals. What do you all think? Li Xian extremely confidently stepped forward and confidently opened his mouth in Fusu's extraordinarily expectant gaze, back to the king. According to the opinion of the minister, only 200. 000 troops. Bai Chi's voice suddenly rang out. Li Xian sad face degree? Fuso? Something doesn't seem right. Did the word get taken? Not sure. Listen again. Ying Zhang, you mean only 200. 000. Mr. Wuan. Bai Chi, that's right. With the strength of the rising, 200,000. It's enough. Wang Jian. Who are you ordering? It's just up to hope that I can borrow Duke Chang's Xian armor army for a while. I believe it will work wonders. Fuso. Father, Jun Wuan is old. 200. 000 troops or whatever is not too prudent. Elder Duke is doubting up the ability to lead an army into battle? Fusu, no. I'm suspecting that you're trying to steal the right to belong to the Xian armor army. Ying Zhang didn't care about their bickering and raised his eyes to Li Xian. What were you trying to say just now? Li Xian. Chapter 61. Why do we need 600? 000 to fight Chu? What am I trying to say? What can I say? Wanjin what he said. It's all my words. How can I argue with that? Is 200. 000 troops too many and only 100? 000 are enough? The king doesn't know anything about it, so if you really say that, what if you were to be punished and have your head moved? Li Xin stayed silent. The mood was indescribably mixed. Next to him, Bai Chi was still arguing with Fusu. He had been eyeing the Xian armor army for a long time. He could tell at a glance how much of an impact this army would have on the battlefield in the future if it were to grow in size. Fusu, I repeat for the last time. This is my Xuanjia army. It is to be used to fight foreign enemies. Bai Chi, what do you mean? Your Excellency? Isn't Chu a foreign enemy to Qin nowadays? Besides, I'm just borrowing it. It's not like I'm not going to return it. No way. No borrowing. You don't get to say whether to borrow or not. The king does. Fuso. Yawn. At this time, Kong Xing arrived late with a yawn. Why are we still arguing? What happened? Destroy Chu? Why is it necessary to destroy Chu with 600? 000 200. 000 troops is too much for me. The Xuanjia army? We can't use this. As the saying goes, when two countries are at war, the first army is to fight, the second to fight, the second to fight, and the second to fight, and the next to attack. Soldiers are tricky. Don't just think about fighting and killing Mangpast. For a familiar enemy, internal division is always the best way to solve him. Yawn. Sleepy. Kong Xing couldn't help but yawn again as he spoke. I don't know if it's because of the change of seasons or what, but lately I don't feel like I'm getting enough sleep. Ying Zhang raised his eyes to Kong Xing with a hint of anticipation. Tell me, what good advice do you have? Kong Xing, First, give a war letter. Just say that after the spring of next year, we will send 400,000 troops to destroy Chu, so that they can wash their necks and get ready in advance. Fuso, huh? $400,000? Didn't you just say 200,000 was too much? Kong Xing, it's only $400,000. Is it possible that the other side will send people to count them one by one? Troops. Our side sent a similar on the line, mainly to create momentum, for the back of some of the ploy to prepare. If we claim to send 400,000 troops, Xiang Yan will not be too shabby if he leads the troops, right? What we want is for him to take away most of Chu's troops. Speaking of this, Kong Xing smiled mysteriously and took out a child's projection flashlight from the system space, aimed it at the wall, and turned it on. The next moment, a lifelike little dragon appeared on the wall. Don't be surprised, it's just a projection. Of course, this one of mine is a bit small, but I can get a bigger one later. Anyway, that's the idea. What do you think would happen if this projection appeared next to one of the princes of Chu? What's gonna happen? The ministers are stunned. What else is there to think about? A vision from the sky and a dragon on the other hand. Just a little bit to help Chu circulate some rumors. This throne fight together. Chu will be in chaos. If at this time, that king of Chu accidentally searches for this thing again at Xiang Yan's residence who is out fighting, what will happen? Kong Xing said, backhandedly pulling out another tied villain with a piece of yellow paper with the word Sufu written on it. This was something Kong Xing tied for fun when he had nothing to do on weekdays. If zapping the villain isn't enough, I have other things. Even a different one for each of Chu's military generals would be perfectly adequate. Zap villain? Fu Su's eyes were wide open. If this thing was found by the king of Chu in Xiang Yan's house, the clinical change of generals would be light ah. Maybe it will directly give Xiang Yan a full house to decapitate. Xiang Yan has a grudge against you? Fu Su asked cautiously. I should have treated you okay, right? This is too scary. Just in case father finds this in his chambers one day. Hiss. No. This zapping villain or whatever. That king of Chu can believe it? Li Si was a bit skeptical about this. Kong Xing, spring temperatures rise, the influenza virus is high. It is easy there will be a cold and fever. This time and then forged a book about zapping the villain. That the king of Chu do not believe also have to believe. It's better to believe in something that concerns himself than to believe in something that doesn't. It is better to kill a man than to let him go. Once these two plans are implemented, the royal family of Chu will be in chaos, and suspicion between the king and the generals will rise. If at this time, that Xiang Yan and received the news, one is the king of Chu even 12 gold medals to be his urgent return to the court to protect the driver to clear the side of the king. One is a certain son of a male to turn against him. One is the heart of the king told the king of Chu to find out that Za villain want him to die. Then at this time, has the majority of the troops in Chu, he will how to choose it. Will you continue to fight with Qin despite the chaos at home? Or will you take the yellow robe and set up your own house and call yourself king? Or if the king is going to die, then change the king, or something else? What do you all think? What will he choose? The crowd subconsciously substituted themselves into Xiang Yan's situation at that time, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Benefit, vocal. No matter what that Xiang Yan will choose, Chu is doomed. And there's one thing Kong Xing didn't say. If he passes some more news about Chu to the Qi side, then, Ying Zheng, all of what you said is based on the fact that this projection in Za villain appeared in the house of a certain Duke of Chu, Xiang Yan, and you were able to put something there without any problems? Kong Xing couldn't help but yawn again. This point of political brother you don't worry is, my generation of businessman. The most extensive is the network. Truth be told, I wouldn't have picked this if it weren't so difficult to assassinate a king and so expensive to try to buy off a duke. Ying Zheng, Kong Xing sighed, I'm ashamed to say. I came here is still too short. The foundation is shallow if the time can be a little longer on the good, then which still need to bother so much effort I directly said that I want to block it in the business world. Cut off its economic lifeline. By then, I want to destroy which country cannot be destroyed. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? It wasn't long before a man was hung from a tree outside the Kirin temple. The king said that it's easy to get sleepy in the morning, so he wants you to stay here with more wind to clear your head. Kong Xing's sad face, humph. At this time, the temple, the ministers, led by Feng Zhiqi, advised Ying Zhang with great seriousness. Your Majesty, we must find a way to keep this boy in Qin. It doesn't take much to keep him, but if he is accidentally let go, he will suffer old age. Its downfall is to attack the army, and its upward is to attack the heart. This sowing discord. Kong Xing is playing a 6, especially when Ying Zhang recalled that Kong Xing had the ability to disguise himself as other people. Perhaps the Chu invasion could be further improved. Chapter 62, I'll help take care of your wife and son. The years are swift and strong, and the times are bright and sharp. The chaotic clouds are low in the twilight, and the rapid snow dances back to the wind. Tentatively, he put his foot down into the snow. Ooh, is it snowing this deep? Looking at the shoes that were already deep in the snow, Kongxing couldn't help but sigh. Snow. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it before, but this is the first time I've seen this much snow. Elder brother, do you think he's frozen stupid? On such a cold day, with so much snow falling outside, why is he still walking outside? Doesn't he mind the cold? Looking out the window at Kongxing, who was walking around in the snowy field trip after trip drenched in flying snow, Shui Lu asked in confusion. Fusu, he shouldn't be cold. He's not stupid. It's cold. He'll go back inside. Ingao, are you sure? Okay. Fusu nodded his head. Just such cold weather. Which other little cutie could there be? Would there be any cutie who would rather freeze than run outside? 2 hours later. What? Cold? It doesn't exist. We who don't favor the south or the north. We winter hard by the skin of our teeth. It's been like this for the last 20 years. Nothing's happened. It's only been 2 hours. Not going back. No. You have to go back. If you don't go back, in case you catch a cold and fever, father he'll scold me. Oh, but it's you he'll be scolding, not me. Not back. Are you sure you don't want to go back? No return. Kongxing rubbed his nose, which had long been frozen red, and shook his head firmly. Then, he watched as Fusu took out the black bricks and wrapped them in a thick layer of snow. Since you want to play so much, let's have a snowball fight. Hey, don't run. This really doesn't hurt when you hit it. It's not that it doesn't hurt. Straight to the west. You're still chasing. I'll call someone if you keep chasing me. What kind of snowball fight doesn't involve chasing someone? Don't run. Surname Kong. What are you running for? Aren't you going to play in the snow? Fu Su, who has always been the first to take the lead, following the Xuanjia army's daily laps around Xianyang City to warm up, has fast footsteps, bringing up a sky full of flying snow, and is about to catch up. Let's see how you're going to catch up next. My reinforcements have arrived. I-oh. Only a sharp chirping cry could be heard coming from the air, and in the next moment, a golden meteor disappeared in a sharp turn in the midst of the duo's confusion and shock. I-oh. You let me out to fly in the snow? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kongxing sad-faced degree? Did it call me names? Fusu. How meaningless to have a snowball fight. Come on. I'll take you to dig out a bird's nest. A golden eagle's nest. You haven't dug it out, have you? Fusu's eyes brightened slightly as he put away the black bricks and followed Kongxing. Tumblr would like to remind that this behavior can be criminalized and handcuffed, and good children should never imitate. Ding! You have received a new order. Please deliver it in time. That sculpture has learned to be smart. It's going to tattle on Ching. Truly, when I just saw it use a few simple word molds and tell father off, my entire being was in shock. An eagle. It can actually read. It's nothing. It can read a few words, and it can do simple addition and subtraction. Fuso? Stunned, he looked at Kongxing. It will still be arithmetic? You taught me? Ahahaha. So what? Hurry up and go. It'll time out again later. Kongxing tried to change the topic. Fu Su, is there such a thing as a timeout? Kongxing, this person he has a particularly large number of capable people under his hands. Make good contacts. Maybe you can abduct a few. Fusa grabbed Kongxing's arm. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Say, what's in your takeout box this time? What's with all the secrecy? It's nothing. Just some balloons and a couple boxes of medicine. Balloon? What balloon? Give me one to play with. Kongxing sad face. Pfft. Fu Su, what's wrong? Although this is something to give to others, it's not like anyone knows if you sneak one to me. Well, here you go. Here's a box for you. You're on your own. But, ha. Go play by yourself. Fusu confused to take. Open. See, the box actually have instructions after more confused. What balloons still need to have instructions to teach how to play? The characters on the instructions were not in Chin Seal script, but thanks to dealing with Kongxing over the past few months, Fusu also recognized some of the latter-day fonts, so there was no problem barely reading them. If Kongxing hadn't taught him wrong, and he himself hadn't learned it wrong, these words should be pronounced, avoid. Is that what you call a balloon? What about the medicine? Shouldn't that also be? Kongxing sad face. Ha. It's those drugs you're thinking of. Fuso, you're going to deal with someone with these, and he's going to be happy to give us his men? I think there's still quite a lot of hope. After showing Brother Zhang the history books of the latter days before, he had summarized a list of those who are all very hopeful that they can be scooped up to go to the Qin kingdom. The one we're going to dig up today is kind of the easiest to dig up out of the ones that Cheng summarized. Fuso, the easiest to poach? Who? A few hours later. You'll follow this gentleman from now on. Do a good job and don't bury your talent. Your wife and children. I'll take care of them for you. Mr. Fusu, Manhwa will be in your hands from now on. Fusu looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded look on his face, the corners of his mouth twitching. Kongxing, are you sure father really named this person? Kongxing, I'm not sure, but I think Zhang should want it. This guy, he's very talented. Isn't there some other attribute besides being talented? Why don't you say something? Don't you do that. I'm panicking. Mr. Fusu, why don't you suffer and take one more person with you? Ha? Another one? Who? Chang Yu. Cao Cao patted his chest and assured Fusu, don't worry. This man, like him, is a man of great talent. As long as you ask, Mr. Chow will be the lobbyist and persuade him to follow you. Off to the side on the ground. Zhao was wide-eyed and still struggling. Fuso. Chapter 63, Don't listen. The bastard reads the scriptures. Chang Yu? He's a man. Also talented? Fusu turned back to inquire about Kongxing. Kongxing couldn't stop nodding his head. Yes, that's right. This man has talent. Extraordinarily talented. Especially when you're feeling down. Connect with him for a moment or two, and immediately you'll feel like there's nothing you can't do in this world. True or false? Fuso was a bit skeptical about this, thinking that my father will fight Chu after the spring of the coming year, so I will take this to test 1 or 2. Taking advantage of the fact that Cao Cao had gone to invite Cheng Yu over, he ripped the ragged ball of cloth out of Jia Yan's mouth. Let me ask you, if my father wants to exterminate Chu after the beginning of spring, do you have any good strategies? Jia Dang said in a bad mood. Good advice? Just let Wang Jian take 600,000 troops there. 600,000 troops is too much. Aren't there any more convenient ploys? Fu Su said, pointing at Kongxing who was on the side. He has come up with a very good plan to attack and disassociate. Not even using 200,000 troops. It can't be worse than him, right? Attacking and divorcing? Little Doyle. Jia Yan did not have the slightest intention of asking Kongxing what exactly he had come up with as he snorted. Given the situation at that time, wanting to destroy Chu is actually quite simple. The most difficult to deal with is just Xiang Yan. Those people. They want to find a way to hole out. There is no good generals to lead the army. The destruction of Chu is not a very simple thing. I don't believe that you haven't raised a few dead soldiers or something. Send these people out, pretending to be Xiang Yan's distant relatives, to assassinate the king of Chu, no matter if they fail or not. It doesn't matter. At that time, your household registration information is incomplete. The king of Chu just wants to check whether these people are Xiang Yan's distant relatives or not. It's not easy to check. So, in the end, the only ending is to execute the 9 clans. And incidentally, we can strangle that overlord Xiang Yu in the cradle. How wonderful. Having dead soldiers pretend to be Xiang Yan's distant relatives to assassinate the king of Chu? Fusa sucked in a breath of cool air. The identity of the dead soldier's origin was the most difficult to find out, and the term distant relative is a good one to fake. After all, the household registration information is not perfect, although because the information is not perfect, may also lead to kill not clean, left what hidden danger, but that is also the future to consider things. Now to consider is, how to save time and more effort to destroy Chu. Kongxing, conservative. You're conservative with this ploy. Really, you don't have to try to make a good image of me in front of me. What kind of person you are is remembered clearly in the history books of later generations. Jia's body stiffened slightly. What kind of person am I that the history books have recorded? Kongxing nodded. Fusu, how can he call this plan conservative? He is going to exterminate Xiang Yan's 9 clans. What kind of strategy is it if it's not conservative? Kongxing, it is recorded in the history books that Cao Cao once asked him what to do when the war ahead was scorching. There was not much food left in the army, and there was a plague. He suggested placing the bodies of soldiers who had died of the plague upstream from the enemy's water source, or throwing the bodies across the river with a stone thrower. Fuso? Jia Yan, what's the matter? Can't this plan of mine help the Prime Minister solve the problem? Just tell me if doing it this way will solve it. Fu Su, what about rations? You still have a ration left to settle, don't you? Jia Yan, there's Cheng Yu? How did he solve the grain and grass problem? Fu Su vaguely had a bad feeling. Jaden, I'll learn you haha. What he said then. Chancellor, there is a village less than 2 miles ahead with over 100 villagers. Fusu, what do you mean? Aren't you asking about food? Could it be robbing the villagers of their rations? Kongxing, he said. Villagers? More than 100. Reacting to Fuso. Coincidentally at this time Cao Cao came in dragging the bound Cheng Yu. Mr. Fusu, the Cheng Yu you asked for. Cao Mao has brought it to you. Fuso, no. Take these 2 living hells aside. I said nothing would be taken away. No wonder he's so solicitous of his own digs. They're just a couple of potholes. I'm afraid that all of Yan's yearly earnings don't depend on these 2. Do they? Once he heard that Fu Su wasn't going to keep asking for it, Cao Cao was instantly anxious. How can this be? These two people in their own side, that is every day to worry about whether there is suddenly abducted by someone, be used against them, can't wait to see if they are still there every day? Now that you have the chance to send these two out to serve Emperor Shi Huangdi, and not come back, Cao Cao thinks, it's a chance you won't get again. There's no place like it in this village. Mr. Fuso, is it true that you don't carry? Don't bring it, but to bring or not to bring, it doesn't seem to count if you say so, does it? Cao Cao beckoned, and soon a few soldiers carried a box of gold bars, opened it, and set it in front of Kong Xing. Gold, wherever it is hard currency, there is no one who does not like it. Kong Xing sad face yen, barely. That's a lot of chump change. Mr. Chow is a great man. It's very close to my heart. Fusa saw the situation and closed the box with one hand. Be sensible, Kong Xing. Be sensible. You can't be taken in by these mundane things. 2 boxes. Cao Cao's voice suddenly rang out. In addition to this box, Mr. Chow will add 2 more boxes. Kong Xing was so excited that he grabbed Cao Cao's hand. Yen Omega Yen, don't worry. I swear on Su Fu's 10-year lifespan that these two, in this lifetime, will never see you again. Cao Cao, that's great. What? No. Why does something seem strange? Jia Duan, Cheng Yu, 3 boxes of gold? We are so valuable? Fuso, it's over. Soon, 2 more boxes of gold bars were brought in, and a few people disappeared with them in front of Cao Cao at that moment. As it comes, so it goes. You too, let's go. I'll take you to see Brother Zhang. Collecting the gold bars, Kong Xing was in a good mood. Fu Su on the contrary was not too happy. Look, Fusu, let me translate this for you too. Kong Xing, what he means by this is, since you're here, you should be buried here. You know what a situation the two of you are in. Do you think that my father will really raise you like that, Cao Cao, when he sees you? Buried. Isn't it going to be more trouble-free? 3 cases of gold for funeral expenses, nah. Is there anything more profitable in the world? Jia and Cheng Yu's faces went white. Don't scare us. Gongzi, keep us useful. Don't you want to destroy Chu? I have a plan that won't cost a single soldier. Fusa covered his ears and shook his head. Don't listen. Don't listen. The Wang Ba recites scripture. Chapter 64, there are no decent people in my generation of poisoners. In the palace of Zhongtai. This is what you got for the widow. Talent? Ying Zhang looked at Kong Xing with a somewhat complicated expression. The widow did give you that list. And so much for bringing Jia. Some of his stratagems are not impossible to use. Jaden, huh? Fuso? Ying Zhang, but what do you mean by bringing Cheng Yu too? Is it a comparative reference to emphasize the high moral character of Jia? Kong Xing endured the pain and took out the half a box of gold bars that Cao Cao had given him earlier. Brother Zhang, they paid for it. Ying Zhang. Kong Xing continued, it doesn't cost much to keep these two. Just this half a box of gold bars is enough to keep them from starving for 20 years. Cheng Yu's eyes widened. Hungry, not starving? Jia Yan gritted his teeth. Hearing Kong Xing's implication that the two of them had come here to work for Ying Zhang, and that their salaries were part of the gold bars Cao Cao had given him earlier, thinking back to the days when I was free and happy over there, and then comparing it to the starvation over here, the difference is obvious. Jia Duan, you're a waste of time if you don't go into business with this thing. Kong Xing, Ying Zhang only felt a bit of a headache when he looked at these people in front of him. Jia Dang seeks to be wise to protect oneself, seeks its own stability. Such a person to manage. In fact, and management of Wang Jian is a method. The strategy given also has some bottom line. But Cheng Yu is a little different. His ploys are also brilliant, but they have no bottom line at all. These two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks appearing in the court of the oligarchs. Just can't even imagine what kind of chaos will happen. The mind can't help but conjure up images like, Jia Dang, I have a plan to break the enemy's family. Cheng Yu, I have a plan to turn old folks into rations. Kong Xing, I don't produce money. I'm just a mover of the enemy's belongings. Fuso Zi Bubu Jing is strange and confusing. Ying Zhang, that's all. If it comes, then it's safe. But one thing, in the future morning court, without the widow's permission, the two of you are not allowed to speak. Jia Yan and Cheng Yu nodded in response. After leaving the Zhongtai Palace, Jia Yan found a remote place and shook his head while pulling out a small book from his pocket and sighed slightly. It's a pity. And then open it and solemnly jot down a new entry. On XXX, XX. The Prime Minister bundled and sold me and Cheng Yu to Qin at a high price to work for Shi Huangdi. In later times, a rabbit named Kong Xing suggested to Emperor Shi Huangdi that the salaries of the two of us should just ensure that no one will starve. Jia was just memorizing it when a cry with a hint of doubt suddenly sounded in his ears. Io? Turning his head, a very large golden eagle stretched out its bird's head and was looking curiously at what he had written. Golden eagle, urging tone, Io. Jaden? How could there be such a big golden eagle in this royal palace? This thing is a raptor. Winter food is hard to come by. So it's not like it's going to use itself as its winter reserve, is it? Jia Dang trembling like walking on thin ice. He did not directly run. The golden eagle flying speed is very fast. So close to the distance. Run is not run. There is no weapon around to take advantage of. Can only hope that this eagle has already eaten enough. The golden eagle, seeing that Jia had stopped writing, and had been looking warily at himself and not speaking, cocked his head, and after some thought, turned on the little amplifier that had been hanging on his body, and found the desired recording. The next moment, Kong Xing's voice came out clearly. What's this about doing something bad? Don't panic if you're bumped into by little gold. It has a high IQ. You can try to bribe it and coax it to be happy, and it will never reveal your secret. Incidentally, it loves money. Jia, it's his bird. That's alright. But, a golden eagle, can still give out the secret? Who are you bluffing? It's a bird and can't talk. How could it give it away? One is not stupid. Jia didn't have the slightest intention of trying to bribe the golden eagle. So it was that evening. Jia, who had only just settled into his new home, met Changyu, who had made a house call. Changyu, I heard that you have a little book for holding grudges? Jia Dang, nonsense. Who are you listening to? No such thing. Kong Xing the golden eagle he keeps loose told me. How dare you talk nonsense in broad daylight? It a golden eagle how to tell you It can't talk, but it can read. Jaden? Literacy? Well, Kong Xing said it would be convenient to ask for a confidentiality fee. Jia, Changyu, so, you'd better get your stuff out yourself, or else, my bottom line is always low. Sometimes I'm not even sure what I'll do myself. Jia was silent. Jaden took Ben. Changyu took it and opened it, from the first page all the way to the latest record. No. Wait, you remember a little thing like me grabbing a chicken leg from you at a potluck? Jia Dang, diary. Think interesting things naturally have to write down. This way, when you take it out and look at it in your later years, it will be a good memory. Changyu, remember the grudge book you say is a diary. These days, serious people who write diary Jia Dang, there are no decent people in my generation of poisonous warriors. Are there? This is my diary. Look, it's all dated. Changyu. The next day, when Ing Gao heard that Fu Su and Kong Xing had brought back two strategists, he called General Lu and planned to go with them to get acquainted. But the duo did not find anyone at Jia's place, but instead looked for them at the eunuch's place. Xuanlu confusedly pointed at Changyu who was on crutches as well as Jia Yan who was in a wheelchair, and looked to Xiao Wu and, these two injuries are? Xiao Wu and, one was beaten like this, one was angry after being beaten, looking for someone to throw water in front of the other's house in the middle of the night. It was icy, the road was slippery, and he fell. Ing Gao, it's understandable to be beaten like this, but in winter the road is slippery. How can you fall like this? Changyu, his grandmother, he didn't just splash water, he dug a pit. I slipped one leg right into the pit. Ing Gao, no wonder he's hurt like this. Jia Yan looked up at Ing Gao and Zhang Lu. Your Excellencies, these injuries of the two of us, they are considered work injuries, right? I heard Li Si say yesterday, work injury, is able to get a sum of compensation? I do not know. When this money can arrive in the account can you two gentlemen help us both to urge? Shogun, Ing Gao, want compensation? Yes, no problem. It's just that this court official's workers' compensation payout, and it's not the two of us in charge, it's a newcomer in charge, and this release of money on top of that, it will be slower. Jia Dang, slow down is fine, the new one, but I do not know which one is the new one. Ing Gao, Kong Xing, Jia, Changyu. Chapter 65, I have 100 plans. Can that still be paid out? Although they had known each other for a short time, Jia and Changyu already knew very well what kind of person Kong Xing was. Ing Gao said with a hint of anticipation, why don't you two try to ask for one? With your combined intelligence, it's easy to ask for money. Shulu, no way. No way. You two won't even be able to ask for money, right? With this you're still a strategist. TSK. Changyu, isn't it just a matter of asking for money? Come up with a solution. Jia Yan blinked his eyes full of wisdom. To ask for money. This is a simple matter. I have 110 plans. This first gambit. Workers' compensation money? Okay, no problem. Go and get all these materials ready so you can come over and get the money. Kong Xing said, handing out a sheet with the required materials. Jia took it and looked at it. Certificate of labor injury? Proof of a labor contract? Proof of the signature of the king of the court where you are located? Kong Xing nodded. This is a necessary process. Work injury appraisal. You find Xiao Wu and will be fine. Labor contract. You were assigned a job by Brother Zheng yesterday. You should have signed it, right? No, that's too. It's a pity that there's no written proof. Is there any other proof that you're working for him? Any witnesses? For example, Fu Su, wasn't he there yesterday? Just go find him and ask him to testify for you. As for this final signature, this is a court rule. I can't help it. It's a necessary process. You can't have one without the other. Listening to Kong Xing's detailed explanation, Jia Yan the whole person is dumbfounded. He envisioned a variety of possibilities, such as Kong Xing will move out of Xianyang road safety regulations. Said he dug a pit and splashed water causing Chengyu injury. This behavior endangers road safety and so on. According to the law to find their own money after the fine. From the fine of the money out of a portion of the money to do as a workman's compensation for their own. And so on. Logically, this kind of operation is what he's best at. But what the hell is this now? Wouldn't all your own schemes laid out against these be for naught? If all three materials are ready, do you really pay for them? On the side, Ying Gao, who had come over to watch the show, asked. Kong Xing didn't say anything, but pulled out a few gold bars and snapped them onto the table. Ying Gao? Really? But when you think about it, it seems that not many people will be able to get their hands on just this third supporting document, right? Chengyu tried on crutches to find Ying Zhang to ask for his signature proof. As a result, he didn't even go inside the palace, because the soldier said the crutches he was on were an assault weapon. Chengyu, he was later converted to a wheelchair. This time, got in, but didn't see anyone. Bai Qi stood proudly in front of Zhengtai Palace with his sword. The king has not seen any idle people recently. I'm on a mission. Said no. Please go back. No. No. The crutches they won't let me carry. And this knife of yours? The king authorized it. Why? Are you jealous? Chang Yu. Jia looked at Chang Yu who returned empty-handed and said, didn't see it? Hey. I don't believe it. There are 100 or so schemes to get money. And there isn't one that works anymore? Tomorrow is not a morning court. Let's bring injuries to the court. Sell the tragedy. In short, how to be miserable, how to come. This wave, to unite the group of ministers, standing on the moral high ground to attack him, especially that Prince Fusu. Didn't the history books say that he was extremely benevolent and righteous? And since we are so miserable, he will surely be kind enough to side with us. The next day, the two mummies were stopped outside the temple of the unicorn. Jia, why don't you let us in? Kong Xing, it's for your own good that I won't let you in. The morning court is a very serious place, and those in strange clothes are punished for entering. It's not just a fine, it's a stick. Are you guys sure you want to go in like this? Chang Yu, this is a bandage. Bandages for bandages. It's just wrapped so much more. Billions of points. If this is considered strange clothing for us, then what is this you're wearing? Kong Xing looked down at what he was wearing, a military coat. It's warm. Would you like one? I can substitute it for you from the afterlife. Chang Yu. Kong Xing, besides, let's not talk about the fact that I'm from more than 2,000 years from now. Let's talk about this. See? A golden token was lit up by Kong Xing. From my political brother. The decree is chartered. I don't have to follow all these rules and regulations. For example, let's say it's okay for me to be late for morning court, but you guys are fine for being late. Speaking of which, Kong Xing glanced down at his watch. Congratulations, you guys are already 2 minutes late. Jia, Chang Yu, if you hadn't been here to stop us, could we have been late? Hurriedly swinging his wheelchair to get inside. Only a surprised voice rang out from within the hall. Father, not only are these two men late, they are not wearing official uniforms. They are dressed strangely, and they are bringing down the bad morals of the court, so they will be docked. My son suggests, why don't we just deduct it from their salaries this month, just in time to buckle down. Jia Yan was stunned as he looked at Fu Su who was speaking excitedly. It was clearly recorded in the history books that Fu Su was a refined and easygoing good guy. Now why is he? Swish! The black brick was carried in Fu Su's hand. Fu Su revealed a kind, spring breeze-like smile. I wonder what you two think of this gentleman's proposal? Chang Yu, this brick of yours? Fu Su, it's just a protective gear for defense. It's for the same purpose as the sword my father carries. It's just for defense. Don't think too much about it. After all, I'm the eldest son of Qin, so my personal safety is a big deal. It makes sense to bring a body armor to the court. Ask my father if you don't believe me. Look, he didn't even say anything. He must have agreed that I could carry it for defense. Ying Zheng. Fu Su, nonetheless. Offense. Is it not the best defense? A weapon that can swing, hit, and throw. How perfect is a weapon that's so versatile and sturdy, right? Jia Dang, a weapon? You just said it was a weapon, didn't you? Your Excellency? And then looked at Ying Zhang. Your Majesty. I'm new here. I don't know what the offense should be for this male to bring a weapon to the court. Ying Zhang, what? Do you mean to say that he will not commit murder against the widow? Fuso, how dare you? Fuso, a moment of silence. Sincerely, He saluted. Father, didn't you say that these two could not speak in the court without your permission? They just now. But they said a lot of things. This is not, again, can deduct money? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu blared and looked angrily at Jia Yan. This is your good plan? Not to mention the money didn't come in hand. But in turn, a lot of money was deducted backwards. It's better if I do it instead. As long as I don't have a bottom line. District deductions. Little Doyle, what are you going to splash? Golden juice? You're crazy. The morning court had just ended and was dispersing when Jia Yan, who had heard Chen Yu's ploy, stared wide-eyed and subconsciously moved away. This guy just said he's not just going to splash it. He's going to splash it boiled. With extra flavor. Jia Yan, this money, maybe it's better not to ask for it. You're being too buried. Chang Yu, no way. It's already been docked so much money. How can it work if we don't get some blood back to fill a little gap? I'll splash this golden juice. No one can be persuaded. With that, he found a minister who had not yet gone far and began to inquire, Kong Xing, where does he live here? The minister froze, hesitated for a moment, and pointed his finger in one direction. See that palace over there? He lives there. He lives in the palace? Cheng Yu was a bit surprised by this. So was the first emperor that good to him? Jia Dang, he lives in the palace. So this golden juice should not be splashed, right? Cheng Yu gritted his teeth, then splashed chicken blood and faked the murder scene to scare him to death. Jaden, huh? A few moments later, that minister who was stopped by Cheng Yu to inquire gazed at the departing Jia and Cheng Yu. His face gradually blurred and returned to its original appearance. It's true that it's still better to be open. Chapter 66, Happy New Year. When Ing Gao saw Cheng Yu again, he was no longer simply wounded in the leg. His head was swollen as if he had grown an extra one. Sad face hashtag. Let me ask you, Mr. Fusu, does he live with Kong Xing? Ing Gao shook his head. No. Why? Why do you ask? Cheng Yu stared wide-eyed and tremblingly pointed at a palace. You mean, that one over there has always been where Fusu lived? Ing Gao nodded his head, seemingly guessing something, and immediately asked, your injury wasn't inflicted by your elder brother, was it? Who did you ask for directions? You're definitely being pumped. It was a minister who told me. Which minister? I don't know. I searched them one by one afterward. No luck. Didn't find it? Ing Gao gave a startled cry and pondered. If I didn't find it, then it should be Kong Xing. He has a plugin that makes him look like other people. You say that your luck is really no one. So many ministers. You found the fake with precision at once. Can you not say anything to him when you ask him about his place of residence? Chang Yu, change, face? Ing Gao, more than that, he can change his voice and imitate others' voices. Chang Yu, no. With this kind of weapon, why do you still bother to discuss the plan to destroy Chu? Send him out. Let him in the state of Chu can vigorously make trouble. Such has become the appearance of the king of Chu, running around naked splashing gold juice and so on. Believe me, as long as this is done, in less than 2 months Chu will be able to destroy itself. Ing Gao. Sure enough, Kong Xing was right. When one was in a bad mood, one would come and talk to these two, and instantly feel that the world was that much better. How noble one's character was. Everything was as it was under Cao Cao's hand, and the plan he had proposed was not adopted. The only difference is the joy of a month's confinement. It's almost New Year's Eve. If we don't lock Cheng Yu up, hell knows what he'll do that has no bottom line. What would you like to host? New Year's Eve was something that would be prepared for a lot of things, and Kong Xing wasn't too interested in the rituals that had a tedious process. He was interested in the food. Temperatures are so low this time of year that you don't have to worry about food going bad quickly, even without a modern product like a refrigerator. Plus, New Year's Eve, it's in the palace. This food is naturally so much more. Billions of points. Brother Zhang, this fish is so big and has a lot of thorns at a glance, so it definitely won't taste good when it's done. So why don't you just give it to me? I'll trade you these 2 granulated oranges. Ing Zheng. Also, there's so much of this food, so to prevent it from being poisoned or something, why don't you just leave it here with me and make sure no one can take it? Fu Su, but isn't it true that no one can take it away from you, and that it can be pretty much eaten by you after one night, right? Kong Xing, nonsense. How can you eat it all in one night when your stomach is that big and that much? Fu Su, father, you also heard. He will steal food. Therefore, my son proposes to put it here in my son's place, guarded by my son himself, and it will definitely not be stolen by him to eat. Ing Zheng, get out. Okay. Before leaving, Kong Xing didn't forget to take that fish along. Ding. You have received a new order. Please deliver it in time. Since there was no hope of stealing food, and there was nothing else to do in his spare time, he simply took a new order. Only, looking at the various styles of green hats in the takeout box, and looking at the contents of the mission on the small ticket, Kong Xing was speechless for a moment. Distribution tasks. Various styles of green hats were given to Emperor Li Shimin of Tang. Remarks, while delivering the hats. He also asked the delivery boy to tell him about the years and months of his old Li family. His old Li's family in those days and those months? That's a lot to tell. The Dirty Han Rebellion against the Tang. The rebellion of the Tang can be more than limited to the rebellion of the cuckolds, but also the rebellion of the insurer. Should we get him a couple bottles of quick-acting heart pills? Kongxing thought about it and thought it would be better to have some on hand. What's with all the hats? Who is this for? Fu Su didn't know when he came over, and when he saw so many hats, he casually picked one up and was going to put it on his head. Kongxing immediately stopped. Hey, it's not good to wear Fu So? Why can't I wear it? It's just a hat. Kongxing then told the other layer of meaning of this cuckold. Fu Su, You people of the later generations are so interesting. It's obviously a very normal color, and you have to be boring to give it another meaning. It's so confusing. Kongxing awkwardly smiled and did not say anything. Not to mention Fu Su confused. He is also the same. There are a lot of things. As if it suddenly appeared, but also very inexplicable. As if that sentence from his elementary school suddenly appeared words as inexplicable. What red with green? Fail understand STH. You two are going to Tang Dynasty? Before leaving, Kongxing came to speak to Ying Zhang as usual. Ying Zhang put down the later history book he was reading in his hand, thought for a moment, and gave his suggestion. If there is no specific time set, I suggest you go to the beginning of the Tang Dynasty. I think it should be more interesting. The corners of Kongxing's mouth straightened. But it's more fun. At the happiest time of Li Yuan's life, he came to congratulate him with a large box of green hats, and then told him that a few years later, his second son, Li Shimin, had shot his two sons in front of the Zuanwoman gate, and imprisoned him, and became emperor himself. It's almost unimaginable how happy Li Yuan would be to hear such good news. Then how would Li Xiaoning, who was named Princess Pingyang, be overjoyed to hear that her own brother was so outstanding? It's just that in this case, I'm afraid that preparing only quick-acting heart pills won't be enough. Tumbeo thought that the host must be in great need of a coffin that is warm in winter and cool in summer and breathable right now. Near the end of the year. Special sale. Don't 998. Don't 666. Just 44 taels of gold. Supreme edition coffin to take home. Buy material with money. There is always a suitable one. Kongxing. 618 AD. Li Yuan claimed the throne in Chang'an and established the Tang Dynasty. He established his eldest son Li Jiancheng as the crown prince and his second son Li Shimin as the king of Qin. Seal Li Xiaoning as Princess Pingyang. At this time, the Great Tang was first established, and it was the time when it was surrounded by enemies on all sides. On this day, Li Yuan was discussing with his people on how to remove the threats in the neighborhood when a guard informed him that a person who called himself a time merchant wanted to see Li Yuan and had a big gift for him. Time traders? Li Yuan frowned, but still felt that he could meet. It didn't take long before the duo of Kongxing and Fu Su appeared in front of Li Yuan. This seat is a time and space merchant, traveling through all time and space to conduct business. Today's visit stems from the last transaction. Someone commissioned at a high price to ask this seat to gift these mundane items to you all. Kongxing said, with a wave of his hand. Some of the things he had prepared extra appeared out of thin air in front of Li Yuan and the others. This hand of changing things out of thin air made the credibility of the layer of identity Kongxing had created for himself as a time and space merchant increase by a lot. Coupled with the skill that was always on, fraud master. These people had to believe it even if they didn't. What a fine map. Li Shimin immediately saw the most strategic thing in the pile of map. Li Yuan tiger eyes flashed a glint of essence. Was well hidden by him? I do not know. This thing is a gift from Hua, the first emperor, Ying Zhang. Chapter 67, Selling a Child for Information. Who? Ying Zhang? Li Yuan was a bit confused, but remembered that Kongxing said that he was a time and space merchant who traveled through time and space to conduct business. So it seemed reasonable that he could come into contact with Ying Zhang. How could he be so kind as to present me with such a fine map? Or, how did he know that there was such a person as me? Kongxing, naturally, it's because of the deal he made with this seat. This seat has everything the world can dream of here, as long as one can pay the appropriate chips. Whether it's longevity, national fortune, or anything else, one can get it from this seat. Li Yuan, lifespan can be traded from you too? You take me for a little cutie. Do you think I'm a little cutie? If I could trade it, then why did Ying Zhang die violently in the Sand Dunes Palace? Kongxing, that's naturally because he didn't trade this. Li Yuan? And what does he trade? Could there be anything more tantalizing in this world than eternal life? Fu Su, is longevity so narrow in your eyes? No way. In the eyes of you people, my father's pursuit of longevity is all about that endless lifespan? Shallow. In front of the continuation of the nation, In front of the thousands of generations of China, longevity can also be sacrificed. And who are you? Dare to talk to me like that? Me, the eldest son of Qin, Ing Fusu, Li Jiancheng, the same Fusu who wiped his neck on the Great Wall? Fuso. Kong Xing continued. That Ing Zheng traded the second death of Great Qin for the continuation of the nation for 1,000 generations, and later traded his eldest son, the one you see before you, Fusu, for information about the future for 1,000 years. This so-called map is the same item he decided to give away after realizing the existence of Tang in the latter days. Li Yuan understood and looked at Fusu. In other words, you were sold by your father? Fuso. Seeing that Fusu didn't say anything, the more Li Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had discovered the truth. Compared to Shi Huangdi selling his son for information, this Chang Gongzi wiping his neck at the Great Wall by listening to a fake posthumous edict seems to be nothing. Fusu, someday must be, and surnamed Kong said clearly. Bull asterisk 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 story can be outrageous, but not too outrageous. My father sold me. Kong Xing, winking, do you want to remember how we met and think about whether or not we were sold for information? Fuso. No way. How could my dad sell me? Absolutely not. But he said he wanted me to come out with you to learn and gain insight. Not sold at all. Kong Xing, ah yes. Li Yuan, then I will make a deal with you too. It's going to be that everlasting. Chang Shang? Before Kong Xing could give an answer, Fusu found an opportunity to start fanning the flames. If you live forever, then won't this emperor be you alone all the time? What about your crown prince? In this world, wouldn't there be a prince for life? Saying that, he looked at Li Jiancheng. Tell me, isn't he too selfish? Did he not consider your feelings in the slightest? Li Jiancheng simply imagined it, and a sense of suffocation spread out. No, you can't live forever. Not unless you give it to me. Li Yuan stared. There is no reason for me to give it to you before I can enjoy it. Li Shimen, I say, this longevity is not only trading one. It is completely possible to trade a few more to realize the longevity together. Li Yuan and Li Jiancheng, that makes sense. Kong Xing, however, poured a pot of cold water at this time, joint longevity? That's a price you guys can't seem to afford. This less than 300 years of your Li Tang dynasty's national fortune is only enough to exchange for one place. What? Less than 300 years? Li Yuan was taken aback. How can it be so little? Kong Xing, want to know? That depends on what you're willing to trade. This information, the value can be quite high. After all, knowing in advance, and the country's fortunes have not been traded out like Qin's, there is a chance for everything to change. Trading things, Li Yuan had some difficulties. The other party was a time and space merchant, able to travel through all major time and space, thought that mundane things like money could not enter his eyes. Then what can he use to trade? Lifespan? Soul? Or, recalling what Kong Xing had said earlier about Ing Zheng's deal, Li Yuan's eyes lit up and pointed to Li Jiancheng. How about him? The future second emperor. Enough of a deal, right? Kong Xing raised his eyes to look at Li Jiancheng and shook his head. If he was really the second emperor, it's not like he couldn't trade some information to you. But unfortunately, he's not. Li Yuan, what? No? Li Jiancheng, huh? Li Shimen, I don't know why, but it's suddenly a bit chilly behind me. It's not built, so it would have to be. Li Yuan blared fiercely at Li Shimen. If there was an accident, he would be the only one most likely. Thinking of this, Li Yuan tentatively opened his mouth ready to verify his guess. What about him? Can it be enough to trade? Kong Xing's eyes brightened slightly. It wasn't in vain that he had paved the way for so long. Do you want to make a deal with your future second emperor of the Great Tang, the current general of Tianza? Yes, the deal is struck. Then, this seat will send you some information here. Li Yuan, damn it. It's really this kid. Just as he was about to have a seizure, he heard Kong Xing start talking about the first piece of information. And the opening was a king bomb. Do you know why this seat says that your crown prince is not the second emperor? Because 8 years later, he, Li Shimen, staged the Xuanwoman Gate Rebellion and shot your current crown prince with his own hands, forcing you to install him as the crown prince instead. And then 2 months later, he was placed in Zen, and was placed under house arrest by him. Kill your brother, imprison your father. Li Jiancheng looked at Li Shimen with disbelief. You're such a good brother to me. Li Yuan, I have given up my throne to you, and you still put me under house arrest? You are really my good son. Li Shimen, no. Is there some misunderstanding here? How could I possibly do something like killing my brother and imprisoning my father? Saying that, he kept giving eyes to Li Xiaoning, who was watching the whole thing from the side, in order to beg Li Xiaoning to open her mouth to persuade her. However, Li Xiaoning silently handed over 2 wooden sticks to Li Yuan and Li Jiancheng, while retreating to the side to continue watching the show. Li Shimen, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding can there be? I don't care if you're under the spell of a traitor or if he's trying to do something to you. It's your fault if you put me under house arrest. Don't run. He runs. He chases. He walks around the column, looking at this scene in front of him of fatherly kindness and filial piety, brotherly friendship and brotherly respect. Fusu was so happy that he slapped his thighs. Reaching out, he tugged on Kong Xing's sleeve and whispered, "Didn't you say that he's also the king of Qins? Here, you're going to see the king of Qin round the pillar." Kong Xing. Chapter 68, Take Me Away. Ka Qing. A few photos were taken by Kong Xing. When the chase in the hall subsided, Li Shimon's face was already swollen. It wasn't that he couldn't fight and didn't dare to, it was purely that someone he wasn't marshal. Li Yuan waved his hand and temporarily dismissed the guards that he had temporarily called to surround Li Shimon. Looking toward Kong Xing, he asked, "What else did this rebellious son do back there?" "What else? He did a lot of things, but today came to send a hat to meet the distribution task 5-star praise at the same time. Think of ways to dig people out. It is not easy to pave the way for so long with the identity of a time and space merchant." That Li Yuan also promised to sell him, which if after saying his merits, Li Yuan backtracked how to do so, Kong Xing, he sets a great example for those behind him to follow. Li Shimon heard, immediately straightened his back. "Hear that? Later generations are regarded me as an example. Learn from me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Kong Xing continue. "Take for example this Suwon Gate incident. Later on his son wanted to learn from this experience and recreate it, but unfortunately, learning the art is not good enough. Li Jiancheng, but what a great role model. Li Shimon. This must just be an example. There must be something else excellent about me." Kong Xing nodded his head. "That's not wrong. You are indeed very good. Just like one of your future talents, who has become an emperor, or the only female emperor. This skill of yours in marrying a daughter-in-law, in some ways, even surpasses Emperor Wu's Lu Che." Li Shimon, what the hell? Li Yuan's sad face, Sigma? You're not going to be ghostly and just zen the throne, are you? No. How could that be? How could I possibly zen the throne? Tell me then. This empress, how it came to be. Kong Xing, in fact, it can't be said that it's a daughter-in-law. From another point of view, it's still a daughter-in-law. Li Yuan, who was in the middle of his anger, Li Shimon's sad face degree? Daughter-in-law. It can't be. It's what I think it is. Is it? Kong Xing nodded his head. Otherwise, what other situations do you think there are where the two identities can be the same person? Fusu couldn't help but clap his hands. Wonderful. It's really too wonderful. No wonder there's a word for what? Dirty Han Messy Tang. Your old Li family. It's a real mess. Hey, say, this man will have a harem of 3,000 beauties as an emperor. So if a woman becomes an emperor, will she also? Li Shimon, shut up. You shut up. Li Shoning, why don't we talk about something else? Like, were there any particularly outstanding emperors back there? Kong Xing, yes. In the back. Your old Li family produced an emperor named Li Longji. This person, he can be said to have learned all the fine traditions of your old Li family. What fine tradition? Li Yuan only felt more and more bad. Kong Xing, he stole his son's daughter-in-law. Originally that Li Longji forcibly occupied his daughter-in-law Yang Yuhuan, but also consider the difference between husband and daughter-in-law, or have reason. But there is a talent called Gao Lishur said. In the past, Emperor Taizong took consort Yang, Emperor Gaozong took Wu Kairen, and today, your majesty takes Yang Yuhuan, which is exactly the family law passed on to each other. So what's wrong with that? That Li Longji felt that Gao Lishur had a point and took decisive action. As soon as Kong Xing's words fell, Fu Suziri comments sounded. A daughter-in-law becomes a daughter-in-law in the front, and a daughter-in-law becomes a daughter-in-law in the back. This is what that before and after time and space echoes, isn't it? Just based on the fact that this corresponds to the time and space of the previous dynasty, that Li Longji is enough to leave a name for the ages. Your old Li family has produced a good emperor. Kong Xing, how far is this? There's even more chaos. There's a guy named Lushan who was recognized by Li Longji as his son. Wash 3. The amazing invention of the bib. Raise a tiger. The Ungshi rebellion broke out. The population has plummeted by 30 million. The decline of the Tang dynasty. This pile of things was recounted by Kong Xing in a single breath, and the crowd could only feel their heads buzzing. Chaos. It's just too messy. Where is my sword? Li Yuan's eyes were red as he angrily shouted. Li Shimon subconsciously asked, Father, what are you looking for the sword for? Li Yuan, is there any need to ask? Knowing this in advance, then I naturally want to start solving the aftermath from the source. As long as you're gone, won't there be so much mess behind you? Li Yuan hated troublesome things. Right now there was a most convenient way to solve the problem. He naturally chose the easiest. Li Shimon, no, you can't kill me. The new dynasty is in its infancy. and now it is the time when we are surrounded by enemies on all sides, without me, the general of the heavenly policy. What will you hold back when the enemy comes to fight? Li Yuan, what? My great Tang can't turn around without you? You're not the only one who can lead troops in fight. Li Shoning nodded her head quite approvingly. Don't worry about going. If the enemy hits, there's still me. Li Jianqing didn't say anything, but just silently walked out and called back the group of guards that Li Yuan had just dismissed not long ago, handing Li Yuan a handy sword. Li Shimen, a tiger's poison does not yet eat its child. Father, do you really want to kill me so ruthlessly? Do you really want to be like Lu Che and carry a 1,000-year-old curse of regicide? Li Yuan paused in his steps. He personally still valued his reputation. Fusu, there's no need to kill him. Can't castrating him solve the problem? Li Shimen looked at Fusu in shock. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Good idea. Men, hold him down for me. Don't let him escape. Don't worry. My knife is fast. It will definitely give you a clean cut and won't make a second cut. Kongxing sucked in a breath of cold air. No anesthetic. Direct cut Li Shimen, who was held down by 7 or 8 guards, kept struggling, and at the same time, the sound of ooze and us sharpening knives rang out. Help me. That guy over there. Didn't my dad trade me for information? And since the deal has been made, there's no reason to damage the trade goods later, right? Don't you think so? I'm damaged and incomplete. You're the one who suffers. Take me away. Take me away now. Li Shimen decisively asked Kongxing for help. Kongxing's eyes lit up even more for a moment. Unity juice, did you hear that? He's coming with me of his own free will. You're giving Tumblr a break. Tongbao, a good Wan Dynasty takeaway system froze by you magic change into the Wan Dynasty digging talent system. You know what those systems are saying about me now. They all say I'm practicing human trafficking under the banner of delivery. Kongxing's sad face. It's not that much of a stretch, is it? Didn't abduct many people either. Chapter 69, White Wolves in Empty Gloves. Yo, who did this scoop up again? Shunlu nibbled on a large apple and looked at the trio that appeared out of thin air not far away. This is, where? Qin. Li Shimen looked at everything in front of him in confusion. Didn't you say that Qin had already been killed by Ying Zhang in exchange for the eternal prosperity of China for all ages? In a trance, Li Shimen vaguely understood something. Sigma, time trader? I believe you. You are really making this up. Being able to travel through time and space may be true, but that whole trading for immortality thing is bull *******. Himself. No. All of them old Li's family have been fooled by this pussy. What kind of time trader? This is clearly the biggest human trafficker in all of space and time. Fusu, don't be angry. Don't be angry, ow. Come on. Wear a green hat to dissipate anger. We're treated very well in Qin. If you don't believe me, ask them if the salaries are high. Yes. Not starving in 20 years. Well, just starving. The unpaid by Qi. Yu Fei? You still has a salary? Xiaoyi, I don't know whether the salary is high or not, but the big cake is quite filling. Li Shimen became even more furious as he pulled off the green hat Fusu had put on his head. Degree. You mean, I, the king of Qin, have come here to work for your father? On what grounds? Am I necessarily worse than him? Isn't it just about destroying the 6 kingdoms? I can do it. Shulu's eyes widened. King of Qin? That's not a good thing to say. The guards are reporting that Kongxing has brought in new people, and Ying Zhang has just arrived. Very good. I love such valor. A flick of the wrist and the next moment, human stroke edition, hundreds of arrows. Whoosh. Li Shimen. As it turns out, it's perfectly possible to be instantly calm even when you're floating. After a long period of silence, he used his elbow to poke the somewhat stagnant Fusu on the side. Are you really your father's own? You were right next to me and he had the nerve to put so many arrows in the air. Sure he's pro-life? Fusu looked up at Ying Zhang with some grudges. On the side, Kongxing skillfully put away the riot shield, looked around curiously, pulled Fusu's sleeve and asked in a low voice, there's a question I've been wanting to ask. It's these secret guards. Around here, are there so many branches for them to squat on? Fusu, good question. I'd love to know. Li Shimen, it's just that. If it comes, it comes. I think. You're not that petty, are you? Ying Zhang frowned slightly and waved his hand again. Whoosh. Li Shimen. Kongxing took the riot shield and approached Li Shimen. Buy a shield? If you don't have the money, you can make an IOU first. I feel that you need this thing now. Really? Don't look at the human body tracing edge now. Later on, maybe which dark guard's hand shakes and shoots off. This is a light case of serious injuries. Heavy case of return to the West. This is too big a price. You can't afford it. Knowing what I know about Masa, he's going to have at least that many more rounds of it. Li Shimen. I'm standing right here. I don't believe he really dares to shoot me. You went to all that trouble to straighten me out, and you're willing to just let me die? I'm worth the most when I'm alive, aren't I? Kong Xing thought about it and felt that what Li Shimin said made sense. Jia looked at what was in front of him and felt that it was time for him to play his part. So he opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, Cheng Yu has been under house arrest for these days. His daily meal expenses can be saved quite a bit more in my opinion. Since this person does not want to work for you, why not directly throw Cheng Yu there, so that when he is hungry to take the knife to scratch some, as long as some attention, timely bandaging, against half a year of food is absolutely no problem. Li Shimin, Cheng Yu, is that the Cheng Yu I know? The king of hell. You are? Jia, you can also call me by my word. Li Shimin, Cheng Yu, Jia Duan. He looked at Ying Zheng with disbelief. I probably know where the term tyrannical Qin came from. With these two around, it's no exaggeration to say that tyrannical Qin is all praise. It's just a part-time job. I'm a good soldier. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Li Shimin, I really didn't concede. Working part-time to get money. Not shabby. What? No salary? Li Shimin's eyes widened. On what grounds? Kong Xing, because you're not like them You were used by your father to exchange information to come here, kind of sold as free labor. Incidentally, it was you who finally offered me to take you away immediately. Li Shimin. For nothing. That's no way to make a fool out of yourself. Li Shimin knew quite a few people and had a few dealings with quite a few merchants and traders because he had to go around conquering. But this was the first time he had seen such a style. Using the false identity of a time merchant, he lassoed himself over to work for nothing with empty gloves. He himself still volunteered to come along. No money, then how about a place to stay? Pop. A rental contract was slapped in front of Li Shimin. A palace? Ying Zheng, has your state, Qin, fallen so low that you need to rent out the palaces in the king's palace? Ying Zheng's face stiffened slightly. That's a palace that I brought to exchange backwoods technology with Kong Xing a few months ago. What technology is worth a palace? You're not getting screwed too, are you? When Ying Zheng was about to say something, he heard Li Shimin let out an O and said, Omega. I see. Voluntary transaction, right? Just the same as I am. There's no need to explain. I get it. Ying Zheng. Li Shimin, if you don't have a monthly salary and you have to rent a room, then you have to give some rewards when you win a battle, right? Otherwise, we can't pay the rent. Rent? Yes, rent. Kong Xing shook his head. This one doesn't either. Li Shimin? Kong Xing reached out and pointed to a clause on the rental contract. Look at what's written here. All the spoils of war, the bounties from winning battles, in addition to the needs of daily life. All the rest are automatically converted into rent. The rent of the houses in the palace, that billion points higher, is quite reasonable, right? Li Shimin. I don't really need to live in such a nice place. Jaden, got it. You're going to sleep on the street, aren't you? Li Shimin. It's not so shabby, is it? Fu Su thought about it, and a large light bulb slowly emerged from his head. I see what you mean. You come with me. It's guaranteed to meet your requirements. Half an hour later. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Wang Jian, and this one over here is Manhwa. Take a look. Who do you want to live there? I can arrange it all for you properly. Li Shimin. Wang Jian. Manhwa. Chapter 70, Raising Evil Spirits? Someone's been stealing food. Kong Xing frowned tightly as he looked at the much empty bottles and jars in front of him. He just traveled to the Great Tang with Fusu in less than half a day's work, and this had just brought Li Shimin back. When he realized that most of those food items he had specially brought from the modern era had magically disappeared. People are stealing all the annuals. I didn't even spare any. What if someone steals it? Add ingredients to it? Not necessarily cure the symptoms of the problem. Not to mention the possibility of retaliation. After all, this is the Qin Royal Palace. Can be suspected of stealing food objects are only a few. This head down to see the head up to see. Make too much of a deadlock is not good. So, pop. A few yellow talismans were affixed. Perfect. Kong Xing sat face asterisk asterisk. I'll see who dares to steal food now. In order to make the effect a bit more realistic, Kong Xing purposely replaced some transparent jars with earthen shells. After applying the charm, replaced the jar and put it back in place. Kong Xing nodded his head in satisfaction and was about to leave when he just turned around and his body stiffened in place. Brother Zhang, so what? Happy New Year. Ying Zhang's face was grim as he looked at the bottles and jars with yellow talismans behind Kong Xing. What are you doing? Nothing. It's really nothing. Don't think too much. Ying Zhang didn't listen to Kong Xing's defense, and walked quickly to those bottles and jars. These things with yellow talismans on them, that's how evil they look. These things with yellow talismans on them are evil and dangerous. So many evil and dangerous things have appeared here in Kong Xing. Ding. Trust 1-1, minus 100,000. Come on man. Brother, it's not good. Traitor Kong has been thrown into the brig by his father. Fu Su, who had just arranged for Li Shimen to stay at Li Xian's home, was dumbfounded when he heard the news brought by Ying Gao. Who do you think put who in the slammer? Traitor Kong has been sent to the brig by his father. Really? Of course it's real. I was in charge of escorting it there. How could I not know if it's true or not? Any idea what it's about? It seems like he's raising evil spirits in the palace and was bumped into by his father. Fu So? The more Fu Su thought about it, the more things didn't feel right. Kong Xing, a latter-day materialist, raising evil spirits? Still in the palace? It's the middle of the year. What's going on? Go, call everyone and go over to see what's going on with that evil spirit. 2 hours passed. Looking at the bottles and jars with yellow talismans in front of him, Fu Su fell into self-doubt. Could it be that Kong Xing he really? Ying Zhang, the facts are here. I've made up my mind. No one can plead for mercy. I.O.? The golden eagle poked his head out from behind the crowd and took a less coordinated step to one of the jars. Drooling. His extremely sensitive sense of smell told him that all those goodies his master had hidden away were in these jars. I.O. Heck. All disguises are paper tigers in front of Master Bird's sensitive sense of smell. Unfortunately, today's cans are larger and don't open well with claws, so you have to break them violently, skillfully grabbing a can, flying high into the air and releasing his claws. There was a bang. The aroma of meatballs gradually filled the air. I.O. The golden eagle drooled and peeled the shards of the tile jar aside, happily opening to eat. Father, is this what you're talking about, evil sneak? Fu Su pointed at the golden eagle that was wildly flaunting the meatballs, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It seemed there was a good show to watch. Ying Zheng. Li Shimen looked at the remaining bottles and jars and gritted his teeth. He decided to take a gamble before the chance to watch the show. Li Shimen moved quickly, and it didn't take long for those bottles and jars to be opened by him, and the yellow talisman that was originally affixed to them was also uncovered and thrown aside, revealing the delicacies hidden inside. Bear with me. So much good food. Fu Su sad face. So what would host the event like this? It's really scary. After this dazzle, you'll have to gain 3 pounds at least, right? Xue Lu wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth. No, it'll put on 5 pounds. Ying Zhang looked at the food and then at the crowd's reaction. He instantly understood why Kong Xing had put up the talisman. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go and release them? Ying Gao answered and immediately went to the prison, but only to return. How come you're the only one back? Where's Kong Xing? Is it still necessary for the widow to invite him? That's not true. Ying Gao shook his head. How can I put it? He's fooling those prisoners into signing a labor contract, asking those people to work for him as day laborers, saying that it's a shame for these people to be idle in jail and not make the most of it. Ying Zheng. Fu Su, then the one surnamed Kong didn't blame father for indiscriminately putting him in jail? Ying Gao, yes. He said that he had just come in not more than a few hours before he had to be let out, and asked me if there was no one to cook the New Year's Eve dinner, or if you, elder brother, had pleaded with him, and after I informed him of the truth he said he was the youngest in his generation, and he was in jail on New Year's Day, so he needed to be comforted with more New Year's money. He also said that New Year's money is given according to generation, not age, so, all of us have to prepare his New Year's money. Fu So, then you just gave it. Ying Gao felt a physical pain when he recalled what happened to him in the cell. It's New Year's Eve, and he's going to give Kong Xing his New Year's money before he even receives it first. Xuanlu froze for a moment, tugging his fingers together to roughly calculate, and sucked in a breath of cold air. Then this year, he must have made a lot of money? Where can I find someone younger than him? Not at all. Li Shimen's face turned ugly, that is to say, if I hadn't been brought here at this time, even if it was just a few days late, this New Year's money, I wouldn't have had to give it? He now seriously suspected that Kong Xing had brought him here with the intention of being able to earn an extra amount of New Year's money. As if, in terms of seniority, Li Shimen's eyes suddenly lit up. It's good according to generation. I'm considered the youngest in my generation besides Kong Xing, right? That means I get to receive a ton of money too. Yu Fei, Yu is behind you. Li Shimen, huh? Ying Zhang narrowed his eyes. You want New Year's money? Then let's go through the ceremonial procedures. I dare you to give. Do you dare to kneel and kowtow to me? Li Shimen, Jia asked with some excitement. Just do this really pay? Then I reckon someone could knock you out of business. New Year's Eve night. Kong Xing appeared at the banquet with a special iron basin for New Year's kowtowing. Big hands. Say, Moss, how many of those palaces over there to kowtow can I get? Fu Su pressed down on Kong Xing's hand. That's where I live. You stop it for me. Tell you what, I'll give you some more red packets, okay? Kong Xing's sad face. Yen 3. Geez, how embarrassing is that? The iron basin was stretched out, and a clattering mass of coins went into it. Fu Su, it's not easy for you to put together this. It's not easy, is it? Fusu grabbed another large handful from the bulging linen bag and put it into Kongxing's iron basin. Is it enough? Not enough, these can be yours. As long as you can lift it. Kongxing. Ingao slapped his thighs vigorously in remorse. Why didn't I think of this move at that time? The general sitting next to Ingao smiled a deathly smile and gritted his teeth, saying, you, nope, have, legs, do you? Ingao, hush, don't raise your voice, if you make father unhappy, you'll be fined. Coccyx, greater than or equal to petri dish less than or equal to. Chapter 71, Man, inherently has a death. As we all know, waking up with a hangover can be tough. Underline STH. Delete it. You deleted it. No deletion. No deletion. Shogun, don't you think this high kick of yours is very artistic? Kongxing clutched his cell phone tightly and turned on the skill, climber, flying and jumping up and down in the royal palace, with Xue Lu behind him playfully chasing after him. Ha! What high leg! Ingao opened his eyes in a daze and was filled with confusion when he realized his situation. How did I get into the tank? Struggling to get away. He was horrified to find that it was stuck. It's stuck. Only 2 legs were exposed and kept flopping around. Good news, no water in the tank. Bad news. Yo, who's this? Why did you fall asleep here? Is it more comfortable to sleep here? Fusu was like the cat that smelled the fishy odor and flew to the side of Ingao, noticing that Ingao seemed to be stuck and couldn't get out. And for a moment he was even happier. Oh old brother. Don't worry. I'm going to call my father to save you. Saying that, he pulled his voice and left slowly. Quickly come someone nah. There's a gentleman stuck in the tank who can't get out. Everyone, help. I'm going to leave this time and place and live somewhere else. What the what? Someone stuck in the tank and can't get out? What? Someone fell in the tank and drowned? What? Fuso missed pushing a man in a tank and drowned as a result? What? The person who died was Traitor Kong? What? I'm dead? Kongxing, who was still flying around and slipping while Lu play, was full of confusion. He witnessed firsthand how the rumor mill got more and more outrageous, so much so that when Ingzheng came out to check on him, he froze for a long time when he saw Kongxing standing on the beam of the room. You, not dead? And who's dead? I don't know. I'll go over and check, Kongxing said, between turning around. His face quickly changed to Fu Su's appearance, took out the cat ear hairband from the system space and put it on. The full range of physical attributes are greatly improved, coupled with the skill, climber. He leapt between the palace walls and temples, and in just a moment's time, he was already far away and disappeared. Ha! What's this? Ingzheng raised his hand to catch a square object that fell in the air, and was about to scold Kongxing for not keeping his belongings with him, wondering if he had touched something by mistake, when he saw that the square object began to play a video automatically. The main character in it is none other than Shogun. Ingzheng. Late Shogun's sad face. Ah, it's over. The other side. Looking at the cat-eared Fusu in his field of vision, Ingao asked with the last ray of hope. My brother how many men did he call? Not much. Those who could come, basically came. It probably wouldn't have come that far. But the problem was that during the transmission I don't know which one of them shouted out that. Yes, I was drowned in this tank. Ingao. Agonizingly, he closed his eyes. It's just a matter of being tired and destroying my life's honor. It's all gone. Hey, don't give up. Here, give me your hand and I'll try to see if I can yank you out. Or are you going to just get stuck for a year? Ingao opened his eyes, reached out, and retracted his hand when he touched the 2 cat claws. Do you have to save me like this? You could at least take your claws back. Ingao, if I get scratched, should I take the so-and-so seedling that Kongxing said? TSK, okay. The claws contracted back and grabbed Ingao's hand and tried to pull it upwards, but it couldn't. It was stuck. How did you manage to get yourself stuck so dead? Ingao, I don't know. Why don't you just smash the tank? Be careful. Don't kill me. Carrot, don't worry. It's just a broken tank. This little thing won't be a problem. ZZ. Woo. A loud noise came from the side. Ingao was horrified. You. What? Wouldn't you just move a rock and break it? A rock? Where am I going to find you such a big rock? This side is full of small stones. It's better to use this one. Don't worry. It's quick. Don't be afraid. About 10 minutes later. Look. What did I say? It's going to be quick. Aren't you out here? The rescued Ingao stared blankly at the huge crowd around him, his toes clawing at the ground. He thought the most Kongxing had said was that those who lived in the palace had come, but he hadn't expected that even those who lived outside the palace had all come. He even saw the young Han Xian who came with Wang Jian. It can be said that, except for Changyu, who had not yet been released from house arrest and did not come, all those that Ingao knew and did not know, and could arrive in such a short time, all came. Last night's New Year's Eve dinner didn't come with such a full house. People. Inherently dead. Social death. It's not scary. If you don't believe me, look over there. Shui Lu. How happy is he smiling? A cat's paw patted Ying Gao's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Ying Gao looked up at Ying Zheng, who was rushing this way in the distance, and Jialu, who was following behind like a zombie, and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong with Jialu? Please watch the VCR." The backup video began to play in front of Ying Gao's eyes. With no one knowing who played it. Practically blind webtoon plays. Two white thighs appear in the center of the video. Ying Gao's sad face. Where are the clothes? I don't know. He was already like this when I bumped into him yesterday after the party broke up. Said you can't drink, don't drink too much. Easy to get into trouble. All don't listen. As the saying goes, people teach people can't teach. Things teach people. Once will. This time should be up memory. Right? Ying Gao, then this video. Don't worry. I have it in my heart. I didn't spread it around. So far, only you and Zhang have seen it. I remember that my brother drank a lot yesterday as well. Is there any such video of him? Knowing that he had someone to accompany him to his death, Ying Gao felt much better. No, how could there not be? 7 or 8 of our brothers went into battle together and wasted a lot of effort to get him drunk. How could there not be? Because he drinks water all the time. Ying Gao's sad face degree? He didn't take a sip? No, why wouldn't he? As soon as Ying Gao spoke, Fu Su's voice could be heard from afar. Come on, there's a gentleman here who climbed a tree too high and couldn't get down by himself. Come a couple of guys over here and get him down. Hey, don't jump, don't think about it, it's New Year's Eve. If you break your leg, it's not worth it. Ying Gao, I probably know why. Chapter 72, Sigma. You're a big smart ass. In modern times, on the high-speed train, Fusa sighed as he listened to Kong Xing's theories about visiting relatives for the new year. He thought that Kong Xing spent the new year in Qin because he was homeless, but he didn't realize that it was simply because it was not easy to get a ticket home before the year. This year, not only is the ticket not good to grab, a number of places before the year is either a blizzard or freezing rain. The road is not good. Now go back just good. Sunny day alas. And, crucially, it's a way of avoiding those relatives who come out of nowhere that you don't see twice a year. Fusu, is it so scary to see relatives on New Year's Day? Do you have to pick a day to avoid them? The key is that those people don't see each other more than a few times a year, and some of them haven't seen each other for a few years, so when they suddenly see each other again, the thing they're most afraid of is that they'll ask you, do you remember who I am? It's fine if you can answer, but if you can't or even get it wrong, you'll be criticized. Fusu didn't feel much about this, and even felt that Kong Xing was exaggerating a bit, until he got off the high-speed train station and followed Kong Xing to his old home, and froze in place before he even stepped into the village entrance. A dozen or so older women sat on their respective small benches, craning their heads, stoned on melons, and looking straight this way. Fusu's scalp went numb at the look. He swore that he wasn't even as stressed as this when he went to court. And just then, Kong Xing shoved a handful of melons into Fusu's hand. I'll give you an important task. You're a stranger, and they don't know you. So go ask around for me and find out how low the popularity has gotten in the 6 months I haven't been in the village. What? I'm going? Then what are you going to do? I feel it is not good to go home empty-handed. Just passing by is not to see the sale of sugar oranges it. You hear first inquire. I buy a few pounds of oranges, will soon be back. After Kong Xing finished speaking, he turned around and left, not giving Fusu the slightest chance to retort. An hour later, Fusa sad face #surname Kong. You can buy oranges for an hour? Wait, what's that you're not wiping off the side of your mouth? Great, letting me pry into your popularity is fake. Facilitating your food stealing is real, right? Kong Xing casually wiped his mouth clean. Ahem, that's not important. Did you inquire about anything important? At the mention of this matter, Fusu's expression was subtle. They said that you were arrested. I'm able to go home now because I was released after my sentence was completed. Kong Xing, normal. This year is quite friendly. When I went to college, I didn't go back for 4 years straight, and when I drove back, I was told that I earned this car by selling my loins, and that the reason I came back for 4 years was because I had to recuperate from an injury. Fuso, then you, waist, is it still there? Kong Xing was silent. Kong Xing roared, you're the one with no waist. Fuso was thoughtful. What makes life exciting is its uncertainty. Looking at the dozen or so extra relatives in his own yard, Kong Xing's brain briefly went down. Fusu, how else can we say we are relatives? This even the idea of visiting relatives on New Year's Day that are the same Kong Xing, what's the first day of the year? Aren't you in a hurry to go to work after the new year or what? Really, that's how it works? By the way, who are you people? All of you? Who is it? Memory extraction. Face recognition in. Recognition failed. Look at these kids nowadays. They're really reading stupidly. Why don't they know how to call out? Remember who I am to you? When you were little, I even hugged you. You always know me if you don't know him. I came up to your house this time last year. Hey, you're called that, what's his name? Kong Mengshu, right? Kong Xing. That's my cousin's name. Fuso pft. Fusu dead pinched his thighs. In front of the eyes of this in the end what is a large-scale relatives do not know each other scene. He now sort of understood somewhat why Kong Xing wanted to hide. Just when the atmosphere of the scene was a bit stagnant, a relatively young relative's eyes suddenly lit up, dug in his pocket, and took out a red envelope. Quick question. What should you call me? Bonus money for the right answer. Uncle cousin, can I not recognize you? My dear cousin, you're dressed like this today. You're so old and handsome. Is it really as handsome as you say? Must drop. Red packets to the hand. Feel the thickness of that, not bad. Praise words one after another even to the collapse. Praise the cousin uncle that called a heart of flowers. Fu Su looked at Kong Xing in shock. Ooh, you know people from red envelopes, don't you? And just as Kong Xing was happily collecting red envelopes with one hand and recognizing kisses with the other, he was busy. A large hand precisely tugged on Kong Xing's ear. What are you doing here, you little brat? So many people come to the house and you don't know how to help greet them. Why don't you go and help in the kitchen? Oh, Kong Xing weakly answered and dashed into the kitchen. Mom, my dad asked me to help. With that, he skillfully took the apron and pushed the man out the door. Just leave it to me. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. It's about satisfying yourself. Mother Kong spat silently. Fu Su, you just came back and you have to work so many people to eat? Do you need help? Kong Xing shook his head. You don't understand. It's not the same. I do it and my mom does it differently. What's different? He. Fried chicken, you haven't had it yet, right? With the limited conditions over in Sheen, my cooking skills are severely limited. So you're in luck today. Ka chow. Click. At the dinner table, Kong Xing ate freshly fried potato chips, pouring a large mouthful of ice coke, yelling, don't be polite. Eat. Not enough, I'll go make it again. Fu Su was a little silent as he looked at the aroma of fried chicken, potato chips, starch sausage, barbecue, spicy candy canes, mushroom hot pot, and other tantalizing delicacies on the dining table. Equally silent were the relatives. Xing not big uncle I say you is you this mushroom hot pot? It sure cooked through. Don't put people in the hospital again like last year. Fusa twisted his head in consternation to look at Kong Xing, blinking. And you poisoned someone? Kong Xing stares. It's not poisoned. It's just undercooked. Eat it or don't eat it. Hiccup. Drinking a cold Coke in the middle of winter is awesome. Isn't this gadget better than all that booze? And you don't have to worry about getting a DUI check. Cousin uncle extremely show off the Coke and fried chicken. He craved these things for a long time, but due to the age of the reason, has not been able to eat in a dignified manner. Now it is difficult to have such an opportunity to show. Must show. Drinking hurts, but drinking Coke doesn't? It's full of coloring. It's full of additives. Kong Xing, second aunt, you can't say that. Anyway, I haven't seen any news reports about murderers blaming it on drinking too much Coke. They only blame the alcohol and the victims. Yo, you've grown up, haven't you? If I say one thing to you, I'll say 10 more. You've got no manners. Kong Xing was shocked. Holy crap, you just realized nah? I thought you wouldn't be able to spot this with your IQ. Little mouth blah 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 blah. You're so capable. How much money do you make in a year? The sage Lao Tzu once said that it doesn't matter if you earn money or not. Lao Tzu? When did Lao Tzu say that? Naturally, when the grandson asks. Fuso sad face mouth, hiss. That's great. Another day of knowledge. Chapter 73, Tutor. Let's be friends. Fu Su sort of had a whole new understanding of eat without speaking. Sleep without speaking. This meal is not good to eat, you just keep talking. That is a dislike a squeak Kong Xing was in excellent spirits, mainlining the fact that a man to epilepsy is invincible. Fuso was there flaunting his chicken wings and quacking away when the conversation somehow veered to him. Hashiwa-chan, this is your friend, right? Why don't you know to introduce us and get to know them? Kong Xing, high generation, no red envelope, can't afford to recognize. Hey, how old are you? Still in school? Where do you go to school? Where are you from? Kong Xing, it's not much older, more than 2,000 years old. It's natural to go to school where you can at the age when you should be going to school. His hometown? Hometown galaxy. Okay, next question. Relatives. Fuso, that answer. It seems like, isn't wrong either. Under Kong Xing's insanity, the atmosphere at the table was harmonious. Laugh it up. There's no place to point it out. Is there? but there are only a few things in total that can be a topic of conversation during New Year's Eve. And when all is said and done, it naturally and inevitably comes back to work. Kong Xing, what kind of work am I doing? You ask? Just like you guys. It's just a money mover. Cousin's eyes widened. Haven't seen you for a year. You've made a fortune. You've gone to work as a banknote courier, right? Are you still hiring there? Ahem. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to experience the weight of money. Mother Kong said, I don't care what your kid is busy doing all day outside. But one thing, illegal and disorderly things should never be done. So, you be honest with your mom. You didn't go into all that money laundering business, did you? We can't rob a bank, can we? Kong Xing? What the hell kind of money laundering robbery is that? No, Mom, the matter of karma's waste is even more forbidden. Father Kong emphasized with great seriousness. Things like karma's own waste to sell for a car should never be done. Kong Xing, I told you I didn't have a karma. That's a rumor. Rumor nah. Father Kong, oh, then how do you prove that it's a rumor? Kong Xing. Fusu sad face, the source of the whole star epilepsy seems to have found After dropping off the group of relatives, I thought there was nothing else to do, but there was a friend request on my cell phone. A phone call also came at this time. Said that he felt that Kong Xing was idle all day long, so he used some contacts to find a job for him to recruit the boss's assistant. Alright, Auntie San. I'll talk to that person and see Kong Xing said as he cut the screen and passed the other party's friend request. After hanging up the phone, he tossed it directly to Fuso. Fusu, I'll talk for you? Boss's assistant? What kind of job is that? I don't know myself. But with the cell phone already in hand, Fuso could only try to chat with a stiff upper lip. Manager White, your aunt introduced you as the boss's assistant, right? Fusu thought back to his usual habit of seeing Kong Xing chatting with others on his cell phone, and hurriedly sent an emoticon over. The money is boundless, dollar, the tycoon. Let's be friends. Manager White, Manager White, you're funny. Here's the thing. Our leaders hate people who don't have eyesight. So I have a few questions here. Is it convenient to answer them? Moneyway Unlimited. Manager White, Manager White, what should you do if the leader sings at a KTV party? Money running, I applaud. White manager, leader of the dish? Money in the bank, I'll turn the table. White manager, leader's toast? Money running, I'll drink first. White manager, leader walking? Money running, I'm taking the car. Mr. White, leadership speech? Money running, I'm stoned. Manager White, Manager White, that's right. You're very good and capable. I'll come back to you when we recruit leaders next time, Bye. System alert, you are not yet each other's friend. Fusus sad face 3, Kong Xing did I screw up for you? Strange. Obviously they usually see Kong Xing as so chatting Thought it was their latter-day young people chatting habits But now, what's wrong? Kong Xing sad face mouth, screwed up? That means this position is not suitable for us. Let's go. I'll take you to pick up the courier. Don't we still have to mess with Xian Yin in a couple days? It just so happens that these things I bought have arrived. Talking about business. Fusu's eyes brightened up. Go. Unlike the standard delivery post in the neighborhood, you have to go to a nearby town to pick up a delivery here. When he came, Kong Xing didn't drive his car with the license plate number of the thief pulling the cool car, and got off the high-speed train and also took a taxi directly back. It's not far from town, but who wants to leg it when there's transportation available? You mean we're going to ride this thing? Fusu looked at the 2 ostriches that Kong Xing had brought over from the house of some good neighbor and was petrified on the spot. Can this be ridden? Kong Xing, why can't I ride? How can they not be ridden when their homeowner agrees and they themselves agree? Traffic control is lax in the countryside. Wear a helmet and ride slow. It's fine. Fuso? It's understandable that the ostrich's owner agreed. But what the hell is an ostrich agreeing on its own? Unbeknownst to him, under the effect of the skill, Psychic Master, that Kong Xing had extracted from the system, convincing the ostrich to agree was a matter that couldn't be simpler. Even Kong Xing could make the ostrich perform a backflip if it could do it on its own. Psychic. All things have a spirit, and the spirit communicates with all things. Warm reminder, there really are no ghosts in this world. Kong Xing, of course. It's okay if you don't think ostriches are good. There are plenty of animals in the countryside. It's not like you can't get you a pig, if you want one. Fuso. Better ride an ostrich then. I'm Fuso, the eldest son of Qin. My father is Ingzhang. It's not that I didn't imagine that one day in the future I'd be in the limelight like my father, but I never thought that this day would be realized because of traveling on an ostrich. Kong, how do you control the direction of this thing? Choke it? Why are you choking him? You could have just said so if you wanted to turn or something. Fuso, confused for a moment, tentatively leaned over the ostrich and whispered in his ear, a little to the left. Please, it's not surnamed Kong. It's not moving here either. Kong Xing twisted his head and shouted at the ostrich Fusu was riding. Degree, go a little to the left. Yes. In that direction. Go a little further. Yes. That's the position. Fuso, who witnessed the entire movement of the ostrich, was stunned. Are you able to communicate with them? Why else wouldn't they listen to me? Kong Xing, that's because you didn't recite the incantation. That's why you can't understand their language. Chanting a spell? What spell? The incantation is rather complicated and you won't be able to memorize it all at once. But that's okay, you can open this up and the effect will be similar. Fusu took the megaphone thrown by Kong Xing with confidence and turned it on. The next moment. My last name is Ing. Defiant. Don't underestimate the strength of your brother. Lead 1,000 troops to break the royal capital. Swish. Almost at the same time that the megaphone was playing. In the market town, nearly 100 pairs of eyes landed on Fusu's body in unison. Fuso. I'm Fuso. Is there anyone who can come and help me? Chapter 74, Too much bullying. I'm going back to Qin. This way I am never coming back. If I come over here with you again, I'll be the size of a cutie. Before leaving, Fuso swore like this. You can see how traumatized Fusu's mind was by this experience of traveling on an ostrich. Kong Xing silently kept the recording of the oath properly, and after returning the ostrich to his good neighbor, he flashed back to Qin with a miscellaneous pile of stuff. Fusu looked at the empty place beside him in confusion, his brain briefly down. Where is the widow's Fuso? Kong Xing, have you finally gone after my older brother and sold him out? As soon as I returned, before I had time to put my things away, I was greeted by Ing Zhang and Shulu's inquiries. Kong Xing scratched his head with a confused face. Huh? Fuso? He didn't follow? Turning his head to look around, he still couldn't see Fuso. Sigma, degree mouth degree, yikes. Kong Xing, it's okay, brother Zhang. Just forgotten by me after 2,000 years. Can't lose. Why don't I go get him back here? Forgot about the afterlife? Ing Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he wasn't sold. No need. Throw it there first. It's not too late to take it back after some time. Save him from looking upset when he's wandering around in front of the widow every day. Kong Xing, okay. Shulu, what about the morning court? What will the ministers say if they ask why your brother isn't here? Although Fusu lack of absence in the morning court can be carried out as usual, but less of Fusu will always make people feel that there is something missing. Ing Zhang looked at Kong Xing. That's simple. Fusu is absent because of you, so you can pretend to be him for the few days he's away. Kong Xing, degree mouth degree, me? No. Will this work? Fuso, I can't act like it either. Ing Zhang, I allow you to make appropriate profit. Well, appropriately. Don't go too far. Kong Xing, oh, I'm actually good at impersonating. I'm not going to lie. I studied acting in college. You just watch. As the words fell, Kong Xing's face quickly changed into Fusu's appearance, and his voice also changed at the same time under the effect of the skill, sound mimic. But we had a deal. I'm really going to make a little money out of this. Aren't I? No backsies. Ing Zhang, as long as it's not too much. Whatever. Anyway, it's just a disgrace to Fusu. Kong Xing, in that case, I do have the right to discuss politics now, right? Ing Zhang nodded. Kong Xing, that's done. At the beginning of the new year, I suggest that the welfare of the court ministers be upgraded. Upgrading welfare? Ing Zhang was a bit stunned. This was something Kong Xing would say? But he saw Kong Xing heave a smile and rub the index finger and thumb of his right hand and said, there are business opportunities. Equal shares? There's a business opportunity here? Xuanlu subconsciously wanted to get closer to hear what Kong Xing would say next. But Ing Zhang suddenly spoke up. Xuanlu, go find Wang Jian. I have something important to discuss with him. It's a way to sidetrack yourself. Shenglu answered and left somewhat reluctantly. This also led to the fact that only they knew what exactly Kong Xing had said to Ing Zhang. What is it? Early the next morning, all the ministers who came to court were issued a delicate card. Even Shangyu, who had just been released from house arrest. Kong Xing, who was pretending to be Fu Su, explained, it's nothing, just a little New Year's benefit. With this card, you can enter the upper forest garden as much as you like during this month. No matter if you are going hunting or enjoying the scenery. It's only for this month. Shan Lin Yuan? Your Excellency, isn't that? Li Si vaguely felt that there was something unspeakably odd, but he heard Fusu continue. As you all know, unlike other kings, my father has little interest in hunting or anything else. This upper forest garden is idle, so why don't we take it out as a simple welfare reward for everyone? It's only for a month anyway. It won't get in the way. Fengjiqi, 1 month. Can you really just enter the upper forest court? Fuso, feel free to enter. You just sleep inside. After answering a few ministers' questions again, along with the arrival of the time for the court, the matter was temporarily put to the back of the ministers' minds. Among the group of ministers, Jia Yan stared dead at the card in his hand. That the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was wrong. Unlike the other ministers, he and Chang Yu, who had been banned by Ying Zhang, had plenty of time to think. Jia Duan, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. There is only one truth. I was staring at the card, reasoning out the truth, when a voice rang out. Jia, earlier, I heard Fusa say that you have a good plan for the Chu invasion? Ha? Jia Yan, who had been named by Ying Zhang, froze for a moment. How could he still be named and asked questions in the morning court? It's not right. It's even more wrong. This card, there is definitely something wrong with it. However, with the naming in front of him, Jia Yan couldn't think too much and immediately told the damaging idea of his dead soldiers assassinating and framing Xian Yan, causing him to be decapitated by his entire family. For the first time, the ministers who heard Jia Dan speak in a serious manner all looked at Jia Dan in horror. This thing is even more inhumane than the Kong traitors. Ha! Kong at least gave Xiang Yan a choice and room to maneuver, but Jia Yan is good, and directly decapitated the whole family. Li Xin, so what? Jia Yan, right? This clan, and you have a grudge? Jia shook her head. Li Xin, if there's no grudge, then why do you have to deal with them like this? If those who don't have a grudge are all killed, what will happen to those who do have a grudge? Unbelievable. Simply unthinkable. Jia Dan, isn't it the king who wants to ask me about my strategy? Didn't you guys say that the hardest thing to deal with in Chu is that Xiang Yan? So just tell me if my strategy will help in conquering Chu or not. Helpful. This is so helpful. Li Shimin even commented. High-end national wars often start with enemy generals to death. Even this matter, if operated well, said no more than a windfall. Fu Su also stepped forward at this time. Father, Kong Xing informed my son yesterday that his projection planting plan has also been almost ready. Ying Zhang nodded and looked at Wang Jian, then go get ready. Yes, Wang Jian answered. As early as a year ago, he had returned the war letter to the Chu side, and agreed with that Xiang Yan on the time and place for both sides to engage in battle. Totally not worried that Xiang Yan will not come. After all, earlier, those rumors created by Fusu, especially that book The King of Chu and his family's great general that year. That month, those things that sold like hotcakes, but was so furious that Xiang Yan even sent down a number of war letters to come. Modern. Fusu sat frozen on the beams of Kong Xing's old house, looking at the sky. Why haven't you picked me up yet? Not planning to beaver away and replace me, are you? But in place of my words, how could father not recognize them? Unless, the more Fusu thought about it, the cooler his heart became. Especially when he thought that all those small amounts of money in his chambers that he hadn't yet had time to hide had all gone into someone's pockets, and tears slowly slid down from the corners of his mouth. It's so bullying. Muttering, he took a hard bite out of a meat bun from the plastic bag he was carrying in his arms. How can I possibly eat all this delicious food by myself? Thinking back to the at least 8 boxes of pure milk in Kong Xing's room, and the huge pile of delicacies, as well as Kong Xing's parents' phrase don't be polite, just eat as you like in your own home. Fu Su's heart became more and more bitter. Humph. I told you not to pick me up. I'm done with you. Go drink the west wind. Chapter 75. We still trust the credibility of Mr. Chang. Brother Wang, help me analyze. What exactly is this Kong traitor's idea? As Shilo said, he took out the card that not only the ministers had, but also the various princes, and pushed it in front of Ingao. That's the upper forest garden, and it's just open to the public for a month? It's full of ghosts, isn't it? Ingao, the premise that you think there's a ghost in there is that you know more information than any of us. Those ministers, they don't know that the present-day eldest prince of Qin is Kong Xing's fake. If they knew that it was Kong Xing, then they would say nothing. But the problem is that they don't know. In their eyes, although the elder brother has become no longer as elegant and easygoing as before, but at least he won't pit them against the money. This vigilance, it has to be much lower. As for what the traitorous businessman Kong is playing at, have you forgotten what he said in his original statement? Xuanlu was a bit confused. He said, take this card and you can freely enter the upper forest garden within a month. What's wrong? Ingao casually picked up his quill and knocked Xiaolu's head. Notice the keyword? Enter at will. Enter. You do understand what it means to enter, don't you? Casual entry and exit are two different things. You can get in with a card, but that card won't count if you want to get out. Shogun covered his head in horror. This is what that word game is all about, isn't it? This of the loss of the previous pit have experience. Know that is surnamed whole on listening carefully. This if not listen carefully, only heard a general meaning, that, Ingao, that would be a hoot. No, why also give a month time limit? Because that is the upper forest garden. Limited time. Things are more credible, but also will give others a kind of time urging effect. Remind them to enter the pit earlier. Shiraku, wouldn't it be better not to go there? Ingao shook his head. It's even worse if you don't go. Shogun, Ingao, this is a benefit that the eldest prince and my father persuaded me to get. And if you don't use it or support it, you're not giving face. So, Ingao said, shoving his own card along with the one Zhaolu had pushed in front of him earlier back into Zhaolu's hand. I've analyzed so much for you. This is something you have to keep. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving face to your brother me. There is no need to thank me. Father has said that good things should come to your brother first. Here, take it. Zhaolu grabbed the two cards and looked at Ingao dumbfounded. This thing, it can still be given to others? Those ministers naturally can't be sent around like that. But we're different. Our status is similar. So, have you figured out which brother you want to give these two to? Naturally. A few days later, Ingin Man fell into deep thought as he looked at the 20 or so cards in front of him. So much, who else could I give it to? It seems, there's no one else either. We can't send it to Fuso, can we? But he's the one who came up with this stuff. To father? But what if Fuso is there? Burn it for Huha? Doesn't seem right either. TSK. Just go. There's nothing going on anyway. If you don't let me out, I'll live inside. Let's see who can outlast who. Ingin Man did not know that the current Fusu was actually Kong Xing. Not only her, but also many princes and princesses did not know that the reason why they were in such a hurry to send the card out was simply because they sensed something wrong from the behaviors of Ingao and Xuan Lu. After all, in the crowd, it was these two who had the most experience of being pitted. Their awareness of danger was also that much stronger than the crowd. When Ingin Man arrived at Shangling Yuan, she saw circles of guards surrounding the entrance from afar. When she got closer, she saw Feng Jiqi with a bitter face, holding a card and reasoning with the guards. Looking at its state, it seems to have been reasoning for a long time. Guard, I don't understand what you're saying. All I know is that Elder Duke said that those who take this kind of card can enter at will, but didn't say that they can exit from it at will. Can't get out means you can't get out. Feng Jiqi, you can't do this. I have to hurry back to prepare for the court tomorrow. If I miss the state affairs, you can afford it. Squire, I can't understand what you're saying, and besides, Elder Duke said that if anything goes wrong, he has his back. Feng Jiqi roared. I want to see the king. I have important matters to discuss with the king. The guards remained unmoved. I don't understand what you're saying. All I know is that Elder Duke said that if you don't go to the morning court without a reason, you'll be docked money. And if you don't do what the king told you to do, you'll be punished. Feng Goji sad face, why can't you understand human language? If you delay the affairs of state, are you not afraid that the king will blame you? Squire, the king blames that is also something that I need to consider in the future. What's more, Elder Duke said that he will take the blame if anything goes wrong. Long Duke's credibility. We still trust it. Feng degenerate. When she saw Ingin Man coming this way, she was pleasantly surprised. She couldn't reason with herself. But these guards should have listened to the princess, right? But it turns out, the Elder Duke said that if someone enters with a whole bunch of cards, when they come out, then they will be charged according to the amount of the cards. If this person is a prince or princess, a discount is available. 100 taels of gold for one sheet, more than 20 sheets, a total of 3,500 taels of gold after discount. Are you paying cash or do you have a note up front? A loan is fine. The interest rate is very low. Ingin Man? Feng Jiqi? Why is this getting more expensive as it goes on sale? Who did you learn this math from? Squire, my family is poor and I never went to school. Well, you can't just make random quotes. Guard, but Mr. Chang said that the offer is to be as high as possible. The higher the better. And he will take the blame if anything goes wrong anyway. Ingin Man. Great. Good enough nah. If anything goes wrong, he's got Ing Fusa's back, right? With these guards and the secret guards sent by his father to protect him. As long as he doesn't do anything wrong, he can even live in the upper forest garden. Let's just wait it out. Let's see who can outlast who. Anyway, a princess like me doesn't have to discuss politics. And there's no such thing as being fined for not attending court. Let's just spend it. But while Ingin Man can afford it, Feng Jiqi cannot. Seeing that the time of the morning court is getting closer and closer, the forced Feng Jiqi gritted his teeth and made a note of 100 taels of gold, which was able to be released. And the first thing he did when he attended the morning court to present his report was to denounce this act of Fusu. You can go in as you please, but you have to pay a fee to go out. How in the world can you do that? Fusu was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Feng Jiqi. No. Are you stupid? Then the upper forest court is so big. There are only so many guards in total, and all of them are guarding the entrance and exit. Won't you find a place without guards to turn out? Did it say you wouldn't be allowed to flip out? No. At this point, he turned his head and looked at Ing Zhang. Father, how did you recruit such a stupid person? Recruiting people, don't they know to test them? In this way, in order to prevent any more such cuties in the courtroom, appear, my son proposes that in the future, Officials will be required to undergo a rigorous examination for their positions. Phone Deji, dare to be angry, Sigma U. Ing Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. Is there a hint of introducing imperial examinations here? Granted. It's just this talking. It's not too good. There is the suspicion of calling the widow stupid. Men. Fork out. Fuso : Chapter 76. A man's eyes should look at him after 3 days of separation. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. The Fusu who was forked out by the guards shook his head and sighed. We agreed on an equal share that day. When have you ever shared with anyone? Ugh. Shaking his head, he was about to take advantage of being forked out to bolt, when the 2 guards, not knowing what brand new news they had gotten, quickly rushed over to Fusu, and one of them set up one side and started to fork the person back. Fuso : No. What's going on? I thought you were going to fork me out. Oh, I see. Backtracked. Did you? I knew it. Father, how could he bear to? More than 20 cards. 100 taels of gold each. After discount, 3,500 taels of gold. Is it not time for you to give the widow an account of this matter? Ing Zheng's icy voice came out. Apparently Feng Jiqi had told him that Ing Man was still stranded in Shanglin Yuan and could not come out. Fusu's forehead sweated profusely. The history books have clearly recorded how this person favors his own daughter, and how demanding he is to his own son. Li Shimin watched with great interest what was happening in front of his eyes. He said that his old Li family had a lot of fun. But now, how could he look at it? The Ying family also had a lot of fun? Fuso sat face omega, eh? Is the math not right? Shouldn't that be the price after the 25% discount? That's what that whoever taught me arithmetic taught me. Ing Zhang narrowed his eyes. Do you mean that this happened because the gentleman who taught you arithmetic taught you wrongly? Li Si, what is the offense according to the laws of Qin for those who teach and mislead the royal children? Li Si immediately stepped forward and said aloud. When the 3 clans are raised as a warning to others. When these words came out, the ministers were in an uproar. If they remembered correctly, the one in charge of teaching Fusu arithmetic nowadays seemed to be Kong adulterer. These 3 clans can't be easy to raise. Li Shimin shook his head with some regret. According to his own prediction, the next thing should be a big deal and a small thing, right? It's no fun. It's no fun. Why doesn't it fight? As expected, just as Li Shimin predicted, Fusu showed a tangled expression. To raise 3 clans, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. And then he pulled a calculator out of his robe as everyone looked on in shock and confusion. After pressing the button to calculate something, an electronically synthesized equal to 3005 came clearly into everyone's ears. Here, this is the gentleman who teaches my son arithmetic, anytime, anywhere, and answers all questions and doubts. Just quite a battery. This executing calculator 3 clans child minister has never seen. I do not know. Today can have the honor to see it? Ing Zheng, fork it out. The Fusu who was forked away by the guards again kept yelling. Every word of my son is true. This is really the gentleman who taught my son arithmetic. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other princes if there is such a thing. It is even mentioned that if you want to raise the 3 tribes, remember to prepare the money to go to Kongxing to buy goods. Large quantities from the best. Report his name. Can give a discount. The big river goes north. The stars in the sky hang from the treetops. Hungry goods, you do not go on the road to see the injustice of a roar while when it is time to eat now. Hey 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 hey. Let's eat when we say eat. 8 dishes and 1 soup. Kakahian na. Listening to the magical song coming from the courtyard of his old home, Kongxing's entire body was confused. Unbelievably, he rolled over the wall. His eyes met with, who was clasping his elbow and clicking his dazzle, and his jaw clattered to the ground. This is only a few days. New Year's fat 3 kilograms. You this how to eat into Zhu Gaoqi? It's been a few days, and you still know to come back for me. Ha? Is that how you treat your friends? Ha? You don't know what kind of misery I've been going through these days in your hometown. Hiccups. Kongxing, _ But you don't look like you've suffered. Do you? Take another bite of elbow meat into his mouth. Slurring his words, sad face. Enough of this. Where is father? Didn't he ever worry about me being sold by you? Kongxing, brother Zhang, he's worried about you. Otherwise I wouldn't have come over to take you back today, wouldn't I? Tikfusa swallowed the food in his mouth and stared suspiciously at Kongxing. Really? Couldn't have dug me some kind of hole just waiting for me to go back, could you? So are you going back or not? Back. Of course I'm going back. But not now. Not now. Then when? After I finish this meal, would you like to sit down and eat some too? Kongxing shook his head, found the location of his bedroom here, and rolled the window in. Unsurprisingly, all the goodies were all made by someone. You go back to your own house, to your own room, and you have to go through a window? Ahem. What's that? It's a reflex these days. Get used to it. Conditioned? Habit? No. What the hell have you been doing behind my back these past few days? This country. Can I ever go back? This is too scary. Over the walls and windows have become a reflex. Kong Xing what he did. And all of this, quickly learned. The end of the Warring States period. Qin, the king's palace in Xianying City, just after being brought back by Kong Xing, rushed towards Zhengtai Palace, firstly, to report to Ying Zhang, and secondly, to make it easier for him to ask him what had happened in the past few days while he was away. But before he could reach Zhengtai Palace, he was arrested by Ying Gao with a group of guards. No, Ying Gao, what are you doing? I'm Fu Su, don't you recognize me? Ying Gao looked up and down at Fu Su's current appearance and was also shocked. No wonder they say that it's better to be a good man than a good woman. That's quite a change. It is you that father wants me to capture. More than 20 cards, just to extort 3,500 taels from the Princess of Qin. This matter can't just be left alone. How much? How many did you say? 3,500 taels? This must be the work of that surname Kong in my skin, right? Which princess was extorted? Ying Gao, winning man. Sad face, how come it's just her? But anyone else would have worked. Ying Gao, because she reacted half a beat slower. By the time she came back to her senses, all the cards in the hands of her brothers and sisters had already flowed into her hands. Oh, not only her, but those ministers were also slaughtered because they wanted to give you face and hold you up, and now every one of them is holding fire in their hearts. Now I kind of know why the last name of the whole will climb over the walls and windows into a reflex. This is for personal safety practiced, right? Chapter 77 Conceptual Gaps. What about punishment? Did father say how he was going to punish me? Yes, Ying Gao said, moving out an electronic scale. This is a friendly offer from Kong Trader. Father said that you will go to Wanjin's place to follow the practice for as many days as you have gained how many pounds of fat and write how many thousands of words on the practice. To tell the truth, elder brother, I'm actually quite envious of you. Even the punishment is paving the way for you to succeed the throne in the future. Father, he really has high hopes for you. We brothers don't have this treatment from you. You envy me, don't you? Fu Su grabbed Ying Gao's hand. Then I'll suggest to my father that you be my companion. I'll give you a share of my training tips. How's that? Ying Gao tried to pull his hand away in horror. With Fu Su's fat, he would not be able to finish writing even if his hand was crippled. Would he? Ying Gao didn't even consider whether Ying Zhang would agree to Fu Su's proposal. He just wanted to get out of the way and leave. No, 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 no envy. I don't envy that at all. Don't. Come along. There aren't many chances to learn from Wan Kuan. You have to make the most of it. Father has not yet decreed the position of Crown Prince, and before the result is finalized, you and I are both dark horses. Older brother, you have to stand up. Other countries are engaged in royal disputes. We can't stay out of the loop. We must fight. The corners of Ying Gao's mouth straightened. Why does he have to say everything? This can't be much farther from the Zhengtai Palace, and if you're yelling so loudly, aren't you afraid that father will hear you and punish you? Fu Su, if I hadn't met Kong Xing before, I would naturally be afraid. But now? Would you like to guess how much gold in total I have written him an IOU for? Having been placed by father at Kong Xing's side, I owe him a lot of money. It's that father really dares to beat me to death. Can that fortune hunter spare it? I'm from his big money. Ying Gao, what's this new death warrant? Nope, you've got a hole in this one. Just in case, and I mean just in case the two of them are on the same page. What are you going to do about it? Fu Su was instantly silent. If it's really like what Ying Gao said, there's no solution to this question. Let's not talk about Ying Zhang. Let's just talk about Kong Xing. Hell knows what kind of strange and weird things he has on him now. That's why you have to cheer up. In case I make myself disappear one day. Your role. This is not manifested it? Go go go. Study together. Fu Su grabbed Ying Gao and brought him forward. But Ying Gao tried to break free but couldn't. Stop struggling. Do you know what it means to be stalwart and courageous? I've only gotten fat, not crippled. Want to slip out of my hands? You're too much of a rookie. You still have to practice nah. Ying Gao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Yan Gu, right? 3 years east of the river. 3 years west of the river. Give me time and I'll let you know what it means to change times. Buzz. Accumulated for a long time, the system lottery carousel spinning and stopping. Turn empty although common. But after another pressure Su Fu 10 years of life blessing shipment. Or draw some things that make Kong Xing satisfied. For example. Ding. Congratulations to the host who has had a stroke of luck and has successfully extracted the rare prop, the key to the door. It is now temporarily stored in the system space. Key to door? Can open anything defined as a door and is automatically destroyed after use. Ding. Congratulations to the host's overwhelming luck. Successfully extracting the special skill. Money makes the devil work. Money makes the world go round. Money. It's not everything. Unless you're rich. The prop, key of door, and the new skill, money makes the world go round, were the things that Kong Xing was satisfied with. Although, gate key is only a disposable item. It's a profitable prop if you operate it properly. What is it called when you can open everything that can be defined as a door? Conceptual God. The door to Fusu's chambers is considered a door, right? The door to the treasury is in here too, isn't it? It doesn't make sense that the aircraft carrier's throttle, the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate, and the God of Wealth's family gate wouldn't be considered gates, right? Kong Xing held the key of door and giggled. He simply loved this prop. Okay? As for the skill, money makes the world go round. To a certain extent, it could be considered half a concept-level divine skill. If you have enough money and are willing to give it up, there is nothing you can't do. Even life expectancy can be taken from Hades? Hey, yeah. Kong Xing realized with a jolt that something was wrong. Is this skill, money makes the devil work, really your own, and not a hole dug by some black-hearted tutor? How can it be possible? This is the skill you drew. It's a tailor-made special version. Old rare. Kong Xing. I might not have been so sure just now, but now it's a sure thing. Money makes the world go round? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's clearly, the host's money goes into the pockets of the unicorn. Eyes gurgling, the plan came to life. Tailored, rare edition, works well, can do anything with enough money? I don't believe it. This is definitely a big hole you dug for me to come from. No, nothing. The skills drawn are all randomized. Yes, random. This is a program that was set up from the beginning. So how could there be a pitfall? Kong Xing sad face, oh, really? But I see from this skill profile that you can do everything by burning money? In other words, you can even get immortal laws and stuff? Immortal magic? The system program was all a bit misplaced by Kong Xing's question, and only had to answer hastily in order to cope with it. Naturally. With enough money. Naturally. But immortal laws are immortal laws after all. That is, if I give them to you, you won't be able to use them. Kong Xing, that's fine. Won't you just find me another immortal and ask him to help solve the problem of my inability to use immortal magic? It's expensive. The system tried to dissuade Kong Xing like this. Kong Xing, on the contrary, waved his hand. Looking extraordinarily generous, I have the key to the gate. Can I be short of money? I'll give it when the thing arrives. Payment on delivery. Or you're trying to screw me. The system was helpless, and didn't think much of it. After all, pit or no pit, the exact value of the stuff isn't up to you? It's just that there's no such thing as immortal technique here on its own, so you have to go to a professional tutor to get it. After going offline briefly, Kong Xing received what he wanted when he connected online again. Lightning strike, limited to once per week. Before casting the spell, silently recite the exact coordinates and the name of the person to be struck 3 times, or suffer the consequences. Kong Xing, oh, no, that's it. Are you satisfied with the stuff? It's a great deal of money spent by Toop. Ahem. Kong Xing sad face, my skills. How I use them is none of your business. Speaking of which, why did you go offline just now? Bad signal. He's a lessee. Almost got exposed. Luckily, Tongpo was smart. Let's not talk about it. Where's the money? Duong. A large box of plutonium was carried out by Kong Xing. Here, the money you need to start the skill. Is it enough? It's not enough. I'll go find a way to get some more. Plutonium? Yeah, isn't that money? Is it true that only money in the young world is considered money, but not in the nether world? There's something wrong with your thinking. You're not taking the heaven and earth bank seriously. Hashtag, who the hell is the problem? Kong Xing, heh, you want to screw me? No way to get money from me. Hey, there are loopholes I just drill. As for the system will not directly confiscate their own money and wealth and so on. Kong Xing is not afraid at all. They have long been preventing this hand. Their own wealth accumulated over the past few months, are placed in someone's name, is considered a gift, and now is considered that person's wealth. Other people's possessions? The system does not have the right to force the collection. Even if the system backtracks and takes back the lightning strike to Kong Xing, it's not a loss. It's just like having fun. And just as Kong Xing thought, the system grumpily took the box of plutonium and patched it urgently. Soon, Kong Xing noticed that the skill had changed. Money makes the world go round. Money. It's not everything. Unless you're rich. Special note, plutonium is excluded. Except plutonium. Except plutonium. Kong Xing, plutonium won't do. That said, what was the very first? What was defined as money? System. You've got to stop when you're right. Chapter 78, Heaven will destroy me. I don't know if it's a case of punking the system once, but in the days that followed, the triple option assignment tasks were extremely outrageous. Even in contrast, the previous list became normalized. Talking to a caveman about ideals in the future? Teach the UNMO people the art of war? Building gold for the Hebrews. Pyramid? Kongxing looked at the system page on the 3 choices of pi single in the wind. This is outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Although thanks to the skill, psychic, Kongxing and any living creature communication is no longer a barrier. But the caveman that is how many years away from modern times? Talking about ideals with them, who may not be able to survive any day? This is definitely a bit sick. Kongxing sadface hashtag, don't let me know where all these outrageous lists come from. Kongxing had thought that this kind of list would last for 2 or 3 days at most, but it was similar for many days in a row. And there was even one that asked him to rob Regulus, until the Golden Eagle brought the news. Said to see Xiang Yan's army has already left. Kongxing simply also no longer wait for the brush out of the normal single. Right now or chew to see the fun thing is more important. As for if must take such a single cannot, Kongxing also already have an idea. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. He saw that Chengyu was quite idle recently. He thought that Chengyu should have a common topic with those ancient humans. Chengyu is Sigma, 3, superscript 33 superscript 33 Ahu. This inverted spring cold is so serious? I've worn so much. Why do I still feel a chill on my back? Strange. Look. What's that? Dragons. That's a dragon. On this day, the people who were in the capital of Chu were all stupefied as they looked in the direction of the Xiang family. Simply because on the Xiang family's fence, there was a 5-clawed golden dragon roaming around. People are born with visions. Enclosure projection. Isn't it a bit much worse? A few days later, Ying Zhang, who had received an expedited message from the Chu scouts, knew that Kongxing had made a move when he saw the content of the message. Kongxing, ahem. So what? The kind of projection you're talking about is too expensive. All we want is for that kind of rumor to appear. The fence projection is just right. Just tell me if this is a vision. Ying Zhang was silent for a few seconds and gave a pertinent comment of stingy. Kongxing, the projection on my side has been completed, and Zha's villain's chaotic secret code of evil arts is ready to be dropped at any time. I wonder how the arrangement of the dead soldiers on your side is going. As early as a year ago has been to Chu. Only, the widow did not directly adopt Jia Yan's scheme. Distant relatives assassination what is too deliberate. The widow will you two of the scheme combined a little. To that Chu king set up a little puzzle, leading him to check the facts laid out in plain sight. Which is more convincing to that king of Chu with his own ingenuity to find out? Let the king of Chu find out for himself? Kongxing just envisioned what that king of Chu's reaction would be after he had burned to death an unknown number of brain cells and exerted a lot of effort. And then his scalp went a little numb when he saw the little man tied up with his birthdate written on it, as well as the accompanying secret codex of evil arts. Ying Zhang, the natural phenomenon and the rumors are already making the king suspicious. But since the war with Qin is imminent, he has to be patient. But if he finds out the truth that I made up for him, he will only be more convinced. At this time, we only need to add a little more fire to him, and the show will begin. The widow is also curious. That Xiang Yan, how will he choose? Report. Great General, there is a change in the palace. The king urgently summons you back to the palace. Xiang Yan looked at the summoning token in front of him with an indescribably complex expression. This was already the 12th token he had received in the past few days. The war with Qin was imminent, but the king so urgently and frequently wanted to edict himself to return. So something heavenly must have happened. That's just it. To bustle the outside world, we must first secure the inside. It's better to go back and take a look at it first. However, just as Xiang Yan had made up his mind, another soldier came to report that there was someone outside the tent asking to see him. Who would be looking at this time of year? Xiang Yan came out of the tent with doubts, and his entire body was enraged to the extreme when he saw the visitor. Outside the tent is Xiang Liang, who is drenched in blood, and it's all about the bomb. Father, Xiang family. The Xiang family is gone, to be beheaded by the king's entire family. Only Feather and I escaped. Then, Xiang Liang talked about what happened in the past few days. A vision from the heavens. It's the heavens that are going to kill my Xiang family. What's this secret code of evil arts you speak of? What's the deal with zapping little people? Xiang Liang shook his head, stating that he did not know how those things appeared in the Xiang family and how they were searched by the king himself with his men. Xiang Yan, if Xiang's children didn't do it themselves, then only the king planted the evidence. The sky is falling with visions. The king's killing heart has risen. But my expedition has been outside. An uncertainty that needs to be guarded against, and an excuse to take action against the Xiang family. The secret code of evil arts is obviously a good idea. When he looked at the 12 gold medals in his hands again, Xiang Yan was furious and at the same time felt a hint of gratitude for his hesitation in the past few days. I'm glad that I didn't choose to go back when I received the first token. Otherwise, at this time, I would have already become a soul under the sword. Right? Xiang Yan didn't even think of this towards Qin. In his cognitive level, heavenly visions are the will of the heavens and cannot be controlled by man. And thanks to the war letter from Qin and the anger brought about by the previous rumors, Xiang Yan took away most of Chu's troops on this expedition. Today, several paths lie before him. Will you continue to go to the battlefield with Qin? Or will you return to your country to die? Or rise up and rebel against Chu? As a fellow Chu, he himself needed a reasonable slogan if he wanted to lead a counterattack against the country. Xiang Liang, this slogan thing, isn't it just something you can make up if you want to? Father, didn't you receive the king's emergency decree? Then what do you think? How about the slogan clear the king's side and pacify the country? The king ordered you back so urgently. It must be that there are traitors in the court who are wreaking havoc on the dynasty, right? Xiang Yan's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a great reason. As for his own appointment with Qin, the king wants to kill my family. He wants my head. Who's still working for him? As for the righteousness of the country, I, Xiang Yan, only know that my Xiang family has never been ashamed of the country. But the king is now trying to destroy my family. Such a king of the country. Whoever wants it, really killing it back. Ha! Wang Jian's mouth twitched as he looked at the latest movements of Xiang Yan's army from the scouts sent out in front of him. Sure enough, the saying that soldiers are tricky is true. I'm afraid that the person who proposed this sentence back then couldn't have imagined that one day, when the two countries were at war, it would unfold like this, right? The news that Xiang Yan had returned with his troops to counterattack likewise traveled back to Qin. Fusa found Yufei for an interview in the first place. Come, tell us your feelings. Yufei twisted his head to look at Bai Qi, Junwen. You thinks it's very necessary to arrange additional training for him. Bai Qi nodded his head, I think so too. I'll go to the king and talk to him. Fuso. Chapter 79, Fighting Against the Immoral. Executing the Tyrannical Qin. It's been a few days of rare sunny weather. After taking care of the political affairs, Ying Zheng had a whim and planned to go to the Imperial Garden to take a walk and soak up the sun. This would have been normal. But when he saw that most of the flowers and grasses in the Imperial Garden had disappeared and were replaced by various crops, Ying Zheng's entire body was confused. What the hell is going on here? Who planted these here? Widow's Good Imperial Garden. I do not know when it was exploded changed into a vegetable garden. Ah hey, who else could have planted it? Father, aren't you asking knowingly? Who else could it be but the one surnamed Kong? Fusa took a small back basket and slipped into the vegetable garden, lightly came to a piece of leek, rubbed his hands excitedly. Father, lend me your sword while I cut some leeks for dinner. Ying Zheng, you mean this is all Kong Xing's doing? Fusa shook his head, more than that. All those places you don't frequent have been more or less blown up by him. He changed all the places that I don't often go to? Ying Zheng's eyes widened. There were so many places he didn't often go to when he was always busy with political affairs. Let's just say this Imperial Garden. If it wasn't for the fact that he suddenly wanted to come here today to soak up the sun, maybe one day when he came here the vegetable garden would have already been upgraded to a vegetable market. Ah, Fusu, he said that you don't often come to these places anyway, and that these flowers and plants can only be seen and not eaten. But it's different when they're replaced with these. How nice to be able to bloom again for people to enjoy and bear fruit for people to eat. It's not just that the Imperial Garden has turned into a vegetable garden. The sun side, too, has been planted with a large number of sunflowers. Ying Zheng, is this a matter of whether it can be changed into a vegetable garden or not? What I am concerned about is why I didn't know about such a big thing until now. If I never came over here in my life, would I have to be kept in the dark all the time? This is the interior of the royal palace, so to speak, right under one's nose. But you didn't even know about this until now? Say, is there something else you are hiding from the widow? Fu Su's eyes fluttered, his forehead sweating profusely. Also, it's not much, but it's just that Kong Xing added some drama to himself and went to impersonate Xiang Liang. Speaking here, Fu Su looked around and lowered his voice. The less people know about this, the better. We can't expose it. But Kong Xing wants to use it to swindle Xiang Yu into working for us. I heard him say that this Xiang Yu grew up to be a fierce thief. Ying Zheng. Impersonating Xiang Liang? So Xiang Yan's slogan of counterattacking Chu on the intelligence was his idea? Hiss, why do I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Xiang Yu? His whole family was decapitated by his own monarch, so it was not easy for him to escape with his own uncle, who turned out to be one of the main culprits for all of this. Don't need to think. Also no, Kong Xing definitely designed many touching plays for himself. As for where the original Xiang Liang went, whether dead or alive, perhaps only Kong Xing knows. It's a good thing he's on the widow's side, Ying Zheng said, and gave an order. Fusu, go and inform all those who know that Kong Xing can change into another person's appearance, and whoever leaks this information will be executed without mercy. Yes, those who knew that Kong Xing could take on the appearance of another person were already few and far between, adding up to no more than a dozen fingers, so it was extremely easy to notify. Shogun, if you reveal it, you'll be punished on pain of death, including me and Ingao? Fusu, what else? Do you think father is playing with you? Shiraku, what if, I'm just curious, what would happen if you accidentally revealed it? Brother? Fuso's face darkened, grabbing Shulu's collar and pulling him to himself, his head against his head. When you speak, don't you ever think? On the other hand, Xiang Liang, who is the last only seedling of Xiang family, obeyed Xiang Yan's arrangement when Xiang Yan led his troops to counterattack the country, and quietly left with the last spark of hope of their Xiang family to hibernate. I don't know if it's because of Xiang Liang's face, but by mistake, he was invited by a group of people to discuss the plan to destroy Qin, and it was Zhang Liang who organized it all. Now that tyrannical Qin is dominant and has already destroyed 4 countries, the king of Qi is dim and incompetent. He is no match for that tyrant, and you, Chu, have happened. If you don't do something, tyrannical Qin's steps to unify the world will be unstoppable. Zhang Liang tried to persuade Xiang Liang to join his camp. What he is looking at is the soldiers in the hands of Xiang Yan behind Xiang Liang. The Chu army had always been brave and good at fighting, and in his eyes, it was an excellent aid. Zhang Liang even proposed that if Xiang Liang agreed to join him, he could help advise and avenge Xiang's family. Xiang Liang, we can fully avenge ourselves. Then what if? I am confident that I can make your Xiang family the majestic master of this world. Don't you want to sit in that seat? Xiang Liang was stunned. Why should I trust you? Zhang Liang laughed. Just because I am Zhang Liang. Both my father and grandfather were once Sanguk of Korea. Xiang Liang, well, very impressive. Then why aren't you a prime minister? Zhang Liang. I was too young when my father left, and by the time I could be a Sangoku, the kingdom was gone. But that's not what I'm going to say. I, Zhang Liang, definitely have enough ability. Even if it's not enough, it's not a big problem. My family, since the destruction of the country, is poor, only money is left. I've disbanded all my household servants and sold what I could of my family's property, and now I'm, well, rich. I have the ability and the money. That's why I'm confident enough to say such things. Xiang Liang's sad face yen omega yen. It's good to be rich. It's good to be poor. I can't believe this came out to spice up the show. And there's a windfall. Ha! Immediately, he grabbed Zhang Liang's hand with an extremely serious expression, fell the Wayless, and put down the tyrannical Qin. I wonder what you have to say about that. Zhang Liang froze for a moment, then smiled even more broadly. I'm going to continue to go find some people and perform assassinations. An assassination can fail several times, but just one success is enough. I wonder if you have a worthy candidate for this assassin. Xiang Liang blinked. Assassination? Looking for an assassin? Sound like you're ready to find a lot? To find a lot of good Spend money to find assassins good I won't lie. I know quite a few assassins. It's just that as you know, it can take quite a bit of money to hire them. Money is not an issue. That's good, Xiang Liang said, and started to recommend the assassin to Zhang Liang. I know one called Erdogsy. He used to be the right protector of the Holy Fire Miao sect leader, and he's extremely skilled. Zhang Liang? 2 dogs? What the hell is this? In response, Xiang Liang explained, when he was a child, his family was poor, and his cheap name was good for him, so he came up with such a name. Zhang Liang, I see. Then I'll trouble you to contact him. Money, not a problem. Chapter 80, The 5 Elements of Virtue. I'm Bai Qi. Since coming here, he has been asking himself to escort the king around. The king's safety and security is a matter of national importance, not allowing a single mistake. Over the past few months, I've managed to kill quite a few assassins who came to assassinate the king, but this one I encountered today is very different. All serious, don't laugh. All told, I'm here to assassinate Qing. 2 dogs emphasized with extreme seriousness. Fuso sad face, pfft. So that's your reason for wearing all black in the middle of the day? Could you be any more obvious? Afraid people won't know you're an assassin? Now I'm curious as to what great cleverness hired you to be this assassin. With a thought, Kong Xing's appearance returned to its original form. I didn't want to, but Zhang Liang, he's really a great guy. Rushing to give me money. Such a big gold master is not rare. So what? I'm short on time and heavy on duty. I have to rush to the next one. I'll kidnap a male as a hostage later on under the new identity of Wang Mazi. Which one of you would like to cooperate with me for a while? The corners of Ying Zhang's mouth straightened. This assassin, he all but spelled out his next move. That mask really is a divine artifact. Kidnap a male as a hostage? Ying Gao was silent. What do you need my cooperation for? Dismissing your guards to make it easier for you? Shiraku was a bit anxious. Being kidnapped, or kidnapped without risk or even money. There is only one place. How can you let it go so easily? Me? Tie me up. I can go out of the palace in the name of a micro-uniform raid to inspect the business of a salt store. So it's easy for you to do it. Fusu, what's there to argue about? Tie me up. I'm the eldest prince, so no matter if I succeed or fail, It's convenient for you to keep cutting new identities. Run to the next game. And keep gripping that Zhang Liang's money bag. Kong Xing, makes sense. Makes sense. Ying Zheng, just when the kidnappers and hostages are all ready to be determined under, began to discuss the specific scene, Jia Yan cannot help but speak. Why bother so much trouble? Directly Zhang Liang kidnapped. To a black eat black is not more economical? He is in your hands. Take how much money. Release or not, is not your decision? A word to the wise. Kong Xing sad face degree mouth degree, right. Wouldn't the best way to empty his pockets be to tie him up? Take the employer's money and kidnap the employer. Then demand all the employer's money. No problem. Go. Go kidnap Zhang Liang. Kong Xing greeted the golden eagle and headed out. Tying Zhang Liang? I'm afraid this person is not that good at tying up. I'll send you 2 men to go together. Kong Xing thought for a moment and paused. Sure. Who do you want to send? Brother Zhang? Ying Zheng twisted his head to look at Jia Yan, who was hiding behind Cheng Yu in an attempt to lower his presence, and said, it's just the 2 of them. Isn't it recorded in the history books that Zhang Liang was able to strategize in a tent and win from 1,000 miles away? So I wonder who was better between it and these 3-5 elements that are lacking in virtue. Chang Yu we're just here to kidnap someone. I still have the identity of Xiang Liang. There's no need to use the golden juice, right? Covering his nose in horror, Kong Xing shielded Jia in front of him and bitterly persuaded Cheng Yu, who was boiling the golden juice. Cold fact, the golden juice here is the product of boiling urine mixed with feces. Cheng Yu, what can I do? Who told you not to agree to run around naked in Zhang Liang's face and touch people's asses? It is the morality of others Zhang Liang that is corrupted, not yours. What can't be done? If you don't agree, then this will have to do. As long as the door is welded shut beforehand, then we just need to make a hole in the roof and keep pouring this stuff in. Not to mention wanting to weed out his money bag, or even make him sign a dozen IOUs. Kong Xing briefly envisioned the scene and became even more horrified. But Jia Yan shook his head and thought it was not good. Time is tight. I'm afraid I can't get such a large amount. So, Kong Xing did not say that he still has the identity of Xiang Liang. Use this identity to find a way to give him under the masking agent. To make him dizzy, when he is awake to threaten him with this. Do not pay the money to fill him with gold juice to eat. The amount of big tube full. This golden juice can still be a very good herbal medicine to come if we change the process. It's reasonable for us to treat him to herbal medicine and take some of his money. Kong Xing went numb. This 1 or 2. Just can't get enough of the gold juice. Can they? It's not that it can't be used. It's just that the man can't be wanted after this whole thing. Can he? Cheng Yu was stunned. Huh? This person you still want? He alone, made of military food, is not enough to share, right? Jia. Kong Xing. You 2 better get out of the way and see what I'm made of. 2 days later, Zhang Liang woke up in a daze and was shocked to find that his hands and feet were tied, not to mention that his mouth was stuffed with a ragged ball. Even worse, there was a large circle of big men standing around himself, eyeballing about a dozen of them, and with his own sobriety, one of the big men licked the corners of his mouth and opened his mouth. I heard that you're rich? How about this? You give us all your money, and in exchange, we'll serve you well until dawn, okay? Brothers can be the head of the neighborhood rabbit house. Today get together. You earn a lot, you know? Zhang Liang was even more alarmed. He knew what the rabbit house was. Zhang Liang sad face times, Well who sent you? Don't let me go yet. Do you know who I am? Big brother, why isn't he talking? The boss said. If he doesn't say anything, that's a tacit agreement. Come on, brothers, get on and strip. Line up. The boss said that this is a big moneymaker, so we have to serve him well. 1 by 1. Everyone gets a share. Big brother, I'm timid. Can I join you? Get out of here. I don't like squeezing into a nest with other people. As his body gradually became cooler, Zhang Liang became more alarmed and struggled desperately. Meanwhile, a wall away, Jia Yan and Cheng Yu looked at Kong Xing with the same horror. Is that how you got it all done? It wasn't easy finding so many rabbits to come over, was it? Kong Xing waved his hand. Don't worry. It's just an actor used to scare him. How expensive it is to look for a rabbit. It's better to directly pour gold juice with that free time. Just as Kong Xing had said, after Zhang Liang had become naked, someone finally noticed his mouth that was gagged by a ragged ball of cloth. Kindly help pull it off. Hey, do you accept 2 people together? Zhang Liang sad face. I accept your grandmother's leg. Who sent you? How much did he pay you? Tell you what, I'll double it and you guys go screw him. Don't touch me. Double? A few big men looked at each other and shook their heads ethically. No, too little. A wall of whole stars? Ja ha, asterisk. Kong Xing, why are you laughing? I went to them with your face on. Jia. Chapter 81, The Obsession of the Angler. The smile on Jia's face instantly tightened and his laughter came to an abrupt end. Cheng Yu, laugh. Why don't you laugh? Is it not funny? If you don't laugh, I'm going to laugh. Cheng Yu is in this nook and cranny of joy, turned his head and heard the voice of the few big men in the house rang. Who's our boss? You ask? Listen up. Our boss is Cheng Yu, a great benefactor who lives in Xianyang. Qin. Zhang Liang, Cheng Yu, right? I remember. Cheng Yu? Clueless fruit on a clueless tree. Clueless tree Jia and I. The people have lost another one of their smiles. What will be the consequences for Zhang Liang, who was pitched out of his money, almost lost his modesty, and had his chrysanthemums unprotected? To remember? Cheng Yu simply envisioned it, and his back went a little cold. Using Jia's face and reporting my name. Do you have any conscience at all? Kong Xing, but I'm Kong Trader. You expect a trader to have a conscience? Then you might as well expect Jia Deng to become of high moral character. That one has a better chance. Cheng Yu. Jia. But after all, it's Zhang Liang who holds a grudge. That's Zhang Liang, and it doesn't feel good to be held in his grudge, so I propose that we simply do nothing and give him. Cheng Yu said, making a neck-wiping motion. Jia Duan, no. You and I are both good-hearted people. How can we kill a living being? Being a man leaves a thread. We will meet again in the future. It's better to leave him a way out. Cheng Yu, leave a way out? Yes. So that's why he appeared before the widow with a grass skirt over his head? Ing Zhang turned his back and looked up at the sky with a rather complicated mood, and behind it was Zhang Liang, who had been pressed by the 3 lakhs combination and knelt on the ground for an entire skeptical life. He has always regarded Ing Zhang as his enemy, and has envisioned many times how the two sides would meet, and even secretly thought of a lot of things to say just in case. But he never expected that he would be naked when he met with his enemies. Even the grass skirt sheathed on her body now was kindly sent by Fusu to see her pitiful self. A gust of spring wind ruffled the corner of the skirt, bringing a large piece of coolness. Inside the long ago made-up words to curse the tyranny of Qin all by this embarrassing atmosphere stirred to pieces. Zhang Liang cannot say anything, lowered his head, covered the grass skirt. Do not know what to look for. Cheng Yu, your majesty, is this man to be killed or kept? I have traced it. The 2 dogs that assassinated you earlier was hired by him with money. Ing Zhang didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to be quiet. How on earth could I be so virtuous as to know these 3 goods? Maybe we shouldn't have arranged for these 2 when we arranged for Kong Xing's helpers a few days ago. You guys, take matters into your own hands. After dropping such a sentence, Ing Zhang directly left. The 3 missing combinations looked at each other and blinked. Handling it on their own? Well, that's a lot of ways to handle it. Jia Deng, noble birth, 5 generations of phases. That means your family also has a lot of money in your ancestral grave? Zhang Liang glared. What do you mean? It's not enough to kidnap my people and take my money. But you want to hit my family's ancestral tomb? Cheng Yu, it is not necessary to have things in the ancestral graves. Is to give you a choice? I personally it is more inclined to be filled as emergency rations. Kong Xing, your hate value towards brother Zhang, towards Qin is too high. I really don't feel comfortable leaving you here. So I'll just use it as a humane exchange. Zhang Liang, exchange? What do you mean? It's nothing. You'll probably know in a few days. Kong Xing said. The intention of a movement. Once again opened the page of the 3 choices of the pie list to look at. The unity of the son of the gas is still not eliminated. Is it possible that you are really going to dance with primitive people? Contemplating with his chin for a moment, he looked at Cheng Yu. There's a place where you can make a lot of emergency jerky. Do you go? What place? How long from now? Cheng Yu wisely asked one more question. About 1,700,000 years ago. Oh, 107 million? Or X? Cheng Yu's eyes widened. He kind of knew why Kong Xing would say that it was a place where a lot of emergency jerky could be made. Are you serious? No, can I not go? Aren't you always with Fusu? If you take him, you can't take me out. Hey, don't pull me. I'm not going. If you have to drag me there, then don't blame me for putting gold juice in your rice. I'll do it. Ding dong. You have taken a new order. Please complete the delivery in a timely manner. After waiting for a few more days, Kong Xing was finally allowed to wait for a slightly passable list. Only that its content was still outrageous. In some ways, it can't even be called a delivery order anymore. Mission, Angler's Obsession. Zhang Taigong fishes for the willing. But what if there is not a single fish in that river? Remarks, why is my nest is the Air Force. He has no bait and still catch fish? Do everything you can. Don't let him catch one. Fish. Kong Xing was silent as he looked at the contents of the mission. Although he didn't know where all these inexplicable orders were coming from, the list in front of him gave him a rare moment of empathy. Yes, how come I hit a few sacks of heavy nest only caught something other than fish? And he Jiang Zia is the heavenly fortune angler? That's not even remotely fair. Just what should be done to keep him from catching fish? Kong Xing was in a bit of a bind. Even if the fish in this river are driven to extinction, Then Jiang Zia can still completely change another river to continue fishing. Where is there no fish? The desert has no fish. Maybe find a way to drop him in the desert? Fusu, throw what desert? Which is so troublesome. Directly find someone to settle him, or always locked up in the prison. Locked up until death is not on the line? Kong Xing sad face degree? Looking for someone? You mean to say, Chautauqua, capital of the Shang dynasty, cultural and administrative center. On every major day, the high priest would perform a divination, praying to the gods and divining good and bad luck. This has become almost a daily process in the work of the high priest. But the trigrams on this day bone divination are extremely strange. Are you saying that two people who can make Shang even more prosperous will arrive in Chaogu today? Then Lone would like to go and see what kind of person could be that capable. If it's not what you say it is, you know the consequences. Rising, he followed the priest's interpretation of the bone divination trigrams to a spot in the city of Chaoga and waited patiently. It wasn't a long wait to see the two men, and at the first sight, it was certain that what the priest had said was true, because those two men, they appeared out of nowhere in front of Lone's eyes. Hey, let me ask you something do you know where Dishin is? Worried about the language communication barrier, Kong Xing purposely left the skill, psychic, open. Lone it is. Chapter 82. Kong Xing, hey? What a coincidence. Emperor Xin, who are you people? What do you want from me? Fuso silently pulled out 3 large packs of soup dumplings and shook them. Do you want to eat soup dumplings? Strawberry filled. Kong Xing, yes. We are here to treat you to. Wait. Stuffed strawberries? Halfway through his sentence, Kong Xing incredulously snatched a packet from Fusu's hand, found the ingredient list, and fixed his eyes on it. Ooh, it's really stuffed strawberries, isn't it? What are all these producers secretly producing behind my back? As a modern man who has been eating black sesame stuffing for 20 years or so, Kong Xing was confused and shocked by this. It's not that we can't accept the appearance of this kind of filling, just that the dumplings are to be boiled in a pot. And the appearance of strawberry-filled dumplings is the same as boiling strawberries in a pot and eating them. It's just that there's an extra layer of skin on the outside. Kong Xing, I asked you to buy some soup dumplings to take away. And this is what you bought. Fuso, aren't strawberries good? Kong Xing, yummy. Fusu, since strawberries are delicious, then strawberry-filled dumplings must be delicious too. Although, I've never eaten it. Kong Xing. Fusu continued, but you don't have to worry. The ones I gave to father have many different flavors. I gave them in your name. Gave it on my behalf? Kong Xing's eyes widened slightly. What else did you buy? Xianyang City. Ying Zhang looked at the note on the table and divided the pile of soup dumplings, leaving some of each flavor, and then gave the rest to Bai Qi, asking him to keep an eye on that after-eating reaction of each prince. Bai Qi, is the king worried that there is something wrong with the soup dumplings? Ying Zhang, yes and no. A finger gently traced over the handwriting on the note. Although Fu Su has tried his best to imitate it, a fake is a fake. Soon, Bai Qi visited the gentleman in turn with the soup dumplings and categorized them into good and bad according to each person's reaction. But there was a little hiccup when it came to Ying Gao's place. Soup dumplings stuffed with chestnut and pork. Ying Gao's eyes rolled, and with the bowl in hand, he skipped over to the golden eagle that was building a new nest. Do you eat dumplings? Golden eagle? Cocking his head in confusion, he moved to the bowl and sniffed, looked at it again, shook his head decisively, and went on to build a new nest. Seeing that Ying Gao still seemed to want the golden eagle to try one, Bai Qi quickly spoke up and said, it's better if you don't feed it indiscriminately, lest something goes wrong with it and Kong Xing comes back to ask for compensation. Ying Gao thought about it and thought that it made sense. He did hear Kong Xing have said that many people eat things that carvings are not suitable for consumption. But the dumplings, Ying Gao still thinks it's safer to find someone to try for him first. After all, this was a soup dumpling that father had asked Wuan Jun to personally deliver. Why do you need to send it to Lord Wuan? Is there no one else in the palace? Especially with his own intentions of trying to find someone else to eat like this. Wanjin didn't stop it. He just said he couldn't feed the eagle. It was a reward from father. So not stopping it. There must be something wrong. It's a test subject, right? Father, he's not sure it's any good, is he? Experimenting with your own son. Ying Gao guessed the truth and gave the bowl of soup dumplings to Jialu. But when we arrived at the place, we found that Xue Lu, too, was holding a bowl of dumplings. Only unlike himself, his portion was mustard-filled. Shiro sad face Omega, this soup dumpling can be really delicious. Mustard-filled soup dumplings are good. Do you want one too? Wiping away my tears, I opened my eyes, and the bowl had doubled in size at some point. Shogun? After Ying Gao poured all the soup dumplings in his bowl into Jialu's bowl, he patted Jialu's shoulder. I knew you didn't have enough to eat. Come on, this one of mine is for you too. There's no need to thank me. The big one has to let the little one. It's all what I should do. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. but I think it's a good idea for me to get a little bit more information. Hashtag asterisk asterisk and degree Celsius dollar. It wasn't long before Ing Zhang ate the soup dumplings according to the results of the test. The fillings varied, but each one in your mouth was delicious. Ing Zhang was in a good mood, and gave a share to Bai Qi and Yu Fei for the ones that were overcooked and uneatable. The ones that were not good to eat also adhered to the principle of not wasting, and gave them to Li Shimen, Jia Yan and Chang Yu. Li Shimen? Jia, Chang Yu. Oh, no? Are you saying that the divinatory trigrams predicted the arrival of Fusu and me? Kong Xing ate the soup dumplings and was amazed. Emperor Xian nodded his head in silence as he tried to digest the information Kong Xing had given him about the future. On the side, Fusu looked over the bone divination he had just borrowed from the high priest, and after half a day's reading, he couldn't make any sense of it. Loan, been hacked for over 3,000 years? They, too, have only dared to do something about it. Didn't you say loan was brutal? It seems loan is still too good to those people. What about you? Do you think loan is brutal, too? Kong Xing, mercy, do not control the army. The chaotic world should be used. After speaking, Kong Xing took out a book from the system space and pushed it in front of DXIN. Fuso curiously patted over to take a look. 1001 capital punishments in detail. Fuso. Emperor Xian flipped the book over. The words in it he couldn't read, but it was good that there were accompanying pictures. After reading the diagrams inside in turn, DXIN was overwhelmed with emotion, and for the first time, he knew that there were so many ways to die. Are all the latter days like this? Kong Xing thought about peeling the skin and rolling up the grass, thought about lynching, and didn't deny or affirm, not all of it. It's just that we're a little more gifted in the study of death. De Xin, let's talk about something else. Do you have any good ideas for Shang's current situation? Kong Xing, I can only give you some of my ideas. You have to decide whether to use them or not. I wonder if you have a problem with the creation of God. Emperor Xian frowned. Creating gods? Ha? Vesta? Fusu blinked. Would anyone else have a problem with Vesta? Kong Xing took one look at Fusu's confused eyes and knew that he was thinking out of the box, and said in a bad mood, what I mean is, don't people at this time hold theology in high esteem? So why don't we just create a god and manifest some of the things we're going to do in the form of an oracle? Fusu, oh, so you are going to act in the name of God. But, since you are going to act in the name of God, why do you need to create a god? Can't you just use a ready-made god? Kong Xing, ready-made god, do you dare to use it? Fuso shook his head. He also preferred to believe in something like God rather than not. DXIN, to create a god. That requires a miracle. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. Kong Xing, miracles? That's easy. Not to mention the fact that the ones used for projection last time are still working. Just a little bit of chemistry would be enough to perform a miraculous effect and shock the people here. Not to mention that Kong Xing had the skill, lightning strike, that he had never experimented with. Miracles couldn't be simpler. And what kind of god is to be made? Naturally, it's Fox Fairy Child. De Xin, what's wrong with it? Fusu, why not the Holy Fire Meow cult? What's wrong with my cat De Xian Air? Chapter 83. Carrot. Kong Xing reached out and peeled Fusu aside. Continue. As for the content of the oracle, I've already thought of it. Roughly, it is to encourage the opening up of territories, each according to his own ability, and how much territory he has laid down outside. We who de Xian Air will give him as much territory as possible, and let him sit as the god's ambassador of that area. And all the god's ambassadors have the right to govern the matters within their own territories, and they only need to pay enough tribute here regularly every year. Here regularly to pay enough tribute. Of course, our Fox de Xiener is a god of preaching, and those who submit the top 3 annual tributes can be rewarded with immortal water to prolong their lives. De Xin, immortal water? Kong Xing said as he took out samples from the system space to facilitate Emperor Xian's understanding. It's the iced tea of the latter days. If this stuff doesn't feel like it's working and it's too fake, you can still get some Sprite or coffee or something. These are pretty common in the latter days. Implication, you don't have it here, so it's easy to fool around. Emperor Xian nodded, understood. You continue. With the 2 main temptations of immortal water and divine envoy qualifications, those people will naturally try to fight their way out of the country by all means, so that the pressure of foreign invasion will be much less, and they will be able to free up their hands to do other things. When a period of time passes and you feel that their strength is a threat to you, you can once again send down an oracle, saying that Fox de Xiener's heavenly grace is so great that it allows the divine ambassadors of various places to divide up their territory amongst their heirs, making it possible for the heirs to have the ability to enjoy the same power as the divine ambassadors' qualifications to enjoy the same power. This is a push for grace. People are selfish and greedy. I don't believe that they won't fight for it within themselves, although the turf can be fought again. But that's a total of only 3 places that can get the life-prolonging immortal water. That's life-prolonging. No one can refuse it. Even if there really are people who can resist the temptation, it's only a minority. These types of people can be dissolved by just slightly arranging for a few well-tied straw men to be planted in the past, and stirring up conflicts. Internal division is always the best way to deal with the enemy. And while they're out there fighting, brawling, and looting, you can take advantage of that time to develop people's livelihoods, education, the economy, climb the tech tree and whatnot. The above then is my personal advice. Of course, in the end, to adopt or not to adopt, when to use, how to use, I believe you, then I have to be more clear. Emperor Xin looked towards the iced tea, Sprite and other things Kong Xing had pulled out earlier. Can these really prolong life? Kong Xing, not really. But this matter of life expectancy, who can say that is, some people drink the next day is gone. Later his family, to the theory can also be said that the Fox de Siener think he has immortal roots, recruited him to the sky to follow the Fox de Siener to learn the magic of immortality. De Xin, I see what you mean. I'll think about it. Fu Su carefully pondered over Kong Xing's ploy and discovered a very important point. If that's really how it's going to work out, I'm curious, is all this tribute that's being handed over going into Shang's treasury, or into your pocket? Kong Xing's eyes fluttered. So what? Doesn't the immortal water cost money? There are also miracles that cost money. Right. So I'll take 30%. It's very reasonable. It's not like you can still earn 70%. Emperor Xin, didn't you say earlier that these things are common in your latter days? Kong Xing pointed at Fu Su. He is also your descendant. Ask him if he had something like iced tea in his time? Fu Su, silence, shook his head. Xin still felt something was wrong, but didn't look into it. Seeing that the other party seemed to acquiesce to the fact that he could take 30%, Kong Xing was in a good mood and added another layer of insurance to his previous ploy. There is a saying in later times, King Wen pulled the cart 800 steps, Zhou dynasty world 800 years. This is true or false? There is no causal relationship in the first regardless. I think it is still very necessary to do a time. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. In case it really to count it? So go get Ginger. Xin's eyes instantly lit up, and his entire body became quite hyperactive. Jiang Zia, right? It's not just pulling a cart. As long as you dare to count, Lone just keeps pulling it all the time, no problem. Fu Su was a bit anxious and grabbed Kong Xing's arm. Why are you saying this out loud? What if he really keeps pulling it down? Jiang Zia is the only one that Great Qin will need to use in the future. Kong Xing, that's good to know. Then we'll take turns. But after all, Jiang Zia is from this period. So let's let this place pull first, and then switch to Great Qin when it's done. Fu Su nodded. So be it. Kong Xing also began to calculate up the future Qin used up. There is no continued release to other dynasties possible, whether it works or not. To give or not to count. First pulled it before saying well, in case it really counts? Even in a way, Kong Xing's mission this time was considered accomplished. 6. You're a real 6. Tumbeo never thought that this mission could be accomplished in this way. What's the matter? Host, are you planning to publish a book? The name of the book is Jiang Zia, The Peak of Life. The Human Emperor pulls the cart for me in the beginning. Kong Xing, nice title. Pen for you. Book no store bomb. I'm ing stupid. Once in an unknown number of epochs, a system was spitting madly at a system review meeting. I'm just a Wan Chao takeaway system, and I was brought on the crooked road of prying the corner of Wan Chao. Not to mention, now, this good host of mine has done a new operation as Tuan Zi madly spat. Next to him, a system codenamed 666, which was covered in a thick, pearlescent aura, looked over in disbelief. Aren't you already able to open up the system space? Why does it still look so shabby? Won't you secretly swallow some of your host's money stored in the system space? If you swallow a little bit a day, in the long run, that's a huge amount of money. The most crucial thing is that it's not easy to be discovered. Unico, you think I don't know, but he won't let go. What can I do? The 666 system is even more disgusted. If you don't put it in, won't you design the pit? Tried. I'm being punked. 666 system? Silent and thoughtful. The 666 system gives an idea based on its experience of mobbing. Then you can open some charge function. Instead of playing dirty, you can just play openly and charge for it. You will soon be able to meet the conditions for the next new feature. So use your stupid program to think of something that can be charged that won't be reversed and you'll be done with it. Charge? That's fine. It's just that the features at the back, as you know, my features are all for better dispatching. It's just, before he finished speaking, he saw System 666 looking around, coming over like a thief, close to himself, and whispering, nothing suitable? What a coincidence, isn't it? I've got one. Buy one. Don't you want to get rich? No money? It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You can take out a loan. You can make a note first. The interest rate is very low. Unico was shocked. Unity instantly understood how the guy in front of him had gotten so rich. Thus, Kong Xing, who was discussing the details of the God creation with DXIN, heard the system beep ring out. Ding! The current number of 5-star reviews 100 out of 100 has met the new function to open. The system is being updated. Updated. New function is opening. Please wait. Kong Xing? If I remember correctly, I think it was only 86 before I came here. Right? Something's wrong. There's a devil in everything that goes wrong. Ding! Endless Battlefield is now open. Click to see the detailed function introduction. Kong Xing, what the hell? P.S. The fish was found out QAQ. Chapter 84, this battlefield is not another battlefield. Endless Battlefield? Jatu, do you want to see what you've been fooling around with? You're a Wan Chao takeout system. Is this a configuration feature you should have? Ha! You didn't buy this new feature from some uni, did you? I feel like you're being punked. The system had to admit that Kong Xing was right. It realized something was wrong after it was installed. But it was too late. But it doesn't matter. Isn't it just an endless battlefield? Can't a delivery-man duel the gods? And this battlefield is not just a battlefield. It's a perfect place to practice. Kong Xing clicked on the new feature details and looked at it. Endless Battlefield. Basic function. After paying 100 taels of gold and selecting the two sides to fight, all participants will be pulled into the endless battlefield in the form of consciousness pulling, which will be terminated after one side wins. All participants' strength will be automatically simulated, and the cost of death in the endless battlefield will be 1 day's sleep in reality. Special features. 1. Wager. Before engaging in battle, you can place a bet. The bet can be for anything. Endless Battlefield as a banker to extract 1%. The losing side such as non-payment can be applied by the winning side of the endless battlefield to intervene. Forced to double the collection. 2. In the octagonal cage. The narrow road is won by the brave. It's either you or me. The ultimate winner of the octagon will receive a certain amount of bonus body attributes as well as a little bit of life expectancy. Special note, dead in the octagonal cage is really dead. Half a bit of ashes are not to leave the kind. Use with caution. Kong Xing, my mom, my basil, my lab coat, my jacket, my cerebellum killing the brain back. Money? Fee for the use of system functions? Kong Xing was shocked for a while. He naturally saw that this endless battlefield was a good thing, and not to mention others. Zhang would definitely not be able to refuse it. This is something that has a chance of increasing longevity. And, jagged unity. It says here that you have to select the two parties involved in the war. Right? So if, for example, the two participants are not from the same time and space, much less the same region, can they also be pulled? Sure. So that means you can see Alexander dancing in front of Wankuan? Ahem. I mean, I'm still looking forward to the pinnacle showdown between Wanjin Baiqi and Bing Xianhan Xin, especially with the addition of a third party, Lu Xiao. I think it will be even better. But wonderful as it was, imagination as it was, Kong Xing did not intend to start using this new feature so early. After all, it's something you have to pay for. Be cautious. Ding. Friendly reminder. The number of favorable comments required for the next upgrade to open the system's new features is 1000. Kong Xing, 1000 that's not even known how many days later. Let's use the latest 5-star review for the raffle first. Buzz. The virtual sweepstakes carousel spun fast and it didn't take long for the goods to come out. Ding. Congratulations to the host's overwhelming luck. Successfully extracting the special item, a vocal novel book. Now temporarily stored in the system space. Audible fiction book. When you read out loud and emotionally the randomly refreshed passages of the novel on it, everyone around you will temporarily abandon their hostility towards you out of excessive embarrassment. First look. Oh, a lifesaver. Second look. Random refreshes? To read out? Third look. If there's no pit in here, tomorrow we'll perform Su Fu's sacrifice to heaven. After chatting with DXIN for a while longer, Kong Xing sought out a more remote place on his own and took it out from the system space, intending to see what was going on. At least have it in mind. The cover of Sound and Fury novel book is very simple, with only 3 big words novel book written on the pure white cover in a dragon's hand. It's very thin, probably only about a dozen sheets. Kong Xing flipped it over, and the textual content quickly surfaced on the originally blank page. It's just that the plot in this. The infatuated young master of the Su family dug up her grave and cremated her corpse because he missed his fiancée who had been dead for 10 years, taking a little bit of the ashes to mix with his rice every day. Kong Xing? It was instantly clear what was going on with the second half of the intro to this prop. Who wouldn't be confused to hear this stuff? Kung, what's the good stuff you're looking at here? What ashes mixed with rice? Above his head came Fuso's voice. Kongxing subconsciously looked up and locked eyes with Fusu, who was crouching on a tree branch. 2 seconds of silence. Close the fiction book. Take out the megaphone. Sigma, Ancestor Dishin. There's someone climbing your fortune tree and squatting up there to watch the fun. DXIN, who was organizing his manpower and preparing to capture Zheng Ziel alive, froze for a moment when he heard Kongxing's voice, and immediately copied his sword and killed him after he reacted. Who is it? Kongxing, oh dash, that's the guy. Before Fusu could remember to withdraw from the count, there was an extra book in his hand, the very Sound and Fury novel book that Kongxing had stuffed over. Don't be afraid. Read out loud what's in there. Be emotional and you won't get punched. Fuso subconsciously opened it to take a look at the newly refreshed paragraphs inside. Fuso was shocked. Fuso was confused. Fuso abandoned the book and fled. You shameless. Even if you beat me to death, I won't recite such shameful things. Kongxing curiously walked to that was Fusu threw to the ground next to the Sound and Emotion novel book, lowered his head to look at. Do not know whether it is because this time Fusu did not close over the sake of the content inside did not refresh again. It's yellow jokes? Ha! No wonder Fuso is so resistant. That means the things that will be refreshed in here aren't necessarily all epileptic man? Kongxing was full of anticipation for what would come out of the next refreshment. Chapter 85. Are you the traitorous merchant in Xianyang? Whoa, father, I've been beaten. Just like all children who come back to complain to their parents when they are wronged outside. Fusu cried to Ying Zheng just after he came back. Beaten? Ying Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. What was the reason for the beating? Are you in the right? Not occupied. Ying Zheng. So it's not business. It's private? The widow doesn't care about your private affairs. And, when you get hit, won't you hit yourself back? Can't beat it. Ying Zheng, twisting his head to the side. Bai Qi said. Give him extra practice. Bai Qi, don't worry, your majesty. I know what to do. Fuso? Subconsciously, he pursued the question. Father, to what extent will you be practicing more this time? Ying Zheng, naturally, until you can beat that person. Fuso sad face. Ying Zheng sad face. Why this expression? What? Is that guy really strong? You don't even have that much confidence that you can beat him? Fusu, it's not like there isn't a chance. 1-on-1. There should still be a chance if you make underhanded moves. If we don't make any underhanded moves, a group fight, we should be fine. Ying Zheng? Kongxing, that man is DXIN. Ying Zheng, that's no wonder. But as a parent, it's always better to give your child some encouragement. What happened to Emperor Xin? What's wrong with the human emperor? Fusu, you're still young. Your future achievements are unlimited. You have to have confidence in yourself. So, Ying Zheng said, looking at Bai Qi once again, double it for him. Bai Qi, yes. Fuso, aha? No. Father, didn't you just say that my son being beaten up by Emperor Xin belongs to a private matter directly between the two of us? And that you don't care about private matters, but only about public matters? Isn't it also my son's own private matter if he wants extra training or not? So I have the right to refuse. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. I did say that, but when did I say that I wouldn't ask about family matters? You are the eldest son of the widow. Your affairs are naturally part of the family's affairs. So the widow has the right to arrange extra training for you. If you persist in your refusal, may I take it that you wish to voluntarily separate yourself from this family? If you really want that, the widow can help you realize it. Fusu was shocked by Ying Zheng's words. Cold sweat soaked his back and he shook his head repeatedly. That's not what I meant. The corner of Ying Zheng's mouth rose slightly. That's not what you mean? Then I understand what you mean. You think doubling the amount is not enough. You want to increase the amount, right? Wan Kuan. You heard him. Fusu, he said it's not enough. He wants more. Bai Qi, I hear you. And will follow the wishes of the eldest son and give him an extra dose. Fusu's eyes widened as he reacted with his back teeth clenched, glaring viciously at Kongxing. Kongxing? Why are you staring at me when Mr. Chang gives you more? I didn't ask him to give you more. Mouth hashtag, masa. He's glaring at me. Then you stare back. Makes sense. Kongxing decisively adopted the treatment given by Ying Zheng, trying to open his eyes wide and glaring back. Hashtag, Bai Qi. These two. So childish. Since the increase of the commercial tax and the opening of the commercial road, some places in the city of Xianyang, where there is a large amount of daily traffic, have been set up with public notice boards. In addition to posting some of the new policies and regulations of the imperial court, the current issue of the official newspaper of Qin, and other such things, there was also a small area that was used exclusively to post job advertisements, bounty orders, and the like. Generally, the bosses behind the job advertisements and bounty orders appearing here are either in business or related to politics. Not everyone is qualified to use this place. This can be seen from the content of those job advertisements and bounties. A high price for the head of the current ruler of Qi. The exact amount of the bounty is negotiable? The amount of the reward. There's a face-to-face negotiation? Hey, wait. This is, Lord Xuanlu is recruiting an eunuch doctor? A doctor of the eunuch kind. Is that the way to be recruited? A teenager dressed as if he had fled the famine to Xianyang earnestly analyzed the contents on the notice board. His eyes filled with bewilderment. A bounty order. He's never seen it. And he doesn't know if it's all like this. But recruiting a doctor? The imperial physician is normally not the medical officer of the same lineage, or selected from the medical family on the basis of merit inspection? Faced with a civilian choice of a doctor? Seriously? Ying Gao had the same question. This is how Xuanlu explained. Kongxing he did not say that the masters and the people. He also said that those who are really capable like to hide in the mountains and old forests, pretending to be a hermit, waiting for others to ask him to come out. Ying Gao, but the problem is, you're recruiting an imperial doctor. A doctor with high requirements for medical skills. The ones who meet these requirements are all with the medical officials and medical experts. But the private sector, do you expect them, who haven't even gone to school, to make you swallow live tadpoles to cure your cold and fever? Sure luck, swallowing live tadpoles? No, it's not that dramatic, is it? Ying Gao, don't believe me? Then just wait here, and you'll see absolutely everything. But 2 days down, froze one to apply for the job or not. Shilo scratched his head in confusion. Why isn't there a single one? Could it be that my status as a prince has scared them away from coming? And at that moment, outside the gates of the royal palace. The royal palace is an important place. Idle people leave quickly. I'm really here to apply for a job. The teenager who hadn't gotten in for 2 days in a row took a big risk this time and tore down the job advertisement he was applying for from the notice board and showed it to the guards. The guards took a look at the job advertisement and didn't believe it at all. Gongzi is recruiting a eunuch doctor? Can your reason be any more outrageous? It's not like there are no eunuchs in the royal palace. What's more, we haven't been notified by order that we can't enter means we can't enter. Leave quickly. Otherwise, we won't be blamed for flashing our swords. The guard's attitude was already very friendly. If it was according to the past, he would have already swung his sword directly regardless of the circumstances. Junior. Silently, he looked at the royal palace in front of him, looked down and then at the job advertisement in his hand, and self-doubtfully said, "This can't really be a fake, can it? But if it's true, you've torn it all right off. How come you don't see anyone coming to arrest you? Or is this a deliberate test set up by His Excellency? But isn't this test a little too difficult? The interview was held in the royal vegetable garden in the palace. How could I get in? Hey, wait a minute. The royal vegetable garden? Vegetable garden?" The teenager's teeth clenched. An uncontrollable rage flashed under his eyes, and he tore the job advertisement out of his hand. "I can't believe you fooled me for 2 whole days. Don't let me know who on earth has the guts to fool me in the name of the Gongzi. Or else I'll. What are you going to do about it?" A voice with a bit of lethargy and curiosity rang out from behind the teenager. The visitor was none other than Kongxing, who was idly wandering around. "Teenager." Kongxing bent down and picked up the teenager's torn pieces of paper from the ground, roughly piecing them together and guessing the general situation. "Xuanlu he is also yes. Want to recruit eunuchs, just recruit it. Requesting an interview in the Imperial Vegetable Garden, this is not difficult for the people. It's also thanks to the fact that these guards on the periphery of the royal palace now act in a more humane style than before, or else you would have been fed to the evil dogs by now." The teenager quickly calmed down after the initial panic, and with one hand in his sleeve, he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Kongxing silently pulled out a golden token and waved it in front of the teenager's eyes. "Recognize this? Foreign business marquee?" The teenager had normal eyesight and quickly recognized the handwriting on it. "And where did you come from, you liar? I've never heard of the existence of such a thing as a foreign merchant marquee." Kongxing, "Actually, I didn't want to, but it was the best I could get. It's better than Trader Ho, right? Trader Ho?" The teenager froze, and soon looked at Kongxing full of surprise. "You are the Kong traitorous merchant that all those merchants in Xianyang City are talking about?" Kongxing? Chapter 86, Will a viper be poisoned with the poison of a viper? What do you mean? Businessmen are talking about it? You know, can be in the city of Xianyang business people, the vast majority, either traveled extensively, or a wide range of contacts. How far has one's reputation been spread now, anyway? Whole trader. It seems necessary to visit them all one day. Listening to Zhang said that in a while Wu's Tom's outlet caravan will pass through Xianyang. This great herdsman he has not yet seen, so it would be good to see it first. As his thoughts flowed, Kongxing looked at the teenager. "Don't listen to those people. I'm actually a great benefactor here. Look, aren't you here to apply for a job? I'll take you in." "Really?" The teenager's eyes brightened, pointing at the guards who had stopped him earlier. "But they..." Kong Xing, it's fine. There's me as your guarantor. As long as you pass these people's security check, and you don't go to some place you can't just go to, you'll be able to get in. That little privilege I still have. Teenager, security check? What's a security check? Kong Xing patiently explained. It's taking out dangerous things like knives, swords, and daggers from your body and shedding them or temporarily storing them over here to make sure you're not dangerous. The teen nodded slightly. Understood. It's just, I don't have any knives or swords or anything. What about medicine? Does medicine count? Medicine? What kind of medicine? The medicine you use to take yourself? It's the medicine my master left me to use for defense. Defense? The sweaty kind? You can't take that either. It's not a masking agent. It's poison. Oh, poison. Ha! Kong Xing's eyes popped out, and his voice couldn't help but rise. Poison? You? How old are you? No, your master gave you poison to use in defense? There are so many things you can use for defense. Why should I give you this? What? Is it that if you poison anyone who wants to harm your apprentice is safe? Isn't he afraid you'll accidentally use it on yourself? Fear not. I've been learning from my master for 10 years. Nothing will go wrong. 10 years of school? No. Just wait. Stay away from me for a minute while I sort this out. Kong Xing stared dead at the teenager's one hand that had been hidden in his sleeve, and took several steps to the side. Shenglu is recruiting a doctor. And you're applying for the job when you're finished? You, kind of a poisoner, aren't you? You really came here to apply for a job rather than to assassinate? It's the poison doctor, the teenager emphasized, and that hand came out of his sleeve, holding nothing in it. Kong Xing, poison doctor? If you say you're a poison doctor, you're a poison doctor? Are there fewer examples of poison masters posing as poison doctors these days? Tell you what, I'll test you, and if you can answer, then I'll believe you. You ask, will a viper be poisoned with the poison of a viper? Teenager? If a man is bitten by a 5-step snake, and in a moment of crisis he manages to get a 7-step snake to bite him as well, may I ask, how many steps after this point will he die? Teenager? The teenager's entire body was dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Kong Xing would quiz himself on some toxicology knowledge, but it turned out that what was this asking? Kong Xing sat face Omega. What? Can't you answer? You can't answer such a simple question. And you still have the nerve to call yourself a poison doctor? At your level, you're not qualified to be a poison doctor. Why don't we do it this way? Meeting is destiny. I'll introduce you to a teacher. You'll learn from him again. Teacher? The teenager instinctively resisted a little. I have a master. Kong Xing, it's not like I'm asking you to recognize a master. I'm just following and learning something. The sun said if 3 people walk together, there must be a teacher for me. It's always good to learn a little more from others. So, you're not going to charge me anything, are you? Those merchants say you always make them rightfully owe you a great deal of money after 3 words. The corner of Kong Xing's mouth straight draws. You don't listen to those people's nonsense. The businessman's words are very false. 9 points. Tell you what, if you don't feel right about it, I'll make you a note that I'll never charge you a dime for tuition or make you take out an IOU or anything. The young man remained wary. My master said that buns don't fall from the sky for no reason. So I really don't have to pay anything? So what do you figure? The answer to this question was known after the teenager met the teacher Kong Xing had found for him. Old Xia, didn't you ask me last time to find you a couple of people who are good at medicine? Well, I found one for you. Still studied for 10 years. Kong Xing enthusiastically pushed the teenager in front of Xiao Wuzi while skillfully receiving Xiao Wuzi's money bag. Just rest assured, you definitely didn't spend this commission fee in vain. I'm a good judge of character. This child is definitely a good seedling for studying medicine. Not a good seedling. You can come back to me for a refund, Kong Xing said, pulling out the golden token and waving it in front of Xiao Wu An's confused eyes. Xiao Wu, and I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've become a marquis? It's over. No wonder he said he could refund the money if it's not a good seedling. Who would dare to ask him for a refund? There aren't even many hoes in Qin. Kong Xing carried the money bag and left beautifully. Xiao Wu inside, resigning himself to the loss of his money, looks to the teenager. What's your name? Deng Cheng. Good name. I'm Xiao Wu and you'll follow me from now on to continue your medical studies, and you can always come and ask me anything you don't understand. Teacher, truth be told, there are 2 things I can't figure out right now. You ask is, can rest assured to ask, is that I cannot answer? I can also find other imperial doctor order together to help you answer. Deng Qing seriously opened his mouth to ask a question. Teacher, using the poison of a viper to poison a viper, will the viper be poisoned by the poison of the viper? If a man is bitten by a 5-step snake, and in his distress he contrives to make the 7-step snake bite him as well, how many steps after that point will he die? Xiao Wuzi, what a mess this is. Xiao Wu and keenly sensed that something was wrong. Remembering Kong Xing's comment that Deng Qing had already studied under someone else for 10 years, he busily asked, "Can you tell me what you used to study?" "I didn't learn anything, just the art of healing." "Healing? What kind of medicine? Who did you learn medicine from?" Xiao Wu and pursued. "Deng Qing, it's the kind of medicine that, when the king of hell wants people to leave at 3 shifts, we prefer people to be late. My master wouldn't let me reveal his name outside, saying that he was afraid that his enemies would come after him. After all, the greatest fear of my generation of doctors is the doctor-patient dispute, and as my master is rather lazy, the journey to the mass grave is just a bit far for my master." Xiao Wu Zi, the more I hear, the more wrong I feel. Why do we have to go to a mass grave? On this side, Kong Xing wore a token and slipped behind Shuanglu, who was stealing and plucking baby cabbages to eat in the imperial vegetable garden. Turn on the skill, sound mimic, and adjust it to Ing Zhang's voice. "What are you doing, Shogun?" With a jolt, he subconsciously turned around and bowed his head, and before a father could fully exit his mouth, his eyes noticed the pair of sneakers on the ground. "Aha! Sneakers? Good for you, Kong trader. First of all, I'm not an adulterer. Secondly, please call me Ho the foreigner." A golden token was disliked in front of the shogun. Chapter 87 Exchange of Talents. Kim's? Well, solid gold. After hearing Kong Xing's confirmation, Will LV swallowed a mouthful of saliva, cannot help but reach out to the token to grab, "You this? It is not good to know, right? Wearing it for a long time is easy to restrain wealth and fortune. I'll change a copper one for you. It all looks the same." Kong Xing put away the token with a whoosh and put it back on his waist. Shuanglu grabbed the empty hand, looking a little embarrassed. "It's impossible to change. Not in this lifetime. Do you know who carved the words on this? Guess. I'll count you in if you guess right." Shilu, seeing how happy you are. "It can't be my father, can it? Is he that idle now?" Kong Xing, "I paid for it." Shilu realized, that's no wonder. It's not easy to engrave on such a big piece of gold. "Can you reveal how much you gave?" Kong Xing was about to reply when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Fusu passing by in pieces from afar, and immediately waved his hand. "Fusu, here." When Fusu heard Kong Xing's voice, he thought he was looking for himself to go out on another errand, so he immediately turned around and came. Fusu's eyesight had always been very good, and he saw Kong Xing's golden token before he even approached. Equal smiley face, "It's this. Isn't this what father asked me to carve for him 2 days ago? So this is for you? I told you. You're the only one with such a ridiculous hoe. Why don't you look happy? Why don't you look happy? Sure luck sad face, poof." Kong Xing gritted his teeth and raised the token. "You said that you carved this?" Fuso, "Yeah. I carved it. It's hard to carve. You know? Father King, he also want urgent. I threw the whole 2 days of the night to carve good." Kong Xing's face darkened even more. Shiru's surprised face, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. "Ha ha ha, come on. Say it out loud. How much did you give my father him? Let's have fun together." Fusu also reacted at that moment and said with concern, "Are you being swindled? Ha 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 ha, Omega, ha ha ha. Pay attention. The man in front of you is Kong Xing, who just went through one of the biggest fraud cases involving the largest amount of money ever in the history of Qin." Kong Xing sad facey, "You guys are fine. Shogun love." The next day, dawn filled all the goblets with wine. Sprinkle the earth. "Come on man, your majesty, pass the tabe." Yes, soon tabe was summoned. "Taibu, I wonder what the king has summoned me here for." "Ing Zhang, I had a dream last night." "Dreaming? All the previous kings of Qin have asked the widow to pay back the money, especially the great-grandfather of the widows, who said that a king of a generation should not lead a fraud." "Tabe, huh?" Tabe was filled with confusion. It wasn't that the dream was so bizarre, he'd met anything more bizarre than a dream. But it's the first time I've met an ancestor who came to me in a dream to persuade me to pay back the money, especially when reconsidering yesterday's news that spread around like the wind." Tabe gave his own professional insight. "Your Majesty, the bell must be untied. In my opinion, the king might as well ask the foreign merchant marquis, he might know what's going on." Ing Zhang began to summon Kong Xing. The summons was fruitless. "Where is he?" "Shogunlu, he left early this morning with his elder brother for another time and space." But last night Kong Xing had asked his elder brother to take him over to the mausoleum, saying that he wanted to sue the ghost. Ing Zhang? Looking for what to sue for? Didn't that asshole say there are no ghosts in this world? Skills. Psychic. All things have a spirit, and the spirit communicates with all things. Tip, there really are no ghosts in this world. Money makes the world go round. Money. Not everything. Unless you're rich. Fu Su, Kong Xing, who were you talking to last night? It must have been you talking to yourself. Right? Kong Xing, what self-talk? That's clearly me talking to people and talking to ghosts. Small voice chatter. I also do not know burn so many medieval money how things are done. Don't accept the money not to do ah. Fusu trembled and didn't dare to pursue the matter. Started looking for a new topic. Say, Mr. Kong. He just returned to Chang'an after sealing Wolfjushu, and he didn't even have time to attend the celebration banquet. So isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to just take him away like this? Kong Xing, this is all something that was agreed upon a long time ago. I even pulled a hook with him. Besides, didn't we also leave a talent for that Han Emperor Lu Che? Trading a sage of scheming for his family's champion marquis. He's not losing out. Behind them, Hua Zixia was drinking milk tea, carrying a large basket of various snacks, and joyfully walking behind the two. In his opinion, that Xiongnu has been beaten by him dare not easily south to herd horses. Han and have uncle in. Kong Xing and left a Zhang Liang. Han worry free. Besides, didn't Kong Xing say that his historical self was gone when he was 24 years old, and now it was just a few years earlier, except that he had changed time and space to continue fighting the Huns. Hua Daixi is following Kong Xing and Fusu to the late Warring States period of Qin. On the other hand, Wei Cheng and Lu Che are looking at Zhang Liang, who was tied up in the corner of Hua Daixi's bedroom full of confusion. Lu Che, who are you? Where is my Marquis of Champions? Wei Qing directly put the knife on Zhang Liang's neck and forced him to ask, speak up. Where did Go Disease go? Zhang Liang, no. Leave someone behind. Over there is a personal letter left for you by the champion Marquis. You'll understand when you see it. The two of them looked in the direction Zhang Liang had mentioned, and they found a letter. Wei Qing continued to threaten Zhang Liang with his sword while Lu Che unfolded the letter and read it carefully. This is indeed Go Six's handwriting. It's just, Lu Che's expression became more and more odd as he read the letter. Your Majesty, Uncle, as you two can see, the one tied up in front of you now is Zhang Liang. He is the one who attempted to assassinate the first emperor many times in history. As unbelievable as this sounds, this person is indeed him. If he hadn't been chopped up with a knife by his uncle, then he would be the one to serve His Majesty in the future in place of the minister. Your Majesty can use him as much as you like. As for where I've gone, naturally I was pried away by Duke Fusu to follow His Majesty the First Emperor in his northern expedition against the Xiongnu. His Majesty the First Emperor is a very good man, and I will never be treated badly by following him. So you can rest assured. Your Majesty, I'm not too young. I'll take care of myself. Do not miss. Lu Che, follow the First Emperor on his expedition to the Huns? What? Is he going to take you with him or something? What do you mean you'll never be treated badly if you follow him? Have I ever treated you poorly? Let me rest assured? How can I be at ease? At this time, Lu Che is like a good hard to raise in the vegetable garden of the cabbage by the thief entire dig away, not to mention, but also be stuffed with a loach in the original pit to taunt their own. The mood is extremely bad. Zhang Liang, right? I don't care if you're real or not. I'm too busy to kill you. On the same day, a large pile of miscellaneous, extremely cumbersome to deal with the political affairs were Lu Che threw to Zhang Liang to deal with. Since this time and space of the Han dynasty is not like the Qin dynasty has basically popularized the paper, which also leads to Zhang Liang, the whole person is almost drowned in the mountain of bamboo slips. Dong Zhongshu ha, strange. How come the work has suddenly become so scarce lately? It's really rare. Chapter 88 New Vest Get. For a while after that, Kong Xing was busy as hell. Ride the eagle around, either by using the identity of Xiang Liang together with the skill, Fraud Master, to subconsciously bring Xiang Yu to a well-designed path of no return, or in the middle of the night at the mausoleum continue to burn paper and sue. It's also not a bad idea to check every day to see if any interesting delivery orders have been refreshed. It's good to be busy. The dark circles under Tabe's face grew thicker. This is outrageous. In his profession, he would still have dark circles under his eyes. There are still all-nighters. Foreigner ho, count on me to beg you. A few days ago, the king was only summoning me when I woke up from my sleep, and I was able to rest a bit, but now the summonses are becoming more frequent. Can we not involve outsiders in what's going on between you and the king? Kong Xing looked at Tabe's dark circles that were getting thicker and thicker under his eyes and thought for a moment. Alright, then I'll change my method. Tabe was thankful for a million things. He was finally able to get some rest himself. However, Ying Zhang, speak. Why didn't I dream of the kings yesterday? I have carefully prepared a report on my performance for so many days. If I can't even dream of it later, who do you want me to report to? Tabe, huh? The king wants to report his achievements over the years to all the previous kings in a dream? While Tabe was still confused, Ying Zhang came up with a solution. Go get a pen and paper. Write down what I say. When you've memorized it, take it to the mausoleum and report for me. After thinking about it, he added, remember to go in the middle of the night. Tabe, aha. Ying Zhang, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go get a pen? Or do you have a good memory and can remember just by listening? Taibu sad face, I'll go get a pen and paper. Oh, my god. No one told me I'd have to do this on the side when I was a tabe. On the other hand, Kong Xing, who was still griping about all that money he lost, quickly added new drama to the mix. And the golden eagle flew all the way to Qi in a tight and slow manner. Chu was still in a mess over there. While Qi has also reached a turning point in history that belongs to it on this day. The last time he came, Kong Xing suffered from not knowing the location of Qi's treasury. Plus the treasury is not so good to touch in, only to give up. But this time it's different. It's a bit of a big deal to use the key of the gate here, so it's better to use this, Kong Xing muttered, taking out the vocal novel book from the system space as if he had made a great determination. Audible fiction book. When you read out loud and emotionally the randomly refreshed passages of the novel on it, everyone around you will temporarily abandon their hostility towards you out of excessive embarrassment. Any prop, in different hands, will be used in different ways. Just like this prop, in other people's eyes is a prop that can be used to save their lives. But in Kong Xing's eyes, the operation is good. This is a magic weapon. After putting on the cat ear hairband and mask at will, and casually changing his appearance, Kong Xing spreads out the sound and feeling novel book and takes advantage of the night to embark on the road of robbing the rich to help the poor. The female main character was kidnapped by bandits, and the male main character was shot by the bandits to save the female main character and lost his fertility. Knowing this, the female lead felt so guilty that she transplanted her uterus to the male lead. My father was a green dragon, and my mother was also a green dragon, but I was just a maggot that would crawl in the shadows. On the day I was born, all the 4 seas and the 8 lands were silent. 10 years have passed, and Yi Huan has unknowingly given birth to 7 billion babies all over the world. Yi Huan has become powerful, and the Lin and Yi families have followed suit. Now 70% of the people in the world are the flesh and blood of Yi Huan and the young master of the Lin family. The main character, Long Ao, is a handsome guy. He's 19 meters tall and has 108 pack abs. Kong Xing just chanted all the way to find the directions to the treasury. Whether others were embarrassed or not he didn't know. All he knew was that his embarrassed toes could almost gouge a moon out of the earth. Just read this article. It's not the most outrageous, only more outrageous. Not knowing what kind of joke the heavens had played with Kong Xing. Searching and searching, Kong Xing collided with the king of Qi who was bathing. As the vocal novel book has continued to play out, this has led to a more awkward scene. Kong Xing, killing intent also belongs to the hostile intent. Hey, you hit me you can't catch me. With the all-around attribute bonus from the skill, climber, as well as, cat's ear hairband, Kong Xing deftly dodged the Qi King's personal guards. Vocally reading aloud the contents of various explosive novels kept hitting the control output, carrying the sack, and soon ran to the side of the King of Qi, who had urgently grabbed a piece of clothing to cover his body and wanted to sneak away. It's fate that we meet. I'll send you a boxed lunch and lend me my vest. Your Majesty, there's a big problem. The treasury has been robbed. Kong Xing, who had just recently acquired a new vest, was digging in the imperial garden of Qi's royal palace when a loud voice approached from afar. Shouting is inappropriate. Men, first take him out and beat him with 20 canes. Let him learn his lesson. Yes, it wasn't long before there were loud screams from outside. New vest get. As for how to disguise himself and not be discovered by others, apart from the effects of fraud master, mask at will, and sound mimic, it is also thanks to the attribute of the Qi King's abolitionist king. Going to court? Just show up, go through the motions, and have a good time. Kong Xing had seen what it was like for Ying Zhang to go to court, and the process on Qi's side was similar to his, but it was a bit too early for him to get up. As for the political affairs, that's even simpler. A few courtiers can solve most of them. Really cannot be solved can also make use of their own contacts. Fusu, what have you been up to these past few days? How come I heard from Jun Wuan that you haven't met the standard of your extra training these days? Yesterday was even late. Fusu stopped the pen in his hand and pointed to a thick pile of things on the table. Father, do you know what these are? Politics. Xie, what kind of sins did my son commit in his last life to have the honor of knowing Kong Pippi? Ying Zhang was stunned. How did Qi's political affairs come to be here? He didn't get himself a part-time job as an official in Qi, did he? Ying Zhang had already tried his best to make his guesses as outrageous as possible. Fusa shook his head. This guy is capable of doing anything that is unethical for the sake of money. How to put it? Is that in a way? He is now your equal. Ying Zhang? Chapter 89, this year, is it the year of the first son? What do you mean he's the equal of the widow? Invert the Big Dipper. What did he do? Fusu, he found himself a new vest and went to Qi to become the king of the country. Saying that, Fusu also took out a thick pile of letters from his robes and continued. These are the latest developments on the Qi side, including troop deployment, national inventory balance, etc. Absolutely true. Ying Zhang was confused for a moment. He, Kong Xing, the ruler of Qi? And no one suspected that he was a fake. Well, with that Qi king's original nature, it's simply not too easy to disguise. He's gone to be the ruler of Qi, so wouldn't the treasury of Qi? The more Ying Zhang thought about it, the more he felt that this world was too ridiculous. He had a whole new appreciation for the War of Nations. Low-end national wars, battlefields to decide the winner. State wars in the center, breaking the treasury, digging in the wall. High-end War of Nations, true and false kingdoms. Ying Zhang, the way of war is also the way of trickery. It's not impossible for him to do so, as long as he can achieve his ultimate goal. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ying Zhang received a message from his own spies in Qi, saying that there was a person in Taoist robes in the Qi folklore, who was up to no good. The heavens are dead, the yellow sky is in power, the year is in the first year, and the world is in good luck? This year, is it the year of the first sun? Ying Zhang felt more and more that the world had become unfamiliar to him. It didn't take much thought to realize that this one who was causing trouble among the Qi folk was definitely Kong Xing's new vest. It's good to be busy, abducting Xiang Yu again, abetting Xiang Yan, the real and fake king of Qi, the civil uprising. He's having a wonderful day. Fuso quietly listened, and picked up another copy of the government with his hand. That did not dare to stop for a moment. After he was busy with these things, he had to go find Bai Qi to continue practicing more. Kong Xing was busy, and so was he. Don't you busy yourself with these things first? Didn't you and Kong Xing bring that Hua Zhaodong the other day? Take the widow to meet him. Okay. Fuso answered and began to lead the way. Before he could reach the place, far away, he heard a fierce quarrel. Hua Zaiwei, elder, the battlefield is about a flexible and versatile. Bai Qi, flexible? If you march like this, how can you solve the problem of supply? Hua Zaiwei, I don't need supplies to fight the Xiongnu. I travel light and easy, and eat wherever I fight. What? Only allow the Xiongnu to plunder our food, not allow us to rob theirs? Bai Qi, but you're taking too much of a risk with this kind of fight. There are times when people will miss. You're still young. What if you fold there? Hui, I won't miss. I have experience. Bai Qi, it's good for young people to be confident, but too much confidence is a bad thing. Hua Zaiwei, I slaughtered more than 2,000 Huns with only 800 soldiers. I even captured the Hun leader's uncle, the Minister of State. When you were my age, did you have such achievements? What happened to confidence? What's wrong with arrogance? That who? Li Shimen, tell me, if you had a battle record like mine when you were a teenager, are you going to be even more arrogant than me? Li Shimen, Jun Wuan, you're a senior. You don't understand Hua Zhaodong. He really does have the strength. How about this? Since the two of you can't agree on fighting Xiongnu, let me do it. As long as I expand the size of that Xuanjia army a little bit more, I'm confident that I can raise all of their ashes. Even an ant's nest can be brought to an end. Hua Zaizi, hee, the time it takes for your Xuanjia army to kill you is enough time for me to lead my troops to kill 7 times. Blitzkrieg and circuitous encirclement is the best strategy to fight the Xiongnu. Li Shimen, Blitzkrieg, and 7 in and 7 out? You're not afraid of exhausting yourself by running for thousands of miles. Hua Zaiwei, Yu Xian army carries so much weight. Beware of being exhausted to death as well. Han Xin, that, I think. Li Shimen, children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Han Xin. When Ying Zhang and Fu Su rushed to the place at the sound of the noise, what they saw was the scene of Li Shimen stepping on a stool and rebuking Han Xin. And then, Li Shimen and Hua Zaiwei started a new quarrel. Bai Qi was about to continue as well, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ying Zhang's arrival and immediately greeted him. Your Majesty, Elder Duke, don't be polite, Ying Zhang said, looking toward the two who were still arguing. Are you guys disagreeing about the crusade against the Xiongnu? Back to the king. Yes. I previously had exchanges with the two of them on matters of military law, and naturally I can see that they are both good seedlings for leading soldiers into battle. I have the heart to exhort them to restrain themselves a bit, and to fight steadily, but they are not willing to listen to my advice, and say that I am old, and that it is time to go to my retirement, and that this is a battlefield for their young people. Your Majesty, come to your judgment. Is it possible to be too old to fight the Huns in the north? Ying Zhang, after 2 seconds of silence, he said, but if you, Wanjin, go on a northern expedition against the Xiongnu, who should be entrusted with the safety and security of the widow? Bai Qi, yes oh. Then the minister will not go. Fusu has looked dumbfounded, which persuaded Wanjin not to participate in the fight against Xiongnu. Can we just say that it's true that you're the father? Hua Zhaoi and Li Shimen are still arguing, and that's not letting anyone in. The young Han Xian tried to interrupt many times from the side, but he was yelled back by Li Shimen. Further to the side was Yu Fei, who was studying the map. They're all arguing about fighting the Huns. Why don't you join in? Fu Su was a bit curious about this. Yu Fei raised his head and stretched out one finger to point to the south. They want to fight in the north, then let them fight. Here. No one in Yu Mao robbed. Isn't it beautiful? Fuso. So what if the Meng family side here booked it in advance? Yu Fei, the Meng family is not going to fight in the north. Oh, there are two of them grabbing the fight. The Meng family fights the south. Then I'll go west. There's always no one here to book in advance. Right? Fusu, Li Xin, and Wang Jian. There has to be room for them to fight too. Right? Yu Fei raised his finger and pointed to the east. Here. Sea battle. Island battle. All of them. Fuso. It's, divided up? Turning to look at Ing Zhang. Father, is it appropriate for them to divide it like this? Li Shimen and Hua Zhaodi, who were still arguing, stopped strangely. It was very important to them whether Ing Zhang agreed or not. After all, they had arrived from another time and space, and did not have any troops in their hands. The two stopped arguing, and Han Xian finally waited for the chance to make a statement. Mouth, I feel like if I'm given a hostile target, I can just organize my own manpower and fight my way through it. Or, Han Xian's voice trailed off as the eyes of Li Shimen, Hua Zhaodong, Yu Fei, and Bai Qi all stared over. Li Shimen, how many times have I told you that children should not interrupt when adults are talking? Ing Zhang, looks like you're behind him, right? Chapter 90, something bad has happened. The king has disappeared. Ding! You have picked up a new order. Please dispatch in a timely manner and be safe. Drink! Keep drinking. Don't leave until you finish these. Intertemporal. Inside a certain tavern at a certain time in the Great Tang Dynasty, Li Bai waved his hand and ordered a dozen more jars of fine wine. On the opposite side, Kong Xing's mouth twitched. Who the hell? Who made such an outrageous order? Let me spar with Li Bai. I'll drink whatever he's drinking. It's Li Bai. Where can I drink him? Li Bai. The man who could not get drunk from 1,000 cups, may indeed be exaggerating, but being able to drink is definitely real. Kong Xing sad face ***, don't let me know where all these lists come from. Cup after cup, altar after altar. Li Bai, if you ever spill wine on purpose again I'll get angry with you. You can spill 9 out of 10 glasses of wine. Spill that much. You think I'm blind? Kong Xing was found out. Next to him, Du Fu looked at the two men and helplessly opened his mouth to persuade them. Both of you. Drinking hurts your body. Tai Bai, have you forgotten about the last time you got drunk and acted crazy? And you, of all the things to do, why did you have to ask him for a drink? If you want to spar, who can't you go to? But you go to him? Do you know what terrible things can happen when he's drunk? Kong Xing, what terrible things will happen? Du Fu, you are a man of later generations. Let me ask you, by your time, how many of those poems he wrote still exist? Kong Xing, nothing, I graduated anyway. It's just a few hundred more songs and I'm not the one who has to memorize them. Li Bai, memorize? I'm just writing something randomly. What are you later generations memorizing it for? But I don't mind writing more if you latter day people like to memorize it. I try to go as long as I can. Du Fu could not figure it out. Isn't writing poems something that everyone knows how to do? Since everyone knows how to write poems, why memorize poems written by others? There is no end to memorizing poems. Kong Xing, do you want to hear what you're talking about? Writing poetry is for everyone? Li Bai, you should have written many poems, right? How about this? One poem for a glass of wine? Kong Xing, Jatu, listen to me. He's the one who asked me to pay for it with a poem. The east wind releases 1,000 flowers at night. For thousands of years, heroes have not found a place for Sun Zhengmo. Drunkenness. The bright moon startles magpies on other branches. One poem after another set out of Kong Xing's mouth. Perhaps because he had memorized too many poems. Kong Xing, that was what came to mind to say. The main fight was a time and space information gap. Poems, naturally, one has never written. But one does not have them. Others have them, bring them and borrow them, and as long as they are not recognized, then these are one's own. Li Bai was also very boisterous, and he drank a glass of wine for every poem Kong Xing said out loud. He even complimented Kong Xing on his literary skills. It was only gradually that Du Fu sensed that something was wrong. Hastily, he reached out and tugged on Li Bai's sleeve. Wait, Tai Bai, don't drink it yet. Don't you realize what's wrong? Listen to this. 10 years of life and death. A small window. Combing his makeup at his age. It's not right, is it? Li Bai, what's wrong with that? Maybe he's looking significantly younger. Or married a little too early. The words just fell. The memorized Hai Kong Xing blurted out, degree 30 merits and fame dust in earth. 8,000 miles of clouds in the moon. Du Fu, see? I told you something was wrong. Li Bai, looking at Kong Xing, who was still backing out of that cuckoo, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Li Bai's face. Originally, remembering that he is a man of the later generations and his drinking power is not as good as his own. I offered to mention wine with a poem to illuminate the Buddha for a moment or two, but here you are, using someone else's poem to cope? What? Are you without poetry yourself? After asking the shopkeeper for a strong rope, Li Bai, without a second thought, tied one of his feet to one of Kong Xing's feet. No cutting with knives or burning with fire. Just drink. Saying that, a new altar of wine was disliked by Li Bai and brought to Kong Xing. Too much work with cups and bowls. Just cuddle up and drink. If you spill most of the altar out again, I'm going to get in trouble with you. Kong Xing looked down at the rope on his feet and then at the wine. I should have known to call Fuso up before coming here. He's a senior, so it's appropriate to use him as a wine stopper. Misstep. Miscalculation. As for why the 3 choices of handouts had to be the spiked list, it's really the other 2 that are more. Distribution order number 2. A copy of the latest edition of Principles and Practice of Forensic Science was presented to Song Ci. Note, delivery boy remembers to ask for an autograph. Ask for an autograph. Say it 3 times. Please sign. Who is Song Ci? He will be no stranger to those who practice medicine. In ancient times, there was a special occupation, coroner. It's the modern equivalent of forensics. And Song Ci, that's what did it. His compilation of the Wash the Grievance collection is the first systematic and world's earliest forensic science monograph in China. Distribution order number 3. A perfect murder case for D. Notes, GGG. They say he's a sleuth. I don't believe this. In the ancient times when there was no surveillance, no series of highly sophisticated instruments to assist, I believe that doing a perfect murder should not be difficult for the delivery boy, right? Kong Xing, the list is getting outrageous these days. Contact with the coroner is fine. That third list, this side suggests that the person who came up with this be arrested. A perfect murder? Is this something a normal person would do? It's getting light. The rising morning sun, the scarlet mist soughing shelter, like a screen image silk. Where is the king? Why didn't the king come to court? Where is our king? Xi's royal palace. The ministers who came to the court looked at the empty throne in front of them and were filled with confusion. Was wondering if the king was unwell and therefore late, or if this was some fine new set. A loud voice came from far away. Big deal. The king, he's missing. What? Strange. Why isn't Uncle here today? Didn't he say yesterday that he was going to check my memorization of the 24 true words? In a remote village, Xiang Yu looked at the empty room in front of him and puzzled, but did not think too much. Xiang family just suffered a disaster. Just think Uncle is going to deal with what big things to go. On the other hand, Xin, Xianyang City. Fusu, strange. Why don't you see Kong Xing asking the Golden Eagle to send over the new Qi government affairs? According to the previous frequency, it should have been sent over long ago. Can't it be that he is kind enough to give me a vacation? Jaya, he's kind enough to give you a vacation? I rather think that he may have encountered some difficult matter that delayed him. Fusu, how can he be in trouble? Is there anything that he can't solve by turning it on? Li Tai Bai, didn't you say that you brought plenty of gold with you? And that this drink is on you? I don't know what drunken nonsense you're taking seriously. Ha? Besides, you guys don't even bring money when you come out to drink in the latter part of the world? Don't worry. I have a lot of friends. I'm sure someone will be willing to pay. Don't you think so, Zimmy? Chapter 91, Silence, the Great Tang of Tonight. Degree, me? Du Fu pointed at himself incredulously. Are you sure? Reaching into the money bag. There were only a few scattered pennies. Hesitating for a moment, he took out one and put it into Li Bai's palm. The rest is up to you to figure out. After speaking, he left quickly. Li Bai sad face, hey, don't you go first help me call 2 more friends over as well. Li Bai shouted as he chased after them. Left in place, Kong Xing's reaction was only half a second slower before he was held back as collateral labor. Kong Xing, put. Kong Xing, laughing hammer laugh. Look at me this walk Skipping a check is illegal and unethical. Want to walk back to Qin? Dismissed. Kong Xing, so that's why you disappeared for 7 days? Ying Zhang's expression was subtle, surprised by Kong Xing's experience in the past few days. Fusu, so you worked for 7 days to pay for the wine? Don't you have that big gold medal? Just share a little bit and take it out. Don't you need to do the labor offset? Kong Xing was silent. Kong Xing began to pull money out. Sparse, a whole lot of it. The golden light is very dazzling. Ying Zhang, what are these? Kong Xing, how can I put it? To put it in latter-day terms is that I'm now the director of that tavern, and through some of my marketing tactics, it could have opened up a chain by now if not for the time and space factor. These are the tavern's share for the last few days? Ying Zhang. Fuso. Only Shulu was confused. What does it mean? Ying Gao whispered. Just understand that he worked his way up to Li Si's current position in the court in 7 days. Shogun is shocked. Amazing. How did he do that? Ing Gao spread both hands and shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? I'm not a whole trader. Kong Xing, it's just a pity about my vest. The Qi gang is really diligent. I've only disappeared for a few days and they're electing a new lord to the throne. Ing Zheng, this is normal. The country can't be without a ruler for a day. And the new ruler being pushed to the throne can be beneficial to some people. Speaking of which, I haven't asked you how it feels to be the king of the country? How does it feel to have power? I don't know. I'm just a Qi waste king. Waste king. Don't care. Yeah, no matter what. And it's also your no matter what plus sudden disappearance. Do you know that Qi has actually divided the two countries now? Those insurgents you're leading are really good fighters. And they specialize in catching the rich ones. Kong Xing sad face, so what? Robbing the rich to help the poor. You are unaware of how rich the Qi treasury is. Ing Zhang, then where has all that money gone now? Kong Xing shook his head 3 times, I don't know. It's not with me anyway. Ing Zhang. The insurgent army has risen suddenly and set off a wave of uprising and robbing the rich. The king of the country has only been pushed to the throne. The former missing king and the head of the insurgent army are all the same person. The treasury of Qi has been stolen and lost a lot of money. The military expenses for the suppression of the insurgent army are insufficient, and it is already considered to be a light to be divided between the two countries. If you were to operate on your own, where would Qi exist now? Kong Xing, before that Wei state ruler is not to Fusu sent a letter of surrender, resulting in your extinction of the country's political achievements less it. NOI. Divide the two countries. This is not to make up for it. Ing Zhen, why? Do I have to thank you? Fuso? This is the first time I've heard that you can make it up like this. Nothing can happen to him by making him a mortgagee in that tavern all these days, can it? Dufour was a little worried about this. It's a bit unkind to just bail out of something like this without saying hello. Li Bai patted his money bag, nothing. I brought plenty of money this time, enough to fish him out. Big deal. Can I buy him another meal? The two chatted idly and soon arrived in front of the tavern. Zizi was stunned. Simply because there was a sign in the most prominent position in front of the tavern. Previous, prohibition. Bottom painting, portrait of Li Bai. Bottom line, the sale of any alcohol to this person is strictly prohibited. Li Bai, huh? Du Fu? This prohibition, does it mean what it thinks it means? The unbelieving Li Bai took Du Fu and walked right in without being stopped. Li Bai, set me up with the best wine you have here. Okay. Soon, an empty wine altar appeared in front of Li Bai. You drink slowly. A big question mark slowly emerged from the top of Li Bai's head. Empty? You're not kidding me. The store assistant reached out and pointed to the sign outside banning alcohol. The second shopkeeper said it's on. Count the drinks as usual. Li Bai, empty and you're still giving me wine money? Who is your second master? Call him out. Shopkeeper, it's the one you left behind last time. Kong Xing? Du Fu was stunned. Li Bai's eyes widened. This tavern was originally his? The shopkeeper shook his head, to be precise. He was promoted up because of outstanding performance. Our big boss said that talents like this don't come along very often. And if we can't retain them and run off to the right house, we'll have to make a lot less money. Man, how can you live with money? And one of the requests that the second boss has promised to stay is this, to make our tavern bigger and stronger, to try to spread out to every town in the Great Tang, to enforce this prohibition all the way, to try to make it so that you can't buy a single drop of alcohol in the Great Tang. You can only drink it if you brew it yourself. Li Bai sad face degree, so that you can never buy a drop of wine in Datong again? Li Bai did not have the slightest doubt that the tavern in front of him could not do such a thing later on. To be able to be promoted from offsetting labor to the tavern's second in charge in just a few days, it could be seen that Kong Xing definitely had 2 brushes. Li Bai, I just left him behind. Why are you still so vindictive? If we don't have any wine to drink in the future, what's there to look forward to in this life? Du Fu, it's okay. You can pay me and I'll buy it for you. Li Bai's eyes lit up. Yeah, I can ask you to buy it for me. Nope. We left him here together. So why should I be banned from drinking and not you? That's not fair. Du Fu speculated. Is it possible that it's because he thinks that you're not as inspired to write poems when you run out of wine to drink? Li Bai. Indignantly. He said. I'll write a poem to scold him later. Write 100 or 8,000 of them. Get mad at him. One hand pushed the empty wine jar in front of him to the side. Come all the way here. Do not drink. Eat some food to fill up the stomach is also fine. Soon, a beautifully styled menu was placed in front of Li Bai by the store assistant. What's this signature dish? Shabu shabu? Is it good? Shopkeeper, try one and you'll know if it's good or not. Li Bai looked at the price labeled on the menu. Not expensive. You can have 1 serving. And so a plate of stir-fried pebbles was served. Li Bai. Du Fu. Silence. It's the big dawn tonight. Chapter 92, 2 Bully Bird. This day, the palace of Zhongtai. Li Shimin shouted just as he was let in, Hey, Ing Zhen, let me ask you something. Swish! Before Li Shimin could finish his sentence, a knife and a brick appeared at his neck. Bai Qi sad face, mouth, unspecified currency sad face, : The king's name, and one you can call by name? Fusu, scream again and I'll slap your brain. Li Shimin. Ying Zhang gave Li Shimin a deep look. I will give you a chance to defend yourself. If the reason is not good enough, on the side of the royal tomb, there is a shortage of manpower. Li Shimin. I just want to ask you, if you walk down the road and see two males in a fight, what should you do at the first moment? Ying Zhang, huh? Which two brats are causing trouble for me? Fuso, who's fighting with who? Quick, take me to see, take me to persuade the fight. How can you fight and brawl in this palace, and not be afraid of being caught and docked by Kong Xing? Don't you think so, father? Ying Zhang. Li Shimin, the back was really caught by Kong Xing. Fuso, and then my two stupid brothers got fined? Li Shimin shook his head and nodded again. The fine is being fined. It's now escalated to a 3-man, 1 carving mob fight. Ying Zhang, what? Fusu, Kong traitor was beaten up such a thing how you just say ah. Fusu said. The wind and fire grabbed the black brick and rushed out. If not the royal palace prohibits noisy for no reason, he definitely want to shout fist under the people. Ying Zhang, why are you still standing here? Lead the way. Going late and making a scene won't end well. Li Shimin did not think about this, and even had the heart to flirt with a few double standard, biased and so on, but when he brought Ying Zhang and Bai Qi back to the place where he had watched for a long time, he was amazed to find that this place had been surrounded by a huge pile of people. Jia didn't know whether he was running slow or the news was received late. At the moment he was so anxious that he was bouncing on the outermost periphery. Let me see. Just which male is so astonishingly talented that he thought of forming something like the Golden Eagle Battalion. Golden Eagle Battalion. Air Strike Force. If this forms 100,000 or so army, it will directly sweep the world. Okay. Chen Yu had the honor of squeezing slightly forward and said, that's right. At that time, 1 person and 1 eagle just need to take the golden juice to the sky. Fly to the enemy's head to strike precisely, as long as he dares to come out from the house to splash him. Heaven, at your fingertips. The people next to them all looked at Cheng Yu with a look of horror as they watched the show. There are clearly plenty of things to bring, so how did you come up with something like gold juice all of a sudden? Jia Duan, no, the golden juice is too much. Wouldn't it be better to put some diseased rats upstream of the enemy's water source? The crowd looked at Jia in horror again. Cheng Yu, that would cause the emergency ration need to go bad. The world is so big, even if you fly on the sky, you need to catch up a lot of distance. You can carry a total of so little food. You do this, emergency rations are sick. It is not cost effective but the golden juice is different. It's just a little bit buried. It's not poisonous, and you can still have emergency rations. Crowd, is parallel to what the hell are you talking about again? Ying Zhang, now you know why I am in a hurry to have you lead the way, don't you? Whose plan are you in favor of? The two of them? Li Shimin. Persuade. Fighting. I'm good at fighting, Li Shimin said, hard squeezing into the center circle from the outermost circle, and was continuing to desperately squeeze in. Bai Qi looked at Li Shimin, who had taken a lot of effort to squeeze in, and was a bit confused. Obviously there was a more convenient way to persuade him to fight, so why didn't he use it? That's weird. Coughing dryly, he said in a loud voice, the king has arrived. Idle people quickly get out of the way. Almost at the same time as the words fell, the crowd hooted and scattered, revealing the 3 people and a statue in the very center. Li Shimin. Ichi-yo, I-yo. Seeing Ying Zhang coming, the golden eagle was like finding its backbone, stretching out one of its wings and crying loudly to vent its inner anger. Too much bullying of the birds, just too much bullying of the birds. You have to be the judge of Jin. You listen to what he's saying. On the side, Kong Xing acted as if he hadn't heard Bai Qi's voice, and was still arguing with reason. I'll say it one last time. Golden Eagle Battalion. Having me on board will definitely reduce the training time significantly. Do you know what it means for a well-trained air force to appear in Chin at this time? The pattern of wars going forward will be rewritten because of it. Those enemies, they don't have any defense against an air force. So 1,000 taels of gold. You really don't lose out. Don't forget, the formation cost of this air force and army, it's not the same. Without me, you guys, that is going to cost a lot more in financial and material resources and manpower. How do you think Xiao Jin's food will be taken care of after he is recruited? It will forage for food on its own, including the accommodation and food of all the eagles in the Golden Eagle camp after you hire me. Don't worry about it. I will communicate with those eagles. Ying Zhang, looking around, I found a couple of tall, strong-looking trees. Coldly, he said, Fusu, my son understands. It wasn't long before there were a few more big smart figures in the trees. Li Shimin, no. Wait, I can understand hanging you guys. But what's he hanging me for? Didn't I explain to him why I called him by his first name? Fu Su, obviously. Your explanation is not recognized by father. Just be content. It's good that you weren't made to do hard labor to build his mausoleum. Chang Yu yelled. If he's because of this, then what about Jia and I? Why are the two of us getting hung up too? Fu Su, what do you think? Emergency rations? Chang Yu was instantly quiet. No more yelling. Ingao, what about me? I'm minding my own business. I have no idea what's going on here. I'm the only one of us who didn't show up. Why are you putting me up? Just because I didn't come. I don't fit in. Fusa took out a big red bag, nonetheless. See what this is? From Kong Sing. Ingao instantly understood. I told you how the surname Kong wasn't hung. So it's because you've been bribed by him. Blatant bribery. I'll sue you at father's. Fu Su didn't care about Ingao's shouting. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and opened the red packet. And the smile on his face disappeared as fast as it could be seen by the naked eye. Ingao, what's wrong? Is it empty inside? Fuso was even more silent. Pump the contents out. It reads. Hands are slow. The pennies have been handed out. Ingao, haha, asterisk. Fusu, what are you laughing at? Hang on for half an hour more. Ingao sad face. Chapter 93, Language is an Art. People are not connected to each other in their grief and joy. On this side, Ingao was being clocked, while on the other side, Kongxing looked at the new pocket watch like props drawn from the system's lucky draw page and fell into deep thought. Is your luck that bad? Sacrificing 10 years of Su Fu's life doesn't work anymore? I wonder if it will improve a bit next time after a one-time offering. Props. Predictive pocket watch. It's a magical pocket watch that can accurately predict the weather for the next month. Pocket watch, weather forecast. How on earth did these two unrelated things come together in one prop? Kongxing sighed. What's the use of me needing a weather forecast? I don't need a priest to ask for rain. Not right. Kongxing remembered that Emperor Xi inside was still busy with the preparatory work for the god-making program, and that it would be appropriate to put Fox Daxian's body to accurately predict the weather. Wouldn't it? And, who says you can't make a small fortune in weather forecasting? Immediately, he reached out and picked up the precognition pocket watch, which was divided into 30 graduated areas, each containing a small weather symbol. Storm tomorrow? There's going to be a rainstorm today? Are you kidding me? Fusu, who was strolling around Xianyang City after his disguise, pointed at the big sun above his head. Come on, Kongxing, tell me, with such a big sun, how can it possibly rain? Or a big rainstorm? There aren't any dark clouds at all. How can it possibly rain? On the side, raincoat, rain boots, umbrella. Kongxing, who was almost fully armed, was also filled with confusion as he looked at the big sun above his head. What happened to the promised accurate weather prediction? The gazes of the surrounding pedestrians towards Kongxing were rather complicated and odd. A passing child pointed at Kongxing and called out to an adult. Father, that man is so stupid. Hush, keep it down. Go away. Go away. Look at the cutie. You'll get silly even if you look too much. Fuso sad face. Pfft. Kongxing. Childish words. Childish words. Don't take it to heart. On the side, was Ziwei, who was not as fully equipped as Kongxing, but also had an umbrella, spoke out to comfort him. Just a little different from the umbrella Kongxing was using. Hua Ziwei was using a parasol. The three of them just walked on the streets of Xianyang City with a 100% turnaround rate. Kongxing endured the strange gazes that fell on him, his face turning blue. If there really isn't a drop of rain today, tomorrow I'll go catch Su Fu to sacrifice to heaven. Hua Ziwei clapped his hands. Good. Sacrificing heaven for rain should be grand. Slaughtering a Su Fu is just right. Fusu, Su Fu I have always sent people to look for. A few days ago there was also captured one. That is it. I feel that this Su Fu I found and the Su Fu you said, is not one. I can't rule out the possibility of a rename, so I'm continuing to look. Kongxing, oh? What happened to this one you found? Why are you so skeptical? You, come over with me and we'll see. It didn't take long for Kongxing to meet Su Fu under Fusu's lead. Just one glance, and the same misgivings as Fuso's. Only Su Fu was seen hunched over with a thin figure, leaning on a wooden stick picked up from nowhere, trembling as if it would fall down when the wind blew. Thinning silver hair was tied up haphazardly by its crookedness, and his face was crawling with wrinkles. Kongxing sad face degree, this person looks older than even Wu and Jun. Hua Ziwei politely approached him and asked, Old man, did you say your name is Su Fu? What is your seniority this year? Su Fu trembled and stretched out 3 fingers. Before he could speak, Fu Su's eyes were filled with shock. 300 years old? Pop. Kongxing raised his hand and gave Fu Su a blow on the back of his head. Use your head. There is no such thing as 300 years old. Why don't you say 3,000? Fu Su covered his head. Kongxing's hand was not heavy and did not bring much pain. It's not 300. It can't be 30, can it? Just the way he is. Saying 300 is more believable than 30. Kong Xing looked at Su Fu in silence. Wait for him or her to open up and tell the true age. Su Fu, you guys don't believe me when I say this. I'm just past my prime. The three are shocked. Fu Su, 30? No. Did you have your birth date on a leap year? Su Fu, what leap? I don't understand. Hua Zaiwei, I've heard my uncle talk about people growing old. But you're too old. It's not as exaggerated as you are if you turn gray overnight. Kong Xing also felt that things weren't quite right. And if you don't know what to do when things go wrong, then consult by Xiao Tong. Jia 2. The person in front of the host is indeed Su Fu. This is the same Su Fu that the host has been using to sacrifice 10 years of his life to bless the shipment. And the same Su Fu that the host has been using to make a poisonous oath. TNB has always been willing to help every dream. When you say sacrifice, when you say vow, then there's absolutely no ambiguity. Kong Xing, him, Su Fu? Is that the one I'm after? I had something to do with what he's become. Kong Xing was confused. He could take Zhao Gao's next life and swear that he was really unintentional at that time, that he just casually and subconsciously said it, and definitely did not really mean to sacrifice 10 years of Su Fu's lifespan. If there was any half-truth, Zhao Gao's soul would be destroyed and he would never be reincarnated. Kong Xing's sad face, gooey, tomboy. You just said you're happy to help every dream, right? Prepare a list. Sacrifice by name. I, Kong Xing, the foreign merchant Marquis of Qin, would like to offer Cishi's entire lifespan to bless me with unlimited money. Kong Xing, to tell you the truth, I'm actually a very sharing, possessive and controlling person. Isn't that a contradiction? Kong Xing, where is the contradiction? Sharing desire, want to share the collection code with everyone. Possessiveness, feeling like all the money in other people's pockets is mine. Controlling, wanting people to give me all their money. Fusu and Hua took a long time to slow down before accepting the fact that a 30-year-old was aging like an 80 or 90-year-old. But just after accepting this fact, Kong Xing threw out another heavy bomb. Fuso didn't arrest the wrong person. Fusu? Is this the man who looks like he can be taken away by the wind who killed my father by fraud and poison? Hua Zaiwei sad face mouth, hashtag? Just like that. You need help to walk. And you're still refining immortal pills? Immortal. Where is he like that? Su Fu, what are you guys talking about? Speak up. I'm hard of hearing. I can't hear you. Unfortunately, no one cares if Su Fu was deaf or not. The corners of Fu Su's mouth straightened. I remember. Kong Xing. It seems like the name of Su Fu was the one plastered on that little person you always idly zapped before, right? So, he became what he is now. Kong Xing firmly shook his head and denied, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. Fuso, no. Well done. Kong Xing, hey? Su Fu, louder. I can't hear you. Hua Zaiwei shouted at the top of his voice, they said that it is sad to see you alone, and that they want to see you off. Su Fu, oh, you want to give me a deathbed? What a good boy. Kong Xing, Fu Su, Hua Jiwei sad face. Language is an art. Su Fu looked at Kong Xing and Fu Su gratefully, completely unaware of how he would be sent off. Chapter 94, The Way of the Dawn. No regrets in dying. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In the curtain of rain, Fusu was completely confused by the sudden rainfall. Its first reaction was actually not to find a place to avoid the rain, but to look at Kong Xing with wide eyes and disbelief, speech spirit exit into reality. The big sun is gone? Kong Xing moved the umbrella in his hand towards Fusu's head, just enough to protect it. I told you that I can tell fortunes, and this morning I counted with my fingers that there would be a rainstorm, but you didn't believe me, and laughed at me for bringing rain gear, so now you believe me, right? Fusu couldn't stop nodding his head, believe it, but despite saying that, his hand reached out in front of Kong Xing, his eyes full of anticipation. So, you must have acquired some more props, right? Show me? After months of getting along, Fusu was no longer surprised that Kong Xing often had some strange and weird props. Kong Xing rolled his eyes. I've given you the black bricks. What do you need this for? To prevent you from getting wet when you go out without rain gear? But you're a prince. You don't seem to need to worry about that, do you? Maybe ordinary people would have these worries, but Fusu definitely did not. He went out. That in the open and in the dark are followed by guards. Those people are not eating for nothing. Fusu, it's not that I'm afraid of being rained on, but the people of Qin are. Although the commercial tax is now increased, and it is allowed to subsidize the household to improve their lives by doing business, most of those people have to rely on the sky to eat. Sometimes a few days in a row of heavy rain or snow can make them work a year for nothing. Kong Xing thought for a moment and pulled out the predictive pocket watch, but did not give it to Fusu immediately, but said, but there is only one thing. The total amount of local weather that can be predicted is just that big of a place, and in the future, Qin's territory will only get bigger and bigger, so I feel that, rather than this prop, High-yielding food crops are what Qin needs more than this one. I sold the technology related to the curved plow to Brother Politics for the price of a palace a long time ago, and over the past few months, its reserve production should have already reached a relatively respectable figure. Spring plowing will begin soon. Do you want high-yielding grain? I can substitute a batch of seeds from the latter world if you want, or else go to Baiwa, seek chamchung rice, and cross the eastern oceans to reach the Americas in search of potatoes and corn. Fuso, I can't make the call on this, so go and confer with father. He'll be happy to take the palace and let you buy it on his behalf. Was Zaiwei? Take the palace? Is Qin so crazy? Paying with palaces? Me, Dahan too. Buy me some on my behalf too. For the cost, I'll write a personal letter later, and you can just ask my uncle for it directly. If he doesn't, I'm not sure if His Majesty would agree to give you a palace as well. But I've also gotten quite a few rewards from His Majesty during the 2 or 3 years I spent fighting the Huns over there, all of which I've saved up. So I don't know if it's enough. Kong Xing's eyes brightened slightly. Enough. Enough. It's definitely enough. Buy it for me, right? I'll give you a substitute. Under the curtain of rain, Kong Xing quickly finalized a specific vicarious policy with Hua, listening to both sides of the proxy amount of Fusu some scares, or not. Or first send a group of people to Baiwa to seize the city it. Always feel in Kong treacherous merchants to talk about business will lose the appearance. Big stupid Haru, what are you doing? The curtain of rain had not yet stopped, and Kong Xing's 3 had just returned to the palace when they heard Xiao Wu's roar from afar. Fusu, what's the matter? Xiao Wu and he is usually quite good-tempered. Why would he yell in the palace? Do not want to head? Fusu chanted and grabbed Kong Xing's hand holding the umbrella and headed that way. Who could refuse to watch the fun? Soon the 3 arrived at the place. Almost at the moment of arrival, Kong Xing swished to hide behind Hua Zaiwei. This hiding does not matter. Because of Kong Xing holding the umbrella's sake, it led to Fusu instantly exposed in the rain curtain. It quickly became a drop in the bucket. But Fusu now couldn't care less about the fact that he was drenched in the rain, trembling as he pointed at the cages and sacks in the clearing with a horrified expression. Deng Cheng, what are you doing? You play with snakes in the king's palace? Doing experiments, Deng Qing said as he continued to move the cages and sacks that he hadn't yet had time to move into the house. Passing by Xiao Wu and who were blocking the doorway of the house and reminded in a loud voice, please give way. Xiao Wu Zi, doing an experiment? What kind of experiment do you need so much poison? And you say you're not a poisoner. And then looked at Fu Su, Your Excellency. I really don't dare to accept this student. It's too scary. Tong Qing, what other experiments can I do? I asked teacher you that question before about whether a poisonous snake can be poisoned by its own poison, and neither you nor those imperial doctor orders could say anything about it. So since you couldn't answer it for me, I naturally had to seek the answer to the question in my own way. What's wrong with that? That's no problem. Xiao Wuxian growled. These are snakes, and all of them are poisonous snakes. Where is this place? The king's palace. With so many dangerous things appearing, aren't you afraid that the king will condemn you and have your entire family beheaded? Deng Qing, nothing. I'm the only one left in my family. If I can figure out the answer to this question, I will die without regret. Summerless and Fuso. After the initial panic and shock, Kong Xing poked his head out from behind Hua Zaiwei and looked at those snakes with an increasingly odd gaze. It was only because he heard the voices under the effect of the skill, psychic, hungry, dizzy, no energy. Whose kids are catching snakes this time of year? Hibernate. Hibernate. It's not time to be active yet. What? It's spring? Why does it feel a little wrong? My teeth. My tooth. Where's my tooth? Quiet. Shatterjaw. Shatterjaw. Strike the snake 7 inches. Not my spine. It's not enough to remove my spine, but so many times. Why don't you take off my chin too? If I start swallowing from the tail, what will it look like at the end? Kong Xing, silence. Is the Qin in the rainy night? It was the first time he had ever seen someone catch a snake that was hibernating. It's also the first time I've heard that you can unload a snake's spine in addition to hitting it 7 inches. If you don't know, how did you unload this snake's spine? Ha? Tang Cheng replied as he continued to carry the snake. This is actually very simple. Just disrupt the spinal alignment and make it misaligned and incoherent. There would have been a more efficient way to catch the snakes, but the experimental requirement that they be alive made it a bit more problematic. Kong Xing, what way? Only to see Deng Qing silently grabbed a snake and asked Kong Xing to borrow another steel needle to poke at a specific location. Just a few seconds, the snake stopped moving, returned to the west. Kong Xing, that's dead? Tong Cheng nodded. Well, all those with spines can be killed in one hit like this. You want to learn? It's quick to get started. Before Kong Xing could make a statement, Fu Su even took several steps backward, his eyes full of panic, including people. Tong Cheng nodded his head rightfully and continued to carry the snake. However, In the next second, a large number of secret guards rushed out from the rain curtain and pressed Deng Qing to the ground with a snap. Deng Chang? Chapter 95 Special Orders. The King's Message. Escort the disorganized traitor Deng Qing to prison. Deng Chang? A traitor? Me? Xiao Wuxian clapped his hands and praised, good catch. Good catch. Fusu's face was strange, and he called out to one of the guards and asked, Father just said to put him in jail? He didn't say how to punish him? The king didn't say. No? Fusu and Kong Xing looked at each other and didn't say anything. The meaning of this could be worth looking deeper into. Deng Qing was quickly escorted away, along with those snakes of his. After the hilarious look, Hua Zaiwei looks as if he's discovered some new continent and derisively looks at Kong Xing. Oh, so you're afraid of snakes? Kong Xing was generous enough to admit, well, I'm afraid of the legless ones and the ones with lots of legs, except for some of the fish. So, because of such a large group of legless ones, you ran and hid behind him? Didn't even leave me an umbrella. Fu Su's resentment grew and deepened. I'm telling you, if I catch a cold and fever because of the rain, you'll be responsible. I'll tell father about you too. I can't believe I'm okay? Fusu incredulously borrowed Kong Xing's temperature measuring gun and measured again and again, and even pulled Xiao Wuwen over to force the diagnosis. Xiao Wuwen, no fever, no cold. Isn't that a good thing? Fusu, it's raining so hard and I've been drenched for so long. How can I not have a fever? Don't you have a fever when you get wet like that? Xiao Wu and Gongzi, do you think that there is this possibility that it is a physique problem? Wuan Jun has been giving you, Gongzi, extra training and dosage for so long. This physique has gone up, and your resistance to wind and cold will naturally grow a bit. Fuso was silent, recalling the routine of the extra practice. He rolled up his sleeve and looked at his arm, agreeing with Xiao Wu and, quite a pity. It would be nice to catch a cold. There aren't many opportunities to ask for a price from a whole trader. Kong Xing, you feel sorry? You look like you've got a lot of time on your hands. So come with me. This new list. You're going to love it. Fuso, what list? History books. August 210 BC. The first emperor, Ing Zheng, collapsed in the sand dunes. Zhao Gao abettedly seed to tamper with the last decree of Emperor Shi Huang, who gave death to Fusu and succeeded Hu Hai, the second emperor. Time shift. With tactics like that, are you sure you really have nothing to do with the immortals? Temporarily replacing his empty self at this point, Fu Su was shocked, and similarly shocked was Kong Xing. When he received the order he wondered how the temporal refutation was going to be resolved and whether or not he should bring Fusu there. But the Jagged Unity said that it had a way to resolve it. That was why he brought Fu Su to participate in this special order. Once the time swap was complete, Fu Su casually found a reason for wanting to go out hunting to break away from the Great Wall, following Kong Xing as he traveled by eagle and flew all the way to the sand dunes. It's been a rough ride for the Golden Eagle, carrying two people flying, and flying so far. It would be hard to turn around and not add chicken legs. That's the Dune Palace up ahead, isn't it? Kong Xing, are you sure this scene you designed is really okay? Would that be too cruel for my father? Kong Xing corrected. Watch what you say. You should call him father now. Fuso, is that the point? Are you sure you want to follow the play you designed? Okay. Special order. Gather the life of the rebels and prolong the life of the first emperor. Total cross-content? Exactly how to operate. The order content did not say in detail, but unlocked the system Endless Battlefield function of the Kong Xing is very clear about what to do next. The Endless Battlegrounds special feature in the octagonal cage will do the trick. In the octagon, the narrow road is won by the brave. It's either you or me. The ultimate winner of the octagon will receive a certain amount of bonus body attributes as well as a little bit of life expectancy. Special note, dead in the octagonal cage is really dead. Half a bit of ashes are not to leave the kind. Use with caution. The only thing that hurt more was that opening the Endless Battlefield required the payment of 100 taels of gold to Jagged Unity. Kong Xing, it always feels weird somewhere. If I didn't unlock Endless Battlegrounds, then how should I fulfill this order? It always feels like Jagged Unity swallowed the private goods. Epsilon Winky Face. Destination reached ahead. Please prepare the host. In his time, in the Palace of Dune, Zhao Gao, who had double-checked that Ing Zhan was no longer breathing, was ecstatic. The first emperor is dead. The eldest son of Fu Su is at the Great Wall. He and Li Si do not get along. The legacy aims to hand. The fate of heaven is mine. The great cause can be accomplished. As long as I convince Li Si to let Hu Hai succeed the throne. In time, the throne will be mine. Zhao Gao. Oh Li Si, this last decree of His Majesty, don't you see anything wrong with it? Li Si, who was grieving for Ing Zhang's passing, froze when he heard Zhao Gao's voice and frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Zhao Gao, my meaning is already obvious. Or do you think that the legalists won't be annexed by Confucianism after Fu Su succeeds to the throne? If you don't think of yourself, You should think of the legalist, right? Is someone like Fu Su really fit to be an emperor? Reese was silent. This, Minister C might as well listen to my plan? I can't guarantee anything else, but doing as I say will definitely keep your family of law free of worry. Reese was a bit impressed. Wanted to hear Zhao Gao's plan. But before Zhao Gao had a chance to say anything, a loud cry rang out from outside, 800 Li plus urgent. Quickly let me in to see father. The Huns are fighting their way in. What? Li Si's eyes widened. He could clearly hear that it was Fu Su's voice. But Fu Su, isn't he at the Great Wall? And the Huns are coming in? What's Monty doing? Zhao Gao's entire body was dumbfounded when he heard the voice. Eyes wide in anger. Fu Su, why he's here? No one dared to stop Fu Su as he shouted 800-mile emergency. He broke in very smoothly. It was too late to give Zhao Gao a cannon fist when he saw the scene, but he remembered what Kong Xing said about the golden first aid time. So what if there's no heartbeat? I'll call you back at the top of my lungs. The last sensory function lost when a person dies is hearing. Since you can still hear, that's a good thing. Squeeze past Li Si and Zhao Gao and urgently begin CPR while beginning to shout. Father, the Huns are killing their way in. They've bypassed the Great Wall from who knows where and have already killed outside Xianyang. General Meng Ten died in battle. Father, Great Qin is in danger. Like a thunderbolt from the ground. How dare you, harlot? I'm not dead yet. Ka-ching. A sudden crunch. Fu Su was stunned. Silently withdraw your hands to end the CPR compressions. Somewhat sheepishly, so what? It's not a big deal to break a few ribs if you can survive. Right. I really didn't mean it. I was the one who was told I might not be saved if I didn't do the specs. My son is going to get the eunuch. Fu Su wanted to turn around and leave, but Ing Zheng grabbed his hand. Wait, you just said. Who died in battle? Where did the Huns hit? Chapter 96, I hate betrayal the most in my life. Fu Su's eyes flickered as he tried hard to hide his nervousness. Not daring to look directly at Ing Zheng's gaze, Kong only taught what to say when giving first aid, but not how to answer afterwards. What's worse, Fu Su realized to his horror that the surname Kong didn't follow him in. Benefit, vocal. This guy, he can't be pussyfooting around somewhere right now, waiting to see his joke. What's the answer to that question? That the Huns are 100 miles north of the wall? Or did Monty swindle his way back to life? If you really want to say that, you're definitely going to get your ass kicked. Oh, Comet speak. Mute. I'm asking you, where exactly have the Huns fought to? And what's the situation over at Xianyang now? The more Ing Zhang pressed the matter, the more vain Fu Su became. Gradually, Ing Zhang also realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he became even more angry. Monty didn't die in battle, did he? And the Huns didn't come in, did they? Good you Fu Su, you've grown in skill, haven't you? Lying about military intelligence? Do you know what the offense is for lying about the military? Fu Su, hey? Lying about the military? Shouldn't father first ask my son why he's here? Ing Zhang, and you came back from the border without authorization. Several crimes in one. Fu Su nodded his head rather approvingly. It is to be punished for several crimes, and then meaningfully looked to the side of Zhao Gao who has long been scared silly. Say, what were you and Reese talking about before I came in? Why don't you go into more detail? Where's the thrill of plotting or something that's more exciting than saying it to your face? Zhao Gao was stunned when Ing Zhang was brought back to life by Fu Su. Although he had repeatedly confirmed that Ing Zhang had no breathing and heartbeat before, he was now alive. Hell, I don't know if what I said to Reese was heard, but also, thankfully, the most crucial point was left out. So there's still room for maneuver. Zhao Gao opened his mouth and was about to muddle through when Li Si spoke up. Your Majesty, earlier Zhao Gao told me that your Majesty's last decree was not proper, and even pointed out explicitly and implicitly that if Prince Fu Su succeeded to the throne, it would be unfriendly to the legalist family, and also said that he had a good plan to keep the legalist family free from worry. Zhao Gao. Ing Zhang's anger instantly shifted to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, you aren't going to give me a reasonable explanation. Your Majesty, Zhao Gao shivered and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. At that exact moment, a strange man with a pair of cat ears and white hair escorted Hu Hei along with a golden eagle. Here, say what you just said again. Hu Hai, hashtag, yes, it is Zhao Gao. He said that his father's pursuit of longevity, organic, so he teamed up with Su Fu, in the immortal pills on the tampering, after the incident, Su Fu with the reason that there are fairies overseas to roll the money and run away. Zhao Gao continued to plan, said that by poisoning father to death, he could make me emperor. I said that even if my father is gone, there are still my older brothers, and so many of them, that I won't be able to become emperor. But Zhao Gao, he said that he has a way, said that if I was the only one left of the princes of Great Qin to die, I would have achieved my goal. The above is the entire confession of my son. Zhao Gao was completely dumbfounded. Unbelievably, He looked at Hu Hei. Is this one? Whose face is swollen like a pig? Still the Hu Hei he knew? Whether or not Huey's confession was completely accurate is irrelevant. It doesn't matter how he was beaten into this state. It didn't matter where the white-haired, cat-eared man next to him, who had already started getting high and watching the show, came from. Zhao Gao. Ying Zhang let out a furious cry, and actually stood up with strong support, grasping his sword and walking step by step to Zhao Gao. In my life, I hate betrayal the most. Next to him, Li Si's whole body was shocked. He thought Zhao Gao at most just wanted to change a posthumous decree. He didn't expect that. He had so much guts that he even poisoned his majesty. Fortunately, it's fortunate that Mr. Fusa came in time, or else if he had been tricked into going under, it wouldn't be just Zhao Gao who would have lost his head, but also himself. At that thought, Li Si gave Fu Su a grateful glance. Fuso? What are you looking at me for? Do I have something on my face? People, when faced with a life-threatening situation, are often inspired with inexplicable courage, just like Zhao Gao, who knew he would not survive. He did not know who gave him the courage to rise up when Ying Zhang approached and tried to use him as his hostage, a bargaining chip. Your Majesty beware, Li Si shouted and was about to step forward to intercept Zhao Gao, but before he could take a step out, a cat and cat whip leg faster than his own smashed into Zhao Gao's kidney position. It was a scream from Zhao Gao. Felines have always been far ahead of humans in dynamic vision capture. Cat ear hairbands give the wearer almost every feline skill. The white fluffy tail wagged merrily from side to side. Kong Xing proudly pinched his waist. Dare to commit murder in front of me? Asked me. The golden eagle that started a little slower likewise angrily stepped forward, stretched out its sharp claws, tore off a bloody piece of meat from Zhao Gao's thigh, and pecked and swallowed it. Kong Xing? A pair of cat claws held the golden eagle's mouth open. Spit it out. Why do you eat everything? You don't mind being dirty. Spit it out. After Fu Su thought about it, he still took out the black brick and gave Zhao Gao a shot, knocking him out to make it easier to do it afterwards. It all happened so fast. When Ying Zhang came to his senses, what he saw was Fu Su holding a black brick against Zhao Gao's brain quang violently, Li Si frozen in place, Hu Hai shivering and shrinking in the corner, and the white-haired cat-eared man picking at the golden eagle's throat. Ying Zhang, why does it feel like the world isn't the same as what you're familiar with when you come back from a trip to the gates of hell? Ying Zhang himself knows his own physical state best. Although he was now saved by Fu Su, he was only lingering, and would not last long. Ying Zhang didn't care why Fu Su, who was supposed to be at the Great Wall, was here, nor did he care to ask where this white-haired, cat-eared man popped up from, nor did he care about who beat up Hu Hai. He just wanted to do one last thing now. You guys go out first. Fu Su, you stay. I have something important to tell you. Reese obediently tugged Huey away. Kong Xing continued to hyperventilate the golden eagle as if he hadn't heard. After Fu Su wiped the blood-stained black brick in his hand with Zhao Gao's clothes and put it away with him, he turned his head to look at Ying Zhang, waiting for his next words. Ying Zhang wordlessly looked at Kong Xing and opened his mouth as if he wanted him to go out as well. Only before he could open his mouth, he was completely dumbfounded by the heavy bomb it threw out. Masa, you want to extend your life, don't you? Don't worry. I'm not Su Fu, that liar. I don't need you to take any magic pills. Just pay 150 taels of gold and sacrifice a few chaotic officials. Ying Zhang? I don't know if it's because too many things have happened in this short period of time that Ying Zhang has realized something else, but he looked at Fu Su with a little bit of incredulity and anticipation, and said, so, the reason you're here is because, to rebel? Chapter 97, Carrot. How many troops did you bring? Where is the army already? Fuso, What rebellion? Why should my son rebel? If it's not a rebellion, then what are you doing here? Ying Zhang was a bit disappointed. His hands itched after not beating his son for a long time. If it were usual, he would have said he would beat it up, but Fusu had just pulled himself back from the ghost gate, so it wouldn't be appropriate to just beat it up again, and he would have to find a reason to do so. Why don't you rebel? I'm dying and you don't even have the guts? Can't 300,000 troops give you that much courage? Fusu was a bit confused. Why does my son feel that you, father, are so looking forward to my son's rebellion? Kong Xing, isn't it obvious? He wants to beat you up. He knows that you will never rebel, and you have just saved him back. Is considered half a savior? There is no justifiable reason to beat you up again. But if you rebel, not to mention beating up, hanging all the time to beat won't be others to say anything. Fuso? Ying Zhang gave Kong Xing an unexpected look. His thoughts had been guessed? This person is somewhat dangerous. Fusu, I ask you, if after I die, Zhao Gao tampers with the last decree and wants you, who is at the Great Wall, to cut yourself, what will you do? Fuso was silent. Kong Xing gave up on hyperventilating the golden eagle, his cat's eyes glaring round. already ready to watch the show. Fu Su remained silent, and as Ing Zhang grabbed his sword again, he already knew the answer. Outside the palace, Li Si had just dragged Hu Hai away for a few steps when he heard loud cries coming from inside the palace. Even elder brother, he got beaten up by that perverted cat-eared man? Li Si shook his head slightly, listening to the rhythm of this wailing. It should be His Majesty's move. Ing Zhang just let himself and Hu Hai go out without ordering anything else. But there were some things that Li Si knew how to do even without Ing Zhang saying them. Su Fu, with ruthlessness in his eyes, Li Si called for a team of men and gave these men the heavy responsibility of capturing Su Fu back alive. What do we do with them when we get them? Rupture? Behead him at the waist? No, that's too cheap for him. Have to think, is there any better punishment? There really isn't. So think of one now. Where am I? The other Fu Su, who was time-swapped, opened his eyes in confusion, and before he had time to figure out the situation, a sharp pain hit him and he fainted again. Shuang Lu, you are really willing to do it. This stick goes down, and there is more or less a personal grudge in it, isn't there? With a lollipop in his mouth, Hua Zaiwei sighed as he looked to the side at the general who was holding a stick and guarding Fu Su. Further to the side was Ing Gao, who was dragging a large brass ball and holding a shackle chain to Fu Su's feet. Ing Gao, I don't know when the surname Kong will come back, but I hope that when he and his elder brother come back, these ankle cuffs will also be switched over after the time change. Hua imagined the scene. Fu Su woke up from the Great Wall, and before he could figure out how he got a few extra bags on his head, he realized that he was handcuffed and changed into a prison uniform. But, it'll be fun if he follows along and builds the Great Wall under a misunderstanding. The speaker has no intention of listening. Shulu and Ing Gao looked at each other, their eyes brightening up. Go, find father. Soon after, Ing Zhang, who had learned that Kong Xing had gone to other time and space to hand out orders, and that Fu Su had also been taken away by the time and space swap, came over with a hilarious mindset. Was it Fu Su when he was sent to the wall? Thinking back to the relevant content of the later history books that he had received from Kong Xing, Ing Zhang's eyes brightened slightly, and his playfulness grew. During these years in the royal palace, there were too few recreational activities, and the only pastime entertainment was beating up his son, which was really boring. Go to the sick. Come here, the widow has something for you to do. You do this. An hour passed. Fu Su covered his head and got up from the ground. Who am I being punched by? Looking up and around, his eyes were full of confusion. Is this the cell? Shouldn't I be at the wall? Where's Timon? Monty? What Monty? That was 100 years ago. Sheen died a long time ago. Gee, he's a handsome guy, but why is he such a fool? Outside the cell, there was a sigh of relief from Hua. Fuso? What 100 years ago? What are you talking about? What happened to Great Sheen? Where is my father? Speak up you. Hua Daisy didn't pay any attention to Fu Su, and like a small soldier patrolling a large prison, he slowly passed outside the cell and walked further and further away. Fu Su, come back. Come back. Give me the words clearly. Hey. Shut up. In the next cell, Jia's voice rang out. I say you this person, are you really stupid or fake stupid? Great Qin died more than 100 years ago, and the first emperor died some years ago. Now it's the Han dynasty, and the reigning emperor is Liu Che. Jia stopped talking at this point. At the moment he was desperately pinching his thighs and stifling a laugh. Fusu's entire being was completely confused by the huge amount of information Jia Dang had revealed. My father, he's dead? Your father? What are you dreaming about? Hey, you're not out of your mind, are you? You don't think you're Fu Su, do you? That Fusu already cut himself on the Great Wall more than 100 years ago after receiving Zhao Gao's altered last decree of the first emperor. Cheng Yu's voice also came from the other cell. Fuso, The amount of information was so great that Fu Su had trouble digesting it for a while. What's all the noise? Hua Zaiwei, who was suspected to have returned from a patrol, impatiently knocked on the bars outside the cell. If you make any more noise, I'll kill you all. After that, the patrol continued. After patrolling to an unoccupied corner, Hua Daiji then dared to slightly relax the hand that was pinching his thigh. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. What kind of outrageous crossover scene is this? It's just that I don't know how long it will take to get time swapped back. If there's enough time, there's still the Emperor's sacrifice ceremony behind it. It's just that, why did my majesty let the Li Shimen pretend to be Li Shimen? It's going to be my turn to play Emperor Wu of Han soon. So exciting. Yu Fei, who was assigned the Weiqing scene. I also don't know what wonderful things will happen to the Great Qin of that time and space after this time and space swap is over. Think it must have been wonderful. Chapter 98 equals caret omega caret equals. Saying it's a funny thing? Whether it's interesting or not, I don't see it. Surnamed Kong, you're laughing quite happily. What? Me being hung up and beaten by my father, is that good? Fusu cursed and limped away from the Dune Palace, clutching a long list of names in his hand. I'll do all the dirty work, but how am I going to get so many people together in such a short period of time? Fusu looked at the list full of sorrow. The first Emperor's Eastern Tour, accompanied by a lot of people. It is perfectly possible to karma all of these people to increase his life. But Ing Zhang not only rejected Fusu's proposal, but also beat him even harder. I am a benevolent ruler, not a tyrant. I can't do the thing of wantonly slaughtering Great Qin's people for my own selfish desires. If the price of increasing lifespan is the lifespan of all the people of Great Qin, then I would rather not have it. Recalling Ing Zhang's words, Fusu's eyes were filled with bitterness. 100,000 people. Where can I grab them for you? The ones on the list aren't enough either, and there's such a rush to get more. At that exact moment, Li Si came over, seemingly to asking Zhang what the situation was now and whether he could go in himself. Fusu sat face for all Aya, saying, "You came just in time," without waiting for Li Si to react. Fusu shoved the list in his hand into Li Si's arms. "Father's word of honor. You're told to get all these people as fast as you can. Be quick. Remember to break the limbs and don't let any of them karma off." Li Si looked at the list and his entire body was confused. It's just a mess. There are so many disorganized people in Great Qin. The 10 clans of Zhao Gao are up there. 10 tribes? Risa's eyes rolled back in his head. Fusu patted Li Si's shoulder as a sign of comfort. "Don't worry. You're not on the list." And then the words turned, however. "These 10 clans have never been seen before after all. So you can also be in this list. It all depends on how father he defines it. Does Sang understand? I'll go and arrest people now." Under the threat of Fusu's 3 words, Li Si was energized and immediately led his men to arrest people according to the list. But to be even a second late, that's not caring about your little life. Fuso, that's great. Isn't the list so I don't have to work on it? As for the remaining amount, Brother Golden Eagle, let's go. Go back to the Great Wall and tell Meng Tian to hurry up and catch some tongues. Soon, the man and the eagle disappeared into the sky. Over here, inside the Dune Palace, Ing Zhang was digesting some information. Having been forced to take a trip back from the Ghost Gate, he was now extraordinarily receptive to anything. There was a lot of nomenclature that was unintelligible, but there was one thing he understood. Don't you dare bull **** me here. I'm just dying, not having a bad memory. You clearly said before that you would only give you 150 taels of gold to increase my life. Where did you get one? 500 taels. Shady businessman? On the opposite side, Kong Xing flashed out the golden token. Nonetheless, I am the foreign merchant Marquis of Qin, but this is Great Qin, and I'm dying. Don't you have any sympathy? But, you have been screaming that you are going to die for 5 hours now. Earlier, you even hung Fu Su up and beat him up, and I see you in this state now. It doesn't look like you're going to kaput in the next second. Ing Zheng, I was pissed off. Kong Xing was thoughtful. Remove the amplified speaker from the system space. Recording. Loop. Great Qin dies in the second age. Great Qin dies in the second age. De Qin. Ka. The megaphone was chopped to pieces by Ing Zhang's sword. Kong Xing, hey, cut it for what? I listened to your logic. Is not to rely on anger to support it. Always put how good cannot hold out to take out and listen to it. Will not be able to be angry again to come alive? Ing Zheng, I don't want to care about you. Turning around, he turned his back to Kong Xing. Kong Xing, don't. I still have questions I want to ask. Didn't you pursue longevity before? How is it that now that you have a chance at immortality, you are only asking for an increase in your lifespan? And just a few more years of life gain? Ing Zheng, naturally, it's because the later generations don't need an emperor who lives forever. People live too long. It's hard to make sure they won't do something wrong. Just like the Lu Che you just told me about. If he had died a few years earlier, where would there still be any witchcraft scourge? What I am seeking is never any longevity. I just feel that my lifespan is not quite enough. Fusu has not yet completely grown up. The Great Qin was first built. The foundation is not stable. The remaining members of the 6 countries are looking forward to my death. I can't go yet. At least not now. Kong Xing, it's more than that, isn't it? I have a feeling there's another reason you didn't mention. What? It's about Fusu, isn't it? You don't say long life. Even if the lifespan is too long, this can only be bad and stifling news for him. If a father lives a long life, it is natural for a son to be happy. But if this father is an emperor and doesn't like to retire to old age, then it's suffocating. Ing Zheng nodded slightly. You're right. In that case, how about I secretly make a deal with you? What's the deal? I am old now, but I was young in the time and space you came from. Tell him the news of the increase of life, how he wants to choose. Let him make the decision. But I would like to ask you to help bring a message. I heard you say that Lu Che is a very good emperor. I am not considering it. Ask him if he wants to pass it on to his grandson? Kong Xing. Lo and behold, he broke his cat's paw and did the math, and was pleasantly surprised to find that just over 100 years separated the two of them, and that he could have lived perfectly well by increasing his life to that point. If we were considering Fusu, Zheng might have hesitated. But if it was about Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, Kong Xing always felt like he would say yes. Isn't this not too friendly for Fuso? Zheng, how is it unfriendly? When it's about time, arrange for yourself to go offline and retire for the rest of your life. And let Fusu work on his own. Doesn't it smell good? As long as it's done properly. It's a matter of God knows what you know and he doesn't know what he knows. So how is it unfriendly to him? Kong Xing thought about it and thought it made sense. Some years later, after abdicating the throne to look over the historians to record their own great achievements, Fusu, angry, pulling Xuanlu, ran to the tomb of the first emperor to cry and howl. Father, that historian, he bullied people back then. You remember to beat him up down there. Be the judge for me. Dad. The cries traveled a long way. It breaks the heart of those who hear it and brings tears to the eyes of those who see it. Of course, this is ignoring the tents that Fusu ordered Shogun to help set up on the side. He stayed straight away. Howl again every day when the sun rises and when the sun sets. I've never been so active in court. Eventually, on the 27th day of Fuso's wailing, it was too much to bear. In the middle of the night, a dark shadow with a hand grasping a thorn entered Fusu's tent. Ah, ghost! In front of the tomb of the first emperor, Fusu's exclamation of surprise rang out. Unfortunately, no one came to the rescue. In the darkness of the night, there was only a white-haired cat demon looking excitedly in the direction of the tent. Both ears perked up high. Chapter 99, Are you sure you want to rebel? One more question. Where do you get all these questions? Inside the Dune Palace, Zhen was getting a little impatient. I'm just curious, If Fusu, he swells up and really intends to rebel against you, how would you deal with him? How dare he? Rip his head off. Besides, I don't think he'll be able to find anyone to support him in his rebellion against me while I'm still alive. After thinking about it, Zhang added, those remaining members of the Six Kingdoms don't count, and I will not give him that chance. Kong Xing nodded and asked again, but the Meng family has always been friendly with Fusu, so you are not worried? Do you think that without my permission, Fusu can befriend the Meng family? If I thought there was something wrong, I would have asked Meng Tian to guard the Great Wall in the north with 300,000 troops and relegated Fusu to the Great Wall? After all, it doesn't have to be Meng Tian who guards the northern Great Wall, and Fusu doesn't have to be relegated to the Great Wall. Speaking of this, I don't know if I was influenced by someone, but Zhang said, 300,000 troops. I sometimes kinda expect Fusu to convince Meng Tian to kill him with his army. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the guts. Do you think that I am really so terrible? 300,000 troops can't even give him the courage to rebel? If I were you, I wouldn't say 300,000. I dare to do 3,000. Kong Xing. But the problem is, you have 500,000 troops in the south alone. You again excited to come to the Imperial Army. He took the hammer to rebel. Courage like revolt is unrealistic when it comes to him. Zhang rolled his eyes. Since you know it's unrealistic, then you still ask me how I will deal with Fusu if he rebels? If you are really so curious, just wait until you return to the time when I was young and try to create a rebellion. Won't you? Makes sense. Sigma, 3, superscript 33 superscript 33 a sneeze. High above the sky, Fusu, who was riding a golden eagle at breakneck speed back to the Great Wall in the north, sneezed several times in a row. Why do I keep feeling this cold chill down my back? It can't be that the surname Kong is holding something back again, can it? Money. I've already given him quite a few IOUs, so I shouldn't be missed again. Now that I've come to this time and space with him again, I shouldn't be taken to a time and space like this one later. So, the smile on Fusu's face ceased after a flurry of analysis. He didn't plan anything with father to pit me, right? Brother Eagle, fly faster. Let's end this side of things as soon as possible. I always feel like dragging it out isn't very friendly to me. The golden eagle answered and sped up its flight. Ding! Congratulations host, this special order has been completed and is being settled. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, the Devil's Stamp. Devil's Stamp. Attach this to an envelope and you can write a letter to a person with a known address in space and time. But you can only write one sentence at a time. Jaggedy. Didn't you say there's nothing but 5-star positive feedback for completing an order? Don't talk to me about special orders and special circumstances. You're just taking all my order completion rewards for such a long time, aren't you? That prize in whatever the raffle carousel is. It's also from what you've been privy to, isn't it? Omega, yes. That's right. It's Tomboy who did it. You bite me? Kong Xing was stunned. How do you bite this thing? Before Kong Xing could continue to wrestle with the system about the privation, a sharp popping sound came from the distance. Listening to the voice, it seems to be Fusu, who has just finished handing out orders and has been reswitched back to Qin in time and space. Because of the time and space swap, Kong Xing came back this time and Fusu was not by his side. Reverse the heavenly strike. Are you going to split me up into 5 pieces? Fusu looked in horror at the rope harness that had been tied around his body, and to the side, Shula was running in a hurry to drag the 5 horse cubs away. Ing Gao, on the other hand, explained somewhat sheepishly, "Brother, don't think too much. This is a centennial crossing drama arranged by Father King for you in that previous time and space. Father said that he wasn't sure what you guys were going to do over there this time, but since you from that time and place were temporarily switched over, he had an obligation to watch over and teach." Fusu gradually calmed down after the initial trepidation, but still rubbed his teeth in anger. Watching over the teachings? I think he's trying to have fun. Centennial crossing? Hell knows what kind of stupid things his time and place self would do when he went back. After all, at that time, the Father King had already had his life increased, and could still live for a few more years, instead of dying a violent death in the Dune Palace as recorded in the history books. Ing Gao, hey, you're right about that. Father said that the entertainment program of the Royal Palace is already scarce, and it would be better not to have children if they are not used to play and have some fun. Fusu was stunned. The face darkened. Don't you tell me Father he wants so many children just for fun. Just heard the sound of the Kong Xing heard this subconscious fingers counting. Really do not say. In accordance with the order of the eldest and youngest to come one by one. Then, and so on again when the turn has been about a month. A month? That's enough to make some people with bad memories forget a lot of things. Seemingly realizing that his previous words were inappropriate, and in order to prevent the father-son relationship between Fusu and Ing Zhang from becoming strained, Ing Gao changed the topic and said, "Say, what was the status of that posthumous decree when you got there? It would have been wonderful if it had just been erected and you had arrived. Hey, why did your face suddenly become so ugly? Brother, did I say something wrong again?" Fusu shook his head. "No, I just feel a loss. This thing, even if he died and was brought back to life, it can still take effect, right? Right. It's written on it that the throne will be passed on to me, and I'm the one who brought him back to life, so it's not impossible to use this to make the posthumous decree take effect. A loss. At the time, I was so focused on saving Zai Zhaogao that I forgot the contents of the last decree. I should have known that I would have spent a few days as an emperor before coming back. This wave is a big loss." Ing Gao, Kong Xing mused, "If we go by what you said, what's this about Brother Zhang hanging you up and beating you up in the back? The first emperor in history to be hanged and beaten?" Fuso sad face. In his time, another time and space, back on the Great Wall, Fusu couldn't think too long, rushed to Meng Tian and opened his mouth with the king's bomb. "Monty, come with me and rebel." "Ha?" Meng Tian's eyes were full of confusion. "Are you kidding me, Your Excellency?" Fusu was very serious as he continued. "I'm not joking with you, I am seriously informing you that, although it sounds unbelievable, I have definite information that there is a problem with the immortal pill that Father Emperor he has been taking, and he, who has died a violent death in Dune Walk. Really, I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, by this time the Zhaogao's tampered posthumous decree asking me to cut myself should be almost here, right?" As soon as the words fell, a voice rang out from outside the tent. "The holy decree has arrived." Fusu raised his eyebrows. "Look, isn't this the place?" Monty's expression remained odd. After thinking about it, he pursued, "Is the prince sure he wants to rebel?" "Okay." Fuso's answer was decisive. Next, Fusu was then held down by a group of soldiers. "Though I have always been friends with the prince, but Your Excellency, I'm one of His Majesty's men. Revolt against His Majesty. I can't do it." "Fusu, it's all been said. My father is already dead." It was Zhao Gao who, before the words were finished, a voice rang out from outside the tent, coming from far away. "Who told you I was dead?" Fusu looked at the visitor, his eyes full of confusion. "You, surprisingly not dead? Ing Zheng, where's my sword?" Chapter 100 Refusal 996 Refusal 007. The Devil's Stamp. Kong Xing took out the newly obtained props from the system space and placed them on the table. It was a plain-looking stamp. Mediocre. The only thing that probably deserves more attention is the pattern on it. It was a demon. A phantom demon. Kong Xing's sad face, "Oh exuberant. This is good. This is good. Unicorn. I'll look at the matter of your earlier embezzlement for the sake of phantom stamp sake. I'll forgive you for a minute. This is a prop used to send a message. Please host, don't use it on some strange path." Kong Xing skimmed his mouth and said perfunctorily, Okay, pass the letter, right? Just stick it on any envelope, right? Envelopes are pretty neat for this kind of thing. And since there's no clear requirement for envelopes anyway, Kong Xing chose to just hand-roll one. It didn't take long for a huge envelope that was a meter long and about half a meter wide to be rubbed out by Kong Xing. The envelope is very poorly made, but it's good enough to win. This stamp it only supports one sentence. The system couldn't help but remind. Kong Xing, I know. I don't need you to remind me. After saying that, he picked up a piece of paper and after writing down what he wanted to say, he wrote the temporal address on the cover of the envelope, to whom it was addressed. Put the devil's stamp on it. After a few seconds, the envelope disappeared into thin air. Omega, now waiting for the reply. I wonder how much chump change I can get. 1,381. Several months had passed since the last time Kong Xing and Fu Su left. Inside the hall, Zhu Yuanzhang, who was fighting with Zhu Di to bring troops across the sea to destroy the island, stared blankly at the huge envelope that appeared out of thin air in front of him. This sudden appearance reminded him of the two men from a few months ago. Did Kong Xing give it to us? Go, open it and see what he gave us. Zhu shook his head, unwilling to go. Father, this has your name written on it. In case it's something important. My side checking it out if it leads to something going wrong in the back can be bad. It's better for you to see for yourself. Father. Zhu Yuanzhang did not move and turned to Zhu Biao instead. Zhu Biao was helpless. Step forward and open the envelope. A thin sheet of paper fell out. There's only one sentence on the paper. New business opens. I'm paid to pass on a message to Brother Chang. Zhu Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di, Father. This is a good business. There are not many chances to communicate with the first emperor. Besides, he didn't say the exact amount, so we could have just given a penny. Zhu Yuanzhang, but that's the problem. Don't you see? It only says something about passing the word on behalf of the people, but not about returning the word. Also, if he can give us this envelope, can he give it to someone else? Do you believe it or not? As long as we really give only one penny, immediately all the emperors of other time and space will know about this. Zhu Di, then what should be done? Simple. Zhu Yuanzhang casually grabbed a brush and with a broad stroke, directly followed the sentence written by Kong Xing. I have read it. Zhu Yuanzhang, I'll learn. Don't get caught in a trap. Zhu Biao answered in a row. Zhu Di thought about it and suggested that Zhu Yuanzhang should add another stamp, so that it would look a little more forced. And so it was that Kong Xing received a reply stamped by the jade seal of transmission. Kong Xing. The disbelieving Kong Xing sent a new letter to Cao Cao, whom he had met once. There is no, I have read, this time. More concise. Reading. The only difference from Zhu Yuanzhang's reply is that it is not stamped. Kong Xing's sad face. Another letter was sent to Dixin. This time there is no, read. Just the contents of the letter Kong Xing do not recognize. What is the reason for seeking the widow? Translation? Ying Zhang raised his head in confusion, stared at Kong Xing for a long time, and let out a soulful question. From where do you infer that the Shang dynasty's writing the oligarchs must have recognized? That's 1,000 years between them. Kong Xing, sigma, degree, hey? Don't you recognize it? Chang, I always thought you were the all-around emperor. What about this? How do I know what he sent me back if I don't know him? Ying Zhang, you don't have to worry about this. The cultural heritage has never been broken, so there is always someone who knows it. Even if no one recognizes it, we can still try to deduce it based on the evolution of the text. Give me a few days and I'll find someone to translate it for you. Aha, I'll leave it up to Masa then. That's the most normal reply to any of the 3 letters I've sent out today. Oh, the most normal reply? What did the other 2 write back? Kong Xing then took out the 2 letters and showed them to Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang, actually, in a way, the logic of their reply is fine. Let's see. What did they give you back? Fuso curiously came over. After reading the content, the rating was given slowly, 6. A few days later, the contents of Emperor Xian's reply were finally successfully translated. As Kong Xing said, this is indeed the most normal of the replies. Kong Xing wrote the same letter to which Dixin replied. I don't recognize what you've written, so let's standardize the text and communicate. Kong Xing. Ying Zhang, the unification of writing is imminent. Someone summon Li Si. After thinking about it, it seems to be that it's not quite right to give this heavy responsibility to just one person. Summon Sha again. 2 people, one of whom comes up with a set of options, are selected on the basis of merit. There is competition, which leads to greater motivation and a more perfect program. Really? As long as I get this done, I'll be promoted to Prime Minister when the world is unified? A trace of suspicion flashed across Li Si's face. This sentence, how come it always felt like he had heard the king say it before? Is it an illusion? Shao He, Your Majesty, I'm still busy with my previous matters, and those matters are quite important, and the unification of the written language is a major nuisance, so I'm really distracted. I suggest that I leave this matter to Feng Jiqi. I believe he will have enough time and energy to do this well. Xiao He politely refused Ying Zhang's drawing of a cake and recommended Feng Zhizhi to eat the cake. Li Si was shocked. Too busy? Too busy? Those are all excuses. Time. It can be squeezed out. You're just going to give up such a great opportunity to be the prime minister to that old piker? Are you stupid? Xiao He turned a deaf ear to this. Reject 996. Reject 007. There are enough things to work on at hand, and for the sake of your own health, it's only natural to let others have such things as they can. As for the position of prime minister, Xiao He didn't expect much from it. In the meantime, he'd had his fill of pie. Since you can't spare the time and energy, let's leave it to Feng to get sick. In the afternoon of that day, Feng Zhiqi, who was planning the construction of future Qin roads, learned the good news. You can be prime minister if you standardize your writing? Isn't it true that you can be prime minister if you plan the future construction of Qin's roads? Which one of them is going to get promoted to prime minister? Feng Zhizhi always had a feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't have the guts to ask Ying Zhang, so he bitterly took the matter over and did his best. Anyway, as long as I complete every governmental task given to me by the king perfectly, I'll be promoted to prime minister. Right? That's the king. One word. He wouldn't lie to the minister. Chapter 101, Bribery. Bribery. Ding dong. You have taken a new order. Please complete the delivery in a timely manner. With nothing else to do, Kongxing once again set out on the road of distribution. It's still a familiar recipe with familiar flavors. Kongxing fell into silence as he looked at the line on the sheet. Bribing Zhuge Liang with a colorful fan. Unlike earlier, the item to be delivered this time did not appear in the takeout box, but instead clattered onto the ground in front of Kongxing. A banana fan? This must be the banana fan, right? What is the difference between this fan in front of me? Except for the bright colors and the fact that it can't be changed in size. And the one in Journey to the West? Hold the fan up and place the bottom end on the ground. Oh, wow. Taller than yourself. On the side, Fu Su gives his own reasoning after seeing the fan. In the front, Cao Cao is not as tall as a sword. And in the back, Yukong traders are not as tall as a fan. And it's well known that a fan is shorter than a sword. So it follows that Cao Cao is taller than you. Hear the applause. Kongxing moved the fan in front of Fu Su, compared the height and was surprised. Fu Su, how come you haven't put the fan high yet? Fu Su, sinking his face, he urged. Go, 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 hurry up and try to bribe someone over. Bribe? Shulu, who happened to be passing by the door of the room, was dumbfounded. What kind of person, in the capacity of an elder brother, needs to be bribed? Kongxing was about to set off with Fu Su to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty this very moment when he turned around and saw the hesitant figure of Xuan Lu. Fu Su, what's wrong? What do you want from me? If you have something to say, just come in and say it. The door was open and unlocked. Xuan Lu stepped in and confused Fu Su. Who are you going to bribe? Father? A country's eldest son going to bribe the monarch? A matter unheard of. Although father treats you better than all of us brothers, are you sure you won't be hung and whipped again if you go bribing father? Fuso, mouth hashtag? Who did you say went to bribe father? Me? No, in my position. Is there any need to bribe father? What do I want? What don't I want? Kongxing, AI. Fusu, you're not saying this correctly. If you go to brother Zhang now and ask for the throne, he won't give it to you. Fuso, except for the throne. Besides, the throne isn't right either. Try asking Zhang to borrow by Qi. I have a feeling he won't necessarily lend it to you. And that kite, you just got hit. At the mention of the kite, Fusu's face darkened even more. Don't mention that damn kite to me. If you had told me that was in the takeout allotment instead of something you brought from the afterlife, I wouldn't have touched it. A kite? Shulu's brows furrowed slightly as he begged for confirmation. The one that was rumored in Xianying City earlier that Father King had flown the coop? Fu Su nodded. That's the one. The kite string was cut by Wan Jun with a sword. Leading up to now there's no telling where that kite went. Let's hope nothing more happens back there because of this kite. Shogun, so you bribed father just in case something about that kite comes up again later to spare you? Fusu, no. I'm not trying to bribe father. It's Kong who is. Before he finished speaking, Shulu suddenly said, oh, it's the foreign merchant marquis who wants to bribe father. Ha? How much are you going to bribe? Kongxing sad face asterisk, yes. I'm the one who wants a bribe. And it just so happens that you're here. So it would be good for you to pass it on. A file bag popped was Kongxing stuffed into the arms of the LV. Without waiting for Xuanlu to react, Kongxing directly took Fusu to expedite to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Look at the empty place in front of you. Xue Lu subconsciously wanted to open the document bag up and take a look, but the thought was quickly snuffed out. Folder? Kongxing asked you to pass it on? Then open it on behalf of the widow. Shunglu was confused for a moment. I'll open it? But if there's something important in here, can I really read it? Zhang, look at it if I want you to. How can one look at it spoil it? Or will you want to rebel after reading it? Shunblo hastily claimed that he would not rebel, while quickly opening the document bag and taking out the contents. Application for voluntary immigration to the state of Qin. Thick stacks. Father, why do so many of the names on this look so familiar? Wait, Ho Shang? Isn't this that Xianghua from Qi? He immigrated to Qin? Shuilu looked at the hand with Ho Shang's handwritten signature and fingerprints of the application letter, full of confusion. Zhang was also slightly dismayed, but once he thought about the fact that these were the things Kong Xing had pounded out, it seemed reasonable. No one knew how many more vests Kong Xing had found for himself during this time. That anything goes mask can also be said to be put to good use when placed in his hands. Of course, if he was willing to take Jia's offer, the rewards would only be greater. Unfortunately, Kong Xing disagreed. Immigration, how dare he think of that? Zhang didn't care whether these people who had pressed their handprints and signed their names were voluntary or not. With these things, even if they weren't voluntary, there were 1,000 ways to make them become voluntary. I'm not going to do that. Give these to Jia, and tell him to go and settle these people in Qin. Yes, Xuanlu answered and turned around to go deliver these in his hand to Jia Dang. 208 years. Cao Cao led an army of 200,000 men down the river. Sun Quan appointed Zhou Yu and Chang Pu as the left and right governors, and Lu Su as the commander of the army. Zhou Yu led an elite army of 30,000 men up the river to Xiakou, and together with Liu Bei's army stationed at Fangkou, they marched westward along the Yangtze River and met Cao Cao's army at Red Cliff. At this time, many soldiers of Cao's army were already infected with diseases, and in the first battle, Cao's army retreated and temporarily stationed their troops in the Wulin area, while Zhou Yu and his men were on the south bank, facing each other across the river. Chancellor, it's not a solution to keep stalemating like this. There are more and more soldiers who have contracted the disease. What's the hurry? We're upstream. The big deal is that we'll throw those soldiers who died of the disease into the water. They're downstream. They're the ones to worry about. Cao Cao appeared in no hurry at all, and even had the leisure to reply to the letter. Do you mean the east wind will rise up behind us and burn Red Cliff? Right. Where are you now? Plumbers beside it. Instead of helping Cao, you helped him beat up Cao? No, I'm bribing him with a fan. Pittsburgh, downstream. After Kong Xing utilized the devil stamp to send Cao Cao a letter again, Zhuge Liang, who had watched the entire process, couldn't hold back any longer. Who are you writing to? Can't you just finish all your words at once? Don't you think it's too much trouble to break it up? Oh, I'm revealing to Cao Cao your next plan. Zhuge Liang? Chapter 102, Cao Cao's broken dream of chasing stars. Say again. Who are you tipping off? Cao Cao. Kong Xing shrugged his shoulders slightly and spread his hands. What's the problem? Oh yeah. He said he was going to dump the body in the water upstream behind him and wanted your side to be prepared ahead of time. Zhuge Liang's eyes widened. What is that surname Cao going to throw? A corpse? When did his morals get so low? Do you really intend to completely fish out of water and leave yourself no way back at all? Kong Xing, I don't know about that. Anyway, that's what he said. If your side sets fire to it, he'll throw the body. As for the consequences, it depends on which side fate favors more. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but raise his voice. Is he stupid? Knowing that we are going to set fire to our side, wouldn't it be better for him to directly take measures to prepare for it? Throwing bodies? I don't think it's a fight to that extent. Kong Xing looked at the new content on the letter and said, oh, he said he was seasick. Zhuge Liang, he's going to throw in a body if he gets seasick? Why doesn't he throw himself in? %? #** and degree Celsius $. On the side, Fu Su was stunned as he looked at Zhuge Liang, who was sending a telegram with an extremely rich vocabulary. It doesn't come with repetition. Zhou Yu's entire body went numb. How is it that once these two arrived, that Cao Cao seemed like a different person? The way he fights isn't even the same as before. What's a three-way split when he's this whole? 3 divisions? Fu Su raised his head in confusion. You guys call this a 3-part world? Do you realize how big the world really is? This 1 acre of land is not called the world. What do you mean? Several people were puzzled. Kong Xing then took out the pre-prepared world map from the system space and spread it out. This, then, is the world. And then he took out a pen and circled the general area of the territory that the people were fighting over today. Actually, you guys could have thought of it differently. How unprofitable it is to keep fighting over this 1 acre of land. There are obviously so many unclaimed lands out there. Don't you guys want to fight all these places down and grow food and vegetables? So much ground. Not to mention 3 points. 7 points is enough. Okay? How meaningless it is to keep fighting internally. Fight outward. Open up the frontier and make a name for yourself. The crowd was filled with shock as they looked at the tiny piece of circled area on the map in front of them. and then looked at the places outside that hadn't been circled yet. It's surprisingly big out there? You're not lying to us, are you? You mean you want us to fight outside? But how are you going to guarantee that if we fight outside that the Chow traders won't reap the benefits? The few people present did not worry that they would not be able to beat the outside. After all, usually, the way they regulated their mood was to beat the outside race, taking a defeat, fighting foreigners, bad weather, hitting foreigners, short of money, fight the foreigners, even idle boredom, will catch and release and catch again. The main play a cat and mouse. It is not for nothing that nations perish with weakness, but only Han dies with strength. Kong Xing, I can guarantee that. If he does this, I'll go to Emperor Wu of Han and badmouth him in front of Lu Che. I can also call Hua Daisy over to help you all do justice. If it's not possible, you all can still pay for his traveling expenses, and I'll send him to Lu Che then. But Cao Cao has always fantasized about being born in Lu Che's time and bowing and dying for the Han. The crowd's eyes instantly lit up. Zhou Yu, to tell you the truth, I especially like to help others realize their dreams. Please do send Cao Cao away. Isn't it just the traveling expenses? Give me a number. I'll cover it. Zhuge Liang, if you send Cao Cao away, then I can promise you a condition that is not too outrageous. Fusu's eyes brightened up and excitedly grabbed Zhuge Liang's hand. Then why don't you come with me to Qin? This request is not excessive at all. Zhuge Liang, exempt. Fu Su was undeterred. Hey, don't you reconsider I'm telling you, Hua Daisy is over there. And so is Bai Qi. There's also Jia Yan. Yes, the same Jia Yan from Cao Cao's side. He and Chang Yu are both there. Upon hearing that Jia Dang and Chang Yu were also there, Zhuge Liang was even more determined that he was resolutely unable to go, exempt. Instead of agreeing to send Cao Cao away in the first place, Kong Xing once again picked up Demon Stamp to send a letter to Cao Cao. Good news. Zhou Yu is planning to sell you at a high price to Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han, for a part-time job. Cao Cao, who received the letter, after a moment's thought, I wrote back. Then Cao will reward him with Sima Yi as a thank you gift. Cao Cao is currently unaware of the fact that his original historical self ended up working for Sima Yi for the rest of his life. He just thought that Sima Yi was a talented person, but the city was too deep and not easy to handle. Throwing it to Zhou Yu might work wonders. As for himself, if he has gone Chow campsite, how to do? He is not no offspring. His class is also in, and is not missing their own Chow army side will not turn up. Han Wu Di. If Mr. Chow can really work for Emperor Wu, what's the point of dying? I, Chow, dreamed of being born during Emperor Wu's time, hoping to become a wall of the Han dynasty, sweeping away the Xiongnu with Marshal Wei, drinking from the vast sea with General Hua, and leading the iron cavalry of our Han army to trample on the enemy's chiefs. Now, is Chow's dream about to come true? Chow, I thank you for 8 generations. Calm down. Don't raise your voice. If the traitorous Kong merchants hear you, they'll deduct money, not to mention that if the king finds out, they'll also be hung up for public display. Chang Yu kindly reminded Cao Cao, who was new to Xiangyang. Cao, calm down? I can't calm down. Where's the promised delivery of Cao to Emperor Wu? Where are we? Qin, what's the matter with you? Hashtag *** and degree Celsius dollar. Cao very unimaginatively curses the sky. Hua Zaiwei, who happens to have something to go to Bai Qi, hears this and frowns as he walks forward. Who are you? Don't you know that the king's palace prohibits noise and civilized language? Cao, who is angry, is worried that he can't find any outlet for his anger. And when he sees Hua Daisy, he opens his mouth with a series of angry dislikes. Chun, you couldn't even stop it. Hua Daisy, hey, you still scold me? Neither His Majesty nor Uncle has ever scolded me. How dare you? You're finished. Your Majesty? Uncle? Those 2 words brought Cao Cao's sanity back slightly, and he vaguely remembered what Kong Xing seemed to have seemed to say when he exchanged letters with him. What was it again? Chang Yu, quickly apologize. This is the champion Marquis Hua Daisy in front of you. Cao remembered. Kong Xing told him about the time he abducted Hua with candy. So, one is, Cao, I am Zhuge Liang. I've just been pitched over here by Kong Trader. I'm a bit angry, and I unintentionally bumped into Champion Ho. I'm really sorry. Chang Yu, Hua Zaiwei, do you think I'm stupid? You're Cao, right? With a head like yours, only Cao can fulfill these 2 conditions if Kong Xing is worthy of finding a way to get him here, right? Don't deny it. Kong Xing showed me the back history books. It's you, and you call yourself the King of Wei? Don't you know that the ancestral tradition of the Great Han does not allow for a king with a different surname? Cao, degree, Cao Mao, King of Wei? No, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Don't hit your face. Raining fist smashed into Cao's body without hesitation. Hua that specializes in catching hits where it's easy to feel pain. Cheng Yu watched the whole process. Cao, Chang Yu, what are you doing? Don't help yet. Chang Yu hesitated for a second before opening his mouth to offer advice. Champion Ho. Hit him in the kidneys. Chow chow. Chapter 103, friendship boat said to be overturned. In this life, Mr. Chow's destiny has been as uncertain as walking on thin ice. On the couch, Chow Chow's eyes no longer have the old glamour, only like a pool of stagnant water, not a ripple. Is this retribution? By and large, how he had given away a gift to fix Jia and Cheng Yu to Qin in the first place, and how badly he was injured now. The injuries on his body are not a big deal, but the shattering of his dream of being a star is a big blow to Chow Chow. Cheng Yu's eyes fluttered and stood next to him looking very weak. So what? Kong Xing said that when he has the chance to go to the Martial Emperor's time and space later on, he'll bring you there as promised. For now, just think of it as coming over here for a vacation. Vacation. Chow Chow, no. Chow Mao doesn't want a vacation. There must be room for things to maneuver. As long as Chow proves his ability, there will definitely be another chance. Not knowing what came to mind, Chow Chow struggled to rise from his sickbed. Where is the champion Ho? Where is he? Is he going out to fight? Take Chow Mao with you. Chow Mao's strategy is not weak. He went to dine. Chen Yu looked up at the sky and estimated the time. At this point in time, it's the time for meals in the royal palace. Chow Chow froze for a moment, and it quickly dawned on him. Going to the king's palace to dabble in food and drink. This sort of thing might be unreasonable when placed on other people, but it was just right when placed on Hua Zaiwei. What monarch wouldn't love a young and ever-victorious general? Come on, let's go too. Dabbling too? What dilly-dallying? Mr. Chow here has something important to discuss with the future first emperor. The warring states were all about sharing meals, especially in places as important as the king's palace, where it was taken to the extreme. Everyone would have a case table with food in front of them. It was just that this phenomenon had undergone some minor changes after Kong Xing's arrival. Chow Chow was dumbfounded by the whole scene of the circle of people sitting around the large round table like hungry ghosts. Fusu, the old rules. Whoever comes to dabble in the meal is the last to finish eating who cleans up. Jia Yan nodded his head in response as he pulled the rice into his mouth. And when he caught a glimpse of Chow Chow and Chang Yu's arrival, he hastened to clip the last 2 chicken thighs on his plate into his own bowl in a moment of urgency before decisively picking up his bowl and leaving his seat to give Chow Chow a seat. In his eyes, Chow Chow had also come to rub it in. Hua was nibbling on a mutton chop, and after noticing that Jia, who was sitting next to him, had gotten up and left, he assumed that the other party was already full and was about to speed up the pace of his eating, when a silhouette that had only been beaten up by himself for a short time settled down in Jia's seat. Chow Chow, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? That said, most of Chow Chow's attention was on Hua Zaiwei. What he was here for Hua didn't have to think about it. Immediately, he let out a long sigh of relief, and his eating slowed down considerably, with Chow Chow around. From this day forward, that's how it's not going to be your turn to clean up these plates and bowls. Li Shimin looked up at Chow Chow and saw that he hadn't been taking his bowls and chopsticks, assuming that he had come to look for Ying Zhang. So he spoke. He's not here today. Absent? Chow Chow vaguely felt that there was a second meaning to Li Shimin's words. Did this absence mean that he wasn't eating with these people today, or that he wasn't at the royal palace and had gone on a private visit? Fusu, Shu, shhhh. How can you talk about such a confidential matter? If those people in the court know about it, it's going to be a mess. Li Shimin, wasn't it just a 3-day vacation to the afterlife taken by Kong Xing? What can't you say? If you're worried about the morning court, ahem, I'm not also the king of Qin, so I can suffer a bit and take over for a while. Who are you going to substitute for? On the side, Bai Qi's voice was icy cold, and almost subconsciously, he gripped his sword, which Ying Zhang had given him the privilege of carrying it in and out of the palace at will a long time ago. Fusu, however, as if he had found some big savior, very enthusiastically held Li Shimin's hand. Really? Then you cannot back out. Ow. Words closed, clapping hands. 7 or 8 strong men came in carrying baskets of governmental affairs. Bamboo slips? Li Shimin's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Hasn't Qin already popularized paper? Fusu, don't be anxious, don't be dry. Junior, more suffering is good for you. If you don't believe me, look at my father, and then look at that later Hanwu Di Luce. Why did they have so much influence among all the emperors? Why did they achieve so much success? The answer is right here. 3 days. Just 3 days and you will find the answer and become like my father in the future. Li Shimin's sad face ring and equal to ring and equal to ring and equal to, that's what Kong Xing said about getting hit again, isn't it? Degree? What? Kong Xing took the first emperor to the afterlife to play? Hua Daisy stood up and looked at the group with disbelief. You all know about this? Yu Fei, yeah. What? You don't know? So the nice place he came over to me in the middle of the night yesterday and said he was going to take me to was that time of day for him? I didn't agree when I thought he was digging a hole for me. Who's a good person to ask someone to go out in the middle of the night? Hey, not for nothing, Yu Fei continued. In later times, there was a man named Su Shi who did this, calling people out in the middle of the night to enjoy the moon. Huazaiwei, I heard Kong Xing say that there are a lot of fun things to do in the later world. There are roller coasters, sledgehammers, and jumping machines. Fusu, haven't you been following Kong Xing all the time? Has he ever taken you to play? Tell me about it. Roller coaster sledgehammer jumper? Fuso snapped to attention. Wow, that surnamed Kong won't be so heartless as to take his own father to play those dangerous things, right? Congratulations to the host for successful delivery and obtaining special props. Identity whiteboard card *3. Identity whiteboard card. After using it, it automatically rationalizes the identity of the specific time and space, which is the best choice for time travel. To beware of the Black family. After ending that single delivery from Zhuge Liang, Kong Xing obtained this prop. It also sent invitations to Ying Zhang and Hua Jiaoyi at the first opportunity. Only for some reason, Hua refused, and Ying Zhang only agreed to go there for 3 days, considering that Qin still had to sit on its own. Where does Masa want to go? Kong Xing turned the car key in his hand, ready to drive at any time. The widow can go anywhere. Just arrange it. I'll arrange it? Well, how about skydiving? Ying Zhang? High jump? What? Sounds like it might be a little dangerous. I'm sorry, gentlemen. High jumps we don't usually recommend for people who are too tall yet. So, listening to what the skydiving instructor said, Ying Zhang nodded his head slightly. You mean, he can jump, right? And can the widow watch him jump from below? Yes, you can. We also have free binoculars available here. Do you need help getting one? Binoculars, then take one, and see more clearly. And, if the widow can't play, can you give him this opportunity of the widow? That is, for him to jump twice? Kong Xing, who was following another skydiving instructor's guide to put on his defense gear. What twice? Who? Chapter 104 Epsilon, Omega. Every day riding the eagle traveling Kong Xing consciously is not afraid of heights, but when he heard the sentence jump twice still cannot hold back. Is skydiving fun? It's fun. Exciting? It's exciting. 2 jumps in a row is always exciting. But what if there are more jumps? Ancestor, just jump twice. Stop while you're ahead and give the next generation a chance to live. Continuing the dance or something is really not an option. After 2 consecutive jumps, Kong Xing's face turned pale, and she hugged Ying Zhang's thighs in an attempt to change his extremely dangerous thoughts. Skydiving is just like that. It's not much fun. How about I take you to a hot air balloon ride? Brother Zhang? You can fly up in the sky and see the scenery. Or go diving and touch fish? How about Mount Tai? After fighting the 6 kingdoms, don't we have to seal the Zen in Taishan? It's okay to walk around and step on the spot in advance. Ying Zhang, what's so great about the scenery? Why don't you continue jumping? I've never had the chance to jump from such a high altitude. Why don't you know enough? Why don't you know enough? Didn't I see you having fun this time? Kong Xing, inwardly growling, was I happy? My hands are shaking now. Ying Zhang, ahem. Okay, have been at the bottom to watch you play indeed quite meaningless. The time is not early. Find a place to eat meals. Okay Lu. Kong Xing immediately, hands did not shake, legs did not soften, took out his cell phone and opened the lack of map to search for the surrounding food stores. Barbecue, hot pot, spicy hot pot. What would you like to host? Go. Let's go eat. Where's my car? Parking spaces where cars were supposed to be parked were empty. Kong Xing's pupils quake, unbelievingly confirming again and again that he hadn't found the wrong place. He had indeed parked his car here. Goddamn banana pineapple skinned ones. Who stole my car? You know that license plate is hard to get. How dare you steal my car? You've hit the nail on the head. Turning on the skill, psychic, he catches the flowers and plants on the side of the road and starts interrogating them. Even the ants. Ants? When asked what are the land creatures with the widest range of existence, ants and rats definitely top the list. If the communication barriers between each other could be resolved, it would be entirely theoretically possible to inquire about the vast majority of things on land through the 2 species. And at this point, with the skill, psychic master, these 2 creatures are entrusted with the task of catching thieves. Rats. I'm going to catch a thief. It's not enough to have a land-based intelligence network to catch thieves. You need some airborne help. A call was made to the Golden Eagle. Stop playing for a moment and come catch the thief. Peter, the Golden Eagle, who was skulking around in flight, turned around decisively as he listened to the voice coming out of the phone watch caught in his paw, and offered his own bargaining chip to help. Chicken thighs. 10. Fine. Extra food for you. Kong Xing hung up the phone after he finished speaking, letting the Golden Eagle help out as an aerial vision was thought through. Although this Golden Eagle of his was a prize from the system, others did not know that at this time of his life, in the eyes of others, It was just a mediocre national-level protected animal, commonly known as the bird that sits on the bottom of the jail cell, different from the other golden eagles, and just a little bit bigger in size. Soon, with the help of a dual intelligence network, Kongxing finds his car outside a shopping mall. There were no thieves in the car. Kongxing was about to go up and check to see if there was anything wrong with his car when a siren sounded from far away. Where's the kid who robbed the gold store? Still robbing at the mall. Ha! Go, 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 go. Robbing a gold store? Kongxing was confused for a moment. There are still people robbing gold stores in broad daylight these days? He didn't even bother to check the car, and pulled Ing Zhang along with the crowd who had also followed him. Police officers are very fast. To be Kongxing and Ing Zhang rushed to the place. To see only a man wearing a grey duck tongue cap was held down on the ground as handcuffed. Feet a bulging black bag half open. Scattered on the ground. Scattered jewelry, and a ground broken glass slag. I have diplomatic immunity. You can't arrest me. An onlooker, what? You're a member of Vientiane? You can't rob people even if you're a member. Kongxing sad face, pfft. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, the police officer's simple questioning made Kongxing learn the smile disappearing technique on the spot. How did you get here? Any accomplices? No accomplices. I stole the car. Steal a car? What car? Where did you steal it from? Where is it now? It's parked out front. The one with the awesome license plate. Sui NB 666. Ing Zhang looked slightly sideways at Kongxing. This seems to be talking about your car, right? Congratulations. The car thief has been caught. Kongxing. Because the car in this matter is involved. Kongxing therefore went to the police station to make a simple statement, recounting the whole story of his loss of the car. Phew, that's never going to happen again, is it? Go go go. Find a place to eat? I'm starving. But before stepping out of the police station hall, a police officer hurriedly ran in from outside. Quickly contact the forestry bureau. There are enthusiastic people outside who have picked up a golden eagle. That head boss. Golden eagle? A very large golden eagle? Kongxing gradually had a bad feeling. I think, no. I told him to stay away from humans. But what is feared comes to pass. As soon as the police officer's words fell, he saw a very large golden eagle stride in step by step, letting out a joyful cry upon seeing Kongxing. "I-oh! Thief caught! Where's the chicken leg I was promised? Give it to me! Who else could this golden eagle in front of us be if not little Kim?" As for the enthusiastic people who found the golden eagle, as the police officer said, they were, "Can we go eat now? The widow is hungry." Kongxing. It could have been. But now, I'm afraid it's not good to say oh. Constable Sadface wary, what? You and this eagle know each other? The golden eagle is a large bird of prey that is fierce. The presence of such a kindred spirit, a polite golden eagle, usually means that there will be a big case behind. The golden eagle cocked his head, analyzing the meaning of the officer's words carefully before nodding his head politely to greet each person in the hall one by one. And then, following the faint scent of rice wafting through the air, he breezed into the cafeteria under the shocked gazes of the police officers, letting out an excited cry. "I-oh! Buffet! Kongxing, the black cat sheriff is true. This must be your police eagle, right, officer, huh?" The forestry bureau personnel concerned who came urgently froze in place as they looked at the golden eagle that was showing off its meal. I've seen animals that call the police on themselves before, but it's the first time I've seen one come over for a buffet by itself. Especially, this buffet it eats without paying. "I-oh!" The well-fed golden eagle twisted his head and plucked a feather from his body, placing it on one of the dining tables before striding outside as he had come. FDA personnel concerned, what does this mean? Paying for a meal? Nope, we can't let it go. A raptor this size has to be released into nature. The city is no place for it. The golden eagle paused in its footsteps. The one whose IQ was rated as extremely excellent by the system easily understood the meaning in the sentence, and it didn't have a problem with it. You're the one with the wings. So where do you go? I.O. Chapter 105, 2 phone calls. It was with great difficulty that they were able to leave the police station and see the golden eagles being taken by the forestry bureau officers to be released in the wild before the two of them were able to eat their meal. "Masa, see if you want anything else?" Kongxing, who was halfway through ordering his meal on his cell phone, pushed the phone in front of Ing Zhang, signaling that he could order whatever he wanted. Ing Zhang picked up his cell phone and after stretching out his fingers and scratching them like Kongxing had done earlier, it was as if he had discovered some new continent and his fingers kept scratching. By accident, I exited the current page, and by accident, I clicked on the microblog, just about to ask Kongxing how to return. A hot search called Handan Middle School Student Murder Case came into view. Handan, Ing Zhang softly chimed out. reaching out and clicking on that hot search. Soon the whole story was roughly understood. What's so controversial about this kind of thing? It's only right that a murderer pays for his life and a debt is paid. Underage? Aren't their parents still around? If the son doesn't teach the father is to blame. If we can't sentence them, then we can sentence their parents for the same offense. Sentence their parents? What about them? Kong Xing trailed off. Ying, naturally, the 9 clans will be sent to the frontier after the family is copied. Kong Xing was confused for a moment. 9 clans? There are still 9 clans here now? Ying rightly said, if a child fails to learn, it's a matter for the whole family. If the parents can't control the child, then the child will be punished. If the parents are punished and the child has no one to continue to control him, it is necessary to send the 9 clans to the border for a lifetime of labor and rehabilitation. This is the widow combined with the characteristics of your era of the rule of law to give the verdict. If you put in the widow that era, as long as the stand on the heel, have revenge, have a complaint, who cares about your age is not small. This is only in the case that the killing was a commoner. If it was a member of the royal family, the 9 clans would have been given a direct raise. Kong Xing nodded. Indeed, if this was in the ancient times, great probability is directly chopped. Okay? When Ying was about to say something, he felt a slight force coming from the hem of his coat, and when he turned his head, a little girl was tugging at the hem of his coat and holding a watch tightly in her hand. The watch ran out of battery and couldn't make a call. Oh, borrowing a cell phone to call your parents. Ha? Say, what's your parents' phone number? Kong Xing's heart was clear. Took the cell phone ready to call out the first time after the girl reported her phone number. Phone, I don't know. There you go. Don't panic, ha. Don't know the phone is fine. I'll call the police for you. Kong Xing said and pressed the 3 digits 110 and called out. Call the police? I'll do it. Ying took the cell phone away from Kong Xing, and Kong Xing didn't stop him. Call the police. The situation in front of him was so clear. What could go wrong? Hello? This is the 110 answering center. I have a child on my side whose parents are not around, Ying said, as if he was afraid that the person on the other end of the phone wouldn't be able to understand what he meant and delay his meal. He added, you should be able to understand what the widow means. Hurry up. The widow doesn't have much patience to wait here. Thinking of Kong Xing's earlier promise to take himself to buy tickets to see the movie after this meal, he urged again, if you miss buying tickets for the widow won't wait. I don't know if it was said in a hurry or with an accent, but buy tickets sounds a lot like sell tickets. After saying that, Ying hung up the phone. Kong Xing, strange, why do I always feel that there is something wrong somewhere? The police were out fast. The order had just come up when 4 or 5 police cars and a dozen officers arrived. Ying was satisfied with the speed of the police response, not bad efficiency. Just helping a child find his parents so quickly is commendable. On the side, Kong Xing was dumbfounded. Ying didn't understand some modern things, but he did. The officer on the far left, he never took his hand off his sidearm. And that one over there, what's he saying into the walkie-talkie in his hand? Sniper? Retreat? Brother Zhang, we're being treated like kidnappers. Ying? Why? Why else? Naturally, it's because of your ambiguity-filled 911 call. Next time if you are in a similar situation, let me fight. Evening. After watching the movie, the two were passing by the side of a river when they heard a cry of, somebody, there's a kid floating in the river. Kong Xing twisted his head and looked toward the river. There was indeed a child floating on the water. Not being able to think too much, he threw his cell phone to Ying for safekeeping and jumped over the railing into the water. It didn't take long to bring the boy to shore. I don't know if it was due to soaking in the water for too long. The kid's lips were frozen purple, and there was no semblance of blood on his face, but it was good to know that he was still alive. Call 120. I'll do it. Kong Xing didn't even take off his clothes and wring them out. Grabbing the cell phone that had been given to Ying for safekeeping beforehand, he placed the call. A kid just floated in the river over here. I don't know how long he's been in the water. His face is white. You'd better come over here and take a personal look. After reporting the address, Kong Xing then took off his shirt, wrung it out and waited for the arrival of 120. Just waiting for a while did not hear the exclusive sound of the ambulance. On the contrary, the far side of a car, from which down 2 people wearing white coats, carrying a box in hand, not slow walking towards this side. Ying sad face, is this your physician at this time? Why does the widow look and feel not quite like it? The 2 men who were coming this way stopped in unison halfway through their walk. Confused, he looked around. Where's the body? Didn't someone say they saw a child floating in the river for who knows how long? Where's the body? Did it float away again? The kid who's just getting over it, huh? Kong Xing Sigma, LLL Forensic. Forensics? It doesn't make sense. How come the coroner is here? Everything I said on the phone was pretty normal. That's weird. Ying, forensics? with the word doctor, then you can see the disease. And then pointed at the kid, that's him. You guys show him. The two forensic pathologists are shocked, in a super whisper, alive. Kids, Chapter 106, Omega. The King. We want to see the King. In Xianyang City, outside of Ing Zhang's chambers, a group of ministers were crying, and those who didn't know the situation thought that the monarch had collapsed. At the entrance of the bedchamber, Fusu was dressed in white, his hands were gathered in his sleeves, and his face was black. Alright, all of you, please go back. Blocking here again. Don't force this prince to reason with you. Why don't you let us meet the king? It's a matter of great importance for the Qin state. So please don't be capricious. Mr. Chang. Fusu, I've told you that if there's anything you want to talk to me directly, I'll convey it to father. What we have to report is a matter of state. Could it be that the eldest prince thinks he has the right to meddle in matters of state? Fusu's sad face. I'm really sorry. Father gave me the right to participate in politics a long time ago. This big hat of yours is useful for other dukes, but for me, it's not useful at all. Let me guess. Are you going to say that I am disrespecting etiquette by conveying it on your behalf, which has not been done since the beginning of time? That it is beyond the bounds of propriety for a prince to know the affairs of state before the sovereign? Several ministers subconsciously nodded their heads. Yes, that was indeed what they wanted to say. Next to him, Cao Cao, who came to join in the fun, is looking forward to how Fusu will resolve this matter, which is not easy to take off one hat after another. But since Fusu had already guessed what these people would say, surely he already had a way to deal with it, right? Under Cao Cao's expectant gaze, Fusu walked towards Cao Cao. A handful of them were yanked in front of the ministers. Fusu, come on. It is said that the onlookers are clear and the authorities are confused. You come to talk to them and say, is there anything half wrong with this Gongzi's move or not? Cao Cao was confused. Stunned, he pointed to himself. Me? Fusu patted Cao Cao's shoulder in encouragement. Yes, it's you. Don't be afraid to speak boldly. Don't be afraid to say the wrong thing, and you'll have Cao Cao to take care of you if you say the wrong thing. Was Zaiwei sad face degree? Is there something not quite right? Why should I be held responsible for his mistakes? Cao Cao, this is a threat, isn't it? Cao has yet to earn the champion Ho's forgiveness. And Fusu, he's threatening me with this. Trying to further alienate me from the champion Ho and completely chasing after a star with no way out? No way. What's the saying? Hold the emperor hostage. Cao is familiar with this operation. And so, upon Ing Zhang's return from a 3-day vacation in the latter part of the world, he received pile after pile of accusations about Blackheart Cao. Li Si, Your Majesty, you have finally appeared. You don't know what heartless things that black-hearted Cao has done. He's put the person who is responsible for issuing salaries to us ministers every month under house arrest. He also said that there is a problem with the mechanism for distributing the salaries, and that they cannot be paid directly on a monthly basis, but should be earned on a labor basis, and that one can only count a sum of money for doing a good job on a matter that you, Your Majesty, have explained to us, and that more work earns more money, and that they are settled on a monthly basis. That's fine. But he gave another ranking. People of the same post rank are ranked according to the number of governmental affairs accomplished each month. And the one ranked last is paid only 10% of the money due for that month. And the 90% that is confiscated is awarded as incentive money to the one ranked first. Ranking between the same position and so on. This can be very unfriendly to those of the Prime Minister's position, as well as those of the military generals. Prime Minister total just 2. Military generals that fight, which time is not fight a month away. Even a few months to eat the end of all have. Your Majesty. Stop. Ing Zhang stopped Li Si from continuing to complain. You just said that Cao Cao had imprisoned someone? Imprisoned him for what? Li Si, they call Blackheart Chao's trick holding money to order the ministers. Ing Zhang. Originally, that Blackheart Chao was planning to imprison Elder Duke, but he didn't fight and was taken down with a single brick. Ing Zhang was silent again. Oh yes, Your Majesty. This is General Wang Jian's report on the battle, saying that he has conquered the capital of Chu and even rescued Xiangyan out of humanitarianism. Ing Zhang? Save who? Xiangyan? The capital of Chu has been conquered? So soon? Li Si, this is the case. That Xiangyan did not lead a counterattack on Chu to avenge the decapitation of the whole family. General Wang Jian with his army in the back of the picking up the slack idle panic. So simply in the neighboring villages to recruit some soldiers to practice, to find themselves something to do. Then a good seed named Dicky Chow Drunk was accidentally recruited. And that person gave General Wang Jian the damaging idea of being able to pick up and attack the capital of Chu quickly. General Wang Jian thought about it for a long time, but eventually adopted it. And as expected, within 2 days, a quick pass was reached. Ing Zhang, Dicky's drunk? What good advice did this man give? Why is it called a bad idea? Li Si, how can I put it? If I didn't know where Jia Yan and Chang Yu were going during this period of time, even the minister would have thought that that man was a vestige of these two normal people. Who can think of buying off the enemy's garrison pawns and letting them take advantage of the chaos to find a chance to pick their own master's pants off? Ing Zheng, Kong, say, what fun have you taken the first emperor to? If you'd told me you were going to the afterlife, I'd have gone with you. When can't you call? But in the middle of the night? I don't care. You have to make it up to me. Kong Xing, going to be sick. I can't be blamed for this. So many people want to go. There are limited spots, so I can only sneak in. As for what Masa and I went to have fun, it wasn't really much fun. Huazaiwei sad face, your bull ting me. You definitely took him to the amusement park to play with jumpers, sledgehammers, and roller coasters, didn't you? I've heard all about it from Fusu. It was so much fun. I don't care. You have to take me there. Kong Xing twisted his head and glared at Fusu before turning his head with a smile to Huazaiwei. Instead of playing those, how about I take you to eat something delicious? If you have to play, the Ferris wheel, merry-go-round, and rocking car are all great too. There are places where you can even take a hot air balloon and fly around in the sky. Huazaiwei sad face hashtag, oh wow? Still can fly on the sky that I want to go. Kong Xing then took Hua to play with him after saying a word to Ing Zhang. On the other hand, after Wang Jian took the capital of Chu, it didn't take long for the state of Chu to be destroyed, and after another 3 months, the state of Qi was destroyed. Thus, the 6 kings are finished, and the 4 seas are won. At the same time, the eastward tour to Taishan to seal Zen and establish the dynasty as Qin was also moved to the agenda. No one had expected that Kong Xing would take Hua Zhaodi to play with him for several months, and that he would not return until the day when Ing Zhang was to leave on his eastern tour. Fusu, what took you so long? Kong, have you gone crazy? Did you forget about us? Ing Zhang, it's a coincidence that you're back, so get ready. Tomorrow I'm going to leave on an eastward tour to Taishan to seal the Zen. Kong Xing squeezed out a hard smile on his face. I'm going to go to the Taishan Zen seal. too. It won't matter without me, right? Ing Zheng, what? You don't want to go? It's not that I don't want to go. It's mostly just, you know what I've been playing with Hua for the past few months. The two of us are like a special forces. That is to climb all 3 mountains to visit the 5 mountains. If climbing Everest hadn't changed halfway up, I wouldn't have the slightest doubt that he would have dragged me up there. Fuso sad face mouth, hiss. Didn't you say you'd take him for a nice meal and a ride on the rocking car? Why did you take him all the way up the mountain? Kong Xing, this is a question that I would like to know. Chapter 107, come on, overtime man. The road to the first Eastern tour was destined to have many twists and turns. Although the anti-Qin assassination fanatic Zhang Liang has long been used in the talent exchange program exchange to the period of Emperor Liu Che of Han Dynasty, it doesn't mean that no one is anti-Qin anymore. In just a little less than half a month, dozens of assassination attempts were captured alive. Fusu, having an aerial view is convenient from above. Whether there is an assassin that is seen clearly, turn around and get you a chicken leg. Ichiyo, hearing that he could get a chicken leg, the Golden Eagle was even more energized. And there was no better scout in the whole team, right? As long as you're not the type to camouflage yourself to look like your surroundings. It's a quick glance to find out where the assassin is. The Golden Eagle's superb eyesight is no mean feat. As for if they really encountered a pretender like that, they would naturally have a way to deal with it. Buzz. Chow Chow held up a tree branch with a horrified look on his face, on which hung a large hornet's nest. Around the hive, a swarm of wasps flew unchecked. Jia, you big man. You don't ask about the former proprietor after jumping ship, do you? There are so many animals that can be commanded, but you have to recommend hornets to Kong Xing, and I have to carry this branch. Why don't you carry the idea you came up with? Jia Yan, all of my good advice pursues one central tenet, not to hurt one. Don't worry, didn't he say, Kong Xing, that he and these wasps have communicated, that we will provide the food and they will follow orders to help surround the assassins. Moreover, compared to Chung Yu's, the hornets proposed by my minister are already very friendly animals. Chow Chow was silent. Indeed, compared to Chang Yu's proposal, hornets really were very gentle animals. Because Chung Yu suggested it. It's hyenas, the iguana, commonly known as the head of the anal department in the animal kingdom. Chung Yu, why don't you recognize my good advice? Really can't understand you people. In addition to these external defense forces, Ing Zheng has brought a lot of soldiers and horses with him on this tour, as well as a number of ministers with him. As for the one who stayed in Xianyang to supervise the state, it was Li Shimen. Li Shimen, let me supervise the kingdom? Can't you let Fusu supervise the state? Ing Zheng, Fusu, he's still young. It's a bit early for the supervisor. Li Shimen, then Li Si, Feng Zhiji, Xiao He. Which one can't? Ing Zheng, they are too busy to spare time. But you are quite free. Besides, aren't you also the king of Qin? I haven't sealed the throne yet. I'm still considered the king of Qin, so it's just right for you to come and supervise the kingdom. Li Shimen. With that, Li Shimen willingly stayed behind to supervise the country. Fu Su, as the eldest son, follows Ying on his eastward tour. Li Si was appointed to preside over the sealing ceremony. Originally, the Confucianists were supposed to preside over the ceremony, but they didn't give Ying any face at all. But those Confucian scholars didn't give Ying any face. They were so arrogant. This is not going to work. If we really leave it to Kongxing to host, who knows what the hell will become at the end of hosting? This can be seen one way or the other from the words he suggested to Ying to engrave on the jade seal of transmission. Give your orders to heaven and live forever. Kongxing, what is the son of heaven? Son of heaven means the oldest son of heaven. Therefore, the heavens should listen to the son of heaven. Listen to the applause. Hodgson applauded with great gusto. Fuso nodded his head and also symbolically clapped a few times. Ying wanted to applaud and cooperate, but he felt that this would be a disgrace to the majesty of the emperor. So he gave up and just remained silent. It was in this context that Li Si took on the important task of presiding over the sealing ceremony, as well as overtime work on carving the jade seal. Kongxing, do not be nervous, political brother said. You give carve bad is also fine. The status to reach his kind of level is to carve a brick head. No one will say anything. Reese envisioned the scene of carving those 8 words into a brick, and the man went numb. Is this something that will be talked about or not? It's not the same for either of these pussies. Kongxing thought that Li Si had a point. Kongxing relented and pulled out a large piece of gold. It seems to me that the material is a little more forced. Lise, I should have never hit on you. I'll carve it all. Overtime assignments +1. Kongxing sad face, go for it. Overtime man. Carve it well, and brother Zhang said he'll give you a promotion when he seals the throne. Li Si, did the king really say that? After receiving Kongxing's affirmative reply, Li Si patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I will carve it perfectly. Fusuo father is getting more and more skillful at drawing cakes. Ha! From Xianying all the way to the foot of Taishan. How can it take 3 months? That is to say, this cake can still draw another 3 months of. 3 months, that's slow. Ying recalled those 3 days of experience between himself and Kongxing in the modern era a few months ago, and only felt a huge gap. Back in Kongxing's time, this distance didn't need 3 months. A round trip in a day wouldn't be a problem. Technology is changing productivity, and education is on the agenda. Kongxing, paper has been popularized to this point, and the 6 countries have all returned to Qin. This imperial examination. The school I've already funded and built. What's built? The school? Ying was a bit surprised. Kongxing, it's that when I built it I didn't build it in the name of building a school, but just found a random name of having to build rental houses to make money. Now, I'm just waiting for the miracle to come when you seal the throne. Miracles? Well, Reika said he'd be there that day for the show. Fusu, confused. What's the use of Lei Gon's visit? It's the god of fortune who's coming. Kongxing, but I only know, lightning strike. I can only cosplay as thunder god, god of wealth. It costs a lot of money to cosplay. Ying, the journey is too long and boring. Is there anything we can do to amuse ourselves? Yes, Kongxing said, taking out a brand new set of playing cards from the system space. Let me teach you how to play. Huazaiwei, don't play this. He'll cheat. Last time Pengju and I played this with him, he didn't even act. He just came up with 17 kings. Kongxing, ahem, what's 17 zhang de wang? No such thing. In that case, play chess. You can't cheat at chess anymore, right? Hua poked at it without mercy. Say you can't, but you'll be open. Kongxing, there's no internet here. What kind of hang-ups am I driving? Ying, Tumblr plugin, you deserve it. Kongxing, well, it's true that you can hang without a net. Chapter 108, Death by biting the hook, death by sickness, death by waiting, death for the clan. Thinking about it, it seems like the only thing that would be most appropriate would be wild fishing. Ying, fishing? You're going fishing. Where is I? Kongxing thought for a moment and touched a chess set, leaving the chess pieces behind after attaching the rules of how to play. Isn't there still Wuan Kuan around? Play this. 2 of them? Just right. Ying, I'll play with him? Do you think he dares to win? How pointless when the final game is all doomed. Bai Qi nodded. The king was right. Kongxing, that's simple. Wouldn't it be better to add a bet? For example, if he loses to how many or so many games, he'll be sent back to his original time and space and not be allowed to continue to stay here. Bai Qi? What the hell? If you lose the game, you'll be expelled by the king? Go back to the original time and space to hear the line if the king can't do it. The widow hates the king? This. No, 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 no. This is a chess game. It's only a draw if you say so. Ing Zhang was confused for a moment after hearing Kong Xing's proposal. Repatriation or something? It doesn't have to be like that, does it? No, 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 Zhang, it's very necessary. Don't believe me. Look at him. How much energy he has now. You're an all-around emperor in the eyes of us later generations. Brother politics. So surely you're no slouch at chess or anything else. And you won't lose no matter who the opponent is, right? The widow is not an all-powerful emperor. Humble. Humble, isn't it? Ing Zhang, I can't let go of the water. After bringing the equipment for wild fishing, Kong Xing, Fusu and Huajiaoui broke away from the large group and went in search of a suitable fishing spot. Hey, it's a good location. So out of the way. Surely no one knows. I don't know how many ways he had twisted and turned around, but Kong Xing very magically found a wild watering hole. The surrounding area is overgrown and deserted. Is it really possible to catch fish in such an isolated place? Hua muttered, and casually tossed his rod, dragging the hook around the pond. Fu Su said as he hung up the bait. Go sick. That's not how you catch fish. Fish are caught, not walked like you. Kong Xing even added, making a nest before fishing makes it easier to get hooked. Hua Zaiwei, however, was not impressed and continued to walk the hook. It's fine. I'm just here to join in the fun. It's too boring on the way to the East Patrol, so I'm coming over here with you guys to get some fresh air. As soon as the words fell, the sharp-eyed Fusu saw a fish head floating up from the surface of the pond. There are actually fish here. Ha! Kong Xing pinched his waist in triumph. See then. I told you there were fish here. Didn't I? Hey no. Where is that fish swimming? Asterisk. Go sick. Pull the lever and pull the lever. Bite your hook. Fuso, what are you waiting for? Help with the plunge net. After a big mermaid battle, looking at the fish caught in the bucket, Hua Zaiwei did not think about it for a long time. I didn't bait it, did I? Then what's it doing biting my hook? Suicide? Can't figure it out. Can't really figure it out. Also unable to figure it out were Kong Xing and Fu Su. They both fished for over 2 hours straight, and saw a number of heads pop up during that time, but none of them bit. It's been over 2 hours. Is this some kind of fishing novice experience that only works for newcomers? Kong Xing looked at the pool of water in front of him and fell into deep thought. Heads were seen quite a bit. Even a fish that had been showing for quite a while and kept looking this way but just wouldn't bite. Fusu, could it be that all the fish that were caught were the unintelligent ones? And the unintelligent one in this pond was the one that was already caught by Go Sick. That's why the two of us couldn't catch it? Kong Xing didn't say anything, but kept silent as he turned the skill, Psychic Master, on. He wanted to see what the hell these fish were chatting about. Soon, under the superb effect of the skill given by the system, Kong Xing listened to the communication between the fish. Note to self. When the next wave of food is spread by these two-legged beasts, it's time for the second sacrifice. It's not good to take too long for the two-legged beasts to leave. But who will be the next sacrifice? The dumbest of the clan has been coaxed into biting. The rest are smart fish. It's hard to get them. There are no stupid fish. So look for the sick ones. The ones that won't live long. If you bite, you die. If you die of disease, you die. If you wait, you die for the sake of the community. Can't you die? Kong Xing. Who wants sick fish? Fuso, keep an eye out for me. Ha! Fusu subconsciously turned back, but only heard a splash and a splash of water. It's Kong Xing. He dived. Fusu, no. Surnamed Kongs, you don't think hard. The fish do not bite hooks, do not bite hooks. It's not a big deal. There is no need to go down to do the bait. A few seconds later, Kong Xing dived out of the water with a big fat fish in his hand. It was 2 slaps across the face. That's the fish you're sacrificing to die the disease. Ha! I told you not to bite the hook. I'm letting you go now. And if you can't find 5 big fat fish to come over here, believe it or not, I'll slap you back. Kong Xing did what he said he would do and released the fish as soon as he let go. Fish. The entire Fu Su on the shore was stunned. No, Kong, if you're so capable, why are you fishing? Why don't you just dive in and catch them? Kong Xing, you don't understand. Is fishing for fish? No, it's the joy and satisfaction when the fish bites the hook and is caught. The released fish might have been really afraid of Kong Xing's slap and swindled over 5 big fat fish in a turn of events. Kong Xing was pleased and went down again for another slap. I don't want sick fish. And I don't want stupid fish. Any fish that you can so easily trick into biting must be stupid fish. And such fish will become stupid if they eat them. How dare you try to make me stupid? You're such a bad fish. It deserves to be slapped. Fish, you don't talk about martial arts. You can't afford to play. Kong Xing, punish you to go and refine 5 fish over to make up for your mistakes, or I'll just stew you in soup. Fuso, Hua Zaiwei, hiss. I actually witnessed the birth of a fishing assembly line. So, when the three returned to the group on their eastern tour, it was with 6 buckets of fish and shrimp. Suffice it to say, all the good food that could be eaten in that watering hole was gotten. By chi, not counting. Not counting. This game doesn't count. 7 wins in 9 games. Yes, 7 wins in 9 rounds. But, Ying Zhang was hesitant to speak. The initial decision was clearly 2 out of 3. That's all. I am tired. Fusu, you will play this game for me and Jun Wuan. Yes, father. Fusu answered and walked forward, picking up a pawn piece and landing it on Bai Chi's general. Bai Chi? My lord. That's not how you play chess. Fuso, can't it go down like that? I'm in the Air Force. It's normal to fly, right? Bai Chi sad-faced degree. Okay, I'm not skinny. Fusu rearranged the pieces and began to play seriously. No surprise there. Lost. Kong Xing, at the risk of asking, counting the game that Fusu played for you, how many games have you won in total? Jun Wuan? Bai Chi. Chapter 109, you have to understand. Gulp. Fresh fish soup rolled around in a large pot that was set up. Star, is the fish ready? Go to hell. You've asked that question 8 times already. Well, I'll go get you to come over and eat. And, nothing's wrong with the surname Kong. Nothing's wrong with Star, right? And, not all of them. There's also Kong Trader. Silence upon silence. Fusu also came over to urge. Only his angle of urging the food was different from Hua Zaiwei's. Father sent me to ask you if the boiled fish is ready yet? Kong Xing froze for a moment. Oh, are you sure it was Zhang who asked you to come over and ask? That's right. Fusu nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice. But what Masaru told me was that he wanted to eat grilled fish, and the grilled fish has already been delivered. Fusu's expression stiffened slightly, but he quickly recovered inside. I didn't expect you to ask in advance. And then with his hands on his hips, yes, that's right. It's you, ancestor, I'm hungry. What the hell? Kong Xing, then I'll trouble you. Ancestor, to get in line. It's not your turn yet. You'll have to wait for the next pot. Fusu sad face, how come it's not my turn? Father King eats grilled fish, and I'm second in terms of seniority present. Is there anyone more senior than me? Wanjin Bai Chi. Fuso, that he can't eat this pot. So many of them. Kong Xing, oh. Apart from Wan Jun eating the fish in this pot himself, the rest is for him to give away for others to eat. And unfortunately, you are not on the list of people to give away. Without me? Why not me? Hua Zaiwei, hey, this I know. Jun Wuan said that the elder duke must not be short of food and drink, so there's no need to invite him. Fuso, the fish is ready. After Kong Xing said that, he took out a small pot, filled it with quite a bit of fish, added some soup, and handed it to Fusu. Since you're all the way here, help deliver this to Brother Zhang. Fusu, didn't you say my father he eats grilled fish? Oh, this is Wan Kuan's invitation. Didn't Wanjin say that the prince doesn't need to be invited if he doesn't lack food and drink? What? My father he needs to be invited if he lacks food and drink? This is a clear double standard on his part. Steal them all clean for him. Fusu angrily left with the skillet. But within a few steps I realized something was wrong. The portion of fish in the pot in his hand doesn't quite look like it's just for father. I see. And in this, too, is my share. Fusu was in a good mood, humming a tune, and in a short while he delivered the fish to Ying Zhang. Sure enough, it was divided up. But accordingly, things were set up to be done. Pick the thorn carefully. If it gets stuck, widow, you pay the medical bills. Fusu's action of picking the fish's thorns gave a start, and he looked at Ying Zhang with dismay. Father, do you still need to pay for medical treatment? Doesn't it cost money to keep so many eunuchs? If you really count, you still have to pay for the widow's lost labor costs, moral damage, and convalescence costs. 7 or 8 kinds of fees that I had never heard of before were skillfully quoted by Ying Zhang. Fusu's entire body was confused. It is said that near Zhu is red and near ink is black, and I didn't believe it myself before, but now I do believe it. No, father, Fusu, your son, is all this talk between us. I am the king of a country. You are a duke. And if a duke picks the fish's spines for the king of a country and fails to pick them clean, doesn't he need to be punished? Alright, hurry up and pick. The fish will get cold in a while and it will affect the taste. Fuso, po ha 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 ha. So, you picked the fish's spines for half an hour for Brother Zhang, but he only ate a few bites before saying he was full? Didn't I tell you he ate the grilled fish? Fusu squatted on the ground, holding a branch in his hand and drawing circles in boredom. I don't want to pick so many, but he said that if he gets stuck, he wants me to pay a large sum of money. I don't know which piece of fish he'll eat. In order to be prepared for any eventualities, it's not just that we have to pick all of them. Words. The branch in Fusu's hand stopped drawing circles. What's a mental damage fee? Just getting stuck with a fish splinter. there would still be mental damages? Kong Xing laughed even more. Hey, Emperor, 9 to 5. You have to understand. Oh, Fu Su thoughtfully memorized Kong Xing's words. This led, some years later, to the summoning of Kong Xing on the very day of Fu Su's reign. Foreigner Marquis, should I not settle the mental damage fee for so many years? I am the Emperor, the 9 to 5. You have to understand. Ever since the last time he wild fished the watering hole, Kong Xing had almost always kept the skill, psychic master, turned on. The mysterious social circle of all living beings was thus drilled through a corner of him. The road to the East tour is no longer boring. That is wherever you go. Eat melon. For example, a certain rabbit does not go out of his way to be safe, but he does it for the sake of his own safety. And according to a certain cuckoo that was caught in the act, it learned the practice of taking over other birds' nests to lay eggs without hatching to produce offspring from the cuckoo. Sunflower, I'm here to explain for the last time. When the sun goes down, I turn my head in preparation, instead of twisting my neck the moment the sun rises. Although we are a bit special to sleep, we are also able to close both eyes before going to sleep. Hedgehogs, who on earth is spreading the word around that we transport food with spines on our backs? How else do you get the spines off by yourself? Tell me. Mimosa, don't touch me with your dirty paws. I'm a germaphobe. Snail, I have teeth. Lots of teeth. How can I eat without teeth? Parrot, which two-legged beast first realized I could speak human? You ask? How am I supposed to know that? Wait, how did you, a two-legged beast, understand what I was saying? Kong Xing, it's been nothing but surprises along the way. It even peaked when Kong Xing had to teach Fu Su how to ride a bicycle. The architecture of something like a bicycle isn't very complicated, and it's perfectly possible to build it with craftsmanship to keep up with it. So, Fu Su, want to learn how to drive? Learn. Fu Su was very determined and more than ready to learn everything. Kong Xing nodded, and very hastily carried out a bicycle from the system space and threw it to Fu Su. Ride it. How do I ride? You just sit on it, put both feet on it, and fall a few more times and it comes naturally. Why do you have to teach? To do this? Isn't there anything special about it? Kong Xing thought for a moment and pointed to a large slope in the distance. You'll learn fast there. Fu Su looked at the large slope and held his bike in silence. Downhill, with its own acceleration, isn't it going to fly? Bang! Bam! Dang! Yu Fei, who had watched the front wheel of Fu Su's bicycle turn into a 90-degree folded Supreme Edition, silently picked up the pieces of the basket that had been scattered all over the place. Fu Su shook his dizzy head, righted his helmet, lifted his bike and was about to continue the sprint, but realized that this time the feel was very different from the previous ones, and looked down. Ooh, foreigner ho, this car of yours, it's not sturdy. Kong Xing, Chapter 110, The Eve of Zen Enshrinement. This is almost at the place, and that group of Confucians still aren't going to come out to greet them? That's not true. That one of them has set up a boss, saying that when Confucius traveled through the countries he was rejected outside the door of Qin, and now that the wind and water have turned around, they want to reject Father King as well. Ha! Kong Xing was exasperated and laughed. Where did they get the courage to dare reject Brother Zhang? Do you really think Masa is that easy to talk to? Fu Su, here Confucianism is prevalent. Perhaps they have never seen blood, and feel that they are great talent. Visibility is very high. The father if the king of the knife. The world is long and difficult to adjust the mouth, so there is no fear. The establishment of a new dynasty requires the establishment of authority, and these people, they're perfect for it. Jia Yan stood up. I have a plan that can. You sit down. Before Jia could finish his sentence, he was pressed back into his seat by Fu Su. Fu Su held down Jia's shoulder and turned his head to glare at Chunyu, who seemed to be about to speak as well. You shut up too. Things haven't gotten to that point yet. Cao Cao was happy to watch the scene in front of him. How can you not let them both offer advice? Who was it that came over here and tried to poach someone in the first place? Fu Su. Kong Xing thought for a moment and gave his own ideas for this current situation. Bai Qi, however, was the first to disagree. I repeat, from taking orders only take big orders. Don't come to me with less than $400,000. Fu Su's forehead sweated profusely. Bury all those disobedient ones into the ground as fertilizer? How big of a hole do you have to dig? Kong Xing, if digging a pit is troublesome then use money to hit them. Let them dig the pit themselves. Then the army presses on, threatens to spit out the money by force. Then let them jump in themselves. We just need to be responsible for filling in the soil. Fu Su, but it's a pain in the ass to fill in. Can't let them bury themselves. How about this? Kong Xing, use that prop of yours to ask DXIN if there's anything that needs to be taken care of in the living sacrifices. Father needs a lot of sacrifices to seal the Zen. These, not to mention the large quantity, the main thing is that they don't cost much. This kind of good thing is not easy to find. Cao Cao looked at Fu Su with a horrified expression. Wow, What did Chow hear? A human sacrifice? No, things haven't gotten that far, have they? Chow Chow saw that Kong Xing had already begun to start writing letters, and quickly looked at the others in the hope of finding one who shared his views, but he looked left at Jia Yan, right at Cheng Yu, and gave up. What kind of people does Chow Mao know here? Otherworldly, dynasty songs. All is going well with the God-making program. With the script of the latter days in hand, Dishin has now proceeded to the implementation of the Puyi-en order. Only it was all done according to the oracle of Fox de Siener. An oracle. That's quite a thing. How did Lo not realize before that God, and the possibility of being used? Emperor Xin mumbled as he practiced with a pen in his hand. That gets more and more annoying the more you practice. It's a pain in the ass to write these words that look one way in the east and another way in the west. There are as many versions of the word loan has to forge as many versions of the oracle. So much useless work. Loan's time is wasted. No, words must be united. But exactly how to unify, and what to unify into, Xin has no idea. He doesn't have anyone under him who specializes in that either. More accurately, the entire Great Shang did not have such a talent. There were not many people who could read and write. Only a small group of people. And most of these people went out to fight for territory and preach God's teachings because of the oracles. So Dishin was a bit worried for a while. It would be nice to have a ready-made one to copy. As soon as the words fell, a letter with a phantom stamp appeared out of thin air in the void. Kong Xing? Yeah, he's from the afterlife. He must have it readily available. Emperor Xin opened the letter and was confused when he saw what was on it. What do I need to know about the living sacrifice? Living sacrifice? I don't even like living sacrifices much anymore. What's this about the afterlife? Out of prudence, Dishin discreetly returned the devil's stamp is as good as it is. It's just that it's a bit more laborious to write only one sentence this time. Kong Xing sighed, fighting to make Emperor Xin understand what was going on with one sentence. Knife Man stands up. The standing authority is to use a living human sacrifice? Dishin was a little puzzled, but still gave his opinion based on experience. What do I need to know about the living sacrifice? A. Prevent loss of offerings. Your Majesty, Mount Tai is just ahead. Please also ask the king to rest for a few days. I will go ahead and explore the road. The large Mount Tai is covered with thorns. At this time there are no modern those steps. Not to mention the cable car. Want to climb up? It will only be more difficult. So it was necessary to mobilize soldiers and farmers at the foot of Mount Tai to go hiking and clear a road out suitable for hiking first. Aha! Ying Zhang looked around and did not see the figures of Kong Xing and Fu Su, and did not take this matter to heart, just assuming that he had gone to play somewhere again. It wasn't until the night before the climb that Reese realized something was wrong when he examined the offerings. Your Majesty, I don't know who all ate all those offerings that I prepared. Ying Zhang, there is no obstacle. The Son of Heaven is the oldest Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven Sealing Zen would not have needed to send offerings to heaven. Li Si, but it's not respecting etiquette. Ying Zhang, if there is no precedent then set a precedent. What? The sacrifices have all been made by Kong Xing and Fu Su. Are you still going to make the two of them spit out their stuff? Reese had no choice but to retire. But having said that, the Zen ceremony without offerings always feels like a child's playground and looks less formal. Reese decided to buy new offerings over urgently, out of his own pocket. I hope it's not too late, but the money has just been dispersed. Just saw Fusu and Kong Xing rushing a huge group of people this way. Li Si, these are the Confucians? No, it's an offering, Fusu corrected. Liz? What the hell? One grabbed Kong Xing's arm and begged incredulously. Is it the kind of sacrifice I understand? Kong Xing, or else? Sacrifices are not all eaten up. We thought no sacrifices tomorrow cannot carry on. Affecting the political brother Sealing Zen would not be good. Here, so much, should be more than enough, right? Lise, no, they would be so cooperative in making sacrifices? Are you pulling some kind of dirty trick again? Just two people rushed such a large number of offerings. To say that there is nothing tawdry in this, Li Si is 100 times not believe it. Kong Xing, it's not much. Ancestor Xin said that the living sacrifice should prevent the sacrifice from running away. So I thought of a way to fix a new vest. Set up a dinner party, and added a little bit of fierce material inside the food, and then find an excuse to slip away and sneak the video. Reese, what did you put in it? Just a little laxative plus a little aphrodisiac. I've got a video here. Do you want to see it? Li Si looked at the group of Confucians full of horror. It's almost impossible to imagine what kind of chaotic party this group was having at the dinner scene. They didn't try to grab your cell phone to destroy the evidence? I've got Jean with me, so I can fly whenever I want. And besides, who says that's the only piece of evidence I've got? Hoof, dare to not give brother Zhang face. Let's see if I won't make them lose their reputation. Chapter 111, Why do people with the surname Kong make things difficult for people with the surname Kong? At dawn, Everything was ready for the sealing of the Zen. Only the summit was left to be climbed. This Tarzan you just climb. A climb and not squeak. There are no cable cars, no buses, not to mention the number of steps laid out for easy climbing, and it's all on your legs to get up there, except for the Golden Eagle. It doesn't feel much about climbing Mount Tai. Let's make a deal. How about you fly me up there, and when it's all over later, I'll treat you to 3 squeakers? Golden Eagle, Io? What's 3 squeaks? The so-called 3 squeaky also called the 3 called the mouse, is to use the red-hot iron head chopsticks to clip the live mouse. It will squeak a cry, and then dipped in the seasoning, and then squeak a cry, and then put the little mouse into the when you put the mouse in the mouth. The final squeak a sound, so it is called the 3 squeaks. Hey, you first don't fly something good to discuss The Golden Eagle didn't listen at all, and with a flap of its wings it flew up into the sky, overlooking the group that was slowly climbing Mount Tai. Kong Xing, don't even think about being lazy, you'd better follow us and climb. Fusu was also relieved to see the Golden Eagle fly away. He was really afraid that the Golden Eagle would really agree to carry Kong Xing and fly up. I am tired of crawling on 2 legs, but he can hitchhike. The heart will be unbalanced. Huazizi is not just climbing Mount Tai. Before in the latter part of the world is not already climbed once it. To come are here. Go. Let's race. Who first climbed up how? Kong Xing is not moved. There can be a chance to be lazy. Who still want to leg up His eyes immediately fell on the sacrifice in the center of the group. With so many sacrifices, it's enough to take turns carrying yourself up on a stretcher, isn't it? And having a handle on it and not having to pay for anything makes it the perfect labor force. Ahem. You people, now, immediately go make a stretcher out of it, then carry me up. You guys, understand? After Kong Xing finished speaking, he raised the video in his hand. The faces of the crowd of Confucians went black and black again. I've never seen such a black-hearted person. Which one of you assholes suggested that we not come out to meet them in the first place? Now it's over, isn't it? Not only are they all sacrifices, but they have to work for nothing. Kong Perch, isn't that you? It's not me, it's really not me. It's Kong Shang. Tai, is this how you sell your uncle? You're looking for a fight, and uncle and nephew play out in the crowd. The two fought, picking their noses, scratching their beards and picking peaches, and the scene was a little chaotic for a while, and the commotion was getting louder and louder. What's going on here? The loud commotion drew Ying Zheng over. Fusu immediately shook out Kong Xing's genius idea. The corners of Ying Zheng's mouth straightened. One grabbed Kong Xing's wrist. You want to be carried up there? You want to be lazy? Go, climb up with me. Kong Star. Ying Fusu. You're finished. Kong Xing glared viciously at Fusu. I was thinking about making an extra stretcher out to bring him along for a lazy day, but now it looks like that won't be necessary. Brother Zhang, I'm telling you, you know that jade seal, don't you? Yes, it's the one that Li Si just carved, and Fusu opened walnuts with it and ate them. Fuso, Tarzan will rule over everyone with a stiff upper lip. Look to the hills and run. Run to the hills. Kong Xing leaned on a sugar cane and looked at the mountain that seemed to be in front of him, climbing step by step. As for why he was on sugarcane instead of a stick, Kong Xing said that something like sugarcane can do more than just act as a crutch and quench Dazzle's thirst on the way to the crawl. Simply the best aid for climbing Tarzan. And in the back of Kong Xing, a long way away, was where the large force was. One gritted his teeth, his mouth shattered with something unknown, seemingly unable to stand it any longer. Rees raised his hand and rushed forward with a loud cry of, Your Majesty, stop and rest. I beg you. No way. In front of Kong Xing, Ying Zheng, who was currently at the front of the group, firmly shook his head to reject Li Si's proposal. It's getting late. If I don't climb up earlier, what if I miss the auspicious time to seal the Zen throne? And, tired? Ying Zheng felt the state of his body and did not feel tired. Kong Xing, how do you feel? Do you want to stop and take a rest? The white fluffy cat's tail swayed gently. Kong Xing shook his head slightly. I feel fine. I can still climb a bit more. Under the effect of the cat's ear hairband, Kong Xing's all-around body attributes had increased dramatically, and was considered to be in the second-best condition of the current team. Fusu, how are you feeling? Are you tired of carrying the stretcher? Fusu blackened his face, glaring at Kong Xing, gritting his teeth and booming out a few words. I'm not tired. Neither is tired. So keep going. On the stretcher, Ying Zheng gave the order to move on. The rear ranks wailed. And when you look at the entire team, the one in the worst shape is Kong Shang. It takes 2 people to lift a stretcher. And the stretcher that the emperor rode on. For safety reasons, it was all about more than one person coming together to lift it. Unfortunately, Kong Shang is one of them. It also favors the oldest. Letting it carry a stretcher can be a death sentence. But on the contrary, Kong Shang has no right to resist at all. not to mention the threat of force from the Qin army. The video handle in Kong Xing's hand, just to say that Fusu alone, he cannot even fight, cannot even say, there is no possibility that he can resist at all. It's a pity there's no medicine for regrets in the world. Otherwise he, Kong Shang, would have bought this out of stock. If I had known, I should have taken all the Confucians all the way west to Xianyang to meet the road to do all the things, rather than like this, will not lose their reputation. All depends on how the mood of the Kongxing. Why do the Kong people have to make things difficult for the Kong people? We're all family members. Can't we give a chance to recognize our mistakes? Wasn't the opportunity given to you? 3 months from Xianyang. You guys didn't change. Kongxing did not feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with what he did. If he had replaced Chanyu, it would be hard to say if there were any skeletons surviving now. But you're kind of right. The Kongs don't make things difficult for the Kongs. Tell you what, how about signing this contract and I'll do a little underhanded maneuvering to cross your name off the sacrifice list. Kongxing took a few quick steps and held a highly unequal lifetime labor contract in his hand, showing it to Kongshang's eyes. Kongshang looked at the content and subconsciously read out, Article 1. We voluntarily give all our family assets to the foreign businessman Ho, and all the proceeds of labor during the work period, in addition to the basic necessities of life, will also belong to him? How much is this basic necessity? Kongxing, it's the level of not being able to die and being able to work. Kongshang. The content of the latter, why Kongshang no longer wanted to read it. From the first one you could tell that the person in front of you was something. Before life, all things can be thrown away. Kongshang advised himself this way. Okay, I'll sign it. But that video, doesn't it have to be deleted too? No way. Look at this Article 81, but it is written that if there is absenteeism or passive behavior, I have the right to circulate this video to help you grow your fame. Kongshang's 2 eyes were dark, and the stretcher he carried on his shoulder became a little unsteady as a result. Hey, I can warn you, if you drop Brother Zhang, I'll poke the backup video to the heavenly side during the sacrifice in the back, and make you famous together in heaven and on earth. You believe it or not? The shocked Kongshang immediately stabilized his body. That was afraid of any accidents. The team just climbed up a little bit. Chapter 112. If there is no objection, inform by thunder. Come to the top of the hill and the area has long been cleared out. Kongxing extracted the cauldron needed for the Zen sealing ceremony from the system space and smashed it on the ground with a thud. That's the beauty of having a system space. It's extremely convenient. Seeing that Zhang had already climbed to the top, the team at the back gritted their teeth, grimaced bitterly, and accelerated the speed of their ascent. Seeing this, the Golden Eagle, as if it had found some new fun, a dive landed on the road that the crowd must have traveled forward, lowered its head, and fiddled the megaphone that had been hanging on its body with its beak for a few moments, only to hear a sharp music coming out from the speaker. It's the modern-day running drill god song for primary and secondary schools. You can't help but listen and move to the rhythm of the music. Fusu, exempt? This tune is so amazing. Li Si and the others climbed the mountain a lot faster with it. Kongxing put away the cat ear hair band on top of his head and casually said, What's so magical about this? Believe it or not, I can even give them a speed boost. How do you speed up? A fine? No. Kongxing shook a finger and pulled out a long written note from his body, asking Zhang for advice. Brother Zhang, this is okay, right? Zhang curiously took the note and read it, silently returned it to Kongxing, hesitated for a moment, looked up at the sky, estimated the approximate hour now, and then decisively ordered Fusu to, You go and tell them that after the sealing is over is the time to give them promotions. Whoever climbs up first will be promoted first. Of course, not everyone can be promoted here. There are only 9 spots, so let them look after themselves. Promote your subjects at the top of Tarzan? Fusu froze for a moment, and subconsciously retorted, But this is not according to etiquette, is it? Kongxing, it's fine. Accelerate them first. Wait until that part. I'll open up and intervene. The corners of Fusu's mouth straightened, and without saying anything else, he turned around and went to convey the big cake. The acceleration is really remarkable. Except for Reese, who's still climbing the mountain at a slightly faster than normal pace. Zhang had promised to make him the prime minister, and he was also the host of the Zen ceremony, hosting the Zen ceremony for the first emperor of all time. And with this reputation, he still cared whether he was promoted in Taishan or not. But when Reese climbed up, he was horrified to find that his hosting position was gone. The Kongshang, who signed an unequal lifetime labor contract with Kongxing, dragged Kongperch and commanded the Confucian sacrifices to start the preparations before the Zen ceremony. Your Majesty, this is, from now on, you will address me as Your Majesty. Reese was confused. You're just a little late. What have you missed? Virtue surpasses the 3 emperors. Merit covers the 5 emperors, and one should be called the first emperor. TSK, there's one way to put it, and Chow thinks that's a bit of a narcissistic statement. Chow, carrying the branch from which the hornet's nest hung, commented thus, narcissism? Huo was a little upset when he heard this. If ordained by heaven to live forever is narcissism, then what am I? The one who sealed the wolf's death? Ha, what is he to my sire? Chow Mao didn't mean that. Champion Ho, listen to Chow Mao's explanation. Don't listen. Wanker chanting. The auspicious time has come. The feudal ceremony was conducted in a solemn and orderly manner under the auspices of Kong Perch and Kong Shang. Although they hadn't figured out even now how Kong Shing had exerted his immortal magic to preserve the obscene snapping process of that night's banquet, and had prepared so many copies of it, but for the sake of their own reputation, for the sake of not dying socially, and even more so for their own little lives, the crowd of Confucian brand sacrifices simply didn't dare to make the slightest mistake, because one mistake means double death. Not only will they be sacrificed as offerings, but the reputation they have painstakingly maintained over the years will also crumble to pieces in an instant. Or even worse, will be recorded in the history books and circulated permanently. The consequences of that are chilling just to slightly imagine. The cauldron burned, turning the sacrificial text written by Ying Zhang to the heavens into ashes, which were then swept away by the wind to the clouds. Such a strange phenomenon made many people present more convinced of the legend that the top of Mount Tai can communicate with the heavens. Apart. Kongxing Phi, here. Knock on the blackboard. To test you on a piece of geography. Why is the wind blowing upwards here right now? Fuso. Ying Zheng. Fork this mood breaker out for me. After a brief interlude, the festival ended with a high-pitched rite of passage from Kong Shang. Kong Shang, congratulations. Simply congratulations. It is wonderful that we were not sacrificed alive. Your Majesty, please also come forward and speak with the heavens. Ying Zhang nodded his head and greeted Fu Su before walking up together. Fu Su can be said to be thrilled. Just this paragraph, that is going to go down in the history books in a serious way. As an accompanying person, he was honored, but before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a bunch of holy orders were shoved at him. Fuso? What do you mean? Ying Zhang, literally, what's on here is similar to those sacrificial texts that were burned earlier, so just in case it can't read, you can declare it again. Fuso, hesitantly, he picked up an imperial decree and looked at it again and again. Are all the sacrifices father burned earlier of this kind? When you don't manage the timing of the heavens, causing flash floods, droughts, and other disasters to erupt in Qin's territory, you cancel the sacrifices for the next 10 years, and you have to slap the heavens yourself to make it learn from its mistakes? Fuso thought for 2 seconds and read it out truthfully, listening to the content of that holy decree after holy decree. The crowd had mixed reactions. Li Si, So King, Your Majesty asked me to carve mandate to heaven, both life and eternity to facilitate the fight against heaven? Bai Qi, as expected of Your Majesty, that's how it should be. I, Bai Qi, am willing to go through fire and water for Your Majesty's great Qin. Kong Shang listening to the content of the imperial decree shivering scared. Such content was heard by the heavens. Sure not to send down the divine punishment of it? Fuso proclaimed quickly, and it didn't take long to come to the last sentence. The content is a bit strange. If there is no objection, tell it by thunder? Thunder? It's a clear sky. Where's the thunder? As soon as this thought of Fu Su's popped up, the next moment, accompanied by a terrified asterisk sound, a bucket-thick thunderbolt precisely struck the ground in front of Kong Shang. Kong Shang then planted himself on the ground with a thud, twitching slightly and rolling his eyes. The ground is conductive, and Kong Shang was too close to the lightning strike point, so it was extremely miserable. It's not my fault. The farther away from the lightning strike point, the safer it is. Everyone is next to each other, you're alone. I'm trying my best to report a little bit of a biased position. It was clear that the lightning strike was the effect of the Kong Shing skill. Lightning strike, limited to once per week. Before casting the spell, recite the exact coordinates and the name of the person to be struck 3 times, or suffer the consequences. This is still Kong Shing thought of the need for Kong Shing part-time work, and the system to discuss the consequences of the lightning strike point offset some, otherwise in accordance with the skill set, directly on the split brain, straight to hell. Okay? Fuso looked at the fallen Kong Shang in horror. It's the first time I've seen a living human sacrifice done whole like this. Chapter 113, let's go to raid the house together. Kong Shang, who was uncertain of his life and death, was soon carried away. According to the flow of the Zen ceremony, it could basically end here. But considering the promises given earlier to speed up the process for the ministers, Ying Zhang began to name the promotions. But for some reason, all the ministers were looking for reasons to excuse themselves, stating that there was no urgency in the matter of promotion. That is, It was okay to go back to Xianyang and then be promoted again. Ing Zhang, in that case, Li Si, come up here. It's time for me to fulfill what I promised you earlier. Li Si hesitantly did not step forward immediately, but cautiously inquired. Your Majesty, is it necessary to announce to heaven even if you give me a promotion? Ing Zhang, naturally. I am terrified. I am afraid that I am not blessed with this matter. I would like to recommend Feng Jiashi. His qualifications and abilities are not in the least below those of my minister, and he would be sufficient for this post. Fun DJ. Thinking back to a few minutes ago, the thick thunder that responded to the sky, and then look at the Kong Shang, who still does not know whether he can live or not. If it is not for the consideration that it is not appropriate to make a move here, Feng Jiashi can directly tear each other up with Li Si. Feng Jiashi, you old man, you can't wait for me to get well, can you? If I were struck to death by lightning, you'd be very happy, wouldn't you? Since His Majesty has already made up his mind, there is no reason to change it now? Li Si, do you want His Majesty to be the king who breaks faith? A great big hatchet was snapped. Li Si was not afraid at all and was about to dislike him back when he heard Ing Zhang's voice ringing out. Since they are all unwilling to do so, let's wait until we return to Xianyang. Yes, the crowd answered. When Fu Su saw that there was nothing else to do, he was about to leave, but he saw Ing Zhang pull out another imperial decree. Aha! The proclaimed decree has been read, and these ministers do not want to be promoted here. So the content of this decree is obvious. Crown Prince. It must be about the Crown Prince, right? I knew father had brought me all the way over here to make a big announcement. Fuso was looking forward to it. Ing Zhang handed the imperial decree to Li Si to read. Rees took it solemnly, opened the decree and froze for a moment when he saw its contents, but good professionalism quickly brought him back to his senses and he solemnly pronounced, with immediate effect, order Meng Tan and Hua Daisy to lead an army of 300,000 men north to attack the enemy, and Wang Jian and Yufei to lead an army of 500,000 men south to attack Baiyue. Fusu listened to the content of the holy decree a little lost. Bai Qi, since hearing the content of the holy decree is about the conquest of foreign enemies, wait and wait until the holy decree was read out, also did not hear his name. Whitey was not happy. Hua was extremely excited. $300,000. Even though he was leading the army with Meng Tian, he could at least share a few tens of thousands with himself, right? Great penetration and detour. Blitzkrieg. Well, should we find a reason to clean up Donghu in the meantime? As Cao Cao listens to the contents of the imperial decree, he feels something is wrong. How can you march to war without a military advisor? Beginning Emperor, look at Jia Yan and then Changyu. These two are both good seedlings coming in. Find them something to do as well. Ing Zheng, after thinking about it, he felt that what Cao Cao had said was also somewhat true. De Qin does not keep idle men. It's a matter of finding something for both of them to do. After some serious thought, it seemed that the only island that was best suited for these two to play on was the one to the east of Great Qin. Then send it there, on top of Tarzan. Overnight? Yes. Father said that everyone was tired from climbing the mountain today, and that it would take quite a while to descend. So it was decided to wait until tomorrow when it's light. But it's going to be cold here at night, and there's a chance of rain. Not afraid. There are tents. Fusu pointed to the one-pitched tent not far away. Out so far out of the door naturally brought a lot of necessities. Only, because of the different layers, different positions, bring something complete degree is also different. It's like this tent. Ing Zhang's tent was the most windproof, rainproof and warm of all, and it also had the most space. Fuso is second. The vast majority of people are a few people crammed into one, cuddling up for the night. So that means there's nothing else planned for tonight? Ing. Fu Su subconsciously nodded. In the next second, his wrist was tightly grasped by Kongxing. Then go hand out orders. It's been a long time since I've been there. Trust me, the order is good this time. Fu Su rolled his eyes. Whenever you asked me to go with you, you didn't say that? It was like this the time I kidnapped Wanjin, and it was like this the time I switched places in time. Tell me what the list is first and I'll think about it. Kongxing opened the system dispatch page and looked at it, deliberating for a moment and trying to make the mission content understandable to Fu Su in an easy-to-understand way. Take you to raid the house. Are you leaving? Copy the family? Fu Su froze for a moment, and subconsciously pursued the question. Copy who? Can some of the proceeds of the raid be taken away? Ding! Ding! You have picked up a new order. Please dispatch in a timely manner and be safe. Order details. A copy of the brutal truth was sent to Ming Si Zone Zhuyuchan. Remarks, how many corrupt officials at the end of Ming Dynasty? Poor Chongjin silly. Pick up your knife. Bring my gun. We go together to copy the family. The dynasty renewed from killing the abbot. Ming Si Zong Zhuyuchan, also known as Emperor Chongjin. Its personalities have been disparaging. Some people say he is stupid cute. Some say he is suspicious. Some say he is eager to make quick success. Some say he is trying too hard to accelerate the fall of the Ming dynasty. Too many similar sayings, but how many people remember? He originally did not want to be the emperor, nor has he ever been taught what the art of empire is. He can only rely on his own understanding to try to be a good emperor in order to pray that he can renew the life of this dynasty which is full of holes. The history books record that the first emperor approved the sonata 120 stones a day, and Emperor Wu Lu-che approved the number of sonata a day is also quite a lot. I have to learn from them. The treasury is vacant and the army is short of money, so call on the ministers to crowdfund, and I'll scrimp and save some more, and it should work. Chongjin said this and did the same. This led to the fact that when Fusu saw him, he thought for a moment that this was a refugee who had escaped from somewhere. The dragon robe was full of patches, and if not carefully distinguished, it was impossible to see that this turned out to be a dragon robe. When Fusu and Kongxing arrived, it was the time when Chongjin was having his meal. Chongjin, do not be polite. Come, sit, all sit down, a piece of food. Fusu looked at the table in front of Chongjin that only a little bit of vegetarian food, thought about it and sat down. Kongxing picked up a spoon and scooped up that so-called thin rice. It was even thinner than that free soup in the modern school cafeteria. Counted. 23 grains of rice. Small half pot of water. Kongxing sat down in silence after Fusu. The two did not move chopsticks, but is thinking about how to appropriate rhetoric. Chongjin, now father-in-law, the Ming dynasty abbot, Zhou Kuei, is at home guarding the gold mountain and silver mine to eat the mountain and see food things informed to Chongjin. Chapter 114, The Road to Redemption for Daming. Beginning with the plundering of the family, the two seriously thought about it, and decided that it was better to ask Chongjin implicitly about his attitude towards this matter. Kongxing, I am not sure about one thing. I wonder if my ancestor can help me out. What is it? Tell me. Chongjin ate his meal and answered casually. Kongxing, if someone is rich as a nation, what should be done? One person is even richer. Can be more than a country? Chongjin did not seem to answer, but then it seems to have given his answer. But what if there is more than one such person? What do you mean? Chongjin is not Emperor Jin Hui. He has a brain. He keenly sensed something in Kongxing's words. Kongxing continued to ask, if these people are in high positions, blinding the holy hearings, and the country is in internal and external trouble, the building will fall? That statement alone is almost an explicit reference. The building is about to fall down. Isn't that exactly what the current Ming is saying? Do you mean that there is more than one person in the court now, who is rich and powerful? No way. Can I not know if they are rich or not? You do not understand, may not know the situation. A lot of military expenses, or I borrowed from them. They now go to the court to wear the court dress thing are full of patches. Such people, how can they be rich enough to rival the country? Recall their own time and time again crowdfunding military process. Chongjin on their own just actually because of the Kongxing 3 words on those loyalists and have some anger. But, since the treasury can't even raise money and has been reduced to borrowing money from its ministers, the question now arises. How are those ministers who live off the salaries of the imperial court able to pull out so much good money to lend? And from what you say, it seems that you've gone to them more than once for a loan, which adds up to a sum of money. Where did they get it from? Fusa guided Chongjin to think deeply from another angle. So much money. Say all is the ancestor, do the official salary get a sum of money saved is not practical. Then its source is very simple. Is nothing more than so a few ways. Either that, or the government and business are in close collusion. But if there is collusion between the government and business, it means that these people must still hold a large amount of wealth in their hands. The best thing a businessman in a chaotic world can do is to invest and use money to smash a way out of life for himself. So these people must still have money in their hands. Either that, or raiding the people, which is the easiest way to get rich quick. Furthermore, it is to be a porter of the treasury of the great Ming dynasty. A little bit of greed today, a little bit of greed tomorrow. A long time, this money naturally more. Yeah, where do they get all their money from? I don't think I've ever thought about that. Chongjin carefully pondered Fusu's words. That is, the more you think about it, the more you feel wrong. Chongjin's suspicion is very heavy. Now by the whole star and Fusu joined in his thinking on the road to open a mouth. Almost involuntarily continue to think about this problem point. You can't turn out money by thinking by yourself all the time like this. I'll teach you. You just find a reason to step in the door with your left foot first, and let the trusted people go to the house to copy the house. Just any person. Absolutely a surprise. Fusu was giving Chongjin ideas. But what if we don't find a problem? Kongxing, it's not simple. There's nothing to it. Yu Qian found out the problem when his house was copied back then? Mashu is good for this kind of thing. Chongjin, I always feel that you are pointing at the Sangha. Well, you didn't feel wrong, Kongxing admitted with a big smile. Chongjin, kinda honest. Just as he was thinking about which courtier to give such a surprise inspection to, A neutral voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the old minister Zhou Kuei day and night. Know that the emperor is worried about the dragon body. Therefore, and then take the lead in donating most of the family property. Thousands of taels of silver. In order to solve the crisis of my Ming. Then a straight-framed minister proudly walked up to the main hall. It was Zhou Kuei, Chongjin's father-in-law, the present-day abbot of the Ming dynasty. But soon it will be no more. The three of them plus a eunuch, Wang Chang'an, quietly watched Zhou Kuei step into the hall with his left foot. Almost at the same time as Zhou Kuei's right foot stepped in right after him, Chongjin opened his mouth. Someone take down this assassin who stepped in left foot first, Zhou Kuei. Without waiting for Zhou Kuei to react to how he had become an assassin, the next second, he was held down on the ground with a duong. The head came into close contact with the ground in an unguarded manner. Injustice. Before the word in vain could be uttered, Fu Su stepped forward and extremely skillfully removed Zhou Kuei's jaw, causing him to lose the ability to be able to speak clearly. The assassins nowadays are really getting bolder and bolder, even daring to impersonate my state abbot. I know better than anyone where my father-in-law is now. Chongjin on the road very quickly. Just a few moments on the extremely natural began to open their eyes. A few of you, give me a good trial of him. I want to see who is trying to harm my life. Yes. Zhou Kuei was dragged away for interrogation. Chongjin turned to Kongxing and Fusu. The state abbot was impersonated by an assassin. And for something this big I deserve to go to the state abbot to probe for a solution to this trouble. You guys, right? Kongxing couldn't stop nodding his head. Right. You must bring more people over for such a big thing. Remember to bring weapons. It's so chaotic out there now. It's not good if you meet an attack by thugs. Fu Su's eyes brightened slightly as he proposed. Can I tag along? Not for anything else. I'll just take a look. Really just going to check it out? Chongjin was deeply skeptical. Fu Su, well, I just want to see what a spectacular scene it is to see 6 million taels of silver piled up in a mountain. How much? How many did you say? Chongjin couldn't believe it. There are even some who are afraid to bring people forward to raid the house. If you really copied out 6 million taels of silver, then what is the few thousand taels of silver that you had to come from Zhou Kuei before? And what the hell is he? Nima donates 0.06%, and he himself lowers his voice and talks nicely to tout him in return? Everyone laughs at Emperor Jin Hui. But Chongjin suddenly realized at this moment that he turned out to be even more stupid than Emperor Jin Hui. It can't be. 1 in 600. That's this. Wang Chang'an, you go on my behalf. See if there are these 6 million silver dollars or not. Chongjin finally decided to let Wang Qingzhen go forward to copy the family on his behalf. He is absolutely trustworthy to Wang Qingzhen. Wang Qingzhen also did live up to Chongjin's trust. 2 or 3 hours later brought news. Your Majesty, I have not copied out 6 million pieces of silver. Chongjin sighed slightly, not sure if he was glad there weren't 6 million or because of what. Chongjin, that copied out how much? Wang Chang'an, $8 million. Ha! Chapter 115, a big moneymaker with a lot of money. Hearing the report of the results of the battle of Wang Chang'an's plagiarism, Chongjin the whole person is going to explode. $8 million. Good. Very good. After copying Zhou Kuei's house, Chongjin only felt that a brand new door was opening to him. Kill. I'm going to kill them all. After peeking behind the door of the good old days of overnight wealth, was driven mad by the poor Chongjin personally took a big knife, took the guards, killed and visited every minister, without saying a word. It's a raid. As to whether it will be wrongly accused of innocence, Chongjin may have such a hint of concern at the beginning, but with that was copied out of the gold and silver more and more, has been red-eyed to Fusu or in and Kongxing in front of his face to conspire to not sneak into a sack to carry away. This thread of concern has been completely gone. On this day, Chongjin killed many people. It also reached the record for the fastest riches ever. As for these people did not lead to vacant positions in the courtroom, thus triggering the consequences of the courtroom does not run up how to deal with. Chongjin is not panic. His courtroom, it happens all the time. There are just a little more vacancies than usual this time. Money in hand. Suddenly rich Chongjin is now a stable batch. Money wasn't everything, but having money and not having money were two concepts after all. And he was, right now, rich, extraordinarily rich. Money is so abundant that he can even pay a high price to hire someone else to finish the Ming dynasty flip-flop for him. Chongjin roughly counted his copy of the income. Silver more than 6,000 million too. Gold 10 million too. Which is still just money. If the antiques and paintings jewelry class is also discounted into the money, will only be more. That's a lot of money. I'm so rich. No wonder it is said that it is easy to go from frugality, by checking, to luxury. So there is such a deep meaning in this. Zhu Yujian, Chongjin, thought this way. After the joy of getting rich, Chongjin had to face a very cruel problem. Why? It's just to help me make a flip. I didn't say I wouldn't give pay for it. Prince Fusu, you must give me an account of what makes you stop me from hiring the first emperor. If you think 10 million taels of gold is not enough, I can still raise the price. The price is really negotiable. Obviously, Chongjin's sincerity is sufficient, but on its opposite side, Fusu's face wasn't very pretty. And you have the nerve to ask me why I disagree? Is this a matter of adding money or not? Ever ask a son how much he can hire his father for? Are you hiring, or are you asking me to sell my father? Chongjin was not moved, silently stretched out a finger. I add another 10 million taels of silver. Fusu hesitated for a second. It's been said that it's not a matter of whether or not to add money. Another $10 million. Chongjin continued to raise the price. Fusu hesitated even longer, twisting his head to ask Kong Xing's opinion. What to do? He's giving too much. If I really refuse, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Kong Xing did not take care of Fusu. This dispatch order in Chongjin after copying the home has actually been completed almost. Now is to earn extra time. And what Kong Xing had to consider now was how he could maximize the benefits. Masa has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so we can't invite him, but we can replace him with someone else, and it's very cost-effective. Chongjin froze for a moment, thinking back to the history books that one of the famous characters, "Do not understand, I'm in this situation. In addition to the first emperor, is there anyone else can turn the tide? There is one in your ancestry." His situation back then was much worse than it is today. Chongjin felt bad. Posterior, what you're talking about shouldn't be. Kong Xing, hey right, that's him. The founding king of the Ming dynasty, the ancestor of Zhu Yuanzhang. I'm sure the ancestors will be willing to take time out of their busy schedules to come and help when they hear your request, right? Fuse's eyes lit up. Hey, this is good. There is no one better than your own family for the historic talks between the founding king of the Great Ming and the king of the Ming's demise. If you don't think it's enough, it's not impossible to call in 2 more. Fusu watching the fun doesn't feel like a big deal in the slightest. Chongjin's head shook like a rattle. No, never bring it. I will be killed. Fusu, what are you afraid of? Is not just to be killed by your own old ancestor? In the original history, you ended up hanging on a crooked-necked tree, with only a hanging friend by your side to martyr yourself. Old tragedy. Kong Xing nodded his head. In later times, there is this saying to describe the Great Ming, a bowl in the beginning and a rope in the end. How inappropriate not to invite the bowl now that the rope is there. Chongjin, if I'm not mistaken, that last hanging friend should be Wang Cheng'en, right? Poor me. I have gone to the end of my life, but I only have a hanging friend with me. Can't we talk about this? But someone else could have done it, then change Zhu, and the effect should be similar. Chongjin, sigh, the price is negotiable. As soon as he heard the money, Kong Xing came to energy, and no longer to the previous that joking like a suggestion, but serious thinking, reference to the end of the Ming dynasty at this time after the specific situation to give their own opinion of the most suitable candidate for the flip-flop war. Jia or Changyu? You choose one. After hearing the names of the people reported by Kong Xing, Chongjin had a moment of confusion. Is there a monarch in history with these 2 names? When Chongjin finally remembered that these 2 people are actually what talent, Chongjin fell into a painful entanglement and self-doubt. Could it be that Damien, now, has come to that? These 2 people, if they let them loose to do it, turn the plate, that is certainly can turn the plate. But after turning the plate to get what? I guess even the advice of these 2 goods cannot take. Fuso, why do you recommend them? Is it because they're cheap? But shouldn't we recommend the expensive ones? Kong Xing, the end of the Ming dynasty belongs to the Little Ice Age. Frequent natural disasters. Food is not much, and it is a chaotic world. Chengyu will be able to solve the problem of insufficient food and grass very well. And Jia Yan, he has a flexible brain, very suitable for advising. Under the cooperation of the 2, in less than half a year, it can definitely turn the tide. Fusu cooperated and let out an "oh." So that's how it is. After listening to Kong Xing explain the reasons for the recommendation, Chongjin mood more complex. Let Chengyu solve the problem of insufficient grain and grass? Is that his solution to the grain problem? Can't you recommend a more reliable one? I'm so rich now that I can afford to hire any expensive one. Really? Kong Xing scanned the reply letter he had just gotten with double stamp behind Chongjin's back, which only had a short dialogue on it. How much can I hire you for? You're crazy about money? What if I hire Wuan? No negotiation below $10 million. Brother Zhang said that with 30 million taels of gold, he can make the decision to have the Wuan monarch by Qi and Fusu stay and help. Chongjin full of promise, no problem. Fuso? Why there's still me. Why it's about me. Trader Kong, are you chucking private goods? Surprised you found it. Kong Xing responded with feigned surprise while continuing to reply to the letter. Settled. 20 million taels of gold. In a different time and place, I received a letter from Ing Zhang. I can't believe it's gold. Where did Kong Xing go to find a big moneymaker with stupid people and money? Chapter 116, I'm going to knife you all. Ing Zhang was about to go to sleep, but now he was so excited by Kong Xing's 2 letters that he couldn't sleep. Kong Xing said that there are 20 million taels of gold. Then it will definitely only be more and not less. I don't know how much he, the middleman, has swallowed alone. Well, let's just swallow some. 20 million taels. Hiss, Wanjin is worth so much money? Wait, what was the first question he asked me? How much can I hire me? Ing Zhang was a bit impressed. There's no way around it. This big money maker is giving way too much. It's worth years of tax revenue for Qin. How wonderful it would be if I were not the first emperor. What a pity. Ing Zhang tossed and turned and couldn't sleep anymore. So he went to Bai Qi and shared the good news with him. 20 million taels of gold. Your Majesty, you really haven't sold me out? Is there really a possibility that I can come back? Bai Qi is extremely worried. So much money. Just going over to help? Which little cutie would agree to something like that? That much money is enough to buy yourself out several times over. Don't worry, that is. Kong Xing gave the negotiation order. If you fail to come back behind, I will break his legs. Ing Zhang spoke out to comfort. Bai Qi's worry faded a bit. Degree mouth, Ochu. Sigma, 3, superscript 33 superscript 33. In a different time, Kong Xing, who was counting the money, sneezed incessantly. Who's been talking about me behind my back? Wasn't it you? Fusu, who was sneakingly stuffing gold bars into his cuffs with his back to Kong Xing, was startled by the sudden naming of his name. Shivering, he continued to stuff the gold bar into his sleeve. I don't know. It's definitely not me. It's probably Kong Shang. He was struck by lightning, and if he didn't die, the first thing he said when he woke up would definitely be to curse you. Yeah, Kong Xing said, turning the selfie stick in his hand at a slight angle, and instead of a cell phone, the selfie stick had a mirror on it. The action of Fusu tucking in the gold bar was clearly and unambiguously shown. Kong Xing didn't say anything, just silently put away the selfie stick and mirror, then took out a small notebook to record this matter. Kong Xing is still kind-hearted, and did not leave Fusu here to help Chongjin flip, but gave Chongjin a list to reuse the people above, and the names of Sun Chuanting and Bai Mokang are at the top of the list. Sun Chuanting, Chongjin has the impression that he can probably guess the reason why Kong Xing wants to reuse himself. But Bai Mokang, who is this man? Is he good at fighting? Kong Xing, this man is very good at studying gunpowder. As long as Daming's gunpowder technology is brought up. Unless there is Lu Xiu on the opposite side and a Daming war god on your side, I really can't imagine a reason why Daming, with the help of Wanjin, would still lose. Chongjin seems to understand. But the good thing is that he knows his mistakes. In the original history of their own miserable end of Chongjin changed a lot. Seems to know that the more they try to accelerate the demise of the Ming, Chongjin began to swing. After handing over the military to Sun Chuanting and Bai Qi, who had been hired at great expense to help, Chongjin did not ask much about it. The only thing he asked was whether there was enough money for the army, whether there was still food and provisions, and if there was not, he would tell him that he was now very rich. For Kong Xing recommended by Mokang, Chongjin can be said to strongly support its research to improve firearms. Lack of people, take money to smash. Lack of money, take money to smash. Lack of experimental sites, take money to smash. Money talks, and with the overpowering effect of large amounts of money, the rallying cry began to blow. Chongjin's time and space matters have come to an end for the time being. This side, back to the top of Mount Tai, Kong Xing greeted the rising red sun to start the mission settlement. Ding! Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare venue prop, Ms. Lai's Game Room. Ms. Lai's Game Room. It is said that this is a game room specially built for Ms. Lai by a certain daughter slave at great expense. And the game room includes almost all intellectual games. Kong Xing, game room? What do I need this for? And, what does it mean to have almost all the mind games? Is that to say that there are no games other than mind games? Kong Xing thought to himself that his intelligence was not very high. He wasn't very good at mind games either. But as the saying goes, come what may, let's see what this game room has to offer. Ms. Lai's Game Room is, after all, a rare scene-type prop, and once taken out, it took up a considerable amount of area. Huo looked at the strange house that had suddenly appeared at the top of Mount Tai and instantly knew that this was definitely something Kong Xing had come up with. Immediately, he came over. What's the fun in that? A game room that plays games. You want to try it? Yes. When it comes to eating, drinking and fighting the Huns, Huo Zaiwei has always been very positive. I'll take a look at what games are here first, Kong Xing said, stepping into the game hall. Looking around, there were 10 or so things similar to virtual game bins in the game hall. Kong Xing roughly guessed the role of these game bins. In addition to these virtual game bins, the more notable thing is the large projection of the total list of games in the very center of the game hall. Hide and seek is a mind game? Kong Xing looked at the list full of confusion. In this list, he saw more than just hide and seek, even right down to playing house. But reminiscent of those virtual gaming bins? Perhaps. The hide and seek and play house here is not the kind one is familiar with. But hide and seek version 2.0? It was just a bit pointless for two people to play. So Ho ran out and started calling out to his friends. I don't know whether it was because he was well liked or how he was convinced, but even Ing Zhang was called. Werewolf kill! Werewolf kill! I'm going to knife you all! Hua shouted excitedly. Half an hour later, Hua Zaiwei, who had utilized the virtual game bin to enter the tour as desired, was extraordinarily silent. Cupid! How could it be Cupid? It's not a good idea to knife people in this capacity, either. The virtual gaming warehouse connects the consciousness of all those involved in the game to a werewolf-killing virtual gaming environment set up in the gaming room. This is a Western old fortress gaming environment. There is a grove of trees outside the old castle. It's just that unlike the werewolf kill that Kong Xing was familiar with, this version of werewolf kill had not only seen some changes in the rules, turning into a virtual 3D mode, but also individual identity creation. Who the hell shows up as a dog in a werewolf kill? Kong Xing grasped his hair in annoyance. The old Western castle scene, the werewolf kill, the Daoist. What kind of genius hybridized these elements together? Especially because this was a virtual game. So the game system also equipped each player with the appropriate identity props. For example, Kong Xing was carrying a mahogany sword at the moment, and Fuso is a bit more impressive. He went to a remote corner of the old castle and turned out a cauldron into which he poured all the potions and boiled them over a large fire. GGG. It's a shame the scene doesn't prepare apples either. Luckily I found a mirror. So I'll make do. Magic mirror, magic mirror. Please tell me, Kong Trader, where is he pussyfooting around right now? Chapter 117, Ginger is still old and hot. At the beginning of the game, the people's conscious bodies were automatically transported to different rooms of the old castle to increase the fun of the game. Each round has 1 hour of free time. After 1 hour, all the surviving players will be transported to the hall by the game system itself, and they will speak and vote according to the order of the draw. This version of werewolf killing has no civilians, only clerics and werewolves, and because of the virtual 3D mode, it's a great test of the player's overall level. Sometimes luck is part of strength. A certain Liz, who had been the first to be knifed off and eliminated from the game, made this outburst. Rewind the clock to 5 minutes ago. It took Reese quite a while to fully understand the rules of the game. He was lucky to stay in his room and study the rules of the game for a long time without being discovered by the werewolves. I am the seer, and according to the rules of the game, I can view the camp a player belongs to during this hour. But a player who belongs to the cleric's camp can't know his or her priesthood. Without much hesitation, Li Si decided to check out the camp that Ing Zhen belonged to after figuring out the abilities of the identity he had extracted. The game system gives Li Si with the game props as the crystal ball. Through this prop Li Si can remotely view the player belongs to the camp. Buzz. The crystal ball emitted a light blue glow, and soon, a cartoon drawing emerged inside the crystal ball. That's 5 minutes later. The people who were transported to the lobby by the game system were informed of Reese's death. He was eliminated first. No last words were left. Hui, no, it's only just begun. And there's a werewolf swordsman? Fusu eyes flashed with the essence of light. It's not necessarily a werewolf, knife it. Maybe Li Si is a wolf. Words, this person are eliminated. Also do not announce his identity of it? Kong Xing shook his head. Only in the third round will the exact number of each remaining camp be announced. Which means that if the person who wrote this game system is a serious sufferer of bad taste, it might be possible that it's always been an infighting between the priesthoods. Chow chow, there's no point in talking more. Let's draw lots to speak and vote first. The crowd began to draw lots, and Kong Xing was lucky enough to be the first to speak. Kong Xing, I'm a prophet. I checked Fu Su's camp earlier. He's a wolf. Vote for him. Fu Su slightly rolled his eyes. Can you more or less hide that Peachwood sword you're carrying on your back before you say that? Don't pretend to be a prophet when you're a Taoist priest. Kong Xing smiled awkwardly. Ing Zhan was the second to speak. I am a prophet. I checked out Reese's identity and took the initiative after realizing he was a wolf. Ing Zhang was interrupted by Chow Chow before he could finish his sentence. Wait, initiative? The seer doesn't seem to be able to deal damage to werewolves, right? Ing Zhang, normally that would indeed be the case, but I have issued an imperial decree that he should cut himself. He did as he was told. What? There's a problem? Chow Chow. And that? Eliminated from the tournament in a state of spectatorship. Rees, Ghost's holy decree. I didn't even see His Majesty in my game. In the game, Ing Zhen continued, there are too few clues. I will not vote in this game. Jia was the third to speak. I'm wandering around outside the old castle. I don't know anything. I'll wait and see before deciding whether or not to follow the ticket. Chunyu spoke immediately after. I'm a guard. I chose to guard myself in the last round. First Emperor, since you're a prophet then I'll guard you in the next round. Zhang, I refuse. I want to check your identity cap before deciding in the next game. Chunyu spread his hands in understanding and voted Kongxing. Kongxing? No. You're sick, aren't you? Me, the Taoist priest. It's the werewolves who want votes. Why are you voting for me? Changyu, you say you're a Taoist priest is all? Who knows if this mahogany sword of yours isn't a fake that you rummaged out of an ancient castle somewhere just to confuse people. But you said you were a prophet before. Anyway, you look suspicious to me. Kongxing was furious and said that he was going to go to Chengyu to tear each other apart in the next round. Fuso was the fifth to speak, stating that he was a werewolf and that the various clerics were welcome to knife him. Hua Zaiwei, you're blowing your own cover? What's the point? In pursuit of a more exciting game? Nope. I still feel it's more likely that you're digging a hole and waiting for someone to jump, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that Fuso was really a werewolf. Feeling that his head was a bit confused, Hua Zaiwei simply said that he had stumbled upon Yufei while exploring the ancient castle, and he said that he was. Nope, Pengjiu. When we met, you said you were a prophet? This, surnamed Kong, the werewolf killing will have so many prophets? Kongxing said he wasn't sure. After all, even the Taoist priests came out in this version. Yufei insisted that he was the prophet. Hua's brain was even more messed up. Cao Cao was the last to speak, stating that he was the most useless cupid in the priesthood, and hoped that Chengyu would come to his defense in the next round. Hua Zaiwei? Cao Cao is Cupid? Then what am I? In the end, due to the insufficient number of participants in this round, they were directly stepped into the second round, and the people were once again randomly teleported to various parts of the ancient castle. Fuso continued to simmer the broth in a pot, perfectly blending into the priesthood role. Kongxing carried his mahogany sword and directly opened the window of the ancient castle room, rolled over to the outside, and utilized the skill, Climber, to directly crawl in the gloom on the walls outside the ancient castle. From time to time, he would pass by the window and glance inside. Bang! 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 A knock on the window sounded. Masa, open the window and let me in. Zhang, who was inside the room of the ancient castle, heard the commotion and immediately came to the window and opened it. Kongxing rolled the window and entered, patting the non-existent dust on his body. That Chengyu didn't come over. Did he? I always had a feeling he wasn't a good person. Zhang, he wasn't a good person in the first place. Kongxing agrees. Brother politics. Do you think it would be possible to know the identity of a teammate between people who are also werewolves? I don't know. Wouldn't it be easier to find a werewolf and ask? Who to ask? Changyu. I checked the camp he belongs to. He is a werewolf. Kongxing let out an "oh" and blinked, not saying anything more, only removing the peachwood sword from his back and holding it tightly in his hand. Keep a sharp eye on the door of the old castle room, ready to fight at any moment, as well as guarding against those around you. The other side. I counted on my fingers. Kong traitor must have gone to guard the first emperor. So what the heck? The effect is the same anyway. Chengyu muttered and left the room, ready to find Cao Cao. He, a werewolf, was ready to knife Cao Cao. Chengyu was still a little excited at the thought that the former proprietor was about to be knifed by himself. Although, it's just in the game, not reality. However, when he found Cao Cao, he realized an old saying, ginger is still hot. Chapter 118, sorry, I'm a werewolf. Guard, how can you be a guard? Inside a certain room of the ancient castle, Chengyu was filled with panic. Cao Cao on the opposite side was much more calm, and even had the leisure to explain, it can't be helped. You spoke before me, and you impersonated my identity camp. So I'll just have to make it a trick to impersonate Cupid, who I don't know who drew it. It turns out that imposter identities still work well. See, you're hooked, aren't you? It's just that I didn't think that you would actually dare to come over and knife me. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chow took a risk last round and didn't guard anyone or himself. So, Chow is now given the option to guard himself. Changyu, you know what this means, right? You, a werewolf, are going to plant it. Changyu is naturally very clear, and it is precisely because it is clear that it is not willing. Most of the hour of free knifing people had passed this round, and there was hardly enough time left to get yourself knifed again. Even if there was still enough time, now that Cao Cao knew who he was and he couldn't do anything about it, Cao Cao was perfectly capable of getting in the way of his own knives. Like, for example, yelling at them. Let the whole of the old castle hear it. And just then, on the upper floor of the room where Cao Cao was, the sound of a fierce fight came from. There was a faint sound of Kongxing's voice. Hua, what do you mean? Isn't it good for you, a Cupid, to be an honest mascot? What do you mean by linking me and the werewolf as a couple? But there aren't many fighting priesthoods. So which side are you on? Chow chow, from the sound of it, it seems like Hua Zaiwei linked Kong Xing and a werewolf into a couple bond? TSK. What's with the lack of clarity on who that werewolf is? At that time, inside the room of the ancient castle where Ying Zhang was, Ying Zhang watched wordlessly as Kong Xing and Hua Daisy wantonly destroyed everything in the room. That is, tearing down doors, smashing tables and swinging chairs into a mess. The commotion was exceptionally loud. I say, you two almost have it, acting also more or less a degree, to achieve the purpose on the line. Only then did Kong Xing stop his preparations to swing his chair and clunk it against the wall. That said, Go Sick, you really connected Chun Yu and Jia as a couple? Hua nodded. That's right, it was connected not long after the last round started. I just have a feeling those two aren't good people. Fortunately, the first emperor is a prophet, and it does confirm that Chun Yu is not a good person. As for Jia Yan, what the heck, it doesn't matter. I can't say I'm lucky and hit the jackpot all of a sudden. I've always had good luck. Ying Zhang nodded slightly in agreement. You accidentally connected to a werewolf right at the start of the game. That's really good luck. Kong Xing tightened the mahogany sword in his hand without speaking. He remained on the defensive. Soon, Fu Su was the first to be attracted over due to the great commotion just now, as well as the werewolf mentioned in Kong Xing's words. Its hands were hidden in a wide-sleeve robe, perfectly hiding the belonging identity props equipped by the game system. Who are you connecting Kong Xing to? Hua, is it me? Then you're in luck. Fuso still insisted on calling himself a werewolf. The witch in this version of Werewolf Kill has a copy of the antidote and a copy of the poison in her hand. The antidote can be used to save the day, and the poison can be used to knife people. But Fuso, he had spent quite a bit of time last round in the old castle finding a pot and pouring both potions together into it to simmer over high heat. So what he had in his hands now was a brand new potion that he didn't know exactly what magical effects it would have. Fuso hoped that someone could volunteer to cooperate with him in his experiments. He was quite curious about that. If the candidate for the tie-in could be chosen, he would like it to be Traitor Kong. Unfortunately, Kong Xing won't cooperate. Don't mess around here if you're a cleric. To tell you the truth, Zhang predicted your identity right at the beginning of this round. Fu Su was skeptical of Kong Xing's statement, check my identity? But didn't he say that he would check Chun Yu's identity when he spoke in the last round? Why do you want to check mine? Because you're too smart. Kong Xing casually perfunctory. That's right. Fuso pinched his waist in triumph, but it only lasted for 2 seconds before he became extraordinarily wary. That said, has no one ever questioned the veracity of my father's prophet status? Just because he's the first emperor, doesn't that make him suspicious? Ying Zhang was a bit surprised. Oh, Fusu, are you suspecting that I am not a prophet? Where is the proof? Fusu unhurriedly took out a mirror he had previously rummaged through in the ancient castle from his robes and said, naturally, it's because I'm the seer. This magic mirror is the proof. It is my priesthood identity equipped prop. Ha? What? Hua Zaiwei felt his brain going haywire again. Fusu, are you the one who's a prophet? But if you're a prophet, then the first emperor should be. What? Ying Zhang was shocked that Fu Su could pull out a mirror. Kong Xing was much more composed, looking slightly sideways at Hua Zaiwei. What else could Zhang be? Wolves chanting. How obvious. I reasoned it out during the last round of speeches. Fu Su glared. You reasoned it out in your last round of speeches, so why don't you knife him? You're a Taoist who doesn't knife a werewolf. Which side are you on? Kong Xing, there is no way. I also want a knife. But Hua Zhaodi together. But the battle priesthood is not much, can only plan for a long time. Hua Zhaodi? It's not you two I'm linking to. Fu Su always felt that the reason given by Kong Xing was far-fetched. If he said that Ying Zhang promised to give Kong Xing a small amount of money in exchange for his win, Fu Su would believe it 100%. And at that moment, footsteps came again from the corridor outside the room. Someone was coming. Kong Xing urgently instructed Fu Su to stay out for a while and hide in the room before exiting the room to deal with the incoming. Inside the room, Werewolf Ying Zheng quietly stared at Cupid Hua Zhaoi in the newly cloaked prophet's vest. Fu Su, based on available information, you can cut it. How could Fu Su not realize that the situation is extremely critical? He immediately gave up his prophet's armor and took out the potion with unknown effects and aimed it at Ying Zhang. Father, you'd better not act rashly. Truth be told, which is my true priesthood identity. But unfortunately, this potion has been secondary processed by me, so I don't know what kind of effect it has now. Would you like to come and feel it? Ying Zhang. Hua Zhaodong looked at Fusu, who was holding the potion, and then looked at Ying Zhang, feeling his mind getting even more confused. And the door. The visitor was Yu Fei, who had also claimed to be a prophet when he spoke in the previous round. I just heard what seemed like a fight over here. How was it? Did you win? Even though this is a werewolf killing game, Go Six Hands are still very good. Why haven't I seen anyone else? It can't be that you let him go, right? Kong Xing, The fact that it's already happened. There's nothing I can do about it. And he a Cupid is a mascot now. Dispensable. I just knifed him won't change the fact that I've been linked to a werewolf. Say, aren't you a prophet? Have you prophesied this round? I can't continue to prophesy, Yu Fei said. My priesthood prop is a magic mirror. Magic mirror, you know? The round was robbed by Fuso at the start. Kongxing, what's he doing robbing your priesthood props? Maybe he got annoyed when he realized he couldn't disguise himself as a werewolf anymore because I accidentally bumped into him as a witch? I'm not sure. Anyway, if he doesn't give me back my magic mirror, then I'm a mascot now too. Kongxing vaguely felt that something was not quite right. But just now, he did see a mirror in Fusu's hand. Is that really a priesthood prop? Kongxing was about to continue to pursue some details of the situation when footsteps came from the stairway at the corner of the corridor. Kongxing panicked and stuffed Yu Fei into the room behind him, urging him to hide first. Inside the room, Yu Fei wordlessly looked at Fusu who was threatening Ying Zhang with a potion in his hand. Another look at Huai in the corner. Think for a moment. Yu Fei chose to threaten Fusu. Sorry, I'm a werewolf. Fuso. Hua Jiao Yeha? P.S. Kongxing, Qingming sweep the tomb. Let me Kong there is no witch little cute sweep the wrong tomb. Recognize the wrong master. Ying Zhang, I don't sweep the wrong tomb here. Fuso, right. There will only exist no one sweep. Tourists crowded. And a group of people slowly digging. Ying Zhang sad face. Lu Che issued a merciless scoff. Fusu, what are you laughing at? Your whereabouts are in doubt. Lu Che's laughter came to an abrupt end. Chapter 119, Burning the Ancient Castle. In the small ancient castle room, Hua was dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. Fusu is threatening Shi Huangdi Ying Zhang. Yu Fei is threatening Fusu. As for Ying Zhang, after hesitating for a few seconds, he also aimed the weapon in his hand at Hua Zaiwei. Hua Zhaodong. What kind of weird closed loop is this? And outside in the hallway, Kongxing is blocking Cao Cao, who has come to see what's going on. Kongxing, you're still young. You believe the champion Marquis when he says he's Cupid? Obviously Cao is the Cupid. Is the champion Ho in the room behind you? You let Cao in. Cao wants to confront him face to face. Kongxing naturally wouldn't just let Cao Cao in. There were quite a few people gathered in the room behind him now. And if he let another Cao Cao in, he didn't even dare to imagine what kind of chaos would occur. It's an intellectual werewolf killing game. Not knife man smash. No, you can't go in there. Why can't Cao go in? In that case, Cao will exchange information for it, okay? Chunyu is a werewolf, and Cao has blown it out of the water. I've known this piece of information about you for a long time. And did you know that werewolves are aware of each other's identities? Cao threw out the gauntlet. Kongxing looked calm. I know. How could you possibly know? Werewolf Kill is a post-apocalyptic game, and I'm a post-apocalyptic person. Isn't it normal for me to know about it? Cao, good point. Well, Cao shows his cards. Cao is not Cupid. Cao is a guard. Oh, Kongxing nodded. So you were planning to come over to guard Hua Zaiwei? Then you're afraid you're too late. Kongxing moved his body out of the way to make way for the door position of the room. Cao walked in, puzzled, and froze instantly. Kongxing looked around the corridor for a bit more and retreated back into the room as well after seeing that no one else was going to come over. The same model was baffled. Cao sighs, are you guys developing some new game mode here? It's a good shame that Cao is a guard and chose to guard himself this round. There's no way to join in. Kongxing looked at the few people in the room for a brief moment of reasoning. Hua Zhaodong was knifed by Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang was knifed by Fusu, and Fusu was knifed by Yu Fei. Cao is the mascot in this game, and Yu Fei has no one to knife. So, a mahogany sword was immediately placed at Yu Fei's throat. I'm so sorry. I'm from the priesthood camp. Kongxing offered after expressing a slight apology. Alright, now everyone can knife people in order. Hua Zhaodong, Ying Zhang, Fuso, Yu Fei. Cao thought for a moment and ran outside to the hallway and shouted, Chang Yu, come over here quickly. If you don't come you wolves will be knifed clean. Downstairs, Chang Yu, who had continued to be chagrined about how he had fallen for Cao's treacherous plan, heard this and did not think much about it, and ran directly to it. And so, Kongxing's neck was also successfully racked with the murder weapon. Cao is happy. The rest of the crowd in the clergy camp was not happy. Kongxing cursed. What a great sure thing that could have been. As long as the people were knifed in order. In the end, only himself, Cao, Chang Yu, and Jia Yan would be left. Then in the voting session with Cao, Chang Yu will find a way to vote him out. And thanks to was binding Chang Yu to Jia early on, this vote will achieve the result of voting for both of them. And then after that, that's a win. But Cao's voice went down, and the situation was instantly reversed. With this sudden change, even Reese, who was the first to be eliminated from the game by watching from outside the innings, couldn't look away. This guy is bad. He's the one who knocked me out of the game. He's a guard. And instead of thinking about doing what clerics are supposed to do, he's thinking about knifing people to muddy the waters. And just when everyone had almost decided that the cleric camp was bound to lose this game, the blade in Ing Zhang's hand turned and landed on Cao Cao's neck. Cao Cao. No! First Emperor, what are you doing? Cao Cao was a bit flustered. Ing Zhang, I am a werewolf. And when I think about it, knifing a cupid is not as valuable as knifing a guard. And, you're laughing too loud. And that's bad. Cao Cao. Although the win/lose ending seems to be the same as what you want, you don't really want to fold yourself into it. Hua was happy. In that case, let's knife people in order. Ing Zhang swung his sword without hesitation. Cao Cao was immediately eliminated from the tournament, and it wasn't long before Ing Zhang arrived to watch the battle, followed by Fusu, Yu Fei, and, aha, where's Kong Xing? How come he wasn't eliminated? Open up! Cao Cao rebuked loudly and bitterly, and at that moment, an announcement from the game system rang out. Due to player Hua Xiaodong connecting player Changyu and player Kong Xing as a couple, the rules of the game have determined that attacks between couples are invalidated. The crowd after hearing the announcement? What the hell? Didn't you say it was Changyu and Jia that you linked up with early in the morning? What are you trying to do by linking me to him? In-game, Kong Xing stared wide-eyed, as if he had only just recognized Huazhua. This mascot, Cupid, gave everyone a big surprise. Huajiqi, soldiers, the way of trickery. To be honest, I did intend to do that the first moment I got Cupid's identity, but barring that, I still think that the streak would have worked a little more fantastically. As it turns out, I got lucky and made the right bet, and it did work wonders yet. And according to the rules, if a cleric and a werewolf are accidentally linked as a couple, then it would require knifing all the players except you two and me in order to get the final victory. So now I'm looking forward to it. Jia, what will be his face when he learns the good news? Since the game isn't over yet, it's a pretty good guess as to who Jia is. Although Kong Xing was still furious, he had no choice but to accept this fact after what had happened. Let's go! Knife Jia! As soon as Rant's words left his mouth, the round's hour of free movement ended, and the surviving crowd was teleported down the hall again. Jia, who didn't know exactly what was going on the entire time, looked down the hall in confusion. How come it's just the four of us? Where are the others? Jia Dan had naturally heard the system announcement just now, but at the time, he hadn't put it too much at ease. He felt that even if the situation was no longer favorable to him, the first emperor, who was also a werewolf, should always survive, right? But the truth is, Kong Xing, could it be that you've knifed the first emperor? Jia guessed. No, things are rather confusing, and it's better that you don't know. This way, we don't bully you. This game doesn't ticket you. It's no fun to win that way. How about this? Next game, if you can tie up Hua as a hostage, even if you win, how about it? Jia agreed to Kong Xing's proposal. Hua Zaiwei, huh? No, how can you agree to that? You think it was easy to kidnap me as a hostage? Jia, would the champion marquis like to guess what I've been doing for the past 2 rounds totaling 2 hours? Hua Jiwei, what are you doing? Off the field, Li Si, who had been watching the battle for the longest time, spoke up about what Jia had been working on. He's preparing the old fort for fire, a fire that will knife all of it. Now that the preparations are complete, it's just a matter of setting fire to the next round. Chapter 120, Lu Xiu's Dream. Soon after, Tarzan was in the procession down the mountain, filled with affectionate greetings to Jia. I won't take you next time. A good werewolf kill. You have a fire and it's all ruined. The gameplay experience of Hocus Pocus is extremely poor. Jia said innocently, the rules of the game don't say you can't start a fire. Kong Xing, so what you're saying is that we're too old-fashioned in our thinking and didn't think to take full advantage of everything in the ancient castle game scene? Fine. Then dare to start another round of the game of. I'll hand-rub gunpowder and fight you. Gunpowder? This can also be hand-rubbed? Fu Su's eyes brightened slightly. He wasn't satisfied with the effect of his upgraded and processed witch's potion. Kong Xing, saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal, in the right proportions and it's done. Fu Su's eyes brightened even more. It sounded as if it would be easy. Ha! It's not easy to control. It's easy to blow up. Ing Zhang's sigh came from the very front of the group. The meaning of this is not for others to say. Pity, if only you had something to sell back then. I had arms control back then. But, other time periods aren't as strict. Kong Xing accelerated his pace to catch up with Ing Zhang, who was in front of the team, and whispered, new business generation purchase. Large quantities. Consider it? Ing Zhang. After leaving Taishan, the procession of the Eastern Patrol continued eastward and reached the coast before starting back. Along the way, Kong Xing regularly took Fu Su away from the army to act privately, but Ing Zhang did not interfere too much, and the only thing he was more concerned about was whether Fu Su had been sold or not. in order to prevent Fu Su from being sold. Ing Zheng said to Kong Xing more than once, I only have this one heir that I can still see past. If you sell him, then you'll have to take Lu Che against him. Kong Xing was puzzled. What you mean, brother Zhang? Is that you want to make Emperor Wu Lu Che a godson? Chow Chow. No. This is something that Chow Mao is the first to disagree with. Chun Yu gave the detrimental idea, isn't there Lu Bang? Hasn't he been captured yet? Hua Zaiwei is torn and hesitant, this matter, isn't it not good? Fu Su, no love. Is not it? No one ask my opinion? Ding. You've taken a new order, please deliver it promptly. To serve as a eunuch is to be a deacon, and to marry a wife is to be Yin Liwa. This was the highest and most lofty of all the dreams Lu Xiu had as a young child. At this, Fu Su felt a bit incredulous. Hey, not that I'm talking about you, but if it's all a dream, why don't you just make it a little bigger? Anyway, it's all a dream. Think about it, don't care if it can be realized or not. Dream. This thing doesn't take up much space. Come on, be bold. Imagination should be enlarged. Now tell me, what is your dream? Hearing Fu Su's question, Lu Xiu stopped swinging his hoe and planting, thought seriously and said, then I hope I get a good crop of these crops I plant every year. After saying this, he seemed to feel that it was a bit wrong, and then added, I hope the whole world will never go hungry again. Fu Su wanted to speak, but stopped and then wanted to speak. Eventually somewhat helplessly, he looked at Kong Xing. No, people's dreams are finished. Now it's your turn to realize his dream. Kong Xing looked at the order detail information displayed on the system page in silence, helping Lu Xiu fulfill his deepest and greatest dream. Kong Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't something about wanting to fly on a sword or something like that. Flying with a sword? Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. Can I? I want this. Kong Xing. I'll just talk too much, I shouldn't say this. Let's talk about how we can realize that we can feed the whole world. Lu Xiu was a little sad. Although he enjoyed farming, he was saddened by the missed opportunity to fly with the royal sword. Kong Xing dryly coughed a few times and began to give Lu Xiu lessons on what he should do to realize this great dream. The factors affecting starvation are just those, either natural or man-made disasters. Natural disasters can't be controlled, but man-made disasters can be controlled. So, go be an emperor. Strike down this land, take it into your own hands, and then expand wildly outward, making all other people's land your own. In this way, all the land in the world will be managed by you and can be used for farming. And when the cultivated area goes up, as the emperor you only need to manage the people on the land properly, control the number and so on. And naturally, there won't be any more starvation. Lu Xiu was neatly confused by the ideas Kong Xing gave for realizing his dream. Because not enough food to eat equals not enough land to grow. Not enough land to grow equals need to expand land. Therefore being an emperor plus expanding the frontier equals fulfillment of dreams. Seems like, kind of makes sense. Kong Xing, you just follow the idea I gave. It's right. This is the fastest program you can achieve your dreams on your own. On the side, Fu Su, who had been listening to the whole thing, pondered. No wonder the Qin people are warlike. So it's because they don't have enough land to grow, and they need to expand the places where they can grow. On second thought, that's all the slogans and reasons to fight a war in the future. I'm afraid that's how it's going to unfold in the future. Agree to let us farm with you, then we'll be fine. Disagree, then we'll farm you all. So Wanjin actually killed 400,000 people in the pit back then to fertilize the land? Fu Su's thoughts were getting scattered. Over here, Kong Xing was giving Lu Xiu a detailed plan to accomplish his dream. The short summary is a 3-step process, and the first step is the most crucial and important step in the whole program. Kong Xing called it seeking the skin of a tiger. If you want to cooperate, cooperate. Just come to my house and look for me. I'm easy to find. It's not like I'm saying I won't see you. Who talks about cooperation by first kidnapping people in the middle of the night and throwing them in the bullpen? Late night, Wang Mang's roar came from the semi-open air-style cowshed of Lu Xiu's house. In the dimly lit barn, on the half-meter-high cow dung, the standing cow affectionately stroked Wang Mang's face with one hoof. The hooves are a little less clean due to the fact that they are standing on cow poop. Just a few times, Wang Mang felt something that shouldn't be on his face sticking to his face. The whole thing fell apart even more. And not far away from the interval, Lu Xiu's home. Fu Su has no problem hogging the bed in Lu Xiu's home, huffing and puffing, and next to him, Lu Xiu is worriedly inquiring about Kong Xing. Lu Xiu, Kong Xing, do we really not need to care about Wang Mang tonight? Don't worry about it. Let's hang him out for the night, so we can talk about things too. Okay, I'll listen to you. The miserable Wang Mang just stayed up all night on the cow dung. You guys waited for me to get out. Wang Mang, will bring an army of 400,000 to kill. I swear. Chapter 121, this son has the bearing of a son of heaven. Wang Mang, We'll bring an army of 400,000 to kill. I swear. In the bullpen, Wang Mang roared. 400,000 troops. This. How can this be? A single mouthful of spit from one person can drown the ah. Lu Xiu was worried. Kong Xing, don't be afraid. You are God's own son. God is on your side. I don't care how many armies there are. One meteorite will fall from the sky and smash them all. Besides, it's hard to tell if he'll make it back alive now that you have him. Right. Oh. He's in my hands now. If I don't put him back, there won't be an army of 400,000. Lu Xiu sighed in relief and tilted his head to look at Kong Xing. But this thing you said about me being God's own son, true or false? Tenchi? Me? Lu Xiu? Is this possible? Kong Xing raised his eyebrows. What? You don't believe me? Well then, do an experiment and you'll see. Experiment? What experiment? Lu Xiu was confused. Beside him, Fu Su was also curious about the experiment Kong Xing was talking about. And then, in Lu Xiu's still confused and Fu Su's shocked gaze, Kong Xing carried out a box of scratchers. That's it for you. Scrape all of these. You'll understand naturally when you're done scraping. Lu Xiu will believe it and start scraping according to Kong Xing's instructions. The entire Wang Mang on the opposite side was confused. According to normal logic, their own side after the hard words, the next either directly eliminate the roots in order to eliminate future problems, or should be the two sides of the negotiation. In-depth exchanges of the link is right, and should not be here to scrape what the broken card, just to prove that is not God's own son? There were a lot of scratchers prepared by Kong Xing, and it would take quite a bit of time for Lu Xiu to scratch them all he wanted. And with each one Lu Xiu scraped, Fu Su could visibly see the corners of Kong Xing's mouth rise another point. Fu Su. As it turns out, some people are just meant to be rich. Fu Su silently pulled out a small notebook, took out a pen, and slowly wrote down a line. On the 108 uses of the sons of the air. The first one. Fortune telling. It has now been proven to be extremely feasible. Am I really God's own son? Rather than a fortune tree come to life in a previous life? Lu Xiu fell into deep self-doubt as he looked at the final scratch card data tallied by Kong Xing. Kong Xing joyfully put away all the cards, ready to wait for a day when he was free to go back to modern times to cash in the prize. Collecting the card, Kong Xing seems to have just remembered that there is still Wang Mang next to him, and was surprised to say, "You're just gonna watch us scratch cards here? Not going to say anything? I thought you were going to say that you suddenly disappeared like this, and that your family is powerful enough to take urgent action when they found out you were gone, and that they'd be looking for you soon or something. Wang Mang, now that you know I'm someone you can't touch, why don't you let me go?" Kong Xing, release you? This won't work. You said before that you would bring 400,000 troops to kill over when you return, and the cooperation hasn't even been negotiated yet. How can there be a reason to release you? Wang Mang, then tell me, what cooperation? Pop. A document was dumped in front of Wang Mang. Previous draft family joint contract responsibility system. Wang Mang, who was bound by his hands and feet. Kong Xing, sorry, I forgot you were tied up. Fu Su, what are you waiting for? Loosen his muscles. Fu Su nodded, stepped forward, only to hear the click after two sounds. Wang Mang's face is white. It hurts. Fu Su turned both of his legs into a dislocated state, and only then did he untie Wang Mang. Thoughtfully, he put the document into Wang Mang's hands for him to easily view. True, loosening the muscles. Fu Su, don't worry. I know in my heart if I can take it back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. **** and degree Celsius dollar. In all my years of living, I've never seen such a person. He said he came to find talk about cooperation. But in the end he kidnapped himself in the middle of the night, not to mention that he even put himself on the cow dung to dry overnight. And now, one has become like this. If you're afraid I'll run or fight back, you don't have to remove my legs. But a man has to bow down under a bullpen. Wang Mang forced himself to endure the severe pain and froze to finish reading the document. The face went even whiter. It's intimidating. Crazy. You guys are just crazy. Do you know what will happen if you do this? I wouldn't dare to do that if I were a horse. How dare you guys even think about it? Wang Mang thought for a while that he was ahead of his time. But now, comparing himself to what's on this document, he's surprisingly still a conservative. Do you know the consequences of this? Those people's lands are being moved, and you think they're going to sit on their hands? Kong Xing, indeed. This will indeed move many people's interests. But, what if there is enough land? What do you mean? Out there? I mean out there, beyond the borders. Those, aren't they land? Wang Mang was not a foolish person, and when Kong Xing said this, he understood what Kong Xing meant beyond his words. Hit it outward. When there is additional land in the books, and the population is only so large in total, but there is more and more land, then perhaps, there really is room for realizable manipulation. For example, those who were used to plow fields for these people were replaced by prisoners of war, and the original people were disbanded and returned home and issued fields, but hitting it outward. It's not my call. Kong Xing, there is a kind of person who can talk. Are you going to be one of those? Wang Mang froze for a moment. He did have the ambition to become an emperor. The king and his vassals would rather have a seed. Dynasties change and rise and fall. Everyone can be an emperor. So why not me? Wang Mang? Listening to you. Could it be that you have the confidence to assist me in ascending to the imperial throne? Pretty much. Kong Xing paused. I know someone who's very capable, and the best thing he can do is to hold the emperor hostage. It's just right for you to be that son of heaven, and we don't have conflicting purposes with each other. Wang Mang's forehead veins popped. What do you mean? You want me to be your puppet emperor? Then you must have the ability to do so as well. In my life, Wang Mang, will not yield to anyone. Kong Xing nodded, admiring Wang Mang's courage, and turned his head to charge Fusu and said, It's early in the morning, and people have been invited over by us for so long without a meal. It's not good to talk about it. This way, you go get a serving of golden juice. Make sure it's large and filling. Otherwise, when we say it, people will think we're cheap. Fuso nodded and turned around, indicating that he had left this matter to himself. Wang Mang, wait, get back here. Come back. What golden juice? What breakfast? There's something to be said for that. Fusu didn't even look back. Okay, it needs to be fresh. You like it hot, right? I'll find it for you right now, ha. Wang Mang, what fresh and hot? I don't like it. Not, Wang Mang was somewhat incoherent with anger. Eventually, after Fusu brought 3 large buckets full of gold juice from nowhere, Wang Mang duly concurred. Actually, what I mean is that a puppet emperor is not as good as one of your own people being the emperor, right? I think this little brother Lu Xiu is very good. There's the son of heaven. Wang Mang, hereby swear to voluntarily assist Lu Xiu in ascending to the throne, and to go through fire and water without hesitation. If you violate this oath, the heavens will strike you with 5 thunders. Rumble. As soon as Wang Mang's words fell, a thunderclap exploded above the 9 heavens. Wang Mang, Lu Xiu. Chapter 122, Knocking Down the Mountain and Shaking the Tiger. Kong Xing tilted his head with a shocked look at the lightning streaking across the sky. Sadface asterisk. Oh my goodness. It's a stamp card stamp for your oath. It's so efficient. Originally, Kong Xing also thought about whether to use the skill, Lightning Strike, to match the sun. The fact proves that Lu Xiu is indeed God's own sons. On this match efficiency, the general public simply cannot enjoy. Wang Mang was dumbfounded. I'm just saying it. I'm not really serious. Am I? Dealing with people. Wang Mang is naturally not afraid. But if it is involved in the ghosts and gods, that is not afraid of that is false. After all, people can also find ways to defend, but the ghosts and gods cannot defend. Even as an atheist, Kong Xing encountered this situation and his heart will be scared. No way. Too coincidental. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. In case there really is a certain god is very like to open this small joke? Lu Xiu didn't react until the thunder had disappeared for quite some time. Earlier, he had also studied with Kong Xing for a long time on how to pin down Wang Mang and threaten him to help him ascend to the imperial throne. But as a result, once this thunder struck, the progress of the goal was at least most of the way accomplished. Are you really God's own son? No, I don't believe it. If you are God's own son, can you live in such a small shabby house? Wang Mang's mind was obviously shaken, but he was still trying to find reasons to convince himself that Lu Xiu was just an ordinary person. But reality soon gave Wang Mang a head start. It wasn't long before news broke that the crown prince of the dynasty, Lu Ying, alias Ru Ziying, had been struck by a sudden and malignant illness. Wang Mang, are you really God's own son? Wang Mang has been in the dynastic hall in charge of the government, so he eliminated the dissidents and planted a wide range of party members, and now can be said to be the power of the dynasty and the countryside, and only a small step away from that position. And now, after Lu Xiu was persuaded by Kong Xing to start thinking about becoming emperor, the gears of fate turned wildly, and I don't know what went wrong, but Lu Ying fell ill. This is a perfect opportunity. Wang Mang himself could come up with no less than a dozen ways to utilize Lu Ying's sudden illness to help himself sit on that seat. It wasn't hard to do. One had, after all, been working so hard for so long. But Wang Mang looked at Lu Xiu and hesitated. Wang Mang's eyes flashed with a meaningful gleam. What do you think would happen if I gave you a knife? Rumble. A thunderbolt the thickness of a bucket set the bullpen behind Wang Mang ablaze. A cow, startled by the lightning strike and the fire that started afterward, darts out of the barn and creates a flight out of Wang Mang. 3 ribs were broken on the spot. Wang Mang, it's not necessary to tell me the answer so bluntly. On the side, Kong Xing was silent and deep. This lightning strike was from the effect of his skill. It's better not to bother God with such trivial matters as knocking down a mountain. But Wang Mang didn't know that Kong Xing could use lightning strike, and in his eyes, this was a warning from the heavens. Once the warning was issued, Wang Mang would not dare to have the thought of flashing his sword at Lu Xiu for at least a few years. It's so scary. If this thunder strikes you, it's a direct route to Hades, and it's an expedited route. Okay, I'll help you. I'll help you. Wang Mang was lying on the ground, one hand covering the painful place on his body, and his eyes were devoid of much vigor. In front of God's own son, what was all the hard work he had done for so many years? Anyway, sure enough, all efforts are futile in the face of the brutal openers. That's just it. Maybe it's fate. Creation is Wang Mang sighed. It seems to be compromised, but it is said to be a compromise. It is definitely unrealistic to ask a person with such a great ambition to completely compromise and bow down to fate. But whenever Wang Mang later finds a way that he can lay his hands on Lu Xiu without jeopardizing himself, he will definitely go for it. It's just a shame that he's not destined to have the chance. Unless, ding, successful dispatch detected for host. Settling in progress. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new prop. The ton drinking kettle. Props have been temporarily stored in the system space. Does it take new orders? Looking at the 3 choice orders refreshed on the system page, Kong Xing fell into deep thought. These 3 newly refreshed orders were all about Wang Mang. And let's not mention why that makes the deliveries all like vernier calipers, but the notes that make one's brain thrombose. For example, informing Wang Mang of the results of the historical defeat of his 400,000 strong army and encouraging Wang Mang to conduct a national Lu Xiu elimination. Kong Xing, I'm the one who got Wang Mang to agree to help Lu Xiu ascend the throne, and now you want me to abet him to slaughter Lu Xiu? Kong Xing thought about it and decided to air it out for a while, pausing to continue taking orders and waiting for it to be newly refreshed. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiu, Kong Xing and Fu Su returned to Great Qin. As soon as she came back, she met Ying Zhang's somewhat grudging eyes. This time, I left, but I was gone for days. Ying Zhang was relieved to see Fu Su return as usual. I thought you had sold him, but luckily not. Fu Su, Kong Xing, brother Zhang, has anything happened in Great Qin recently? Yes, a few days ago, on my way back to Xianyang, I encountered a meteorite descending from the sky, and on that stone was written, the first emperor died, while the earth was divided. There's no need for brother politics to be concerned. It's not the will of heaven. It's just man-made. I know that Jia has already offered to capture the man successfully. It's just that, when Cheng Yu interrogated that man's cohorts, he said who? The one who killed Qin. Kong Xing realized that Ying Zhang was remembering the man whose grave grass was 2 meters high, even stretched out his leg and kicked Fu Su in the face. Fu Su, father, my son thinks the man has a point. The one who killed Qin was the Eastern Hu. So in order to put an end to future troubles, my son applies to lead an army north to cut down Hu. Kong Xing also nodded his head in agreement, stating that this must be the meaning of the heavens, and that Donghu had already taken the way of death. Ying Zhang, next to him, Huo Daizi, who was making preparations for bringing his troops north to attack the Xiongnu a few days later, secretly made up his mind. Xiongnu and Donghu territories border on each other. When going on an expedition, it is normal for the main general to get lost because he is young, inexperienced in leading troops to war, and doesn't have a map with him. Then accidentally getting lost in Donghu is justifiable. This northern expedition is going to hit 2 places and it's quite a task, so you have to perform well. Kong Xing thought about it and added, brother Zhang, just think about it. The reason is easy to find. Just say that we have a person missing over there in Donghu. We need to go in and look for him. Hua Zhaodong. Chapter 123, Wavy Dash. Returning to the familiar Xianyang Palace, Kong Xing first ran to the Imperial Vegetable Garden to see how those melons and fruits he had planted had grown. Coincidentally, I happened to run into Shogun stealing a watermelon. Picking melons with one hand and holding up the sack with the other is stuffing them in. Fill one bag and replace it with the next. The movements are extremely skillful. There was also a Ingao who was responsible for helping to keep a lookout and ran away on his bike directly after seeing Kong Xing. Quickly, Ingao, bring me another sack. These 2 are already full. Shulu was so focused on the watermelon that he didn't realize that Ingao had already run away. Shogun, what are you doing here? Picking melons. After Shulu subconsciously replied, Fang realized that something was wrong. This sound is very wrong. Kong Xing, is he here? I don't think so. I have Ingao to keep an eye out. He'll warn Kong Xing when he comes. But when he turned his head to look at where Ingao should have been, there was no sign of Ingao at all. Only Kong Xing standing there with a smile on his face. He even ran away? This heartless one. No melons for him. Xuanlu chattered angrily for a few moments, and looked up at Kong Xing with a spring-like smile on his face. Baka, why didn't you tell me beforehand? So, how does it feel to be on Mount Tai with your father? I heard that on the top of Mount Tai, you can really communicate with the heavens. Have you ever communicated with heaven? Kong Xing, the heavens say that those who steal melons, pick one and pay 3. You pick 2 of my sacks, maybe even more. For Zhang's sake, you'll pay 6. Picking 1 pays 6. Shui Lu, for my father's sake, shouldn't it be even less? How come it's more instead? Kong Xing, I don't know. This is what the heavens told me. If you have any objections, go to the top of Mount Tai and ask. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Maybe it should be pick 1 and pay 10? It's been a bit too long. I can't remember. So go ahead and ask. If you think it's a long way and troublesome to leg it over, I can also have Little Gold give you a ride. It's just that it's been obsessed with gold lately, so it might not be too obedient. Toggles. Pay 6 for 6. Why don't you eat yourself to death if you want so much watermelon? Shui Lu's words reminded Kong Xing of the kettle prop he had just obtained. It's called, tons of drinking kettle. There was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right with this prop. Kong Xing hastened to check the specific instructions. Tons of drinking into your kettle. An infinitely refillable blind box kettle that randomly refreshes the liquid each day, so you can never predict what liquid will be poured from the kettle. Liquid? That means it's more than just water? That liquid covers a bit too much ground. Wine, which can be categorized as a liquid, blood, which is also a liquid, sulfuric acid. 2, and paraquat. Too much. Kong Xing, no wonder we have to bring in terms like drinking doesn't kill you, so it's life-threatening to use it. I also don't know what today's copy of random is. Kong Xing has always been aggressive about opening blind boxes. Got a cup and poured some. The liquid is colorless and has no pungent odor. Kong Xing originally thought that he still needed to find a fated person to test the poison, but the system gave the answer directly. Today's random liquid, dihydrogen monoxide. After hearing the system prompt Kong Xing's first reaction, dihydrogen monoxide? This is not a safe thing by the sound of its name. Second thought, why does this sound familiar? It dawned on me after writing the exact chemical formula in my palm with my fingertips. Isn't that just water? And dihydrogen monoxide. The whole thing makes me think it's something dangerous. It's a good idea. When Ing Zhang returned to Xianyang, the first thing he got was the supervisor Li Shimon's report card that was 136 meters long. Li Shimon, you asked me to supervise the country, but I did my job properly. Here, all the big and small things that happened during the supervision period are on here. Li Shimon wanted to walk after finishing his words, but was called back by Ing Zhang. Don't go yet. Wait for me to finish reading. I read things very quickly. I won't be able to delay you for long. Li Shimon had to find a place to sit down first and wait for Ing Zhang to finish reading. With the experience of approving 100 or so pieces of paper every day, Ing Zhang's work efficiency is not generally high. Just by looking at it, Ing Zhang's forehead collapsed into 2 veins. He had just wondered how many great things could happen in the country that he could write so long. I say, is it also necessary to write things like Ing Gao giving a lookout to Shui Lu and helping him steal melons? Li Shimon, I'm not worried that you're missing out on the growth of your own children. So that's your reason for documenting them roasting ants with a magnifying glass? The records are so detailed. You're not involved in this, are you? I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I do something as boring as roasting ants? If I have to pay 6 for picking the melons you grow in my house, does he have to pay 10? The runaway Ing Gao decisively leads the way after being found by Kong Xing, and explains that they still have an accomplice, Li Shimin. Coincidentally, I had just led the way over when I heard these words from Li Shimin. Ing Zhang, didn't you say you weren't involved? Li Shimin, didn't we agree not to give me up? Ing Gao, there's a saying I like in later times. Dead Taoist friends don't die poor. Kong Xing narrowed his eyes and said, Ing Gao said it was your idea to pick my melon while I was away? Li Shimin, don't listen to him. This is clearly Fu Su's idea. It was Fu Su who found me right before you left on your eastern patrol, saying that he wanted me to take the trouble to help look after those melons and fruits you planted in the Imperial Vegetable Garden. Said I could pick some as payment. Li Shimin, who was confessed by Ing Gao, decisively gave up the real mastermind behind the scene. Kong Xing was not half surprised by this. After thinking about it, Ing Zhang ordered someone to go and bring Fu Su here, and he was a little curious as to what Fu Su would say. Fu Su rushed over holding half a watermelon while eating it. Father, are you looking for me to come here because you agree with my plan of the Emperor's son disappearing to Donghu? There's no need for anyone else to do this. I volunteered to disappear for a while myself. Passing by Kong Xing, Fu Su stopped and passed the spoon in his hand. Eat melon? The seedless ones are sweet. Have a spoonful? Kong Xing, do you want to think about why the Qin has a childless watermelon first? When Fu Su saw that Kong Xing had no intention of eating, he continued to scoop up a spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth. How else could it come from? You planted it. I prefer the sandy-fleshed ones. You can grow some next time. Kong Xing. Fusa's sad face wavy dash, father, do you want some? It's really sweet. Ing Zheng. Chapter 124, they are all foxes of 1,000 years. What is the point of playing chatty? With the new dynasty in its infancy, many policies needed to be implemented. So the first court meeting since the founding of Great Qin was particularly lively. It especially peaks when someone's pre-layout is recognized. The angry Feng Jiaiji simply does not care about the matter of the temple in front of the rituals. Directly cursed. Kong Peel. I'll you two tits banana pineapple watermelon rinds. Why are you so cheap? Ha? Ghost rental house. Shared house? Who builds that many buildings next to a shared house to train tenants? Who rents a shared house for a specific age group? Kong Xing explained in a serious manner. The training is naturally to prevent the tenants from not being able to pay the rent. As for why a specific age group, because that age group has the highest plasticity, can provide the most value, and is the most cost-effective to invest in. I'm a businessman, and businessmen are profit-driven, and I'm doing this naturally because it's profitable. Feng Shiqi, make it up. You continue to make up. Who needs to take a test for training? Kong Xing two hands, I opened the training. Naturally how to train is what I say. How? There is a problem? It's no problem if you fund it and spend the money and build one that's so screwed up. 2. Feng Shiqi, then what about what you said in your training course? That those who are particularly outstanding at the end of the training can enter the imperial court. Kong Xing, is it hard to understand? Although I'm a person of the later generations, I'm also the marquis of the Great Qin dynasty, and my employees are also the employees of Brother Zhang in a certain way, so if I meet the right one, I'll recommend him to Brother Zhang. Or do you mean that when you come across the right one, not only will you not recommend it to Qing, but you'll keep it to yourself instead? Good you Feng Jiaiji, don't you know that Great Qin is in short supply of talents nowadays? It's just as well that you don't share the king's worries, but how dare you hide them? What do you want to do with your private stash? Could it be that you intend to enlist talents and plant a party of traitors, so that one day you will be able to overpower the dynasty and overthrow brother politics? Feng Doji, this ambition of yours, it's quite big. Ha! With a duong, a big hat was snapped by Kong Xing. Fun DJ. Damn it. He's got no morals. Straight to the face. Your Majesty, you know my minister. I have no second thoughts whatsoever. So what's the deal with your family's disciples? Cao Cao's eyes brightened with anticipation as he saw that he was in for a treat. Why don't you explain it to His Majesty the First Emperor? Mr. Cao believes that all those disciples of yours must be helping to warm the bed, right? Otherwise, I really can't imagine what you're looking for with so many disciples. It can't be to use them as pets, can it? A pet? Geez, what the hell kind of fetish do you have? Feng degenerate. When Cao Cao said this, Feng Jiashi could not open his mouth to explain himself, and even more so when he didn't. He could only look up at Ing Zhang in the hope that he would understand. He could only look up at Ing Zhang in the hope that he would understand his plight. This point Feng Jiashi is not as good as Jia Yin. If it were Jia Yin to explain, he will uphold the dead poor road must pull Taoist friends of the guidelines. Said, but everyone is raising the gatekeeper so everyone is raising the gatekeeper is also the figure of this. Ing Zhang quietly watched the farce unfold in front of his eyes. Kong Xing's approach was shrewd, and Xiao Chao could be said to have unintentionally played a good match, after setting Feng Jiahui up like this. As long as he himself spoke up and gave Feng Jiahui a way out, the matter of the academy would be turned over with it. But I don't know if it was because I had spent a lot of time with someone who had gotten a little bit of a bad taste in his mouth, and I was very curious to hear how Feng Jiqi would explain it. But on second thought, let's not embarrass him. He then spoke up and asked about the availability of naming for the Kong Xing training course. On the one hand, it is to give Feng Jiaiji a step down, and on the other hand, it is also considered to give Kong Xing to stand in line, clearly informing everyone that this matter is unveiled, and will not be discussed again. Hearing Ing Zhang's question, Kong Xing directly stopped pretending, saying that he had been thinking about it, and it seemed that only the word academy was more in line with the characteristics of the training course. The academy? All the ministers were gritting their teeth. It was hard not to be reminded of the Jishi Academy. However, with Feng Jiqi as an example of opposition, and with Ing Zhang's tacit approval of the matter, the ministers could not say anything else and had to accept the reality. Feng Goji even didn't know how many times he had greeted Kong Xing in his heart. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing chatty? You know, this palace of learning is not just this one place in Xianyang, and I don't know how many training courses Kong Xing has secretly built under the guise of how many similar ones. Ing Zhang, are the trainers in the academy prepared? Kong Xing, yes. Kong Shang and Kong Perch said that their Confucianism volunteered to be the training teacher of Confucianism in the academy palace. They also said that they don't want to be paid and don't have to take care of food and shelter. These two are simply great people. Ing Zhang, One can probably guess why such an unreasonable request was agreed to, since Confucianism is fine. I think the other schools in the 100 schools of thought should not be a problem either. Zhang then didn't ask any more questions. He trusted Xing to take care of everything. Only this trust lasted only a few short days before it was shattered. Say that again. What position I hold in the academy? School. Campus mascot. Xing's voice was as low as a mosquito. Now. Go and change it for me. Xing was self-conscious of his loss, and numbly ran to change. However, this incident was remembered by Li Shimen, no less to tease. And the price of the flirtation is that there is a reason for a massive northern expedition against the Huns. We have a soldier named Li Shimen missing on your side. We need to go over there and find him. His Majesty said that he must be seen alive and dead. Meng Tian stood on the Great Wall and said this. Huns? Xing has always not been very concerned about the school palaces that have been built and are gradually being put into use around the world. But it's not okay for the schoolhouse to be unsupervised. So Xing found the chosen beater. Xiao He. Sha. Foreigner Marquis. I'm busy. I'm really busy. I haven't finished what His Majesty asked me to do. And worrying about one more academy is just too much of a distraction. Well, I'll ask someone else then. Hey, good. Xiao He smiled, and suggested to Xing to go to Li Si, saying that Li Si was now the prime minister, and the bigger the official position, the heavier the responsibility, so it would be most appropriate to find him. Xiao He thinks beautifully, but reality is cruel. Because Xing went to Zhang to verify whether Xiao He could still take on one more job or not, Zhang naturally said that with Xiao He's ability there would be no problem at all. In this way, the management of the school palace fell to Xiao He. Sha. Okay, I'll admit I'm a little early to be happy. Xiao He silently labeled Xing as Old 6. Stay away from Old 6. Start by staying away from Xing. Chapter 125, Reasoning. Xiao He was very efficient, and in just half a month's time, the general school rules of the academy were laid down. It's just strange that the school rules keep getting added to one after another and more and more. A school rule is just a school rule. With Xiao He's ability to do things, how can he still get into this mess? Xing, who found this unusual, went to the school palace in Xianyang City, and found a student who had just enrolled for a short time and borrowed the school rules and regulations manual, intending to see what was going on. Omega Outsider Ho, are you sure you want to read the school handbooks? Then you have to prepare your heart. It's, like, pretty thick. Xing is not convinced. Did she nowadays paper popularization? Just a school rules, and then thick and thick to wear? Thus, in Xing's dumbfounded gaze, that scholar pulled out 3 large thick books of school rules. Xing, feel free to pick up a copy and flip through it roughly, getting even more confused. This one. You can't wantonly hunt and kill all the animals in the school palace. Is it because that might be because of the agricultural scholar's homework? Xing asked, pointing to a school rule. Academy scholar, not really. There wasn't this school rule until the other day. There was a man. He stewed the goose raised by Prince Fusu, the geese raised by Duke Fusu. At that time, after finding out whose geese they were, that person was scared to death, thinking that his life would not be saved. Luckily, Duke Gao helped out with an idea to muddle through. Xing, degree? That is to say, 2 days ago Fusu asked me to compensate him for the goose actually because of this? Scholar A. Unsurprisingly, that's what this should be about. What about this school rule? Doesn't the academy cafeteria have tables and chairs, and there's no need to sit on your knees? So why is stilting your legs forbidden? Is it against the law to stilt your legs? No offense, but yesterday a man's legs tripped Xiao He, who was coming to inspect the situation in the schoolhouse, and Xiao He was dropped on someone else's dinner plate. What about this one that doesn't allow bicycling and galloping in the schoolhouse? Because yesterday Xiao He was so angry after tripping over his second leg that he was sent flying into the artificial lake of the school palace by a bicycle trauma on his way back to increase the school rules. Xing, good grief a shoddy. No wonder there are so many school rules, and behind every one of these rules, I'm afraid there's a wounded Sha. No, wait, that one's a little weird, isn't it? What do you mean you don't allow anything other than people in the classroom to listen? The scholar was silent for a while, seemingly pondering how he was going to make sense of that outrageous matter to Xing. Outsider Ho, do you have a big golden eagle? Yeah, what's up? That's right, when we were in arithmetic class, it came over once to sit in on the lesson, and even grabbed the answer, and most crucially got it right. Then the gentleman who taught us arithmetic said that our intelligence was not even as good as a bird's. Xing now sort of understood where all these school rules came from. I didn't realize that not only modern times would have odd school rules, but Great Qin would even have them. Luckily, though, back in my own school days there were school rules that didn't allow pets in the dorms, because some people kept alligators in their dorms. There's no way anyone here has an alligator as a pet. Is there? Kongxing thought this on his way out of the academy. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw Fusu, who was holding a tiger on his left and jerking a bear on his right, walking towards him head-on. Kongxing? Although these two were still in the range of cubs, looking at Fusu's appearance, he was greatly prepared to intend to take them as pets, or even raise them as mounts. You, to keep these two? Fusu, what? No? Do pets have to be cats and dogs to be allowed? What's wrong with raptors? This is Great Qin, and I'm a prince, so who can stop me from raising one? Fuso wants to raise a tiger to jerk a bear? No way. When Zhang learned of this, he put an end to it. Fuso's face immediately pulled down. Those two, he had hidden them for a long time in the upper forest garden before he took advantage of people's parents' absence to steal them. Is father feeling in danger? Fusu's voice was muffled, and from the sound of it, he knew that he wasn't in a very good mood. Give it back. What kind of person steals a cub to raise it? Then what you mean is, a whole bunch of them? Fuso's eyes immediately lit up. I don't have any opinion here. Go and ask those brothers of yours. If they all have no opinion, then it's fine. But as long as one of them is against it, it won't work. Zhang slightly loosened his lips. Fusu rarely wanted to raise something, and it was not good to explicitly reject it and discourage it. But Zhang felt that it didn't make any difference whether he let go or not. Among all the people, there would always be one who opposed Fusu, right? And it is true. It's just that Fuso's lobbying is at an extremely high level. After many times of sitting down and reasoning with his brothers, none of them objected except Gao, whose attitude was not clear. I hold both souls and press my feet in favor. I am in favor with both hands and feet. Jilu, who was temporarily artificially added by Fusu during the period of tooth replacement, said this to Zhang. Zhang, where are your incisors? Sure luck, teething period. Zhang, Kongxing, did you get your ass kicked? It's got to be, doesn't it? Who's got a swollen, blue face during a tooth change? On the other hand, Fusu, who had been searching for Gao with a black brick, had not seen Gao for several days. Where did this go to hide from me? Shall we go to father and ask him? Father should know. After thinking about it, Fusu ultimately didn't intend to bother Zhang, and instead turned his head to find Jia Yan. Help me analyze where Gao will probably hide? Or maybe you'll offer me a suggestion on how to find him? Jia was confused for a moment when he heard Fusu's claim. Unbelievably, he pointed at himself. Ha? Me? Are you sure you want me to offer advice on how to find Mr. Gao? Mr. Fusu? How big a grudge is this? Or are you planning to start a fight for the throne? But will the first emperor agree? A sensational battle for the position of crown prince between the princes of Great Qin took shape and rehearsed in Jia's mind. Fusu rolled his eyes in dismay. Do I look like someone who would kill a man hand to hand? Jia Duan, not bladed hand and foot. Then you come to me to offer advice? And this slate in your hand. This gives the impression that it doesn't look like it's going to look for someone, but instead it looks like it's going to send someone to reincarnation. Fuso, don't worry so much about that. Just tell me if you can help me find someone. To be alive and dying? Or to be half dead? Be alive. Jia understood, and had a rough idea in mind. This side suggests you go out the door and turn right to Trader Kong. For a small fee. He's a pro at finding the living. I want you to offer advice. And you're telling me to go to Kongxing? Doesn't that count as a dedication? Gongzi, just tell me if you can find someone by spending some money to find Kongxing. Fuso, Chapter 126 Exile. Gao was eventually pulled out in the academy. This guy mixed in the palace students, just a few days to make a lot of new friends. In the cover of the students, froze to avoid Fusu 3 big search. In the end, it was Fusu who went to Kongxing, as Jia said, and that's how he was able to pull the person out. It was only when Fusu found Gao that Gao looked shocked, as if he had seen a ghost in his life. Hey, you're not dead, brother? It's good that you're not dead. You almost scared me to death. If you hadn't died, what would I have had to think of to get father to give the crown prince position to that foolish man Shunblu? It's okay, I'm so happy you're alive. Fuso sad face. I can probably guess how Kongxing outed you. What? You Gao don't want to be entrusted with the order of heaven, both longevity and eternity. Something that everyone in the future generations will want to fight for? Gao, father's aura is too high, and his requirements for the crown prince are high, and besides, I just want to be a salted fish. According to Kongxing it means that I was born in Rome, so why would I want to be a mule when I clearly have an easier way to spend my life? Everyone has everyone's way of living. As long as there are no complaints in this life, that's enough. Fusu, you? Still want to be a salted fish? The Qin doesn't keep idle people. Even if you want to be an idle prince, that won't be possible. I will do everything I can to force you to move. Gao silently glanced at the brick in Fusu's hand, not panicking at all. and shouted at the top of his voice. Somebody, help! Qin's eldest son, Fusu, is trying to murder his own brother for the position of crown prince. Shut the up! Gao didn't listen at all. His feet stomped on the ground and wheels immediately appeared underneath the strangely shaped shoes on his feet. And then Gao flew away with his superb roller skating skills, shouting as he fled. Fusu was confused when he saw Gao skating away. Roller skates? He reproduced Kong Xing's roller skates from that time in Diqin? Wait! Stop right there! I'm not going to beat you up, so tell me what's going on with your shoes? Want to know? I'm 50. Tell you in your dreams? Kneel down for me. In the palace of Zhongtai, Fusu and Gao knelt in a row in a disciplined manner. Zhang, murdering a brother or sister? Hammering wheels? Do you two have any semblance of what a prince should look like? Ha! My face is simply going to be disgraced by you two. Calm down. Calm down. Just depreciate a great wall to mean something. Kong Xing lightly shook the white fan in his hand and persuaded. Zhang, how can such a good thing as depreciating the great wall be given to them? Kong Xing, you exile them to another time and space for me. Where conditions are bad you exile me to. Take these two brats apart and exile them. First, they'll be banished for 3 months. To teach them a lesson. Kong Xing was stunned for a moment. Exile in a different dimension? Where are the bad conditions? Taking a look at today's triple choice order on the system page, Kong Xing's heart was clear. Okay brother politics. I understand. The first to be exiled, in order, was Fusu. Kong Xing very humanely gave Fusu 2 choices. One is to travel to the ancestral land of the Shinon clan in ancient times to taste all kinds of herbs with the Shinon clan and enrich the TCM herbal system. One is the company of some unlucky fellow in the latter days who is often successively relegated to feel the depths of officialdom. Fusu chose the latter without even thinking about it. As for Gao, he had no choice but to go to help DXAN spread the oracle of the Fox Fairy and work for free for 3 months. A psychologist, after research, suggested that a normal person who knows any 6 people in the world can know any person in the world he wants to know through those 6 people. This theory has been firmly believed by many. However, the experience of going out to another time and space made Kong Xing believe that this theory was not accurate, because it does not take into account the existence of social terrorism. And Su Shiel, someone Su Shiel, is a social terrorist, a molecule to be feared by society. Ha! You asked me how many friends I have? Well, that's a hard question for me. Wait a minute. I'll list them for you. Sushi said as he spread out his pen and paper and tried to recall the list of all the people he knew. Just a few moments of work and a long list of names. To prevent omission, Su Shiel also gave categories. This is what I met in the courtroom. This is what I met in prison. This is what I met while studying food. This is what I met on the way to being deposed. And this is what. The corners of Fusu's mouth twitched as he looked at the list. That is to say, you have always been relegated. Could it also be because your social circle is too wide? And your brother is the highest official to the prime minister. Your family's emperor is worried that you will rebel with the help of your connections. So he relegated you all? Su Shi threw his quill away. I don't think so. Because the more places I'm relegated to, the more friends I make. And, speaking here, Su Shi subconsciously looked around before lowering his voice and continuing. And I seriously doubt that I was deposed because His Majesty he saw my brother's ability. Fancy my brother's determination to get promoted and fish for me. You see as soon as I'm demoted, my brother will try to do everything he can to fish for me. And the best way to fish for me is to increase his voice in the court. The best way to increase your voice is to work hard to get promoted. And being an emperor's favorite thing is something like a subject working hard and one person doing the workload of 3. I always feel like that's the way things are. Otherwise, I'm just spitting on Wang Unshi for not taking a bath. So how could I have been deposed? But there is one thing to say. The food here is pretty good. There's a lot I've never had before. Do you want to go try some? I'll take you there. My treat. You pay. Fuso? Your treat. I pay? Su Shi nodded his head as a matter of course. Yes. What's the problem? My brother, right Prime Minister of the Great Song Dynasty, Su Zhe, sends his regards. Fuso, a long sigh. That's quite a coincidence. My father, the first Emperor Zhang, sends his regards. Kong Xing, who witnessed the entire exchange between the two on the side. Chapter 127, Nightmares Come True. Hearing Fuso's words, Su Shi froze. My father, the first emperor? The reason he used for so long worked extremely well and now it's not working? Allow me to think. Who are the people on the family tree? Su Shi scratched his ears and thought for half a day. Also do not care about propriety, justice, honesty and shame. Do not care whether the spirit of the spirit, good or bad. The first report and then say ancestor. Oh, Suda greets you. Sushi's voice was as low as a mosquito, and the bottom was not very strong. A vein crumbled up on Fu Su's forehead. Degree, if you want to play like that, then I'll have to invite out Pangu. Kongxing simply turned his back and covered his face, muttering don't know. Hey, help me think about who's in front of Pangu. Turn around and let my brother treat you to dinner. Su Shi reached out and poked Kongxing's back. Kongxing, I was wrong. If I had known this was going to happen, I should have thrown Fuso to taste the herbs instead of letting these two social terrorists get together. Isn't it just a dinner invitation? You two come with me. On me. Alright. Once these words came out, Fuso and Su Shi immediately stopped fighting. Su Shi was continuously changing tricks while saying that Kongxing as a later generation just came should not let him break the bank. And at the same time Corner praised Kongxing kind-hearted and generous, saying that good people have good rewards and so on. Fuso, however, was a bit hesitant. Kongxing invited him to dinner? Can we really go? You're not going to sneak out halfway through the meal and leave two hardworking men scrubbing dishes to pay for it, are you? Fuso followed Kongxing all the way over the road were worried. Su Shi was happy at first, but as Kongxing continued to lead the way, he couldn't laugh anymore. There's no hotel any further. Aha? No hotel? Then what could be up ahead? Fuso inquired to Su Shi, who had been relegated to this place for many years. Su Shi is simply familiar with this place. Blurted out, in front of the Changtian temple. I have a friend, Zhang Huaimin, who was relegated here not long ago. It was only last night that I sought him out to enjoy the moon. Wouldn't it be, to go back today? Not good? Su Shi had already understood what Kongxing meant by treating him at this point. Since he and Fuso were at an impasse, a third party would be added. And Zhang Huaimin was simply perfect. Kongxing honest Zhang Huaimin won't bring up the existence of Niwa Fushi or something like that anymore, right? The three of them walked firmly toward the Changtian temple to dawdle on foot. And at that time, only by Su Shi tormented a night without much sleep Zhang Huaimin sleep, completely unaware of a new torment is about to come. On the other hand, in a different time and space, the city of Chaoga, Ingao, who had been exiled here to work as a black laborer in March, looked at the building in front of him in a daze. The Gladiators Arena. That's its name. But the one that's doing the fighting in there right now is completely out of character. Kongxing said that a human's naked stringer can single-handedly defeat an animal of almost the same size in the world. I didn't believe it before. But now, I believe half of it. Ingao looked at the battle going on in the arena for a moment and was overwhelmed with emotion. The biggest difference between man and other living beings is that one can use tools. If you can't do it by brute force, then use your wits to take advantage of it. This is the way to drive away tigers and wolves, and to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Of course, there are some exceptions to this rule, such as the case of Emperor Xin, who was in front of Ingao's eyes. Ingao, so, these dozen tigers down here listen to you so well because they have been whacked by you several times one by one? Xin didn't refute it, acquiescing to the matter. He even suggested that Ingao should play in the arena. Ingao, I'd better forget about it. Whacking a tiger and punching a bear or something? I really can't do it. After thinking about it, Xin felt that it was right. It was indeed a bit dangerous for Ingao in the gladiatorial arena. But Kongxing sent you to loan to take good care of you. And you are the son of that man in the latter days. So you can't be allowed to eat and drink for nothing and loan for 3 months and learn nothing. Can you? In this case, loan is giving you a great gift. So take it well, and it will add a little to your safety. Loan heard Kongxing said. You later generations of the throne of the crown prince of the competition is fierce. Fuso that bastard kid Lone Scene, not a good person. You have to have something to guard against him a little bit to be able to. Ingao couldn't resist, so he had to accept it. That's a couple of eggs. Ingao didn't know how to defend himself with the eggs given to him by Xin. He couldn't just wait for them to stink and throw them at his enemies. Could he? Thinking about it, I can't figure it out. Coincidentally, I'm hungry. It shouldn't matter if you eat one, right? There's so much more anyway. Ingao quickly set up a pot, wiped the saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth, picked up an egg, placed it on the edge of the pot and knocked it 2 or 3 times. Eggshells cracked. Hosting, Barrett. Yummy good. Aha. Ing Takahara landed a laser dance, for no other reason than a small, black, thin, malnourished snake wriggled out of the cracked eggshell. Snake eggs? Your ass. Deshin. Achoo. Emperor Xin, who was in the process of conceptualizing the content of a new oracle, sneezed. Strange. How come I seem to hear someone calling out to me? A hallucination. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Over here, the trio who came to the front of Changtian Temple thought about it, probably thinking that it wasn't a good idea to come to the door empty-handed like this. So one person now picked up one thing to carry. Today, I, Su Shiel, challenged to rub a meal with a leaf. Su Shi said, directly to the gate of Changtian Temple, recalling how he entered the previous night. decisively put out the hand that was ready to knock on the door and then retracted, changed to the foot. Bang! With a huge force, the door managed to open. Go, 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 go that way. Follow me. The light-hearted Su Shi led the way directly in front, leading Kongxing and Fusu towards the place where Zhang Huaimin was sleeping. Zhang Huaimin, who had awakened from his sleep, sat up in shock and looked around. Seeing that no one was in the house before he breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. So it was a nightmare. I thought it was that impudent man Sushi who came to my door again. But it's okay, Zhang Huaimin said, and was about to lie down again to continue sleeping when he heard a familiar voice from far away and close by. Huaimin, you're home, right? I brought 2 new friends to play with you. Old Zhang, come out and get the customers. You're not still sleeping, are you? The sun's on your ass. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll write my brother and tell him you're isolating me. Zhang Huaimin, it's broken. A nightmare come true. Chapter 128, The Rice Pooling. Don't hold your brother over me. Not the right honorable minister. Zhang Huaimin was disgruntled and crumbled. But the movement of putting on his shoes was not slow at all. I'm not out here because of your brother. I'm just a little hungry when it's mealtime and I'm out foraging for food. Seeing Su Shi, Zhang Huaimin deliberately emphasized. Su Shi, oh, you're hungry? What a coincidence. We're hungry too. Hungry in such a hurry. That means we're destined for each other. If our fate is so good, let's share a meal together. Huaimin, what do you think? Zhang Huaimin, it's not impossible to put together a meal. Is it on you? I invite. Su Shi's voice was extraordinarily loud and bottomless. Taking Zhang Huaimin's hand, he snapped the leaves he had been carrying in his pocket and shoved them into his hand. Here, this is the money for the meal I'm treating you to. Keep it safe. If you lose it, it'll be your treat. Zhang Huaimin's forehead collapsed into 2 veins. Sad-face degree petri dish degree. Do you know what I'm thinking at this moment? Sushi shook his head. Zhang Huaimin, I'm thinking. What are the odds that if I sneak you out here, I won't be discovered by your brother? Leaves on the house? Who taught you that? Sushi let out a long sigh of relief. So that's all you were thinking about? Almost scared me to death. I thought you were thinking about how to commit a crime so that His Majesty would relegate you to a farther place away from me. You don't know how bored I am here. I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and it's not easy for me to get a friend like you. If you're relegated, what mistake would I have to make again to just happen to be relegated to the same place as you? Zhang Huaimin? Unbelievable. You're unbelievable. What kind of person looks forward to a friend being degraded? Do you realize what you're talking about? On the side, Fusu and Kongxing had already looked dumbfounded. Fusu thought about it, seemed to think that he just stood aside all the time. It was not too good. He had to integrate into people's circle. He went up to the front, looking to Zhang Huaimin. Then you're afraid you won't be able to finish him off here. Here, but there are still 2 of us witnesses here. Although the 2 of us won't necessarily put up a fight. If he's very sincere, it's not impossible for us to work together to finish you off. So, for your safety, I suggest you kidnap him and demand a ransom from his brother. Of course, we'll have to split the money between the 2 of us. Hush money, Sushi? Zhang Huaimin has some intention to tie up Su Shi to demand ransom from Suzhou? How did he come up with this genius idea? This friend looks strange, doesn't he? May I ask who you are? Great Qin's eldest son. Fusu. Fusu? Zhang Huaimin reacted for 2 seconds and said in astonishment. The one who wiped his neck at the Great Wall? Fuso. Su Shi was so happy that he slapped his thighs. Yes. 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 That's him. It's that Fuso one. Fuso's face darkened even more. Lian reached out his hand to tug at Kongxing. You're the one in the back. Hurry up and use your precious brain to think of something that I can take out and mock these 2. Kongxing fell silent, looked at Zhang Huaimin, and said, I come from more than 900 years into the future. Ancestor Zhang Huaimin, I have good news for you. You are well known in our latter days, and nearly 100,000 people are aware of your deeds. Most of the reason they'll know about you is not because of how many political accomplishments you've done in your life, but because of an article someone wrote. It's called Remembering the Night Journey to Chengtian Temple. Its author is none other than someone next to you. Su. Zhang Huaimin? Su Shi, the article I wrote last night has been passed on to future generations? And there are so many future generations who know my writings? Huaimin, did you hear that? We're both famous in history. Su Shi always finds glimmers of light in all sorts of complexities and finds things that work in his favor. He sees things very differently than others. Zhang Huaimin was still skeptical about what Kongxing said from the future more than 900 years later. Once he heard Su Shi said so, then at least half of it can be believed. So, you're writing in your journal about how you came to me in the middle of the night last night to enjoy the moon? Su Shi nodded his head. Yes drop. Ever since I was a child, My father told me to develop the good habit of keeping a diary, saying that it would help in writing articles. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that it really does help. I must keep more and more journals from now on. Kong star. This really isn't necessary. It's not necessary. No decent person keeps a diary these days. Oh, Sushil thoughtfully, not keeping a diary. Then I'll write poetry. The effect is pretty much the same anyway. Kong Xing. Fuso sad face. Pft. Fuso found a point where he could mock Zhang Huaimin as he wished. From Zhang Huaimin's expression, one could guess that yesterday's moon viewing was not something he did much willingly. Kong Xing took a deep breath. Although he was no longer at an age where he still had to memorize texts and recite ancient poems, if Su Shi really intended to write more articles and poems, then don't blame yourself for not showing him any mercy. Fusu, do you know the true meaning of eating 300 lychees a day? There's more to this line? Well, this is going to involve a little bit of local dialect. 10 miles of different sounds, not to mention being relegated here? This daily communication it will be easy to produce a little misunderstanding. Especially lychee, this kind of thing. Eat too much easy to fire. Will get hemorrhoids. How do you know that eating too much lychee will cause fire and hemorrhoids? Fusa threw out the topic he was interested in with precision. Kong Xing's face darkened. That's not important. What's important is that a certain surname Su perfectly carried out his good style of eating wherever he was relegated to, and then unsurprisingly, he fell into bad luck. Su sure. What's wrong? What's the matter? Don't you take 2 more bites when you come across a particularly delicious one that's usually hard to eat. Speaking of food, what did you just put out there that you're going to bring in as a treat for the meal? And then, under Su Shi's shocked gaze, Kong Xing took out from the system space an extraordinarily straight stick he had inadvertently picked up outside earlier. No one can resist a stick that is so straight. Zhang Huaimin, fine. I'll grant your request for a spell of rice. Isn't that better than someone's leaves? Fusu prepared completely differently from Kong Xing and Su Shi. He's playing the emperor's new clothes. Look at this dress. How handsome is it? You'll look great in it. What? You're asking me why you can't see the dress? That must be because you don't have a high enough IQ. This dress can only be seen by people with a high IQ. If you don't believe me, ask Kong Xing, ask Su Shi. Can they both see it? Chapter 129, The Great Qin Talent Introduction in Progress. Zhang Huaimin's sad face, heh. Do I look like one of those really stupid people? And what about the fact that only people with high IQs can see it? I'll be damned. I thought Sushil's leaf spelling rice was outrageous enough. But wow. I didn't realize that there are people outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. Fusa held the invisible clothes in his hands and continued to boast about it, even to the point of saying such outrageous reasons as this dress was something he had smuggled out of his own father's closet. Kong Xing, hey, does Mr. Chang have a closet? Social terrorist Su Shi was very much in favor, exclaimed in praise of the Fusu Shan out of the clothes. Wow, really a mighty and domineering dragon robe. The first emperor must usually wear it to court, right? Indeed, only someone like Shi Huangdi, who is unrivaled in the world in terms of literature and military strategy, can be worthy of this dragon robe. Fusa subconsciously was about to nod his head when Kong Xing whacked Fusu on the forehead with a cannon fist. Don't nod your head at everything anyone says. He's digging a hole for you. Anyone present who had an IQ online could see that Fusu didn't have any clothes in his hands at all. He was just acting awkwardly out of thin air, although Su Shi was superficially praising him. His words defined this non-existent garment as a dragon robe, and said that it was worn by Ying Zhang. If Fusu nodded his head and agreed with him, it would mean that Ying Zhang usually went to court. Fuso, how despicable. How dare you dig a hole for me? Just like you. No wonder you're always being relegated around. Reacted Fusu was very angry. He thought Su Shi was a good man to come, so he did not think much, but I didn't think that he was so insidious. Following Kong Xing out and about, Fusu was very attached to his own father's reputation. In his eyes, his own reputation could be sparse, even if 10,000 people spat on it, but not his father. Kong Xing, I've decided. I'm going to dig now. With a shake of Fusu's sleeve robe, black brick fell into his hands, already prepared. Kong Xing froze for a moment. Now, don't we wait until after dinner? It's better to eat first. In the Great Qin Talent Introduction program that Ying Zhang gave to Kong Xing earlier, there was no name of Su Shi, but then Ying Zhang added Su Shi's name considering that Su Shi was afraid that it would be difficult to poach him. It is not that Su Shi is not capable. Su Shi is a rare all-rounder. He knows very little of what he does not know very little. Even if it is the flood control such as seemingly and he cannot hit the thing, he also knows a little, and even success stories. Sushil, degree, digging? Who? Me? Are you guys trying to dig me up to go to Great Qin? No, it's Zhang Liang, Xiao He, Chen Ping, Han Xin, Have those guys all been karma'd off? There's so much talent not to be dug up. Why come here to dig me up after an interval of so many years? Kong Xing still had some thoughts about the spelled rice and said casually, because Brother Zhang has taken a liking to your cooking skills. There are quite a few people who can cook these days, and there are also people who can develop their own dishes, but the one who can be used as a civil minister, but can also barely muddle through as a military general, and can also moonlight as a cook seems, just you are the most suitable. How cost-effective to recruit people who can do at least 3 jobs for 1 salary. You can save a lot of money over the years. Sushi? Zhang Huaimin spread his 2 hands, winky face. See, I told you that you might get into trouble one day if you went the all-around route, didn't I? Fusu's black brick did not end up slapping Su Shi on the head. As it turns out, Sushi has a lot of potential to be an imperial chef. Almost as soon as he tasted the meal made by Su Shi, Fusu began to talk to Su Shi about the specific change of proprietor process. The specific salary was also finalized by Fusu in a few words. Anyway, the salary doesn't count even if he says so now, but only if Ying Zhang says so. But Su Shi didn't know that. He didn't even know the current state of Ying Zhang's health. His guess was that Ying Zhang had already unified the 6 kingdoms for a few years, and might even have started taking immortal pills. Therefore, he thought that he was dug over there in order to keep a useful squad for Fuso. Little did I know what misery awaited me. Do you work a lot of overtime? Su Shi inquired about his main concern. Fusu, not much. This point you can rest assured. Non-emergency, will not arrange overtime. Kong Xing, but we don't work overtime. The Great Qin Dynasty, managed by Brother Zhang, is a year-round, 007 work system. Every second of every day is work, but there is no such thing as overtime. Su Shi, what about taking a vacation? Is it good? Fusu, of course, please. You know Wang Jian, right? Yes. I'm going to talk about the incident recorded in the history books when General Wang Jian complained of illness for many days, and Father Emperor drove over late at night to greet him. Don't talk about taking a vacation. Look at this. How many people have had this kind of friendship between a ruler and a subject since the beginning of time? Su Shi subconsciously nodded. Indeed, the first emperor is the best emperor to his subjects. Kong Xing, that's true. But, why is Ri suing for illness again? At the morning court, Ying Zhang's brow furrowed as he heard the minister report that Li Si was sick and could not come to the court. This pilgrimage is important, and it can't be done without Li Si. But the sick at home. Ying Zhang raised his eyes to Jia Yan. Jia would understand. Taking a step forward, he proposed. Minister Si has always bowed and died for the cause of Great Qin's founding, and now that he has fallen ill, I think that missing any of the court meetings would be something that would be very upsetting to a loyal minister like him. Therefore, I propose. I am bold enough to ask your majesty to move to the home of Minister Si to continue the court meeting. Cheng Yu stepped forward almost at the same time as Jia Yan's words fell and concurred. I agree. Seconded. Xiao Yi's voice also rang out at the right time. Feng Chao Chao was going to object. After all, Li Si was suing for illness, and it would be bad if he infected Ying Zhang as a result. But Chao Chao came up with a solution, saying that Li Si could be allowed to listen in through the wall. Bulkhead? Then this one will do. Feng Diji also had no more objections. Li Si, who was pretending to be sick at home and wanted to take a vacation, was caught by Ying Zhang. Rees would have liked to remedy the situation urgently and muddle through, but Xiao Wuxian, the imperial doctor, who was brought along with Ying Zhang, found out the truth. Your Majesty, my diagnosis will never be wrong. Si Xiang, he is just pretending to be sick. Xiao Wuan did not give Li Si the slightest bit of face. On this kind of occasion, whose side is the most favorable to himself? Xiao Wuan is very clear. Ying Zhang, Li Si, didn't you say you were sick? Didn't you say you were sick and would stay home to recuperate? Or is this a different disease than normal for you? Rarer. That's why Xiao Wuan couldn't diagnose it? Ying Zhang's accountability also gave Li Si a bit of a step down. Reese was like an amnesty and was just about to open his mouth when he heard a voice ringing out. Oh, I know. This must be the psychosis the foreigner Ho was talking about, right? Reese, so you're mentally ill? The one who opened his mouth was a newcomer who had only recently appeared in the courtroom. Chen Ping. Chapter 130. Good value. It's a good deal. Reese's entire body was confused. The words that were trying to come out were blocked in his throat and he froze halfway through the day. What the hell is wrong with you? What kind of a person jumps to conclusions and picks up on things like that? Even Ying Zhang was silent when he heard Chen Ping's words. Then he turned his head to look at Jia Yan and Cheng Yu on the other side, who nodded their heads repeatedly to indicate that what Chen Ping said made sense, and then thought back to his own eldest son who had been exiled from the country, as well as a certain latter-day Kong surname Molecule. The future of Great Qin is bright. Ying Zhang was convinced of this, and at that time, Fusu continued to draw one big cake after another for Su Shi. Instead, Kong Xing began to draw up a labor contract based on these pies. Sushi was new to something like a labor contract. As long as you've signed this and pressed your handprints on it, you're considered a vassal of your great Qin? Fuso nodded his head to indicate that this was indeed the case. So it was that Sushi solemnly wrote his name on the labor contract. That's not even a moment of hesitation. Zheng Huaimin stretched his head and stared. How did you put Wang Unxi's name on it? Sushil, who made him my best friend? With such a great job opportunity. Of course I'm thinking of my best friend. Zheng Huaimin, you're signing on behalf of. It's not appropriate, is it? He won't even recognize this either. Sushir, it is well known that I write good calligraphy. Do you know how I practiced this good handwriting? Zheng Huaimin froze for a moment. You shouldn't be. All said and done. Wang Unxi is my best good friend. I'm naturally familiar with his handwriting. It's just a simple imitation. It's easy. As for what to do if he denies it, that, I suppose you two have a solution for? Sushir's eyes with a smile fell on Kong Xing and Fusu. It's been possible to go digging across 1,000 or so years, so I don't think this little thing will be much of a problem for these two. Sushir himself alone could think of 7 or 8 ways to get Wang Unxi to admit to himself. Kong Xing, is this what is meant by having a blessing? Is that how best friends are supposed to be used? Sushil, what? Is it that this one can't handle it? It's okay, I have many friends. I'll write you 2 more. Sushi said, with a broad stroke of the pen. 2 more names. After writing, Sushir also politely asked for Zheng Huaimin's opinion, if you don't want to follow along well, so that I won't be lonely when I enjoy the moon at night. Zheng Huaimin. So it came to pass that when Fuso's days of exile were over, Song Shinzong looked at the ministers who had come to the court meeting in confusion. I swept over each one by one. Isn't that number a little off? There are no exceptions. Ing Zheng was also surprised by the outcome of this return of Fusu from exile. Kong Xing, I remember that there didn't seem to be so many people in that list I gave you. Did there? The only thing Kong Xing responded with was silence. Too many abductions this time around, causing Jagged Unity to start throwing tantrums again. The most notable manifestation of this is the mission rewards received. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Shadowy Crawl. Shady Crawl. When you start the Shady Crawl, it will gradually affect the sanity of those around you over time, joining the Shady Crawl family together. Tip, this skill may work wonders when used together with the props, sound and feeling novel book. Kong Xing. Silence is the city of Xianying today. On the other hand, Ing Gao, who had been forgotten in Chaoga City, slowly carved a new scratch on a stone wall. It's 3 days overdue. What happened to the promise of just 3 months of exile? Won't forget me. The arm slipped off the stone wall, and a slight hiss sounded under the wide robe. I always feel as if I'm forgetting something very important. Kong Xing, who had insomnia in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep, pulled Shulu, who also had insomnia in the middle of the night, to stroll under the moon. What was it again? Sheesh, can't remember. Kong Xing whacked his forehead twice in chagrin. How heartbreaking would it be if it was about Pinkie Pie? Xuan Lu yawned, his right and left hands each using 2 fingers to prop open the fighting eyelids. Today the moon is thick, so how can we 2 insomniacs appreciate such a good moonlight? Got to juggle everyone, and the more people there are, the more ideas this gets, so there's no telling who might be able to help you remember exactly what you forgot. Kong Xing slammed his hand and felt that Shui Lu had a point. He dragged Shuang Lu to the place where Ing Zheng's bedchamber was located. Shogun, this is not a good idea to go. It's not good to disturb father in the middle of the night. Go to the elder brother. He must be still awake. It's true that Fuso hasn't slept yet. At the moment he was reading late at night under the guidance of the new crown prince. Su Sure, Mr. Fusu, you should know what the first emperor meant when he asked me to tutor you in your schoolwork, right? No. It's good to know. The first emperor is wise to recognize pearls. This is much better than the imperial chef position you arranged for me. Your Excellency, Crown Prince Tai Fu. Is this simply a customized position for an all-round talent like me? Su Shil is happy with his tenure. Fuso froze for a moment, thought for a moment, and asked in a low voice, didn't father tell you that you have to be involved and responsible for my diet and medical care as well? Sushi's smile froze on his face. Fuso took a look at it, and with a clear understanding, he began to count for Su Sure with his fingers. Father said that he wouldn't have to find someone to teach me this if you knew calligraphy, even though my handwriting wasn't bad in the first place. You also know how to cook gourmet food, so that the imperial chef can open up part of it. My father will eat what Kong Xing prepares for me, and I will follow you. It's very cost-effective, and since your brother Su Zhou is now working under my father, you won't be heartless enough to poison and plot against me. It's safe. And music theory, medicine, astronomy, you know all of these too. You can teach me some of them. This is looking for you alone. You can get several less teachers. How cost-effective. The key thing is that it's a position you'll look twice as good talking about. Sushi's face wasn't looking very good, so, it was one paycheck for 3 laborers. Now it's one paycheck for I don't know exactly how many? Good deal. What a bargain. Worthy of the first emperor. He set it down like this. And I'm surprised I'm thinking it's a good job and thanking him for it. Fusu, if you want to thank, you should thank Kongxing. Sushi? Fusu, he was the one who suggested it to father. Thus, when Kongxing and Shulu arrived, what they saw was the scene of Sushi writing furiously, utilizing extreme language, and praising Kongxing for being a handsome man with a good heart. Chapter 131 Oblivion. Worthy of being one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, this literary talent. TSK. Kongxing looked at the freshly baked article in his hand instead. At first glance it appears to be full of compliments, but a closer look reveals that every sentence is turning around and undermining people. Like this one. After knowing Kongxing for a long time, the more I see of my family's Wang Kai, the more I like it. Wang Kai. Kongxing has met. It's a yellow dog raised by Sushi himself. This dog is usually a home demolition fanatic and has given Sushi no shortage of headaches. So the extra words of that statement are obvious. Kongxing put the article in his hand aside and didn't pursue the matter, raising his eyes to Fusu who was writing furiously, pretending that he was busy right now. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. Kongxing remembered. Slammed his hand. I told you I definitely forgot something very important. As soon as I saw you I remembered. Fusu froze for a moment. Hey, you originally forgot I thought you put him down Chaoga is fatherin. Kongxing, Wuan Jun. It's Wuan Kuan. Have you forgotten? Didn't we go to Daming once when we sealed the Zen at Taishan and rented Wanjin to Chongzhen? We've not only come back from Taishan, but we've also exiled you for another 3 months. After such a long time, with Wuan Jun's ability, it's almost time to go and pick him up as the battle of the flip-flops is over, isn't it? Fuso. The words froze in mid-sentence and were swallowed again. Brother, it's not that I've forgotten your brother. It's that a certain Kung has forgotten you. Wuan Jun's matter. Fusu couldn't even remember when it was time to pick up the person. But Kongxing remembered. The most amazing thing was that Kongxing still saw himself before he remembered. I also don't know which point on his body made Kongxing think of Wuan Jun by Qi. Fuso, well, apart from this matter of Wanjin, think more carefully. Isn't there anything else of great importance that you have forgotten? Kongxing, no, right? Fusu reminded. It's something about other times and spaces. Think about it again. Kongxing couldn't think of anything even after half a day's thought. But looking at Fusu's appearance, he seemed to have really forgotten something. Wait, I'll ask them one by one. Kongxing took out Demon Stamp and started going from letter to inquire. Am I forgetting something important? Everyone who wrote back was very positive. Li Bai, remove the ban on alcohol in taverns. Zhu Yuanjiang, later generations. Have you eaten on time today? Zhuge Liang, give our regards to Cao Cao. Lu Xiu, I'm on the throne. Li Yuan, I feel as if I've been cheated by you. Chongzhen, renewal of lease. Money is not a problem. Zhang Liang, Emperor Wu wants to kill you. Kongxing, Emperor Wu of Han? Lu Che, why would he want to kill me? Kongxing didn't understand. Although he abducted Hua Xiaodong, didn't he also take Zhang Liang? This is already great favoritism, like Emperor Shenzong of Song. I guess he's squatting at the foot of the wall and crying right now. It's just a matter of sending Cao Cao over there when we have the chance someday. Kongxing said as he sent a letter to Dixin. Dixin, he's going to cut you off. Kongxing? Who wants to cut me off? I don't have any friends in Kyogi, do I? Fusu spoke up at this time. You haven't remembered that Ingao hasn't been picked up yet even after you've asked a lot of people? Ingao? Kongxing blinked in confusion. It seems like he himself has exiled Ingao to Chaogao so much. I'm on my way. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live great Qin. A new day. A new weather. A new dynasty. Li Si is surprised to find that Bai Qi, the ruler of Wuan, has returned. He also appeared at the pilgrimage. What shocked Li Si even more was that Duke Ingao even requested to enter the hall at the very beginning of the morning court, saying something like, as the Duke of Great Qin, he should share the king's worries, and bow and scrape his way to death for the Great Qin's thousands of generations. This reasoning may not sound like much at first glance, but where is this place? The Temple of the Forest Spirit. What's going on here? The court. The court is full of political matters. How can you touch them? Aren't you really afraid of the monarch's suspicions? Fusu, I leave the decision of this matter to you. Do you think that Ingao should participate in this court meeting today? Ing Zhang's majestic voice resounded in the hall. Fusu didn't hesitate too much. He could probably guess what Ingao was doing by venturing so far. On the side, Kongxing frantically gave Fusu a wink to signal his refusal. Fusu would have understood. My son thinks he can come in. Yun. As soon as Ing Zhang's word allow fell, Kong Xing, as if by reflex, turned on his skill climber, and in just a few seconds, he leapt up to the roof and nestled in the corner of a wall like a spider, and was slowly moving in the direction of Ing Zhang's location. Ing Zhang? What is this madness? The next second, a brief conversation sounded from the doorway of the temple. My lord, you may not enter with a murder weapon. It's just a pet. It's just scary looking. Look at Trader Kong's golden eagle. Isn't there nothing wrong with it? But, the foreign merchant marquis has only one bird, but you, my lord, have several. Ing Zhang? Fuso? Bai Qi, protect his majesty. The rest of you? Let him in first. I'd like to see what he's brought with him. The guards obeyed the order and let Ing Gao pass. Soon, the crowd realized why Ing Gao was blocked. Chow Chow, it's not for nothing that Ing Shan will fall, is it? How long has it been since you were exiled? How long has it been since you were exiled and you're already doing as the Romans do? Playing with these things? Feng Goji shrunk back. He was most afraid of things without legs and things with lots of legs in his life. Not to mention that there were 8 of them in front of him. Fuso looked at the contraption in front of him that was spitting out snake letters, and let out a soulful question of, Ing Gao, are you here to perform a circus act? Ing Gao, I'm here to impeach the foreign merchant marquis. 3 days overdue and still only remembered I wasn't back after someone reminded me. Where's the promised 3 months? Fusu, it's not overdue, is it? 1 month counts as 31 days. 3 months 93 days. Isn't that just right? Ing Gao? Chapter 132 Feng Shui turns. How can this be counted? Ing Gao protested this. Why can't this just be left alone? Isn't there is a 31-day month? If you say so, brother. Then there is another month that is 28 days long. Why don't you count according to that? It's only once a year, it's for 28 days. And 3 months of exile. Which means, 3 years, I'm picking you up early. Aren't I? Moving to the top of Ing Zhang's diagonal, Kong Xing landed lightly. This was the safest place in the entire Kirin temple. Brother Zhang, what if you pick it up early? Should I send it back to be refilled? Ing Gao? Goddamn 3 years. That's not how you do the math. That's horrible too. 3 months froze into 3 years. Super double. It can still be like this? In the courtroom, Su Shi had an eye-opening experience with this. Quite fortunate that he did not meet such a living hell when he was deposed. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he reacted with a jolt. Kong Xing is a great Qin foreign merchant marquis. He is now abducted to do the great Qin's Prince Taifu. This future day is afraid. Not too good. Older brother. When our father was alive, he said that brothers should support each other. Su Shi, don't. Su Shi was now a little frightened when he heard the words. Every time he'd managed to fish him upwards a little, it hadn't lasted more than a few days before he'd folded back down again, and even got harder and harder to fish. And every time, he would say something like that again. Play the emotional card again. Brother, we're under a roof. Let's keep our heads down a little. The first emperor is not as nice as the former proprietor. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ing Zhang's voice of accountability rang out. Su Shi, what are you two muttering about? If you like chatting so much, why don't you go to the front and say it for everyone to hear together? Ah, yes, Su Shi answered, and with a big stride, he moved forward, without the slightest hint of panic when he was caught in the act of committing a mistake. Suthi, silly Chun, what are you doing? Su Shi had the intention to block, however, tugged the person, but could not block the mouth. Su Shi, my brother, he says that your majesty the first emperor, you are not as good a talker as the former proprietor. There was an eerie silence in the hall. Su Shi's face was ashen. What kind of sins did I commit in my past life? Ing Gao did not continue to pursue the matter of overstaying the deadline, but there seems to be something more exciting at the moment, right? Ing Zhang, deliberating about the monarch. You'll be sent to the prison and beheaded after the fall. Su Shi a sound, ready to enter the prison. This is something he is very familiar with. After the fall, question and answer is impossible to behead. His own brother will try to do everything to fish himself out. Su Shi is convinced of this. Only, this time it's not quite the same as before. The one who was sent to jail was Su Shi. Su Shi was stunned. Su Shi, who was dragged away by the guards, was ecstatic. Could he even enjoy being fished out by his brother? The wind and the water are rotating. No way. Your Majesty, I am willing to be punished on behalf of my brother. Your Majesty. Ing Zhang automatically ignored Su Shi's voice and looked slightly sideways at Kong Xing, who was stoned on melon seeds and watching the fun. Is the melon good? Kong Xing nodded his head and grabbed a handful for Ing Zhang and handed it over. Ing Zhang didn't pick it up. Eat at the court meeting? You also give me up to stay in jail. Hey, you tell me, how long will it probably take my brother and I for him to fish me out? In the cell. Su Shi, who was arranged to be detained in the same cell, curiously inquired about Kong Xing. Kong Xing held a handful of melons while getting high and said, "It depends on which day he wants to fish you out. The identity of the crown prince is crown prince. When used well, it's actually quite simple to fish for someone." "Su Jie, you mean Mr. Fusu?" "Kong Xing, it's a viable path, but there are more convenient ones." "What? Jailbreak?" Instead of explaining, Kong Xing howled in a certain direction of the cell. "Deng Cheng, you're still around, right?" Inside a certain cell piled high with all sorts of strange and weird herbs, Deng Cheng, who was configuring a new prescription, looked up in confusion and responded, Who called me? Can you poison a viper with the poison of a viper?" Hearing this, Tang Qing's dusty months of memories surfaced in his mind. Fists clenched. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the sake of researching this problem, how could he or she have been sent to prison by His Majesty just for catching a snake? "Deng Cheng, it's great that you're still alive. I have a big plan to break out of prison to discuss with you." Kong Xing's voice stood out in the cell, attracting a number of similarly incarcerated prisoners. The jailer in charge of the guards fell silent as he listened to Kong Xing's spaced-out shout. "Prison breaks have people on their backs, too. Is this in case someone doesn't know?" "Deng Cheng, jailbreak? What do you want to do?" "Kong Xing, I've heard Fusu say that those who can get out from here are either pardoned by Brother Zhang or are already dead and have to be pulled out and buried. So I wanted to ask you if there are any more reliable ways to fake your death? A fraudulent death?" Tang Qing was silent for a long time before giving the answer Kong Xing wanted. "Jailer, do you really think I don't exist? Did Sushi ask you to come here to plead for Southey?" "Not really." In the Zhangtai Palace, Fu Su shook his head. "Father, you put Kong Xing in jail because you're worried that he'll be at loggerheads with Ingao? You're overthinking it. I'm just sending him to the scene to eat melon and watch the fun. That's all?" Fuso was a little surprised. And just then, a cry of alarm came from outside the palace. "Something big is wrong. Poison doctors kill people." The foreigner marquis tried the drug on himself and died violently. "Fuso? Who died? That's the right flavor. It's something he can do." As if he hadn't heard it, Ing Zheng continued to handle the political affairs at hand. After thinking about it, it seemed like it wasn't a good idea to leave it so dry and uncooperative. Just let Fuso go over there and take care of himself. Fuso led the way, clutching a roll of straw mats and taking a couple of professional weepers with him. He rushed over. "What's going on in there now?" Fuso walked toward the prison while getting the latest information from the jailer. "Jailer, the coffin has been sealed." Fuso violently halted his steps. "The coffin has been sealed? So soon?" "No. Where did you get a coffin in this jail? It can't be that the surname Kong carries one around, can it? Why does he bring everything in this mess?" "It's not too bad." When Fuso arrived at that cell, he saw at a glance that Suja was lying on a coffin and bursting into tears. Fuso quickly stepped forward. "Want to lift the coffin board to see?" Only lifted to look inside. Fuso immediately will be the coffin board pressure dead, and then the wailers all howl. Accompany this eunuch to send the traitorous Kong to the mass grave. Southey who continues to burst into tears? Deng Cheng who spaced out multiple cells a 6. Chapter 133, Chow Chow loses months of gold after a prison break. The sound of wailing and mourning continued with the funeral procession all the way to the mass grave a few miles away from Xianying City. "Fusu, what are you waiting for? Plan the pit. Can't you just leave it here?" Hearing this, the mourners behind Fusu took out their tools and started digging the pit. At the beginning, Fusu only carried the straw mat into the prison with the idea of casually rolling it to find a place to throw it. But right now, since Kong Xing had prepared a coffin, it was natural to play a wave of cooperation. While the crowd was still digging, Fusu took a step and moved to the coffin and knocked on the coffin board. "Knock, knock, knock. We've known each other for a while. How about I prepare a few more graves for you? You can also change your residence if you're in a bad mood. I'll take it as a yes if you don't say anything." No sound came from the coffin. Fusu's heart was clear, clapped his hands, and commanded to the people who were digging pits on the side, "Did you all hear that? To dig a few more." "Yes," the crowd answered. On this side, Su Shi, who had heard that Kong Xing had been killed by the poison doctor, rushed to the prison without stopping. "Ziyu, are you alive?" Su Shi's anxious voice came from far and near, clearly reaching the ears of all those who were being held in the dungeon. Deng Qing grasped the medicine bottle in one hand and leaned against the wall wordlessly looking up at the small spider that was busy weaving its web on the opposite corner. "This pot, it's so damn dark." Su Shi was quick on his feet and it didn't take much time to find Suja's cell. It was just that the situation in his eyes was a bit not quite what he had expected. "Kong Xing, how come it's you? Didn't they all say you were killed by the poison doctor in the prison? How are you still alive?" "No, that's my brother's clothes you're wearing." "Where is Ziyu he?" "Kong Xing, as you can see, the golden cicada has escaped. He has successfully escaped from prison." Time rewind to when Kong Xing asked Deng Cheng about the method of swindling his death. Tong Ching, swindle death. I do have medicine that can achieve the effect of swindling death. But the question is, do you dare eat it? Kong Xing replied dryly, I don't dare. Deng Cheng. Kong Xing, even if I dared, there's nothing I can do. There are too many cells between us, and I can't get your medicine. The jailer thought about it and felt that it was necessary for him to follow through with his good style of being helpful all the time, and immediately said that he would be happy to help the foreigner Ho as a medicine passer in the middle. Deng Ching, someone passed the medicine. Hey, have some? He casually grabbed the new medicine he had developed for the purpose of rectification, put it into the medicine bottle and sealed it, and was about to ask the jailer to pass the medicine. As to whether the medicine in the vial has any fraudulent effect or not, the answer is naturally no. Deng Cheng, my medicine has only 3 effects, social death, half-death and true death. Kong Xing didn't accept Deng Cheng's medicine, and it seemed like he was just having a casual chat just to make sure that Deng Cheng wasn't still alive. Su Jie, people have medicine. You can cheat death. The jailer also promised to help pass the medicine. Do not take the medicine to cheat death. Then how to get out? Kong Xing, through the coffin, was transported out. Saying that, Kong Xing put on the anything goes mask, and with a thought, he turned into Su Jie's appearance, taking out another coffin from the system space. Everything was now ready. Just one last step to go. Su Jie's eyes stared blankly. Were all the openers able to do whatever they wanted like this? Even if Kong Xing didn't say anything, Su Jie could quickly understand what he meant when he looked at these current actions of Kong Xing. With a small sigh, the two began exchanging clothes, and then what happened later is clear. So, what you are saying is that you hid my brother in a coffin and were taken out by Fusu? Kong Xing nodded his head. That's right. Where did he take my brother? Does he realize it's not you lying in there? He opened it and had a look at it before he took it out. He knew who was lying in it. That's good. Su Shi had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Kong Xing continue. They went to the mass grave. To a mass grave? Go there for what? You've got to do the whole thing. But I suggest you'd better go and take a look. Fusu, he's a batch of dogs now. It's not good if he's really buried. Sushi blushes as the friendly greeting comes off. It's not like he won't come and get him himself. What's the point of breaking out of jail like that? Sushi took his tools again and hoofed it to the mass grave. I was thinking that it was only today that I was buried, and the gang that Fusu brought with him shouldn't have been finished for long, so it's good to look for them. But it turns out, Sushi looked at the dozen or so new graves in front of him in confusion. On each of them, a simple wooden plaque with the words Tomb of Kongpoppy was inserted crookedly. This is going to be something. Digging this much, are you planning to make rental graves to rent out to the lonely souls passing by? Sushi froze for a moment as he said the whole thing, a possibility that didn't seem to be out of the question. TSK. Sushi cursed a few times, picked up the tools he brought and started digging the grave. 1 doesn't. 2 no's. 3, still nothing. It wasn't until I got to the 7th one that I finally plowed something out. It's a straw mat. Sushi's sad face comet. In which one is it buried? The grave digging continues. Meanwhile, on a distant hill, Fusu was watching the progress of Sushi's grave digging with binoculars in one hand and melon seeds in the other. Next to him was Suja, who was also watching with binoculars. My brother. He is concerned. A big living person. And not any enemy. How can really buried inside? Say, Mr. Fusu, did you put something else in that last grave? How come I saw you bury the coffin I was lying in before inside? Oh, it's nothing. I just put a box full of ashes in the coffin is all. Suja? Ashes? Suja felt something not so good. In the next second, a heartbreaking voice came from the direction of the mass grave. Which good person exchanged the money Chow saved for ashes to bury in this coffin? Where's the money in my box? Sushil, what the hell are you digging around for? What about finding your brother? Don't even think of a good reason. It's definitely you. You returned Chow's money. Confused, Suja used his binoculars to watch the scene of Chow chasing and whacking his oldest brother. Next to him, Fusu came to a realization. I told you which kind person left me that box full of money that I dug up. So it was Chow. How did he know so coincidentally that my lord was strapped for cash? He must have inquired about it on purpose, right? He's a great guy. Suja. Chapter 134. The Chow thief's hidden gold intentions are clear. The Golden Eagles report from the north. Do not quarrel. You first slowly say more detailed. I also can give you a decision. Let's start at the very beginning. Chow. How did you come up with the idea of hiding your saved money in a mass grave? In the Zhangtai Palace. Ying Zhang's majestic voice was tinged with a bit of curiosity. What's the worst place to hide your money? In a mass grave? And then recalling that Kong Xing had said that there was a special profession in the later world called the gold mapper, which also seemed to have an uneasy relationship with Chow. Then it's worth pondering and exploring the fact that he hid the money in a mass grave. Cao Cao did not clearly explain why he had to go all the way to a mass grave to hide his money, but only a vague good feng shui to muddle through. A mass grave has good feng shui? Fu Su's head was full of question marks. Even if you don't know feng shui anymore, you know that's definitely not going to be a good place. Ing Zhang, you hit it there because it's good feng shui, right? Then what do you want to save so much money for? Cao Mao is not saving for himself, but for Emperor Wu. Mary, ahem, how much does it cost to fight the Huns? The champion marquis has also been abducted to this side, so Mr. Cao must not think of more ways to help Emperor Wu share a bit more to share the king's worries. That's the duty of a subject. Ing Zhang, so, what you were saying is that you are going to take the salary I gave you and marry Lu Che? Hey yes. No. Reacting. Cao immediately changed his tune. What, marrying a wife? No such thing. No such thing. Fuso. Ing Zhang saw through it and stopped talking about it. Let's just pretend that you're doing it to fight the Huns. So now the question is again. In your place is also the same Xiong Nu. Why you do not share the worry for me, and instead of sharing the worry for Lu Che, who has not yet met? Cao was just about to say something when Fuso replied. I know. It's not too shabby to follow the stars. Cao's face turned red and he shook his head to deny it. No. I was just thinking that His Majesty the First Emperor's side already has the Marquis of Champions, and with the Marquis of Champions' ability, fighting the Xiongnu would be a piece of cake. But on Emperor Wu's side, there is only Wei Qing, and there are 2 lost generals dragging his feet. In comparison, Emperor Wu's side needs Mr. Cao a bit more. Ing Zhang, so what if I have Hua Daisy here? He's only one man, and even with Meng Tian's help, how much more efficient can he be in fighting the Xiongnu? It's not possible that we've already won by this time, is it? As soon as the words fell, an excited cry came from the 9 heavens above. It's a golden eagle. It brought a shortcut from the Great Wall of the North, only to see the golden eagle land on the ground. It raised one of its claws extremely skillfully, signaling Fu Su to remove the recorder strapped to his leg. It must be said that with future technology in place, the transfer of information is a lot more convenient than it used to be. Just like this recorder. Fu Su turned it on, and a conversation between Meng Tian and Hua Zaiwei immediately rang out from it. Monty, say that again. What the hell have you been doing these past few days? Scratch your tongue. Hua's voice didn't sound like it had a very strong bottom. Scratch your tongue? Come on. Whoever that is. Speak up. Did you get the exact number of tongues? Back to the general. Still reviewing the count. The numbers are a little too high and what? The Hun chief, 2-man Shanyu, and his large family are there. What then rings out from the recorder is the movement of Monty running out to check on him. It wasn't long before Meng Tian, who had finished checking and returned, rang out with a voice full of dismay and disbelief. Hua Zaiwei, do you call this scratching your tongue? Hua Zaiwei, how come it doesn't count? I don't know that headman well either. And none of you have given me a portrait or anything to tell me what the Hun leader looks like. And I don't seek, although we have the telescope and map provided by Kong Xingyam. But some details are still surely best known to the Huns. Low status. No less. The less we know, the greater the casualties will be. So I opened the brocade bag of tricks Kong Xing he gave me before I came here and went to contact his informants buried on the Hun side. Meng Tian, Kong Xing? There's still an informant on the Xiongnu side? Who? UTXSA? Just that big shepherd. Him? Yes, that's him. Kong Xing said that merchants usually have wider connections, especially those like Wu's Toms who made their fortunes from cattle, sheep and horses, and he definitely has a way to get inside the Xiongnu. So I contacted him, and he, in turn, started setting up a trap under the pretext of having to talk big business with the Huns, as Kong Xing had agreed with him long ago. It's a fake anyway, so just blow it off. The opening is to start a big business of more than 100,000 cattle, sheep and horses, and with some of his business credit over the years. Hey, it really sets up a big fish. I just didn't realize that the bragging had gone too far, and that it had attracted the Hun chief directly. Monty, so, you guys actually tricked Bolden out? And also opened the mouth is more than 100,000 big single. So outrageous things, that Bolden did not suspect? Is he stupid? Hua Zaiwei, maybe it's because in order to increase credibility, as Kong Xing said, he borrowed a bit of Donghu's name? How is this still a Donghu thing? I don't know. Kong Xing said he's all punched up, just use it straight away. It is said that the way of the soldier is also the way of the trickster, and I don't think this way of business is any worse. Things are clearer here. Headman is eating his words for not downloading the anti-fraud app. Hua Zaiwei, Kong Xing said that the best way to resolve an enemy is to divide them internally. Now that this headman has been captured, without a leader, they will have a power struggle, and with just a little push from our side, it's only a matter of time before the Xiongnu is destroyed. Meng Tian did not say anything. Of course he could see the way to solve the Xiongnu problem very easily now. It was just that he and Huadaisi were both sent by His Majesty to attack the Xiongnu in the north. And now, Huadaisi was the one who had already made his mark, but he himself had nothing to show for it. That's not good. I wonder if that Wustam's outlet has any contacts on the East Hu side. Donghu? There is. I certainly have connections, although the foreigner Ho contacted me before and mentioned this current situation. But right, after all, the Han side is the one that is now without a leader, and the East Lake side has definitely received some wind, so it would be risky to go back to the previous routine of setting up a trap. So, please also take the trouble to tell His Majesty the First Emperor and the Marquis of Foreign Commerce that for this, you have to add money. I want to add the right to sell cattle, sheep, and horses in the Donghu region. The recording is divided into several parts and ends with the voice of the USSR. At this time, a needle could be heard in the Zhengtai Palace. In the middle of the day, Cao Cao's voice rang out. First Emperor, it may be true that the champion husband's efficiency isn't as high as you expected, but don't forget that you still have Kong Trader on your side. Look how efficient it is after this match. All started discussing how to cheat Donghu Zai. Ing Zheng, Chapter 135, Omega. Men, summon the foreign merchant Marquis to the palace. Father, Kong Xing, he is still in the prison pretending to be Su Zhe. In order to summon him, he must be pardoned first. Ing Zheng was wondering how Kong Xing and Su Zhe, who faked their deaths and escaped from the prison, could come out, and how Kong Xing could come out. Right now it's good. It turns out that the opportunity for him to come out is waiting here. Pardon? Heh, you went in the morning and pardoned in the afternoon? Do you really think I'm playing around? Send word to him that I agree to the increase in price requested by the Utams. What the just agreed. Kong Xing, who was waiting for Ing Zheng's pardon in prison, didn't get it, but got this terrible news instead. He'll raise the price if he says so. Ha, do you know how big the East Hu area is you? Han side of the sales rights to give also give. East Hu and then give. Do you know how much less small money it means to earn money? Fu Su spread both hands, then what else? There are indeed risks, price increases and whatnot. That's normal, right? Kong Xing sad face, that's a bit too much to add. This way, you go tell that you Tom's outlet. If he can't do this order, then I'll go to Ba Qing. After the completion of the matter, the Donghu region of cattle, sheep and horses sales business rights to her. I think with Ba Qing's ability, it should have a lot of impact on Wu's Tom's outlet business, right? If he loses money then, or is unlucky enough to go bankrupt, don't blame me for not warning him. Who are you? How dare you ask for so much money from Mr. Zhang? Drinking like this over a few dishes? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you promised to give him the right to run the cattle, sheep and horses in the Xiongnu region? Ba Cheng? Fu Su eyes light up. Ba Cheng has always been with Wu's Tom Shoes outlet not deal with. The two regard each other as their biggest obstacle in business, just because of the different business areas involved. Different places to make a home. Business trading involves different things. Has not been too much conflict. But if they really gave Ba Cheng the right to operate and sell cattle, sheep and horses in the Donghu region, then, it would be wonderful. Not to mention the fact that Donghu borders the Xiongnu region. Let's talk about this Wu's Tom's outlet. He made his fortune with cattle, sheep and horses. As for Ba Cheng, if you do not know how to operate cattle, sheep and horses, this is not something to worry about, as the boss does not understand. Hire a few people who understand. Not on the line? Good. Then I'm going to send a message to the Yu Tom's outlet. I believe he will make a wise choice, Fu Su said, turning around and about to leave. Kong Xing was anxious. Hey, what about me? I haven't gone out yet. I think he's got a pardon to give. Masa? What? I can't believe I didn't? Then what about the honor for the crime? I've also contributed to the war on the Xiongnu side today. I've been meritorious. What? You didn't do the math for me either? Geez, that old man. You'll lose me if you act like this. Believe it or not, I will never come to Daqin again. Fu Su didn't take this to heart, and only thought Kong Xing was playing with his temper. But when he arrived the next day with Ing Zhang's pardon decree, he was told by Deng Cheng, Kong Xing's cellmate, that he had already left. Then, Fu Su did not see Kong Xing return for many days in a row. Ing Zhang, this bastard won't really come back, will he? Cao, what? He's not coming back? This can't be right. If Kong Xing doesn't come back, then how is Cao going to find Emperor Wu? Jia Duan stroked his chin. This is simple. Live longer and stay alive until Emperor Wu is born. That's it. Cao. So, you came to us to sue the first emperor? At the dinner table, Zhu Yuanzhang looked a little tangled. Kong Xing, it's not that we don't want to help you. It's really that we really can't help you. You say, this old arm and leg. We can't go to the first emperor to fight over this. Can we? In that case, go find Zay. He's having a few free days and will surely be happy to help you. What? Beat who? Shu disbelievingly pulled out his ears, double-checking that he hadn't heard wrong. What's wrong with old arms and legs? Don't listen to my father. He was on the battlefield last month, to fight with the first emperor. I'm not qualified either. In this case, you stay in Daming first, find a place to play, and I'll help you think about whether there's anyone who is capable of overpowering the first emperor. And Shu thought about it for half a month. He called on Zhu Biao, and the two froze and turned over the history books without finding a suitable candidate. Shu, how about calling your parents? Shu Bei, you mean looking for Ing Ji? It's not a good idea. Don't forget that his Wuan Junbai Qi was kidnapped by Kong Xing in the middle of the night. It's not certain if this will help. As for Ing Zichu, it's even worse. The first emperor was so miserable in his infancy, and this man is at least half responsible. Shu, it's not good to call the parents. Then, what about the emperor? Shu Biao, I'm afraid it won't work. The first emperor claimed that he was more virtuous than the 3 emperors and more meritorious than the 5 emperors. Besides, what human emperor would have the leisure to meddle in such a matter? Kong Xing thought for a moment. Maybe you can really find one. Jubilee, who? Virtue over the 3 emperors, merit over the 5? Just you? Ha, what a mouthful. Ha, since your political achievements are so outstanding, then, I am curious on the contrary. Why did your great Qin die in the Second World? Ah, could it be that, like Lone, it was also self-destructive? Ing Zheng raised his eyes and glanced at the visitor, not caring too much. So Kong Xing has already told you how you died? De Xin, on the side, Cao Cao, who happened to be there as well, had a great interest in this. Speaking of which, how exactly did you die? Cao checked the history books, and surprisingly there are very different accounts. Some say that you were shot to death by King Wu of Zhou, and some say that you died by self-immolation. How did you die? You can't be high on drugs and die, right? De Xin, Ing Zheng sad face, you can shut up if you can't talk. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Li Yuan's Great Tang had a promising future until one day, a big liar who claimed to be a time and space merchant came to his. 2. As we all know, Li Bai was so addicted to wine that he could not wait for 3 days to drink and 7 days to get drunk. Du Fu had advised Li Bai to drink many times, but Li Bai did not listen, until one day, a certain tavern issued a ban on Li Bai, and the tavern's chain of stores expanded at a horrific rate. In just a few years, Li Bai could no longer buy wine from any of the taverns. The days when he could not drink wine made Li Bai very sad, until one day, he was surprised to find that Du Fu could make wine, although it is not good to drink. Chapter 136, Omega intersection. Cao Cao immediately stated that he would never say anything more. Ing Zheng's expression slowed down, and he raised his eyes to look at Dxin. Let's not talk about death or not. You and I are only half a catty. Let's talk about political achievements. I admit that virtue over the 3 emperors and merit over the 5 emperors may indeed be an exaggeration in the mix, but my merit is definitely going to overshadow yours. Do not believe that you casually find a later generation to ask, talk about my achievements. What is the first thing they think of? Talk about you. Think of what? Emperor Xian's face sank slightly as his eyes fell on Cao Cao, signaling him to answer the question. Of the people present, Fu Su is on Ing Zheng's side and cannot be trusted, but Cao Cao, a third party, has more credibility. Cao Cao hesitated. Really? Do you really want Cao to answer that question? I'll answer then, and don't beat me up if I get it wrong. After receiving an affirmative reply from the two, Cao Cao was quite relieved. Much more daring. 2. Open your mouth and say stone cold. If you ask me what comes to mind when I talk about Emperor Xian's ancestor, it would be the human and the fox. In the words of the first emperor, it is the severance of a son and the extinction of a grandson. After all, that Hu Hai in the back he was slaughtered. Di Xin, what do you mean? You're in love with a fox? The veins on Ing Zheng's forehead popped, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Subconsciously, he was about to grab his sword and give Cao Cao a chance to see some blood, but he thought that he had agreed that he wouldn't beat up Cao Cao, and that he had always kept his word. So, Fu Su, go reason with Cao Cao. Fu Su's eyes brightened slightly as he answered, and with a flick of his sleeve, Black Brick was in his hand, gripping Cao Cao's hair and dragging him out the door. It wasn't long before Cao Cao's screams of misery as well as a concerned and warm greeting rang out from the door. It was just that Dxin always felt something strange when he listened to the miserable screams coming from Cao Cao. Strange? Why does Lone always feel that this scream is not quite right? It feels a bit fake? Ing Zheng didn't go into the details of whether the screams were real or not, but instead gave an answer to the previous question. According to the history books, normal people, mentioning to me, the first thing that comes to mind is that I have the same book, the same car, the same track, the unification of weights and measures, the northern attack on the Xiongnu, the southern town of Baiyue. This is my achievements. But what about you? Emperor Xin, how many future generations do you think will know of your accomplishments? Again, there is being hacked, but I at least have merits passed on. Instead of the world only knowing about burning books and pitting scholars, and only knowing that I was swindled by Su Fu in pursuit of longevity. But you are different, De Xin. You've been passed down. Full of blackmail. The world only recognizes the brutality of King Zhou of Shang. But how many still recognize the name of your human emperor? Emperor Xin listened quietly, not changing his expression too much, having learned of his miserable end from Kong Xing long after he had met with him. What you said, I have nothing to say. Right and wrong. Own posterity to comment. So what if I'm really wrong? I can know I'm wrong, but I'll never admit it. Besides, black and red is also red. Instead, I sometimes hope that I will be black all the time, because then it also represents that the nation is not broken. The inheritance is not broken. The culture is not broken. Yingzheng leaned on his chin. Well, how can you be so open-minded? You have a good heart. But have you ever thought of another situation? That is, this black pot of yours is already known not only by the people of this nation, but also by many other people? And the nature of your pot is already a bit off. Think about it. What did Cao Cao just say? A human fox in love? I've also heard Kong Xing say that at his time there was a more famous one called what was called the feudal god. Evolution. Emperor Xian's expression finally appeared to fluctuate significantly. Don't people who rumorize about orphans have a guilty conscience? Yingzheng, rumors are rumors that spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, with a little bit of subjectivity in the middle, so it's easy for them to spread over time and turn into something else. Not to mention 3,000 years? It's possible for that long of a period of time for any number of outrageous versions to emerge. I am now curious if there will be a new version being developed later. De Xin wasn't in a very good mood right now. Come to help Kong Xing to seek justice. Not yet open to discuss, not to mention. Just arrived here was all kinds of damage. You still have your genealogy, don't you? Emperor Xin suddenly asked. Yingzheng, what are you doing? That's just it. If Lone asks you for it, odds are you won't give it, and you might even just make up a fake one. Anyway, Lone's reputation is already like this. Hey, what do you think would happen if I were to take all of the great merchant's subjects as righteous sons? Allow Lone to do the math. And if that happens, what will you call Lone? Yingzheng, recognize all of your people as righteous sons? You needn't have disgusted me so much. Although it doesn't matter whether he is a righteous son or not, it doesn't change the fact that Yingzheng has to call Dixin ancestor. But in his heart, he just feels bad. This point is the same as Lu Che's mood when he learned through Kong Xing's devil stamp that Yingzheng was ready to get stuck in the spacetime bug and recognize himself as his grandson. In the Zhangtai Palace, Yingzheng and Xin were still negotiating, while outside, Fu Su was showing off his watermelon and was nagging Kong Xing. Next to it, the automatic screaming machine, Chow Chow. Its pulling at his throat was a dry howl. Alright, almost stop howling. It's fake to howl for too long. Come on, take this artificial plasma. Go in and act realistically in a while. Try to make yourself look miserable. Kong Xing commented as he took out various cosmetics and then transformed Chow Chow's makeup, making it look more like it was taught a lesson only by Fuso. 10 taels of gold for a free fight. This money spent is really worth it? Chow Chow gritted his teeth. He'd just been gripped by Fu Su from the Zhangtai Palace when Kong Xing had settled for this hit-free service. It says that if you are held accountable by Yingzheng afterwards, you can get a refund. Who wants a beating when there's no beating? Especially when someone doesn't speak of martial virtues and calls all of his dozen or so brethren to join in the fun. Chow Chow's sad face. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. Without Li Shimen by his side, Li Yuan immensely missed the days when Li Shimen was still around. For this reason, he even went so far as to spend a lot of money to get on the thieving ship of the Time Trader again. And all it got was a laundry list of hiring price tags. The name of Bai Qi is at the top of the list. Li Shimen is likewise on the list. The price tag is not low. Then later, an unwritten rule emerged in Li Yuan's Great Tang. Traders and dogs are not allowed in the palace. Chapter 137 Adulterer's Displeasure. Moon's Demise. Chow Chow was in the middle of his makeup when the door to the nearby Zhangtai Palace suddenly opened, and Xin stepped out of it. Ha! No wonder. I said, this scream is strange fake. So it is so. Emperor Xin understood exactly what was going on with just one look at Chow Chow and took a step this way. Chow Chow, ancestor Xin, you promised that you wouldn't beat up Chow. The one who promised you is Xin. What's it got to do with Lone Shang Zhou King? No, you can't do that. You're not being martial. Chow Chow ultimately did not escape being forcibly dragged into reasoning. Fu Su ate the watermelon and pondered over what Xin had just said, that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Xin had said made sense. Learned. Indeed, father is right. Ah, 3 people, There must be my teacher. Honestly, not to deceive me. Kong Xing? Why does that sound a little weird? Over here, after violently beating up Cao Cao, DXIN finally remembered what he had come to Great Qin for on this trip, but I have to say, this scene, it's really hard to find. He even said that he would secretly train a group of people for generations to come just to beat up Ing Zhang, but Ing Zhang was not afraid at all, and even said indistinctly, "So, I was so miserable when I was young." There is still your reason in it? Thinking about it, since the former can't threaten, let's get a more specialized descendant. I heard from Kong Xing that there's a special occupation in the latter days called something like the Goldfinger. Cao Cao, do you know what that is? Cao Cao shook his head frantically. Emperor Xin, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Lone rewarded you with a particularly important task. It's something that only you can accomplish. What? Mission? Cao Cao had a vague bad feeling. I want you to find a way to raise the mausoleum of the first emperor to Lone. Don't worry, not let you now Yang. You are not the people of the afterlife. Do this thing for you should not be difficult and dangerous, right? Cao Cao's face went white. The watermelon in Fu Su's hand dropped to the ground without holding it. His mouth opened wide as he looked at DXIN in shock. Kong Xing looked down at the piece of watermelon that was only half eaten by Fu Su, felt that it was a pity to just fall on the ground, picked up and blew the soil, pretending that nothing happened, and stuffed it back into Fu Su's hand. Fu Su, who felt a sudden extra object in his hand, subconsciously looked down. Kong Xing, what are you looking at? This is the watermelon you just ate half of. Did you forget? What's that? There's dirt? You turn that side around, turn it around. Then you won't see it. Fuso. 2 seconds of silence. Raising his head, his gaze picked its way through the crowd of brothers who were also stunned by Emperor Xion's shocking words, grasping for a suitable target, shoving the watermelon in his hand. Here, Shogun, have a watermelon. This melon, just picked from the Imperial Vegetable Garden. Fresh as can be. Shui Lu, I'm afraid it's not just melons. This soil is also fresh now. Shui Lu took the watermelon, didn't eat it, and turned to start looking for the next receiver. Ing Gao, eat the melon or not? Your elder brother gave it to you, saying that if you don't eat it you are not giving him face. Ing Gao glanced at the watermelon in Shilu's hand, then turned his head back to continue listening to the content of the heavy-duty assignment that DXIN had assigned to Cao Cao. Compared to eating melons, the melons over here are a bit more attractive. Ha! Shogun froze for a moment, and that didn't work well? After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, "And lo? Why do I remember Kong Xing saying before that originally in history? There was a man who asked for a martyrdom burial at Mount Li to protect his family's oldest and youngest?" Ing Gao sad face. You can just give me my name. Ing Gao was so furious that he grabbed the watermelon and disliked Jilu's mouth. Cao Cao is still trying to shrug it off. Yangshi Huang's tomb and all, it's just too much to handle. If it's so good, why haven't we heard anyone say they've succeeded in raising it after all these years? Emperor Xin, you really don't want to do it? The first emperor's burial goods should be quite a lot. Enough for you to get rich, right? Cao Cao's forehead was sweating profusely. I don't know if I can get rich, but I can definitely grab an expedited ticket to reincarnation. Emperor Xin sighed slightly. Kong Xing, as you can see, Lone really tried his best. If there's nothing else, send Lone back. I've got a whole lot of business to take care of over there and I can't be gone too long. Kong Xing understands this, but the heart was more or less not too happy. Out of this. A few days later, Huo Zaiwei, who was far away at the Great Wall in the north, received a secret letter sent by Kong Xing to the Golden Eagle. It was a brochure against attacking the Dewezi, who bordered the Huns to the west. It was just unfortunate that when the Golden Eagle sent the letter, Meng Tian was there. Because of the previous brocade bag of wisdom and the fight against the Huns in front, Huo Zaiwei did not pay too much attention to it, and did not read it in advance, and directly took it out and shared it with Meng Tian. The two opened the letter and were confused in unison. Huo Daisy, what the hell? The first emperor disappeared on the side of the Great Lunar Clan while on a hunting trip? Meng Tian, this news couldn't be more false. His Majesty has always disliked hunting, and it's even more unlikely that he would travel that far to do so. But since such a letter can be brought by the Golden Eagle, I think it must have been tacitly authorized by His Majesty. Just do as the letter says. I'm worried that I don't have a valid reason to fight over there. A sudden disaster befell the Great Lunar Clan. Until they were almost finished with the calf, the ground had been plowed 3 times, and they had not found the missing person that Dechin's side wanted to find. Sometime later, Ing Zhang, who had received the news of the Great Lunar Clan's demise, was filled with confusion. Didn't I only ask you to attack Xiongnu in the north? At the most, I will only fight the Eastern Hu again. When did I let you fight the Great Lunar Clan? What? Could it be that they're just being ungrateful and messing with you guys? Monty? Hua Zhaodong. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Li Bai has always been extremely generous in treating his guests to wine, which can be seen in his poetic masterpiece Will Enter the Wine. Only, Sun Fu Zi and Dan Xiaoshen, who were the parties involved, held a different opinion. Both of them said that Li Bai was also extremely good at persuading people to drink. The speed of settling the bill was even better, because the money for the wine is to take the two of them to go to the banquet riding horse, wearing clothes. Against 2. Kong Xing traveled from time to time through the major time zones of the Yuan dynasty to make takeout deliveries. One day, Zhenlong learned from Kong Xing a news that made him sad. He composed more than 40,000 poems in his life, and not a single one of them even required hard memorization. Exasperated, he wrote a song on the spot for Kong Xing to comment on what exactly went wrong. The resourceful Kong Xing immediately threw this historic dilemma to the social terrorist Su to solve. Su Shi was a warm-hearted person and said that Li Bai was the first-class person in poetry. Li Bai looked at Shenlong's poem and scratched his ears in silence for half a day, and finally pointed the way to Chu Yuan, stating that this was the ancestor. Chu Yuan eventually declined this review by throwing himself into the river again. Chapter 138, The Cold War from a Pro-Guardian Perspective. Ugh, it's, again. Forgive me, I'm not usually like this, but overtime is really annoying for a dedicated Dachshund hitman, especially with the job I have on my hands. Money is hard to earn and food is hard to eat. God knows why I'm still going strong. What's this? A river. A jump. What's this? Wall. Hit it. What's this? Rope. Hang. What's this? Co-worker. Kick it. Okay. Madness over. Get ready to work. I was originally a small guard outside the Palace of Qin, but by chance I was recommended and promoted by Jun Wuan to be a member of His Majesty's personal guards, the Emperor's own guards. This kind of honor, that's a blessing that can't be repaired even if your ancestors' graves are blown up 800 times. Being promoted was originally a happy thing. Gradually, I realized that my daily work was no longer limited to personal guards, but also included a job equivalent to that of a messenger soldier. Who's the message for? It all depends on who His Majesty wants me to send a message to. And in these recent days, I have realized with trepidation that His Majesty seems to be in a cold war with someone, and that someone is Lord Marquis Outsider, who once suggested that His Majesty should pay one person to do more than one job. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. How do I get by, you ask? I skimmed, missed, borrowed, grieved, loved, endured, slipped, swooned, stayed up, slept, I shut down, got over it, laughed it off, brushed it off, missed it in person. I adults do not remember the small man. Rain dusk grass lakeside over. The sun long hedge no one over. The flight of the yellow crane is not yet allowed to pass. The sinking boat side of 1,000 sails over. You ask me if I dare show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in front of these two? Oh, secretly tell you before I did not seriously pass the message, is I have seen the death of the second most miserable people. The first miserable is back to say that the foreign businessman Ho obsessed with catnip was found. Aga you don't know I heard that the foreign businessman Ho sold that person into the rabbit house to receive customers that night. The screams sounded for most of the night before stopping. I'm not going to this stupid class, but the thing is, it's not okay not to be on it. These past few days, I've known too many hidden secrets. There's simply no point of retreat anymore, and the only ones who can keep secrets are the dead. Passing the word is passing the word. I'm just a heartless passing machine. But, Marquis of Foreign Trade, I'm not saying, yes, I wouldn't dare to say, you really don't care about our life and death. The word is spreading a little bit poorly, just a little bit poorly. Why do you mention it in front of His Majesty? I know that your starting point is to laugh at him, but don't start yet. Do you know that although His Majesty is in charge of everything every day, he remembers clearly what he has to say every time he wants to pass it on? If you say that casually, our skins will be tight for another half a month. Alas, I wonder how the foreigner Marquis is doing. Since the beginning of autumn, the Imperial Vegetable Garden has been full of fruits and flavors. The birthday of Xin Fu Su is approaching, so if you love to come or not, feel free to wait. I leaned over the window, 3 parts indifference, 2 parts callousness and then 5 parts business, and conveyed His Majesty's words word for word. To be honest, even though any random person I know around the foreigner Ho can torture me to the point of not recognizing my mother, I'm not too scared. After all, from the time I was promoted to be one of His Majesty's personal guards, the countdown to my life has begun. And this boat, I can't get off it anymore, and I found myself beginning to like the feeling. This passing of the word is much a beautiful death. There is a kind of supporting role to realize the value of life's pleasure. I suspect that I am going to be feathered and ascend to immortality. What's that saying? Yes. I forgot the first few lines. They don't have much to do with me, but this one matches me when the matter is over. Brush off your clothes, and hide your body in name deeply. This is still something I happened to hear from the Crown Prince when he was teaching Mr. Fusu. When Zuzu, I love it. After passing on the message and leaving the invitation, I borrowed my nightclothes and blended into the night, returning to my enlightened and kind-hearted sire. Back, came just in time. I just remembered. Not Fusu's birthday is coming up. It's will be Lu's. Retransmission. Yes. And so it was that I reappeared at the window of the foreigner husband's house to deliver the message once again. While it's not a good idea to have you keep delivering messages like this at night, what I'm trying to say is, send a message to brother Zhang, saying, is he going through menopause? It's clearly Yinggao's birthday that's coming up soon, and the Shuanglu's won't be until next month. What? Or is he planning to skip Yinggao's birthday and just celebrate Shuanglu's birthday? Is he that biased? How can I pass that on? Which one of our predecessors said that the gods fight to annoy people without suffering? Come on, you go, you pass the word. You point your nose at His Majesty and tell him he's going through menopause, that he's biased. Double standards. What did I do in my last life? People have to die. Sooner or later. This class. I quit. Back to your Majesty. The foreigner marquis said that the birth banquets of the princes are a great expense, and that any day of celebration is not a celebration, so it would be better to have them all concentrated in one day, and the money saved can still be used for more needy areas. Therefore, the Marquis of Foreign Commerce proposes that the 29th day of February each year be used as a collective birthday feast for the males. Ying Zhang's deep eyes landed on the somewhat intelligent personal guard in front of him. Good. Then it will be up to you to deliver the news to the males. Yes. The messenger's personal guards quickly left. Ying Zhang retracted his gaze. Although at first glance it sounded very much like a damaging idea that Kong Xing would come up with, it only had its shape, not its soul. Had he been himself, he would have added, invest the money you save in him. What? Kung Pipey wants us to have a birthday only once every 4 years from now on? If the expenses for the Duke's birthday are any bigger than Father's, why doesn't he count Father as well? All the Dukes complained, but only Fusu was extremely calm. Taking out a small notebook, he said, Zhou Yang, right? This is the 97th time you've made a fool of yourself. I know, it's not a good job to deliver the message, but you only have 3 more chances to postpone your death. So make the most of them. Shogun, what do you mean? Wasn't this a proposal from Kung Papa? Fusu, want to know? Simple. Just go help Zhou Yang cover his shift for a day and you'll know. Shuanglu really went for it. Zhou Yang was so moved by this that he called Shuanglu a great benefactor. But alas, Shogun only lasted 2 hours. There's an extra note in your hand. This Kung Pik Pai. Where's Deng Cheng? He's still in jail, isn't he? I have to get him out even if I have to. Drug it. It must be drugged. Shuanglu angrily slammed the door and walked out. Halfway there, seemed to remember something important, turned back and shouted at the crowd. Kong Papa said that although most of them celebrated their birthdays according to the solar calendar at that time, there were also those who still followed the lunar calendar. Not him, he passes both. And the day after tomorrow is his birthday in the lunar calendar. Goddamn meow both pass. Fusu, who was previously the calmest among the crowd, was extremely grumpy at the moment. It's just that both pass. And both pass all the way through. Shogun, he said, there's a kind, called early passing. Fuso? Chapter 139, are you very sick? This short Cold War eventually ended with a new IOU in the hands of all the princes of Great Qin. Kong Xing has also started a new handout. Ding! You've taken a new order, please deliver it promptly. Mission details. Today's food, guess who of ginger fried potato shreds. To Fan Zhongyan. Kong Xing took out the takeout that was to be given to Fan Zhongyan before he started delivering the order, put it in front of his eyes, and scrutinized it for a long time. Why don't they say ginger is the master of all disguises? Kong Xing that does not have to see which one is ginger and which one is shredded potatoes to distinguish between the two. I'm afraid the only way to know is to taste it yourself. But don't rule out the extreme case of no potatoes at all. Fan Zhongyan. It's not easy to memorize this man's The Book of Yeyang Tower. After seeing the name of the person prompted on the order, Kong Xing's first reaction was to recall the torturous experience of reading early in the morning during his past school days, worrying about the world before the world, and rejoicing after the world. This person has to pay a visit. Kong Xing said, reloaded today's portion of food into the takeout box, thought about it, and did not bring Fusu along, but greeted the Golden Eagle to go with him. First month of the year 1052. This year's Fan Zhongyan was already 64 years old, the official minister of the Ministry of Revenue. At this time, he was on his way to Yingzhou to take office. Kong Xing, who had a Golden Eagle as an aerial reconnaissance, easily would have found the carriage Fan Zhongyan was traveling in, and waited ahead of time on the road he was bound to take. Phew! After the carriage driver, who was grasping all the time to hurry, saw Kong Xing, who was standing still on the road in front of him and did not have the slightest intention of giving way. He urgently tugged the reins tightly, and the carriage gradually came to a halt. Who's up ahead? State your name. Late generation Kong Xing. There is something I need to see, old Mr. Fan Zhongyan. Hearing this, the horseman sighed in relief. It was quite scary for such a person to suddenly appear in this wild mountainous area. Fortunately, he was not a robber. He turned back and said to the man in the carriage, Master, there is a man outside who says he wants to see you. Is there anyone else here who would want to see me? A puzzled voice came from the carriage. Then, a white-haired, wrinkled old man pulled back the curtain. You are? Fan asked. Fan Zhongyan thought about it. He should not have seen this young man in front of him, but perhaps he is too old to remember? But then again, he felt that it shouldn't be a matter of not remembering. Kong Xing's dress is a bit peculiar. This kind of dress, one should be very impressed if one has seen this person. After all, one is still the first time to see someone's shoes will be the appearance of a toad. Kong Xing gave a serious salute. My junior, Kong Xing, comes from more than 900 years after the afterlife. I have come today to follow the decree of His Majesty the First Emperor to go to the 10,000 dynasties and make good karma. Fan Zhongyan? 900 years after the latter? The First Emperor's will? What the hell is this? Fan Zhongyan looked like he had heard a big joke and could not help but laugh, and then his face was very grave. He looked to the horseman and said, Give this young man some money and let him get well. Marv, yes. Kong Xing. Strange. Their own various time and space to send a single also had many times. Obviously there is no one as like this ancestor at the beginning to give meat gift. Get meat gift of their own should be very happy only right. But why this heart but how can not be happy it? Off to the side. In the woods. The golden eagle, who had hidden most of his body behind a tree to sneak in some melon, let out a merciless scoff. Kong Xing's face darkened as he twisted his head and glared at the golden eagle, who laughed even louder. Fan Zhongyan's slightly cloudy eyes were also attracted by the golden eagle's unbridled voice, exclaiming, What a big bird! But you raised it? Kong Xing subconsciously nodded. Fan Zhongyan, that's no wonder. As the saying goes, near Zhu is red, near ink is black. You spend time with such a bird from time to time. It's no wonder you've become what you are now. Kong Xing was still a bit confused, wondering if there was something else in Fan Zhongyan's words, when he heard Fan Zhongyan urging the horseman to hurry up and get the money for himself. Hey, take more. Do not see that this young boy is already very sick at a young age. Take more, so that he can also find a better bone setter to give him a look. Fan Zhongyan sighed long and hard, his words full of concern for Kong Xing, as well as feeling sorry for his misplaced nerves. What a nice kid. So young, how come he has a bad brain? It's not a good cure for this bad brain. While Fan Zhongyan sighed and lamented, he also understood why Kong Xing was dressed so strangely and why his shoes were in the shape of a toad. Kong Xing, all that the latecomer said is true. If you don't believe me, this is the token given to me by the first emperor, Kong Xing said, pulling out his gold medal, which symbolized the foreign merchant marquis of Great Qin, and showing it to Fan Zhongyan. Whoever expected it? Fan Zhongyan looked at Kong Xing with even more regret. It seems really sick. Let's not talk about whether or not there's a foreign merchant husband in Great Qin, but let's talk about this token. How could the first emperor give you a token like this when he's been dead for so many years? How could he give it to you? Is it possible that he gave it to you in a dream? Kong Xing was silent again. After thinking about it, he simply gave up struggling, took the money brought by the horseman. Nodding his head, he followed Fan Zhongyan's words. You are truly divine. How do you know that this is His Majesty the First Emperor he dreamed to me? Fan. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. One day Kong Xing met Wang Luan on his way to hand out orders. Wang Luan, after learning that he was on fire in the latter part of the world, looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally, stating that the money he had thrown out had really not been spent in vain. 2. The alternation of spring and summer period of temperature changes. Wind and cold. Emperor Lu Che always sneezes because of the wind chill at this time and always snorts coldly. It must be that damn Xiangnu cursing me again. Where is Wei Qing? I want to order troops. Order troops. 3. On weekdays, Kong Xing keeps "my life is up to me" on his lips, but behind his back, he has many times used the excuse of sending orders on business trips to meet strange people in various times and places. One of them, Yuan Gong, was the one he harangued the most. It is also the only person in Daming who has announced to the public that he has blacklisted Kong Xing. For every time Kong Xing uses double stamp to find Zhu Yuanzhang in his spare time to chat with him, Zhu Yuanzhang's first reply will always be that he cares whether Kong Xing has eaten on time today. He knew all too well what it was like to go hungry. It wasn't pleasant. Chapter 140, Ginger is still hot. Fan Zhongyan felt that he had never had a day when his heart was as tired as it was today. From time to time, he had compassion for the world, which caused him to be concerned about Kong Xing's condition. This concern was not based on whether Kong Xing was a citizen of the Great Song dynasty or not, but only on the fact that Kong Xing was a member of the same clan. However, now is such it in the eyes of Fan Zhongyan brain-sick not like guy. 3 words, will once again the right to talk to regain control, and give full play to their own brain-sick advantage, successfully obtained Fan Zhongyan's consent, with its ride in the carriage. Little friend, where you're going, and where I'm going, it's on different paths too. On the traveling carriage, Fan Zhongyan once again spoke out and reminded Kong Xing that he and he did not have the same destination, nor did they travel on the same route. Kong Xing, by the way, how could it not be on the way? It's just down the road. Fan, well, if you say it's on the way, it's on the way. Just what is it that you are planning to do on the moon? Kong Xing said casually as a matter of course, naturally, I'm going to make spicy rabbit head. Jade Rabbit brand spicy rabbit head. I think it must be very delicious. The corners of Fan Zhongyan's mouth twitched slightly, constantly admonishing himself that the one in front of him was a sick in the head, a very sick child, and it would be reasonable for him to say something even more outrageous. It's just Jade Rabbit brand spicy rabbit head. It's nothing. Fan Zhongyan quickly adjusted his mind, thought for a moment, and continued along with Kong Xing's words. You want to make the Jade Rabbit into a spicy rabbit head? Aren't you afraid that Chanyo will find you in trouble? Fear not. I have Boss Chow. Who is Boss Chow? Just Chow Chow. Don't you know him? Chow Chow. Ah, I've heard of him, but his words can deal with Chang'e? What if that Chang'e calls Hui? Then find a way to catch more rabbits to pay for it. You are eating a jade rabbit take a normal rabbit to compensate for the gift that can be the same? Could you prove that they are not the same? Fan was silent again. He was stumped by the question. Kong Xing, on the other hand, threw out a new question. Say, Jade Rabbit, this moon is so big, it can't be just one, right? If there are many of them, then I shouldn't be blamed for eating a few of them, right? Rabbits are so capable of reproducing. I think the same goes for Tamagotchis, right? Fan Zhongyan, let's not talk about this. Good. Kong Xing nodded her head obediently before throwing out a new topic. Do you know the Book of Yeyang Tower? Fan Zhongyan was stunned for a moment, re-examined Kong Xing, and shook his head decisively. I don't know. The smile that had been spreading on Kong Xing's face froze. Fan Zhongyan took in the change in Kong Xing's expression and was happy. Well, I won't tease you. This is an essay I wrote some years ago, and you even know about it? Ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. There's a line in there that's been loved by a lot of people in later times. First the world worries, then the world rejoices. Fan Zhongyan nodded his head slightly, although he still didn't believe that Kong Xing had really come from more than 900 years in the future. But to be able to say the sentences of an article he had written, he should also have had some knowledge of his own article, or even recited it. Kong Xing, your article is really well written. That is, Kong Xing said here, paused for a moment, from his pocket to touch out a pen and paper, the family way to fall. I read your article earlier when the excerpts of the manuscript accidentally lost, and now for the content of the article is not too clear. Since you are the author of this article, can I trouble you to dictate? And I would like to record again, to make up for the loss of excerpts of the manuscripts of the regrets. P.S. Families decline school graduation. Loss of excerpt school textbooks sold for rags and recycled for money. I don't remember much. False. Fan Zhongyan was delighted that Kong Xing had indeed read his essay, but the smile lasted only an instant before it narrowed to an apology. I'm sorry, little friend. Although I did write that article, if you ask me about the general content I do remember some of it, but if you ask me about the details, I really can't remember much. I'm very busy. Who has nothing better to do than to memorize the details of articles they've written? It's not like it's a science fair that you have to memorize. Kong Xing silently put away his pen and paper and sighed silently. Fan was right on the money with this last statement. The only difference is that instead of a science exam, it's an exam session. That's fine. Since you don't remember the details, forget it. Just like poets don't remember all the poems they've written. Fan Zhongyan shook his head, indicating that Kong Xing was wrong. The ones that only wrote one song in their lives, they definitely remember. The two followed up by talking about some other things in the carriage. With every new topic, Kong Xing always plays the role of a patient with a bad brain to provoke Fan Zhongyan's nerves again and again. It's almost time for dinner. I brought my own food. Why don't you join us? Kong Xing said as he took the portion of shredded potato stir-fried with ginger from his takeout delivery box and placed it in front of Fan Zhongyan. Seeing Fan Zhongyan just looking at the dishes without moving, Kong Xing slapped his head. Ega, look at my brain. You don't have any utensils, do you? It doesn't matter. I have disposable gloves here. We can just roll it and eat it. The words were closed, and the corresponding item was immediately removed from the system space from the emergency contingency items. Worried that Fan Zhongyan would not be able to use disposable gloves, Kong Xing thoughtfully helped roll a cake and handed it to Fan Zhongyan's mouth, signaling him to just bite it. Fan glanced down at the burrito at his mouth, and after a moment of silence, he finally talked himself into cooperating and taking a bite. And it's this bite that Fan Zhongyan will remember for the rest of his life. More than that, I completely memorized Kong Xing. Did you make this dish? Too sweet. Kong Xing? Sweet? That's not right, is it? How can shredded potatoes sautéed with ginger be sweet? Confused, Kong Xing rolled himself a small portion as well and took a tentative bite. It's a trap. Fan Zhongyan laughed loudly. Young Weifa, now know what is called ginger or old hot, right? Kong Xing's sad face. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. It is often said that those who are close to Zhu are red and those who are close to ink are black. Kong Xing's golden eagle is no exception. The carving follows its owner. The golden eagle's greatest wish is to be able to one day sell its owner for a good price and get a luxurious birdhouse. In order to fulfill this wish, the golden eagle appeared in front of Ying Zhang many times to get acquainted with him. He even worked for Fu Su in private many times. Finally, the Kung Fu eagle has gotten its wish. A chance deal was struck with Lu Jin of the Great Ming. Unfortunately, on the night the deal was made, Lu Jin was copied out of his house. Strangely enough, not a single penny was copied out. After torturing Lu Jin for 3 days and 3 nights, he failed to ask where the money was. This incident eventually became one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 141, Wizards. But, po-ha-ha-ha-ha. Inside a palace that was divided into properties belonging to Kong Xing, the sound of Fusu's unrestrained laughter resounded. Ginger fried shredded potatoes. Is it good? This is Su Shiel's greatest concern. Ying Zhang stared at Kong Xing in dismay for a long time. You actually sneaked back the money that Fan Zhongyan gave you in the beginning? You didn't leave any of it behind? Kong Xing, if I took it, wouldn't that be saying I'm sick in the head? It's not like I'm sick. As soon as the words fell, all the people on the sidelines were in pain, blaming themselves for not being like Fan Zhongyan, or else, they would not be in debt. He sampled us too late, but it's the first one that could make Kong Xing put the money back. Intertemporal. Fan Zhongyan, who was on his way to his place of appointment, was lightly counting the remaining money he had on his plate. The road to Yingzhou to go to the appointment is really far away. With the inventory was not much, and earlier gave some to Kong Xing. I am afraid that. What's wrong with this number of coils? What's the matter, my lord? The horseman driving the car responded promptly when he heard Fan Zhongyan's voice. Nothing. Fan Zhongyan looked at not only did not reduce, but also more of a gold bar slightly shaking his head, and underneath that gold bar was a note. Superscript, can eat. Indeed. A poor baby with a brain problem. How can you talk about being able to eat a gold bar when you can't even bite it? Saying that, he subconsciously reached out and tried to put the gold bar away, preparing to return it to Kong Xing next time if he was destined to meet again. This is too expensive. But after picking up the gold bar, Fan Zhongyan realized that something was wrong. The weight is off. It's too light. The feel of the hand is not right either. Under the heart of doubt, the gold bar will pick up, put in front of the eyes to look carefully, and this look found the clues. The golden layer on the outside seems to be removable. Fan Zhongyan immediately moved to uncover a corner of the golden layer on the outside, revealing what was really inside. It was a piece of chocolate that you can eat. Since the opening of the Great Qin Academy, countless students have stepped into the academies around the world, either at the suggestion of friends and relatives or at the strong request of local officials. The Xianyang City, the largest school palace in all of Great Qin, has attracted students from all over Great Qin. Fish and dragons are mixed, and there are all kinds of people. Among them, there is no lack of wizards. For example, a certain Jiang Bing who stole all the students from the entire school after a month of enrollment. Then there was a certain Xian Fei who had a lively mind and had madly amassed tens of thousands of dollars in just a few months. Wait a minute. Don't worry about it. Say it again. What did you have stolen by that Jiang Bing? Homework? In an office that belonged solely to Xiao He in the office building of the Academy Palace. Xiao He looked with a scrutinizing gaze at the scholar who had come to him to complain. Ever since a large number of students gave feedback that something had been stolen, Xiao He launched an investigation, and ultimately lived up to his reputation by apprehending Jiang Bing. What he is doing now is tallying up the details of the stolen property. These people rely on the fact that Jiang Bing has already trafficked the stolen goods and discarded them, and there is no evidence of the goods. That is to come to report anything. Are you sure that it was Ginger Ice who stole your homework and not you who didn't write it? I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiang Bing. Xiao He was silent for a moment, turning his head to look at Jiang Bing who was crouching there in the corner with his head in his hands. Is what he said true? True. Ginger Bing nodded her head. Shaw was silent again. That's the problem. No matter how outrageous these scholars reported stolen items, that's how Jiang Bing answered. This also led to a number of students jointly issued a letter of understanding. Said Jiang Bing is just a child. Committed is not an unforgivable fault. Simple education mean, as long as Jiang Bing guaranteed not to recidivate can be. Where does Xiao He not know what these people are up to? But you know it, but you can't do anything about it yet. Especially when there was another Xianfei whose behavioral nature was even worse than Jiang Bing's for comparison. Jiang Bing's such was even more unseemly. Xiao He, in just a few months, amassing so much wealth. Xianfei, is there nothing you want to explain? Xianfei shook his head. I don't know what I have that I need to account for. Am I breaking the law by accumulating wealth a little faster? And what about the foreign merchant husband? If we are to take your word for it, Xiao He, don't talk about the foreign merchant marquis. He made his fortune through the formal channels of commerce, and was even tacitly authorized by His Majesty. But what about you? Xuanfei, I'm also a regular channel. If you don't believe me, ask those who gave me the money. Which one of them wasn't a voluntary gift? As for paying taxes? My lord, our latest version of the law has a provision that money received through voluntary gifts from others is not to be paid. So, I didn't break the law. Xiao He, you still have the nerve to say you didn't break the law? Who sells rice for 88.88 a bucket? Xianfei corrected. That's not rice. That's Shinong Supreme Gold Essence Powder. Bang! Xiao He slammed the table, scaring Jiang Bing, who was crouching in the corner. Xiao He, you take me for a cutie. What's Shinong Supreme Gold Essence Powder? Isn't it just grinding up some random rice? What kind of publicity do you give to all those people? Xuanfei, I guess I was right to publicize it. Wasn't I? Wouldn't eating it effectively alleviate hunger? Can't it prolong life to some extent? Am I also wrong when I say that the males will eat these as well? Xianfei, and I offer more than that. Why didn't you say anything about my complimentary services? Like putting on and taking off their shoes, washing their feet, doing their laundry, shopping for groceries, etc. I've put in a lot of effort. My part is still free. I don't get a penny. Stop for a second. A voice suddenly came from outside the office, interrupting Xianfei's words as he tried to continue defending himself. The door was pushed open. Kong Xing walked in from the door, looking Xianfei up and down. He even circled around him several times. Before I came here I was looking for something that even Shaw could not handle well. After listening out here for a while, I realized that this one of yours is very similar to one of the things that appeared to me then. No, I can't say it's very similar. It's practically from the same mold. Kong Xing recognized Xianfei's technique at a glance. Wasn't this the same path as those modern-day gangs who sold high and useless health products to the elderly and committed fraud? Shinong Supreme Gold Essence Powder, right? It relieves hunger and extends life somewhat, right? 88.88 a bucket, right? You kid. You're blessed. Brother Politics heard about this thing of yours and asked to see you by name. Don't be afraid. What's shaking? This is good stuff for you, Brother Zhang. He is recently ordering a search for all the treasures that are good for the body and can prolong life. You're hitting the big time. Come on. Hurry up and bring your Shinong Supreme Gold Essence Powder. Don't make Brother Zhang wait. Kong Xing said, about to drag Xianfei outside. Xuanfei, Chapter 142 Voyeur. I plead guilty. Xianfei's sudden voice almost didn't deafen Kong Xing's ears. I voluntarily place all the money I have gained at your disposal. Foreign merchant marquis. Fearing that Kong Xingjun would drag himself away to meet His Majesty, Xianfei spoke quickly and confessed to his crime. As a qualified liar, Xianfei cognitive extremely sober, he confessed to the crime of fraud and enrichment. But once in front of His Majesty, it is destined to the 9 clans. Even though he knew that Kong Xing had an element of intimidating himself, Xianfei did not dare to gamble. What if the gamble is too costly? Who in the whole of Great Qin knows that His Majesty trusts the Marquis of Foreign Commerce, and even allows him the sole privilege of bringing anything into the palace to meet the Holy Spirit? This treatment, even Fusi didn't have. If Kong Xing wanted to take himself into the palace, the journey would be absolutely unimpeded. This is a situation where anyone with a brain knows what to pick. Xiao He stared blankly at what was happening in front of him. He did have a situation where he asked Kong Xing to come over and help with the interrogation. But the question was, wasn't the speed of this interrogation a little too fast? You've been on trial for so long without admitting guilt, and you come in, open your mouth, and you admit guilt? And money voluntarily placed at the disposal of the Marquis of Foreign Commerce? What's the difference between that and a meat bag? Kong Xing's complexion slightly condensed as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao He. Can I understand that your sentence is a turn to call me a dog? Since suffering a defeat at Fan Zhongyan's, Kong Xing's nerves became more sensitive than before. And you don't seem to be able to afford to eat meat buns, much less to take a meat bun to a dog. This, Kong Xing, was the truth. Although the situation in Great Chin had improved too much from before, a luxury item like a meat bun was still not too affordable to eat with Xiaohe's current monthly salary. Can't do that to the extent of one every day. Meat, it's just too expensive. Jiang Bing, who has been squatting in the corner, weakly raised his hand halfway. Hey, Mr. Xiaohe can't even afford to eat it? But I see that there are some supplied in the Xianyang Academy Palace cafeteria every day. And although the quantity is small, I've always been lucky enough to get one every day. This kind of, is it even a luxury item? Hearing this from Jiang Bing, Xiaohe's face darkened. He knew that Kong Xing was responsible for the construction of school palaces all over the world, did not spend a lot of money, and also had thought that it would not be the case that the food in the school palace cafeteria was very good. But he did not expect that it was so good that it was to such an extent. What's even more solid is that as a surrogate schoolhouse myself, I was allowed to eat in the schoolhouse cafeteria for free. But ever since that time when I went to dinner and tripped and fell extremely hard on some guy with stilted legs, I haven't set foot in the cafeteria. Now that I think about it, I've missed so many opportunities to pull the wool over Kong Xing's eyes in a bright way. Nope. What a mess I've been thinking about. You can't touch this money from Xian Fei. These are to be returned to those victims. Xiaohe quickly adjusted his mind and solemnly reminded Kong Xing. Kong Xing, see how anxious you are. I didn't say I accept. Xuan Fei. Alarm bells are ringing in my heart. Carefully, he inquired Kong Xing, then you still. Kong Xing patted Xian Fei's shoulder. You and Jiang Bing. Both are rare wizards. In that case, what about me giving you two choices? One is to follow me to interview His Majesty, and the other is to be my employee. Xuan Fei. Foreigner ho. There's no difference between giving a choice and not giving one, is there? What if you choose to interview His Majesty, but you and His Majesty mentioned taking on as your own employees? This is not an excessive request, and His Majesty will absolutely grant it. Jiang Bing in the corner was confused. This is talking about Xian Fei. How come it's talking about me? Foreigner ho. I don't know how to do anything but steal. Or are you going to let me steal the treasury? No, 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 that's against the law. Or is there something I need to help cover up and destroy? To this, Kong Xing didn't give an answer, but only said that he would give XINR when he needed to use them both later on. What about a paycheck? As an employee of yours, surely you are paid, right? Kong Xing was stunned sad face, with the craftsmanship of the two of you. You still need me to offer a salary? Xuan Fei. Ginger ice. Xiaohe, that's the right flavor. Now that's a whole treacherous businessman, directly letting employees support themselves. This thinking is so far ahead of its time. Ding. Successful host dispatch detected. Settling. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host's luck. He's acquired the excellent skill, Peeping Tom. Peeping Tom. You think, I know. You remember. I know. No living being will have any secrets before the Peeping Tom. Kong Xing's previous system order reward for dispatching Fan Zhongyan arrived as expected. The new skill effect is particularly powerful. Kong Xing, who had always been curious about what the Golden Eagle was thinking about all day long, immediately turned on his skill and experimented with the Golden Eagle. Sold. Sell the owner for a bigger nest, change the nest for a better one. Unaware of the fact that his daily thoughts had been exposed to Kong Xing's eyes, the Golden Eagle rushed to the Zhengtai Palace as usual and continued to mingle in front of Ying Zhang. Kong Xing, really? What a simple, unadorned dream. I, Kong, have always helped to realize every dream. Earlier, Fusa seemed to have the desire to take over the Golden Eagles. Find him. With his new skill on, Kong Xing appeared right in front of Fu Su, who was doing his homework. Before he even opened his mouth to ask Fuso's opinion, he heard with the help of his skills what Fuso had been thinking about. It's been so long. It's a done deal. Why hasn't father issued a decree? Do you still want me to be the prince? If you don't want me to be the crown prince, just tell me so I can run away early. Kong Xing's sad face. Fuso, that's a dangerous thought, isn't it? Fuso froze for a moment, looking down to check the content of the assignment he had written, and froze. Just a few big, clear, unmistakable words. After doing the math, there are 36.5 students in Ming's class. Fuso, do you think it's possible that it was the question it came up with that was not rigorous enough to take into account the special case of Siamese people? And I, who have a heart of gold, took it into account. It was only then that Kong Xing saw what Fu Su had written. Silence is the city of Xianyang today. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. Sushi often worries about what to eat for his next meal. Barbecue. Want to eat. Red meat. Want to eat. Ribs. Want to eat. Roasted rabbit. Would like to eat it too. There are so many other goodies that I want to eat as well. Favorites still do it all. Do it all. It's time consuming and you can't eat it all. So painful to know what to eat for the next meal. It wasn't until he heard about the existence of buffets from Kong Xing one day that the century-old problem that had plagued him for almost most of his life was tentatively solved. Chapter 143, you should only have this one book, right? Oh, are you saying that you saw Ying Gao and the Mozi family and the Gongshu family in close contact? Inside the Zhengtai Palace, Ying Zheng calmly watched as the golden eagle kept weaving in and out of the array of word pronunciation buttons, its sharp claws pressing button after button, eventually piecing together a sparse sentence. The golden eagle with a very high IQ was no longer limited to just listening to Kong Xing's words, and with a great ambition in its chest, it had privately found this side business for itself. It just couldn't be more appropriate. After all, who, in their right mind, would think of guarding against a bird? It can't talk. Ying Zheng, the Mahists, the Kung Fu family? Is this the way he's going to go? Well, what did Kong Xing say this was called before? Big country, craftsman? At that time, Mr. Ying Gao, the future best great country craftsman of Qin as described by Ying Zheng, was devoting his whole body and mind to the thing that he likes most now. Xue Lu, imperial brother. Honestly, how many novels have you finished reading this month? Ying Gao, who was concentrating on his novel, was startled by the sudden sound of Shulu's voice beside him, and subconsciously stuffed the novel into his clothes, picked up a pen, and scribbled and drew on the drawing that was only half drawn, pretending as if nothing had happened. What novel? Where's the fiction? If you want to read a novel you go to Kong Xing, he's got all the versions there. I'm so busy right now, you have no idea how awesome this thing I'm designing and working on right now is. Shogun's sad face ring and equal to ring and equal to ring and equal to, eh? So, you get all your novels from Kong Trader? How much did he sell you for a copy? Ying Gao still shook his head. I didn't buy it. How do I know? If you want to know, go to him and buy a copy. Shulu was silent for a moment, and after some thought, he pulled out a novel titled Where the Righteous Father Went from his bosom and placed it on the table in front of Ying Gao. Want to see it? You can borrow it. Ying Gao glanced at the title of the book and habitually glanced at the author's name. Somewhat silent. Lu Bu? Is it the Lu Bu that was recorded in the later history books that Trader Kong showed us? Shoryuken nodded wordlessly. Ying Gao, as expected of a traitorous Kong, this is very much like something he could do. After saying that, Ying Gao seemed to have thought of something, and with an extremely odd expression, he looked at Jianglu. You should only have this book, right? Shogun was silent. Ying Gao's eyes lit up. Come on, tell your brother a good story. What else did you buy? Let me have some fun. Good. Then, Shulu picked out a few of the more representative ones from the pile of books he had bought after being lured into the pit by Kong Xing and said so. For example, The Murder of an Uncle by a Black-Hearted Nephew, How the God of War is Nullified, Kind Father, Sweet Child, The Magician, Sociophobic Old Men Seeking Salvage Online, and so on and so forth. As soon as I heard the title of the book, I knew that it was extremely exciting. Ying Gao, pa-ha-ha-ha-ha, Shogun, these books of yours, they must be very valuable? After all, every page of this is their dramatic life, right? How could Xuanlu not hear Ying Gao's words? Isn't it just mocking yourself for spending a fortune on such things? Where's your book? I don't believe your book is going to be anything decent. Ying Gao still played dumb. What are you talking about? Please leave if there's nothing else. I'm going to continue to finish the design. Shogun doesn't go. Pulling a chair, he sat down next to Ying Gao. Dead on. Ying Gao, are you sure you want to be this close to me? As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden hissing sound rang out from Ying Gao's body. A tiny snake's head peeked out from the collar of Ying Gao's coat, spitting out snake letters and staring curiously at Xuanlu. Shogun's eyes widened as he kept retreating backwards with his legs, backing up his chair. You usually just carry these on you? These should be non-toxic, right? Ying Gao shook his head. I'm not sure. DXIN he didn't say anything when he gave it to me at the time, and I didn't have the chance to experiment. How about a favor? Xuanlu's head shook into a rattle, pulled back even farther, only dared to look from afar, and Ying Gao gradually perfected his design under the gaze of Xuanlu. And over here, Kong Xing, who had left from Fu Su's place, was preoccupied. This new skill, Peeping Tom, is just a little too overbearing. Just now, he had learned a very heartbreaking thing through the method of topic baiting under the effect of the Heart Snooper skill. The Great Qin Foreign Merchant Marquis. Surprisingly, there's a monthly salary you can get too? I can't believe I didn't know about something so important. Political brother? Explain? Who was it? Who took my monthly salary? Ying Zhang replied back with what Kong Xing had said to Jiang Bing and Xian Fei. You're a foreign merchant marquis, in business, and you still need me to give you a salary? Kong Xing, that, so familiar. Seems like my word. That makes sense. Host, what do you think? The system, which had been relatively silent, came alive for a rare time. Kong Xing, by the way brother Zhang, Fusu asked me to ask you when you're going to find him something to do. He's so idle now that he wants to run away from home. Zhang? Away from home. Run away? Is he free now? Aha! It looks overwhelming. Xing nodded repeatedly. I know, Zhang said as he looked at the professional messenger, Zhou Yang, saying, you go and call Fusu here. Yes. Zhou Yang answered and turned to leave. It didn't take long for Fusu to arrive in the Zhengtai Palace. Clueless. Father, you're looking for me. What's the matter? Chapter 144, Xing and dogs, not allowed to enter. Rare. Really rare. Did the sun come out of the west today? On the morning court, Li Shimin commented bravely. On the high platform, the seat that should have been occupied by Zhang is now vacant. Instead, there was an extra table a few steps down. Fusu was sitting behind the table in an extremely formal manner, and standing next to him was Su Shi, who had been arranged by Zhang to assist Fusu in presiding over the morning court session this time, and was quietly going up to the court to feel the fish. That obviously soulful look made Su Shi, who was working hard and frantically scrolling within the group of ministers below, shake his head straight. He had a hunch. The days of fishing for your brother can't be too far away. And Fusu was at the moment like a bitter hitman who was suddenly asked by his leader to come back and work overtime. In his heart, he greeted Xing over and over again. While greeting Xing, Fusu felt that it would not do for him to stay dry like this. Trying hard to recall the weekdays when he watched Zhang preside over the morning court, he conceptualized the idea in his mind. The first step. What is it that you're supposed to do? Su Shi, who was closest to Fusu, heard this muttering and instantly returned to his senses, lowering his voice to remind him. The first step is an audience with the group of ministers. That is, the part where they all shout together to see His Majesty, and exclaim long live His Majesty, and you return to your level. Oh, Fuso remembered. There was such a process. That's right, but, this paragraph is better to just skip over. I'm just going to the morning court for a few days on behalf of my father. It's not like I'm rushing up to look for a fight. If you really do this whole thing, you'll get killed. Fusu vetoed this paragraph and skipped it, continuing to ask what to do next. Sushil, it's time for the roll call next. Sushir meant for Fusu to simply start the most important part of the process straight away by letting the group of ministers make their presentations. But this word naming was somehow misinterpreted by Fusu. Fusu, ahem. Now I'm going to take a roll call, huh? Whoever is on the count and whoever isn't here answer to the roll call. Sushi, Li Si, Feng Doji, Xiao He. One name after another came out of Fusu's mouth. No one answered. Until, Xing, too. Xing opened his mouth almost subconsciously, but his face turned green after saying that, because what Fuso said was that whoever was ordered and whoever didn't come, answered, and there's a small deduction for not showing up for morning court. Fusu, hey, you all heard that, huh? It was Xing himself who admitted that he didn't come. Who's that? What are you waiting for? Deduct the money. There aren't many opportunities to dock him. But His Majesty said that the Marquis of Foreign Commerce has privileges. He doesn't have to deduct money whether he comes to the morning court or not. Xing, yeah, he's right. I'm privileged. Are you mad? Fuso, then what are you answering to? Are you simply not listening to what I'm saying? Fuso quickly found a new point where he could criticize Xing. Xing silently took out his cell phone, which had been placed in his jacket pocket and was only half exposed on the outside, and squared the camera. Yes, that's the same expression just now. Please repeat it. The angle of the recording just now wasn't very good, and it will affect the score that Brother Zhang will give you for your performance later on in the review. Fuso. Sushi stiffened. You, been videotaping? Xing nodded. Sushir looked at Suja almost the next second when Xing nodded his head, and without using words at all, Suja instantly understood what Sushir meant. Suja, I knew the day of fishing for my brother would be close, but I didn't realize it would be this close. The morning groping was videotaped, so I don't need to think about what Zhang would do to Sushir after seeing the video. Zhang, touching fish is a very bad behavior. It's just touching fish in normal times, but you're still touching them in the morning court? Xing, it seems that you need to help me borrow another talent from the Tang dynasty. Borrow from who? Wei Zheng. Traders and dogs. No entry. Looking at the wooden sign notice that appeared in front of his eyes, Xing decisively chose to ignore it. The wooden sign says that no traders are allowed to enter. What's this got to do with you? The Marquis of Foreign Trade of Great Qin? However, just in case Li Yuan let his dogs loose to chase him, Xing cautiously took stock of all the current system props and related skills that could be used for self-defense. Wearing a cat ear hair band on her head, she held the vocal novel book in her hand, while keeping the skill, Shadowy Crawl, ready to ensure that it could be turned on at any time, before striding forward, passing through a palace, and finally appearing in front of Li Yuan. Whoosh! slightly sidestepping his head. He dodged the two shoes that came flying at him. Quite unexpectedly, he looked at Li Yuan. I can't believe you didn't just flee to the Bashu side. But look at your haggard appearance. What? Do you recognize the benefits of having Li Shimen around? Li Yuan, you whole traitor. How dare you show up in front of me? I asked you to send Shimen back. What do you mean by directly dumping a list on me? Do I have to pay to rent my own son back to help me? Kong Xing, didn't the back also provide you with free talent? All of them are from this period of your great Tang Ah. What? Not satisfied? At the mention of this, Li Yuan became even more furious. Do you know? How long have I raised that bird? And how much effort I've put into raising it? Do you know what that Wei Zhang did? Kong Xing's expression was slightly odd. You couldn't have heard someone informing him that he had come to report on political affairs, and in an emergency stuffed the bird into his sleeve and hid it, and as a result, Wei Zhang took too long to report and suffocated the bird. Right? Li Yuan froze for a moment. How do you know? Kong Xing covered his face. History, indeed, has its striking similarities. I apologize for the death of your bird, but Wei Zhang's ability, as you can see, is completely worth 1,000 birds. Li Yuan? What the hell kind of unit of measure is that? This was the first time Li Yuan had seen someone who was using the number of birds to describe a person's ability. It's true that he's talented, but he doesn't even have the most basic eyesight. He cursed me in front of a large group of people. Does he think I can't hear him? If it were not for the fact that now the Great Tang is struggling and is in dire need of people, I would have slaughtered him and fed him to the dogs in the palace. But your palace has no dogs. I saw it. The wooden sign said no traitors or dogs allowed. Since you saw it, how dare you appear in front of me? But, I'm not an adulterer. I am the Marquis of Foreign Merchants of Great Qin. Kong Xing, Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Recently, according to Li Jiancheng, a member of the Tang dynasty, it was revealed that the wooden plaque that had been standing at the entrance to the palace had been replaced by Li Yuan. What appears above today reads, Kong Xing and dogs, no entry. 2. Huadaisi always likes to travel light when he goes out on campaigns. There wasn't a lot of dry food to carry around, but no matter what he brought each time, Hua always liked to grab a handful of the candies Kong Xing gave him to take with him. Claim to the public that it's because you have low blood sugar. Lu Che learned of this matter after no less than to find a doctor to go for Hua Zhaoyi health, and even at the expense of Sun Simiao of the Great Tang dynasty. Just strange. Sun Simiao did not give Hua Zhaoyi any prescription and left, which makes Lu Che worried. Once thought Hua Zhaoyi is not long for life, cannot be saved. Undeterred, Lu Che hired Hua Tua again with a lot of money. This time, there is a prescription. It's just that the prescription was prescribed by Hua Tua for Lu Che to use in toning his body, and left a medical advice, care is not enough. Chapter 145, Double Happiness. Wei dislikes. Ah no, Wei Zhang, are you sure you dare to dislike anyone? Great Qin. Inside the Xianyang Palace, Kong Xing waited with anticipation for Wei Zhang's answer. And Wei Zhang's face turned green as he looked at the Zhengtai Palace not far away after realizing where this place was. Although it was true that he himself was determined to strive to be the #1 admonishing minister of the ages, that also depended on the occasion, on what the persona of the monarch required. Take your own dislike of His Majesty during this time. The reason why you can be so reckless is because the Great Tang is currently struggling because of the loss of Li Shimen, and it is the time when there is a lack of talent. Li Yuan will not really do anything to himself for the sake of the overall situation. But this situation is different now. At the morning court, he disliked the first emperor? Fortunately, it was only a lone person who came here, and the strain was not 9 clans. Wei Zhang had just breathed a sigh of relief when his heart lifted again. It was only because Kong Xing casually said, it's fine. It's all the same if the 9 clans don't have genealogies. Wei Zhang? It can be the same. Wei Zhang growled. But the person was dragged by Kong Xing a little bit towards Zhengtai Palace. Go. Don't let brother Zhang wait impatiently. A long sigh. It seems to be a surrender to fate. It was like a strong man being escorted to the execution ground, waiting for death. It's just that things are a little bit not quite the same as what Wei Zhang thought. Are you saying, Your Majesty the First Emperor, that you want me to dislike the 100 officials? Dislike Qin Ershi? I'm good at this. Say, where is that hoo-ha? I'll prove myself by disliking one for you right now. Ying Zheng, no, hoo-hey anymore. Wei Zheng froze for a moment and then released after thinking about Kong Xing's existence. Good riddance. That, Fusu. There's always Prince Fusu, isn't there? After getting the exact reply, Wei Zhang put down his heart. The history books but recorded. Prince Fusu that is gentle as jade. Modest gentleman. Prince world without peer. Think it would be fun to dislike someone like that. This new job. It's great. Wei Zheng thought like this. Until, that is, he meets the 2 generals of damage. Jia and Changyu. As well as a seemingly god swims in the Taishu morning groping for fish, but always in the most critical time to participate in the morning court lively eat melon atmosphere. Accurate tread on everyone's sensitive nerves. Su sure. Wei Zhang's career was challenged in the biggest way. What's the best way to dislike people with no moral fiber? And people with a lot of nerve? Sushi is fine. At least there's Southey to be found. But Jia and Cheng, you are just. Chow Mao thinks they have a point. Li Shimen, Wei Zhang. Dislike them. Dislike them boldly. Don't be polite just because they are ancestors. Bring out your full strength. Cheng Yu, that's right. Don't be polite. Dislike me if you want to. We have a good heart. We're also very generous. You just go back to the time when you dug up Jia Dan's grave. We will not be angry. Do not believe you asked Jia Dan is not so. Jaden, Wei Zhang. Ding dong. The system is celebrating its anniversary with a big rebate. Special task lists will be opened for a limited time. And there will be even more goodies for completing them. Host, do you want to participate? Anniversary? Kong Xing froze for a moment. This was the first time he had heard that the system also had something like an anniversary celebration. So niche looking. A special assignment? Specifics? Like what? In the next instant, a system panel that only Kong Xing could see automatically opened, on which there was currently only one special mission to be taken. Mission, Double Happiness. Survive for 3 days by traveling to the mission site as a temporary soul passage. System props and related unlocked skills can be used during the mission. Reward, Soul Swap Card, 1 time, *5. Soul Swap Cards? Kong Xing's eyes immediately lit up. This thing? It's no better than some Ms. Lai's playroom? But with high returns, comes high risk. Out of caution, Kong Xing asked an extra question. It doesn't involve a war between gods and demons and a group of immortalists beating up Ultraman or anything like that, does it? It's still the 10,000 Dynasties quest scene yet. Kong Xing was immediately quite relieved. But the phrase survive for 3 days still made him feel a little insecure. So he ran into the jail and fished him out in exchange for all the medicine Teng Qing could provide that could be used for defense. After getting ready, Kong Xing spoke to Ying Zhang and then immediately picked up the quest and began the journey of soul penetration. Except that he doesn't seem to be the only one who has also enjoyed the soul-wearing experience. Dusk falls. The sun is thinning. The sound of the gong was incessant, and the oboe slowly played an inexplicably poignant music. After Kong Xing opened his eyes again, what he saw was a big red color. At the moment, his entire center of gravity was shifting, as if someone was lifting him to walk. But what killed me was that both hands, both feet, were bound. This opening, it's not going to be a matchmaking marriage, is it? The more Kong Xing thought about it, the more he felt like it. Who else would normally welcome a bride who needs to be tied up? Wait a minute. Seems to have something wrong with it. New mother? Kong Xing could confirm for the millionth time that although he had come from a soul, this current body was indeed a man. Then the question arises, why bind? Kong Xing didn't understand, but at this time more confused than him, is not know anything, just somehow followed a piece of soul through the Fu Su. Master Su, is it really okay to arrange for a man to go over to the river god for this year's sacrifice? An old man on crutches, who walked to Fu Su with the help of others, frowned tightly and continued, we don't have any female children of the right age here, but there are definitely some outside. Give us some time. Surely we can find one. Taking a man as a replacement. If this upsets Lord River God, we'll be the ones who suffer. Fuso? What river god? I did hear Kong Xing talk about a river god. Quite spiritual. Throw down a piece of gold and get double the wealth. Unfortunately, that's just the story. Fuso, well, what you said. It's also a bit reasonable. But, how long will it take you to find a suitable sacrifice? I can wait. Lord River God can't. How about this? Our Lord River God is not a cruel and heartless god. Since we can't deliver on time in terms of quality, let's go for quantity. Sacrifice more. Let there be more sincerity. In this way, Lord River God feels the sincerity and will understand the special circumstances of this year. Good. Then do as Master Su said. The old man answered, leaned on his crutches, and slowly left with the help of bystanders. Alone, Fu Su, who had a belly full of bad water, stood still and pondered. The evil living human sacrifice. There has to be a way to lull these people into sacrificing and eating their own. There's absolutely nothing good here that's still alive. Achoo! In the wedding sedan chair, Kong Xing sneezed inexplicably. Who's been badmouthing me behind my back again? Chapter 146, what kind of death is this? Nope. Jagged unity. Tell me honestly, soul where? What would have happened to that body I originally had? Inside the wedding sedan chair, Kong Xing, who had nothing to do for the time being, had a sudden thought about a very serious issue. Soul warping, is it the exchange of two souls at the same time? Or is it, seemingly in order to answer Kong Xing's questions, The thoughtful Tuanzi simply directly displayed what was currently happening in the Great Qin Xianyang Palace in the form of a projection in front of Kongxing's eyes, only to see, in the mottled curtain of light, a coffin that had now been plowed out of nowhere, was so eye-catching. Toward the side is a tombstone in the making. Shenglu was currently carving something into it, and next to it, there was a picture for reference. QR codes, something so complicated. Can it really be used to collect money? Will Lu just carved half of the back pane? If not for the acquaintance of A, to him, directly carved a few 6 on the top on the line. What a relief. Chow Chow, I heard Kongxing say that this QR code, which was his wealth-gathering array at the time, worked extremely well. Fortune-gathering array. Ying Zhang's expression was extremely odd, and he who had traveled to modern times with Kongxing naturally knew what this QR code actually was. This thing, he's going to carve it? Shui Lu nodded his head. Yes, Kongxing said that so that in the future, even if the people who come to visit his grave don't bring anything with them, but as long as they take their cell phones and swipe it, it's the greatest sincerity. Ying Zhang's expression became even more odd. So do you have something like a cell phone? Shogun was stunned. Ying Zhang asked again. Or, Great Qin, can you find one? No, can't. Shui Lu looked down at the QR code that he had taken half a day to carve, only to feel his IQ being pressed to the ground and rubbed madly. But although Great Qin doesn't have it, the later generations do. The effect, it's all the same. Shiro struggled to find reasons for his labor that would comfort him. Ying Zhang, so you want him to be a poor man down there for at least 1,000 years? Toggulus. Will be Lu at this moment is to continue to carve is not. Stop not carve is not. Help the eyes carefully probed around. Well, and did not let Will be Lu more waiting. Su Shi brought a bad news. Su Shiel, that, then what? First Emperor, you must take care of your health. The hastily arrived Su Shiel opened his mouth and confused the crowd. Only Su Shi, who knows Su Shi best, had a black eye and said it was over. Ying Zhang, why are you so frightened? This, swallow it, just say it. Well then, that's something you told me to say straight out ow. With these words from Ying Zhang, Su Shi seemed to have put down the heavy burden in his heart and spoke out that heavy news. Prince Fusu, he died suddenly doing his homework. Ying Zhang? What kind of strange death is this? I don't know if it was because I had spent a lot of time with someone, but the first thing Ying Zhang did when he learned of Fusu's death was to sigh, and Shogun even subconsciously uttered, I told you this thing was doing a lot of harm. Su Shiel was confused. That's a bad reaction, isn't it? It's Fusu who's dead. It was only after a few seconds that Ying Zhang reacted to what Su Shi had just said. Where's the eunuch? Xia Wuan was already saving. Didn't save. Died. Too suddenly. A sudden bad news has enveloped the city of Xianyang. Unlike Kongxing, Ying Zhang knew what happened to his death. But Fusu's death was confusing even to Fusu himself. Your Majesty. Your Majesty's condolences. Your Majesty. You must take care of your dragon body. The ministers who heard the news of Fusu's death moved to come, but they were all ruthlessly stopped by Bai Qi. Even the princes and princesses are no exception. Wei Zhang, Mr. Fusu is dead? Then this second Qin, who should it be? Li Shimen, what a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. With Kongxing gone and Fusu gone, the first emperor's heart must be very bad. Great Qin's future. It's worrying. Chow Chow, the first emperor has locked himself up in Zhengtai Palace for 2 whole days. We can't go on like this. Who's going to talk to him? Li Shimen, persuade? Can't you see Bai Qi is stopping you? The first emperor doesn't want to see him, so it's useless for anyone to go. By the way, where's Ying Gao? All the other princes and princesses have been here. Why is he the only one missing? It's not gone too, is it? The temporal corrective nature that Kongxing talked about, is it really that powerful? And at this time, in the palace of Zhengtai, Ying Gao was extremely skillful in skewering the meat and kept busy in front of the grill. Father, are we really good like this? Ying Zhang, what's wrong with it? Don't you think the timing of Fusu's death and Kongxing's death is too coincidental? But what if? There are no eventualities. My hunches have always been accurate. 1 day to go. See for yourself. I'm looking forward to it. When Kongxing died they all hated to beat the gong and drums, and when Fusu died, one of them started to cry hypocritically instead. I'm really looking forward to their expressions a day later. That must be wonderful. Ying Gao's face was bitter. So my son is also a part of your plan? With his toes can think. When a day later, his own father finally from the grief of the loss of his son out of the Zhengtai Palace. After leaving the Zhengtai Palace, that group of people to see their own in the Zhengtai Palace will be what suspicion? And what will be the reaction? And when the stand is done and a good team is found, Fusu is then resurrected with Kongxing. That scene, it's exciting to think about. What's on your mind? I'm going to be all over your barbecue. Ying Zhang's words pulled Ying Gao, whose thoughts had drifted away. Back, outside the Zhengtai Palace, The ministers were still crying and kept opening their mouths to persuade. Inside the palace, on the other hand, the aroma of barbecued meat was strong. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. 1. If we were to say which dynasty in the 10,000 dynasties had the best relationship with Kongxing, it would definitely be Qin, where Zhang was from. Even if he didn't recognize all the officials in the courtroom, it didn't stop him from entering and exiting the palace like it was his own gate. 2. Someone once asked Kongxing who he would save first if Fu Su and Huo Zhaodi fell into the water one day. Kongxing said that it depended on the situation, and if it wasn't particularly urgent, he preferred to go ahead and save the high bidder first. As for what to do about the other one, Kongxing said there was still the golden eagle. 3. Su Shi's social circle was extremely wide for personal reasons, and after meeting Kongxing, his social circle reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 147, Cherishing Life. On this side, Kongxing, who was roughly aware of the situation in Xianyang through the system projection, did not look very good. Because of the time difference, Kongxing only saw where Su Shi hurried to inform Zhang that Fu Su had died suddenly from his homework. What happened further back is not known. So another wonderful misunderstanding arose smoothly. Fuso surprisingly dead. I promised Zhang I wouldn't let Fusu die so early. Broken promises. Not happy. Then, take it out on these matchmakers, Kongxing said, with a thought. A small knife stored in the system space was held back by Kongxing out of thin air, his wrist cutting the rope that bound his hands a little bit in a very awkward position. Once your hands are free, the rest of the rope cutting is easier. It didn't take long for Kongxing to have cut all the ropes binding him, pulling the cover off his head as he did so, and peeking out through the cracks in the windows of the wedding sedan chair to see what was going on outside. It's a bit crowded. In this situation, it's not very realistic to fight one-on-one anymore, so we can only play a little dirty. As Kongxing said, between the palms of his hands, several pill bottles that he had asked for from Tong Qing before he came to be prepared for emergencies were held in his hands. Well, let's see. What did Teng Qing say the effects of each of these bottles of medicine were? So which one is the drug that can make life worse than death? Forget it, it's too troublesome to recall. Why don't we just use a little bit from one bottle? Experiment and control it. Won't it be clear what all the effects are? Kongxing nodded at his own resourcefulness. And the other side, with the special identity of his original body, Master Su, Fu Su convinced the old man in a few words to please the river god with a quantitative sacrifice. The number of wedding pride also from the original one top in just 1 day's time and expedited out 8. Just catch the product after all is not as exquisite as the wedding sedan chair at the very beginning, but the auspicious time of the festival is approaching. Already can't care so much. Soon, with the clamor of gongs and drums, 9 wedding palanquins were placed on the raging riverbank. Fu Su looked at marriage pride, and then at the entire villagers behind him who had all rushed to participate in the ritual. There are no young girls left, but strangely enough, Fuso saw the presence of small children. When you think about what that old man said earlier about being able to grab female dolls from outside, it's clear where these children came from. Either that, or it was a direct grab along the way. Either that, or it was born behind the woman captured earlier. And those women, in the end, are then used to sacrifice to the river god to bless the village chief for the coming year? Really? Darkness. It would be nice if Jia was there. Kongxing would be fine too. He's got all the best ideas, but alas, none of them are there. Fu Su shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about this, but looking at the raging river in front of him in deep thought. He remembered that Kongxing had said that the human body could not take in a large amount of water for a short period of time. It's easy to get water poisoning that way. River god, sacrifice, water poisoning, maybe we can use that to put these guys down. Meanwhile, Kongxing, who was inside the wedding pride, brightened up as he listened to the sound of the river outside. In the next instant, white fluffy cat ears emerged from the top of his head, vocalized fiction book, also held in his hands, ready for anything. It was only then that Tongbao realized that the surviving for 3 days mentioned in this special mission turned out to be a requirement for these villagers. This quest reward is also a little too good to take. Knowing everything, the system just felt like a big loss. But then again, it's exciting. After all, he, the host, didn't know that Fu Su was among those present. The foreign merchant Marquis of Qin poisons the crown prince. This daily newspaper will absolutely explode when it comes out. The system is confident about this. The only drawback is that Fu Su has not yet been officially recognized as the crown prince by Zhang. I'm sorry for your loss, brother politics. After Kongxing ended the special mission, he didn't even have time to check the rewards in detail, and just as soon as he awoke, he opened his mouth to persuade, but it was limited to persuading this first sentence, because Zhang stopped eating the lamb chops after seeing Kongxing lifting up the coffin from the coffin, and quickly asked Gao to remove the stuff. Kongxing was confused. How can Mr. Chang be in the mood for lamb chops? Doesn't the loss of Fuso affect his appetite at all? Back? That's good. As Ing Zheng said this, he slightly looked sideways at another part of the Zhengtai Palace. Kong Xing followed Ing Zheng's gaze and there was a warm-looking cashmere blanket placed there. On top of it lay Fuso. Eyes just opened, seemingly in a daze. Not yet clear about the situation. Fusu. Yikes. Fraudulent corpse? Hearing this cry of alarm from Kong Xing, Fusu completely came back to his senses and rolled over. Speak. Was it you who messed up? It must be you. Sacrifice. River God. Master Su. Aren't you going to explain? Why did this originally normal ritual plot devolve into no survivors later on? Ha! And all died of poisoning. I'm thinking that poison in water isn't that immediately powerful. Is it? Kong Xing's face stiffened. You went along for the ride? That Master Su who ended up being poisoned half to death and dying soon turned out to be you? Ing Zheng was momentarily interested. What Master Su? Who was poisoned? Tell me about it. Fusu sad face. My son has nothing to say. If I had to say, it would be, cherish life and stay away from Kong Xing. As soon as the words fell, the door of the Zhengtai Palace was thumped. Li Shimon's shout came from outside. First Emperor, I know you're listening. I'm only going to say this once. This is Chun Yu's ploy, and it has nothing to do with me at all. You put dash vaguely came Chun Yu's voice, but eerily quickly went silent. Li Shimon, from now on, every time an incense burns, as long as you don't come out, Cao Cao will randomly kill a Dechin prince or princess. You're bloodthirsty. Cao will not. Cao Cao's voice flickered eerily along with a muffled thud. Li Shimon, I've already said this, whether to come out or not. First Emperor, you can see for yourself. Fuso sad face mouth, hiss. He's so brave. Ha! Kong Xing, how about a bet? See if he'll really kill? Ing Zheng. Ing Gao picked up a piece of apple and slowly ate it. Anyway, his own people were in the Zhengtai Palace, so it wouldn't affect him in any way. But after an incense stick of time had passed, Li Shimon's voice came again. This is something you yourself, First Emperor, do not come out of. Then, Ing Gao, come and say goodbye to your father. In your next life, don't reincarnate here. It's the most merciless emperor's family. Ing Gao? Degree mouth degree, who? Me? What he said. He's going to kill me first, right? Chapter 148. Are you sure that the first emperor will really come out if you do this? Cao Cao covered the large bag on his forehead and looked at Li Shimon with suspicion and a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Just earlier, this guy named Li Shimon said he had come up with a brilliant idea. Pressed him, he was still reluctant to talk. Instead, they just opened their mouths and shouted. By the way, a big pot for himself and Chun Yu alone. And it didn't even give himself and Chun Yu the chance to open their mouths in defense. He himself was fine, but Chun Yu was miserable. The man is still in a coma. Cao Cao, dare to hit the ancestors, is really the opposite of heaven. Cao would like to see, behind you, how to act. Also greatly interested in how Li Shimon would play out next were several people inside the Zhengtai Palace, especially Ing Gao. Ing Gao, father, what do you think will happen if I just push the door out at this time? After thinking about it, Ing Zheng twisted his head and glanced at Kong Xing, who understood and put on the mask of doing whatever you want, and quietly slipped away through a window on the side of Zhengtai Palace. Not long after, Ing Gao appeared outside the gates of Zhengtai Palace. After opening the skill, sound mimic, Ing Gao anxiously trotted from the back to the crowd. What's wrong? What's wrong? I've only spent a few days in seclusion and deep study with those of the Mo clan. How is it that I've just returned and heard that father is going on a hunger strike? The crowd was confused for a moment as they looked at Ing Gao, who had suddenly appeared. Suspicious by nature, Cao Cao always felt that something wasn't right, that it was a bit too much of a coincidence. But what does Li Shimon care about coincidences? Eyes lit up instantly. It's better to be early than never. It's too late to explain to you. The situation is urgent. So die for a while. With that, he pulled Ing Gao to the forefront and skillfully kicked him towards the crook of his leg, and Ing Gao was forced to kneel on the ground. In the next instant, Li Shimon's voice rang out. Come, pick the way you want to die. Oh, you chose to split your body in half? Well, have courage. Jia Yan, bring the horse. Ing Gao, I didn't say that. Ing Gao looked expressionlessly at the 5 wooden horses Jia Yan had found for the children to play with, pondering how this situation was going to fit into Li Shimon's performance. Li Shimon looked at the 5 wooden horses and his entire body was confused. A hand dragged Jia to the corner. Although it's an act, you can't be too fake. Trojan horse. How is this going to trick the first emperor out? Jia Yan, you only told me to find the horse. You didn't say what kind of horse it was. Just tell me if it's a horse. Fake or not. It's not like it's something I need to think about. That's something you need to think about. Humph. I'll let you beat up my former boss. Thus, a bizarre scene of 5 wooden horses dividing Ing Gao was staged in front of the Zhengtai Palace. After splitting the body, Su Shi very voluntarily went forward and splashed the contents of the barrel on the ground, and for a while, the smell of blood was quite thick. On the other hand, Ingao was rolled up by Li Shimen with a broken straw mat and tossed aside. Ingao is dead. If you don't come out, another one will die. And at this time, in the palace of Zhongtai, Zhang, who had wanted to see what other exciting drama Li Shimen would come up with, frowned at the smell of blood in the air. Fuso picked at the doorway, hating to grow a pair of see-through eyes. He wouldn't really have split the surname Kong in 5, would he? No, if he did, there's no reason why Wan Kuan wouldn't stop him. But father, the smell of blood is real. And Wuan Jun would tolerate someone throwing blood at the entrance of Zhongtai Palace? Calm down, calm down. Suja hugged Bai Chi's thigh and repeatedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy for Su Shi. Something about his own oldest brother being forced into it, having a bad brain or something like that. In short, all the reasons he could think of. Bai Chi quietly glanced at Suja without saying anything, pulling him off his lap as soon as he could. While looking towards the gate of Zhongtai Palace, ready to be lectured, Su Shi actually dared to splash blood, which is something Bai Chi did not expect. Su Shi, Lord Fusa died suddenly because I assigned too much homework. I was originally guilty. If my spilled blood can save His Majesty the First Emperor, I have no regrets though I die. Oh yes, incidentally, the blood came from those mongrel chickens that Wang Engshi kept. Wang Engshi, who was watching from afar in the distant crowd. The gates of the Zhongtai Palace finally opened. Only, the person who came out of it made the brains of everyone in the room buzz. Li Shimen looked at the straw mat that he had thrown behind him, then looked at Ingao, who had just stepped out of Zhongtai Palace, and stared with wide eyes. Cao Cao reacted a little faster. It's that, anything goes mask, of Kong Xing's. He actually gave such an important prop to the first emperor? No, damn, that crook is swindling. Say, which one of you two is the whole traitor? What? Fraudulent death? Li Shimen reacted when he heard Cao Cao say this, and then pretended to be profound, saying, actually, I've seen it all along. This crooked businessman is trying to cheat us out of the money we gave him when we attended his funeral by swindling him to death. As soon as the words fell, the straw mat behind Li Shimen was violently opened, and Kong Xing, who had recovered his original appearance, exclaimed outright, a big loss. Your Majesty, before Bai Chi could even utter his words of apology, he was stopped by Zhang, who appeared at the entrance of Zhongtai Palace. I've heard that someone is trying to kill my children, and they have to kill one every incense burner? Southey, do you know who it is? Suja pointed his big hand straight at Li Shimen. That's him. Your Majesty, don't listen to him. That it was Chang Yu's idea. Chang Yu is still in a coma. He also fooled my elder brother into throwing blood at the entrance of your palace, which is really a great offense. Li Shimen, nonsense. How could I possibly be such a person? Let me ask you this. Am I the person recorded in the history books as being capable of such a thing? Suja, that can't be said. After all, you even pushed Wei Zhang's tombstone. Kong Xing corrected. It's not a tombstone. It's a merit monument. Suja is a little surprised. Then the rumor that he also whipped Wei Zhang's body is also false? Wei Zhang in the crowd. Who is eating his melon? On what it's like to eat your own head. Wei Zhang is most vocal at the moment. I humbly implore His Majesty, the First Emperor, to give me 5 minutes of your time. I have some personal matters to settle. 5 minutes. I'm afraid that's not enough, right? In that case, you can just move in with him tonight. Zhang was very considerate of Wei Zhang. Li Shimen's eyes were filled with horror. That is to say, you have to eat and live with Wei Zhang from now on? What a horrible punishment. Wei Zhang was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty the First Emperor. Zhang nodded slightly before looking at Su Shi. Now, it's time to talk about you. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. Li Bai's family is actually very rich. His old man, a wealthy businessman, had never worried about a lack of money to spend in his earlier years. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Then Dad died and the entire family fortune was divided among the brothers. Overnight, Li Bai became poor. But fortunately, Li Bai knows a lot of friends who are not short of money. In addition to his own fame is also very big. Lack of money to spend? In his place is a very good solution. Recently, for example, he made a new friend named Wang Luan. Chapter 149, Good night. Triple the work. Triple the work. Ohio, not bright candlelight. Suja's sad face. Is working overtime voluntary work? No way. His own oldest brother was already going to be exiled by Emperor Shi Huangdi this time to go chew penguins in Antarctica, and he could only work overtime in order to fish him out. Su Shi, Zu, what do you think of this penguin? Is it good? Get out. Listening to the people around the ear chanting sound, Suja mood more irritable. When the father of the family's sentenced brothers should support each other, has created today's situation. Su Shi, don't be like this. A lot of anger hurts the body. Everything should look on the bright side. Today, if not I splashed blood, we can know that Mr. Fusu also in the fraudulent death of the matter? Suvi, heh. Taking a deep breath to calm his mood of wanting to punch someone, he pointed to the door. Tonight the moon is in full bloom. Brother Huimin would like to think that he's enjoying the moon alone. As his best moonlight viewing companion, won't you go and keep him company? What? Zheng Huimin enjoying the moon by himself without even calling me? No, I'm going to have to go to him and theorize about it. Does he even consider me a friend anymore? Sushil went out the door in anger. Suji apologized to Zheng Huimin in his heart and continued to deal with the work at hand. The other side. Triple the workload. Voluntary. No salary. Such a good courtier. I wonder if there are any other dynasties left? After this incident, Ying Zhang became more and more fond of Su Shi and Su Zhe. Not only do not want money, but also voluntary overtime wage earners, and in the end to thank their own magnanimity. Such can be said to be rare in the world. Which boss doesn't like this? Especially Su Zhe outstanding ability. Also cannot cause a big mess. These can be a plus point. One sentence about being exiled to Antarctica and you've managed to whore yourself out for 3 years? Fusu was full of shock, and even more skeptical about the real purpose of Song Shinzong's repeated relegation of Su Shi. Is this how you're supposed to use the brothers? Fusu, then again. Father, it seems that Great Qin is currently unable to build a ship that can cross the ocean and reach Antarctica, right? Then this so-called exile to Antarctica. Ying Zheng, well, it's just to scare him. It works, doesn't it? Fuso. In the next instant, light flashed beside Fusu, and a pair of white cat ears emerged from it. Good night, does it even mean that? Kong Xing, who had taken the time to return to the modern generation to return, had a slightly confused and shocked look on his face. What's wrong? Fusu reached out and took the large bag Kong Xing was carrying in his hand, and without being polite, he rummaged through it on the spot, the corners of his mouth quickly deflating. Where's the fun stuff you said you'd bring me? Kong Xing took out a bamboo dragonfly from his pocket and skillfully placed it in the center of both palms and held it, rubbing the fly. Here, what you asked for. Fusu sullenly picked up the bamboo dragonfly, holding it in his hands, and did not play. Continued to ask, what good night? Good night is not good night? Will there be other meanings? Kong Xing, there's a war going on. Before Kong Xing finished speaking, Ying Zhang's tiger eyes flashed with a cold aura, and his hand involuntarily rested on the sword at his waist. Who? Location. I will have Jia go over and exterminate their ancestors. That's the problem. Kong Xing spread both hands. I don't know. There's only speculation. Who exactly was hit? I don't know, but the odds are that it's old Maine. Fuso? Fighting a war, hey. It's such a big deal. You don't even know who you're fighting? Kong Xing, I only just even realized that there's a war going on these days. Ying Zhang, it looks like the battle was won, and the enemy is not worth mentioning. Kong Xing nodded his head, 0 casualties. The fight was won. The only bad thing is that something so big happened without even telling us about it. Just a few vlogs and a few goodnights. Fusu immediately understood why Kong Xing said good night before and had other meanings. Ying Zhang, normal. It's not worth making a big deal out of something that's already a sure win. With this time and energy, it's more important to think about what to eat for a late night snack. By the way, you just said you have a suspect? Well, you'll remember to inform Jia of the location later. Kong Xing nodded that he would. So it came to pass that night that many people received a summons sent by Kong Xing with the devil's stamp. Shu Yuanzhang, kill through 3 battalions in 1 hour? Men, prepare horses for us. We'd like to see which ungrateful person is bullying us again. The limitation that, the devil's stamp, can only transmit 1 sentence at a time led to a little wonderful error in Zhu Yuanzhang's understanding. It was only after Zhu Yuanzhang had already explained that Zhu Biao had supervised the country and was ready for the imperial expedition that the second message came late. 0 casualties. Victory. Zhu Yuanzhang. After a few moments of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang rolled over and dismounted, and returned to the palace and began to rummage through things. As we recall, the roster of all the Confucian surnames in the entire Ming dynasty was placed here. Why is it gone? Xu Biao stood behind Zhu Yuanzhang. Will be in the robe of Zhu Yuanzhang is looking for the roster and stuffed in. To ensure that will not be due to their own walk suddenly fell out before boldly stepping forward. Father, you are not still want to imperial expedition of it? No more. I'm not going. It's no big deal. Just let Zay go. TCH. Strange. Obviously put it here. Bill, you also come to help us look for it. Xu Biao answered and pretended to look for it. Z Mei. What do you think Kong Xing is trying to do by sending me such a message? Inside and in room that just doesn't look cheap. Li Bai sends a confused question to Du Fu. I don't suppose he's thinking that he wants me to write poems to help with the scolding. Is he? Du Fu was silent. That's a question he can't figure out either. Himself and Li Bai are two small poets. Cannot expect the poet to do the work of the military general should do it? What's the point of having military generals if their work is done by literary men who write poetry? A certain Xin Shiji named Xin Shiji looked at the contents of Kong Xing's message with a face full of confusion. What's this? Could it be a secret order from His Majesty? It doesn't look like it. Chapter 150 Pen Pals. As if sent to the wrong person. Kong Xing awkwardly scratched his head, and did not know how that Xin Shiji would feel when he suddenly saw such an inexplicable letter. Just as he was thinking about it, the next second, Demon Stamp re-entered the table with the envelope. Kong Xing skillfully opened the envelope like before, took out the letter paper inside, and after glancing at the contents of the letter paper, he was surprised to find that Xin Shiji had even given a reply. Who are you? I can't believe he wrote back? How did he know he could write back to me by writing on this? Maybe it's the luck of the blind cat. Back to what? Kong Xing spun his quill, a hint of cunning flashing under his eyes. He was in a different time and place. Sinister stared at the empty tabletop with wide eyes. Just now, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this letter was very odd. So he had the courage to try to write a sentence on it, but did not expect that envelope. Unexpectedly, just like that, a little bit in front of his eyes disappeared. It's like it was never there. Could this be an immortal trail? Yes, this anomaly can only be explained by fairy signs. If it is Xian, then my reply just now was too rude. I hope the immortal won't blame me. Xin Shiji is for his party hastily reply to the letter in chagrin. Just heard ta a light sound. Busy lowered his head and then looked toward the table. An envelope, and before the exact same envelope is lying quietly there. Could it be that Xian, writing back to me? Xin Shiji did not dare to be slow, and quickly opened the letter to see. Pupils shrinking. Above only one sentence. I am Hua Zhaodong. Champion Ho? Is it the champion Hus I think it is? Xin Shiji didn't even think about the aspect of being cheated. In his opinion, an immortal with such immortal techniques would have no reason to tease a mortal with him. GGG. I suddenly feel like the big bad. Ha! Kong Xing laughed evilly and put on the vest of Hua Zhaodi just like that across time and space. And Xin Shiji established a strong pen pal friendship. If it wasn't for this accident, I wouldn't have known that the devil's stamp could be used in this way. If I remember correctly, his grandfather, Xin Zan, seems to be an avid fan of Hua Zhaoi. Ha! Jia. Another way to get rich. What were you doing last night? Sleepy like this? Even Suzhou is more energetic than you. The morning court had just ended, and Ing Zhang looked at Kong Xing, who had dozed off while standing and was held up by Fu Su before falling down, and scolded him. I met some new pen pals last night, got high, and accidentally stayed up all night, Kong Xing said, turning slightly, his body tilted and leaned on Fu Su's shoulder. Don't move. Sleepy. Pen pal? Ing Zhang raised his eyebrows, always feeling that the moment this word was linked to Kong Xing, it meant that there would be a lot of people who would be out of luck. No, maybe it's not clear that someone has already been unlucky. Fusu felt the heavy weight on his shoulders that came out of nowhere, thought about it, and whispered, leaning to sleep for a second against 10 tails of gold. Ha! Oh, Kong Xing lightly raised his eyelids, not putting this matter at ease, and just vaguely said, then let's start with a 2-hour one. Ing Zhang, how much? Mouth, Fusu, you give me the truth. How many IOUs did you give him in the end? Shoo, keep your voice down. Asleep. If you wake up it doesn't count. How bad? Fu Su said, pointing at Kong Xing who had fallen asleep leaning on his shoulder, before proudly stretching out 3 fingers. Ing Zhang stared. 3 hours worth? It's after those 2 hours of withholding. Wake up. Spirituality. It's this day. It's dark. According to the calculation of 10 taels of gold a second, surnamed Kong, you now owe me quite a lot na. Fu Su also do not know out of what mentality. Froze and let Kong Xing sleep against the day, did not move a step. The legs are stiff from standing. You're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? Kong Xing shook his head. No. 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 Come on. You come with me. Let's go up this way. Kong Xing said, took Fu Su and came outside, pointing to a large palace in the distance and said, 5,000 taels a palace. You pick first. Should be enough to offset a lot. How much is missing? Turn around and you count. I will go back and look through the IOUs of your siblings. It should be enough. Fusa stared blankly at the patch of palaces in the distance, his eyes slightly wide. It wasn't that he hadn't thought that Kong Xing would renege on the debt, and he was even prepared to renege on the debt. But with this way of offsetting the debt right now, Fu Su was gritting his teeth straight away. My father, what on earth has he been buying from you? He's giving you palaces to offset. So many. He's giving you what you want. Ha! What do you need so many palaces for? Kongxing sad face, why not? Look, isn't it working now? Fuso. Kongxing, that's just it. Who made me kind-hearted? Since you don't need these palaces, it's better this way. I'll take another thing for you. What is it? Soul swap cards. Soul swap card. This was the reward Kongxing received after his last special mission. The specific function of this prop is, as the name suggests, to perform soul swapping. And there is no time limit, no age limit, no gender limit, no species limit. Kongxing, Fusu, haven't you always wanted to be able to fly like a golden eagle? Let me help you with this prop. You're welcome. I, Kong, have always been kind-hearted and happy to help realize every dream. Fuso, let's talk about the palace. I think a palace would be just right. Really, you'd better keep such a precious prop for yourself. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Since his childhood, Xin Shiji heard his grandfather, Xin Zan, talk about the heroic deeds of Huozaiwei, the champion marquis of the Han dynasty, and subconsciously, he often fantasized what it would have been like if he had been born at the same time as Huozaiwei. This also led to the fact that after learning that his pen pal was Huozaiwei, Xin Shiji was very excited. And at that exact moment there was a traitor on the prowl. Xin Shiji was so excited that he chased after them with only 50 men. Euphemistically saying that this was the experience of the 800 horsemen who chopped up the Huns, which he had learned from Huozaodong. The most incredible thing is that he succeeded. 2. Jingke's father and Yan's Tianguan were both renowned fencing masters, but due to transportation conditions, they never had the chance to fight, which they both regretted in their lives. After his father's illness and death, Jing Ku, carrying his father's sword, was finally able to visit Tianguang and meet friends with his sword on his father's behalf. Later, through Tianguang, Prince Dan of Yen got to know Jing Ku, and entrusted Jing Ku with the great task of assassinating Qin. Unfortunately, fate has a way of working itself out. Kongxing's unexpected appearance made Jing Ku still not figure out why he failed. Chapter 151, A Good Cut of the World. Degree Mouth, Ochu. Sigma, 3, superscript 33 superscript 33. It's windy on the prairie. Could it be a cold? In the barracks, Meng Tian looks at the sneezing Huadaisi and asks with concern if he should call a physician with the army to take a look. Hua rubbed his somewhat reddened nose and pulled a lemon-flavored candy out of his pocket and unwrapped it and threw it in his mouth. Cluck, cluck. In my experience, it's less like a cold and more like someone is behind it. I've always had good hunches. Would you like one? Horatio said, pulling out another piece of hard candy, only this time it was blueberry-flavored. No, Meng Tian shook his head slightly, not taking the candy. It's better to call someone to take a look. Don't be really sick. Taking a look will also put your mind at ease. Someone personally asked me to take extra care of you before I came here. Said yes. He'd be sad to see the tour hitch go. A traveling hitchhiker? Hua froze for a moment, quickly reacting to who Meng Tian was talking about. Traveling hitchhiker? That's quite apt. But, if I'm his playmate, then what is Fusu? You can't just leave. You're my intruder hitchhiker. In the Xianyang Palace, next to a wall with a big hole broken, Kongxing was deadlocked and tugging on Fusu who was trying to escape. Good brother. I'm just so touched that you're willing to stay with me. Fusu's face was a bit grim. Spread out. Don't you pull my sleeve. You chiseled the wall. You're the one in trouble, not me. Spread out. But, you're the one who said that all the walls in your house are 9 clans warranty. Very strong and not afraid of smashing. I did say yes. But who would have thought that you had walls that you really dared to smash? The two stood and argued. In the distance, Ying Gao, who had hurriedly arrived, looked at his bedchamber, which had a big hole in it, and froze in place. A long time passed before he came back to his senses and accepted the fact. Brother, foreigner ho, where shall I? Tonight, sleep? Kongxing, degree, Fusu, sleep at his place. Ying Gao. Although Kongxing and Fusu both said that it was not their problem, each of them gave Ying Gao compensation afterward. For example, Kongxing not only waived all of Ying Gao's outstanding debts, but also gave Ying Gao a few extra books that he wanted by name. As for Fusu, he asked Ying Zhang for the permission to handle Ying Gao's palace as he wished, as Ying Gao had inexplicably requested. Later, according to a general who lived next door to Ying Gao, he often heard all kinds of thunderbolts and rumbles coming from Ying Gao's palace, and he didn't know what Ying Gao was doing. Ding! You've taken a new order, please deliver it promptly. On this day, Kongxing took up a delivery mission as usual. This mission was a bit different from the past. It's an exotic list. Distribution tasks. A pound of origami for Archimedes. Remarks, give him a little shock from the ancient East. Degree, Archimedes? Isn't this the guy who said that, given a fulcrum in the universe, he could pry the earth apart? Jagged unity. You, The one dynasty takeout system still takes jobs in the outer realms. Humming, within the boundaries of the 10,000 dynasties, all are ruled by the unified treasure. What's a little Archimedes? I've delivered maps to Alexandria. Kongxing nodded and picked up the takeout box, ready to be teleported by the system. But 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. Kongxing was still standing in place. Jagged Unity, where's the teleportation? How am I supposed to finish the mission if you don't teleport? The silly host of the Tumblr. Yo, you're afraid you haven't forgotten that there's no teleportation when you're in the same period of time. Kongxing? Same time? Kongxing's eyes widened slightly. I'm in Great Qin. Brother Shang's Great Qin. What contemporaries? The Tumblr class is now in session. Today's cold facts. Archimedes of ancient Greece was born between 287 BC and 212 BC. Oh, Kuchao, a big thunder struck Kongxing's head directly. Kongxing only felt his brain buzzing. He now kind of knew why he used to go to school and learn history separately from the West. What a cutthroat world. Masa was born in 259 BC. It's amazing that he and Archimedes were from the same time period. Kongxing slowed down for a long time before accepting such a blast of cold knowledge. The same time. So that means, I have to find my own way to ancient Greece? Thinking of the vast distance between Great Qin and ancient Greece, Kongxing only felt a sense of suffocation come over him. How long is this going to take? Had I known that Archimedes and Zhang were from the same period, I would not have chosen this when I made the 3 choices for order selection in my own party. With Great Qin's current transportation conditions, little Jean, this mere distance shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Kong Joey's gaze fell on the golden eagle. The golden eagle subconsciously moved 2 steps back. It always felt that what this master of his said this time could not be trusted. Every time I'm addressed so affectionately, I'm offended. It pays, Kongxing said, pulling out a gold bar and placing it on the ground in front of the golden eagle. Here's the deposit. I'll give you 10 more of these as soon as you get them to the place. Golden eagle sad face yen vn, io. Where to? It's not far. You fly northwest, and when you get to a country called ancient Greece, you ask around a little bit more and give the stuff to a guy named Archimedes. The golden eagle nodded, indicating that he understood, and then grabbed the takeout box and took off in the air, impatiently flying in the direction of the northwest, fearing that Kongxing would backtrack. Host, you're a real smart ass. Thank you. But Tumblr thinks you're not quite right. You should give another lack of navigation to open. But in Daqin, I can't get a signal even if I turn on the navigation. Why don't you help open one? Jagged Unity? In the next instant, the golden eagle, who was rapidly hurrying high in the air, heard an electronic tone ringing in his head. The Wanchao map is navigating you to the destination of ancient Greece, a distance of about 7,406 kilometers. Estimated time. Please continue in the current direction of flight, avoiding airborne objects and paying attention to safety. Golden eagle. I.O. High in the air, came the terrified and angry cries of a golden eagle. Chapter 152, Fire. How come you haven't seen that golden eagle of yours in so many days? Did you sell it? On this day, Ying Zhang, who wanted to ask the golden eagle to help him send a letter to inquire about the results of the battle against Baiwa in the south, suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen the golden eagle for a long time. It's perverse. In the past, not to say that I saw it every day, but every now and then I could always hear the golden eagle crowing above the palace. When you need it to help you do something, you only need to beckon yourself, and it will come over on its own. And IQ is extremely high, can understand a lot of simple commands. I don't know. I haven't seen it for a few days either. Probably went back south early to prepare for winter. Birds are like that. They fly south as soon as it's time to prepare for winter. Looking at the system page showing the golden eagle now positioned to be about to arrive at the Mediterranean coast, Kongxing somewhat heartily babbled. Aren't migratory birds that need to migrate south for the winter? The golden eagle, a migratory bird? With the knowledge he possessed, Ying Zheng easily recognized Kongxing's lies. Secondly, last year, it wintered well in Xianyang. How come it has to learn migratory birds this year? Finally, it's not the right time to leave this month. Kongxing, you give me an honest explanation. Where did you sell it? Kongxing didn't sell it, just snubbed it to help run an errand. Ying Zhang, did you ask it to bring snacks to Huazaiwei again? Kongxing was a bit surprised. How did you know I've been giving Ho-Ho snacks to eat? Ying Zhang, you really gave it to him, didn't you? He's up north fighting the Huns. Is it appropriate for you to give him snacks? Kongxing sad face, could a few bites of snacks affect his ability to win a battle? That's not true. Or does he just eat the soul food himself and not give a share to Monty? And you're letting him split it for someone else? Nope. Far from it. First the golden eagle. Where did you let it go? Kongxing, ancient Greece. Ying Zhang? Then, Kongxing briefly explained what had happened. Ying Zhang's expression was extremely wonderful. So you let a bird help you cross 7,000 kilometers to a strange land. To strange people? To deliver something? Kongxing nodded. It's smart. It's sure to find Archimedes. Ing Zhan was silent. A minute later, Ing Zhang seemed to have figured something out and opened his mouth. Come on. Go summon Xiao Wu and Deng Cheng and have them both come over to show the foreigner marquis his brain. Yes. Someone soon led the way. Kongxing? What do you mean? Masa. It's fine to have Xiao Wu and come over. But what's the point of calling Teng Ching? Ing Zhang, look at it from one more angle. There may be unexpected gains. It didn't take long for Xiao Wu and Teng Ching to arrive. Unlike the calm Xiao Wu and Teng Cheng appeared to be very excited. He is even more different now after months of studying medicine alone in prison. Foreigner ho. I've developed the medicine you asked me for last time that can fake death to achieve the effect of fraudulent death. Don't worry. It's been experimented on with death row inmates. People are alive and well now. You can't eat it. A medicine with a fraudulent death effect? Ing Zhang frowned and turned his head to Kongxing, who was pretending to be very busy. No explanation? Kongxing, defense. Ing Zhang obviously didn't believe this reason. Kongxing had quite a few props that could defend himself, so how could he still be lacking? So it can only be saved to be used by the pit. Xiao Wuan pretended to be deaf the whole time, just took Kongxing's pulse as usual, and then prescribed 2 prescriptions, urging a few precautions in terms of diet and living. When it was Deng Qing's turn to consult Kongxing, it was much different, a little on fire. Ha! Kongxing nodded, indicating that he still had a bit of a mouth ulcer. Deng Qing, mouth ulcers? Ha! Then you don't have to listen to Xiao Wui, you listen to me. Don't you have that chili pepper? Put more in when you stir fry. As long as it's not spicy, put it to death. And remember to focus on taking care of there when you brush your teeth and gargle with salt water. Anyway, how exciting. Trust me, I've experimented with death row inmates, and it works like a charm. It doesn't take 3 days. If you're tough enough on yourself, you'll be back to normal in 2 days. This is much faster than the healing speed of those prescriptions. Kongxing is aware of what Deng Qing said is a bit of scientific reasoning. Mouth ulcer healing principle is such that it needs to be stimulated, so that all the immune cells know that this place needs to be overhauled before it can be healed quickly. But knowing is knowing. This ruthlessness is not something that anyone can come down with, especially since Kongxing's mouth ulcers aren't serious now and don't interfere with eating. Kongxing wasn't in a hurry to be cured, so he was going to choose Xiao Wuan's therapy. Having observed the entire process of the duo's diagnosis and treatment of Kongxing, Ing Zhang slightly looked sideways at the sky outside and estimated the time. Come on people, go and inform Su Shi. Today's lunch I and the foreign merchant marquis want to eat hot pot. Extra spicy. Tell him that if he is not spicy, I will punish Su Shi with 20 canes. Kongxing was confused. What's extra spicy hot pot? I have a lunch date with Fuso and the others. Ing Zhang, no matter, just let Su Shi do more. Why don't you eat the extra spicy hot pot you asked for? Mr. Chang? At the table, the sharp pain in Kongxing's mouth never stopped. Next to him, Fusu was spiced up by fiercely pouring several cups of water without relieving the spiciness. With tears in his eyes were slightly red. Obviously he was also not lightly spiced up. And Ing Zhang, he didn't take a bite. Instead, he asked Sushi to make himself another one on the grounds that he didn't like spicy food. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. 1. 4 naps. Bai Qi was never in the habit of taking a nap, and Ing Zheng only took a nap when there was not much business to do that day. And Kongxing is different. He just wanted to sleep until the end of time. 2. Cao Cao once denied the fact that he was not as tall as Ing Zhang's sword, until one day, Fusu borrowed Ing Zhang's sword and stuck it next to Cao Cao's, allowing Kongxing to take a picture as proof. 3. According to the grapevine, Kongxing, in addition to taking Archimedes' orders, gave Alexander maps to encourage him to travel to the east, but for some reason, it still didn't manage to hit over. Chapter 153, everyone is the main character in his own world. If the enemy can go, I can go. These are the words that Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty, often hangs on his lips. Huo remembered the words well. This is why he advised Meng Tian to drive the last of the Xiongnu's forces westward. The Huns are not a bad fighter, and it's a good idea to drive tigers in waves, and use them to scout the road first. If you're lucky, you might even be able to pick up the slack afterward. After staring at the sand table for a while, Huo Zaiwei fished out another lemon-flavored hard candy from his body and threw it into his mouth, accompanied by the sound of chewing, and spoke hesitantly, I don't think I'll be needed here for a short while. You are thinking of going back? Meng Tian stopped his deduction of the battle situation behind him and nodded, yes, I don't have any problem with that. It's enough to have me keeping an eye on the back. But the thing is, I don't get to say it. It's His Majesty who told you to come here to, and if you want to go back, you have to ask His Majesty. That's the rule. Hua frowned. He hadn't seen a golden eagle in almost a month and a half. Without the golden eagle to send a message, it would take too long to asking Zhang if he could go back by conventional means. Why don't I ride back and ask myself? I'll come back again if I don't agree. Hua thought his solution would work. Meng Tan held a different opinion. To leave without the king's permission is a great offense that will cost you your head. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Is there something urgent that you must go back for? Hua Zaiwei, His Majesty's birthday is coming up. I want to go back. Meng Tian, His Majesty's birthday? Isn't it still a long time away? Hua said very seriously. I'm not talking about your majesty. I'm talking about my majesty. And then he slightly lowered his head. His voice was a bit hard to hide his loss, the imperial wine that is only available on His Majesty's birthday. I haven't drank it in a long time. Monty was stunned for a moment. This is homesickness, isn't it? At this age, it's not unusual to be homesick. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to have made up his mind about something. Good. Isn't it just homesickness? I'll help you. You can just ride back without worry. If His Majesty is accountable afterward, the merit accumulated by my Meng family's ancestors will be enough to protect you. If it's not enough merit, then I'll go to Prince Fusu and ask for leniency. The prince is kind and generous. He'll help you. Hua was touched and thanked him profusely. Meng Tian, what are you thanking me for? Isn't it right for the ancestors to take care of the future generations? Besides, you're serving His Majesty now, and it's hard to find a young and powerful general like you in all of Qin. It would be a shame to lose you like this. Don't worry about going back, that is. His Majesty is not a cold-hearted monarch either. His Majesty is very nice. Hua did not deny it. Ying Zhang was indeed very good, something that General Wang Jian thought he knew best. Hua Daisy no longer hesitated, and after handing over all the matters at hand, he turned on his horse and headed south to return to Xianyang. Just before he could get a few miles out, a lone silhouette appeared in Hua's field of vision. When the man saw Hua Daisy galloping in on his horse, he first rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it and then jumped in place and waved his hand. Champion Ho! Here! I'm here! Hua Zaiwei? Turning the reins, he slowed to a stop in front of the man and rolled over to dismount. You know me? Aha! I'm Xin Chiji. It's the same Xin Chiji with whom you've been writing letters for over a month. How's that for remembering when I say that? Hua was even more confused for a moment. Xin Chiji? It was a name he had heard Kong Xing talk about. Oh, I remember when you said that. It's just that. Sinister. What brings you here? Hua Zaiwei asked, following Xin Chiji's words. Xin Chiji, hey? Didn't you, Champion Ho, ask me to come here to look for you? Hua Zaiwei's eyes stared slightly. I asked you to come? Xin Chiji, yes. Just this morning, a voice in my head asked me if I would like to fight the Huns, and I agreed without much thought. Why? Wasn't the voice you? After cursing Kong traitor in his heart, Hua Dexiang smiled and looked at Xin Chiji, patting him on the shoulder. That's right, I'm the one who asked you to come. It's just that I didn't expect that Kong Dexiang to let you come in this way. Please forgive me for my poor manners. Xin Chiji shook his head slightly. How could it be? To be able to fight alongside the champion marquis is something I wouldn't even dare to think about. Just, Kong Dexiang? Hua Zaixian followed Kong Xing's example and casually said, oh, my previous letters to you, including this time when I asked if you wanted to come, were all through Kong Dexiang's immortal law. You know, after all, I'm just a mortal. How could I possibly do something like crossing time and space? As for this Kong Dexiang, you know the weasel begging for a seal, right? Yes, that's what he's based on. Only he's a mutated breed, a white-haired one. I can't tell you in a few words, so let's get on our horses and talk as we go. Hua Jizi said and rolled over and got on the horse again. And when he was seated, he stretched out his hand toward Xin Chiji, who used his strength to sit on the horse's back as well. The two of them just chatted as they traveled to Xianyang. At that time, the Kong Dexiang in Hua Zaiwei's mouth was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance of Xianyang Palace. The Golden Eagle is still on its way to deliver a folding route to Archimedes, which causes the triple choice order to fall into a locked state and will only return to normal again when the Golden Eagle finishes dispatching the order. But the good thing is, the system's anniversary limited time special quests can still be taken. And this particular mission was interesting. Kong Xing was not told the temporal location he was traveling to, nor was he told who he was going to contact, only that the characters related to the mission were already on their way to Xianyang. Ask Kong Xing to be patient. It said that after meeting the person, Kong Xing himself would understand the specifics of the mission. Kong Xing, not saying this, not saying that, not even saying whether it's a man or a woman. Just let me wait. At least reveal some information, right? The host doesn't need to know. After seeing it, everything will be understood on its own. Secretive. You're not making something bad and planning to trap me, are you? Omega Dash, no. Never. How could Tomboy be that kind of system? Kong Xing didn't believe it. Started to speculate, you didn't steal Lu Che from the Great Han, did you? Qin Huang Hanwu meeting in Xianyang. Then I definitely want to help Zhang. That's not right either. Cao Cao can go crazy with joy if you steal Lu Che. It doesn't fit your usual style of doing bad things. So, you must have resurrected Ying Ji so that he could come and steal Wu and Jun from brother Zhang, right? Ah yes. Yes. Host, you're too smart. You guessed it right in a flash. Well, what about it? I'm the main character. And main characters are smart. The main character? How do you know? When my eyes are closed the world goes black. When my eyes are open the world lights up. With this kind of ability, if I am not the protagonist, who is the protagonist in my world? But this ability, everyone knows it, so everyone is a protagonist in their own world. The system had just been pleased by Kong Xing's rare words that were somewhat philosophical, when in the next second it heard Kong Xing add, except for you, because you're a jagged unity and won't blink. Ahahahaha. Chapter 154, Kong Dictionaire's 8 Immortal Formation Techniques. For several days in a row, Kong Xing waited for the arrival of the mysterious target person at a specific place as the system said. Instead of waiting first, people waited for Fusu who came to join in the fun. Father sent me to see what you've been up to the last few days. You're waiting for someone? Waiting for who? Kong Xing didn't answer. He just guessed that the probability would be the old Qin King Ying Ji who had swindled the corpse, but whether it was not clear. When Fusu saw that Kong Xing didn't answer, the corners of his mouth deflated downwards. This world really is a giant double-standard dog. You can wait patiently for so many days waiting for Huazaiwei, but when it comes to me, half a minute late is blah 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 half a day. Kong Xing sad face, what did you just say? Huazaodong? Isn't he fighting the Huns over at the Great Wall? What? Finished fighting and returned to the court? Fusu was a bit surprised. Sigma, degree, you're not waiting for him? Don't you know that he is on his way back to Xianyang on horseback by himself? Father said counting the distance he'll be there today super not much longer, and asked me to come here to pick him up so he won't be gossiped about. You're not waiting for him? Then who are you waiting for? Fuso broke the big defense. Kong Xing waiting for Huazaodi. He can understand. Play hitchhiker. Good relationship. Wait a minute. Normal. But the person you're waiting for isn't Huazaiwei? Among all the people in Daqin, in the list of rankings of those who had the best relationship with Kong Xing, besides himself and Hua Dewei, who else would be ranked higher? Father? Father is in the palace. This doesn't count. Who the hell? Kong Xing, hey? Hua Jiaoyi is back? But how come you sound like he came back privately? Fusu, well, Father said that this is what the Great Qin Intelligence Network found out. Just behind. He seems to have brought someone with him. It's 80% that it's some kind of new leader. A general who goes out to war returns privately without the king's orders. And this will fall on deaf ears if he is not given some cover. You're really not waiting for him? Kong Xing thought about it. The system had told himself to wait for someone here. Hua Daisy happened to return to Xianyang and still needed someone to cover up. It's fitting that himself, the Great Qin Foreign Merchant Marquis, appears here. So the truth of the matter must be this. No problem. Kong Xing is happy that Ying Ji did not swindle his way back to life. Well, yeah, I'm actually waiting for him. Who else could I be waiting for if not him? Fuso sighed in relief. That's true. The two of them just had a chat and waited for Hua to arrive. It didn't take long for the duo to wait, as Hua gradually appeared in their field of vision. Only, a strange man came with him on the same horse, and it didn't look like the Huns that Fuso had guessed. Instead, it looks like a close friend of Hua Zaiwei's. Kong Xing, do you recognize this person? After Fusu lowered his voice and asked Kong Xing, he slowly stepped towards Hua to welcome him. Don't recognize. Kong Xing shook his head slightly and followed suit. Hua Daisy sees Fusu and Kong Xing coming toward him from afar and immediately rolls over and dismounts, reminding Xin Shiji to dismount as well while not forgetting to introduce him to Epsilon. See that one over there? That's the Kong de Sien heir I told you about. There's a lot of people here, so what you're seeing now is his current appearance. You wait a bit, Al. I'll let him change it for you. With that, Hua Zaiwei shouted at Kong Xing, Kong de Siener, why don't you quickly show this pen pal of mine his original form so that he can open his eyes? Fusu frowned slightly. Kong de Sien heir? Pen pal? The original form? What kind of nonsense? Only Kong Xing's heart thumped when he heard the word pen pal, and he had a bad feeling about it. I don't think Chatu would be this messed up, right? Hua Zaiwei patted Xin Shiji's shoulder and introduced him to the other person next to Kong Xing. This is the crown prince of the current dynasty. Fusu's previously somewhat sullen mood instantly became sunny. Looking at Xin Shiji, hello. Xin Shiji hurriedly returned his salute, greetings. Your Highness. Xin Shiji sized up Fusu and thought, is this His Majesty the Martial Emperor's Crown Prince Lu Ji? Look at that temperament. It's really extraordinary. It's just a shame that it would end up like that. After seeing Hua Zhao, Xin Shiji did not even think about the different locations of the capitals of Great Qin and Great Han, and only thought that this was Great Han. After all, in his perception, how could Hua Zaiwei leave the Huns in the Great Han and instead go to the Great Qin to help the first emperor fight the Huns? Hua Zhaodi, this is Xin Shiji. I say, Kong de Xian. Seeing my pen pal, it's not too much to show him a prototype, right? Kong Xing froze, his eyes widening slightly. It's really Xin Shiji, isn't it? Where does Kong Xing not know what Hua Zhaodong means in his words? This is already aware of his own impersonation of his identity and Xin Shiji across the time and space letters. To be a pen pal thing, no. It wasn't even possible to say that he already knew about the fact that he had sold his autographed photo for a good price. It's just a matter of who let themselves be wronged in the first place. I just didn't expect that Jagged Unity would give himself such a big surprise. Hey, how's it going, host? Is it what Tumbo said, that once you see a person you understand what to do? Kong Xing's sad face. Yes, I can't get it any clearer than that. Taking a deep breath, she quickly puts the G-Cat ear hairband on her head and stretches out her white fluffy cat paw to hold onto Xin Shiji's hand. Asterisk intersection omega intersection, hello. I'm Kong de Xian, currently serving as a foreign merchant marquis in Great Qin. You can also call me by my name Kong Xing's. Xin Shiji's eyes widened. Shocked. You can really transform, can't you? You can't fake these cat claws. They're just like domesticated ones and feel great. What did you just say? De Qin? Isn't this De Han? And him, isn't he Crown Prince Lu Ji? Fusu, hey. What Lu Ji? Don't downgrade me. I'm Fusu, the eldest son of Qin. Ing Fusu. Xin Shiji was even more confused and looked at Hua Zaiwei. But, this isn't right. How could you? Champion Ho. Hua Zaiwei's face is a bit unnatural. It's a long story, but Great Qin or Great Han, these are not things you need to consider right now. What you need to do now is to enjoy Kong de Xian's 8 immortal formation stunts. Come on, Kong de Xian. Show him a face change. Kong Xing's face became even darker. Fuso applauded with great gusto. Changing face? Xin Shiji was a bit puzzled. And the next moment, in his astonished gaze, Kong Xing's face blurred for a split second before becoming clear once again. Only this time, it was Xin Shiji's own face. Xin Shiji, this, Kong Xing, how? Xin Shiji was even more shocked as Kong Xing opened his mouth to speak in a voice that surprisingly sounded exactly like his own as well. Hua Zai, this is Kong de Xian's second skill. How about it? Want another one? Fusu was very supportive. Good. One more. Kong Xing didn't have the good sense to slap Fusu on the back of his head. So positive. Why don't you come? Chapter 155 Morning. If I'm getting stupid, it's going to be because you beat me up. Fusu rubbed the back of his aching head, his eyes gurgling, not knowing what he was thinking. Xin Shiji looked at the scene in front of him pondering. Could it be that this is Kong de Xian's third stunt to become immortal, violently beating Fusu? Not to mention, if someone beat up Qin's eldest son, Fusu, in the street, there is a very good chance that His Majesty the First Emperor will send that person to become immortal. Was Zaiwei sad face mouth? Hey, why did it stop? Keep going. There's a total of 8 immortalizing stunts. We have to finish showing them all. Kong Xing, however, said that he would no longer perform, and that this place was crowded and really not a good place. Let's go into the palace first. There's going to be a lot of noise in the morning court tomorrow. Hua Zaiwei's popularity is too strong. Although he was brought from the later Han dynasty, but his world-shattering war record is something that will make many people red in the eyes, and indirectly hinder many people's path to promotion, and share away their cake. This led to the fact that the shrewd ones in the courtroom would seize on even the slightest mistake of Hua to keep magnifying it in an attempt to bring him down. And to better accomplish their purpose, that night, someone approached Wei Zhang and tried to convince him to join them in a united front. Wei Zhang patted his chest and agreed, and then turned his head and told Cao Cao about a group of people trying to throw dirt on Hua Daisy at tomorrow's morning court. Bang! The wooden tabletop shows a hint of a crack. Cao Cao, someone wants to harm the Marquis of Champions? Did he ask Cao Mao? Do you really think I'm a soft touch when I'm usually polite with them? Okay, I know about this. Go away. Wei Zhang glanced at Cao Cao's hand that was behind his back, and without saying anything more, he turned around and left. Cao Cao bared his teeth only after making sure Wei Zhang was far away. Hiss, I used too much strength. My hand really hurts. People are so rude nowadays. They walk away without knowing to find a physician to look at my hand and care if it's okay. After that, Cao Cao sucked in cold air and bared his teeth as he opened the medicine chest he'd prepared just in case, and was rummaging through the ointment he wanted to put on first to slow down his injuries when he heard the door to his room being knocked on again. Pass on His Majesty's message that you should be at ease tomorrow and pretend you know nothing. The voice of the conscientious messenger, Zhou Yang, sounded outside the door. Cao Cao was even more annoyed for a moment that the first emperor had told him to stay out of the way. What makes him tick? Okay. I know. I'll call in sick and just not go. Okay. Cao Cao closed the door again after sending Zhou Yang away, rummaged around to find the right ointment and started applying it. The hand was still hot and sore, but hopefully it hadn't broken any bones. Knock. There was another knock on the door of the room. Cao Cao sad-faced degree. Who is it this time? Is Chao's home some kind of punchline? Say, what is it again? Cao Cao grumpily ripped the door open, and outside stood Deng Qing with his medicine chest. Tung Qing, I heard from Lord Wei Zhang that you injured your hand? No, Chao is not injured. Then it's a sickness. Just now Zhou Yang said that you're going to take sick leave for tomorrow's morning court. His Majesty has always cared for his subjects, and I, a physician, should share His Majesty's worries. Just let me give you a look. Cao Cao slammed the door to his room shut and thought urgently about how to get rid of him. You're so adventurous as to want to come back. Just to go back to be with the martial emperor and celebrate his birthday? Kong Xing lay down on the rocking chair and placed a large handful of catnip in front of his nose and inhaled it intoxicatingly. At her feet, a basket stuffed with catnip sat. This is what Fu Su just ordered to be prepared. He who had also worn the Ji cat ear hairband, naturally knew what Kong Xing and her cat demon state was more interested in. Fu Su, hey, Kong Xing, do you have a laser pointer? Lend me one. I'll do a little experiment. Kong Xing put down the catnip in his hand, a dangerous glint in his eyes. How could he not know what Fu Su was thinking? You're a cat person, aren't you? Kong Xing, Fu Su, do you want to guess why there have been no rats in the Xianyang Palace? Fu Su, weren't they all captured by the golden eagles? But what's going on when it's not there now and the rats remain absent? Hua Zaiwei, is it a cat? But Hua Zaiwei thought about it and felt that it was not right. He had also slipped in the Xianyang Palace, but a cat had not seen. No, there are cats. Hua Zaiwei stares at Kong Xing with wide-eyed death. Surname Kong. You still eat rats? Kong Xing? It doesn't taste good. Why would I eat it? Fu Su's expression was extremely complicated. Having worn the same cat ear hairband, he naturally knew exactly what after effects this prop would have. Kong Xing tilted his head to Fu Su. Do you want to guess again where I put those rats and mice? Fu Su, let's get back to the topic of Lu Che's upcoming birthday. Go sick. If that's the reason you want to come back, then I'm afraid father won't be able to help you. After all, Qin, Han, you know. Hua nodded, I know, but His Majesty has always been kind to me, and I am obliged to make a trip back. Kong Xing picked up a piece of catnip and put it under his nose and gently sniffed it, only to feel that his brain became clearer and his thoughts became clearer. Do we have to go back? That's fine. I'll go talk to Brother Zhang and say that, knowing that it's a bit improper to leave rashly to celebrate Lu Che's birthday. You've recommended Xin Chiji to Great Qin. On the side, Xin Chiji, who was trying to grab Kong Xing's wagging cat tail, abruptly froze. Unbelievably, he pointed at himself. Who? Me? No, isn't that a little bit different from what I was told to come here? What happened to fighting the Huns? Why are you recommending them to Qin? Mouth, hiss. Xin Chiji, Champion Marquis, be honest with me. You appeared in Great Qin. Is there really no other reason behind this? Is there no other reason behind it? Hua Jiwei, behind this is it's actually a deal. Yes, a deal. A deal? Sinister didn't quite believe it, but went along with the question. And what did they give you? A big jar of candy. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Kong de Xianair had 8 great skills to become immortal. And Xin Chiji once wanted to know the specific content of these 8 great skills. Kong de Xianair, always willing to help others, directly cast the 5th immortal technique, Endless Battlefield, pulling Xin Chiji and Bai Qi to face each other in a simulated battlefield with the Battle of Chongping in the background. Miraculously, since then Xin Chiji was no longer curious about the specifics of Kong de Xianair's stunts. 2. Kong Xing often cannot sleep in the middle of the night to sneak out to forage for food. Su Shi is his best foraging partner. You're asking Zhang Huiman? That's a moonrise hitch. Chapter 156, Wake up early. It's good for your health. Jingle bells. The life-threatening alarm bell was forced off with a slap from Kong Xing. 5 more minutes of sleep. After Kong Xing said vaguely, he re-smothered his head under the covers and fell back into a deep sleep. Unfortunately, not even 2 minutes later, Fu Su appeared at Kong Xing's bedside with a gong, revealing a look of determination. No hesitation in picking up the drumsticks and pounding away. Fu Su. Yo, you're awake? I told you this would definitely wake you up. Hey, don't be angry. Have you forgotten what you're going to do in the morning court today? I'm afraid it's not easy for me alone to handle such a big thing, and there are some things I'm not fit to say, but you're different. Go go go. Go to the court, Fusu said, throwing the gong in his hand to one side, yanking Kongxing out of the comforter to rush in the direction of the Qilin Palace. Kongxing fished out his cell phone and glanced at the time, and for a moment he became even angrier. Wait, 3:30, at this hour, not to mention Brother Zhang, even those ministers haven't gotten up yet. What are we doing there so early? Fusu, how nice to go early. You can watch the fun and you don't have to worry about being late. Kongxing sad face ***. Without even having time to change into his pajamas, Kongxing was dragged by Fusu to the outside of the Qilin Palace. Waiting early, but after waiting for a while, until the east was white and the red sun was rising, no minister was seen coming. It's past 5 o'clock. According to usual, it should have started by now, but the truth is that no one has come. Fusu, are you sure that Brother Politics has said that there will be an early morning court today? Fusu reached out and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. No, it shouldn't be. There is indeed a morning court today. Has it been cancelled? But that's not right. If it's cancelled, how could no one come to inform me? Wait. Surely someone will come. Kongxing sad face ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. The two then continued to wait again. It wasn't until about 7 o'clock that Sushil came over with a breakfast as he walked. Sushil, you guys are here early. So dedicated. Fusu, what do you mean we're early? There's a morning court today, right? Sushil nodded, yes, there is. Fusu, then why are you all late? Do you know how long Kong and I have been waiting here? Sushir gave a cry of surprise. Late? How can that be? His Majesty informed us yesterday, saying that tomorrow's morning court is very important. So he made an exception and postponed the start to 8 o'clock. We also guessed that His Majesty had postponed it so that the Marquis of Foreign Commerce could attend. After all, he usually comes at about this time. Fuso, what did you say? The morning court has been postponed? Why didn't anyone tell me about such a big event? Kongxing, I now seriously doubt that you actually know this information. No, I really don't know. You a great Qin Long male, you tell me you don't know. Is that possible? Fusu was also a little less sure. Could it be that his father had really sent someone to inform him? Only that he had forgotten because of something? Rewind to the day before. Yingzhang, Zhou-Yang, go and pass on my message to all those who will attend the morning court tomorrow, that the morning court will be postponed to 4 minutes past the hour, 8 o'clock in the morning. There is no need to inform Fusu. It is good for your health to get up early. Yes, sir. Oh, I hate early 8s. The morning court convened on time amidst Fusu's cries of pain. Mr. Chow also hates early morning court. Hearing this, Fusu froze for a moment and turned his head to see that Chow Chow's right hand was bandaged and hanging from his neck, looking seriously injured. Chow Chow, what are you? You're going to court with an injury? So dedicated. Fusu was admiring. When Chow Chow heard this, his face darkened a few points, and in a low voice, he didn't know what he was muttering. Li Shimen, who was closer to him, did hear that there was the name Deng Cheng, and for a moment, he was filled with sympathy for Chow Chow. His Majesty arrives. Accompanied by the sound of the proclamation of the trumpet fell, the entire dynasty of civil and military all convergence of expression. Face solemn. Even Kongxing also rare serious a little. On top of the platform, Ying Zhang, dressed in ink and tempting the emperor, walked slowly out from behind the screen with his sword at his waist. His cold gaze swept over the ministers in the hall one by one, and he briefly stared at the grieving Fusu before sitting down on the dragon chair. My lord, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live great Qin. My lord, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live great Qin. My lord, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live great Qin. Level off. Thank you, your majesty. The morning court greeting etiquette was over, followed by the most important part, the group of ministers discussing politics. Asterisk. You're 8 generations of ing ass. You're stepping the out of the way to be an alarmist. Above the courtroom, an angry voice rang out. It was in the case of the great literary figure of the later Northern Song dynasty, the best gourmet of the Wan dynasty, Su Shi, Mr. Su Zizhan, who was calling for Hui Xiaodong's death, and behind him, Suja watched with an expressionless face as his own oldest brother was on fire. During this time, Wei Zhang tried to open his mouth several times to say something, but before he could spit out 3 or 2 words, Su Shi had already spoken like a machine gun. AWOL? What's wrong with going AWOL? If you can capture a Hun ton like that with a few hundred men, you can go AWOL too. Do you know what it means for a general to not be subject to the orders of the king? His Majesty did give the champion Marquis the appropriate privileges when he first sent him to the north to fight the Huns, so I have good reason to believe that his return this time is related to fighting the Huns. You're asking me for reasons to trust him? Well, isn't it obvious? The war record is verifiable. Oh, did someone just say that this offense is punishable by 9 clans under Qin law? Marquis of Champion, could you please provide me with a genealogy? You must be more detailed. The time and space you belong to is only 100 years away from here, and I don't know if there are any on the list for everyone present. Sushi after the beginning of the cranky speech thinking is more and more clear. Always able to seize the opponent's words can be painful to step on the foot of the place to dislike accurately. As for those in the dynastic hall crawling dozens of years, more shrewd old fox. Sushir said that dislike cannot win can be countermocked each other do not take a bath. Do not brush their teeth. Wang Ungshi. Chow Chow cracks Sushi with a wild left hand. The latter is a great thing. No wonder the first emperor told me to be at ease. So it's all been arranged. Reese's entire body was confused. It's not right, is it? Didn't His Majesty say yesterday that he had already made arrangements that Chow Chow would not be involved, and that he would take advantage of this to cooperate with His Majesty in testing the eldest prince? Why is this Sushil involved? But on second thought, Sushir is now the crown prince's crown prince. Involved? Could it be that it is precisely the idea of the elder duke? So this is already happening? Then it's time for the minister to start. Li Si took a step forward and made a solemn bow to Ing Zhang. Your Majesty, in this matter, I have a word. Speak. Chapter 157. What Taifusu said is nothing more than that General Hua's return this time is about the war in the north. In that case, it would be better to let General Hua say a few words about what exactly is the reason for his return this time. As Li Si's words fell, many of his ministers nodded in agreement. Just now, it had been Su Shi who had been blathering non-stop, and Hua Zaiwei had not said a word, so it was indeed time to listen to his words. Ing Zhang's eyes fell on Hua Zhaodong. For young generals, especially those who can fight well and are too young, Ing Zhang would like to give them some favorable treatment, but the man's reasons for wanting to come back are just. But he'd already met Kong Xing yesterday, so that bastard should be able to give him some ideas, right? Thinking back to the advice Kong Xing gave himself yesterday, Hua Daisy slowly stepped forward. The last general has come back for 2 things. This first matter is indeed about the war situation in the north. The remnants of the Xiongnu have now been driven to the west to explore. The main army of the eastern who has been annihilated, and the northwestern Dewezi has been completely recovered and returned to Qin soil. Hua Zaiwei wanted to continue on, but was interrupted by Feng Zaiji. Feng Cheiji, champion marquis, you must think clearly before you speak. Deceiving the king in front of the temple. This is a great offense. Hua Zaiwei was a bit confused. Deceiving the king? Where did I deceive the king? Feng Zhiji, although I do not know much about the art of war, and I know that you are very capable of fighting, but don't you think that the battle results you mentioned are too unbelievable? How long has it taken for the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Dewezi to perish? Besides, if I remember correctly, earlier His Majesty sent you to the north only to fight the Huns, right? Won't you explain why the Eastern Hu and the Great Lunar Clan are also going to be gone? Feng Goji voiced the questions of everyone present except Kong Xing. Ing Zhang and Fusu did know about the reasons about why Donghu became like this, but not the Dewezi. Hua Jiwei, why? You mean this? It's kinda my fault. Blitzkrieg got high on the Huns and accidentally played along. And by the time I realized it, it was already like this. I made a mistake and naturally I was punished. So I came back. Feng Jiqi? Ministers? Huns, did you get it? Can you give a good fight like this? It's better to say you got lost while fighting. Quite a few generals broke the big defense. Bai Qi, however, thought that what Hua Zaiwei said was a bit reasonable. The Dewezi and Donghu both border the Xiongnu region and have dealings with it. In order to prevent the other 2 united fronts from going south to attack Qin while fighting Xiongnu, it makes sense to exterminate them both. Cao Cao also nodded his head, stating that this made too much sense. Hua Daisy, I am guilty. I shouldn't have beaten them into the state they are in. Please punish His Majesty the First Emperor. Most of Ing Zhang's attention was focused on Hua Zaiwei's earlier statement. The Great Lunar Clan has been recovered and returned to Qin territory. Recover is a good word. Ing Zhang liked it. After all, it was well known that Earth had been Qin's land since time immemorial. What? You say it's not from time immemorial? Then I'll ask you, isn't the world's creation in Pangu's final ending a legacy for us people? Now we're just reclaiming our heritage. How is it not from time immemorial? Ing Zhang, Su Jie, since the Qin land has been expanded, this corresponding matter will be left to you. As for you, Hua Daisy, considering this is your first offense, I will punish you with a public apology. Su Jie's face showed a look of sadness. He knew that the price of his own old brother's fiery dislike of the 100 officials was that he would have to work overtime again. With the expansion of Great Qin's territory, this is not an ordinary amount of work to handle. A public apology? Hua repeated in a whisper, brightening up and thanking him for his kindness. Many of the courtiers who had previously jumped out and wanted to pull Hua Daisy down from the altar did not look very good. Especially the resourceful Kong Xing spoke up at this time. Okay brother Zhang. I'll bring Hua Jiaoyi to the great Shan's Chaga and apologize publicly. I'll take pictures and video for evidence. Ministers. Fuso, the great merchant? How is that not public? As expected of a Kong trader? His brain is just great. Li Si, no. General Hua. You just said that you returned to Xianyang for two things. You've already said this first thing. So what about this second thing? Reese always tried to keep a clear head and did not panic over the incident. Before Hua Daisy had a chance to speak, Fusa said for him, I know about this. Father, it's like this. Go sick he accidentally met a good seedling and wants to raise it. Zhang, oh, a recommendation? I wonder who it is. Bai Qi also came to be interested. Those who can be recommended by Hua Zaiwei must also be amazingly talented. Fusu, it's Xin Chiji. Zhang froze for a moment. Xin Chiji? Isn't that Bai Qi, Xin Chiji? Mr. Fusu. I wonder how capable this Xin Chiji is. Fusu, well, let me put it this way. He can outwit General Wang Jian in literature and Li Si in martial arts. Bai Qi, is this person really so powerful? Fusu, it's true. He's right outside the hall. So if you don't believe me, you can ask him to come in and take a test. Bai Qi then looked to Zhang for advice. Zhang, unlike Bai Qi, Zhang, who had scoured the history books of later times, knew what Xin Chiji was like. Fuso is indeed right. But, call him into the temple. It didn't take long for Sin to stand inside the Kirin Hall. Zhang, I heard from Fuso that you are the Xin Chiji who can outperform Wang Jian and Li Si? Xin Chiji? Xin Chiji's eyes widened for a moment, looking at Fuso in dismay. Can I beat Wang Jian and Li Si? I didn't even know I was that good. Fuso, don't be modest. You do have the strength. Really, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't know Wang Jian well and can't get a hold of him, in my eyes, you'd be able to beat him. Xin Chiji, Sigma, what? My ancestor hey. Do you know what kind of stuff you're talking about? Where would I be able to outsmart Wan Kuan? Ha? Kong Xing, Fu Su. He's right too. You have to have confidence in your own strength. What? You don't believe me? Then bet 5 taels of gold. Dare you? Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Among the 10,000 dynasties, only Great Qin's subjects have the highest happiness index at work. They didn't have to worry about the transfer of rest from the Great Tang, let alone worrying about Zhu Yuanzhang's machete like the courtiers of the Great Ming, because in the Great Qin, they only had back-to-back years without rest, and all sorts of fancy tricks to paint a big pie. 2. Su Shi has 3 major hobbies. Make friends, enjoy the moon, and eat good food. Kong Xing also has 3 main hobbies. Love of money, saving gold, counting money. Chapter 158, have I ever said this before? 5 taels of gold? Xin Chiji thought carefully and could not find any place where he could beat Bai Qi, the Wuan Jun, and nodded his head. Okay, I'll bet with you. I'm also curious about where I can outsmart Wuan Jun. Bai Qi also looked over curiously. He also wanted to know where he would lose to Xin Chiji. Zhang let out a small sigh. He could probably guess what Kong Xing would say next. Kong Xing, good. Then now you two will each compose a poem on the topic of festival. Bai Qi, compose a poem? Bai Qi was confused. What kind of poetry did he know? Xin Chiji's eyes widened. So this is what you mean by victory? So that's the same comparison that says I can outwit Wang Jian and Li Si? Yes, yes, yes. You're comparing me to their shortcomings, aren't you? Who taught you to compare? Kong Xing, pretty much. But not really. For example, you can not only write poems better than Wanjin, but the number of strokes in this name is equally better than Wanjin's. Bai Qi, Xin Chiji, Kong Xing, is it enough? 2. If it's not enough I can say a few more. Otherwise this 5 taels of gold I'm holding is really a bit easy on the heart. Xin Chiji's face darkened. How could he not hear the meaning in Kong Xing's words? No need. Willing to gamble. I still have this point of credit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kong Xing reached out one hand to Xin Chiji. Xin Chiji, I don't have any money right now. Kong Xing, it's okay if you don't have any money. Then it will be deducted from your monthly salary. No problem, right? Xin Chiji subconsciously nodded his head. But on second thought there seems to be where it is not quite right. Look, they are now people but in Qin. How can he deduct from his salary in the Song dynasty? Fusa looked at his straight shaking his head. Another by the whole star set up the pit of the fat sheepa. Zhang, since the champion marquis has so much praise for you, and Fusu also thinks that you have outstanding abilities, then I will give you a chance to serve Great Qin. Xin Chiji, Sigma, in the service of the Qin dynasty? Kong Xing reached out and patted Xin Chiji's shoulder. The monthly salary of the Qin is quite high. Do a good job. It's just 5 taels of gold deducted up front. It's not in the way. Xin Chiji at this moment is completely understand everything. He is in a treacherous plan. Why would this one called Kong Xing propose a bet of 5 taels of gold? The purpose is to tie himself to the great Qin's warship, and it's a reason that can be more reasonable than simply Hua Zaiwei's recommendation. He himself lost the bet, had no money to fulfill the contract, and had to deduct it from his monthly salary, and his people were in Great Qin, and Hua Zaiwei had recommended him. Everything makes sense. As for the refusal, if you're in Qin, do you dare not take a job arranged by the first emperor himself? And after this brief acquaintance, Xin Shiji's understanding of Kong Xing was generally clear. He had good reason to believe that a person who could say that his reason for outwitting Wanjin was that there were more strokes in his name was capable of spreading the word throughout the world about his willingness to gamble and his refusal to pay for the 5 taels of gold with the monthly salary of Dechin. Xin Shiji, it's just a matter of time. So let Dechin be Dechin. The first emperor is a million times better than my stupid sire. If you're here, you're here. I just don't know what year I came to Dechin. What's happened to Qin today? Is that dog Zhao Gao dead? Xin Shiji slowed down for a while before accepting the fact that he would be working in Dechin behind him, and began to think about Dechin's future. Li Si did not anticipate at all that there would be such a thing as recommending Xin Shiji. For a while, they couldn't think of a way to deal with it. But Cheng Yu is how smart a person although not Bening Zhang yesterday looked for an explanation of what things, but from the reaction of Li Si also deduced some things. So he confidently took a step forward and spoke aloud in Cao Cao's frantic head-shaking gesture. Your Majesty, since the Northern War is now settled, but nothing has come from the Southern War. The Southern War is anxious. I think we need reinforcements, and it's not good to keep dragging it out like this. Therefore, I propose that the eldest prince go south to the battlefield to boost the army's heart. Fuso, mouth degree, huh? Kong Xing, no. Swords and knives on the battlefield are too dangerous. Your Majesty, think twice, Your Majesty. Before Fu Su could say anything, Kong Xing raised an objection. He even said that there were many possible factors for the scorching war in the south, such as the lack of water and soil and whatnot, and said that Cao Cao had the most experience with this, and that sending him over there would definitely solve the problem. Cao Cao. I knew it would be absolutely no good if Cheng Yu opened his mouth. To the south? That's not going to work. It was highly likely that the Marquis of Champion had returned this time in order to return to the Great Han to celebrate Emperor Wu's birthday, and this was a rare opportunity to show his face in front of Emperor Wu. He should have gone with the Marquis of Champions. How can you be sent south? Cao Cao, first emperor. There's an old saying that says, whoever advocates, goes to war. Since Cheng Yu is so concerned about the war in the south, why not? Let him go. He has a lot of ideas and is best suited to solving the scorching problems of the war. Cheng Yu, whoever advocates war? Is there such a thing? Why don't I know? Who said this? Cao Cao said in a serious voice. I told you to read more in general. And you don't even know this? This is what I said. If you don't believe me, ask Jia. Old man. If he said that or not? Cheng Yu then twisted his head to look at Jia Dang for confirmation. Jia. Yes, there was talk. Cao Cao himself just said it. How is this not considered to be what Lao Zi said? It's just that this Lao Tzu is not his Lao Tzu. Chinese culture. Profound and profound. Ying Zhang, sending Cheng Yu in the midst of the war? Thinking back to Cheng Yu's brilliant ideas recorded in the history books of later generations, Ying Zhang shook his head decisively. It didn't come to that, but it's also a problem that there hasn't been much in the way of war results coming from the south, and I don't have a lot of time to wait that long. I'm still busy unifying the world. How can I be stopped by a small Baiwa? Kong Xing, do you have any plans? Ying Zhang regretted a bit just after he asked the question. Those ideas from Kong Xing seem to be no better than Cheng Yu. Kong Xing, strategies? That's a lot. It depends on whether you're willing to pay for it or not. Brother Zhang. Ying Zhang? Forget it. Spending money on bounties to kill Baiwa people is too inefficient. Why don't we just let Cao Cao go over there? He's got thick skin. I can lend him the mask at will, for a while. Let him go behind enemy lines and become like a high-ranking member of the 100 running around naked and going crazy. And as long as those people lose the hearts of the people, the 100 is within his grasp. Cao Cao, what? Who's running around naked? Xin Shiji was also filled with shock. This was the first time he had heard of such a ploy. Chapter 159, Chang'an. Luckily, Ying Zhang eventually vetoed all of Kong Xing's proposals. Cao Cao is also spared from running around naked. After the morning court, Ying Zhang left Hua Zaiwei a few people behind. If you insist on wanting to go back to see that Lu Che, I won't stop you, but I need you to ask Lu Che a question on my behalf. What's the problem? Hua asked. Instead of answering, Ying Zhang just picked up a pen and wrote 4 big words on a piece of paper, the scourge of witchcraft. Hua Zaiwei realized that he probably knew what Ying Zhang wanted to ask. Fu Su also spoke up at this point. I won't be there to join in the fun then, but I also have a question I want to ask him. How did he cultivate a specialty like the Lost General? I am truly curious. Hua Ji Wei. Not to mention, this, he was quite curious about. He can't even find his way. How did he become a general? Through the back door? Ding! Detected that Archimedes has received the folding ear route, and the Golden Eagle is already on its way back. The order dispatch is complete, and the settlement of the mission rewards has begun. Kong Xing, huh? It actually arrived? Amazing. Golden Eagle, in friendly greetings %? Hashtag asterisk and degree $. At. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wan Dynasty LAN, which has automatically bound all of the host's electronic devices. Wan Zhao LAN. Still worried about no internet? Wan Chao LAN. Fulfill all your web surfing needs. Kong Xing, can you access the internet? Kong Xing was so excited that he immediately took out his cell phone to check. And sure enough, some software that needed to be used with the help of the network could be used normally. This is good. So we won't have to go back and forth to modern times to get off the movie. Kong Xing opened the chat software and after casually replying to a few less important messages to prove that he was still alive, he suddenly had a flash of insight. Does it automatically connect to all my electronic devices? And what if I bought them new? It's theoretically possible to connect, right? It's natural. After receiving an affirmative reply from the system, one brilliant idea after another was automatically perfected in Kong Xing's mind. The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems, and it's full of excitement. So on that day, an account with the screen name, The First Emperor, was quietly born. Ing Gao. Have you noticed? Why do I feel that father is a bit different from before in the last 2 days? On this day, because Kong Xing had brought Hua Zhaodi and Cao Cao to Lu Che, Fu Su went to seek out Ing Gao. Ing Gao, oh? What's different? What's different? Fu Su looked around and lowered his voice after determining that no one was nearby. It is, that every night recently at a fixed time, father will refuse to see his subjects again, and after that time, he will instead call his subjects to discuss something. Ing Gao, what's so strange about that? Father has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so maybe he just wants to fix a time slot every day to take a break before he continues to be busy. Fu Su shook his head, not quite. I still don't feel quite right. Ing Gao, if it's not resting, what else can it be? You can't still be busy, can you? 100 days. On time, Ing Zhang ordered to retreat to the left and right, and made Bai Qi guard the door of the room, and then skillfully pulled out the cell phone he had bought from Kong Xing at a high price. Open up. Good evening, viewers. Good evening. It's May. Welcome to the newscast program. This issue features Ing Zhang. It's good to have internet. It's convenient to know anything you want to know. Not bad. Not bad. Kong Xing. In Chang'an you don't have to be polite with me when it comes to what you want to eat, drink or play. I can still afford this spending. Great Han. Chang'an. Hua Zhaodong has just returned and showed his generous side, saying that he wanted to fulfill his responsibility as a host. Cao Cao, marquee champion. Cao Mao knows you're on good terms with him, but, with all the spending on your account, why don't you reconsider? Hua Jiwei, consider what? It's only for 2 or 3 days. How much can he spend alone? Besides, isn't there an uncle? It's not too much to ask for him to reimburse me for my living expenses on my rare trip back, is it? Cao Cao. Sighing slightly, he turned around and wanted to discuss with Kong Xing so that he wouldn't spend too much. But where was Kong Xing's shadow when he turned around? Where's Kong the traitor? Hua Ziwei, I don't know. He was just there. Maybe he went somewhere to play? Regardless of him, let's go. I'll take you into the palace to see His Majesty first. Achoo! Wei Cheng, who was summoned into the palace by Lu Che, sneezed repeatedly. Wei Qing thought to himself strange. Why do I always feel that someone is chanting about me behind my back? Must be the Hans again. Looks like we didn't beat them hard enough last time. Ha! Lu Che, what's wrong? Wei Cheng, could it be that you have contracted wind cold? Should we call Dr. Li to come and have a look? After the painful loss of Hua Zhaodi, Lu Che was extra concerned about Wei Qing, especially last month. The lost general was again powerful, which made Lu Che always have a sense of talent crisis. Wei Qing, thank you for your Majesty's concern. I'm fine. You say, is there such a possibility that His Majesty asked you if you want to call the eunuch? In addition to caring about you, he's also afraid that you'll spread the wind chill to him? After all, the two of you are just a bit too close. A lazy voice suddenly rang out. Wei Qing, almost subconsciously, he shielded Lu Che behind him. Who? Come out. Uncle, how long has it been since I've seen you and you can't hear my voice? I'm just so disappointed in you. Hua Daisy walked out from the shadows and appeared in front of Lu Che and Wei Qing. It is just that compared to the spiritedness of the past, the Hua Daisy who now appears in front of Wei Qing and Lu Che's eyes is a bit miserable. His hair was a little disheveled, his clothes were tattered, his face was stained with ash, he had only one shoe, and he was leaning on a wooden stick that he had found somewhere. That's all it looks like, And if it's accompanied by a broken bowl, the image is even more stark. Wei Cheng, Sigma, degree, go sick? How did you become like this? Wei Cheng steps forward, but stops after 2 steps, still standing between Hua Ziwei and Lu Che. Looking at the letter you left before, you said, you went to Great Qin? What? So Ing Zhang doesn't want you anymore? Hua Ziwei, that's not true. The first emperor is still good to me. When I came back this time, he also agreed that I would come back to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. It's just that I never thought that Dong Zhongshu would dare to rob me. Lu Che, who did you say robbed you? Dong Zhongshu? Wei Qing's entire body was confused, and he was somewhat unable to figure out Dong Zhongshu's reason for robbing Hua Ziwei. Sad face. In my life, when have I ever been so wronged? Lu Che, alright, go sick. Don't cry. I will make a decision for you. Humph, daring to rob my champion marquis. Has he lived long enough? Chapter 160, pleasing to the eye. I am Dong Zhongshu. I've been walking on thin ice this whole life. I am a great scholar of the Han Dynasty, with many students under my tutelage. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am full of peaches and plums. After His Majesty's succession to the throne today, I had the honor of being elected to participate in the ceremony, and was later rewarded by His Majesty for my talent and was able to be reappointed. That's right, dismiss the 100 schools and revere only the Confucians was my idea. I wrote to His Majesty, saying, all those who are not in the 6 arts and Confucius art should be cut off from the path, and should not be allowed to advance together. I am a member of Confucianism, and I have been rewarded and utilized by His Majesty. Now that His Majesty needs a unification of ideas, I am only acting out of His Majesty's need to benefit Confucianism in the process. His Majesty naturally knows this, but he doesn't object. What does that mean? It means my proposal is right. Later, I was sent by His Majesty to Lu Fei, King Yi of Jiangdu, to be the Minister of State. Lu Fei is His Majesty's brother, but his character is so rough and brutal that he is practically a martial artist. Such a man, thanks to my reputation as a great scholar. Otherwise, I would have fallen into his hands. Luckily, I'm smart, and Lu Fei is easy to fool, so I've accomplished His Majesty's task perfectly. My weight in His Majesty's heart has grown even heavier. Only the good times didn't last long. Then 2 big fires broke out at the place where His Majesty was worshipping his ancestors, and I thought it was a good opportunity to publicize the heavenly sense of man, so I insisted on drafting a sangha all night long with my illness, using the 2 fires to illustrate that the heavens had become angry with His Majesty. As a result, before the Zhang was presented, it so happened that my nemesis, Lord Fu Yen, came to my home as a guest, and he accidentally saw the Zhang, and he took advantage of my inattention to steal the draft of the Zhang and gave it to His Majesty, without my interpretation. His Majesty saw the draft and was furious at Lord Fu Yen's provocation and decided to behead me. This is the closest I've come to death. Fortunately, His Majesty took pity on the talent and pardoned me by imperial decree. Only the original official could not be done. In order to keep myself from starving to death, I once again began my old profession of teaching in the early years. But a mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin can't be escaped. I was teaching and thought that was it for me, but Gong Sun Hong recommended me to be the Minister of State of Lu Duan, the King of Jiaoxi. Who in the whole of Han knows that Lu Duan is a state minister killer? He was even more vicious and brutal than Lu Fei, and many people who had been his state ministers in the past were killed or poisoned. I wanted to refuse, but the king's orders were hard to disobey, so I was forced to accept. Those 4 years were the most fearful years of my life. I was always worried that I would never see the sun the next morning. It was the kind of day I had to find a way to escape from. Fortunately, I later succeeded in resigning from my post on the ground that I was old and sick, thus saving my little life for the time being. Why is it temporary? Because today, I've been summoned to the palace by His Majesty again, and the reason for the summons is that I robbed the champion husband? No, Your Majesty, my wise and mighty Majesty. You mean, I'm an old man in my 60s who can't even walk very well, and I robbed a young, strong champion with my bare hands, and eventually retired unharmed? This makes sense. Dong Zhongshu was enraged. Marquis of Champion, I have never had any grievances with you, so why are you slandering me? Hua Zhaodong was somewhat stunned the moment he saw Dong Zhongshu. It's over. It's over. Forget the age thing. A big 20-year-old guy getting mugged by a 60-plus-year-old. This is outrageous. How do you round this thing? Let's see. Think about. Wei Cheng senses that something is wrong and turns his head to look at Hua Daisy. Daisy, are you really robbed by him? With him like that? Robbing you? Hua Ziwei, if it was just him. Naturally I couldn't. But he doesn't talk about martial virtues and has called in a whole bunch of students. He has so many students. How can I beat them? Lu Che, what? Mobbing? And you didn't declare your identity? Hua Ziwei reported it. But what did he say? the law is not to blame, and said that they are all great scholars, with high reputations, so it's just harmless to be chastised. But I'm different. After this, the whole of Dahan will know that I was robbed by a 60-something man, and it will be recorded and circulated. Dong Zhongshu sad face, what the hell? I brought a whole bunch of people to rob you? Yellow-mouthed child. Don't you dare disturb His Majesty's holy hearing with your nonsense. Lu Che, alright, all be quiet. I have my own judgment. Hua stopped wailing. Dong Zhongshu snorted coldly and waited for Lu Che's decision. Lu Che's eyes looked back and forth between Hua Daisy and Dong Zhongshu, thinking for a long time before he spoke. Daisy, how much money have you been robbed by him? Hua shook his head, I'm not sure, as it was given to me by that man, saying that it was as a traveling allowance for my journey home. Lu Che nodded. He was aware of who that person was referring to in Hua Zaiwei's mouth. He even gave him a traveling allowance to go home. So it seems that the first emperor did take good care of him. But if the robbery had been a plate he had given to go sick, then this would not have been a simple matter to deal with. Go sick. I'll ask you one last time. Did that man really rob you of the coils he gave you? Hua nodded his head in resignation. Dong Zhongshu, Your Majesty, there is absolutely no such thing. I've been sleeping at home today. How could I possibly go robbing? Wei Qing, shut up. Did His Majesty tell you to speak? Dong Zhongshu. Wei Qing, you said you were sleeping at home. Can anyone prove it? Dong Zhongshu was silent again. Wei Qing, can't prove it, can you? Then things are obvious. Just wait here for a moment. In a moment I'll go in first, and you can just wait here for His Majesty to summon you. Outside the hall, Hua Zaixiao barked a warning to Cao Cao before heading towards the main hall. Take the trouble to inform, and say that the champion marquis seeks an audience with His Majesty. But the eunuch who was usually in charge of the notification looked as if he had seen a ghost. Terrified. You are the champion Ho? Then the one inside. Who is it again? Hua Jiwei a sigma, degree mouth degree hashtag, what? You mean there's another me in there? Goddamned Kong traitors. Get up. Quickly let me in to escort you. Eunuch, no. 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 I can't let you in. Hua Jiwei, the one inside is a fake. Don't you understand? Eunuch, what? False? His Majesty is in danger? Hogwarts, well, there's a danger of being swindled. Hua was able to get past the eunuch and enter the hall. Just inside, I was on all fours with the fakes. The afterglow swept over the one open case at the fake's feet. Golden. It's very pretty. Sinking. Pleasing to the eye. Degree, Kong traitor. Did I tell you that if you? Before he could finish his words, he only saw the fake reaching out and pointing at Dong Zhongshu on the side. Hua Zaiwei, oh, it's him? It's okay then. Dong Zhongshu? Lu Che looked at the two Hua Zaiwei who were now in front of his eyes and was filled with question marks. Wei Qing, how come I haven't heard you mention that there's another sibling to go to the sick? Wei Qing, this, I don't know. Chapter 161 Wink with a frown. In terms of who was the most clueless among the people present, it was undoubtedly the victim, Dong Zhongshu. Dong Zhongshu, this, two champion marquis. Which one is real and which one is fake? Hua Jiwei, Your Majesty, I'm the real one. He's a fake. After saying that, Hua Zaiwei even gave the fake a vicious glare. Fake sighed as he received a warning look and put his playfulness away. He kinda wanted to have a little true or false champion husband storyline. With a thought, the face returned to its original form. Really? What do you think you're doing back so soon? Just a little bit later. Even if it's a minute later. It's such a shame to lose all this little money. Kong Xing sighed as he skillfully slipped a gold bar from the box at his feet into his pocket. Lu Che looked at everything in front of him with shock, and realized that one of them was a fake after some disappointment. How can they all not be real? To be true, how good it is. Wei Qing, could this be some kind of immortal method? Yes, and only immortal technique can do a perfect imitation of all the looks and voices. But if it's immortal magic, then what is this man here? An immortal? What kind of immortal is he? Dong Zhongshu, I told you I didn't rob the Marquis of Champions. The heavens have opened their eyes. Hua Zaiwei let out a cry of surprise and turned his head to Kong Xing, pointing at Dong Zhongshu and then at himself. You mean, he, robbed me? Kong Xing nodded. Hua was silent. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the one large box filled with gold by Kong Xing's feet. TSK. Came back early. Blame me. Can you guys pretend you don't see me? Hua asked sincerely. Dong Zhongshu was stunned. What did that mean? What did it mean? Wei Qing, Your Majesty, I suspect that this one in front of me isn't real either. Lu Che did not say anything. But at this time, do not say anything is not the meaning of approval? Hua Zaiwei's face changed. To check my identity? Uncle, are you sure you want me to reveal what you buried under that plum blossom tree in the courtyard? Wei Qing. He just wanted to say something to stop it, but Lu Che's curiosity was already aroused. What's buried there? Wine. The wine I kept for myself when I stopped by the palace once. It wasn't hidden tightly and he found it. He said I'd be punished for exposing me, so he buried it. Lu Che glanced at Wei Qing and continued to ask, oh, just burying it? Huazaiwei, that's certainly not. I later found out that buried he didn't know to check it, so he dug it up again and put a snake in it. I've heard Dr. Li say that this seems like it can be brewed into medicinal wine. Wei Qing, what? So you put that snake in there? Then you still told me that it might have been hibernated and burrowed in? Wei Qing had no doubts about Huazaiwei's identity at the moment, but now a new problem came up. Stealing wine from the palace, which was no small crime. Even if His Majesty thinks highly of Go Sickness, this deserved chastisement is unavoidable. Lu Che, I understand. Wei Qing, do you even care about such a trivial matter as my champion marquis drinking wine on weekdays? Wei Qing? With his mouth wide open, Kongxing packaged the video he had just recorded and sent it to Ying Zheng through One Dynasty Land. Title, Shocked. Huadaisi and Wei Qing actually plotted this behind Emperor Wu's back. At that time, in a different space and time, Ying Zheng, who was discussing political affairs with Li Si, heard the ding-dong sound of his cell phone, and hurriedly turned it on skillfully. After seeing the video sent by Kongxing thought nothing of it and just clicked on it to watch it. After watching it, Ying Zheng replied with a message in silence. I have read it. It's been so long, why hasn't His Majesty the Martial Emperor summoned me? Cao Cao paced back and forth anxiously outside, even wondering for a moment if Lu Che had disowned himself after hearing Huazaiwei speak of his exploits. After all, he was holding the Emperor hostage. In the end, what is the situation inside Ah? More or less give some letter Ah. Simply anxious to death. The champion marquis shouldn't have forgotten about Chao, right? Naturally, Hua did not forget. It's just that what's happening in the temple at this point is getting a little out of hand. Lu Che raged and raised his sword, swinging and slashing at everything around him. Wei Qing and Hua Zhaodi have long since retreated to the corner, with the intention of trying to persuade Lu Che to calm down. But this situation in front of them can't be persuaded at all. Dong Zhongshu shivered and fell to his knees, and on the beams of the room diagonally above him was Kongxing, who was hanging there upside down with the skill climber turned on. Yo, in a hurry? What? Can't accept that you died late and made such a big mess as the witchcraft scourge, bringing shame to the great Han? Ying Zheng's teasing voice kept coming out from the cell phone in Kongxing's pocket, stimulating every sensitive nerve of Lu Che. Lu Che, First Emperor, come to the great Han if you can. Single combat. Ying Zheng, you want to fight me alone? You don't deserve it, but I'm in a good mood today. I can give you a chance. As long as you can beat Li Shimen in single combat, I can agree to your application for single combat. Lu Che frowned slightly. Li Shimen? Who is he? Ying Zheng, he's just an ordinary person from the Tang dynasty in the latter part of the world. You won't be able to beat him, will you? Lu Che didn't yell something like, how is it possible that we can't beat them? And keenly captured the point of Ying Zheng's words. Don, could it be that the great Han is died? Congratulations, you got it right. Ying Zheng's voice was filled with joy, as if he was genuinely happy that Lu Che knew this delightful news. Lu Che laughed back in anger. Congratulations, then I have to congratulate you as well. To die in the second world. This kind of brilliant performance. I don't even dare to think about it now. Ying Zheng, it is said that it is the most merciless emperor's family, but I will never harm Fusu, and you Lu Che is different. Kongxing, you come to give me an interview with him, forcing his son to rebel, wronged his son's death. What do you feel? Kongxing wordlessly changed to a more comfortable position lying on the beam. Below, Lu Che raises his sword and rubs shoulders with Dong Zhongshu, continuing to yin and yang. Yes, so what if I was deceived and utilized by traitors in my later years, who in future generations will not know that you, Ying Zheng, are in pursuit of immortality? Ying Zheng, where's the Changsheng you chased after? You weren't tricked by that Su Fu, were you? And your eldest son, Fu Su, but he wiped his neck on the Great Wall. Oh yes, there's also your Ying family, which seems to have almost been exterminated. Truly God blesses Great Qin. Kongxing raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I'll say something biased did you know that your tomb is often patronized, and that even the bones fall into mystery? Lu Che's eyes widened and veins popped on his forehead. What do you mean? My tomb? Who did this? Kongxing spread his two hands and said that there were too many people who patronized him, and there was no way to find out exactly who started it. But there is one person who should know something. Who? Cao Cao. Chapter 162, I want to order troops. As the saying goes, you know yourself by your great joys and great sorrows, and you know your true heart by your great ups and downs. This is a statement that Cao has completely understood today. Traitor Kong, Mr. Cao remembers you. Inside the great hall, Cao Cao curses and then decisively dumps the mystery of Lu Che's bones on Sun Quan, stating that this Jiangdong rat is not a good person and is highly suspicious. and secretly wondered if the source of the money from which he made his fortune was honorable. Not only Sun Quan, there is another one called Liu Bei in the latter days, who climbed the relatives, saying that he is the descendant of your majesty's descendants. But Chao checked the genealogy and did not. Wait, genealogy check? Lu Che carried his sword and disliked Cao Cao's face, lowering his head to meet Cao Cao's eyes in order to determine whether or not the man in front of him was lying. But after testing it, he realized that it wasn't enough to just lower his head, but he also had to bend his waist a bit. Cao Cao was not flustered and said that he was checking his genealogy in order to find a qualified ruler to restore the Han family and help the building to fall. Really? Lu Che, listening to Cao Cao's story in these few words, could probably guess what period of time Cao Cao was from behind the Great Han. He could also probably guess what kind of situation the Great Han would be in at that time. Restore the Han dynasty and support the building? Heh, says it well. I have read countless people. There is a little cute in this worldly beings, but I don't believe that you will be that little cutie. Look me straight in the eye and tell me, do you really have no second thoughts? Cao Cao tilted his head and looked straight into Lu Che's eyes. Then your majesty thinks that a person who dares to risk the world and hold the emperor hostage can have second thoughts? Bang! 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 Cao Cao's heart was beating fast, and Cao Cao was nervous during this short wait for Lu Che's answer. The answer to this question concerned whether Lu Che would recognize himself or not. Cao Cao dreamed of getting a word of affirmation from Lu Che, but Lu Che didn't. Neither nodded nor shook his head, but looked up to the Kongxing who was lying comfortably on the beams of the room. Don't lie to me. Tell me, can he call himself a king? Cao Cao. Kongxing, your majesty the martial emperor. One has to figure something out for oneself. What is the point of working hard all your life with nothing? Lu Che nodded. This is a good point. People live a life. Whether it is money, status, beauty, power, fame, there's always a little bit to figure out. Humph. Lu Che snorted coldly, no longer giving Cao Cao any good looks, just coldly saying, Gao Zhu once said, Non-Lu surname cannot be sealed king. You this king. I do not care how you come. Sealed is sealed. I do not recognize. Cao Cao's eyes darkened, and he opened his mouth to say something in his defense, but in the end he said nothing. Kongxing frowned slightly. From Cao Cao's point of view, he might indeed have bitter feelings, but from Lu Che's point of view, this could be of a completely different nature, especially since Lu Che was a very strict and old-fashioned emperor. In his eyes, he only recognized results, not processes. A king with a different surname is a king with a different surname, and no one who comes to put in a good word for Cao Cao will change Lu Che's opinion. Really? Ing Zhang's surprised voice came out from Kongxing's cell phone. This is a subject you don't want. Go sick. Kongxing, you two can testify to me that this is something he doesn't want himself. It was as if Ing Zhang had picked up a great bargain, and his words were filled with joy. Cao Cao, since Lu Che he doesn't want you, come to Great Qin. The position of 9 ministers is yours to pick from. Stay up for 2 years, and when Feng Zhaishe can't do it anymore, his position will be yours. The corners of Cao Cao's mouth twitched slightly. He had heard similar words no less than 10 times during his time in Great Qin. Ing Zhang is an emperor of one word and the cake he draws is really going to be realized. It is the process of waiting in between that is particularly costly for the ministers. Cao Cao, still, I'd rather not. De Qin, it's too rolled up. I'd better go back to my original time and space to fight North America. Lu Che, what North America? Lu Che carefully recalled the countries surrounding the Great Han and did not hear of any place called North America. And you, Shi Huangdi, you dare to rob the subjects of my Great Han? Is there no one left in your Great Qin? I just don't recognize it. Not don't want it. The vassal of the Great Han. It's not your turn to rob. Cao Cao's eyes glowed with a hint of brightness, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Ing Zhang, I'm busy unifying the globe, and since De Qin doesn't have enough manpower, I'll have to borrow some from other places first. I'm sorry, you probably don't quite understand what global unification is right now, but it doesn't matter. Kongxing will tell you later. I want to borrow your Han's ministers not for nothing. I have not previously used Zheng Liang for Huazaori. Do you think this will work? How about I trade Lu Bang for Cao Cao? Doesn't that sound like a good deal? It is not known whether it is cost-effective or not. Lu Che only heard the threat. The interval between his own time and Ing Zhang's was too close. Cao Cao, your majesty, Generals Gongsun Ao and Li Guang are unrivaled in the world, so it's only fitting that they be exchanged. Thinking back to his 2 lost generals, Lu Che nodded. That was indeed a good idea. Ing Zhang, I can't see those 2. If not for Cao Cao, for Wei Qing. Lu Che, don't you dare. I can't possibly give a single one. Ing Zhang, why can't I give it? Wei Qing, you're saving it to fight the Huns, but Cao Cao is not using it. You don't use it, so why can't you give it? Who said I don't need to? Lu Che blurted out, but reacted when he finished speaking. He was trapped. There is no reason to blame Lu Che for being so easily provoked. Every word of Ing Zhang's is stimulating Lu Che's nerves, and it is very difficult to maintain normal sanity when one is furious. Cao Cao is thrilled to have the first emperor, who, in a few words, has helped him solve his job problem. Kongxing, calm down, calm down. Cao Cao, you really need him to help you fight the world, because this world is too big for just those people you have in your hands. As Kongxing spoke, he took out a map from the system space and threw it down, coincidentally hitting Dong Zhongshu right on the head. Dong Zhongshu, who trotted over and picked up the map, spreading it out directly on the ground. Lu Che also knew the whole world for the first time. The inner shock was overwhelming. My great Han, but it only takes up such a small piece of land? After the shock, Lu Che's heart was filled with fear. It was the fear of the lack of available talent in the great Han, the fear of a low life balance. Lu Che suddenly understood Ing Zhang. So much territory. If I don't fight it down, I can't be at peace. I want to order troops. Order troops. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. Lu Che was a veteran war terrorist, and in his words, he wanted to forever cut off the enemy's opportunity to wield his sword. Zhu Yuanzhang took a different view on this. He believed that the enemy's opportunity to wield the sword should not only be cut off, but the courage to wield the sword should also be extinguished. Chapter 163, Are you finally going to get your ass kicked? Lu Che was thoroughly irritated by the world map. Immediately, he ordered to urgently convene a court meeting, but was stopped by Wei Qing. Wei Qing, Your Majesty, the Great Han cannot afford to send out troops to fight on such a large scale. Lu Che was stunned for a moment. What Wei Qing said was not unreasonable. To fight a war, the manpower, material and financial resources to be spent are huge. This point, from the spending on fighting the Xiongnu over the years can be known. And now, once one decides to attack the world and take it down, then the Great Han will be caught up in foreign wars for a very long time in the future, constantly depleting its hard-earned home base. Analyzing it from a long-term perspective, going to fight the world with the current situation of the Great Han is never a wise move. What? If Ing Zhang's Qin can fight, can't my Han fight? Lu Che let out a scolding cry and stretched his ears. He said this more to hear what the backbone of Ing Zhang's boldness to attack the world was. It took Qin 6 generations to complete the reunification of the world, and there was not much left of the family's fortune. Lu Che didn't believe that Ing Zhang didn't know about this, but since he had done it, he must have had the courage to do it. Attacking the world will consume national strength? Ing Zhang's voice rang out along with the sound of paper turning. But why has the great Qin treasury increased rather than decreased over the past year, and even skyrocketed by more than 3 times? Why is that? Lu Che frowned. What do you mean? How is it possible to fight a war without spending money? Kongxing, why do you have to spend your own money to fight a war? Kongxing said, knocking on his own brain, why do you have to work hard when there's clearly something to be earned? This attacking another country is actually similar to doing business. The more unscrupulous you are, the more you gain. Lu Che looked up and re-examined the fellow sprawled on the beams of his palace. Hua Zaiwei's voice also rang out at the right time. Your Majesty, Kong Trader didn't lie. If his conscience is gone, he will not only make a lot of money fighting a war, but his efficiency will be surprisingly high. Just for example, one of the brocade plans he gave me earlier was to suggest that I buy off a few enemy soldiers, feed laxatives to the enemy's war horses, and put aphrodisiacs in the meals of the enemy generals' get-togethers. It says that poisons are too easy to detect, but aphrodisiacs, unlike laxatives, don't kill you if you take them, and they're not generally thought of. If you can't think of it, you won't take too many precautions, and it's easier to get it. Lu Che, mouth hashtag? Wei Qing, what the hell is that? It's no longer a question that wouldn't occur to the average person, is it? Who in their right mind would think of preparing an aphrodisiac for war? Lu Che and Wei Qing sort of understood why Kongxing would say that there would still be money to be made from fighting. Soldiers are also tricky. Since when exactly did everyone fight wars without any martial virtues? Cao Cao sighed, always feeling that the major time periods that had been adulterated by Kongxing would be embarking on a bizarre path. Kongxing, Omega angle, do you need me to provide some ploys? I have a free version, a discounted version, and a supreme version of my ploy. Which one do you want, please? Lu Che, what is the difference between these 3? Kongxing, money is different. Lu Che, then let's start with a free version of the ploy to fight the Huns. Kongxing nodded his head before extending one hand to point at Cao Cao below him. Here, it's free. The great hall was eerily silent for a moment. Dong Zhongshu wiped the fine sweat on his head, only feeling that he had spent this day more excitingly than he had in the past 60 years. Lu Che took a deep breath, briefly calmed his violent emotions, and took 3 or 2 steps to Dong Zhongshu's front, reaching out to pull him up from the ground. I have a very important thing for you to do now. You won't let me down, will you? Dong Zhongshu felt bad, but he could only say stiffly, I am willing to go through fire and water for your majesty. Very well. I really didn't see you coming. Lu Che patted Dong Zhongshu's shoulder and pointed to Kong Xing, who was lying on the beam of the room. Go, weed him down for me. Dong Zhongshu, huh? Looking up at the high beams of the room, then looking down at his own old arms and legs, Dong Zhongshu had a bitter face. Letting himself go up on the beams to pull down Kong Xing? What's the difference between this difficulty and letting himself rob the Marquis of Champions? That's not imposing, but the king's orders are hard to disobey. Dong Zhongshu could only tremblingly set up a ladder, and little by little he climbed up to the roof beam with the help of the ladder. It was hard to climb up, but then I realized that the beams were not very wide, and because they were so high from the ground, I was scared to walk on them, and I would always worry if I would suddenly fall down and die. Dong Zhongshu could only approach Kong Xing slowly by crawling. Kong Xing sad face underscore, you go for it. I'll jump first. Oh, Dong Zhongshu subconsciously answered, quickly reacting to what was wrong. You're going to jump? Kong Xing nodded and waved his hand toward Hua Zaiwei below him. Make way to the side. Hua then took a few steps backward. In the next instant, a large padded mat appeared on the spot where Hua was originally standing. Bang! Kong Xing jumps off the beams of the room just in time to be caught by the mat. Walking aside, he reclaimed the mat in system space to keep for later. Dong Zhongshu, who was still on the beams? Seeing that Kong Xing had already come down, Lu Che immediately ordered, go sick. Hold him down for me. Hua was unmoved. Your Majesty, it can't be held down. Kong Xing held, vocal novel book, in one hand and the cell phone that was still in the middle of a call in the other hand. Hey, brother politics, let's not chat first, huh? Well, I'll be back to Daqin in a couple of days. Hanging up the phone and then rummaging through his address book, he found the contact and called it. Ancestor T Sin, what if someone tries to beat me up? Are you finally going to get your ass kicked? Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the phone, the words Kong Xing wanted to say were directly stuck in his throat. Normally speaking, shouldn't he ask who was going to beat himself up? Emperor Xin, I told you, you're definitely going to get your ass kicked one day. You're calling Lone because you want Lone to beat it back for you? What? Where's the first emperor? It's not like he's the one who's going to beat you up, is it? SSSH. Could it be that your plan for the beginning emperor to sleep on the street has been realized? Lone really can't find a reason why he would beat you up. Lu Che's anger in his heart dropped quite a bit as he listened to Xin's voice, and he was now more curious about that plan than wanting to kick Kong Xing's ass twice. The first emperor slept on the street? It sounds like a lot of fun. Tell me, how is it that the first emperor slept on the street? Kong Xing looked embarrassed. Brother Zhang has always treated me well. I can't. Lu Che pointed to the gold that Kong Xing hadn't had time to pit away before he pretended to be Hua Zaiwei. Can you say it now? Then I'll tell you some of it. Kong Xing said as he put away the small amount of money while pulling out a piece of pre-prepared paper and handing it to Lu Che. Lu Che takes it and opens it up to check it out. Hua Zhaodong also approached to check under curiosity, and with just one glance, he couldn't help but cover his face. On that paper, it's the War Horse Trio, what he himself had learned during his time in Great Sheen. It was also one of the things he wanted to offer to His Majesty on his return this time. Hua Jiwei originally, Dahan was able to get the War Horse 3-piece set for free, but now it's become a paid one. Lu Che was still a bit confused when he looked at the paper. It was the things on the paper that could make Ying Zheng sleep on the street? Wei Cheng, go and find a smith to build this up. I would like to see what power this so-called Warhorse 3-piece set actually has. Yes, Wei Cheng answered, turned around and took the paper with him and went to find a smith to build it. Chapter 164, Curiosity Kills Me. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Thank you for your patronage. A total of 200,000 taels of gold. After discount is 190,000 taels. Do you want to pay in installments or after loan? Kong Xing held, sound and fiction book, in one hand ready to run at any time, and held a small abacus in the other hand, reflecting the shape of gold in his eyes. And opposite it, Lu Che held a pile of paper in his hand. The surprise in his heart that was brought about by having experimented with the 3-piece set of the Warhorse had been washed away for the most part. Just earlier, Wei Qing brought the 3-piece set of Warhorse created by the palace craftsman, and the scene was tested against a simple control, and the effect was surprisingly good. Lu Che is very happy. Fight Xiong knew he is the most active, and the emergence of the Warhorse 3-piece set can greatly increase the cavalry's ability to fight. With this artifact, the extermination of the Xiongnu can be expected in a matter of days. The ecstatic Lu Che immediately asked Kong Xing if there were any more similar goodies. At this exact moment, Emperor Xian's voice came out from the cell phone. Although I don't know who you are, but listen to you. How? Want to whore for nothing? How can I be the one who wants to whore myself out for nothing? Lu Che immediately said he would pay for it. This has led to the scene that exists today. Lu Che, 190. 000 taels. You're robbing money. Kong Xing, how is this a robbery? When you finished testing the 3-piece warhorse set, you commented that this weapon could be worth 10,000 taels of gold. Warhorse 3-piece set of that. Dong Zhongshu paid on your behalf. The rest of these, you say, which cannot match the gold 10,000 taels. Lu Che lowered his head and counted the paper in his hand. Excluding the 3-piece set of warhorses, the remaining 19 copies, 10,000 taels then. Just 19 million taels. No, that should also be a discount on 1,900,000 taels. Where's the 200,000 taels? Ah, the map. Counting the map. Just right. Lu Che, Hua Daiji, who was at the side, covered his face as he had previously wondered why Kong Xing had hung up on the first emperor all of a sudden and went to call Emperor Xian instead. Now he understood. In order to eliminate the possibility of white whoring, Lu Che is still thinking of reducing it some more. Tomorrow is my birthday. Why don't we? Kong Xing, what a coincidence. Today is my birthday. Lu Che froze for a moment, showing deep skepticism about Kong Xing's birthday. How could it be such a coincidence? Chow Chow, that's not right. I clearly remember. Chow Chow's words are interrupted by Hua Zaiwei before he can finish. It's no use. With a thick skin, every day can be the birthdate of a Kong adulterer, because there is one called early birthday celebration. Chow Chow. Lu Che. Okay, you win. But you know the situation in Dahan. So this 190,000 taels is really out of reach. Kong Xing, it's okay. If you can't get it now you can get a loan first. A loan? Aha. Kong Xing nodded his head and patiently explained to Lu Che, it means that the Daqin treasury will lend you 190,000 taels of gold, with an annual interest rate of 5%. Afterwards, you can pay the 190,000 taels of gold to me, and on the Daqin side, you can slowly pay back the interest on the principal. There is no rush. Lu Che roared, mouth, you think I am a little cutie? I can see that you and that Ing Zheng are in cahoots. Loan? Oh, you're making thousands of taels a year. No wonder that Ing Zheng dared to attack the world at the beginning of the Qin dynasty. With your speed of robbing money, how can the country still be empty? Kong Xing, calm down. Calm down. I just make a suggestion. Do not want the loan. You can also take some of the first physical to offset well. Like, a palace or something. Lu Che's eyes slowly widened. Palace? Palace? Is that something that can be used as collateral? Recalling what Dxin said about the plan of the first emperor sleeping on the street, Lu Che couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. So, that's how it is? Curiosity kills me. Kong Xing, who has purchased a new property, is in a good mood. Dong Zhongshu's mood could be said to be abysmal. A big old man with great difficulty just climbed down from the beams, and was stuffed with an official position by Lu Che on the grounds of the lack of talent in the Great Han, including Dong Zhongshu's newly taught disciples and students in the past few years. All of them were also wanted by Lu Che. It would have been a delightful thing for students to be initiated by His Majesty, but Chow Chow said that this was considered a recommendation. So if these people made mistakes afterward, according to the laws of the Han Dynasty, Dong Zhongshu would have to be implicated. Chow Chow, so, for the sake of your life and safety, I'm going to trouble you to supervise these students of yours. Dong Zhongshu. No, 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 no. How can this teacher supervise a student? It is only right that I should avoid suspicion. Dong Zhongshu was very clear that he cannot be foolhardy to agree, but agreed to. This is after the fact was a party camping and fraud and other charges, but it will be easy to sit on the reel. They just want to take off cannot be taken off, but it is equally dangerous not to regulate Dong Zhongshu. Sit in. The list of names handed in alone is in the dozens, and hell knows what kind of mess these people are going to make behind the scenes. What's worse, because Dong Zhongshu paid more attention to the style of his teaching, he only knew his students' names and not their faces when he taught. He hid behind a screen or a curtain during his lectures, so he only knew the names of his students, but not their faces. This also leads to, it's easy to impersonate. The simplest. One day Lu Che looked at Dong Zhongshu as not good. Randomly find a dead soldier. Say this is Dong Zhongshu's students. Assassination attempt. According to the consequences of guilt by association, Dong Zhongshu at least is to be raised 3 clans. It can be said that from this moment on, Dong Zhongshu's head is at risk of falling off at any moment. Great Qin, Marquis of Foreign Trade? I have a destiny with you, and I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you an idol post too. How about it? Well, will such an identity token be issued as well? Kong Xing was filled with anticipation as he shook his pure gold token, which was clearly engraved with the 3 big characters of Foreigner Marquis. Lu Che. I take back my previous words. Kong Xing, mouth, don't. If pure gold is not available, pure silver will do. How about jade? Jade is also acceptable. Hey, Your Majesty the Martial Emperor, don't go. You still haven't said what position you're going to give me and how much salary you're going to give me. Lu Che did not return his head, turned around and left, just as if he was deaf and blind and did not know anything. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. 1. According to a person who wishes to remain anonymous, Kong Xing was just short of winning the post of the imperial servant. 2. The map obtained by Lu Che caused a serious mental shock to many ministers in the court, among which Zhang Qian was the worst hit. He even wondered for a moment what he had suffered in the past. 3. Zhang Liang never stopped for a day to greet the first emperor and the adulterer Kong with friendly greetings. And the price for the greeting was that Lu Che arranged for him to work overtime all year round, day in and day out. Chapter 165, I have a hunch that I'll be able to explode the pole. 2 days passed quickly. Kong Xing went empty-handed, and when he and Hua came back he and Hua held a huge pile of food each. Why so many? Fu Su greeted him and took a sealed wine altar from Kong Xing's hand. Shaking it in his hand, it was heavy and there was a faint sound of water coming out. Kong Xing helplessly piled the remaining things in his arms onto the table in a heap. It's His Majesty the Martial Emperor. He nonetheless said that going sick had starved and lost weight during his year in Great Qin, and that he needed to eat something good to replenish himself. Ying Zhang looked at the pile of food on the table. Aside from the jar of wine Fu Su was holding, most of the rest were snacks, things to eat at leisure to pad his stomach. That's all he's giving? That's very generous. Kong Xing shook his head. There are also some that need to be kept fresh and have a shorter serving period, which I put away first. Hua Zaiwei also put his things down at this time. Are you guys going to eat the mutton chops? His Majesty gave me a cart's worth, and I can't finish it all by myself. Do you guys want it? Fusa held the wine jar with his mouth wide open. A cart of lamb chops? A cart. Hua nodded. Well, they were all just slaughtered and fresh. Do you want them? Fusu looked sideways to observing Zhang's reaction before he said, take a little. Lamb chops are available. So lamb hooves too, right? Sheep's hooves? There are a couple of them. What do you want them for? Eat? Naturally. Eat? Hua always felt something strange, but didn't think much of it. Fusu beautifully received all the sheep's hooves from Kong Xing and casually found a reason to leave first. Just after leaving Zhangtai Palace, Fusu went straight to Su Shi. Zizhan, I've brought you something good. Just look at how these could be made a little harder to eat. Su Shi was just delighted to see the sheep's hooves, and was confused when he heard Fusu's strange request. More, tougher? Then I suggest taking it to the outhouse and smoking it. Although he did not understand, Su Shi gave pertinent advice based on his years of experience. Fusu, after smoking? I mean what if I order someone to send it to Yinggao, Jilu and the others? What will happen? Judging from your rich experience of being deposed? Su Shi was silent as he snatched all the sheep's hooves from Fusu's hands, stating that he probably knew what Fusu needed and would do his best. Over here, in the Zhangtai Palace, it's been a few months since Ying Zhang mentioned the construction of the academy, and it's about time that the imperial examinations were held to add a little fresh blood to all parts of Great Qin. This first imperial examination cannot appear half a point of error. I have handed over to Li Si responsible for this matter. You are the people of the latter. Can have any suggestions? Kong Xing raised an eyebrow. To say that there was too much advice about exams, such a large scale, and related to their future career, the examination, favoritism and cheating will definitely not be in the minority. Only Li Si. Not quite enough. Brother Zhang, if possible, I propose that you be present on the first day of the exams. This will reflect the importance of the imperial examinations. And secondly, it will also put out a signal to all the people of Great Qin that favoritism and cheating at the imperial examinations is equivalent to deceiving the king, and no one can afford the consequences of deceiving the king. Ying Zhang nodded slightly. I can be there, but what you're saying is more than just these 2 points, right? I'll be there. And those who are not mentally competent, I'm afraid they'll be so nervous that they won't even be able to hold a pen, right? Kong Xing spread his hands. That's also their own business. Apart from favoritism, there's also the issue of the secrecy of the exam papers. Brother Zhang, I wonder how this exam paper is doing so far. If there are no questions yet, I do have a few small suggestions. What advice? Kong Xing hemmed and hawed and took a few steps forward, whispering one by one in Ying Zhang's ear. Ying Zhang, I am now very glad that I didn't involve Jia Dang and Chengyu, but you are reminding me. Since the imperial examinations are for relative fairness, those ministers of the court, the sons and daughters of powerful families should not be absent, and those royal children of mine should not be absent either. Take the test. It's only good if they all take the test. It's even better if anyone fails the exam and loses. The more Ying Zhang thought about it, the more he felt that it should be so. Great Qin does not keep idle men. The royal family, moreover, can't afford to keep idlers. And so, that afternoon, all the royal sons and princesses knew about the terrible news. Age? The imperial examinations do have an age requirement, but Ing Zheng gave the word. Everyone, take the test. That is, anyone who can read a few words, no matter what, even if it's a filler, is going to take a walk. The few royal princes and princesses at the back of the rankings were fine. Even if they did poorly on the exams, they still had a reason. But those at the front of the rankings, one by one, began to pray to God. For example, Xuanlu was catching Kongxing and kept asking in which direction it was easier to sleep and dream of Confucius, saying that he hoped that Confucius would bless him with success in his exams. The clock of time ticked, and soon the day of the examination drew near. Due to the first session, the number of people who came to participate was not too many. There were many people who watched and came to try their luck in the water. What did you say you wanted me to steal? Foreigner ho? 2 days before the start of the exam, Jiang Bing incredulously double-checked with Kongxing about what he wanted him to do tonight. I am a little bit clever, a little means, but stealing exam papers, this, foreign business husband, you are really lifting me up. Where do I have that ability? Kongxing, of course I know you can't steal it. It's just a matter of using your fame to get things done. After all, quite a few people know about the things you've caused in the Academy Palace. Here, you remember the script child again. From now on, until the exams start, your stealing skills are under the tutelage of a stealing saint named Wang Ermatzi. And just tonight, after 20 years of silence, he reappeared and stole away an examination paper. Jiang Bing, Wang Ermatzi, foreign merchant ho, is this name? Kongxing, the name is not important. If you like you can also call him Lu Bo Lu Hai or whatever you can. In short, this person is very good. And the modus operandi was so high that the loss of the exam papers was not detected by a single person. And you, as his youngest disciple, were entrusted by him with the task of realizing the questions of the exam paper. Jiang Bing probably guessed something when he heard this. Foreigner ho, are you planning to catch a few golden toads? What about the exam paper questions? It's just fishing. You need bait, right? Kongxing, the bait is naturally there. This is a special bait that I got from Sushi. I have a feeling that I can pop the rod. Came to find Sushi pounced on the Fusu looked at the desktop written all over the table. The format neatly, but was not Sushi put away the paper frowned slightly. This stuff, why does it look so much like an exam question? Ooh, or with answers. Luck, chapter 166_5_. No, I'm not having any luck at all. Fusu, who thought he had picked up a great bargain, was shocked to realize after only one day that he was not the only one who knew the content of the exam paper. Even Xiao Wuxian, who was not even close to this examination, was able to name one of the examination questions. Leaked questions. The science exam papers have been leaked. It's definitely a leak. Father, the question has been leaked. What can we do? The exam will start tomorrow. Is it too late to re-prepare the exam paper? How about postpone the exam? Fusu rushed into Zhengtai Palace and froze Ing Zhang with his words. Leak the question? Ing Zhang lost his smile. On what basis did you deduce that? Fusu stiffly told the matter of his accidental discovery of the examination paper. Ing Zhang was happy. What does the question that Sushi asked himself for fun have to do with the one he will take tomorrow? Fusu gave a huh? He let out a cry, froze for 2 seconds, and reacted. It's Kongxing? His then the people who fell for it this time are quite large. Ing Zhang shook his head. No, this is also one of the contents of the section examination. Who says that the Great Qin's imperial examinations are limited to the contents of the scrolls? Fuso's eyes widened. You can do that? If this can be one of the contents of the examination, then what kind of king bomb opening will it be to open the examination tomorrow? On this side, Li Si, who is in charge of the vast majority of the matters of tomorrow's examination room, was rehearsing the examination room site when Kongxing came over with a group of people. Minister C, these are some of the people I found who have committed some offenses, and I've spoken to Brother Zhang about arranging for these people to be used as a patrol tomorrow as well as for body searches. Li Si turned to look at those people Kongxing had brought with him, his brows furrowed. Offenders? What were all the offenses? Kongxing, why? It's nothing much, they just steal and smuggle for a living, and were caught. I thought it would be idle to put them in jail. Why not take them over and put them to good use? Maybe they'll be useful for tomorrow's imperial examination. Li Si incredulously pointed at those people and confirmed to Kongxing again and again. You mean, let them go to the inspection and search? You're a talent too. One can only imagine the despair that the presence of these people will bring to those who presume to bring a cheat sheet and upload their answers in the exam room. In terms of how to hide things on their bodies and still not be discovered, these people could be said to be old and experienced. After all, that's what people are capable of eating. Used in conjunction with monitoring the examination room, that's a downward spiral. Reese, okay, I know. I'll make the arrangements. Does your majesty have any other instructions? Yes, yes, yes. Kongxing pulled out his precognition pocket watch as he spoke, and after looking at the weather conditions for tomorrow displayed on it, he continued. Brother Zhang said that in order to cultivate the spirit of thrift, frugality, and hard work, the 20 people who will be the last ones to enter the examination room tomorrow will be arranged to take the test directly under the sun. Exposed to the sun. The last 20. This, Reese revealed a bitter smile. He could probably guess who these 20 people would be, and it did turn out to be what Reese expected. Unlike ordinary candidates who were afraid that they would be late and miss the examination, these princes who were used to being pampered in their daily lives almost always came at the point when the examination room was closed. Brother, is it really okay for us to jam? What's wrong with that? We're not late. Can Li Si throw us out? Xuanlu said as he walked toward the examination room, and in one turn he bumped into Ying Zhang. Shogun, father, why are you here? Come to take the imperial examination too? It's been proven that what people say in times of extreme panic rarely goes over their heads. Ying Zhang, I'm not here for reference. I'm here to test you. Go to your positions? Take your exams first. The jamming will come later. Yes, yes. The several people from Xuanlu answered in a trembling voice and walked to the special examination seat under the sun, enjoying the gaze of everyone in the room. Luckily, I'm resourceful. Fusu looked at the few people enjoying special treatment under the sun, rather glad that he liked to arrive early. Kongxing, let you say a few words for me. Okay. Kongxing answered and confidently took a few steps forward, saying aloud, Good morning everyone. I'm Kongxing. Today is the day of Diqin's first imperial examination. And I for one here wish you all to be down to earth and diligent, to use knowledge as a sword to cut through the thorns and thistles, and to use perseverance as a shield to move forward fearlessly, sail to the other shore of success in the imperial examinations, the golden list and a bright future. After Kongxing finished speaking, he darted back and pulled Reese into the position he had just been standing in. Reese, Kongxing, luckily I changed my words quickly. I almost said the wrong thing. The exam papers were quickly distributed. Many people were full of confusion when they got their exam papers. Apart from the fact that the questions on the exam paper were different from those they had gotten at great expense, very few of the questions were extremely interesting. This style of topic, it's the way of a Kong adulterer. Fusa guessed the fact when he got the exam paper. Not to mention the fact that you don't usually come across such things as bonus questions on normal exam papers, but just by looking at the content of the questions, neither the questioner nor the one who dared to answer the questions had too much guts. In order to avoid wasting time, Ying Zhang moved some less important official business directly to deal with it. Ying Zhang asked for a copy of the exam paper while handling his official duties, and looked directly at the additional questions section. He was curious what kind of questions Kongxing would come up with to torture people. 1. Suppose you are the uncle of the emperor, and you are stationed in southwest China by the order of the late emperor. Suddenly, one day, I do not know what reason, the emperor to all his uncles to light up the butcher's knife, and you, unfortunately, also in the knock list. The list is dwindling by the day and soon it will be your turn. At which point your decision is. Ying Zhang, Kongxing, this question, why do I look so much like the personal experience of a certain emperor in the latter days? Kongxing sad face 3. No, I don't think so. It must be a coincidence. Ying Zhang, is this second question also a coincidence? 2. If you eat the king's salary, you should share the king's worries and be loyal to the king. However, if there are constant calamities and wars, and you are desperate to find out that the king you are loyal to is a sweetie who puts forward the idea of why not eat minced meat in the face of calamities, then what do you decide? What is your decision at this point? Kongxing sad face, I should be patrolling the exam room. You go ahead and get busy first. Zheng. Kongxing sulked and walked, shaking his head. Ying Zhang put the examination paper aside and continued to deal with the official business at hand. And Kongxing quietly turned on the skill, Mind Peeper, after going deeper into the examination room. Peeping Tom. You think, I know. You remember. I know. No living being will have any secrets before the Peeping Tom. Kongxing, let's turn down the volume and listen to the sound of breaking defense together. Chapter 167 Explosions. No one told me before I came that His Majesty would also be present at the science fair. Anyone who can come up with such an additional question will have some kind of serious illness. I have a bad feeling that my answer sheet won't be corrected by father. Right? Dying. I've heard that those who finish early can turn in their papers early. So can those like me who are here to go through the motions and don't know a thing about it turn in their papers early? It's quite boring to sit here dry, screaming, it's a mistake. No one told me there were separate exams for civil and military. What can we do? What's my name again? What's my name? Can anyone tell me what my name is? The adult who just handed out the answer sheet said that we can ask for more if we don't have enough paper. So can we ask for a few sheets to be used for drawing lots? What's the next line? Kongxing passed by the crowd of candidates, listening to the heartfelt voices of a broken defense. Kong Xing quickly walked over to a candidate who was scratching his head and had not written a single word for half a day. It was this person who had just been fretting over his name. Did you forget your name because you were so nervous? Kong Xing, don't be nervous. Before you come in, aren't you given a test card with your name on it? The candidate was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly went to his exam card to check, sighing in relief. Great. So my name is Cheng Shui. Many thanks to the foreigner marquis. Kong Xing nodded his head and gave a then walked towards the candidate who didn't know what the next sentence would be and stood next to him, glancing at his exam paper. I don't know if he's given up the struggle or if he's just listening to God. Kong Xing looked at that magical sentence in dismay. A friend is buried in situ. After 2 seconds of silence, Kong Xing reached out to the sentence and tapped the table. The candidate would understand, and immediately crossed out the second half of the sentence, and after half a day's wrangling newly added 4 words to it. 5 horses. Kong Xing, why does the foreigner look like that? Is it still wrong? Then what should I write? Could it be, I'll kill you even if you're far away? A friend from afar must be killed? It's so easy to pronounce. Yes, that must be it. Kong Xing watched as the 5 horses were crossed out and replaced with "oh far and wide," and then turned around in the eyes of that candidate full of expectation and came to stand beside Fusu's examination table. The first thing that catches the eye is a good handwriting. The next best thing is the answer sheet that was written all over it. The arguments for each topic are well reasoned. Fully demonstrated Fusu's profound knowledge. These questions don't feel very difficult, or the additional questions part is challenging. Just don't know if I will be rewarded by my father after I do well in the exam. Why is Kong standing next to me? Oh, I see. He must have been mesmerized by my writing. After all, everyone in Xianyang knows that when Kong writes, the ghosts and gods will be shocked. Kong Xing forced himself to resist the urge to want to slap and call out to him, slightly bending down to come over, lying down on Fu Su's ear and whispering, being your best friend, I think it's very necessary for me to notify you that I've enrolled you in the martial arts exam over there as well. Don't worry, I've spoken to the ones over there. It's okay to go over and take the test when you're done answering on your end. Go for it. Kong Xing patted Fu Su's shoulder for encouragement. Fu Su turned back in disbelief, staring dead at Kong Xing, the hand holding the brush trembling slightly. You said, what else did you report to me? A martial arts exam. I thank you. You're welcome. It's all due. After Kong Xing finished, he continued his examination room patrol. Fu Su gritted his teeth and sped up his answer sheet. Half an hour later, Fu Su will brush a pile, shouted hand in the paper and then hurriedly rushed to the other side of the martial arts examination room. Ying Zhang looked at Fu Su's running figure in a daze. What is he going to do? Kong Xing, oh, it's like this. Fu Su, he said that he wants to learn from Xin Chiji, that he can put pen to paper to secure the world, and that he can use his horse to settle the world. He's gone over to the martial arts exams, saying he wants to come back with a first. Martial exams, yes. Fu Su has reminded me of this, Ying Zhang said as he looked towards the imperial sons who were burying their heads in the sun to answer the questions. Kong Xing, when a few of them have finished answering the questions, bring them over there as well. After thinking about it, he added, tell them that I will reward anyone who enters the top 3 of the double subjects. There is a reward. Ying Gao's eyes sparked with light, and he grabbed Kong Xing's arm, confirming, did father really say that? Kong Xing nodded, that's what brother Zhang said. Ying Gao, top 3? Kong Xing, well, the first 3 are only rewarded. Then what's the point of taking the test over here? Ying Gao directly stacked his quills on top of each other and ran outside. That's my home field over there. Kong Xing? Ying Zhang quickly finished the official business he brought with him. Answer sheets from the exam room are collected, sealed, and then sealed and masked with information such as names before they are sent for correction. The process is largely the same, but that doesn't mean it can't be viewed in advance. For example, Ying Zhang, who was now looking over Fu Su's answer sheet. The shoguns who were still answering the questions were ashen when they saw the scene. His worst fears had come true. It's going to take a beating. Shoryuken sighed, reading the exam paper again from cover to cover in an attempt to find the questions he would still answer. Boom! A sudden loud bang broke the silence in the exam room. Protect His Majesty. Escort. Escort. Your Majesty. This place is too dangerous. It's better to return to the palace first. Ying Zhang did not heed the guard's pleas and raised his eyes to the west, filled with worry. That was the direction from which the loud noise had just come. Also, the direction of the martial arts exam room. Fuso, brother Zhang, I'm going to take a look over there. Kong Xing had long since put on the cat's ear hairband, and turned on the skill, climber, and headed over there. It was a voice that didn't sound unusual. It's kind of like, explosion. It didn't take long for Kong Xing to arrive at the martial arts examination center. Bai Qi was calming the frightened candidates. Kong Xing looked around and did not see any casualties. Only Fu Su was pointing at Ing Gao and loudly condemning him. You're shameless. Who taught you to open up if you can't beat me? Gunpowder? You're really hiding it, aren't you? Successful research and development is not reported to father. Are you hiding it to rebel? Ing Gao, this thing is unstable. It's too easy to hurt people. I have to fix it before I report it. Otherwise I can't afford to take the blame if there's an accident. After Ing Gao finished speaking, he looked at Kong Xing who hurriedly arrived, just in time. You come and help us judge. Kong Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder Shui Lu asked me for novels. But you asked me if I was asking for those books. So it's because of this. Fu Su, don't be sad. It's just an accidental factor. I'll explain it to Brother Zhang, and the reward that should come will come. Fu Su, reward? Chapter 168, Photographs. Fu Su's eyes lit up. Pleasant mood. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. After Fu Su finished, he turned his head to Bai Qi, who was not far away, and said, Jun Wuwen, let the martial examination continue if there's nothing else. Bai Qi nodded his head and gave the order for the martial examination to continue. Kong Xing circled around Fu Su. Seeing that there were no missing arms or legs, he was quite relieved. All limbs are sound, mind is clear, communication is unhindered. You may return to your duties, Kong Xing said, turning around and about to leave. Fu Su yanked Kong Xing to a stop. Wait a minute, is this how you confirm if I'm alright? Kong Xing tries to wriggle forward a couple of steps, but fails to move. Firing normal. It's not like you're not okay with this. Fu Su, I'm physically fine, but what about mentally? I was scared by the explosion, you know? Oh, then do you want me to help you call back your scared lost soul? Kong Xing earnestly and seriously proposed. The way of calling souls inherited for thousands of years. Simple and effective. Do you want to try? Fu Su asked one more question in a skeptical manner. True or false? You still know this? Kong Xing, I was then a small child, was scared. Do parents are to call the soul in time? Not in time to call back. The back of the soul lost will be very difficult to get back. Don't worry. I've watched the calling of the souls from the sidelines many times. I can't make any mistakes. It's guaranteed to work in one go. Ha! Fu Su lost a laugh. His forehead gradually collapsing into two veins. What did you just say, parent? Invert the Big Dipper. Fu Su yanked Kong Xing by the back of his collar and dragged him in the direction of the Cultural Examination Center. Kong Xing also did not struggle. Silently took out a skateboard from the system space and patted it under his buttocks, allowing Fu Su to drag him along. It just so happens that I'm tired from just coming from over there, so I can take a break if you drag me along. Fu Su, you're such a great guy. Fu Su, comedy comet. You damn well treat me like a laborer. Ha! It's simply bad luck for me to know you. It's been so long, why haven't you come back? Ing Zhang looked in the direction Kong Xing had left earlier, and belatedly did not see Kong Xing coming back. It can't be that something has really happened, right? Why don't I go over there and take a look? Shobin Lu volunteered. Ing Zhang, what good will it do if you go? Gourd waivers to save Grandpa? Shulu was filled with question marks. Father, dare I ask what this gourd child is? This is. Ing Zhang froze for a moment and waved his sleeve in annoyance. What am I talking to you about this for? And then he pulled out a cell phone under the shocked gaze of Xuanlu, and after fiddling with it for a few moments, Kong Xing's mournful wails came out from the phone. Brother Zhang. Fu Su, he gripped my tail. The sound was so loud that it shocked the whole room. It caught everyone's eye almost instantly. Ing Zhang panicked and turned his voice down quickly. What's he gripping your tail for? To make it easier to pull the cart. Although Ing Zhang was puzzled, he listened to the sound that both of them were safe. So he let go of his heart. He hung up his cell phone and gave the order for the expedition to continue, then waited patiently for Kong Xing to return. It wasn't long before Ing Zhang saw Kong Xing and Fu Su coming this way from afar. All the previous questions were also answered the moment the duo appeared, only to see Fu Su crouching on a skateboard, clutching a white fluffy cat tail in his hand, while Kong Xing, with his teeth bared, rushed ahead, under the force, pulling Fu Su a little forward. Ing Zhang, it's good to be young. Kong Xing, hey, Ing Fu Su, we're here, shouldn't you let go? Fu Su grasped his tail and didn't let go, looked up at Ing Zhang who was not far away, and showed a difficult expression. What's that? I suddenly remembered one thing. That is, my martial arts examination is not yet finished. Why don't you suffer and pull me back again? Kong Xing sad face, mouth, what? And you want me to drag you back? I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. But, if you're willing to cooperate with me a bit, I can arrange something else for you to pull you back. Fu Su, what do you want me to cooperate with? Kong Xing jia smiled badly, indicating that he would know in a moment. Otherworldly, Damien. The thing Zhu Yuanzhang looked forward to most every day now was waiting for a letter from Kong Xing. But I don't know if it's because Kong Xing has too many things to do every day, but it's been more than 2 months since Zhu Yuanzhang last received a letter. won't you write to us today? I don't know what attracts him to that Tichin, living there all day long. Can't he also come to live in Daming? Zhu Yuanzhang whined with his hands up his sleeves. Xu Biao had long since seen this. Father, it seems like Kongxing has quite a few properties in Tichin. Real estate? What real estate can't we give? I heard it was a palace. Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned, seriously doubting if he had heard wrong. Biaoer, you call this real estate? Zhu Biao was silent. He was even more shocked when he heard Kongxing talk about it before. Zhu Yuanzhang, if this kind of property, then we can't really blame him. Then the first emperor is really willing to give. A palace? TSK. He's happy when he gives it like this. What should we give? What a lack of manners. As Zhu Yuanzhang was speaking, a letter with devil's stamp posted on it slowly appeared on the table to the side. Zhu Bei hurriedly reminded Zhu Yuanzhang that Kongxing had sent a letter. We saw it. We're not blind, Zhu Yuanzhang said and quickly opened the letter. Unlike before, this time there was only a picture inside. The photo shows Fuso crouching on a skateboard, clutching a couple of ropes, with a couple of turtles tied to the other end of the ropes. On the back of the photo is the caption, The 6 Arts of the Gentleman, Collector's Edition. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed his head off with the picture. Ha 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 ha, frame it. Let's frame this picture and treasure it. Zhu Yuanzhang took the photo and rushed out, saying that he wanted to show it to Empress Ma before framing it, and the task of replying to Kongxing was given to Zhu Bei. Xu Biaopan pondering, reply letter. I think, reply what good? There. In a flash of inspiration, Xu Biao took out a few Daming treasure banknotes, folded them, and stuffed them into the envelope. Unlike Daming, Han Emperor Lu Che of the Great Han summoned the best painter in the Great Han at the first opportunity when he received Kongxing's letter. Lu Che, see this one. I want you to draw a big one out of it and put it in the busiest place in Chang'an City. I will be happy with the people. Next to him, Cao Cao replies on Lu Che's behalf, passing on the good news. Fu Su, who saw Cao Cao's reply, calmly returned a photo. The photo has the same accompanying text on the back. Sort of Qin and Cao Cao in the same frame, private edition. Cao Cao. Chapter 169. Ding. You've taken a new order. Please deliver it promptly. Early in the morning, at dawn, there was a knock on the door of Fusu's room. It's all been said that the harness turtle diagram is my bottom line, and there's no way I'm going to play the oboe bouncing in a mass grave. It's not a bouncer. It's a business trip. Are you going? As soon as the words fell, the sound of sparse dressing came from inside the door, and a few moments later, the door of the room was cautiously opened a crack by Fusu. Out of town? Where to? To whom? Confucius? Sage Kong? A glint of light flashed in Fusu's eyes, and after returning to the house for a while to rummage around, he opened the door of the room completely with the whirling dervishes in his hand, and made preparations to depart. Just coming out, Fusu was stunned, looking at Kongxing, who was holding a riot shield in front of him, wearing a special warfare suit, and hating to arm himself to the teeth. He was confused. Are you going to go one-on-one with Confucius? Kongxing was puzzled. Why should I single him out? A man who was able to travel around the world lecturing in a chaotic world with his students. No one will believe him when he says he doesn't know martial arts. I'm going to fight him alone? Then I might as well go and spar with Li Bai. Fusu, not to be singled out. So you're going to kick the bucket? Single out all his students? Kongxing, wait until then and you'll understand. Kongxing said, taking out the same equipment from the system space and handing it to Fusu. Keep it ready. It's safe. When Fusu took it, the sound of wings flapping resounded beside him. Fusu twisted his head to look. It was the golden eagle that had returned from ancient Greece 2 days ago after crossing thousands of mountains with great difficulty. What? It's going along? What kind of mission is it anyway? Is it dangerous? Kongxing's expression was extraordinarily heavy. I'm not sure about the specifics. I can only say that it's better to be prepared. Be prepared. Surnamed Kong. By prepared you mean you're damn well flying in the sky and leaving me on the ground? On the chaotic battlefield. Fusu's cordial greeting echoed from a speeding chariot, and above it, Kongxing grabbed the golden eagle and dodged one sharp arrow after another in a thrilling manner. Fly higher. There's still a risk of being shot at here. I-oh. The golden eagle answered and fluttered its wings, its figure once again pulling up. On the chariot, Confucius had his eyes and ears on all sides, skillfully driving the chariot recklessly on the battlefield. He even managed to find time to comfort Fusu, lateborn. Don't worry. It's just a battle between two armies. It's all just a small scene. I've seen such wars dozens of times already. Relax. It can't hurt you. Soon we'll be able to break out. Fusu's entire body shrank behind the shield, the corners of his mouth twitching. Perhaps the only good news for Fusu at the moment is that the two armies at this time are still quite disciplined, follow martial ethics, and have a bottom line. As Confucius said, it did not take him long to drive his chariot out of the battlefield. Fu Su's greetings to Kong Xing never stopped. Seeing that he was safe for the time being, Kong Xing allowed the Golden Eagle to drop himself onto the chariot. But I don't know if the Golden Eagle was still holding a grudge for the previous incident of crossing thousands of mountains to send folded roots to Archimedes, and the placement was a little off. Kong Xing was thrown to the back of the chariot by the Golden Eagle. Kong Xing stood up in bewilderment, his mind still not reacting, and as soon as Fu Su saw that Kong Xing did not get on the car, he bounced up from the car with a carp, and asked for the right to drive the chariot into his own hands, without hesitation. It was an acceleration. Ha 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 ha, hiya! Fu Su laughed recklessly and waved the long whip in his hand. Accompanied by the neighing of the warhorse, the chariot suddenly boosted its speed, rolling up gusts of dust and accelerating away. Omega, yikes! Someone's been left behind. And I'm not telling who. Jagged Unity very unkindly stomped violently on Kong Xing's fragile nerves. Kong Xing's sad face Ing Fu Su, I'm going to count to 3 and you stop the car. Fu Su's arrogant laughter just didn't stop, echoing over and over in the wilderness. Goose ha 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 ha, I'll stop when you tell me to? Hey, I won't stop. I'm mad at you. And then he turned his head to look at Confucius next to him, coughed dryly twice, cleared his throat and said, next up, enjoy. One Dynasty rare famous scene of the road car chaser. It's a pity that Kong Trader won't sell me a cell phone, so this rare scene will only be appreciated by the two of us. Kong Zi looked at Kong Xing, who was cursing and running wildly behind the chariot, and couldn't help but speak. Aren't you two together? I thought he was your best friend? Fu Su said in a serious manner. This you don't understand. Best friends? They're meant to be undermined. Don't worry about it. I'll stop and wait for him after a little further. And at the back, Kong Xing looked at the chariot that was moving away and the Golden Eagle that was hovering above his head to watch the fun and decidedly pulled out his cell phone after a silent count of 3. I found the contact person Ing Zhang and made a call. Brother Zhang, about what you discussed with me last night, Fu Su's outstanding performance in the imperial examinations. To reward him for being made a crown prince I think it's better to hold off. What? I'm being bullied by him? No, not at all. I just think he's still young and hasn't seen enough, and needs to be practiced. That's all. Really? It's definitely not because he ran off in his chariot and left me behind. Peter was on the other end of the phone, listening to the voice played out from Ing Zhang's cell phone. The few people present looked odd. Was Zaiwei, you guys say? If Fu Su knows that his crown prince position has been postponed again just like this, will he be pissed off? Li Shimen, I don't know. I'd be furious if it was on me anyway. So the Kong traders are now running after the chariot? Then what's the point of calling? Beginning Emperor? Hurry up and turn the video. Ing Zhang, forget about the video or whatever. Save him some face. Kong Xing's hand on the phone froze slightly widening his eyes. Brother Zhang, on your side, there's someone else? Ing Zhang, aha, by the way, it's given to the externals. Kong Xing, Ing Zhang, by the way, Kong Xing, you should have a chance to meet Sun Wu at this time now. If you are lucky enough to meet him, ask him on my behalf. Did he ever consider how serious the implications would be when he uttered the words, soldiering is a tricky business? Kong Xing nodded his head. Well, Brother Zhang, I hear you. You're asking me to ask him what opinion he holds on things like using stone throwers to throw the bodies of soldiers who died of disease across the room to gain victory, and running low on provisions to find villagers, aren't you? Jia, Chang Yu. Ing Zhang did not shy away from it in the slightest and admitted it graciously. That's right. That's what I mean. Okay. I'll ask if I see it. Kong Xing said and hung up the phone, stopping his running and looking up in the direction the chariot had gone. Being prepared. I came here fully prepared. In the next instant, the sound of a motorcycle revving up resounded through the wilderness. Chapter 170, You give me your talent, I give you my strength. Hearing the sound of a motorcycle coming from the rear, Fu Su gritted his teeth straight, rather well prepared. Next to him, Confucius looked curiously at the strangely shaped car behind him. What is this? Strange that it can carry people along without any livestock. Can there be such a novelty in this world? It was only a matter of moments before Kong Xing caught up on his motorcycle. Run, keep running. Let's see if those horses die of exhaustion first, or if this motorcycle of mine is scrapped first. Confucius nodded slightly. So this thing is called a motorcycle? Fu Su looked at Kong Xing's motorcycle, then at the warhorse pulling the chariot forward, and his expression hardened. I bet you didn't bring much fuel. Hiya. The chariot picked up speed again. Kong Xing easily caught up again and was getting as close as possible to those galloping warhorses. Seeing that the distance was about right, Kong Xing immediately turned on the skill, Psychic Master, and communicated with these warhorses across species. Did you hear that, brothers? This man in the back, he's going to wear the brothers out alive. A horse's life is short, and the days to go are long. A horse has to die, either heavier than MT Tai or lighter than a feather. Are you sure you're okay with being exhausted and dying a death that has no value? Hearing Kong Xing's voice, the warhorses had their eyes widened, experiencing the baptism of the battlefield. They had thought that there would be no more things that would make the horse's heart tremble in this life, but the appearance of this two-legged beast in front of them directly shattered their worldview. Bipeds talking? I've seen too much life and death. Have I been hallucinating? I must be dreaming. Dreaming. On the chariot, Fu Su's expression changed slightly. He was aware that Kong Xing had the ability to be able to communicate with these livestock, and with his 3-inch tongue, it was only a matter of time before these not-so-smart horses were fooled into limping. No more running, no more running. Fu Su drove his chariot to a slow stop. Kong traitor, just put away that divine power of yours. Kong Xing also stopped the motorcycle and did not continue to fool around. But Kong Xing didn't open his mouth anymore, and those warhorses in turn became anxious one by one. He looked like a man who had only just seen a parrot talk and was eager to find out what this parrot was capable of. Why have you suddenly stopped talking? It's a real rush for a horse. Could it be that's all he knows? Is that all you know? That's possible. Hey, why don't we teach him something else? It's easy to teach a cub, but can you teach a two-legged beast? It doesn't look like this two-legged beast is too smart. Who cares if it works? Let's try it first. Listening to the demystified version of the chatter of the crowd of horses to the side, Kong Xing parked his motorcycle and scooted over to the warhorse that said he wasn't too bright. Face to face. You the kid who said I didn't look too smart. The horse was shocked. Kong Xing flashed a polite smile, with one arm around the horse's neck. I'll give you a minute to think of a way to get me to stop counting the fact that you said I wasn't smart. If I can't think of anything, I don't mind adding a meal to my own. The horse was terrified, its large eyes looking around uneasily, struggling to mobilize what few brains it had, desperately searching for a way to save itself. And nature has blessed the herbivore with an open mind, and it has really found a way to live. Gripping Kong Xing's collar, he turned his body and pushed Kong Xing, froze and turned Kong Xing around to look at where the motorcycle was parked, only to see that the place where the motorcycle had been parked had somehow become empty. Kong Xing panicked and looked around before letting out a sharp pop in the next instant. Fu Su, what are you doing? Fu Su, winky face equals yeah. We've been discovered. Run. Confucius hesitated. My son, isn't this a bad idea? Fu Su, didn't we give him a chariot in exchange? There are several horses here. Isn't it better than this one? He still needs to eat fuel for this thing, and that fuel isn't cheap. But horses are different. They can be raised on just a few handfuls of grass. If we find a few more mares, we can have foals behind them, and then foals after they grow up. This could be endless, with endless horses. For such an iron lump, Kong treacherous businessman earns a good deal. Confucius was about to say something, but, Fu Su, there's nothing but. If he didn't agree to change, he should have come after us in his chariot by this time. But he didn't. What does that mean? Confucius pondered. That means he can't drive? Fu Su, how can he not know how to drive? You don't know. In our latter days, these 6 arts of the gentleman are mandatory learning. He can make this iron lump called a motorcycle and he can't drive? What a joke. Confucius nodded. That makes sense. In place, Kong Xing watched with a complicated gaze as Fu Su and Kong Zi brightly carried the heavy motorcycle as it faded away. 030, hey? Host, don't you drive to catch up? Kong Xing, if I could drive, could I not go after it? Makes sense. Good useless host, can only stare at this dry eyes looking at miles. Kong Xing rolled his pupils straight to the sky and said, Jagged unity, aren't you mistaken about one thing? Fu Su, how is he going to get back to Daqin if he wants to go back? Here, he just can't get through it with his life. So he had to come back to me with a motorcycle. Fu Su obviously thought about this matter as well, and his pace slowed down quite a bit as he carried the motorcycle farther away. Confucius thought that Fu Su was tired and proposed to stop and rest first. Fu Su shook his head. No need. I just suddenly remembered something. What is it? How does Qin go? Fu Su looked seriously at Confucius and asked. Father somehow seems to have been dragging his feet, delaying in deciding on the candidate for the crown prince. Perhaps it's because father feels that I haven't experienced enough. So I've thought it over. I'm going to join Qin. I'm going to be a prime minister. Of course, it would be perfect to have the honor of sitting in that seat. Saying that, Fu Su looked at Confucius expectantly. Would you be willing to help me? Sir, you contribute your talent. I'll contribute my effort. Let's make it bigger and stronger together. Confucius. In the distance, Kong Xing looked at the duo who had stopped and frowned straight away. What are these two muttering about? Why don't they bring me back my motorcycle? Kong Xing reached out and beckoned towards the golden eagle that was still flying blindly in the sky. Go and take a look. What are the two of them talking about? The golden eagle pretended not to see it and flew further away. Chapter 171, for all, Happy Children's Day. Kong Xing looked at the golden eagle that flew further and further away with its wings. And the person was dumbfounded. Hey, pretending not to see, right? When I get back to Dechin, I'll deduct your food. Host, when did you provide it with food? Even that nest of its was built by itself, right? Jagged Unity mercilessly exposes the black-heartedness of Kong's treacherous businessmen. Kong Xing Tiska sound. Without the help of the Golden Eagle to go up to see what these two people in the end in the scheme, Kong Xing heart always feel not too solid, but to their own legs with the past. Kong Xing in too tired. Good in. The carving does not work in horses. Kong Xing twisted his head to look at the several war horses beside him. Although he himself could not drive a chariot, but wasn't the key point of driving a car to make these horses run according to one's wishes? Other people needed to drive that way because they were unable to communicate across species. But they were different. With the skill, psychic, in place, commanding the horses to run on their own. Wouldn't that be a breeze? With this thought, Kong Xing jumped onto the chariot with a gentle leap and prepared to depart. Host, stop it. I advise you to be kind. This skill it's not used like this. Jagged Unity has some lies. But Kong Xing didn't listen at all, and froze to play Psychic Master, an auxiliary skill that communicated with all living things, to the effect of Imperial Beast Master. See those two up ahead? Go after them. At Kong Xing's command, the horses stepped forward, moving at an even pace that was neither too fast nor too slow. Although it was not as fast as imagined, Kong Xing was not in a hurry, strolling past it, as long as it was not moving on its own, whatever. As for whether Fu Su and Kong Zi would take advantage of this time to slip away on their motorcycles, Kong Xing took out the car keys in his pocket, and after estimating the roughly remaining amount of fuel in the motorcycle, he directly slumped into the car. On this side, Confucius thought for a long time, although he still felt that Fu Su's plan was not reliable, but he did have the intention of going to Qin, so he agreed to go there first. Confucius, I know the way to Qin, but it's a long way from here. How can we get there? Fu Su patted the motorcycle. Ride this. Confucius froze for a moment, and his eyes instantly became crystal clear. You know how to use this thing? Fu Su fished out a key from his body as if he was doing a trick. Dang it. Car keys. When I was hanging out with Kong Xing in the modern era before, I idly found someone to match a spare. Kong traitor he doesn't know yet. Confucius' eyes widened the moment he saw the car key. Listening to Fu Su, it seemed that he had to have it in order to drive the moving motorcycle. You have a key? You have a key? Why didn't you show it sooner if you had it? Do you realize how heavy this motorcycle is? I'm like a sizable cutie, carrying this dead heavy thing all the way with you in one piece. Fuso, but, I do have the key, but I haven't ridden it. I've only ever ridden bicycles, but since they're all on two wheels, I should, probably, maybe, shall I try? Confucius, after a moment of silence, the calmer Confucius remembered what Fu Su seemed to have said earlier about this thing also taking some kind of fuel, and added a question. I remember you saying earlier that this thing called a motorcycle was going to eat some kind of fuel, right? And this fuel, is it good to get? Or have you? Fuso blinked and didn't say anything. Confucius was even more silent. And just then, Kong Xing's chariot had also arrived not far from the duo. Kong Xing, why did you stop and not go on? Is it because you realized that you secretly matched the car key is not the right lock cannot be used? Or realized that you cannot ride, followed by no fuel to replenish it? Fuso holding the key in his hand is full of disbelief. What? Goods do not lock? What do you mean? Kong Xing spread out both his hands. Literally, it simply means that this key you matched is not the one that corresponds to this motorcycle. Confucius turned back to look at the face of some stagnant Fu Su, a slight sigh, and then decisively Fu Su intends to go to the present state of Qin as a minister, and even plans to usurp the throne of the matter set out. Kong Xing sad face ring and equal to ring and equal to ring and equal to, Fuso sad face. Would you believe me if I said I was joking? Since the livelihood of the Great Qin increasingly improved, food production is also gradually increased up. The menu dishes are also gradually enriched up, and the menu of the Xianyang Academy Palace Cafeteria can be said to be the most complete besides the royal family. After all, the boss behind its startup is Kong Xing. Some things that only appeared in recent modern times would also be made as much as possible by him finding other ways. Those that really couldn't be made would have to be given up for the time being. Xianyang Palace Canteen meals cheap, clean and hygienic. The great gourmet Su Shi, Mr. Su Zijan often come here to dine. Being Kong Xing grabbed on behalf of the management of all matters of the palace of Shaohe, this is a blind eye, as if they do not know, only because Su Shi rubbing rice not for nothing. Leisure time will come to the palace to the students on 2 lessons, but in the last couple of days, Shaohe has been a bit unable to hold back. Cold bark? Shaohe, who routinely comes to the cafeteria for irregular sampling inspections, looked at the list of details of today's free tasting dishes posted next to one of the newly opened windows, and the whole person froze in place, especially since he also saw Sushil at the window. Who was feeding the school children? Xiaohe was not too surprised that Su Shi was able to blend into the cafeteria and sell rice. But this list of dish details, seriously? I don't suppose that's all the new dishes you've come up with lately, is it? Free samples? What are you doing here? Looking for free trials? Su Shi shook his head. I must have eaten all of these that I made and had no problems before I put them out. What happened to cold bark? The ones in my window are way better than those over there. Okay? Over there? Xiaohe looked in the direction Su Shi pointed, and his eyesight, which had always been very good, instantly locked onto a peculiar dish. There are small wooden signs with the names of the dishes inserted next to them. Epigraph. Fried mooncakes with chili peppers. Xiaohe? Feeling bad, Xiaohe flew through all the windows, and it was an eye-opener. Stir-fried sauerkraut with potpourri, twisted back pork, watermelon stew with apples, stir-fried oranges with bok choy, blah, 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 blah. Xiaohe, which cook came up with these things? Can you eat like that and taste good? Wait for Trader Kong to come back. Forget it, don't wait for him, I'll just do it. Stop all of you. Su Shio did not react too much, continued to make cold bark. P.S. Cold mixed bark, this kind of dish. Not a good stomach or do not easily try. Chapter 172 Special Services. The Wilderness. On a chariot pulled by a few warhorses, Fu Su looked dumbfounded at Kong Xing next to him, who just moved his lips to make the chariot move. Even though the chariot did not move forward fast. Before, he hadn't understood how Kong Xing, a person who couldn't even drive, was able to make the chariot move forward, but now he understood. This pussy, open up. How can a normal person play a hangman? Fu Su recalled the grueling days when he learned to drive as a young man, and the contrast between the two was a bit heartbreaking for a while. Fu Su slightly looked sideways at Kong Xing and said sullenly, "You're quite skillful at this." "Ha? Since the warhorses can listen to your commands like this, then the previous proposal to form the Golden Eagle Battalion and establish the first Air Force in history wasn't too difficult for you, was it?" Kong Xing, money makes the devil work. As long as there's enough money, not to mention the Golden Eagle camp. Even the dinosaur camp, I'll put one together for you if I can think of a way. Dinosaur camp? Fu Su frowned. This dinosaur. What is it? Oh yeah. Kong Xing slapped his head in chagrin. Blame me. I forgot that you're not sure what a dinosaur is. If this thing is given to you alone, you'll probably have a hard time visualizing it. Like this. You wait a bit, ha? Kong Xing said, took out his cell phone. Directly Don Yang searched for the word dinosaur, and then handed it to Fu Su to see. Fu Su's eyes widened. Earth's former overlord? Extinct? Hiss, that big? More money. I want one. Fu Su said, and with no intention of returning the cell phone to Kong Xing, he directly put it into his pocket. Fuso, humph. I told you not to sell my cell phone, silly. Ha? Kong Xing sighed and glanced at Fu Su, shaking his head slightly. If you want that cell phone so much, then you can just keep it. But I should warn you that it's only 35% charged right now. Do you have access to charge it if I don't take you to Hyundai? Or are you going to make love with love? Fuso stiffened. Kong Xing, there is another point. This I set 30 seconds off the screen. After the screen is off to open the password. Do you know the password? Fuso hurriedly took out his cell phone. And sure enough, the screen was already off. The password. I can probably guess it. Fuso said, trying to enter a few passwords he guessed. However, the phone is locked. Please re-enter the password after 30 seconds. The phone is locked. Please enter the password again in 60 seconds. Cell phone is locked. Please. Fuso sad face, that's impossible. All the numbers related to money I tried. How can none of them be right? Confucius stood by and watched for half a day to roughly see something. Oh postulant, why do you think it must be a password related to money? Wouldn't it be something to do with the year of birth? Fuso, how could he, a crooked businessman, set up a password? Hey! Fuso snapped out of it and realized that he had fallen into a thinking trap. Kong Xing has three main hobbies. Love of money, saving gold, counting money. This is something that almost everyone in the Yuan dynasty knows. But just because a hobby is related to wealth doesn't mean that a password is also related to wealth. TCH, almost fell into your trap, Fu Su said, and began to take the birthday to try again. Why isn't it right yet? Fu Su looked at the unlocking time that was adding another second to get even more grumpy. Just now, he tried Kong Xing's lunar and solar birthdays, and even his own father's birthdate. They're all wrong. Kong Xing, do you want to try your own again? Who? Fu Su was stunned. His eyes widened. Degree, my own? Why did you take my birthdate and set a password? Confucius, perhaps it is. He knows that one day this will come to you and you will keep trying. By normal thinking, you have a huge probability that you won't try your own birthdate. Fuso, good point. Hurriedly enter the password. Successfully unlocked. Look at the power again. Bad news. Only 19% left. The battery power is less than 20%. Please connect the charger to charge it as soon as possible. Fuso. After a moment of silence, he decisively pulled up Kongxing's address book, and then there was another silence. Why don't you just note the name? Kongxing, these are all ancestors. Won't it be impolite to directly note the name? Fuso, you're being polite with this note? Come on, you tell me. This big gold owner. Who is it? Forget it, I'll just call and take my chances. Fuso said, and directly called. The call was quickly answered. Kongxing? Shogun's voice came out of the phone. Fuso odd look with a touch of clarity. Nowadays Chongqing and even copied I do not know how many corrupt officials after the home is not generally rich. Indeed a big money man came. I'm Fuso, calling to ask you if you want the dinosaur? The whole trader said that it's very satiating to eat and tastes good. Just a little expensive. Kongxing's eyes widened. I'm not. I didn't. Aha! Fuso tightly covered Kongxing's mouth, grasped all the time to continue to market what not only can be used to eat, but also can be used for breeding, and even marching to war, etc., etc. Chongqing soon some of the intention. Really? Well, let's have a look at one first, and then we'll take it if it fits. You know, money is not a problem for me now. Okay. In a couple days Kong Trader will send you the dinosaurs. Fuso hung up the phone cheerfully, and Kongxing's gaze froze. Dinosaurs? I'm just saying it myself. Where are we gonna get one of these? Still worried about finding dinosaurs nowhere? Thousands of taels of gold in one Jurassic special teleportation service. You deserve it. Kongxing, what a great special service. Came really timely. Fuso open blind box seems to be open addicted, and immediately called the contact noted as to be slaughtered fat sheep number 1. Ha, Kung Pappy? A voice Fuso had never heard before came out of the phone. I'm Fuso, and you are? Fuso? Oh, hello, I'm Li Bai. You are the eldest son of the first emperor. That's just right. I remember the history books record that you have the right to participate in politics, right? Fuso nodded his head and let out a hum, not understanding what Li Bai was trying to do. I'm going to sue. I want you to do everything you can to send him. Tay grandma, is it easy for me? It's hard for me to have a drink now. Either I drink the cloudy wine brewed by Zimei, or I go to the palace and let Gao Lisher pour wine. In addition to that, all the taverns in the whole of Great Tang are restricting wine to me, just because of this Kong Paopi. Wasn't it just that time he was left alone in the tavern to do odd jobs to pay for his meals, and it's still being remembered? Tai Bai, speak in a civilized manner. On the phone, another person's voice came. Li Bai, civilization? I can't be civilized without wine. Fuso, chapter 173 remarks. Fuso listened to the voice coming from the phone, recalled what he had seen about Li Bai in the later history books, and looked at Kongxing in consternation. Have you ever been left behind by Li Bai to work for your food? When did this happen? If you don't have money, you can come to me. We mean, if you had taken me that time, wouldn't this have happened? Kongxing's eyes were full of emotion. If you take you there, will you pay for it? Fuso slightly shook his head. No, but I can write you an IOU. Kongxing. Fuso, that said, banning something like this, I've only seen it in the military. You banned alcohol from Li Bai. There's really no element of retaliation here for him writing too many poems, leading to later generations having to memorize them? Kongxing was generous enough to admit this. That's right, there is this reason. While it is not true that with his talent it is necessary to have wine in order to write poetry, nor is it true that wine made him who he is, there will always be a slight difference between having wine and not having it, and I do give leeway, such as the outer regions. Is it perfectly fine for him to kill over and drink heavily? There's also the palace imperial wine. With his talent, it would be easy for him to enter the palace and mix some wine. If he's just writing poetry to drown his sorrows in alcohol or to draw on the unique physical state of being drunk, then I'd recommend he get some fungus and eat it. If he doesn't know where from, I can bring it to him, guaranteed to eat it and discover a whole new world. Fuso truthfully conveyed Kongxing's words to Li Bai after briefly summarizing them. Li Bai, fungus? You know, the fungus that when you eat it, you can fight a cactus for poetry? Fuso? A poem? What a special mushroom. No, wait, you're Li Bai. How could you possibly have this? Although Fuso didn't know Kongxing's exact selling price for the cell phone, but how could he think that this thing wouldn't be too cheap? Li Bai faintly said, oh, you mean this? This was bought on behalf of a new friend I met a while ago. A friend? Paying for it? Yeah, I used a poem to get Wang Luan to buy it on my behalf. Why? Is there a problem? Then I can probably understand. What? Do you know what Kongxing gave this as a note? It's fat sheep to be slaughtered number 1. When Fuso finished speaking, he held the phone away from him a bit, and as expected, Li Bai's praise of Kong Xing with all his beautiful and gorgeous rhetoric came out of the phone right away. Hang up. Fu Su sort of had a general understanding of Kong Xing's docket style, but because of that, he was a bit confused as to which docket his father's counterpart actually was. Fattened sheep for slaughter number 2. War terrorist number 1. War terrorist 2. Children of fortune. And so on and so forth. Kong Xing, are you looking for Zhen? Want to take a gamble and guess if there's him in here or not? Fu Su was stunned for a moment. You mean, father is not in here? That's impossible. Not in how you're connected to him. Contact. Before Fu Su could finish his words, he saw Kong Xing backhandedly pull out yet another cell phone and dialed. Hey, brother politics. Fu Sui said that he deeply realized his shortcomings and that he's going to go back and study extra hard. Come on, Fuso. Squeak. Fuso sad face. Are people good or evil by nature? That's a good question. The chariot was still moving forward. Only the one driving was no longer Kong Xing, but Fu Su. But the prerequisite for talking about this issue is to first distinguish what exactly is good and what is evil. Confucius' voice continued to resonate in the car. Good and evil are sometimes hard to distinguish, or even coexist. I have seen a 10-year-old child steal the stored grain of another's house to feed a child he picked up halfway through the journey who was younger than him. The latter, you say, with this behavior, is he good, or is he evil? Kong Xing, it is evil for those who lose food, but it is good for the children who are picked up. Confucius nodded his head. Indeed, how can good and evil be determined by a person's initial disposition when good and evil are still such, and human nature is so complex? Of course, there are no absolutes, and there may be the kind of naturally good people who exist, who do good no matter how the world changes, but such people, as always, are in the minority. People, it's complicated. Kong Xing, indeed, people, they are very complicated. Did you know? In the times I live in, doing good deeds is becoming more and more risky. Most people choose to be indifferent when they come across an elderly person who has fallen, thinking, more is better than less. Indifference? Confucius frowned, vaguely feeling that this matter was not simple. What do you mean by the increasing risk of doing good? Kong Xing, because everyone is worried. If you help up, be blackmailed for money. Backbite is their own hit. How to do? A lawsuit? But what's the rebuttal if you're pressed? You didn't hit it, so why did you help? I was then. Monitoring has been very popular, but a while ago appeared that incident is really very cold. Obviously there are a lot of pedestrians around to testify. There is also surveillance around, and the person who helped the person also has a video record. But still the old man's son chased after him and asked for money, stopping and not letting go. Even when the traffic police arrived at the scene still stopped and did not let go, and had to help people to provide a full video containing the process of the old man fell in the back. I'm not sure if it's because things festered in public opinion or if the man really woke up before he went to the person who helped him to apologize and thank him. But something like this can really make people's hearts go cold. When it comes up again, it's a case of thinking, should I still go up to help or not? Fusa joined the discussion as he drove, then just don't care. Kong Xing, but before that, one just died because no one asked. And then his family sued everyone who passed by without asking. Fuso, sigma, degree muff degree, what? There's a risk in not caring. And there's a risk in caring? Is it so godless? Even Confucius was in deep thought. Human nature is really complicated. When the forest is big, you can meet any bird. Maybe, only when the world is truly united. This matter, I guess, can be solved. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Confucius's greatest wish is for the world to be one. Unfortunately, wishes can only be wishes. 2. Confucius kept quiet about his war power, emphasizing that he was just a gentle and refined scholar. His usual hobby was to travel around the world to teach and collect students, and to see if any country was willing to accept him. 3. In recent months, Chongjin has been asking Kong Xing when his dinosaurs can arrive. Kong Xing has been answering fast, just the last few days. But for 3 months in a row, Chongjin received the same reply. It made him wonder for a moment if he was being perfunctorily deceived. Chapter 174, Time Train. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful dispatch. The task is being settled. Settlement complete. Synchronization detected that the 5-star positive feedback received by the host has met the system upgrade conditions and is in the process of being upgraded. Upgrade complete. The system's new feature, Time Train, has been unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Time Train's driving privilege. Time Train. It's a train that travels through endless time and space, and no one knows where it starts and ends. Even the driver of the train doesn't know. The system unlocked new features, which made Kong Xing happy. Time Train? That sounds like a good one. Before it was unlocked, all one had to do to travel to the major time periods, other than by swiping on a 3-choice order, was to bribe the jagged unity in order to travel to the time period they wanted to go to. And now with the time train it's different. You can not only drive the train to major time periods yourself, but you can even take people with you. Chongjin has been asking me about dinosaurs for the past 2 days. So if you ask again, take him there and let him catch his own. Catch which one you like. Jia jia jia. Almost at the instant of acquiring the right to drive the time train, countless paths that could be used to obtain small amounts of money were generated in Kongxing's mind and were constantly being refined. Charge 5 taels of gold for the ticket when you get on the train. A thin profit. There's also reunions, like organizing offline meetings of all the emperors. Then again, we can offer interest classes on the train, such as a soldier's intensive training camp, and have beings like Bai Qi and Li Jing give lectures. Kongxing's eyes became more and more crystallized, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a great deal going on. Ding! Additional note on the time train, all profits made by the host on the train will be split 30/70ths. Kongxing was instantly upset. Comet E Comet Jagged Unity. Omega, time train final explanation right belongs to Tong Bao'al. Getting rich starts with tying up crooks. Almost all of Kongxing's attention was attracted by the system's sudden additional instructions, which led to the fact that he didn't realize in time that there was one less reward for mission completion that had been settled. Back to Great Qin. Kongxing went to Su Shi at the first opportunity and directly explained his intention. Zizhan, you have good words. Help me draw up a content. Don't worry, not for nothing you help. Paid. Right what? Su Shi said as he spread out the paper, picked up the brush and prepared the ink. Kongxing then gave his thoughts. Su Shi's hand adjusting the ink paused. Looking at Kongxing in dismay, are you sure you want me to write it like this? Are all your latter-day notices in this style nowadays? Kongxing, it's just the first small activity after a new business is launched. Isn't it interesting to have a notice like this? Su Shi. Interesting, more than interesting? Sighing slightly, he wrote down on the paper what Kongxing had asked for one by one. Time train passenger regulations. 1. This train departs from 2 and passes through station. For the sake of the safety of all passengers, please keep in mind that you need to go to the time and space platforms, and you will be responsible for sitting through the station. 2. Alcoholic beverages and meals are available for purchase on demand. 3. You may encounter some strange passengers on the train. Please ignore them to avoid unnecessary disputes. 4. Encouragement of fighting and provoking trouble on trains. 5. If you are in trouble on the train, do not go to the cab for help. Sushi quickly wrote what Kongxing needed. Kongxing put the paper away before handing Su Shi a ticket. This is your reward. With this ticket, you can take one free ride on the time train, and I'm sure you'll make new friends and eat brand new food on the train. Su Shi put the ticket away. I can pass this on to someone else, right? Kongxing nodded. Of course you can. But this ticket is one time. After transferring it, if it is used, you won't be able to use it again to travel on the time train. Su Shi understood. One more question. What is the price of this ticket? Now apart from me who has this free one, where are the others? Do they still have it? The selling price is 5 taels of gold. No one else has it yet, Kongxing said, turning around and preparing to leave. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Take your time. After Kongxing left, Su Shi lowered his head to check the ticket in his hand, pondering whether there was any room for maneuver. 5 taels of gold for the ticket. I backhandedly sold to Wang Engshi 7 taels of gold. A small profit is not too much, right? Tickets? Ing Zhang looked down at the ticket in his hand, which was no more than a finger long and poorly made. Can you travel to a train in other time and space? This ticket, you're just going to give it to me? Free? Well, I sold it to His Majesty the Martial Emperor for 5 taels of gold, and I'm happy to pay for it if you have to. Brother politics. Ing Zhang was in a happy mood and waved his hand towards Fusu, who quickly understood and dug around in his robes, taking out a Qin have-to, and under Kongxing's shocked gaze, he pulled up one of his hands and put it in his palm. Fusu, come, put it away take off the broken, stolen, cannot be found will not be responsible. Kongxing stunned to look at that in his palm at the Qin have-to. Fusu thought about it, said, a symbol does not seem to be very good, and then give you a bar. Good things come in pairs well. After saying that, he pulled out another one and put it over. Kongxing, Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Goliath has had a lot of resentment lately. The appearance of Li Bai made him wonder for a while what his profession really was. 2. Liu Che, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, was filled with anticipation when he heard that he could meet Ing Zheng in person on the time train. However, what he didn't know was that Ing Zheng didn't plan to go this time. 3. Zheng Huaimin had a ticket in his hand for the time train ride. That's what he got from Wang Engshi. It costs 10 taels of gold. Later, remembering Su Shi's care for himself, he sold it for 15 taels of gold, indicating that this item Su Shi must like it. The license plate just turned around and back to the great ingrate. Sushi, Chapter 175, Oh, ZZ. The next day. It's still light out. Fusu carried a large bag and followed Kong Xing into the spacetime train as a temporary laborer. About half an hour later, the first passenger Ing Zhang arrived on the time train with ticket in hand. Ing Zhang looked around. The interior of the vehicle was somewhat like the subway style of the latter days. Only the difference was that there was a large notice posted in a very obvious location. It's the time train passenger regulations. Ing Zhang looked at the rows and rows, and after learning from Kong Xing what the time train was roughly, the corners of Ing Zhang's mouth, who knew the inside story at this point, straightened up. What does this third one mean? That you'll meet some strange passengers? Is this about me? No one responded. Ing Zhang casually found a seat and sat down first, anticipating the next stop and the passengers that would show up. The hand involuntarily came to rest on the sword at his waist. Who's coming? Will it be Lu Che? I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if he can catch this sword of mine. But since he was called Wu Di by the later generations, his battle power should not be too crotchless, right? The train started slowly in anticipation, and at the same time, an announcement was made over the train's radio. Next stop, Yinshang. Please prepare for the passengers who want to get off. Ing Zhang froze for a moment. Dixin? The grip on the sword tightened a few more points. Intuition told Ing Zhang that Dixin's appearance would never be simple. And it is true. Accompanying Dixin in the car was a fierce tiger. Looks like Lone gambled right. This car really does allow pets to ride on it. Emperor Xin couldn't stop nodding his head as he looked at the time train passenger regulations. Ing Zhang, do you think it's possible that the ones allowed are just kittens and puppies and not the kind you brought? Tyson, but didn't Kong Xing say it was some kind of feline? Can't you bring it? Ing Zhang. Kong Xing, who saw the scene through the carriage surveillance. Blame me. I'm the one who didn't think anyone else would bring a pet on board. Just go back and add number 6. The train moved forward again. The voice announcement on the radio also sounded at the right time. The train is about to arrive at the station ahead. Damien, please prepare to get off the train if you want to get off. Ing Zhang, what? Deming? Is there no logic in this stopover? Or is all of this artificially manipulated by Kong Xing? Dixin shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know. Unlike the pet that Dixin brought, the one that Zhu Yuanzhang brought was more ordinary. Ha! I can't believe we're not the first. You two must not have had breakfast so early, right? Come, don't be polite. The dumplings are still warm from when they were made. Have one? Eat some, pat it more or less. It's not nice to be hungry. Ing Zhang reached out and took the dumplings handed to him by Zhu Yuanzhang, but just held them in his hand without eating them. For his part, Emperor Xian politely declined Zhu Yuanzhang's kind offer. No need. I'm not hungry. Besides, Lone is fine even if he's hungry. Lone has brought rations. Rations? Zhu Yuanzhang locked eyes with the equally confused tiger head and stared wide-eyed. Ing Zhang, as expected of King Zhou, the rations he brings are all this unusual. Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a moment, and only then formally surveyed Dixin. Slightly stunned, this is Dixin? Then who is the one next to him? Emperor Xian, I have at least brought something with me. But where is what you have brought with you? Sure, Huang Di? You're not just going to meet these people of the future generations empty-handed, are you? Or are you planning to give your sword away? Xian's gaze fell on the sword Ing Zhang was holding, and he raised an eyebrow as he rubbed vigorously at the head of the tiger lying at his feet. Naturally, I have prepared something as well. Oh, yeah, so what are you going to do? I'm going to beer and drink mineral water, melon seeds and peanuts and 8 treasure kanji. Come on, 3 of you, please make way. Excuse me. Before Ing Zhang could finish his words, a sudden yell interrupted him. Turning his head toward the direction from which the voice came, he saw Fusa pushing a trolley commonly found on trains in the latter days, stuffed with all kinds of food, and was skillfully yelling. Zhu Yuanzhang watched Fusu push his cart between the 3 men and thought, First Emperor, could it be that you prepared these? Ing Zhang, no, this has nothing to do with me. No relationship? Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at Fusu who was gradually moving away, his expression extremely complicated. Due to the train's current small number of people, Fuso's voice could still be heard even after traveling quite a distance. Brewing service is provided with the purchase of instant noodles. Any need? Zhu Yuanzhang. The train is approaching the station ahead. Dahan, please prepare to disembark if you are going to get off the train. Chapter 176, Asterisk. Dahan? Ing Zhang once again gripped the sword at his waist almost the instant he heard the broadcast. Tighten up. What's the matter? That big Han and you have an enemy ah? Zhu Yuanzhang finished. The man froze for a moment, and let out a bitter laugh. Xin and Han really do have a grudge. We don't like fighting and killing, but if you, First Emperor, agree to let Kong Xing come to Daming for a few days to relieve us of our boredom, it's not like we can't make a move. With that, He opened the food box he had brought and fished out a kitchen knife from the second compartment. Dishin, you carry a controlled substance on a bus? Zhu Yuanzhang, didn't you bring raptors too? I repeat, these are emergency rations. Then let's also declare that this is for cutting dumplings. Besides, why don't you say something about the first emperor's sword? Ing Zhang wordlessly looked at the time train passenger regulations, listened to the duo's defense, and then looked at the third article on it, vaguely having a completely new understanding, and fell silent. The time train did not move forward slowly and soon came to stop at the next station. The car door had just opened when a voice that annoyed Ing Zhang to no end came. Is the dog emperor there? Zhang Liang entered the compartment with a machete, cursing, and found his target person almost instantly. Dog emperor? Before Ing Zhang could react too much, Zhu Yuanzhang rushed over with a kitchen knife in his hand, veins popping on his forehead as he shouted angrily, with a look of wanting to chop Zhang Liang up and feed him to the tigers. However, there was no need for Zhu Yuanzhang to make a move, and in the next second, Zhang Liang was kicked to the ground by the person who came in behind him. Dog emperor? Zhang Liang? Are you talking about His Majesty, Emperor Wu? How dare you? Cao Cao retracted the leg he had kicked out and looked around intending to see how many acquaintances there were when he saw Zhu Yuanzhang, who was halfway to charging with a kitchen knife in hand. Cao Cao. Zhu Yuanzhang. So what? You have eaten breakfast yet? Let's cut a dumpling for you to eat? Salty mouth. Very delicious. Cao Cao shook his head, thought for a moment, and twisted his head to look behind him. Your Majesty, do you eat savory mouthfuls? I only eat sweet mouth, Lu Che said as he stepped into the carriage, and as he entered, the doors gradually closed. It seemed that no other passengers would be boarded at this stop. Zhu Yuanzhang, we have prepared for the sweet taste too. Zhu Yuanzhang was obviously prepared, taking full account of the differences in individual tastes. Ing Zhang looked Lu Che up and down. Are you that Emperor Wu of Han? Lu Che? That's a lot of money you're spending on a bus ticket. Lu Che, but just a few taels of gold ticket money. This money I still pay up. Oh, Ing Zhang nodded. I didn't spend any money. Envious, right? Lu Che was stunned. Impossible. How is it possible not to spend? Oh, I get it. Your one must be only the right to get on the car, and when you get off the car, you have to pay to get off. Ing Zhang, that's a good idea. I'll convey it to Kong Xing later so he can improve it. Zhang Liang, who seemed to have regained his composure after being kicked by Cao Cao, rose from the ground and straightened his coat before saying, but how can you be sure that he didn't intend to do this with all of his tickets from the start? The crowd was stunned. When you think about it, the situation Zhang Liang described doesn't make sense. Kong Xing is indeed capable of such things too. Cao Cao sucked in a breath of cold air. These 3 tickets for the Big Han, but he had paid for them himself. However, he usually didn't have the habit of bringing money on his person, which led to the fact that if he really had to pay a fee to get off the bus, then he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Cao Cao would never let Lu Che pay for it himself, so Cao Cao thought about it. And let's not talk about it. It really did let him find the fastest way to solve the problem. At that moment, he yelled, look and see. Zhang Liang is for sale for a limited time. The price is favorable. Only 50 taels of gold. Come and grab it. Zhang Liang? Ing Zhang's eyes once again fell onto Article 3 of the Time Train Passenger Regulations. 3. You may encounter some strange passengers on the train, so please ignore them to avoid unnecessary disputes. Perhaps there were doubts about strange passengers before, but now, looking at Cao Cao, who was yelling at the side, and Zhang Liang, who was confused, this regulation suddenly seems to become very easy to understand. Today's time train is not only filled with Emperor Xin, who brought his own emergency rations, and Zhu Yuanzhang, who brought a knife just to cut the dumplings, but now there's Cao Cao, who trafficked in Zhang Liang. Plus watch the fun for yourself. Wait, Ing Zhang twisted his head to look at Lu Che, his brows slightly furrowed. You just came empty-handed? Good point. After Lu Che found a seat and sat down, he took the time to stretch out one finger and pointed to Zhang Liang who was still in a daze. Here, only 50 taels. How cost-effective is that? Ing Zhang, if I buy it, can I use it for Wei Qing later? No way. What's the point of yelling so loud? Forget it, seeing as you're a junior. I'll take a step back and be willing to compromise with you for someone else. Who are you replacing? Lu Shi. Don't you go too far. Why don't you take Fusu for it? The words just fell. Fusu pushed a cart and yelled by, beer and mineral water. Melon seeds, peanuts, 8 treasure kanji. Do you need it? Come on, come on, put your feet back. Come on, 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 come on. Lu Che looked at Fusu, who was pushing a car stuffed with all kinds of snacks and eats, passing by, and the man was dumbfounded. Ing Zhang shrugged, do you want to change? Lu Che. Chapter 177, Good Health at the Dragon Boat Festival. Lu Che's silence was accompanied by his attention to the piece of time train passenger regulations posted inside the carriage. Strange passengers? Lu Che twisted his head to look at the faraway Fu Su, pondering. The carriage radio also started to announce the next stop. The train is about to arrive at the station ahead. New dynasty, please prepare to get off the train. A new dynasty? The crowd looked different. Zhu Yuanzhang prepared 2 flavors of dumplings in advance and held them in his hands. Cao Cao saw that selling Zhangliang was fruitless, and planned to try selling them to newcomers later. Emperor Xin rubbed the tiger's head by his feet and looked at Ying Zhang. A new dynasty? If Lone remembers correctly, this seems to be a product of the latter days when the Great Han was split? Ying Zhang nodded his head. Indeed. Lu Che's face was ugly as hell. What do you mean cracked? What's wrong with just cracking it once? That's also hanging a short-lived dynasty. Know what a strong Han is. A country is always destroyed by weakness, but only Han is destroyed by strength. If you are no more, it is because you are not able to do it yourselves. But only I, the great Han. Ying Zhang interrupted and said, did you play yourself to death? Lu Che. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly shook his head. You're wrong about that. Shawandi. I should say that he worked for nothing and was boiled to death. After all, that's Sima Yi. Halfway through his sentence, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to react to the fact that there was another Cao Cao next to him, and immediately apologized. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to bring up the fact that you worked all your life for Sima Yi for nothing. But one thing is for sure. Your hostage-taking is truly awesome. Cao Cao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and in a bad mood he decisively raised Zhang Liang's selling price to 100 taels. Zhang Liang. Well, it doesn't take long for the time train to stop and the new passenger, Lu Xiao, catches everyone's attention with his unique appearance, only to see it carrying a large bag. Laboriously dragged the bag in, very unimaginative to the ground to sit down, gasping for breath. Slowed down. Will be the big bag open? Wow. Various small scattered objects appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Hello there, I am Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao seemed to still be uncomfortable with the self-proclaimed title of I and changed his words somewhat awkwardly. Kongxing said that I am some kind of son of Qi, and that these things are the ones that he found me to have enlightened. Saying something like, things that have been enlightened by a son of Qi can drive away evil spirits. Exorcism? How can that be possible? That's just feudal superstition. Ying Zhang looked at the pile of scattered objects in shock and disbelief. He even saw a rattle inside. That's right. It's a rattle that 3-year-olds don't play much. Ha! This one isn't. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up a wooden fish and knocked on it in a decent manner. Looking odd. 10 taels of gold for knocking the wooden fish, that adds merit. Lu Xiao spoke at the right time. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned and looked at Lu Xiao in dismay. Say that again? Lu Xiao's forehead sweating. A little vain, by the son of the Qi fortune has opened the light of the wooden fish. Knocked can add merit. 10 taels of gold, eh? What's the problem? Zhu Yuanzhang followed up with the question. Does the hell recognize it? Lu Xiao was stumped for words. Was this something that the hell recognized or not? Listening to this, hell will buy it if they admit it. It's just a woodchuck. 10 taels of gold. So rich. Wouldn't it be better to buy more grain and keep it for food? Zhu Yuanzhang is really a bit of a heartbreaker for wooden fish, having recently cut down a lot of people in daming and desperately needing to replenish his merit. Not only did he need it himself, but Zhu needed it as well. This time to come was going to bring him. Not before coming and caught a batch of hands and feet dishonest. Just leave him in daming to deal with those people. That's just it. Let's start with one. Lu Xiao was even more shocked. And really, by I was about to collect the money when the next moment, 2 dumplings appeared. Zhu Yuanzhang, good health at Dragon Boat Festival. Dragon Boat Festival. Hong Kong. Lu Xiao woodenly accepted the dumplings. Zhu Yuanzhang rejoiced. Ming Imperial dumplings. 5 taels of gold. A total of 2 is 10 taels of gold. You receive good. Lu Xiao? Lowering his head, he looked incredulously at the 2 dumplings in his hand. After looking at them for half a day, I couldn't see any difference between these 2 dumplings and ordinary dumplings. Zhu Yuanzhang, this is made by our sister-in-law herself. Other people can't even eat it for $10,000. Wooden fish for 2 dumplings. You've made a fortune. Lu Xiao. Crowd. In the end, Lu Xiao silently found a seat and sat down, peeled the dumplings and ate them. Next to him, Lu Che, who had originally wanted to say hello to Lu Xiao, gave up on that idea and instead stared at the door of this carriage, silently waiting for the next passenger to arrive. Ying Zhang is also looking forward to the next passenger. There are so many strange passengers on the time train at the moment that a normal person is desperately needed. Cao Cao switched seats and sat next to Lu Xiao, pointing to Zhang Liang. Want a strategist? Him, Zhang Liang. Only 100 taels. Lu Xiao kicked the pile of scattered objects. Pick it yourself. Cao Cao. Zhang Liang, seemingly accustomed to it, reached up to pick through the pile of objects, but before he could do so twice, Chow Chow yanked him back into his seat and sat down again. How boring to wait like this. Why don't we have a lottery? Dixin suggested. Let's guess which station will be behind us. Lu Che, what's there to guess? Shen, Xin, Han, and Ming are all there, and the following must be the Great Tang. Ying Zhang, not necessarily. Li Shimin is still in Great Qin. I asked him before I came and he said he wouldn't come. Then who can the Great Tang Kong Xing invite? Li Bai? Ask him to write a poem for each of us? Or the same Li Yuan who blacklisted Kong Xing? It's unlikely that it's from Datong. Lu Che, if it's not the Great Tang, then what time and space can it be? It can't be the spring and autumn and warring states, can it? But who can be invited in that period? In Ji? If it's him, I'm looking forward to it. By the way, Wanjin is still in Dichin? And he's not thinking of going back? Ying Zhang's face darkened and he was about to say something when the radio sounded, the train is about to arrive at the station ahead of the war country. Please prepare to get off the train if you are going to get off. Lu Che laughed loudly. See what I said? It must be Ying Ji. I'll bet 5 taels of gold on it. However, shortly afterward, a drenched cotter looked at the crowd in the train in confusion. You guys, who is it? Zhu Yuanzhang stuffed the pre-prepared dumplings into Chu Yuan's hand. Don't mind so much first. Come, eat 2 dumplings to suppress the shock. Ying Zhen, Woody, what did you just say? Lu Che's sad face. Lu Che's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at this state of Chu Yuan, it's obvious that he was fished up from the water now. Lu Che had good reason to suspect that this Kong Xing fellow had temporarily changed his mind after hearing his words. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Chu Yuan never thought that the reason he would be remembered by future generations would be a vacation. 2. The dispute over sweet and salty rice dumplings has been unsuccessful. Until one day, the pioneering and innovative chef Su ate dumplings dipped in chili powder with a peppercorn filling. The 2 factions instantly agreed to cooperate and decided to root out the deviants first. Chapter 178, The Husky Among the Wolves. Melon seeds and drinks. Mineral water. Ham and noodles. 8-ball porridge. Fusa pushed the trolley skidding by again, living like an active NPC in a fixed place. Only this time, the NPC was shocked by the bizarre carriage atmosphere. There were people sitting in the seats on both sides of the wagon. Except for Lu Che and Chow Chow, almost all hands had dumplings. Chu Yuan, who attempted suicide in martyrdom, cowered in a corner of the carriage, grasping 2 rice dumplings in his hand, his eyes staring blankly, while Zhu Yuanzhang and Lu Xiu kept saying something to him from the side. Chow Chow borrowed a pen and paper from whoever he knew, and after brushing and writing, he shoved it into Zhang Liang's hand. Zhang Liang looked at the contents of the paper, as if he had already expected it, and cooperated by holding the paper up for display. Maoshang Rental/Employment Service. The starting price is 100 taels of gold. See Chow Chow for details. The corners of Fu Su's mouth twitched before he turned his head to look at the other side of the carriage. Dixin broke open the tiger's mouth and was counting the number of tiger's teeth in a bored manner. Ying Zhang was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, but his right hand was resting on his sword. Seemingly hearing Fu Su's shouting, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Emperor Wu lost 5 taels of gold in a bet. You want some? Fu Su fell silent, pulled out the black brick, and looked at Lu Che unkindly. Lu Che, what are you going to do? Lu Che vaguely had a bad feeling, but then thought, the public. Fu Su was not really in front of the face of the group to beat himself, right? Just as he was reassured, he heard Fu Su say quietly, Time Train Passenger Management Regulations, Article 4, fighting and provoking trouble are encouraged on the train. So, can you do it? Say it earlier. Before Fu Su could finish his sentence, Dixin's eyes crystallized as he stood up, and together with him, there were also emergency rations. Now, Lone declares that you, the cart, belong to Lone. Dixin brutally snatched the cart away from Fu Su. Fuso stayed where he was carrying the black brick. Yourself. Robbed? Good for you. $0 purchase is great. This is so much fun. It's the first time I've ever seen that someone grabbed a truckload of samples. Samples? Tyson hurriedly picked at the contents of the cart, becoming more and more nonplussed, except for the outermost layer that had something on it. The ones inside were all empty packages. When you break it down, there's only one thing you can bet on for food. Why do you want to bet on it? Because, shelf life of 300 years? Emperor Xin's eyes rounded. Shu Yuanzhan, such a long shelf life? Should I praise the high level of technology in the later generations for keeping food shelf life for so long? Or should I praise the high level of technology in the later generations for keeping food shelf life for so long? Lu Xiu was a bit confused listening to Zhu Yuanzhang's words and reacted for a while before trying to understand the profoundness of the language. Chow Chow stared. You put something with a shelf life of 300 years on a cart? Fu Su pointed to the Time Train Passenger Regulations posted on the carriage. Look at Article 3. You may encounter some strange passengers on the train. Please ignore them to avoid unnecessary disputes. When did I say that I wasn't a passenger? Strange passengers. Sells one strange thing. Makes sense, doesn't it? Chow chow. DXIN looked at the 300-year shelf life in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and took the emergency rations in stride to Luce. 10 taels of gold. Bring it. You just lost the bet. Roar. The emergency ration growled lowly in an extremely cooperative manner. Luce frowned tightly, willing to gamble. I'm not denying it. It's just that I never go out with money. Lucio came to play round. Rest easy. Is not 10 taels of gold it? I have. In the next second, the 2 dumplings previously stuffed by Zhu Yuanzhang were stuffed by Lucio to DXIN. This is what he said. This kind of dumplings, a dumpling is worth 5 taels of gold. Lucio said while pointing at Zhu Yuanzhang. DXIN looked down at the dumplings with an extremely complicated expression. Zhu Yuanzhang a sigma, degree, that. What? This dumpling, here, your 5 taels of gold. DXIN casually tossed a dumpling towards Ying Zhang, who opened his eyes and reached out to catch it. Ying Zhang looked down at the dumplings in his hand, counting the one Zhu Yuanzhang had given at the beginning. There were 2 in total, aka 10 taels of gold. After thinking about it, he tossed a dumpling to Fu Su, sent it to Kong Xing. Fu Su caught the dumplings to say something, and finally said nothing, turned around and walked away. Go personal and keep up. Ying Zhang saw Fu Su walking away and lowered his voice. The crowd froze for a moment, reacted, and turned their attention to Chu Yuan in unison. You go? The reason is the strongest. Zhang Liang analyzed. That is, if you are discovered you can also say that you are uncomfortable wearing wet clothes and want to find clothes to change into. Chu Yuan had nothing to say but to get up and follow. But before he could take 2 steps, the lights in the compartment suddenly went out. A darkness fell around them. The crowd was alerted to the fact that something was wrong. There's a devil in everything that goes wrong. Zip. The radio appeared to be tuned in. And after ringing 2 murmurs, Kong Xing's voice came out from it. Hello everyone. All the passengers of this time train have now arrived. And considering that you may be bored, I have placed a husky among the passengers. What does it mean? It's simple. One person is a fake and you all need to find them. The first one to find it gets to designate the next station. What? There are fakes? Lu Che's eyes widened. Almost everyone present was seeing each other for the first time. And most of their knowledge of each other was from history books. Now to find fakes from this, the difficulty is definitely not small. The others were fine. The more difficult one was Chu Yuan, who hadn't yet sorted out what kind of situation he was in, let alone trying to recognize a fake. It was good enough not to be treated as a fake. The radio stops and the carriage lights come on. Ying Zhang took in everyone's expressions and said in a deep voice, I guess some of you are already thinking about the possibility of Chu Yuan being the one, right? But will it be that simple? Riddle on the riddle? I don't think so. Don't forget, Kong Xing has that magical mask. The mask? Yes. The situation is afraid to be more troublesome than even expected. It's just that Kong Trader would lend such an important mask to someone else? Chow Chow frowned tightly. It's possible. And there are only 2 or 3 candidates. Lucio, 2 or 3? That's great. Just compare them and you'll find them, right? Chow Chow shook his head slightly. But that requires us to be extremely familiar with those 2 or 3 people. And then he looked at Lu Che. Your Majesty, I dare to ask you a not-so-polite question. Speak. Can you recognize the Marquis of Champions at a glance? I can. That is, there is the possibility of a mistake. Zhang Liang spoke. If there is a certainty, your answer should be the word can. Lu Che glared at Zhang Liang and didn't say anything. Chapter 179, Who is a fake? Chow Chow recalls the previous incident where Kong Xing pretended to be Hua Xiaodong, his brow furrowing as he turns his head to look at Ying Zhang. So, First Emperor, can you recognize Fu Su at a glance? I don't know. Chow Chow's mind was filled with questions, and he had envisioned other answers, but never expected I don't know. Lu Che laughed softly. You can't recognize your son at a glance? Ying Zhang closed his eyes and seemed to evade the question. Emperor Xian leaned on his chin. Lone probably heard it. Nothing more than that means there's a fake among all the passengers on the train, right? And we need to race to see who can find him first. Brainstorming is not something Lone is good at. Zhang Liang was about to raise his hand to show that he was good at it when he heard DXIN continue. So I'm going to take a gamble. Lu Xiao, Kong Xing said that you are the son of Qi Luck. So you'll draw lots. Lone has a hunch that the one you cast lots for must be a fake. Lu Xiao, who was suddenly named. Right. Draw lots. Lu Che also reacted to the fact that there was still a tricky way to take the lot on the spot, patting Lu Xiao on the shoulder and signaling his action. No, I'm really not a son of Qi. Lu Xiao sighed, but cooperated. Chow Chow wrote down the names of all the people on slips of paper, even Kong Xing's name just to be on the safe side. Just in case, crumple the slips of paper into a ball, upset them, and give them to Lu Xiu to draw lots. Zhang Liang looked at the outrageous scene in front of him that is wherever he felt unreliable. What kind of person doesn't rely on theoretical analysis and luck? If you really find it out like this, won't you look like a nerd as the sage of scheming? Zhang Liang sighed, no longer paying attention to the crowd, and headed to the next carriage alone, finding a seat and sitting down, holding his head with one hand and constantly recalling everything that had happened on the train, trying to find the fake out from the clues. Drawing lots? Kong Xing watched the approach of the crowd in the surveillance video with joy. Maybe it's true that you can catch the right one at a time, but, can you believe it? Bang bang! There was a knock on the door. Kong Xing opened the door and Fu Su walked in with the dumplings. Here, your 5 taels of gold. Kong Xing reached out and took it, not being polite, peeling it off and shoving it into his mouth. Fu Su looked up at the monitor. Do you think they can find it? That's only if you believe it. Kong Xing swallowed the last bite of the dumplings in one gulp. Wavy dash, yummy. Fu Su snorted coldly and turned away. Did you bring any clean clothes? If you have, give me one and I'll bring it to Chu Yuan. We can't keep letting him wear wet clothes like this. Kong Xing casually took out the clothes from the system space and handed them to Fu Su, who took them, pushed open the door and walked out, coincidentally colliding with Chu Yuan, who was slowly following in this direction. Change your clothes. Ha! Chu Yuan looked at the clothes in Fu Su's hand with a torn face. Really want to wear this? What are you waiting for? Change your clothes? Wet clothes are easy to catch a cold if you wear them for a long time. Fu Su directly shoved the clothes to Chu Yuan, urging him to hurry and change. Thus, when Emperor Xian's few people saw Chu Yuan again, what they saw was a dull-eyed Chu Yuan wearing a full diving suit and carrying an oxygen tank. Dixin, why are you wearing this? Cotter froze as he recalled the answer he'd gotten. Say yes. It makes it easier for me to dive. Dixin. Next to him, Lu Xiu finally grabs one from a pile of slips of paper after choosing it again and again. Lu Che urges him to hurry up and open it. Lu Xiu nods and slowly unfolds the note, only to see that it reads, Lu Xiu. Lu Che was stunned. Cao Cao was dumbfounded. Lu Xiu spread his hands. I told you that I am not a son of Qi. You see, it's not allowed at all. Dxin unfolded the notes that Lu Xiu didn't capture one by one to check, and indeed only the one with Lu Xiu's name was missing. Chu Yuan Zhang, so what's going to happen now? The son of Qi is a fake? Is this believable or not? First Emperor, say something too. Ying Zhang lightly raised his eyelids and glanced at the crowd, then closed his eyes again. I have nothing to say. Chu Yuanzhang ran to another compartment to harangue Zhang Liang. You've been thinking about it for half a day here too. Do you know who the fakes are? Zhang Liang, so what if I know? So what if I don't? Even if you find it out, doesn't that mean you can specify the next station? It's not like there's a time or space I want to go to or someone I want to see. But we do. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice became much lower. We want to see our parents again. They don't know what a full meal tastes like yet. Zhang Liang froze and thought for a moment. Good. Then go identify the dog emperor. You should know who I'm talking about. Zhu Yuanzhang naturally knew it, but he didn't dare to believe it. For one thing, Zhang Liang had a grudge against Ying Zhang, and it was well known that he had always looked at Ying Zhang in a bad light. Secondly, he didn't see anything wrong with Ying Zhang. Besides, who would dare to pretend to be a 1,000-year-old emperor? What fake would dare? It's just that bastard Kong Xing, isn't it? Wait, Kong Xing? Zhu Yuanzhang looked up to the carriage's announcement. There are such things as tape recorders in the latter days. So is it possible that the announcement just made was recorded and prepared in advance? Zhu Yuanzhang turned around and returned to the original carriage, and found Chu Yuan. Let me ask you, after you followed Fu Su, the one carrying the brick, did you see anyone else? Chu Yuan shook his head, stating that he walked slowly in wet clothes, and when he followed to it, Fu Su happened to come out, and he didn't see the second person until he left. Zhu Yuanzhang was ecstatic that he had discovered the truth. Grumpily, he sat down next to Ying Zhang and lowered his voice. Don't pretend. We admit that you are very smart, but your skills are too clumsy. Ying Zhang? Confused, he opened his eyes and smiled after freezing for 2 seconds, reacting to why Zhu Yuanzhang had said that. You think I'm a fake? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head. That's right. Kong Xing, we're the first to find the right one based on our intelligence. Ying Zhang gave Zhu Yuanzhang a sympathetic look. Then your IQ is really high. Let me guess. You don't think the broadcast was pre-recorded and recorded, do you? After saying that, he took his cell phone out and a video call was made. Seconds to catch. Hey, what's up? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Kong Xing in the video in shock. How could it be? Not you? Who else could it be if it wasn't you disguised as the first emperor? Kong Xing scratched his head. No, I'm a bit confused by what I'm hearing. What is your reason for suspecting that the fake would be his? Don't be used as a gun by Zhang Liang. Zhu Yuanzhang twisted his head to look at Zhang Liang, who was looking this way in the other compartment, seemingly waiting for the result. 4 pairs of binoculars. Zhu Yuanzhang reached out and touched the kitchen knife he had brought with him. Zhang Liang was so shocked that he got up and ran. Hey, what's wrong? Noticing Zhu Yuanzhang's movements, DXIN hurriedly reached out and yanked Zhu Yuanzhang to a halt, while allowing the emergency rations to stop Zhang Liang. Is there anything we can't sit down and talk about? Chapter 180, Ordering. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang told the general story of what happened. Emperor Xin leaned on his chin and thought, the first emperor is a fake? I must say, this idea is really bold. So, are you? Xin raised his eyes to look at Ying Zhang, who was still in the middle of a video call with Kong Xing. Ying Zhang, however, continued to talk to Kong Xing as if he hadn't heard. What's for lunch? I'm a little hungry. Kong Xing, is not there 5 taels of gold a dumpling? It's not enough to eat. It doesn't top the hunger. So what do you want to eat? I'll prepare it. Anything? I don't pick. What about the lamb burger? Could be. 5 taels of gold? But, Ying Zhang frowned slightly, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Kong Xing, okay, 5 taels of gold for a lamb burger. I'll have Fu Su send it over when it's ready. What about the others? Do they have any orders? Ying Zhang was silent for 2 seconds and looked up to the several people who were still arguing about whether Lu Xiu's drawing of lots was reliable or not. It's almost time for lunch. Do you have anything to eat? Aha! You can order food? Chow Chow rejoiced. Chow Mao wants a barbecue. Lu Che, I've been eating a bit too much meat lately, so feel free to have some vegetarian food. Anything. Lu Xiu, I'll have some dumplings. Zhu Yuanzhang took a look at the dumplings still remaining in the food box and shook his head after thinking about it. We don't need to. Zhu Yuan, no appetite. Seeing that Ying Zhang didn't answer his question, DXIN raised his eyebrows. I want hot pot. In the other carriage, Zhang Liang looked blearily this way, not having felt anything before. He remembered only after being mentioned so much that he had come without even having breakfast. Wanted to open his mouth to order food, but his heart's hostility toward Qin did not allow him to do so, and only continued to look on with bated breath, hoping that some kind person behind him who ordered more than he could eat could share a few bites with himself. Ying Zhang wrote down everyone's orders and relayed them to Kong Xing. Don't prepare the hot pot for DXIN. He brought emergency rations. Zhang Liang didn't order it. Just give him some bread to nibble on to keep him from starving. The corners of Kong Xing's mouth straightened, indicating that he had made a note of it and would have Fu Su send it along later. The video call hangs up. Emergency rations. The whole tiger was in a hurry, stretching out the tiger paw and constantly pickpocketing Ying Zhang's robe, bitterly begging. Ying Zhang, DXIN, mind your rations. If its claws scratch my clothes, you'll have to pay for it at the price. Tyson comes out with an honest-to-goodness kick to the emergency rations. Pete, on the other side, the entire Fu Su who was cooperating with Kong Xing in preparing the ingredients was confused. Wait, if I remember correctly, Chow Chow wanted barbecue, right? This barbecue of yours, not quite right, is it? Kong Xing, Omega, what's wrong? He only said he wanted to eat barbecue. Did he say exactly what to barbecue? No, since there isn't one, it must be a tacit admission that our side is left to make its own decisions. But, Fuso looked at the 10 ears of corn on his plate and wanted to say something. Does grilled corn count as barbecue? It counts, right? Fu Su covered his face. Okay, let's not talk about Chow Chow. Let's talk about Lu Che. He wants veggies. So that's why you asked me to wash a pound of cucumbers for him and send it over? Kong Xing, what? Is it not vegetarian enough? How about replacing it with tomatoes? Fuso. It didn't take long for Fuso to push a food cart to deliver the crowd's order. The 5 taels of gold he asked for. Ying Zhang tossed the remaining one of the dumplings in his hand to Fu Su for meal money. Fuso took the dumplings in silence and left the mutton buns that Ying Zhang had asked for before continuing to give out meals to the others. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Chow Chow's roasted corn and Lu Che's cucumber and was happy. Luckily, he had the foresight to bring his own food on board and be self-sufficient. Chow Chow's face is green. 10 roasted corn. Or a whole roasted one. Who can eat all this in one meal? Lu Che nibbled on the cucumber and gnawed on it, unconsciously locking eyes with Emperor Xian's emergency rations, and his eyes lit up instantly. No, this is Lone's emergency ration. If you eat it, what will Lone eat? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to be a vegetarian? Eat your cucumber. DXIN saw Lu Che's thoughts at a glance and decisively exited back. Lu Che continued to nibble on the cucumber with some disappointment. In the other compartment, Zhang Liang looked at the baguette bread nearly 1 person high in his hand, and the man was dumbfounded. Fu Su, don't worry. You're not charged for this one. No charge? There's a prerequisite, right? It's a prerequisite. Don't waste it. Eat it all. It's easy. Zhang Liang, do you have any idea what kind of stuff you're talking about? Finished? It's easy, isn't it? I'm not gonna eat it. Hashtag asterisk and degree $. Fusu pushed the food cart as he walked away, leaving Zhang Liang's thanks behind. A few moments later, Zhang Liang finished his thanks and began to think of ways to deal with the Manhwa baguette. That who? Zhu Yuanzhang, right? Don't you want to take this opportunity to see your parents again? How shabby to only bring some dumplings. Have some of this. Hungry. Fill you up. Zhu Yuanzhang took one look at the baguette bread, decisively backed up, waving his hands to refuse. No. This gift is too expensive. We really cannot afford to eat. This thing can't just be about whether or not it can carry hunger or not. Whether or not it's full. It's a special weapon that has evolved to be able to eat and fight. When the gift to Zhu Yuanzhang failed, Zhang Liang was not discouraged and turned to Dixin. Kongxing was very obedient and let Fusu leave quite a few pictures of hot pots for Dixin. It's still HD and enlarged. He said that he wanted Dixin to look at the map to relieve his hunger. Zhang Liang, Emperor Xian's ancestor, was victimized by the dog emperor and had no food to eat. This really saddens the late generation. A small amount of bread. No respect. Please accept it to relieve the ancestor's hunger. Emperor Xian's eyes widened when he saw the baguette. Where did you find this weapon? Zhang Liang. Emperor Xian seems to have reacted. Pointing to the foot lying down, has looked pale. Tiger Life emergency rations. You think lone need? Zhang Liang decisively excused himself. Excuse me. Taking the baguette for a spin. He eventually came to Cao Cao, nibbling on roasted corn, and Lu Che, a vegetarian. Cao Cao glanced at the baguette, looked down and then at the roasted corn in his hand, and was instantly balanced. Kong Trader still has a bit of a conscience, but not much. Lu Che added pertinently. Zhang Liang sighed. So, you too, a little help? Double the workload. Lu Che made the demand. Cao Cao added, all year round. Zhang Liang, after once again giving Fusu and Kongxing friendly greetings, he gritted his teeth and agreed. At that time, Kongxing and Fusu were confused as they looked at what was on the monitor. Kongxing, I don't understand. If you can't finish it yourself, won't you pack it up and take it with you? Except for getting help from others to fix it? Fuso, did I say I couldn't pack it up and take it with me? Didn't I? Fuso shook his head. Not really. P.S. Anyone see which one is the husky impersonator? To be revealed in the next chapter, Omega. Chapter 181, Adulterers. But they can lie. Who the hell are the fakes? Hey, you guys, is this tiger in that so-called passenger list? I feel like it's a major suspect. Cao Cao, who had been unable to find an imposter, was getting a little anxious, and even began to speculate wildly. Emergency rations are fake? That's not as reliable as saying Zhang Liang is a fake. Ying Zhang was amused by Cao Cao's unique train of thought, although Kongxing's, mask at will, was divine. It had never reached the point where it could turn a man into a beast. Lu Che, could it be that there are no fakes at all? Purely Kong treacherous businessmen are teasing us a few to play? Zhu Yuanzhang, first emperor. You know Kongxing the best. Why don't you make another call and ask, even if you blow up some clues? Ying Zhang raised an eyebrow. I fight. You ask? Zhu Yuanzhang, yes. The video call was made again and still answered in seconds. Kongxing, what is it? Ying Zhang, Zhu Yuanzhang said he doesn't want to use his brain and wants to spend money on some clues. Kongxing, do you think I should tell him? Zhu Yuanzhang? When did we say we were going to pay for clues? Nope, did you already know who the fake was? First Emperor. Ying Zhang, you're the one who said that I know Kongxing best, so I know the answer. Is it hard to understand? You know the answer, why don't you say it? No wonder you were so unconcerned about finding a fake. So you were going to play Inside Out and tease us all? Lu Che was furious. Ying Zhang's eyes flickered. If you want to think so, you're probably half right. Half? Zhang Liang frowned. How could it be only half? Could it be that the real reason was to prepare to empty a few people's pockets? Rewind the clock to the day before the time train departs. Great Qin. Lu Che said he'd be there tomorrow? Yes. Masa. He wasn't going to go originally, and only said he would later because he thought you would be there too. He thinks? Has he been an emperor for so long that he thinks everything will go the way he wants it to? Then I will teach him a good lesson. Ha! Kongxing was a bit surprised. Aren't you going to go, brother Zhang? Not going. Ying Zhang shook his head, but seemed to feel that his direct absence wasn't quite right again, and a brilliant idea was quietly generated in his mind. Kongxing, find someone to impersonate me. Find someone with online acting skills and a good mind. Don't show your face easily. When you come back, remember to talk to me about how long it took those few big smarts to recognize it. Kongxing was in a bit of a bind. Get someone to pretend to be Zhen? It's not easy to find the right person for this. Not to mention, the mask of the heart can only change your appearance, but not your voice. And while most of the people who will be traveling on the time train tomorrow have never met Ying Zhang, Cao Cao and Dixin have, you can tell it's a fake as soon as you hear it. So, Kong Xing's gaze rested on the last article of the Time Train Passenger Regulations. 5. If you are in trouble on the train, do not go to the driver's cab for help. A brilliant idea is being refined in the mind. Fu Su, come over here. I'll teach you a latter-day black technology that will be of great use tomorrow. What black technology? Fu Su was interested. AI video face swap. Inside the time train caboose, Kong Xing, no, Fu Su to be precise, was currently having a fun video call with the imposter Ing Zheng using latter-day black technology. Next to him, Hua was tuning up the radio so that the recording Kong Xing had prepared for him beforehand could be played later. What? You're asking him about letting his own emperor chew on a cucumber? Hua Zaiwei said helplessly at this. He did not want it, but nay Kong Xing persona required. It's a pity that there's only one follow your heart mask. Or else I would have knocked Chu Yuan out earlier and turned into his appearance to go out and play. His Majesty, he should be able to recognize me, right? Perhaps because Lu Che had admitted to something wrong before, Hua Zaiwei was not too bold to vouch for this matter. Fusa put the video call temporarily by Mai and opened his mouth. Kong Xing said that there was one fake among the passengers, but technically there were actually two that were fake. Adulterers, but they can lie. Go sick. Want to make a bet on when they'll realize the truth? Hua shook his head decisively, no bet. Fuso was a little lost, but quickly became excited and turned the mic on, continuing the video call. Inside the wagon, Kong Xing continued to impersonate Ing Zhang while secretly rejoicing. If one looked into it, one's disguise wasn't perfect, and even had a lot of holes in it, but luckily no one noticed. After all, how would they know that if they answered a call from Brother Chang, the first sentence would always be Brother Chang instead of asking what was going on directly? Lu Che, speak up. Which one is fake? Lu Che led Cao Cao and Lu Xiu to surrounding Zhang, and Zhang Liang happily came up to him, with the intention of forcing a confession if he didn't cooperate with the large number of people in the Han dynasty. Ing Zheng smiled disdainfully. Do you think I'm scared? Do you want to know? Yes. Lend Wei Qing to Qin. Lu Che, no way. You haven't even returned it to me. If you want Wei Qing, you can't. We can lend out the great Ming god of war. It's on permanent loan and doesn't have to be returned. Xu Yuanzhang seemed extraordinarily generous. DXIN was also very dry. I can send Ji to you too. It's a great person. Very powerful. The corners of Ing Zhang's mouth twitched. The great Ming god of war? King Wu of Zhou. GFA? That's a lot of abacus beads. That's just it. It's probably hard to guess with your IQs. You guys can think about it. If I say it, then according to what Kong Xing said on the radio, the next station will be designated by me. The people looked at each other, and except for Zhu Yuanzhang who was a bit hesitant, the rest of them did not have any opinions. In that case, Kong Xing, let Fu Su come out. Okay. The video call was hung up by Kong Xing. The cab was suddenly busy. Fuso, quickly, there's a change of plan. The radio doesn't need to be played. You wear my clothes and push another trolley out. I know. Hua Zaiwei replied back and forth, and the two of them quickly exchanged each other's clothes. Fortunately, both of them were about the same height and weight, and each other's clothes fit well. Wait. Hairstyle. Seeing that Hua Daizi was about to walk out the door with his cart, Fu Su hurriedly reminded, at this critical moment, not a single detail can be sloppy. And, black brick. Hua reached out. You'll have to give me this one first, too. Fusu, remember to return it. Hua Daizi changed his hairstyle, received the black brick, made sure there were no other problems, and pushed the cart yelling towards the compartment where Lu Che and the others were. Melon seeds, drinks, mineral water, ham, noodles, porridge. Do you need anything? Chapter 182. Lu Che, who had seen Hua Xiaodong, was speechless for a long time. The question Cao Cao had asked himself earlier kept echoing in his mind. Can I recognize dementia at a glance? As if, can't. Hua Daizi looked very excited, looking around, sweeping his eyes over the crowd one by one, and finally resting on Ing Zhang. At the hem of the suit he was wearing, to be precise, there was a scratch that wasn't very noticeable. Much like, Hua Zaiwei glances at the emergency rations, sits uneasily next to DXIN, reaches out and points to the scratches at the hem of his coat, and asks, this, I don't know the cost, but your great merchant should be able to afford to lose it, right? Emperor Xian looked in the direction Hua Zaiwei was pointing and turned back calmly. What are you talking about? What's about compensating or not compensating? I'm old. I'm deaf and blind. I can't understand what you're saying. Ing Zheng similarly looked down. Blackness before my eyes. It's over. Jatu. Save. Ding. Jagged unity has pulled the host into blackness. Zhang Liang leaned on his chin and took in the momentary panic of Ing Zhang. Something's odd. Hua Zaiwei, first emperor. Your clothes should be the same ones that were scratched by that tiger when you were ordering earlier. What should I do with them? Ing Zheng forced himself to be calm and pulled out his cell phone. Editing the message. Definitely we have to pay for it, even if it's a human emperor. Wait a moment. I'll find someone to set the pricing, lest anyone say I'm making a fuss about extortion. The next second, the message is sent. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. The morning court was extraordinarily long this day. It's still going on up until this point. Wang Jian and Yu Fei, who went south to fight against Baiyue, have sent the good news that Baiyue has collapsed and is no longer in a climatic situation, and all that remains is to wrap up the work, and it is only a matter of time before it is taken over as part of Qin's territory. This also led to a very serious problem for Great Qin. Continuing foreign expansion is certain, but now there are only 3 or 2 small countries left in the west are still Qin's old neighbors. To fight them can be said to have a grudge, the division of the name. But when the Xiongnu and Baiyue territories were taken over by Qin, there would be a group of new neighbors, and these new neighbors could not fight like the old ones. They had to find a reason to do so, and it was for this reason that the historians desperately searched the books, even the wild stories and legends in circulation. Keep looking. If you can't find the Shang and Zhou dynasties, move on. Zhu Di in the later times searched for nearly 700 years for the northern expedition. How far have you come? Keep looking for me. One by one, the historians were bitter and continued to rummage. Jia Dang stepped forward and proposed, Your Majesty the First Emperor. In fact, it doesn't matter if you just can't find it. The Great Han is very experienced in this matter. Find a few people to go over there and casually make some small, harmless mischief. And once the people are caught or die over there, then the Qin army will have every reason to drive over there, to get a claim. Li Shimon's mouth twitched as he listened. By harmless little mischief, do you mean chopping off the head of their king's dog? Alone? In front of all of them? Jia Dang nodded his head. It's more than that. This official position is a hot one in the Great Han, and many people have grabbed their heads to be in it. Xin Shiji jumped at the chance to try out this official position that Jia said he knew about. It was exciting. Very challenging. I would like to share your Majesty's worries. Xin Shiji volunteered to help. Many ministers are also a little moved. Listening to Jia Yan's meaning, is not living can do whatever they want, and die can also bring a country's territory for Great Qin. A single open genealogy of the meaning of it? Let no one stand in the way of my head incense. Your Majesty, choose me. I am light on my feet and can travel quite a bit more. Your Majesty, it is often said that reading 10,000 scrolls is better than traveling 10,000 miles. I've read enough books, and it's time for me to go outside and walk around. Your Majesty, I want to go to the west to seek the true scriptures. Your Majesty. For a while, the courtroom was a bit rowdy. Countless reasons were thrown out, and everyone wanted to shine for Great Qin. Ing Zhang called out helplessly as he listened to the gradually outrageous reasoning. Who was it that just said they were going to the west to catch vampires to make wine? Come out. Tong Cheng. Was it you? Tong Qing, Your Majesty. There is a record in the classic of mountains and seas that there is a ghost in the West Ridge that resembles a human being, with red eyes and fangs, that comes out by day and comes out by night, that likes to eat human blood, and that if you eat it, you will live longer and live better. Your Majesty. Prolong your life, Your Majesty. What a pity not to use such a good herb to make wine. Ing Zheng, well, you're right. Let's leave today and get there early. Deng Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers looked at each other in disbelief for a moment, then reacted collectively and started to persuade Ing Zhang with reasons such as prolonging life. Each one is justified. Ing Zhang listened to the dragon's face, and at that exact moment, the cell phone he carried with him rang twice, and a message was sent. Looks like there's good news from Kong Xing's side. Ha! The weather is really nice today. I take back what I just said. Ing Zhang looked down at the chat messages displayed on his cell phone, only to feel that his good mood for the day had been ruined cleanly. Brother Zhang, this dragon robe of yours shouldn't be too expensive, right? My bad. I'll get you a needle and thread. It should still be wearable. Drawing of scratches and damage to hemline. Ing Zhang clicked the last picture open, zoomed in and took a closer look, puzzled and sent a message to ask, You caught me? Message returned in seconds. Caught on rations brought by Dishin. Ing Zhang? Rations caught? The food's gone viral? Soon. Another picture was sent. It's a picture of Tyson's emergency rations. Ing Zhang. Tiger? Ha? It's a good thing I didn't go. What kind of passengers are on this time train? What's with all the weird stuff? Great Qin needs a national fortune calculator. So let Emperor Xin take Zhang Zia against him. As for you, I haven't thought about it, so I'll owe you first. Ing Zhang quickly waited for a reply. The ancestor of Dishin said that a tiger does what a tiger does, and he can't give the national fortune calculator to GFA. I haggled with him a bit, and the end result was a tiger. Ing Zhang was about to question Kong Xing about how he talked about it when a new message was sent. Saber-toothed tiger. Yingjiang? Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Recently, Jiang Zia was honored with the title of Calculator of National Fortune for 10,000 dynasties. Rumor has it that the way it plays the state-run calculator is quite simple. Simply strap it to your car and pull the car to count your steps. 2. Yingjiang hates saber-toothed tigers. The reason is not known. 3. Chongjin has a patched dragon robe. This dragon robe it's been wearing, even if the treasury is so rich, made a fortune has not been lost. He wanted to take this as a warning, reminding himself not to forget the past. He thought he was something else in the emperor, until one day, he heard that even Yingjiang had a dragon robe with a patch. Chapter 183, The Sunny Doll. The train is approaching the station ahead. Please prepare to disembark if you are going to get off the train. The car door opens. Lu Che and the others got out of the car after them in confusion. Look east. Look west. First Emperor, don't tell me this is the afterlife of Kong Xingnen. Lu Che pointed at the pedestrians coming and going in Xianyang City, his forehead veins jumping. Wrong station. Sorry. Yingjiang's light sentence made Lu Che explode with anger. It's all here if you don't come, right? Lu Che flung his sleeve in anger and turned around, about to return to the time train. But when he turned around, where was the car? Xu Yuanjiang was very uneasy. First Emperor, you will let us go back, won't you? Zhang Liang slapped his thigh. This is ing kidnapping. Kidnap a vote of the Emperor with a time train. Brilliant. Cao Cao reacted. I'm still shallow. I thought Kong Trader was just thinking about the money bag. Who knew he was playing with this idea? Boy, holding the son of heaven hostage for ransom. This shall not be rich. Lu Xiu reacted half a beat slower. What ransom demand? It's just the wrong station? Give Kong Xing a call. Let him come back to pick us up, is not it? Tyson kicked the emergency rations in annoyance. Call? It's not that easy. TSK. Had I known, I would have agreed to take the national luck calculator to pay for it. This is good. The orphan himself folded this. The most calm of the crowd was undoubtedly Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, life is nothing but ups and downs. Fall in and out and get used to it. Make yourselves at home. I have important matters to attend to. Don't make too big a mess. Yingjiang said, regardless of the crowd's reaction, and hurriedly left. Yo, Kong Xing, what are you doing in such a hurry? Seeing Kong Xing passing by in a hurry, Xin Shiji hurriedly took 2 quick steps to stop him. I'm going to find Masaru. The first emperor? Then you're afraid you'll have to wait a while. Xin Shiji shrugged. He's busy as hell right now. Kong Xing frowned. How could it be so busy? What did Li Si do? Where's Feng Zhaiji? And Xiao He and Su Jia? With so many people around, how can they be so busy? Because at this morning's morning court, at Jia Deqin's suggestion, Deqin passed the matter regarding the addition of a new diplomatic corps of envoys. It is now going through the official paperwork. Kong Xing froze for 2 seconds. An envoy? The Han kind? Sinclair, yes. That's the kind of thing I wanted to enroll, but didn't. Deng Qin was the first to sign up, and his reason for signing up was irrefutable to His Majesty the First Emperor. It was really treacherous. Vampires soak in wine to prolong life. Thanks for thinking of it. The corners of Kong Xing's mouth straightened. Take that as a reason to sign up. And who's going to say no? Xin Shiji sighed. Do you want to try to enroll as well? On orders to break into foreign lands and screw up the Qin army to help get a claim. What a rare opportunity. Kong Xing shook his head. Forget it. I still need these eyes. I can't see anything too tainted. Xin Shiji was uncertain. Kong Xing looked around, came closer, and lowered his voice, to give you a little bit of cold knowledge that is not known to the Western barbarians. Beds, right? Yes, it's the bed we sleep in, the kind of place that's private to us, but not to them. For a long time, beds have been public places at their place. They could sleep together not only with their families, but often with strangers. Don't close your imagination. Yes, it's what you think. Xin Shiji's eyes widened and his 3 views collapsed. No clothes? Sleeping together? Kong Xing nodded. Xin Shiji, this, I thought Hun customs were explosive enough, but I didn't realize. Ah, there's even this. But how can it be better if you're a nobleman? Kong Xing's eyes flickered, half a catty. But if Deng Qing goes, his skill might be able to blend in and attend the wedding of the nobles, especially the royal family. It will definitely be an eye-opener. The fine print is eye-opening. What's there to detail? It's just that the nobles are focused on bloodlines and will be on hand to spectate out of concern for the purity of their lineage. Xin Shiji? Hey, Kong Xing, why Shang Ho? Don't go away. Keep talking. You'll be struck by heaven for whetting people's appetites like this. Look, Your Majesty, this way is the Imperial Vegetable Garden. Huajiqi took the initiative to take on the role of tour guide plus narrator, leading Lu Che and the others around the Xianyang Palace. Lu Che didn't have much interest in the vegetables and fruits in the Imperial Vegetable Garden. and was only interested in how Kong Xing would be able to successfully explode Ing Zheng's imperial garden to change the imperial vegetable garden. Pulling Hua Jiaoyi, he kept asking about the details of what had happened. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up as he looked at everything in front of him. Not a care in the world to keep picking and picking with a food box. Stuff everything picked off all inside the food box. As he was enjoying himself, Ing Gao rode by on his bicycle. Go sick? Chow chow. That's all you've got? You should have arranged for a lookout at least. This is Khan's vegetable garden. Chow Chow was not the least bit flustered as he pointed to Zhang Liang. We could have left him behind to grow vegetables to pay for it. Zhang Liang. Emperor Xian nodded his head in greeting to Ing Gao. Ing Gao? Where are you going? The last time I came to Great Qin I left in a hurry. Is there any place worth shopping recommended? Ing Gao, I am going to the Palace of Learning. A place to shop in Great Qin? Then I recommend you to go to the Hanging Star Tower. It's the tallest tower in Xianyang City. Go coincidentally, and perhaps see a number of Sunny Day Doll's loyal followers. A Sunny Day Doll? What's this? Dixin was curious. Glancing up in the direction of the Hanging Star Tower, he rode off at breakneck speed on his emergency rations. Lu Xiu pulled out a telescope from his body, and his scalp went numb after just one look at the Hanging Star Tower. All the heads hanging under the tower. That much? Sun-dried bacon? Ing Gao, these are all corrupt officials, dug out by elder brother and the Marquis of Foreign Commerce not long ago, deserves to die. Zhu Yuanzhang agreed. Good for the Sunny Day Doll. We have quite a few scarecrows in Daming. Chapter 184, Deafening Silence. You just said you were going to the Academy Palace? Lead the way. I want to go over and take a look. Lu Che had heard Chow Chow mention quite a few things about the Great Qin Palace of Learning, and now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to go and take a look. Ing Gao pointed at himself. Degree? Who leads the way? Me? Lu Che, what? No, Ing Gao, it's not that I can't. But I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up. After saying that, he pedaled his bike and left. Don't blame me if you lose it. Meng De, you go after them. The sound of Meng De moved Chow Chow so much that his brain chased him out without much thought, only to be yanked back by Zhang Liang. You dumbass. Didn't you say before that you've been in Great Qin for a long time and have even been to the Great Qin Academy Palace several times? What? Do you not know the way or are you a roadie? Chow Chow reacted as if he were waking up from a dream. Right. Chow Mao knows the way. So what's Chow Mao doing chasing after it? Hua Daisy looks at Lu Che with some difficulty. Your Majesty, we're afraid that we'll have to walk through. De Qin's management of horses is very strict. Put it in the first few months. I was able to get a few horses for it, but since Kong Xing ride lost 6 horses, it's not good anymore. Lu Che? Horse, riding? Kong Xing? He's a talent too. It's just a matter of walking through it. I still have this bit of vigor. Chow Chow began to lead the way, and the rest of the group followed, all clearly curious about this so-called Great Qin Palace of Learning. Walking through the streets of Xianyang City, Lu Xiu noticed many differences from his time. There are plenty of vendors selling things and even a number of novelty entertainment venues. The ground on both sides of the road is also slightly different. There was a trail that wasn't very wide and had many irregular raised shapes in the ground. This is a blind alley. It was set up to facilitate traveling for the blind and visually impaired, was said and added, His Majesty, the first emperor, has decreed that those who encroach on blind alleys in whatever way and obstruct travel will be punished by guilt by association. Zhu Yuanzhang, guilty by association? Hua Zaiwei, that means dragging all the people of his village to do hard labor for a month. A village? Lu Che was shocked. No wonder they all say that the Qin law is brutal. This is the first time I've heard that the scale of the sit-in is in terms of a village. Hua Jiwei, there's no way. It doesn't work unless it's stricter. Relatively, of course, there are rewards for reporting. The rewards are great. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head in satisfaction. One could imagine how pure the folk of Great Qin would become under the constraints of Qin law. *******, you two big guys. Ginger Bing, leave my wheelchair. A roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhu Yuanzhang turned around in dismay, only to see a one-legged warrior on crutches desperately chasing after a teenager pushing a wheelchair furiously ahead of him. Chasing and cursing. Jiang Bing, are you damned if you're still a human being? Even steal my wheelchair. Everyone come and judge. This heartless he bullies the handicapped. Jiang Bing pushed the wheelchair and accelerated away while twisting his head back. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no such thing. I'm just borrowing his wheelchair. I'm going to use it to guard the gate at the Academy Games tomorrow. Zhu Yuanzhang, Champion Ho, they are? Hua Jiwei, it's nothing. It's just normal banter between friends. Zhu Yuanzhan, is this normal jostling? Zhu Yuanzhang was greatly shocked. After an hour had passed, the crowd arrived in the Great Qin Academy Palace. The academic palace is also paved with blind alleys. In addition to this, Zhu Yuanzhang also found that every building has a wheelchair-friendly ramp in addition to steps at the entrance. The very few ramps that had to be paved longer would have buffer platforms in the middle. Was said that this is Fu Su personally experienced in a wheelchair and asked for rectification. Said that the Great Qin's wheelchair is not as light as the later generations, more lightweight, more bulky, and without a cushion platform to rest on. It is very difficult to push up. Lu Che, is it true that the Great Qin Palace is open to all? Hua nodded, anyone who is of school age can come. I just don't know what has happened to His Majesty the First Emperor's request some time ago for Li Si to edit Braille textbooks and fill in the gaps into Qin's Braille. As soon as Risa's side is clear, the appropriate special classes will be added in the back. Braille. Lu Che's eyes flickered, and he understood why Cao Cao had praised the Great Qin Palace of Learning so much. Here, everyone had the opportunity to learn, knowledge that was open to all. Not everyone can afford to pay tuition, right? Zhu Yuanzhang was worried about this. He knew the people's situation all too well. Hua Zaiwei, tuition is available, but it can be done in installments, and it can be done on a work-study basis. There are so many ways for tuition to be solved. Back when Kong Xing started the academy, he took all these situations into consideration. There's even money to be made for those who are more diligent and have a bright mind. Zhu Yuanzhang was confused. Some earn? Can't you make money by attending the Great Qin Academy? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a few academy students who had found a megaphone from somewhere and were selling themselves. Look and see. Professional runners, group rates, students, still worried about having to run 10,000 meters in tomorrow's schoolhouse games? Come hire us to run for you. Top 3 in 10,000 meters is not a dream if the price is given enough. In just a few moments of effort, a number of schoolchildren came forward to inquire about specific substitute running prices. Shu Yuanzhang Sigma, degree mouth degree. Wei, I think we got it. The other side. Ying Zhang listened patiently to one minister after another as he told the reasons why he was the perfect choice for the envoy. There are those who say that they are readers and go there for the convenience of educating the barbarians. There are those who say that they read Journey to the West and want to intercept the longevity monk on the way to fetch the scriptures in the Western heaven and present him to His Majesty. And there are also those who say that they want to bring in blonde beauties to help expand His Majesty's harem. Ying Zhang, my silence is deafening. That one who wanted to go and intercept the longevity monk on his way to fetch the scriptures. You don't have to go and intercept him either. From today onwards, you are the longevity monk. Well, what I say? Ying Zhang casually dismissed his courtiers. The longevity monk thanked him profusely and respectfully retired under the envious gazes of a group of courtiers. Going to prepare for the fetching of scriptures. When someone succeeds, those behind naturally work harder. Continue to refer yourself for various reasons. Father, my son has heard that you are selecting suitable candidates for the envoy? Fu Su pushed the door in. How do you see my son? Ying Zhang, get out. Fu Su turned, left, and slammed the door back shut. And then he leaned over the door and pricked up his ears to listen for movement in the house. Your Majesty, truth be told, my ancestors fled disaster from the west to avoid coming here. I went there to search for my roots, fleeing from disaster to avoid disaster. Right? Tell me, what disaster did your ancestors flee? A flood. The Great Flood. My ancestors came on that so-and-so ark, and followed you in the back to cure the water. Fuso sad face _ Chapter 185, Surprising the Academy. Taking the scriptures to intercept Monk Tang. Catching vampires for medicine. Kong Xing's mouth also twitched as he listened to the various reasons relayed by Fu Su. If all of this works, then there's no reason why I won't be able to pass if I travel west to tie up the god of wealth, right? Fuso's sad face ring and equal to air. Father says that your words, let alone tying up the god of wealth, are not enough to rob Cupid. Anyone could have gone. Just the two of us. We couldn't have gone. Why can't we go alone? Is it because it's dangerous? No, it's because it's too embarrassing for that. Kong Xing slapped the table and wanted to retort, but inexplicably felt that it was right. In this land, even if you mess around a little bit, you will more or less set a line for yourself and not let yourself go too far. But what about when you go out? Kong Xing himself couldn't even imagine what kind of heartless / greatly compassionate things he would do with the mask of at will in his hands. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. You went just now. How is he in a good mood? Ching? Fu Su, it doesn't look very good. I did talk to father later about what happened on the time train and how Lu Che and the others were temporarily hoodwinked into coming to Daqin. But father didn't say much. Kong Xing was relieved that Ying Zhang did not say anything more, which was good news for himself. At least on the surface it looked like he had achieved partial forgiveness. The other side. Hua Zhaori wanted to take Lu Che and the others around the academy palace by himself, but Cao Cao said it would be best to be accompanied by someone who knew the palace well. After thinking about it, it seemed that only Xiao He was the most suitable. Soon after, Hua Zaiwei appeared at the door at Xiao He's office with a crowd of people. Before he could knock on the door, Xiaoyi's helpless and bewildered voice came from inside. Which, in response to the fact that you kept a number of students up all night last night, it has been decided that the entire staff of the palace will be notified this afternoon, and you will be given a demerit. Any objections? Can you not inform? What? You don't have the guts to take the consequences when you dare to do something like marrying a pig's elbow in the middle of the night? I've explained many times that it wasn't a wedding. It was just a blessing ceremony. Pray for what? Isn't tomorrow the Academy Games? So I'll respond to the request of the majority of Academy students and join together to pray for the Dragon King, his old man. Together? You have an accomplice? No. Really? Well, I also invited roasted lamb chops as witnesses. Why grilled lamb chops? What's the word? Because I like grilled lamb chops. Outside the door, Cao Cao and Huojiaowei looked at each other, sympathizing with Xiaoyi's work for 3 seconds before decisively raising their hands and knocking on the door. Enter! Cao Cao and the others pushed their way in. Xiaoyi froze for a moment when he saw the crowd, and then said to Wu Yuan, who was on the side, "You go first, and by the way, in an hour's time, call out that person in your class who said he wanted to study cockroaches and mosquitoes having babies across species." Which Hope nodded and turned to close the door back up before leaving. A cockroach and a mosquito having a baby? Cao Cao was horrified at how this idea sounded. Couldn't help but sympathize with Xiaoyi again. It's not a good job for you either. Shaw shook his head. No, it's great work, and every day is full of surprises. Let's swap? Cao Cao shook his head no repeatedly. Zhang Liang was interested in this instead. I'll switch with you. Xiaoyi glanced at Zhang Liang and frowned, only feeling that the man in front of him looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him at some point. You are? Zhang Liang, I am Zhang Liang. Xiaoyi suddenly realized, oh, I know you. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for making this school palace work. Zhang Liang was uncertain. Xiaoyi, if it weren't for the fact that you donated so much money to the Marquis of Foreign Commerce, I don't know how long it would have taken to build this school palace. Speaking of which, you are also a man of great vigor. You donated all of your family's money to build the palace, and you built it for Great Qin. I am not as bold as you. Shame. Shame. Zhang Liang's eyes widened and his forehead veins popped. Spread out my family's wealth? Build a school palace for Great Qin? Do you think I would be the kind of person to give charity to an enemy country? Xiaoyi is Sigma, degree mouth degree, you, Murphy. Zhang Liang, who else could it be but Kong Pai Pai? The crowd looked at Zhang Liang sympathetically. Xiaoyi, let's not talk about this, but have you really thought about switching with me? To put it bluntly, my position is working for the first emperor. Zhang Liang, change. It's better to work for the dog emperor than for me to continue to work in Dahan. Once he heard Zhang Liang say this, Xiaoyi was a little less eager to change. What kind of bad job could make Zhang Liang think of working for Yingzhen? I'm afraid it's not a good job. One can only push back a bit first, even if the two of us want to switch. That's something that has to be agreed upon by people on both sides. I don't know if the people on your side will agree, but I feel that the probability is that the first emperor will not agree. Lu Che stepped forward at this time. I think this matter is feasible. Xiaoyi turned his head to look at Lu Che, thinking that this is Zhang Liang's current proprietor, one of the later emperors. Linking that to the very respectful look of Cao Cao next to him, his identity was not hard to guess. Later Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. He was also one of the emperors recognized as the king of roles in later times. Xiaoyi completely dismissed the idea of wanting to exchange, and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. I still have things to do, so I apologize for the difficulty in accompanying you. In that case, I'll find a student from the academy to show a few of you a good stroll, to exchange and learn. How about it? After saying that, Xiaoyi did not wait for a few people to agree and hurriedly left, bringing in a temporary laborer a few moments later. Xian Fei, it's up to you to show them around the academy. Xian Fei rubbed his little hands together. No problem. Then I want to open a gambling house at the academy games tomorrow? Sha, you're on your own. Xian Fei was overjoyed and turned around and started to greet Lu Che and the others. Go. I'll take you to catch geese. The geese raised by those people in the farmhouse are delicious when stewed. Lu Xiu's eyes shone brightly. Really? Xuanfei, naturally. I took the talent to eat one last week. Xiaoyi glared and slapped the table. No wonder those peasant schoolchildren's homework is always inexplicably lost. Xian Fei, you'll get 0 credits this month. Xian Fei's smile froze. Xian Fei is not hip. Xian Fei chose to sell his teammates to take the credit. I report. I know who the mastermind of last month's fecal map wall was. Zhu Yuanjiang confused. How can the matter of Harry and Strong still involve the mastermind? And report it? That's weird. Chapter 186, Eating 3 jujubes a day for immortality. I cannot understand. Leaving from Xiaoyi's office, Lu Che's few people were all confused. Why would anyone send gold juice to paint the walls of the school palace? And then there's the one at the end who researched cross-species babies between cockroaches and mosquitoes. And his reasoning was that mosquitoes are fragile and cockroaches are tenacious. So he wanted to work on a fragile cockroach, in case a mosquito as tenacious as a cockroach comes along. Or cockroach-sized mosquitoes. This is the biochemical weapon Kong Xing was talking about, isn't it? It must be. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't even dare to imagine what kind of disaster the species would bring if it was successfully created. You can't catch geese, so I'll take you to sit in on a few of our elective classes at the schoolhouse, Xian Fei said, leading the crowd towards the classroom, continuing as he walked out. Besides the stuff from the 100 schools of the ZZ, because of the foreign merchant husband, the academy also offers some elective classes, just like this section. Geography. Enter the classroom. There were a few scholars sparsely seated inside, and by the looks of it didn't seem as if many people had chosen to study for this class. Finding a seat in the back row, Lu Che was filled with interest in this step-down classroom in front of him, but it quickly faded away with the arrival of the teacher for this class. Sorry. Something got delayed. We're starting class now. Here's the class quiz. One for each of you. Start doing it now. Leave the ones you don't know empty. Kong Xing walked in with a pile of test papers in his hand. Saw the back row of the classroom gritting his teeth. Lu Che. Several people froze for a moment, quickly found the state, and sent a copy to Lu Che. Several people as well. Learning is serious business. Lu Che did not get angry on the spot because of Kong Xing's appearance and patiently looked towards the classroom quiz and immediately stared in disbelief. As an emperor, not to say that it must be required to read a lot of books, at least to have an understanding of a lot of things, but this test paper in front of me. What the hell? Lu Che, is this because the students of Diqin were already uncomplicated? Or is it because of the changes caused by Kong Xing? Cao Cao also looked toward the classroom quiz in Lu Che's hand. Question 1. Throughout history, why have longevity villages been situated halfway up a mountain? Question 2. Why are jujubes planted more often in the XX region? Question 3. Please analyze the reason why Mount Tai is the first of the 5 mountains according to the knowledge gained. Cao Cao. What's all this? Geography. Listen to this name. Shouldn't it be the study of terrain and water conservancy? This is longevity, red dates, and Taishan. What? Could it be that the first emperor pursued longevity, and the Kong traders tricked him into saying that red dates could lead to longevity when eaten? This is even more outrageous than Su Fu's eastward search for immortality. Lu Che agrees. Zhu Yuanzhang, but there is a folk saying that eating 3 jujubes a day will make you live forever. Lu Che was stunned. Cao Cao, huh? Hua Zaiwei, your majesty. Why don't I go find a medical student to ask? Lu Che granted permission. Hua Daizhi immediately got up and slipped through the back door of the classroom, finding one of the healers' classrooms. It was class time at the moment, and Hua Zaiwei hesitated whether to knock on the door and directly interrupt or wait for the class to end. When Tang Qing's triumphant voice came from inside. I'm envious of you guys. You can still participate in tomorrow's academy games, but I can't. After this lesson for you guys, I'm going to go to the west to catch vampires to put into medicine, to seek the method of longevity for His Majesty. Vaguely, the sound of a few more students gabbing away came out. Traveling west to capture vampires for medicine and find a way to live forever? Why does this sound like the Su Fu that the foreigner said? Could His Majesty have been deceived? Why don't we rush up, hold him down and send him to the foreigner marquis? No, it's too risky to rush up there. It's better to drug him, and later on, we'll set up a banquet to see him off on the grounds that we don't want to let go of our longtime teacher-student relationship. This is good. Just do as you say. I'm the best at sweating drugs. I'll dispense them. Then I'll do the drugging. The corners of Hua Zaiwei's mouth straightened. I can hear it through a door. What's the difference between this and plotting out loud with your face close to it? Inside the classroom, Deng Qing was pleased that he was able to teach such a group of students. Drugging is good. It better be over me. Hua Daizhi brings back the answer to Lu Che's concern. Dates, when eaten appropriately, are known to ease aging, but not much. Surprisingly true. Lu Che automatically ignores the second half of Hua Zaiwei's sentence, and very seriously explains to Cao Cao, Chang'an, you must plant red dates on a large scale. Cao Cao, don't worry, Your Majesty, I will personally organize this. Zhu Yuanzhang snickered and was spotted by Lu Che. Lu Che, what are you laughing at? Zhu Yuanzhang, nothing, we just thought of something happy. There were not many questions on the classroom quiz, and Kong Xing saw that most people had pretty much finished, so he began to explain. I don't think anyone can't do this first question, right? Typical giveaway question. Isn't walking up and down so many hills every day just exercising your body? Isn't it easier to live a long life with a hard body? Simple, isn't it? The students in the classroom nodded their heads. Lu Che was in deep thought. Lu Che drifted off. No wonder Shi Huangdi was victimized by Su Fu for so many years and ate the elixir of immortality for so long before he collapsed on the way to his 5th Eastern tour. So it's because of his daily approval of 120 stones of governmental affairs. Such a large amount of governmental affairs every day. Or bamboo slips. Isn't this just exercising in disguise? This goes on for years and years. Hiss. Now without Su Fu and the immortal elixir. How much longer does he have to live than in history? I have no reason to be inferior to him. Lu Che's fighting spirit is stronger than ever. Zhu Yuanzhang. We probably know why you're prone to bickering with the first emperor. Kong Xing, look at the second question. Red dates. Red. How festive How reasonable to add more of such a festive color, right? Cao Cao and Lu Che who are speculating towards immortality. Scholars in the classroom? Kong Xing, then look at the third question. Even if you did not take this class of geography, Taishan Fengchan always know, right? The one chosen by Brother Politics for his ceiling was Mount Tai. And if someone doesn't know this, then I'm going to have to find someone to check up on you. And then, Kong Xing gave a detailed answer to the third question in terms of terrain, history and culture, and climate, all of which, Lu Che could no longer understand. He only heard the ceiling. Shu Yuanzhang, when it comes to ceiling Zen, we are angry. If it weren't for that ancestor, we would have been able to go to MTI for Zen. Why look elsewhere? Speaking here, Shu Yuanzhang seemed to remember something and continued, oh yes, you too should not have heard Kong Xing say it, right? Taishan Feng Zen such an extremely sacred thing, by the later generations of an emperor to play finished. Then Zhu Yuanzhang talked about the full operation of that emperor. Lu Che was furious, you mean, I and this kind of people, sealing Zen Taishan? How dare he? Lu Xiu was concerned about another matter, does the first emperor know about this? Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head to indicate that he was not sure and would have to ask Kong Xing. Kong Xing said after class that this matter is known to Ying Zhang. Fusu also have on behalf of the set of sacks swinging bricks out of the gas. Chapter 187, Registration. Participation. I declare the first sports meeting of the Great Qin Xianyang Academy Palace open. Early the next morning, Xiao He, who was wearing several hats, stood on a high platform erected next to the martial arts field of the Academy Palace and announced the news. Off stage, the applause was thunderous. Only Kong Xing gritted his teeth. What kind of great guy signed me up for the 10,000 meter run? Kong Xing was extremely resentful. Look on the bright side. Lu Che walked over and patted Kong Xing's shoulder comfortingly. Think about the tour of Xianyang City bicycle competition in the afternoon. This 10,000 meter run, isn't it easy? Kong Xing stared, ring what the hell bike race? Xianyang City? Lu Che, don't worry. I am looking at the competition schedule to enroll you. Will not delay your rock climbing, riding, horse racing. Stop. Kong Xing reached out and made a pause gesture. Why don't you simply tell me directly what there is that I don't have to participate in? Lu Che, you don't have to participate in all sprints under 1,000 meters. And you don't have to participate in the less athletic ones either. Happy? Kong Xing was silent. Kong Xing tries to enable the time train to run away. Yagtun dismissed. Asterisk. Hey. Kong Xing was silent again. Kong Xing recalled his 3 or 2 damaged friends. Degree. Who did you say was going to be in the weightlifting competition? Who? Me? Huo pointed at himself incredulously. Next to him, Lu Che looked at Kong Xing to Hua Xiaodong temporary stuffing successful enrollment information people silly. You let my champion Hus go to weightlifting and tug of war? And is this a musical instrument? How come there's a musical instrument thing at the games? Kong Xing, it's just an active group. All running and jumping is boring. A bit of music can also stimulate the enthusiasm for sports. By the way, go sick. I'm not sure what instrument you're good at, so I filled you in with a random lute. Surely you know how to play it. Hua Xiaodong. Opposite Hua Xiaodong, Cao Cao also had a bitter face. High jump, hurdles, I don't know if Cao Mao has something to say. Xin Shiji had also wanted to complain a few times about how he, a person from the Great Song dynasty who had always kept to himself, had been assigned to the tournament as well. But turning his head, he saw Fu Su giggling as he looked at the long list of tournament registration information in his hand, and instantly felt how friendly Kong Xing was to him. Fuso, are you okay? I'm good. Good as hell. Fuso put away the competition registration information sheet, and the smile on his face grew even bigger. It's not just that there are a billion more competitions. Sports are good. Sports make people healthy and make people live longer. I can like it too much, especially since I'm also the game's organizer. What a day. Aha, the organizers? Kong Xing was stunned. He was so focused on finding companions for each of his matches that he forgot about the fact that Fuso was the organizer's representative. So a very serious question arises. Fuso's sad face, come on people. This prince is going to set up prizes for every competition. And get me that student named Xian Fei. I want to bet. Didn't the competition start today? Why do you need 500 taels of gold? In the palace of Zhangtai, Ing Zhang, who was dealing with the Zhengtai emperor, listened to the minister's report with a slight frown on his brow. He was aware of the school palace games, and had asked Fu Su to co-chair the games with Xiao He for the first time. But right now, what exactly is the unexpected matter that requires the expenditure of another 500 taels of public money? Ing Zhang always felt that something wasn't quite right. Jun Wuan, go with me to see if it's Fu Su who's being punked by Kong Xing again. Yes, Your Majesty. There was no fanfare for Ing Zhang's arrival, just a low-key trip. All of the entourage had also changed their clothes together, and if they ignored the golden eagle that couldn't be chased away from following them and was bent on getting along, the vast majority of them wouldn't have noticed this place, and much less 100% turnaround as it is now. Isn't that Ho the foreigner's eagle? Where is it going to eat melon again? Shu, keep it down. His Majesty is on a private visit. We have to help him conceal his whereabouts. Ha? Your Majesty? That's right. The foreigner Marquis Eagle only walks when he follows His Majesty, and all other times he rushes or straight flights. Listening to the murmurs on both sides of the street that seemed to be trying to keep their voices down, Ing Zhang glared at the golden eagle without any good reason. The golden eagle cocked its head in uncertainty. Io? Ing Zhang, I order you to follow someone else. Stay away from me. The golden eagle nodded his head to show that he understood. Flying up in the air, after searching for a target in the sky for a while, he landed precisely behind Zhang Liang, who was preparing to make a bad move halfway through the ambush. Io? Zhang Liang. Ichi-yo. Ichi-yo. The golden eagle yelled excitedly, attracting the attention of everyone on the street almost instantly. Bai Qi flew forward, and it didn't take long for him to return carrying Zhang Liang. Your Majesty, what is to be done with an assassin captured alive? Ing Zhang, looking around at the populace, he thought to himself that trying to travel on the down low would be impossible. Take it with you for now, and wait until the academy and then deal with it as you see fit. At least it's also a strategist saint. If that Lu Che still doesn't agree to change Wei Chang, maybe you can let Kong Xing bring it to the Great Tang to exchange it for the Li Jing plus Fang Xianling plus Chang Sun Wu Ji version of the civil and military gift package? Ing Zhang automatically ignored the fact that he had already exchanged Zhang Liang for Hui Xiaodong. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. Kong Xing hates long-distance running, except for those with large bonuses. 2. Dixin was interested in the games of the Great Qin Academy. He signed himself up for all the combat classes that the Hyrule students were participating in. The organizer, Fu Su, easily obtained this news and placed a heavy bet on Emperor Xian to win the championship at Xianfei's. 3. Xiang Yu has always been convinced of Kong Xing's old horse armor Xiang Liang. After months of brainwashing by Kong Xinglongde using the skill, Fraud Master, it had taken the bait. Kong Xing intended for Xiang Yu to make his debut at the school palace games, and had bet equally heavily to that end. However, it was unfortunate that Xiang Yu met up with DXIN in every match. 4. Xu Yuan, who was the umpire of the rowing competition at the Academy Games and also moonlighted as the starting gun, said he wanted to recite 100 poems to be passed on to future generations. Chapter 188. The big strings are as noisy as a rainstorm, and the small strings are as cutting as madness. A cacophony of wrongly played, big pearls and small pearls shattered on a jade plate. After realizing that Hua had once again played and broken a string on his lute, Kong Xing finally believed that Hua's claim that he was not good at the instrument was not modest, but the truth. I'm good at instruments. How nice if you enroll me. Fu Su counted the small amount of money in his money bag. These, his prize money for coming first in the 10,000 meter run, and the money he gained from betting at Xianfei. Kong Xing is breathing heavily on his knees. A 10,000 meter run. Even when I was in school, the longest I ever ran was just 1,000 meters. And this 10,000 meters is really not something that an ordinary person can run. You say that. Once you're on the field, who dares to run ahead of you? Fu Su, they don't dare. You can run. Look, I've added a bonus to incentivize you. What do you say? Right. Penultimate? Kong Xing glared. Are you sure that your temporary bonus increase is to incentivize Kong Xing and not for your own pocketbook? Xu Yuanzhang stepped forward to speak for Kong Xing. There's no way you don't know the fact that Kong Xing can only run at the bottom of the pack. Kong Xing. Fu Su, you can't say that. There are always more solutions than difficulties. He's so smart. Surely he can think of a way to get the prize money from the later matches. Kong Xing looked at Ing Zhang, who had appeared behind Fu Su and was walking here, and nodded his head rather approvingly. Well, you're right. There's always more ways than there are difficulties. And you're such a fast runner. You'll be able to work out what comes next on your own, right? Fu Su proudly pinched his waist. That's right. As the eldest son of Qin, what trouble can't I solve? Oh, Ing Zhang's icy voice rang out from behind Fu Su, startling him into a cold sweat. Father, what brings you here? Before Ing Zhang could say anything, Lu Che jumped ahead and said, Isn't it obvious? The atmosphere team at the first field day of the Academy Palace was so bad that the strings of the lute broke. The first emperor is here to take the blame. The atmosphere group in Lu Che's mouth was precisely the people who were competing in instrument playing at this moment. Ying Zhang glanced at Hua Ziwei, who was trying to salvage the strings of his lute to survive the match. Slightly nodded. What Emperor Wu said is not unreasonable. Allow me to prepare for a while. Kong Xing tried to object, but was stopped by Ying Zhang. My decision has been made. Don't say anything else. So it was that. After a short wait for Lu Che, Lu Bang, Lu Ji, volunteered to join the atmosphere group with a musical instrument in his arms. Lu Che's sad face the scene of the Tour de Xianying City bike race. The starting line. Fuse's face was ugly as hell. His wallet, which had been bulging with difficulty, deflated again just because of Ying Zhang's words. Kong Xing's sad face, pfft. Now you don't get paid even if you win first place. Are you happy? Fuso, I don't talk to the first to fall. The Tour de Xianying City bike race. As the name suggests, uses bicycles and the fastest person around the city is the first place winner. The routes were fixed, and in addition to having judges at regular intervals, Golden Eagles would also rise for aerial monitoring. But I don't know if it's because it's the first time that Dechin held a race about bicycling, which led to the appearance of a few guys on the scene who exploited the loopholes of the race. A two-wheeled one is a bicycle. This is a two-wheeled one for me too, only with an extra seat and extra pedals. How is it not a bicycle? The foreigner Ho has said that it's called a tandem bicycle. Shaughnessy, it's not a matter of whether a tandem bike counts as a bike or not. It's, well, all the racers must have one bike each. Oh, that means I just need to find an off-field wideout, doesn't it? Xiao He. No way. If you insist, then I won't be blamed for throwing you out. It was hard to persuade the tandem bike, but when he turned his head, Shaw saw the multi-wheeled and single-wheeled versions. There's also the Murphy's Magic Edition, which straps something like a glider or something to the top of the bike and says what it's going to be. Try going airborne. Shaw is ahead over heels, but the good news is that most people listen well. Except Kong Xing. Xiao He, what are you doing? Kong Xing, bicycle. The bike still has these? Shaw pointed to the inserted keys and the screen that lit up to show a full charge. Kong Xing was silent for a moment, but persisted and emphasized. This is a bicycle. 2 wheels, 1 seat, 2 pedals. What's the difference between this and their bicycles? If I can't, I'll take the front basket off, right? Next to him, Fu Su looked at Kong Xing's electric bike with the corners of his mouth straightening. If this stuff is actually allowed, there's no comparison. People, they get tired, but the machine won't. Insufficient power, damaged parts, just replace them. Ying Zhang was helpless. Xiao He, just let him ride the race. At least it's still within bike range. If it's a motorcycle, that's a real bummer. Unsurprisingly, Kong Xing made it into the top 3. Fusa scrambled all the way to catch up with Kong Xing's time to replace the battery before he pressed Kong Xing. After the Tour de Xianying City bike race, it was weightlifting. Fusa put a heavy bet on Dixin early on, trying to rely on that to bulge his wallet up again. As per the requirements of the competition, the weights lifted are of your choice. At first, it was indeed proceeding smoothly as Fu Su expected, until a contestant who called himself Yu asked to raise the tripod. Ding! The state of the heavy weapon is a symbol of imperial power. It played an important role in the Zhou ritual apparatus regulations. Traitor Kong, you damn well added Xiang Yu into the mix? Fu Su looked incredulously at Xiang Yu, who appeared on the playing field and clenched the money bag in his hand. Feather's divine bravery is unmatched in the ages. Such a person, opposite Xiang Yu. DXIN finally raised his interest after hearing Xiang Yu's request of wanting to lift the tripod to compete. That's what makes it fun. The little fight before was a little too boring. It's just a tripod. I can do it. After all, the tripod is of great significance. Xiao He did not dare to make a decision on his own, so he went to asking Zhang. Let them compare with me. How will Great Qin decline because of 3 or 2 people lifting the tripod? Thus, with the permission of Ying Zhang, the competition between Emperor Xin of the people and Xiang Yu, the overlord, started fiercely. Xuanfei, bets, bets, bets. Anyone else want to bet? Chapter 189. How long will you keep me under house arrest? After the Academy Games, Lu Che found Ying Zhang and questioned him. In his eyes, not allowing himself to return to the Great Han to preside over the situation was a different kind of house arrest. The country can't be without a king for a day. I still have to go back to deal with the matters of the Great Han. The Huns on your side are gone, but there are still on my side. Oh, that's okay. I've considered the situation. It's very well solved. As Ying Zhang said this, his afterglow swept over the duo of one carving who were fighting the landlord on the side, and continued. Can you write an imperial decree and have Kong Xing bring it over and give it to Wei Qing, so that he can think of a way to let Lu Ji succeed to the throne ahead of schedule? If you think it will be troublesome for Wei Qing alone to do this, then just bring Zhang Liang over to help again. If I really can't, I'll give in to the pain and let Kong Xing send Lu Bang over to succeed the throne. Lu Che, I'm still here. What throne? Where is the need for a new king to succeed the throne? Ying Zhang, I knew you wouldn't agree, so I thought of an alternative for you. Didn't Kong Xing sell you a cell phone? Then can you totally use it for intertemporal supervision? Intertemporal supervisor? Lu Che's eyes widened, deeply shocked by this genius idea of Ying Zhang's. Off to the side, Cao Cao, who had come with Lu Che to ask when he could return, caught a whiff of something familiar. Cao Cao, the first emperor isn't planning to hold His Majesty the Wudi Emperor hostage to the Han Empire, is he? Thinking carefully, the more Cao Cao thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Cao Cao, in particular, was horrified to discover that the most heavyweight emperors of the Han seemed to be here in Daqin. Lu Bang, Lu Che, Lu Xiu. Let's not talk about my Han. What about Daming? Lu Che twisted his head to look at Zhu Yuanzhang. You don't have to go back to Daming to handle state affairs? Zhu Yuanzhang, you mean us? We don't care. Our Biaoer he can manage Daming very well by himself. It's a pity that he's a bit weak in nature. But that's okay. Daer will help him kill all the difficult gods and goddesses. So whether we go back or not is not a big problem for Daming. But you're Dahan. It's a bit dangerous. Lu Che looked up at Li Shimen again. You should already know from the later history books provided by Kong Xing, right? Are you really willing to stay here? Li Shimen, I want to go back too. But I'm different from all of you. I came here voluntarily because of poor information and being crippled by Kong Xing's neglect. And because of the Xuanwu Gate thing, there's a high probability that I won't be able to return until my brother is dead. Unless Father's Great Tang is dying and needs me to rush back to save the day. Lu Che looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, and then looked at Li Shimen. Compared to each other, it is true that he is the most special, and most need to return. King Bom. Kong Xing slammed a wave of cards in his hand onto the table, declaring his victory in the landlord's fight. You cheated. Fusu reprimanded bitterly, and the golden eagle on the side looked down at the 13 kings Kong Xing had flung out in a daze. When Ying Zhang heard the commotion, he turned his head to look at it, and saw that nothing serious had happened, so he didn't worry about it. Lu Che pondered the possibility that he could convince Kong Xing to take him back. The corner at the far edge of the room. Xu Yuan's poetry has flourished after familiarizing himself with the paper, and he is now writing furiously with his ink. After watching for a while, Emperor Xian remembered that Kong Xing seemed to have said something about the need to memorize poems in the latter days, and pulled Su Shi and Xian Shiji to ask them to watch and learn and seek inspiration. Another day without Cao Cao Na. Liu Bei was very happy to draw on the small book, a slight turn forward, all full of positive characters. Cao Cao is not there. Is very comfortable. Is that Sima Yi? Alas, Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan and let out a long sigh. It would have been perfect if Cao Cao had taken Sima Yi with him. I don't know what's going on lately. It always feels like something big is about to happen. Liu Bei looks to Zhuge Liang. Do you have any clues? Zhuge Liang shook his head and persuaded Liu Bei that all was well in the country, that everything was advancing steadily according to the agreed three-part globe, and that there was no need to worry much. Even if something does happen, I'm here and I'll fix it. Zhuge Liang is very confident about this. Until I am Emperor Lu Che. As you can see, I am not in a good situation. I'm in dire need of a large sum of money to get out of my predicament. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. Looking at the information displayed on the cell phone screen, Zhuge Liang silently put down the fan in his hand. Illusion, illusion. It's all an illusion. It must have been my lack of rest last night. But when he scratched his finger upwards, the consecutive pictures of Ying Zhang and Lu Che in the same frame told him that this was the truth. Maybe, just an exchange of ideas on how to run the country? As soon as the words left his mouth, another message popped up. The message sender. Lu Xiu. Liu Bei, this matter. You can surely fix it, right? Zhuge Liang. Don't worry. Cao Cao must be more anxious than anyone else about His Majesty the Martial Emperor. I'll send him a message to. Ding dong. The phone beeped and Zhuge Liang clicked it open to see a group photo of everyone. Why is Cao Cao here too? Liu Bei, Kong Ming, what can we do about this? Zhuge Liang stared at the group photo and thought. Said, if Cao Cao his son knows must be more anxious than us. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the message. Fuso, now, there is a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Lu Che, don't tell me that there is no one in the Han who is willing to help me. Fusu, not really. Sun Quan offered half a taels of gold. Sun Quan? Cao Cao froze for a moment. Him? He's offering half a tael? No. How did he know? Fu Su continued. This is to be asked of your good oldest son. Anyway, the good news so far is that someone has already called in the money, but the bad news is that it's only Sun Quan. Shall we continue to notify later? Lu Che sad face, beginning emperor's request to beat the money was good. What makes me bad? Hair. I don't believe it. It's going to stay that way? Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han? Li Yuan frowned. What is the matter of my Datang about his Han? Xu Biao, Deming sympathizes with this. Chongjin, although the money is now just a string of numbers for me, but my money is not a gust of wind. Are copied from the family. I am thirsty for talent, but unfortunately there are not many powerful generals under my command. I do not know if the Champion Marquis and the Changping Marquis are free to come to Daming for a visit? Looking at the series of replies, Lu Che's heart grew cold. Chapter 190. Late night. Fusu took advantage of the night to sneak around the palace as close to the palace as possible without uttering a word, but the moment he scaled the wall and landed on the ground, countless torches illuminated the surroundings. Fusu turned around in dismay. Behind Ing Zhang stood a number of guards holding torches, and Bai Qi, the ruler of Wuan, was also there. Fusu, where are you following Kong Xing into the wild again? Guilt was written all over Fuso's face. And who wrote guilt all over your face again? Fusu looked up in shock and dismay, unbelievingly reaching out to touch his face. Father, do you mean that there are words on my face? Ing Zhang waved his hand to the side, and someone soon fetched a mirror and handed it to Fusu. Fusu looked at himself in the mirror with the help of the firelight and his eyes widened. This is how you treat me when I'm kind enough to buy you a drink? I'll tear down your thatched roof someday. Ing Zhang froze for a moment. Li Bai moved closer towards Fusu, a smell of alcohol that had not yet dissipated. Where's Kong Xing? Gone to be a bounty hunter. My patience is very limited. Speak human. Fusu sighed. Well, he took a new order and went to assassinate Cixi in the latter Qing dynasty. Assassinate Cixi? Ing Zhang was worried about this and blamed Fusu. Then why didn't you go with him? Can he do it alone? Fusu, I wanted to go. But, the time train can't be stuffed anymore. Can't you fit them in? Ing Zhang realized something was wrong. How many men did he bring? Fusu, for this matter, we have to ask Confucius whether he has taken any new disciples in this period of time. Ing Zhang was instantly relieved. That size, with the weapons, is enough for a dozen small battles. Fusu, by the way, Kong Xing he also brought Jing Ke with him, saying that he is experienced in assassination, so he can let him draw fire. Ing Zhang, he was at the end of the Qing dynasty. The assassination of Cixi is a simple thing to say, but in practice one realizes that it is a very difficult thing to do. First of all, this first point is difficult. How are we going to get around the guards? Around everyone to get to Cixi? Jing Ke looked at the crowd, constantly analyzing the feasibility of each plan of action based on his experience in assassination. Poisoning the food? Not to mention whether it can be poisoned or not. Let's just say this old hag's extravagance. So many dishes are not necessarily eaten a few bites. And there have even been cases where she has done a good job of playing the fool and not eating. Just like this. How to poison to ensure that it will be eaten, but also will not lead to fire. The whole body to retreat? As for dedicating the map, take a dagger and hide it inside. Who in this age doesn't know that's how I assassinated the first emperor? Ha! And the map. This old hag isn't interested in it either. The more Jing Ke analyzed, the more hopeful he felt. Why don't you all collectively interview the head of the face and sell your color? I think this is the easiest way to get close to the old demoness. No sooner had Jing Ke's proposal been made than it was rejected by all the Confucian children. Kong Xing, what's the matter with poisoning and seducing? It's not that troublesome. Have you guys forgotten that we have a hanged ah? After Kong Xing reminded them, the crowd then remembered that Kong Xing could open up in case of trouble. Zilu, rather, it is we who are limited in our thinking only of conventional methods. Then, Kong Xing, you tell us what to do? Is there anything that we need to do? Kong Xing said as he put the anything goes mask back on. That being said, I've never imagined that one day those bird words I've learned would be able to serve such a purpose. After a blur of facial transformations, Kong Xing's visage quietly turned into a Western face. Put on the appropriate wig again. Turn on the skill, Mimicry Master, and a mouthful of fluent bird language comes out softly. Everyone, get to know each other again. I'm Jerry. Pop. Kong Xing received a solid slap on the back of the head from Kong Fuzi. Say what the hell? Speak human. Kong Xing. Well, I'm not going to skin it. Business is business. I need your help spreading the word that an emissary from the Western Lighthouse states, Jerry, will be representing the Western states in 3 days to discuss matters of state with the old demoness. And you, Jing Ke, are my interpreter. Jing Ke? Translate? That's something I don't know how to do either. Kong Xing, don't need you to be able to. You just need to bring the accelerant and be ready to run at any time to disrupt the line of sight. After Kong Xing finished speaking, he pulled out his precognition pocket watch and checked it again. 3 days later, high temperature, and a sunny day. It's a good day to create fire accidents with lightning strikes. Unfortunately, the prerequisite for the use of lightning strike was the need to know the coordinates of the specific location of the object to be struck. Otherwise Kong Xing could have sent Cixi a 5 Thunderbolts gift package through the air right now. 3 days later, a fire started by a heavenly thunderstorm shocks the whole of Kyoto. What? Cixi is dead? Kong Yue, who was plotting to try to assassinate Cixi, was confused when he heard about this. I have planned half of my own side, although I do not know if my plan will work, but I am planning it. You tell me the target Kala? A lightning strike started a fire that only burned that house where Jerry was having secret talks with Mercy? Great sunny days, lightning strikes, fires. It doesn't seem right any way you think about it. In particular, why is it that only Cixi's body was seen after the fire was extinguished? And what happened to that Jerry and the interpreter? Did they burn to ashes? Kong Yue thought about it for half a day without understanding, and finally could only attribute this to the opening of the eyes of God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully dispatching orders and obtaining a new skill. Wonderful hands. Mysterious hands. Perform this skill to get one random item from the person/place in your days to store in the system space. Kong Xing, this new skill sounds criminal. I have a bold idea. Carrot. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. Deng Cheng, who has been traveling west for several months, is horrified to find that there are more alliances than just blood oaths, and there is also the ancient Roman alliance of holding eggs. For example, at the moment, mixing into the legion for the pre-battle oath, he held the bird's balls of a burly man next to him. Luckily, the intelligent Deng Qing stood on the far side and didn't have to give his to someone else to hold. Deng Qing, is this, could it be, the Oath of Faith? Chapter 191. Kong Xing is a solid action man in one way or another. If you think about it, you'll do it. So, the first thing he did was to find his dear friend Fusu to test the effects of the new skill. What kind of thing still needs to find me to cooperate? Fusu muttered, unable to figure it out, but still stood 50 meters away from him as Kong Xing said. Kong Xing saw that Fusu was ready, and immediately cast the skill, Wonderful Hands. Ding! The mythical hand has taken effect. I've got a money bag. It's stored in the system space. Kong Xing was ecstatic. Surprisingly, it's true what the skill description says. You can get random stuff from it as long as it's within your line of sight. The penalty. That's a lot of skill to torture. I just don't know if what you see with the aid of binoculars or something like that can be counted as being in the line of sight. Fusu stood for a while and didn't see Kong Xing make any other movements. He was about to speak out and ask, but the next second he felt a burst of coolness. Ding! The mythical hand has come into effect. You've been given a set of clothes. Almost the instant the system beep fell, Fusu's angry roar sounded out. Kong traitor! What the hell did you do to me? I'll strangle you. Wait, who did you say you saw flirting with who? Ing Zhang stopped from his governmental affairs and looked up at Lu Che in dismay, his face bearing a hint of warm anger. An emperor's word is his bond. You'll be held accountable for what you say. Lu Che, what I have said is not true, although the number of people who have seen it is small, but it is not unheard of. If you don't believe me, aren't there secret guards for Fusu? Call one over and ask if it's not clear? I really did see it before I kindly came over to remind you. You don't want to be ungrateful. Naturally, Ing Zhang did not believe it, and don't dare believe it. What Lu Che said was outrageous. What does it mean to be a cat-eared adulterer who lies underneath a naked male? He ordered the two men to be found and asked for clarification. It wasn't long before the ragged Fusu staggered in first, and Ing Zhang raised his eyes to see that there were many scratches on Fusu's body through the broken parts of his clothes. Fusu, you're Ohomasa. Before Ing Zhang's words could be asked, a wail of grief and sorrow came from far and near. Fusu, he didn't do it lightly. Look, both of our arms are broken. Kong Xing's lips were white with tears, his cat ears drooping as he tried to lift his arms up, but couldn't. Instead he bared his teeth again. Fusu glared, you still have the nerve to sue. Who fights by snapping their noses and scratching people? That's a minor injury for you. We both have broken arms. That deserved it. You promised me to cooperate with your experiment. But what have you done? Father, you have to be careful. This guy can steal things out of thin air. That's how I lost my clothes and money bag. Listening to the bickering between the two, Ing Zhang basically understood and was able to roughly restore things. A long sigh of relief. Turning his head to Lu Che, who was beside him, he looked at Lu Che. Why don't you go and find the eunuch doctor? Lu Che? Who? Me? Fusu, why do you need the imperial doctor to go to so much trouble? Saying that, he walked over to Kong Xing, reached out and grabbed an arm in his horrified gaze, and after touching it, he made a decisive move, only to hear "ow." After that, Fusu nodded his head in satisfaction. Come, try this arm to see if it's better? Kong Xing tentatively took the previously returned money bag from Fusu. It's good. Fuso. In silence, he attached Kong Xing's other arm. Give it back. Kong Xing thought for a moment. put away Fu Su's money bag, and took out a small bottle of iodophor and Band-Aid from the system space and handed it to Fu Su. Thank you for your patronage. Fusa sad face hashtag. Ing Zheng, alright, you two will settle things between yourselves outside later. Kong Xing, what's the situation with Fu Su's words about stealing things from across the sky? Kong Xing pondered for a moment, feeling that it was not too easy to understand just by dictation. So he looked at Lu Che. Ding, the mythical hand has taken effect. You've been given a pair of shoes with flavor. Kong Xing. Lu Che looked down at his feet in bewilderment and shock. Where are my shoes? Ing Zheng felt some pity in his realization. Is that all? It doesn't feel very useful. Kong Xing shook his head. No, it works fine. Works exceptionally well. Oh, Ing Zheng looked deeply at Kong Xing. Are you planning to walk around my treasury? How could it? Don't think too much about it. Masa. Hello, how can I help you? Ahem. So what? I just wanted to inquire if I emptied one of the museums in Sunset. Do you have a recommendation for a suitable backstabber? What? The operator was full of question marks. Not that he hadn't received odd calls on weekdays, but he had also received inquiries about whether moving the boundary marker forward would get him shot. But it was the first time that he had been allowed to recommend a backstabber like this one. Forget it, I'll watch and find it. The call was hung up. The operator just assumed that this was some random caller looking for a good time and didn't take it to heart, making notes as usual and getting on with his work. Pete, on the other side, the Sunset State, near a museum. Kong Xing looked at the building in front of him with burning eyes and rubbed his hands together in excitement. This is a big job. After cautiously changing his face as well as his voice again with mask at will and the skill, sound mimic, Kong Xing decisively turned on the skill, mythical hand, in succession. Almost the moment the skill began to take effect, a series of system beeps played a pleasant tune. Ding! The mythical hand has taken effect. Liao's three-color Lohan statue has been temporarily stored in the system space. Cloisonne vase has been temporarily stored in the system space. Song Dynasty Wooden Goddess of Mercy has been temporarily stored in the system space. A long series. Swipe the stump. And a few moments later, the alarm bells went off, and many of the tourists who were visiting let out an audible gasp. Kong Xing was too far away to hear what those people were bickering about, and didn't care about that, just silently blended into the crowd and continued to keep an eye on his target. It was not until the entire museum had all but disappeared from sight that he was content to call it quits. Skillfully, he joined in the onlookers' chatter. When such an unimaginable event occurs, the Sunset Kingdom intends to conceal it. But how can it not be concealed under the eyes of the public? That same day, an international news story exploded around the world. Hashtag Sunset State Museum mysteriously disappeared. Hashtag operator who swiped to the story after work? As if. What's wrong with it? Chapter 192, the Crown Prince succeeds to the throne. Since the modern era tossed a trip, Kong Xing returned to the Great Qin to continue to amusement fast. Fusu returned to his own place after the morning court, and at a glance he saw Kong Xing spread out on a chaise longue showing off his cat food and sunbathing, with a cup of special catnip tea on a small table to the side. This little life Fusu watched with a pang of envy. Wait, cat food? Fusu, I think you are cat sick. You really consider yourself a cat? Kong Xing reached out his claws and fished another handful out of the bag and stuffed it into his mouth. What's wrong with being a cat? There's number 007, not to mention 996, and you don't have to worry about being punished for being late to go to the morning court one day. Have some? This little snack tastes pretty good. When he finished, he reached into the bag with the cat's tail, rolled two of them, and extended them to Fuso. Fusu rolled his eyes in a good humor, lamenting that Kong Xing was getting more and more stingy. He had asked Kong Xing why he didn't use his claws in favor of his tail when he grabbed melons and peanuts to share, and the answer he got was that the claws grabbed a lot, and he would be at a disadvantage. But Fusu had clearly seen that Kong Xing was using his claws when he shared with Ing Zhang, still full of them. Receiving the 2 cat food alms from Kong Xing, Fusu casually threw them to the golden eagle at the entrance who was dozing off and standing guard. Fusu took a few steps forward and saw that there was still a small half bag of cat food in the bag. Thanks to having slipped around in modern times, Fusu subconsciously picked up the bag and looked at the ingredient list, date of manufacture, and other information on the bag's outer packaging. It was also this look that Fusu couldn't tense up. Fusu shook the bag in his hand. Kong Xing, don't you guys in the latter days look at these before you eat? Kong Xing, look, I've seen it all. Saying that, recalling the information he had read, thinking that Fusu didn't understand the matter of imported goods, he explained, the production address written on this is Thailand, and cat food made in Thailand is just shipped here to be sold. There's nothing wrong with it. Fusu disliked the bag to Kong Xing. I did learn simplified Chinese characters from you. Are you sure you didn't misread it or teach me? Why don't you open your eyes again? Told you it was Thai. Ha, Kong Xing sat bolt upright from his recliner and stared wide-eyed at the line for the manufacturing address. Origin, Qin. Kong Xing began to suspect that his frequent running between modern times and Qin had caused his memory to be misplaced, and apprehensively asked Fusu for confirmation. Qin. When was it already possible to produce cat food? How come I've never heard Brother Zhang say that? Fuso. I told you can't eat snacks. Look at that. You're a fool, aren't you? Kong Xing looked towards the remaining cat food, feeling that it was a bit of a shame to just throw it away. He then walked towards the golden eagle and reached out his claws to gently knock the sleeping soul awake. The golden eagle was annoyed at being woken up. Ichio. You better not be. Kong Xing raised the cat food in his hand. Reward you. This is good stuff. Good stuff? The golden eagle's heart is doubtful. His master's nature is more than clear. How could he possibly think of sharing something good with himself? But, in the way, he still lowered his head and took the 2 cat food Fusu had thrown earlier to try it out. Yuck! What the hell? It's not as good as mouse. But thinking that this was, after all, a rare token of appreciation from his master, he grabbed the bag containing the cat food and headed away in the air. The golden eagle remembers that the silly tiger known as emergency rations is also here, and thought it would be nice to throw these at him. You ate so much cat food from Qin Domestic. Are you sure it's okay? Fusu is a little worried about this. Kong Xing, if because of this matter is gone, then in the future the palace rat's golden eagle and eagle can catch over? Better get some more cats. Insurance. Kong Xing, it's not a big problem. Karma can't. I had my fortune told. Fusu, you've gotten someone to do the math? You still believe in this? Kong Xing, the man said I'll live a long life and make tons of money in the future. Fusu sighed, then you were probably tricked. Ha! The scourge will last for 1,000 years. How can it be gone in 100 years? Damien. Since the courtiers realized that Zhu Yuanzhang had not returned for many days, they became more and more bold. It was a lot of singing and dancing, and the celebration alone was held privately 3 times. Some ministers even suggested that they should simply take advantage of this rare opportunity to get rid of the dark years once and for all. Thus, on this day, Xu Biao, who was acting as the supervisor of the state, received a joint petition from all the courtiers in the courtroom. He's going to inherit the throne. Xu Biao shrugged this off again and again, and even politely refused in case Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly returned. But unfortunately, the group of ministers was determined to succeed. They're all dead, indicating that if Xu Biao is unwilling, then he himself will run headlong into the ground, leaving the great Ming with no ministers to use. Xu Biao, this. Seeing that Xu Biao hesitated, the group of ministers even felt that there is an opportunity, and for a time more vigorously admonished up. Zhu Di, the king of Yen, could not stand to watch. How can there be a Ming prince forced to succeed the throne by the dead advice of his ministers? He then spoke up. I heard Kong Xing talk about it, and in later times, when encountering this kind of situation, it is usually adopted that the minority obeys the majority. In this case, let's vote on it. Who's for it? Who's against it? Jubilee. There was no need to vote at all, and the only one who opposed it was Xu Biao. Xu Biao, no. I'm the crown prince, and father has left the supervision of the country to me. I have imperial authority. You can't. Xu Di, it's okay, there's still martial arts when the civilization fails. Clan kings everywhere are more or less private. Jubilee was silent again. Xu was close to picking his words apart. Brother, our father's away. Let's take this opportunity to rebel. After this is accomplished, you will be the emperor of the Great Ming, and I will continue to be the great general of the Great Ming's foreign expedition. But what if Dad comes back and finds he's not coming back anytime soon? Why? Because I slipped money to Kong Xing. Unlike Daming, the Han during Lu Chei's time was a bit chaotic. Luji, didn't father say he would only go out for a few days and come back? Why? Hasn't he raised the money for the trip back yet? Lu according to the heart to want to help. But at this time the Han dynasty because of the fight Xiong Nu and so on the cause of the treasury is very tight. A short period of time simply cannot get free money to. And those ministers who do not see Lu Chei for a long time also began to shout. There are even rumors that the Prince Lu according to be the emperor is anxious. Will be the current emperor Lu Chei has been secretly killed. Wei Qing, otherwise, let's agree to Great Qin's request and let his majesty come back to preside over the big picture first. Lu Ji, which your majesty? Or does the secretary want me to do as that Kong Pippi asked and shout 3 times in Chang'an City? Resurrect, my high ancestor? Wei Qing then remembered that Great Qin now had Lu Bang in addition to Lu Chei. And yourself. You can only change one of them. Chapter 193, No Retirement in Great Qin. The Qin was mostly a shared meal system. Only after Kong Xing's arrival, partially influenced by him, the communal meal system gradually became popular. Fusu, Huajiaoyi and Xian Qiji often dawdle at Kong Xing's place, but recently the 3 of them have been in great pain because they have been eating bean pegs for a month straight. Fuso looked at the plate that was full of green straight scare, although for the royal family members, from the small eat are also fine products and the fine products. But Fuso to eat food has always been not picky. Even if it is 100 insects feast, this kind of challenge to the mental capacity of the things have the courage to try. But today, he realizes that he actually still picks. Kongxing, picky eating is not a good habit. Fuso, I know that many people who want to eat it don't have it, but the problem is, a month, eating it every day. Give me some perspective. How long do I have to eat this stuff? I don't know. Grown at home. Given by others. A whole lot. Mentioning this matter, Kongxing is also helpless. In modern times this time of the year is like this. Can't finish eating the ones grown at home. Take them to town to sell them and find that everyone is selling them. It's not easy to give some to the neighbors. And then in the turn of events, there are friends and relatives visiting and sending a whole bunch of them. I can't eat it all. I can't eat it all at all. No? Huo was a little alarmed. If he hadn't been thinking about the drinks and snacks he could have here in Kongxing, he would have come a long time ago. Xinshiji, in the past, it was just a matter of eating hard when you couldn't finish it. But now, don't you know how to be flexible? Give some to your dear friends in all dynasties, and the problem will be solved, right? Kongxing sighed. Otherwise, where do you think all this came from in the Xianyang palace? He won't eat it. Xing. Fuso, father, he didn't want to eat, so you came to me? What about the other males? I don't know them well, and somehow each one avoids me. Fuso, but it is not hiding it. I heard that the last time there will be Lu and Kongxing to say hello, on the body, and then another note. It was also thanks to Shuanglu's lack of interest in the imperial throne, or else we would have to worry about whether this child would do such a thing as selling the country to pay back the debt in the future. What about Li Si, Feng Deji, Xiao He and the others? Kongxing, they are all human beings. I just sent it in one foot and they all gave it to Sushil in the next. Sushil? Yes. Su sure. Fuso's eyes lit up. Anyway, he's already collected so much. He's not too far behind. Why don't we just give it all to him? What better person to ask than the gourmet sushi? Xinshiji could not stand it any longer. You can't give it all to Su sure. Can you? We can't give it all to Su sure. Can we? What about the other dynasties? Kongxing pulled his hands and counted. Wang Mang, he said he was allergic to green. I wish he can't afford to eat cucumber in his life. Li Yuan pulled the plug on me. But I had Xiao Jin airdrop some for him. Li Bai asked me if this stuff is good for brewing wine. Zhuge Liang's nightly observation of the heavens said that this stuff and his destiny are against each other. So I believe in his evil. And then there's Daming. Xu Biao is busy ascending to the throne. Chongjin I couldn't find. I heard he's now firecracking has hit the European side. Fuso, wait. Who ascends the throne? Zhu Bei? Does Zhu Yuanzhang know about this? No. And he's okay with that? No. He said that he had never wanted to be an emperor in the first place. And that in the end, being an emperor was just following the will of heaven, and that he just wanted to be able to have enough to eat every day, and that the great Ming would be peaceful and stable. Now that Zhu Biao has succeeded to the throne, it's just right for him to retire. Wait, he said that he wants to be fed every day, right? Fuso accurately grasped the point in Kongxing's words. That's done. After the meal, Zhu Yuanzhang habitually comes out to walk his food. He had heard about Zhu Biao's request to succeed the throne by his ministers. And he knew what those ministers were playing at. They're all afraid of us. Are we that scary? Zhu Yuanzhang muttered. And when he turned his head, he saw a small mountain of bean pegs piled up at the entrance of the temporary shelter that Yingzheng had arranged for him. The golden eagle was standing right next to it. And when he saw Zhu Yuanzhang coming, he took a few steps forward and handed over a slip of paper in his beak. Zhu Yuanzhang took the note, read the contents and was petrified on the spot. What the hell is going to keep us in peace for the rest of our lives? First Emperor, judge for us. Why should we eat what you don't eat? After seeing Zhu Yuanzhang in the Zhangtai Palace, Yingzheng, who was too busy with political affairs to leave the palace due to the illness of many ministers, held his forehead in pain. Why do they all come to me to complain? Am I some kind of a great patriarch of yours? But since you're here, then this is something I will help you with. I have also heard that Kongxing has been sending people around lately with bean pegs, so I should indeed take care of it. It's just that as you can see, I'm very busy right now. Quite a few of my ministers are sick, and these are things that need to be dealt with urgently, and with no one to help me, I can only do it myself. Xu Yuanzhang, where did so many subjects fall sick? Don't be all pretending to be sick. Yingzheng shook his head. I have had the doctors look at them one by one, and they are all sick from exhaustion. Xu Yuanzhang did not say anything. The volume of Daqin, but it is a thing recognized by 10,000 dynasties. Then Fuso. Yingzheng waved his sleeve. How can a prince touch the affairs of the court? Xu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth. He finally heard it. Retirement? Retirement's a. Gritting his teeth, he said. First Emperor, if you trust us, Then let us handle this political matter. Ying Zhang was overjoyed. How can this be? Xu Yuanzhang's sad face, hee. Acting? You'll do it again? Ying Zhang, I'll leave it to you then. I will also help you with your affairs. No way. With nothing to worry about, Ying Zhang turned around and left Zhu Yuanzhang's matter behind. Wanzhao Daily Encyclopedia. 1. The daily Shen-hour is the most painful time for Kongxing. Huo would start teaching Kongxing the martial arts at this point. The teaching method was very simple. 2 words. Sparring. Kongxing improved rapidly, and every time he was able to walk to the top of the tree before Huo came. 2. Due to the negative impact of the prop, cat ear hairband, Kongxing has been drinking tea lately. For this reason, Ying Zhang specially got someone to develop a catnip tea. Kongxing redazzle 3 large cups. Only its flavor, Fusu, cannot be complimented. 3. It is rumored that recently, for unknown reasons, the various dynasties have privately signed the treaty on the non-gift of pieces of bean to each other by the 10,000 dynasties with each other. Chapter 194. Why is there something strange about the paperwork these days? Rolling King Suja looked at the hands of the paperwork that had been approved unknown. Strange? What's weird about it? Let me see. Sushi snatched it away. Not to mention, there was something strange. This handwriting, it's so unfamiliar. Suja, could it be the handwriting of Mr. Fusu? Sushir shook his head. I recognize Fusu's handwriting. Not this kind. Is that Kongxing? He didn't write that properly. Not him either? Who else could it be? It can't be His Majesty the First Emperor outsourcing all the paperwork in government. Can it? Suja thought about it for a moment. After all, there was more than one emperor being held back in Great Qin today. And Great Qin, as always, did not keep idle hands. Even for those who have retired to their hometowns, they will be more or less arranged to do some errands. Oh yeah, I'm going away for the next few days and won't be back anytime soon. You've been demoted again? Sushir's sad face ***. Listen, what does that say? What does that mean again? I've kept my peace since I came to Qin. Not relegated, but on a business trip, a hunting trip, and a bit of banditry along the way. Suja breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he wasn't relegated. As long as his own oldest brother was at peace, that was better than anything. It's just that, does Qin still have mountain bandits now? In the past, they were forced to become bandits because of the bad times and lack of food and clothing. Or if they had broken the law and didn't want to go to jail, they would go that way. But where are the bandits nowadays? Even if there are, they have long been eliminated due to the final exams of the military students in the various academies. Speaking of the final examination of the students of the military school, we have to mention Wang Jian, who proposed this unique way of final examination. He said that those students must not just talk about the military on paper, they need to be practiced in the field. But it's not appropriate to go to the battlefield directly, so it's good that there are mountain bandits, so they can be used to practice. And Wang Jian's proposal proved to be very effective. Sushir, de Qin South that the newly collected 100 territory, there are still a lot of bandits miles, new territories to open up, must leave a garrison to town, to prevent riots. It's not a very good deal. Stationed more troops, Qin continue to expand outward will be affected, can be stationed less, and difficult to suppress. Although Baiyue is returned to Qin, just like the 6 countries returned to Qin in the past, there will always be those who are not convinced and want to rebel to restore the country. The good thing is, these people are always just a minority, and it's easy to just isolate their popular base. Sushir, the first emperor, asked the Tang Emperor Li Shimen to go there, saying that he was well suited to handle such disputes, and that even if they were not handled well they could be quickly suppressed with fewer troops. As for the kings of the former ministries of the Baiyue, Kongxing has compiled a list of the 9 clans from the latter's data. His Majesty the First Emperor asked me to greet them one by one according to the list, and to label any one of them as a bandit before carrying out the bandit eradication plan. Suja, what's the difference between that and giving it all away? By eliminating all the rebels, the popular base of the people will be cut off, won't it? And the safari is? Sushir, I can't return from this trip without a month or so a few of them wanted to throw me a farewell banquet, and Kongxing said they'd treat me and I'd pay for it. Suja, wait, who's paying? Sushil smiled, I'll pay for it. You promise? I'm not stupid. How could I step on such an obvious pit? I obediently suggested that since I'm the one paying the bill, I'll be the one to designate the banquet location. Shanglin Yuan they promised to treat us. I see. Suja dawned on him. You want to go to the upper forest garden for a hunting trip? It's privately owned by the royal family. If you want to go there, you can go there with their treat. It's just, are you sure this little trick will work? Haven't you been screwed over by a whole trader enough times? Sushi was not amused, stating that he had only agreed to pay for the bill, and at most he would give money for the bows and arrows and other weapons needed for the safari. So what other pitfalls could he step into? It really works. Looking at the words on the wooden sign at the entrance to Shanlin Yuan. Su sure people silly. Admission to the Upper Forest Garden Safari, 100 gold per person. Kongxing sad face your treat out. Fusu walked up and patted Su Shi's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry. Isn't it still written down here? Royalty is free and Cheho is half price. Speaking of which, a few of us even saved you money. Huo Zaiwei also nodded his head repeatedly. It still recognizes the Ho of the Great Han here. So you can go ahead and be happy. Xin Shiji looked at Su Shi expectantly as he held the paraphernalia he needed for the safari. Su Shi, couldn't be happier. But you're here, and you asked to go by name. So you can't just turn around and leave, right? Su Shi did not bring so much money with him. So he had to make a note. There are many bars. My brother will understand me. Hold yellow on the left. Prime on the right. I hear there's a safari here? I'm not late, am I? Emperor Xin walked slowly with emergency rations and a bald eagle standing on his arm. Fusu, where did you get that eagle? Where are the hairs on its head? Did you pluck it? Deshin. Reaching up, he pointed to the sky. It's the one that plucked it. Raptors are very particular about their territorial rights. The crowd looked up as a massive golden eagle was patrolling its domain. Kongxing. Su Shi bright eyes. With his arm disliked Kongxing. Hey, the left lead of the yellow you do not have. But you have the right engine, Sana. Do not consider standing on the arm to bring in hunting? Old wind. Kongxing rolled his eyes with pupils that hit the sky. It's taller than Xiao Xiao in this size. If you want to pull off something handsome, why don't I have it come down and stand on your arm? No, it's better. Hit the bars. Still fighting? Kongxing pointed to Xin and then to the stipulation on the wooden sign. It doesn't say he gets in for free. Su Shi. IOUs +1. The crowd stepped into the upper forest garden with their respective equipment. Su Shi, are we the only ones? Fusu, they're not enough. Don't you bring some guards or something? Fusu, it's not necessary. Besides, I'm not trying to save you some money. If I had brought it, you would have gone bankrupt for 3 lifetimes, he said, removing the robe that was in the way, revealing his body hidden under the loose robe. Steel stakes and iron pillars like sturdy chest, plate ribs, gnarled tendons, gnarled muscles, high bulging but angular. Just by looking at his body, a wild and tough atmosphere came to him, like a bear-like terror. Su Shi did a double take. This thing is Fuso? I don't think it's because Kung's traitorous businessman switched the prince with a cat and brought Xiang Yu here with mask at will. Is it? He was now understanding why Fusu would say it was unnecessary. Emperor Xin narrowed his eyes. Do you dare to compete with me? Good. Fusu answered with his mouth full. Then when Xin led the emergency ration with the bald eagle far away, he and Kongxing lightly turned to a water pond and fished. Xin Shiji, Fusu, aren't you going to compete with him? Why are you still here fishing? Fuso, Shu, don't tell him, just let him go kick the bear's ass. If you 3 don't have anything to do, go play aside. This fish won't be well hooked if there are too many people. Xin Shiji, Hua Zhaodong. Su Shi. Chapter 195 Fish. Regular fishermen know that in order to catch fish, you need to make a simple nest before fishing. Sushi watched as Fusu dumped 3 full sacks of fish food bait into the water. Holy crap! Fusu, are you planning to prop up the fish and let it float up on its own? Fusu held the fishing rod and stood in wait. Fishing is to put down hard material. I see that the later generations are fishing like this. Learn from them will not be wrong. Kongxing sweated. He had fished like this himself, but not so much anymore. Fishing is not as fast as casting a net? In Fusu's dumbfounded gaze, a large net was spread into the pond. There's fish, there's fish! Kongxing excitedly began to collect the net, and Huo Zaiwei, seeing that something was indeed flopping around in the net, immediately stepped forward to help. Veteran gourmet Su Shi gave the freshest way to cook the fish the moment Kongxing and Huo Zhiwei pulled their netted catch to shore. Pick some mushrooms and make soup. It's absolutely delicious. Fusu looked at Kongxing's catch, then looked at his own fishing rod that still hadn't moved much, and was instantly annoyed. After all that heavy stuff, not even a little shrimp? That's a big bully. Fuso flopped into the water. Dive down. Xin Shiji? No. What's the matter with him? If he can't catch a fish, he can't catch a fish. What's he jumping in the pond for? The corner of Kongxing's mouth straightened. He probably guessed what Fusu was thinking. Speaking of which, he had done something similar before. Just as Xin Shiji hesitated to jump in as well, a large black fish shot out of the water, and Xin Shiji was hit by a dodge and felt dizzy. Kongxing looked at the black fish, already looking unconscious. Just for a moment could not tell whether it was because of the impact on Xin Shiji's head was stunned, or in the water was hammered unconscious. Back up! Back up! Beware of flying fish crossings out everyone. Kongxing led Huo Zaiwei and Su Shi back several steps in a hurry. hiding behind a tree that was as thick as a two-person hug before being slightly relieved. Not caring about the black fish, Xin Shiji also followed closely backward, retreating only to feel a hot stream in his nose, presuming that it should be due to being smashed by that hit just now. Don't move. Su Shi stepped forward and helped Xin Shiji behind a tree, making him stand against it and tilting his head forward before reaching out and pinching his nose. Kongxing took out a pack of tissues from the system space and handed it over. What are you doing, Zizhan? Shouldn't you tilt your head up if you have a nosebleed? Tilt up? Su Shi wondered, don't tell me that's how it's handled in later generations? Tilting your head back when you can't stop a nosebleed will make it easy for the nosebleed to pour all the way back into your stomach, which not only fails to achieve the desired bleeding stopping effect, but also has the potential to damage the gastrointestinal tract and trachea. I can't figure out how you guys came up with the theory that tilting your head makes it easier to stop the bleeding. Kongxing. From time to time, fat fish flew out of the water pond, and it was quite lively as far as the eye could see. Huazaiwei, Fusu was quite efficient, isn't he? Just after the words of emotion fell, only to hear a joyful cry, the golden eagle swooped down and landed on the ground, enjoying one after another of the fat fish that Fusu had managed to stun and throw up in the water. Oh, this must be the buffet the owner mentioned. A few moments passed. Busy for a long time, fishing man Fusa slowly swam ashore from the pond, estimating that he threw up no more than 20 or so. There must be 10 or so, and all are their own carefully selected big fish. Lunch, supper, it's all set. Hiccup. A slightly odd burp reached Fusu's ears. Fusu turned around in surprise, but saw the golden eagle full of regret put down the last fat fish and burped again. It can't eat anymore. Fusa stared. Where's my fish? Where are my many fish? You ate it all? The golden eagle turned its head away, not daring to look at Fusu, eating so many fish that Fusa beat up, but also did not say hello beforehand. This thing golden eagle also knows that he is not reasonable. Golden eagles have always known their mistakes and corrected them. Kongxing also taught it to apologize for doing something wrong. Therefore, the golden eagle quickly shoved a feather to Fusu. Fusa hastily threw the feather on the ground, but he had heard that the feathers sent by birds should not be picked up. It might be a courtship. The golden eagle watched in awe as the reparations he had given away were blown up by the wind and fell into the pool of water, slowly drifting away into the distance. At the moment, its mind only echoed the words that Kongxing had taught it. The real meaning of apologizing is admitting your mistake and being willing to accept all the negativity back at the other person. Not, I've apologized. What more do you want from me? Fusu looked at the golden eagle not moving at all, thinking that he had done something wrong. A hand will be behind the tree watching the fun. Kongxing pulled over, discussing whether to find a golden eagle to find a psychiatrist to see. A psychiatrist? Kongxing leaned on his chin and thought for a moment, and soon had a suitable candidate. Damien. Yuan Gong looked at the 6 people, a statue and a tiger that stepped down from the time train in confusion. Didn't I tell you last time that you would be even more prosperous and live a long life in the future? Why do you still need to find me? What? Single last time, group this time? Kongxing pointed at the golden eagle. It's not for you to tell fortunes and read faces. It seems to be a bit depressed. Yuan Gong? Looking at the golden eagle and then at Kongxing. I'll look like you're kidding me. You're way out of my league. Can't you read it? Kongxing said, taking out the note he had gotten Zhu Yuanzhang to write before he left. And there was only one sentence on the note besides Zhu Yuanzhang's signature and seal. 3 days of authorized leave. Yuan Gong's eyes instantly reddened. Although Daming is not as good as the Great Qin roll, but not too much worse. Still rolled up. 3 days. 3 days off. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Yuan Gong snatched the note away, fearing that Kongxing would back out. Kongxing, didn't I say it was beyond your ability? Yuan Gong, it's okay. I can shake people. I'm well connected. It's for people to see for birds. Principles are actually pretty much the same. Trust me. I'm a professional. Su Shi in the side listened for a while, roughly also heard understand. Wait a minute. I listened to your chat. You should be a physiognomy, right? Not to mention this bird and human medical principle in the end does not make sense. How to listen to this depression is not related to physiognomy, right? Yuan Gong, dip. Absolutely dip. When I say dip it, I dip it. Don't worry about this if you're someone who can't even handle an official career. Su Shi froze. Have you seen my portrait and know who I am? Yuan Gong, huh? Is it in front of Daming? I've never seen your portrait. I'm a fortune teller. Can't I see that your official path is twisted and turned is not a basic skill? Xin came to be interested. Halfway through the hunt he was called away by Kongxing, not expecting to meet such a strange person. You're right. He's Su Shi. Show it to Lone too? Yuan Gong suddenly realized, so it's Su Shi. That's no wonder. I was saying how your face. Ha? For you too? You guys really didn't come to my group? Orphaned? There's something a little bit special about that title. And that face. SS. Chapter 196 reciting the whole text. I'm Chu Yuan. I seem to have been forgotten. The last time I was mentioned by these bad guys was when I was called over to be the hair prop messenger for the rowing competition at the inaugural field day of the Great Qin Xianyang Academy Palace. After this, no one came to me. Not a single one. They didn't even bother to give me something to do. If you won't let me work, then send me back. But no. There's a high probability that the whole traitors killed that day forgot about me. I couldn't get into the Qin Palace, but I didn't know how long it would take until the traitorous businessman remembered that there was a man like me in Great Qin. I planned to do something to make him notice me and remember me. Say again. Who are you going to play matchmaker for? Are you crazy or am I? Xiaobi looked incredulously at the uninvited guest sitting across from his desk and palmed the door. Go out the door and turn right. I'll pretend I haven't seen you today. Chu Yuan, I'm not kidding you. I'm not sure what it's like in the afterlife, but if he were like us, at his age, the waifs would have been running all over the place. Speaking here, Chu Yuan lowered his voice a bit and said cautiously, or is it that he is different from normal people and likes? Stop it. You'll get blocked if you keep talking. Xiaobi stopped Chu Yuan's nonsense in time. Chu Yuan, I'm ahead of you guys, but I'm very open-minded. Really, I have seriously thought about it. Even if I give say a sculpture over, it's not like I can't do it. Xiaobi associated that unique golden eagle of Kongxing's for a moment, and hurriedly shook his head to shake out all kinds of messy thoughts that hadn't yet popped up in his mind. He felt more and more that it would be dangerous to keep talking like this. The foreigner Ho is so godforsaken that I can't always find him, but it's actually pretty easy if you just think about getting his attention and making him remember there's someone like you. I don't have any money, Cotter said dryly. Shaw, it's okay to be talented. In order to encourage literary heritage and innovation, to carry on the will of the sages, and to raise the light of culture, whoever can recite the entire text of Li Sa without error during the campaign will be rewarded with $10,000? Looking at the contents on one of the propaganda boards in the Dechin Daily in his hand, the memories of years of death attacked Kongxing once again. When I was in school it wasn't even required to be memorized in full to such a horrible extent. The Li Sa. It's not like the Exodus in a few hundred words. That's something that's measured in thousands of words. It went well, and Chu Yuan brought Kongxing back to memory. Just the consequences of it. Come on, back. It's not like you, the original author, can't do something as simple as memorize the entire text without error, is it? Don't you want to go back? Come on, memorize. After memorizing Li Sa, there's still Heaven's question. Jilu, you come to keep an eye on him to memorize, but wherever you make a mistake or omit a word, give it a note, and how many mistakes will be made will be how many IOUs he will bear for you. At the mention of IOUs, Shenglu was very positive. After finding the appropriate full-text content he began to stare at Chu Yuan and recite it. Chu Yuan, Shiluo said impatiently with his book, why are you looking at me? There are words on my face? Memorize quickly. I wish you can't memorize a single word. Chu Yuan let out a long sigh and began to regret why he had to pull such a stunt. Hadn't it been good to be a starting prop for a rowing race in Great Qin? Ding! You have taken a new order. Please complete it promptly. Order details. Investigate the cause of death of Cheng Buijin's cattle. Looking at the new list he had casually picked up, Kongxing was extremely curious. It is rumored that every cow that died in Cheng's house had a different method of death and cause of death. Rich enough to open a book on this. Kongxing did not think much about it and called on Fu Su to go there together to dine. Only, perhaps because of the preconceived notion of investigating the cause of the ox's death, Kongxing subconsciously ignored the fact that Titan was temporarily without Li Shimen, and Li Yuan had blacklisted himself. No Kongxing or dogs allowed. Fu Su looked at the words on the wooden sign outside the gate of the Great Tang Palace, and then looked at a bounty posted next to it with a drawing of Kongxing's portrait. And sked. This Li Yuan has to be pitched by you into what kind of I still see the first bounty order specifically for you. Kongxing, nothing, just saw that he couldn't support himself and sold him an emergency list. Fu Su nodded his head, but the look in his eyes towards the bounty order had a bit more of a generalized look. This is the first time I've seen a bounty like this. Anyone who arrests the traitorous merchants of Kong will be given a special designation by the military generals to exterminate a country, and the civil ministers will be given 7 days of annual leave, and this bounty will be valid in perpetuity. Judging from this maverick bounty, nowadays the Great Tang is also rolled na. Unlike the volume that Fu Su saw, Kongxing thought of something else. Not to talk about the civil ministers, the role of the Great Tang's military generals would have been the most unique among the 10,000 dynasties. Usually, a military general who can win a few battles, destroy a few cities, and defend a portion of the country's borders can already be said to be a famous general. But the Great Tang was different. The threshold of a military general was extremely high. If you don't destroy a country, You are embarrassed to say you are a general. What's even more embarrassing is that if you destroy a country that is too small, the court will look down on you. As in the original history of Wang Xuanzi, without moving a single soldier of the Great Tang to destroy a country, but only gave a from the 5th rank. It's a good thing he was a civil servant, but civilian ministers can destroy a country. See, the Great Tang's military generals will be rolled into what? Designating the opportunity to destroy a country. His Kongxing sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Fusu, you said that Cheng Biaojin, he's not going to tie me up just to lead his troops out to show off, right? Fusu shook his head. How could that be? How honest that person is. How could he possibly do such a thing? Your Majesty, my family's cow was scared to death by this whole traitor. Above the Great Hall, Cheng Baijin pointed at Kongxing and loudly complained and accused, describing the whole process of the sudden and violent death of the cow he had raised since he was a child. Kongxing pointed at himself in dismay. You mean, I was idle in the middle of the night and drilled into your family's cowshed to pretend to be a ghost, and ended up scaring a cow to death? Cheng Baijin swallowed hard. There are also a few who were scared and lost their souls, sick, and probably won't live long. And that's all on your head. Scared one cow to death? And several others were scared sick? Li Yuan always felt an indescribable sense of oddness when he listened. The corner of Fusu's mouth twitched as he looked at the well-spoken Cheng Biaojin, but he and Kongxing had only come today. I'm taking back what I said. Chapter 197, Invisibility. Fusu sort of understand. This guy is to realize that it is impossible to regularly report to Li Yuan that their own cattle always die inexplicably, so that they can deal with the dead cattle on their own. And Kongxing's appearance this time, let him smell the new cause of death of his own cattle. How can this let go? Even for the sake of longevity. It even stated the reason that quite a few cows were scared sick and would not live long. As for how long these cows would live before they died of disease, it would depend on how fast Cheng Biaojin dealt with those dead cows. The corners of Kongxing's mouth straightened as he also realized this. And so, while his mouth was still arguing with Cheng Biaojin about how he could never scare a cow to death, his hand raised 3 fingers. Cheng Baijin stared. 3 cows? So greedy? I wouldn't dare to slaughter 3 at once. If you didn't scare me to death, how could you have died? All I know is that 3 cows died last night after you went to the barn. This morning I woke up and saw that there were several sickly ones, so it looks like they won't live long. Your Majesty, please give me the judgment. I have so many cows in my family. This is all dead. My loss is really heavy. Kongxing froze for a moment. What 3 cows? Old Cheng is mistaken, isn't he? I'm talking about 30 taels of gold. Li Yuan, who had taken everything in, had a gloomy and uncertain expression on his face. He had already known from the guards when Kongxing and Fusu had just arrived. He knew then that the arrival of these two would definitely not be too good news. Sure enough, how long has it been? And they've all started offering bribes in front of me. 3 fingers are so obvious. Do you think I'm blind and can't see them? How big is this Cheng Baijin's addiction? 300 taels of gold without blinking an eye and agree to Kong traitor? Fusu looked away after seeing the 3 fingers Kongxing held out. Kongxing was good at talking under certain circumstances. Kongxing sighed, and he did not know whether Cheng Biaojin was pretending to be stupid and deliberately could not understand. It's just a matter of bull. Looking at the fingers that turned from 3 to 5, Cheng Biaojin gritted his teeth and agreed to the matter after cursing a treacherous businessman. Li Yuan, Delta, how come it's 500 taels again? Yes, that's the way to play it, isn't it? Aren't you addicted to cows? I've heard that there's a small country with the same addiction, but the environment there isn't very good, so I'm sending you there. I'll send you there. After Kongxing argued with Cheng Biaojin some more, he seemed to realize that he was not in a position of reason, and only then did he reluctantly admit his crime. And after hearing Kongxing admit his crime, Cheng Biaojin was very generous and forgave him, saying that it's a good boy who knows his mistakes and can change them. It was a pleasure on both sides. Only Cheng's pleasantness was short-lived. At the end of the court meeting, Cheng Biaojin was about to enjoy the long-awaited meal. Li Yuan's a holy decree sent him out. The beauty of it is that there is Mahayana Buddhism here, and it is necessary for him to travel westward to get the scriptures. Cheng Bite is not hip. Kongxing, who had come to Cheng Biaojin's house to fetch the ox, looked at the contents of the imperial decree and fell into deep thought. Is something not quite right? It always feels like it's almost something. Ding! Congratulations to the host's luck. He has successfully acquired the rare item, the Cloak of Invisibility, now temporarily stored in the system space. Like many others, Kongxing had fantasized about what he would go and do if he had the means to be invisible. And now, with the completion of the investigation into the death of Qing's family cow, that fantasy has come true. The excited Kongxing immediately put on his Cloak of Invisibility and began to do things that he had dared to think about before but didn't quite dare to do. And it gets more and more addictive. Has it been haunted lately? Fuso, who had gotten up early, scratched his hair in annoyance at what appeared on his desk. This was the third time he had received the jade seal himself. When Fu Su received it for the first time, he went to see Ying Zheng in fear and trepidation. Ying Zheng smiled without saying anything. When he received it for the second time, Fu Su began to wonder if there was some deep meaning behind it, and he even looked for Kong Xing to think about it together. But unfortunately it was fruitless. This is the third time. It's either haunted or someone is trying to hurt me. Fu Su only felt that this jade seal was extraordinarily hot. After returning the jade seal to Ying Zheng as he had done on the previous two occasions, he once again asked, "Father, is it true that the security in the palace has not been in place for the past few days?" Before Ying Zheng could say anything, Bai Qi on the side had a dark look on his face. The security of the palace was currently his responsibility. When Fu Su said that the security was not in place, wasn't he saying that he was not capable and couldn't do what he needed to do to protect his majesty, and that he wanted to be replaced? Bai Qi, I will definitely catch this thief and execute him on the spot. Not so much. As soon as Ying Zheng's words left his mouth, Fu Su was stunned. His eyes slightly widened as he took a deep breath. No need to bother Junwen. This thief, my son will catch him himself. Bai Qi was unsure. Do you know who this thief is? Your Excellency? With a group of people, Fu Su went to catch the thief in anger. Fu Su, what are you doing with so many people? Kong Xing had just finished stealing the dessert that Jilu had left on the table without taking 2 bites while wearing a cloak of invisibility, and was about to head to the next place for his big adventure when he turned his head to see Fu Su leading a group of people who didn't know what they were going to do. Immediately put away the cloak of invisibility, while shouting and jogging forward, is someone going to have bad luck? Bring me one. Let me also go to join in the fun? Fu Su. What else could it be? Father's jade seal has always appeared in my place for no apparent reason lately. It must have been stolen. Kong Xing, who do you think would be the person who could take the jade seal so smoothly and honorably even under the eyes of Father Emperor and under the guardianship of Junwen? And who could it be? Kong Xing's face didn't change color, his big hand pointing to the sky. Why do you need to ask? It must be it. Can't it be me? Fu Su laughed coldly twice and led the people to arrest the unknown golden eagle. Bai Qi was a bit confused when he saw the golden eagle. Is it the one that stole the jade seal 3 times and framed the prince? Golden eagle? Oh. This is a plant. It's a frame-up. The golden eagle let out an angry protest, but unfortunately, no one could understand what it was complaining about except for Kong Xing, who had the skill, psychic master, turned on. Kong Xing, that's right. That's what it did. Let me translate for you. It just said, that's what it did. The golden eagle's eyes widened as it became even angrier. Ichi-yo, I think you did it. Mr. Eagle, you're still trying to frame me. Kong Xing, it says it does this because it patrols the airspace for Great Qin day and night, passing on information without paying for the work, and wants to find someone to authorize the work. The golden eagle stopped barking, nodding his head. He indicated that Kong Xing was right about everything. Ying Zheng, as it turns out, eagles follow their masters, and in many cases, golden eagles are great to talk to. In that case, let this matter rest and never speak of it again. Ying Zheng didn't agree to pay the golden eagle for his work, so the golden eagle was a bit lost, and the day of saving up money to change masters was going to be far away again. Wanzhou Daily Encyclopedia. Recently, a number of people have responded to their encounters with hauntings. Li Bai even wrote an article to denounce it. Indicates that the imperial wine he drank smelled like tea and suspects that a ghost has mixed tea into it. Chapter 198, Meow? The next day, early morning, warm sunshine to wake up the early birds. Found out that the bird hadn't slept all night. Ahaha fight. Kong Xing squirmed under the covers. The whole body began to tremble with relief. The golden eagle opened its eyes that had been sleepy all night, glanced at Kong Xing in disgust, and then turned its head to Fu Su who had also stayed up all night at the side. Surname Kong. I've been here all night thinking with the golden eagle. But you slept quite well? Fu Su's eyes carried an ebony color that wouldn't wash out, either from being whacked or from severe sleep deprivation. It exuded enough resentment to feed 3 evil sword immortals. Kong Xing lifted his head from the pillow. Actually, I think that idea of yours is just fine. Good? What's good? I'll be scolded for sending a bearskin on father's birthday. Last year I was scolded for giving away a tiger skin. Tiger's back and bear's waist? Kong Xing sat up with the covers draped over him, the word unconsciously popping into his head. Fuso. Not to mention the fact that this year is different from previous years, and there are a few emperors from the latter days around. So if they see that I'm only giving away a bearskin, Kong Xing understood. Not to mention other people, that Lu Che would definitely laugh loudly if he saw it. Fusu, I also want to send something nice. But Father Emperor, he doesn't lack anything. Kong Xing, even if you don't help me, you have to think about yourself, right? What about you? You can't send any more messy props, can you? Kong Xing's expression stiffened. Of course not. How can I, a man of the afterlife, worry about giving gifts? Just bring anything over here and it's a king's ransom. Okay? A game player? Is this what you call a king bomb? Fusu looked at the game console in front of him and just felt his brain buzzing. I feel like this is great. Hua Zaiwei's eyes were crystal clear as he held it up, thinking about whether or not he wanted to hint to Kong Xing to give himself one someday as well. If the game console doesn't work, I still have a rocking car, a crane grabber. Kong Xing breaks his fingers and counts his spare gifts, and Hua Zaiwei's eyes crystallize even more as he listens. Fusu, these, for my father, the great His Majesty the First Emperor. Is it appropriate? Inappropriate? Kong Xing's bottom was not very strong. Hua Zaiwei blinks. If you bought it, you can't waste it, can you? Fuso, come on, take me to your post-apocalyptic mall. I just don't believe it. There are so many good things out there and none of them are suitable? Kong Xing sighed. Okay, then these. Hua pointed to the game console. Kong Xing, take it and play with it yourself. Hua was ecstatic. However, some people are happy and some are miserable. Say again. What kind of stuff do you want me to send that Ing Zhang? Zhang Liang nonchalantly nibbled on an apple and said, a congratulatory message. Here, just waiting for you to write. I have the wreath ready. Lu Che twisted his head to look at the wreath Zhang Liang had prepared. White. Looking at the wreath, Lu Che could easily think of what kind of congratulatory message Zhang Liang wanted to write. I admit that the Great Han is a bit of a conflict with the Great Qin, but it's not so bad as to send this to people on their birthdays. What? Do I still have to help organize the guests who come to see the ceremonial appearance? Zhang Liang, if you don't send this, then what? You give an idea? Lu Che was silent. Look to Cao Cao. Cao Cao, how about? Your Majesty, you go hunt a bear and give the first emperor a bearskin? Lu Che sighed. It's the only way. Good afternoon, viewers. It's Friday, and here's Sunshine News with the recent city briefing. Around 6 o'clock in the evening of the day before yesterday, a serious traffic accident occurred near the three-way intersection of Democracy North Road. According to the traffic police report, the cause of the accident was an illegally modified car speeding against the red light and racing, which in turn caused 14 cars to collide in a chain. After the accident, the traffic police headquarters, fire emergency and other multi-departmental first time to enter the scene of the incident to deal with timely evacuation of the crowd. At about 8:30 p.m., part of the road to resume traffic. The accident has now caused 3 deaths, 15 serious injuries, 1 slightly injured. Sunshine News is here to remind you that there are millions of roads. Safety is number 1, and driving is not standardized. Snap. Fusu reached out to turn off the TV that was playing the news and looked at Dr. Lee next to the hospital bed. Go ahead. No matter how serious it is, I can take it. Dr. Lee, you're lucky. Your injuries are very minor. Go back to convalesce and rest for a while and you'll recover. Lucky? Maybe. Fuso's eyes lowered. What about him? Dr. Lee became a bit more serious. That friend of yours is not in a very good situation. The physical injuries can still be fixed. But the problem is, he injured his brain. You mean he's turned into an idiot? It's not that serious. It's just that his memory may be missing. And also, through the last 2 days of observation, we've realized that the patient is also accompanied by intermittent delusions of grandeur. Fantasy disorder? Yes, he fantasizes about being a cat. Cat? Fusu, who had checked out of the hospital, looked at Kong Xing's diagnosis and only felt that the world was so dreamy. Subconsciously, he touched Kong Xing's cell phone whose screen had been shattered by the trauma of the car accident. It's great. It still lights up. It still works. A call across time and space was immediately made by Fuso. Hello, Kong Xing. Why haven't you returned from your trip with Fusu to prepare a gift for His Majesty the First Emperor? You're not planning on not coming back because you realized there's nothing suitable, are you? I'm telling you, this is immoral. Why don't you know to bring me along for a while? Hua's grumbling voice rang out on the other end of the line. Fusu heard the voice and cried out without being able to hold back. Oh, go sick. I've been in a car accident. What? You got hit by a car? Thanks to someone's big foot, I flew off and was fine. But the surname Kong, what's wrong with him? Speak, is it dead? Hua Daisy held the phone, his heart in his throat. Behind him, Ing Zhang had walked over at some point and reached out to take the phone away from him forcefully. Fuso's voice came out of the phone. He turned into a cat. Hua Zaiwei? Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang was silent for 2 seconds and hung up the call, blocking Fusu's nonsense. And turning into a cat? I even said I was turning into a dragon. It's really getting out of hand. The other side. Fuso stared blankly at the cell phone page. I'm not done talking. No, Mr. Kong, how can you let me go back here? But the only thing that responded to Fusu, besides the dimmed light of the shattered cell phone, was Kong Xing's confused voice. Meow, Kong Xing, you won't let anything happen to the widow's eldest son. right? Sure. If he's gone, who will I turn to with all those IOUs? Chapter 199. It's bad luck for me to know you. Looking at the breathtaking numbers on the hospitalization payment list, Fusu's eyes went black and black again. Thanks to that convenient modern payment method, Kongxing didn't have much cash. As for Fusu, he had even less than half a dime. As for going after the perpetrator for medical bills, that guy reported to hell on the spot, and with so many injured, odds are you won't get much out of it. Or you have to pay for it yourself first. What the heck, just last week's I'm clearly something from Dachin, a certain antique market. Fusu again and again and again was rejected from the store. The stuff is indeed from Reichin, but the problem is that it's too new. Mr. Kong is cheating again. Didn't he say he could get a lot of money by just selling it? No one wants this. Fusu sighed and put away the idea of selling his own things for money at the antique market. Perhaps because he had spent a lot of time with someone, Fusu's mind was flexible and he quickly found a new method. What I brought won't work. Then what's in father's tomb? Viable. Fusu's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was good. When you go inside to get something for yourself, you are also taking something from your own house and your conscience is clear. It'll work. Let's do it. Recently, some lawless elements tried to rob the tomb of the first emperor. The city's public security organs have now arrested the suspects. Sunshine News would like to remind you that if you find any clues involving cultural relics violations and crimes, please report them to the public security organs immediately. The reporting phone number. Meow. Looking at the scene being broadcast on the TV news, Kongxing made a confused sound. Kongxing didn't understand. Kongxing was greatly shocked. Jagged unity. My brain is in a bad way right now. Are you sure you're not lying to me? This person is really that Gonzi Fusu from history? What is he doing? Probably, maybe, he's homesick, isn't he? Homesick? Kongxing was even more confused. At that exact moment, a phone call came in. Kongxing begged to be salvaged. It was Fuso's voice. I'm not Kongxing. You have the wrong number. If you're not Kongxing, then who are you? Kongxing said very seriously. I'm Tom. The phone was hung up by Kongxing. Fuso took the phone and regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have fooled around after Kongxing just came to his senses and said he was a tomcat. Someone please fish me out. It's urgent. Bearskin, tiger skin. What's this? Rabbit skin? Ingzhang looked at the scene of his birth feast, which looked like a gathering of 100 animal skins, and his anger soared. Lu Che looked down at his own bearskin, then at the tiger skin that Dxin had given him, and the rabbit skin that Zhu Yuanzhang had brought with him, and he was tempted to say that the hero saw things the same way. What's wrong with Pai? Isn't this better than Zhang Liang's wreath that was seized by Bai Qi? The voice is still there, but the crane is gone. That's a good enough comparison for animal skins. Next to him, Huadaisi kept turning his head to look around. No, why aren't Fusu and Kongxing here yet? This has all started. The two of them aren't really planning on avoiding the past, are they? As long as I don't come to the first emperor's birthday banquet, I don't have to worry about gifts? It can't be what happened, can it? Unlike Hua Zhaoi, Xin Chiji always felt something was wrong. Anyone could be absent. Kongxing, he would want to be absent? I heard that this one fattened up overnight for the first emperor's birthday banquet last year. Several pockets of money in a row. Abrasive. Can't you make a phone call to hurry things up? Zhu Yuanzhang said, pulling out the cell phone Kongxing had sold him at a high price and making a cross-time video call. It was quickly put through. It was just the scene on the other end of the phone that made the words Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to say stuck in his throat. Kongxing, what happened to your head? And where are you? A hospital? Could it be that the car accident Fusu said earlier wasn't a joke? Hua poked his head over and instantly sat up when he saw the scene on the video call. What? Upon hearing Hua Zaiwei's voice, Ingzhang, who was about to get angry at Yin Yang, Lu Che and the others for sending animal skins to celebrate his birthday, walked quickly and grabbed the cell phone. Kongxing, I'm not Constar's Meow. I'm a Tom. Ingzhang? Tom? Then I'm still Jerry. No, you're not Jerry. Jerry's in the bureau. And my brain is not working right now, but don't you dare try to fool me. Jerry's in jail? Ingzhang was confused for a moment, and quickly reacted to who the Jerry in Kongxing's mouth was. Immediately give a pertinent evaluation. Well, don't worry about food and drink. It's quite good. Tom, how's this injury? Is it okay? Kongxing shook his head. The injury is still a small matter. The focus is on my brain. I seem to have forgotten a lot of very important things. Like what? I forgot where I hid the money. Good. Diagnosis complete. Kongxing can't die. No serious harm done. The point is that it also forgets the location of the vault, which is great news. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ingzhang hung up the phone and in the next moment brought his personal guards to raid the house. Destination: the location of Kong Xing's small vault. However, there wasn't a lot of money being rummaged through. Instead, pile after pile of IOUs were found. How is this not a vault? A few days later, after checking out of the hospital, Kong Xing was in a wheelchair and followed Justin's navigational instructions to a mental hospital. The system has automatically picked up a new order for the host. Please complete it as soon as possible. Mission: escape from the asylum. Ing Fusu, the eldest son from Great Qin, has been diagnosed as mentally ill for some reasons and sent to Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital for detention and treatment. Please get him out. Rewarded skill for mission completion, super recovery. Hello, I'm here to visit Jerry. The first words Kong Xing opened his mouth attracted the attention of Fusu's attending physician. You said you were visiting Jerry? Which one is the Jerry you're visiting? The attending doctor placed a stack of photos in front of Kong Xing. And in just a moment, Kong Xing precisely picked out Fusu's photo. The attending physician froze for a moment when he saw the person in the photo. A patient who, he could say, made an impression. Extremely impressed. It wasn't so much that Fuso had only been in for a short time, but this patient was very sick. He says he's Qin's eldest son, Fusu, and pulled out his ID to prove it to himself. The ID card was real, and it did have such a name as Fusu written on it. But the problem is, this is the 21st century. Where's Qin? After spending time with mentally ill patients, it's natural for a doctor to know how to fit into the patient's world. So the attending physician tries to install himself as Xia Wu and is overruled. Said Xia Wu and dyed rainbow hair. I dyed it after I lost a game of truth or dare with him. Ghost's rainbow hair. Where's Qin's truth or dare? Hospitalized. Must be hospitalized. Recalling this, the attending doctor looked up at Kong Xing. What are you Jerry's people? I need to register the visitor's information on my side. Kong Xing thought slightly sideways and said, I should be his detrimental friend? Chapter 200, A Gift of Opportunity. Kong Xing met Fusu as he wished. According to his and Jagged Unity's plan, it was their intention to give invisibility cloak to Fusu after meeting him, so that he could perform a great transformation, disappear in place, and escape from this mental institution. But after meeting Fusu, Kong Xing instead felt that it was fine to be locked up like this. By the looks of it, it didn't seem too keen to leave either. It is free time for the patient at this moment, only to see a step on both sides of the standing a few dressed in a hospital gown psychiatric patients, a look quite serious. In their hands, they even took a leaf and stood it up in front of their chests, and Fuso, sitting in the chair on top of the highest step. When Kong Xing arrived, he was talking about all the ministers leveling off. Kong Xing was silent. Kong Xing turned around and walked away. Fuso saw Kong Xing who was ready to leave at this moment. He could not sit still and ran to Kong Xing, tugging on his wheelchair to stop him from leaving. Kong Xing, don't go. Let me explain. Who is Kong Xing? Kong Xing showed a confused look. It's so strange. Why do all of them call themselves Kong Xing? Isn't he the world champion rat catcher? Tom? Jerry also said that his exploits were adapted into a cartoon, which was quite popular. Okay, Tom, Fusco sighed. Let me explain. I was just rehearsing a program, getting ready for the end of the year welcome party, get it? There's entertainment here too. Kong Xing, welcome party at the end of the year? Are you preparing this far in advance? What? Are you going to be in the Spring Festival Gala? Then this program won't be called the Mental Hospital Uprising, right? Fuso, yes, that's what it's called. Tom, it looks like you've gotten a lot better in the head. You can even guess the name of the program. Well, you go on preparing for your show. I'm going home. When the time comes, I'll come to see your program with a group of friends. Kong Xing wanted to leave after he finished speaking. However, his wheelchair was being tugged by Fusu, so he couldn't walk at all. Fusu, if you leave, how can I go back to Qin? Kong Xing, what are you doing back in Qin? To rebel against Shuk? This time it was Fuso's turn to be confused. Who is Shikaku? Kong Xing was shocked. You don't know Shuk? Aren't you from the same family? After saying that, Kong Xing touched his own cell phone and flipped out a picture of Yingzheng from it. Continuing, isn't this Shuk? I talked to him a while ago, and he said that he was Shuk. What? He's not? Or are you all teasing me on the basis that my brain isn't working so well now? Fusu was silent for 2 seconds as he looked at the photo, and with a flash of light, he said, oh, so he changed his name again. He changes his name a lot for fun. I didn't know he changed his name to Shuk. Kong Xing glanced at Fusu suspiciously. Changes his name often? Then what was his name last time? Beta. His name was Beta last time. So who is this? Kong Xing flashed a picture of Huizhua. A million horses galloped by in Fusu's heart. It's just a name clash. That's why they changed it. It's similar to wearing clothes that clash with one another. Maybe one day he'll realize who he's clashing with and change it to something else. He changes his name a lot. So that's how it is. Kong Xing put away his cell phone and stopped dwelling on it. Fu Su sighed in relief, regretting a million times that he had made such a bad start, and a million times glad Kong Xing didn't ask who Spike was again. He really didn't know. Now then, can we go back to Great Sheen? Kong Xing twisted his head to look at the attending doctor who had been staring this way not far away and whispered, "What do you think? The great tomb raider of the first emperor's tomb, psychopath Mr. Jerry? Fuso. It seems it can't be. Not for a while. Kong Xing should be back soon, right? It's just as well. Let's match up our identities before he arrives, lest we make a mistake then. And that won't be fun." Ing Zheng's voice rang out in the great hall. Hua Zaiwei agrees with this. The chance to tease Kong Xing like this is afraid to be hard to come by again. Missing this time will be regretted for a long time. Lu Che nodded, "Then let me be first. I am. You're George." Before Lu Che could finish his sentence, Ing Zhang gave the final decision. "Hui, George? Oh, I've seen one episode of this cartoon Kong Xing Belt. I didn't think it was very interesting. It was just a couple of pigs stomping in a mud pit." Lu Che's face turned green and he growled, "Ing Zhang, what do you mean? Ing Zhang, why are you reacting so strongly? Or is your nickname really?" Lu Che angrily turned his head away from Ing Zhang. Zhu Yuanzhang stood out to make a roundup. Okay, let's calm down first. Really cannot. We can do this, George. Lu Che, no need. George on George. Old Zhu, you just have a good temper. You need to change this. It's easy to suffer. At the end of his sentence, Lu Che glared at Ing Zhang, his intention obvious. Zhu Yuanzhang was confused. Who? Me? Good temper? We're pretty good-tempered. It's got to be changed. Based on the principle of listening to people and eating well, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to change it. At that time, the Daming group of ministers in a different time and space inexplicably trembled. Strange. Why is my heart so uneasy? It can't be that the late emperor is going to kill and come back, can it? No. I have to go into the palace to see His Majesty and show more, but hopefully it's just that I'm not well rested. For a while, numerous ministers with panicky hearts and wildly throbbing right eyelids went to the palace to seek refuge. I'm Wan Chao takeout system. The host calls me Jagged Unity. Due to certain force majeure factors, I am now on a crooked path and running wildly on it, and there is no turning back. I am now also known as Wan Chao prying system, Wan Chao digging talent system, Wan Chao talent leasing system. I could not be where I am today without my host. I decided to thank him properly. It coincided with the host being seriously injured in a car accident. Great. A godsend. Here's my chance to thank him. I'm Jagged Unity. I'm gonna start lying. Ding. The system is being bound. Binding successful. Wan Chao vest system at your service. On the hospital bed, Kong Xing heard this voice ringing in his head as soon as he awoke. Incredulous, so it's true that a car accident activates the system? But it was soon followed by some disappointment. How is it not a crossover? It's a shame. Wan Dynasty vest system? What an odd name. Just introduce what you have to offer. Ding. The system will release some task orders from time to time, and there will be corresponding rewards after the orders are completed. Detected that the host still has a newbie gift pack to collect. Do you want to collect it? Claim it. The newbie bundle is open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare item, Cloak of Invisibility. Later. Why do I feel like I've heard of this stuff somewhere? Kong Xing felt a growing pain in his brain, but he couldn't think of anything. Ding. The newbie quest has been released. Do you want to receive it? Pick up. Picked up successfully. In the next second, the mission details appeared in Kong Xing's mind. I can't believe you're asking yourself to fold yourself a vest and fantasize that you're a meow? What the hell kind of mission is this? And this quest reward? A cat ear hairband? Why is it so familiar too? Hiss, headache, gotta grow a brain. At this exact moment, Fu Su, who had gone out to buy food, pushed the door in and said in surprise, "You're awake? Meow?" Kong Xing let out a confused sound. Chapter 201, The Secret Word. I'm Tom. That's what Jerry told me. But strangely, the system told me that he was not Jerry, but Fuso, the eldest son of Qin. Ing Fusu. My brain is not working well now, but that doesn't mean I'm that gullible. Him? Fusu? I watched the news of the arrest of the suspected tomb robbers at the tomb of the first emperor reported on TV shortly afterward and became even more convinced of my suspicions. The system's sudden silence also confirmed my suspicions. Also that afternoon, I received an inexplicable video call. The people on the other end of the video are dressed in period costumes. The people are handsome, but they talk strangely. Most of all, they call me Kong Xing? Who's Kong Xing? That name is so familiar. I asked the system, and it said that it was the name of a host that one of its co-workers had bound, and also said that that system was called something like the Wan Chao takeout system. It said that I might have looked too much like that system's host and was mistakenly recognized. These days, The system has co-workers? Do they also have 007? I pushed down the spit in my gut and planned to nurse my wounds and wait and see what happened. I had to make sense of it all. The turn of events came the day I was discharged from the hospital. I could clearly see that the patient's name written on the discharge paperwork I had processed was Kongxing, but when I looked again, it was Tom. There's something odd. It was also on that day that the system issued a new quest for me to fish Jerry out of a mental hospital. I'm not sure how Jerry was brought here from the station. That's not important. What is important is that Jerry's primary care physician wanted me to register my personal information before I could see Jerry. It certainly wasn't just a matter of filling out a form, after all. Jerry came in with unique circumstances. It was also at this point that I remembered there was such a thing as an ID account book. The name Kongxing reappeared. Fortunately, it didn't turn out to be Tom this time. System, what's going on here? Could it be that I'm actually more than just a car accident? But I've also soul-stepped into someone called Kongxing? And you, the Wan Chao vest system, the real purpose of which is to stack the vests for me to take my place. That's right. I can't believe you found it. It's worthy of being the host I've chosen by 1,000 times. The system seemed pleased. But what it doesn't know is that this is the reason I made for it. It wasn't long before I met Jerry, who was rehearsing his program. Well, that's what he said. But I always thought he didn't look like he was rehearsing for a show. But that's not important. What is important is that the name he opened his mouth to call me was not Tom, but Kongxing. After I inquired as to who Kongxing was, he changed his story to me being Tom. I'm the one whose brain isn't working so well right now, and I've forgotten a lot of things. But that doesn't mean I'm good at fooling people. Well, Mr. Jerry, since you all wanna have some fun, let's have some fun. I'm Tom. I'm gonna start lying. Dichin. I'm finally back. Fusu pushed the wheelchair that Kongxing was sitting in and walked quickly, looking excited. Jerry, you haven't said what you're doing in such a hurry to get back to Great Britain? Before I came here, I looked through the history books, and there is no one named Jerry among all the princes of Dichin. You're not planning to rebel, are you? Listening to Kongxing's sudden words, Fusu's footsteps slightly paused. Here it comes, a new test is coming again. How do you know what kind of a straw man they're building now? Father, if they don't get it right, and something goes wrong, it's not going to be easy. They say it's fun to make fun of people, right? But I feel like I'm burning my brain cells. Fusu was silent for a long time before giving what he thought was a better rounded statement. What? A bastard? Kongxing exclaimed in shock. Fusu hurriedly covered Kongxing's mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. I've only told you about this. Shook and the others don't know yet. You don't want to leak the news. If this should reach the ears of those males, won't I be miserable? Kongxing nodded his head, stating that he would definitely not leak any information. So where do we meet up with Shuck and the others? Drunken Immortal House. That's one of our strongholds, Fusu said, lightly pushing his wheelchair to the Drunken Immortal building. The strongholds and whatnot were naturally his bull *******. But it was true that he could run into acquaintances there. Besides, Xianyang City is the capital of Qin. Father thinks that he has already received the news that he and Kongxing have returned, right? It didn't take long for Fusu to meet an acquaintance at the Drunken Immortal House, as he had hoped. Code word. Dixin rubbed the tiger's head at his feet and looked at the duo with scrutinizing eyes. Fusu's head was filled with question marks. What's the password? No one told me. DXIN, the sky descends to the Xian bird, which descends to give birth to Shang. Kongxing looked solemn, learn new ideas and strive to be a new youth. The code word is correct. One of our own. Emperor Xin was delighted. Upstairs, box number 8. Someone is already waiting for you there. Go, Fuso. Suppressing the doubts and shock in his heart, with the help of Drunken Immortal Mansions Jr., carrying the wheelchair, he quickly arrived in front of box number 8. Fusu, when did you guys have a code word? How come I don't know anything? Kongxing said in confusion. You don't know? No way. It's all sent to the group. You guys still have a group? Fusu was even more shocked. Then he remembered that Kongxing hadn't sold his cell phone, and he didn't even have a cell phone. So how could he talk about entering the group? Kongxing, oh yeah, you've just been discharged from the hospital. It's only natural that you're not in the group, but it's okay. Those code words are good to pair. At that exact moment, Fusu pushed open the door of box number 8, and a voice sounded at the same time. Code word. Lu Che walked to the door and locked eyes with Fusu, cut down the lawlessness and punish the tyrannical Qin. Fusa sad face hashtag. Kongxing sad face mouth, learn new ideas, strive to be a new youth. Lu Che was relieved to step aside from the doorway and stopped blocking. One of our own. Come in. Fuso? What the hell kind of code word is that? Who ordered it? Fusu casually found a chair in the box and sat down. At this moment no one else had arrived in the box. Fuso leaned on his chin and began to think about the two code words, intending to strike before the next one came. It didn't take long for a figure to appear in the doorway. Fusu didn't even look at it and spoke directly. Learn new ideas and strive to be a new youth. But the man at the door hesitated for 2 seconds and spoke. What? You're going to grad school? Fusu's face changed drastically as he scrambled to get up. Father. Ha? Ing Zheng glared at Fusu. Fusu urgently changed his words. Shook. It's been a long time. I really missed you. Long time no see. Jerry. Ing responded. Next to him, Kongxing quietly watched all this in front of him. Didn't say anything. Chapter 202, The Rebel Plan. How is this not the right code? Ha? Why do you even need a code word? Didn't you even call him by name? I'm not looking to go through the process. It's just a matter of taking a walk then. Kongxing sighed helplessly and looked at Ing Zheng, saying, learn new ideas. Ing Zheng was silent for 2 seconds. Strive to be a new youth. Kongxing, the code word is correct. One of our own. Jerry, is that all right now? No problem, Fusu said, pulling back the chair at the main seat to make it easier for Ing Zheng to take a seat. Everyone is here. Sit down, Ing Zheng said, taking a seat on a chair as Kongxing turned his wheelchair and leaned toward the table. Tom, how is your recovery from this injury? Ing Zheng inquired very naturally. Otherwise, go find that Huatua to give you a look? Kongxing, Huatua? Ing Zheng took out his cell phone and skillfully found a contact named Huatua in the world and pushed it to Kongxing. That's the guy. Why don't you call and ask? Maybe there's a spell that can help you regain your memory. Fusu looked at the Huatua is alive on Ing Zheng's cell phone. The whole person was confused. Watto has a cell phone and I don't? Didn't Kong say he only sells kings and queens? Fuso couldn't believe it. As expected, not a word of truth came out of the mouth of the traitorous Kong. Kongxing let out an "oh" and nodded his head. Then let's ask. Losing my memories gives me a bad feeling. It always feels like I'll be tricked. Ing Zheng quickly dialed the intertemporal phone and gave Huatua a brief description of Kongxing's current situation, asking if there was a solution. Ah, a brain injury causing it? That's easy. I've been working on this stuff lately. Just leave it to me. But exactly what the injury was and how far it went to cause the memory loss, those can't be seen from the outside. They need to be opened up and looked at. Don't worry. I'm very good at opening brains. Just drink the numbing soup, and afterward I'll chop open the head with a sharp axe in hand. Huatua was in the middle of talking when he suddenly realized that the call was terminated. He hurriedly sent a message over to ask if he had accidentally clicked the wrong button and hung up, but was surprised to find that there was an additional red exclamation mark before the message he had sent. What's this? Why won't it go out? And this? What do you mean I'm not his friend yet? Kongxing watched as Ing Zheng extremely quickly pulled Huatua in the world black to delete a dragon. Didn't you say you were going to find him and ask if there was anything you could do to help me regain my memory? What are you doing? Ing Zheng, humph. Just a quack. Take you to the others some other time. Ing Zheng was quite understanding of Chow Chow at the moment. Turns out this guy isn't so paranoid by nature. Kongxing nodded, not putting too much stock in this matter. With a twinkle in his eye, he asked, then when will we rebel? As soon as the words fell, Fusa panicked and swooped over to cover Kongxing's mouth. What's that? We came back in a hurry and forgot to give him his medicine. He's just being sick again at this moment. Just get used to it. After all, he's injured his brain. Understand. Lu Che watched all this with interest. He did not think that Kongxing was forgetting to take his medication and committing an illness to say nonsense. Ing Zheng, let go. Let him talk. Fusu shivered and silently prayed in his heart that Kongxing would not say any nonsense. However, the more you fear something, the more it comes back. Only to hear Kongxing confused. Why am I talking nonsense? Jerry, you are so strange. Wasn't it you who said that Drunken Immortal House here is one of our strongholds where we can meet up? Oh, I see. Sorry I forgot that Jerry told me that you guys don't know about him being the illegitimate son of the first emperor yet. So it's normal that you guys don't know about this rebellion. Sorry Kongxing revealed a smile of sincere apology. Fuso, private, bastard? Po ha. Lu Che let out a loud laugh. He said that he was right to come here every day and wait for Kongxing to come back. See, isn't this hilarious? Kongxing tilted her head to look at Lu Che. What are you laughing at? Lu Che, nothing. I just thought of something funny. Let's continue. Jerry is a bastard. Then what? How do you plan to rebel? Any plans? Kongxing shook his head. I don't know about that. Maybe Jerry already has a comprehensive plan. Ing Zheng's face was grim. Tell me, Jerry, your big plan of rebellion. I'm listening. Fusa was so shocked that he wanted to go back and slap himself a few times. How can he argue with this? Had to tactically drink water while pulling out a menu to try and change the subject. All hungry. Order. First, Ing Zheng, good. Then let's talk about it while we eat. In the lobby on the first floor of the Drunken Immortal building, after seeing Bai Chi begin to arrange for the guards to work, DXIN played some small wine and skillfully hung up the bill on Ing Zheng's account before riding away on the tiger. He also had to tell the crowd that Kong Xing had returned, so that they could prepare in advance in case they were exposed. Traitor Kong is back? Great! Xuanlu got the news and was so happy that he slapped his thighs, bringing a thick pile of forged strips to rush to the drunken immortal house. Ying Gao, hey, wait, what are you doing? Xuanlu, what else can I do? It's rare that Kong Traitor has lost his memory. These notes are all evidence that he borrowed money from me before. They all have to be paid back. Ying Gao picked up a note and looked at it. Not to mention, Xue Lu forged it just like that. Even the handprints are there. Even the byline is Tom, which fits the current situation perfectly. Ying Gao, you're just going to ask him for it? Not to mention whether he'll give it or not. Aren't you afraid he'll think about it later? Xuanlu couldn't care less and said, even if he remembers it, it will be later. And it's not certain if he wants to remember or not. But he doesn't even remember his father. Even if I do think about it in the future, that's something I'll have to deal with in the future. What's it got to do with me now? Let's get the money first, Xue Lu said, continuing to rush towards the drunken immortal house. Ying Gao was also a bit moved by this, and he also had a lot of strips, but after thinking about it, he ultimately didn't move. To ask for gold from a crooked merchant, that's bad luck afterward. Not only did Xue Lu have such thoughts, but the others had also prepared some props to a greater or lesser extent. For example, Jia Yan and Chang Yu. These two people do not know how to persuade Li Si to help, forged a copy of the evidence, and majestically went to the drunken immortal house. Kong Xing, wait, what you two are saying is that I'm actually a criminal on the run? To take me back to build the tomb of the first emperor? That's right, Jia said, taking out the arrest warrant with Li Si's big name on it. This is what the Prime Minister said, so how can it be false? Come with us. As soon as the words left his mouth, without waiting for Kong Xing's reaction, Cheng Yu flew forward to push Kong Xing's wheelchair, and Ying Zhang just watched Kong Xing being pushed away. Fu Su immediately got up. I'll go after them. Ying Zhang, there's no hurry. Go on with your big plan of rebellion. Fuso, Chapter 203 800 Mines. Jia Yan and Cheng Yu were pushing Kong Xing's wheelchair for fun when they ran head-on into Xuanlu, who was on his way to drunken immortal house. The moment they locked eyes on each other, both sides fell silent. Jia Dan looked oddly at the thick pile of forged IOUs that Xuanlu was holding in his arm, and Xuanlu glanced at the official document with Li Si's big name in Chang Yu's hand. Tisk 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 tisk. Not bad for a cultured person. So good at it. Worthy of being the Prince of Great Qin. There are just so many bars in his hands. You're a kindred spirit. Kong Xing was dumbfounded as he watched the two sides walk to the corner, glancing to his side every now and then, as if he was a thief, and didn't know what kind of ulterior star-splitting plans he was carrying out. Cheng Yu, seeing is believing. The two of us will help you figure out how to rationalize the origin of these notes, such as this one is a rent note, that one is a birth gift note. Jia, yes, we'll give you witnesses, but you have to share us a little. Sholo looked at the two oddly. Splitting a bit between you guys? Oh, you guys also have quite a few strips to deal with? Jia Cheng Yu looked at each other and remained silent. It seems everyone is organized now. Xuanlu sighed, and then curiously said, then what did you guys take him away for? And what's this you're holding? What is it? Shenglu looked at what was coming up, and his entire body was confused. Whole traitor, Ginger Imperial Mausoleum, Li Si approved. That's a lot of play. Does he know about this? My father? It was in front of His Majesty the first emperor that we took him away. So exciting? Father, he didn't even stop it? Stop? Why should I stop? I am now shook. An imperial merchant. It's the largest contributor to the tomb of the first emperor, and it's not much of a challenge to bail out an individual. Inside the drunken immortal tower's private room, Ying Zhang's voice shocked Lu Che. Lu Che, playing on the theme. Ha! You're not only perfecting your identity this way, you're also giving a personal favor as a matter of course. It's a no-brainer. On the side, Fu Su, who was burying his head and furiously writing 100,000 words I am wrong, is also greatly shocked. Why did he not think of this point? It's a no-brainer to go along for the ride. Over here, Shulu was still muttering and discussing with Jia Chengyu, and I don't know if it was because he was too involved, but he didn't notice in the slightest that the person in the wheelchair had changed. Zion Yang Street. Hua carried Kong Xing on his back and buried his head in a frenzy, followed by a very excited Xin Chiji. Going sick and exchanging a golden eagle for him is a great idea. I don't know what the three of them are muttering about so vigorously. They don't even know that the person has been changed. I really want to see the look on their faces when they realize that the person has turned into an eagle. That expression must be wonderful. Hua Zaiwei, these people are just too bad. How can they bully people like this? I really can't watch it. Kong Xing glanced back at the golden eagle in the distance, cautiously hand-holding its nest-style cowering in its wheelchair, listening to the words of the duo and issuing a question. So where are you guys planning to take me? Hua Zaiwei, of course I'm going to the Great Tang to collect the bounty. Bounty? Right. Then Li Yuan has added an extra amount to the bounty order for you. And you can get 1,000 taels of gold for capturing it alive once. I want to capture it a few more times. Kong Xing? Xin Shiji, there's a word called 7 captures of Mengwu. And we're both going to. Well, you know. I want to get rich so badly. Just have mercy and cooperate. Kong Xing. These two. They don't seem to be good people either. Want me to cooperate? Yes. But you have to take me to someone first. Looking for someone? Hua Zaiwei and Xin Shiji looked at each other. First things first. We can't take you to see the first emperor. His Majesty's face isn't something anyone can have the honor of seeing. Kong Xing froze for a moment and rejoiced, listening to what you two are saying. Apart from the first emperor, you can take me to see anyone? That's great. Take me to Fusu. I'll tell him that he has another brother in exile who is coming back to fight him for the family fortune. Hua Jiaoyi and Xin Shiji, huh? What? Kong Xing is missing? Why don't you throw yourselves away? Inside the hall, Ying Zheng's furious voice echoed. Shuang Lu, Jia Yan, and Sheng Yu were trembling with fear, and on the side of the wheelchair, the golden eagle was performing a difficult golden chicken stand. No wonder Ying Zhang was so angry. He hadn't had a chance to send out a favor, but he couldn't find the person directly, which would make anyone unhappy. By Qi, Your Majesty. Some people saw that it was Hua Zaiwei and Xin Shiji who took Kong Xing away. Only now, I don't know where they went. Fu Su also took 2 steps forward, with an odd expression. I have news here too. Just now when I went back to my room, I found a letter on the table. The letter said, Ying Zhang, say what? Fu Su took the letter out. Father would rather read it himself. Ying Zhang hurriedly opened the letter, his expression gradually changing from shock to confusion. Ying Zhang was a little puzzled. Why in the world is there such a marvelous existence as the Kong Xing? Dear Mr. Ying Fu Su, I'm happy to tell you that you don't have to struggle with the identity of Qin Ershi anymore. You can swing for the fences and enjoy the ride, because I, the exiled prince of Great Qin, have returned. Old wizard. The family has billions of dollars. At the end of the letter was Tom's name, and today's date. Look at the content and think on your toes to know who this came from. That's just it. I guess I went to play somewhere. Go sick and the two of them are very distracting, Ying Zhang said, returning the letter to Fu Su. This was, after all, playfulness between juniors, so I thought Fu Su should be able to handle it. Just how do I feel something is not quite right? Ying Zhang muttered, constantly recalling the events after meeting Kong Xing today, but for a while he couldn't come up with anything, so he just assumed that he was being overly cautious. A few days later, Diqin and Lu County, South County. Who the hell are you meeting after traveling so far? Xin Shiji only felt that he had made a mistake by agreeing to Kong Xing's request. I thought I was just meeting the people in Xianyang City, but I never expected to go so far. Kong Xing, it can't be helped. I always feel that there are a lot of bad people there. It's better to come over here. There is an honest man here. He won't cheat. An honest man? Hua felt a twinge of discomfort. Which honest man? Does the trader still have an acquaintance here? If it did, wouldn't it be bad food? Joy. Hey, Hua was unsure. Your friend? Kong Xing shook his head. I don't know. I don't know if I recognized him before. You know, I forgot a lot, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't lie. Xin Shiji roughly guessed why Kong Xing came here, but what if he doesn't recognize you? Kong Xing laughed. Why are you so sure that I'm looking for him to ask about my identity? Ha! I don't seem to have said what I want with him. Do I? Xinchi. Hua Zaiwei let out a long sigh. He knew that with Kong Trader's 800 or so hard eyes, he would notice sooner or later. Kong Xing, let's go. Come all the way here. Might as well go and see if this she, in the end, recognizes me well. Hai's place wasn't hard to find. It didn't take long for the trio to meet Hai, who was compiling a log of the day's work.